In this world, anyone who consumes an animal will awaken their destined mech. Some people awaken their mechs by consuming pigeons. With built-in wings, they soar freely through the skies. Some become rulers of the deep sea by consuming fish fins. With steel teeth, their combat power is extraordinary. There are even those who suffer from pica. After consuming glass to awaken their mech, they even gain the ability to become invisible. In my previous life, although I consumed a roasted chicken, I successfully awakened the aqua mech. But unfortunately, due to time constraints, I was attacked and killed by many. Now, my first task in this life is to consume various insects. So I gather various specimens of insects with strong abilities in advance, in order to place myself at the pinnacle of the world and become the ruler of the insect race. Randomly, I recall that in my previous life, there was an insect auction at an exhibition. Among them, there was one that I particularly needed. I immediately took a taxi to the insect exhibition. Just as I arrived, the insect I desired was being auctioned. However, people's interest in the golden gun wolf was not very high, with only a few bids. I bid 8,000, and a white-collar worker wearing glasses raised his paddle. This person, nicknamed Bug Enthusiast, loves to buy rare and strange insects and is somewhat well-known in Ningxing. Upon hearing the Bug Enthusiast bid 8,000, others stopped raising their paddles. 8,000 once, 8,000 twice, 8,300. Wait, I bid 10,000. Just as the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, another voice rang out as I walked straight to the auction stage. Ants can lift objects over 400 times their body weight. However, compared to the gun wolf, they are far inferior, as the gun wolf can lift objects 1,141 times its body weight. If I could absorb the genes of this gun wolf, my combat power would surely see a significant boost. 10,500. Seeing this, the Bug Enthusiast was extremely displeased and raised the bid to 15,000. Hearing such an outrageous bid, the Bug Enthusiast asked in an annoyed tone, "This golden gun wolf isn't rare, it's mostly ornamental. What does this friend plan to do with it?" Upon hearing this response, the crowd erupted in chatter. Chongming was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, looking at the auctioneer. "This guy is clearly not in his right mind, just give it to me for 8,000. The auctioneer, slightly displeased, said, "Sir, if you intend to cause trouble, I will have to call security." Without further ado, I took out my bank card and asked, "Can I swipe this?" The auctioneer, doubtful, took out the POS machine and swiped it. Instantly, he beamed, "Yes, yes, please wait a moment. Let me see if anyone else bids." Seeing no further bids, he heavily struck the wooden hammer, confirming the transaction. These people are truly interesting. Are they grasshoppers, centipedes, or scorpions? Now there's even someone eating a dung beetle. Aren't they afraid of eating themselves to death? The Bug Enthusiast immediately became sarcastic after missing out on the golden gun wolf. Even the others looked at me as if I were a fool. They simply couldn't understand such reckless behavior. Fool. I coldly uttered these two words, quietly awaiting the arrival of the golden gun wolf. Seeing me so calm, the Bug Enthusiast challenged, "If you have the guts, eat it in front of everyone. If you can't, how about transferring the golden gun wolf to me for 8,000? I initially didn't want to respond, but then I caught sight of a small box in his hand containing a black and white insect. "This ironclad beetle is yours." The ironclad beetle has the strongest exoskeleton among arthropods. Unlike ordinary insects that can be crushed underfoot, it can even withstand the weight of a car. If the gun wolf represents strength, then the ironclad beetle represents defense. So what if it's mine? If it's yours, let's make a bet. I'll eat the golden gun wolf in front of everyone, and you give me the ironclad beetle. That's not possible. Upon hearing this, the Bug Enthusiast hesitated a bit. The ironclad beetle lives in America, and he obtained it through various channels. There's no way he'd want to part with it. However, there were many acquaintances present, and he really didn't want to lose face. He gritted his teeth, his gaze fierce. "Fine, but you must eat it." I smiled with delight and agreed. 5 minutes later, a transparent box was delivered to me, containing a golden-backed dung beetle that crawled around, occasionally digging in the dirt. As I opened the box, I grabbed it. "Are you scared? Should I find you a chef?" The Bug Enthusiast continued to provoke. Others chimed in, fanning the flames. I chuckled and decisively tossed it into my mouth, chewing it up. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd was momentarily speechless. After swallowing it with a loud gulp, I opened my palm, signaling the Bug Enthusiast to hand over the ironclad beetle. Hongmi's face turned pale as he reluctantly took out the small box. "Wait, that ironclad beetle is mine." Before I could take it, a loud voice interrupted, and a young man arrived with 2 burly men. The young man was recognized as Enhanghu, the young master of the Fenua group. People gasped, recognizing him as a true spendthrift who wasted money every day. It seemed he was no longer interested in birds and dared to play with insects. Upon hearing the name, my eyes narrowed, and Honghu was known for his red-sucking mech. If I remember correctly, and Honghu was the top expert who later controlled all of Ningxing. His red-sucking mech was extremely powerful and could even smash a mountain upon impact. For years before the disaster, I lived under an Honghu's control. If I hadn't seized the opportunity to sneak away while searching for food, I would have long since turned into a pile of bones. At that moment, the system's voice I had awakened recently sounded, Golden Gun Wolf Gene absorbed, completing the first-tier Universal Insect Soldier mech, evolving into the Giant God mech form. Seeing the attributes of the Giant God mech, I was overjoyed. Although the other 3 attributes were a bit low, its strength had already reached the second-tier mech level. Moreover, it had an extraordinary exclusive module that provided a 50% strength boost and could be upgraded again. Thinking of this, I directly took the ironclad beetle from the bug enthusiast's hand. Noticing this, and Honghu smiled and said, "Can you transfer that beetle to me? I'll pay double." "Sorry, I don't need money." As I see more and more people around, I frown and decide to leave. With so many people, if a mutation occurs, even I won't be able to handle it. I said to give me that bug, didn't you hear me? Upon hearing this, and Honghai smirked coldly and signaled the bodyguards behind him to stop me. Faced with the 2 men closing in on me, a hint of hostility surged in my heart, and in an instant, the overwhelming killing intent I had accumulated in my past life erupted violently. The 2 were so scared that they didn't dare to approach anymore. It's interesting that in Ningxing, there are really few who dare to disrespect me like this. "Kid, don't push your luck." And Honghai walked up to me and reached out to grab the box in my hand. I swatted his hand away and walked out without looking back. Everyone else was startled. It seemed I was about to rub in Honghai's face in the dirt, and Honghai's face turned dark as he glared fiercely at the 2 bodyguards. The bodyguards gritted their teeth and kicked hard at my back. Just as they were about to kick me, a flash of golden light suddenly erupted behind me, and the next second, a sleek black gold mech about 3 meters tall formed. From a distance, one could sense a powerful and ancient aura bursting forth. Many were so shocked that their legs turned to jelly. "My god, what is this? It's like a mini version of those giant mechs from sci-fi movies. Incredible, could this be alien technology?" People at the exhibition began to discuss it excitedly. I, piloting the mech, suddenly turned around and smashed a fist into each of the 2 bodyguards, then approached in Honghai. Looking up at the massive mech, and Honghai felt an overwhelming sense of panic. "My dad is the chairman of Fenua Group. I don't believe you would dare to touch me." I chuckled lightly and raised the giant arm high, and Honghai collapsed to the ground in a heap. I didn't actually strike him, I merely feigned weakness and then brought my fist down again. "Don't worry, I won't harm you now. We will meet again." With that, I vanished from everyone's sight in a blink. Watching my departing figure, and Honghai's expression twisted, his eyes fierce. "I remember you, kid, so what if you have a mech?" His family isn't without military connections. If the army is mobilized, forget about a 3-meter mech, even a 30-meter one wouldn't be a concern. After all, modern military power is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But what he doesn't know is that once the mutation begins, all weapons will turn to scrap metal, and the only thing everyone can rely on is their awakened personal mechs. After leaving the exhibition, I deactivated the mech form and returned home. The reason I didn't attack in Honghai was simply that I wanted his mech core. The giant mech is currently only at the 1st tier. To upgrade it, in addition to the necessary materials, I also need the mech core. And the core only drops after awakening the personal mech. Then I took out the iron beetle I had just obtained from the bug enthusiast, heated up some oil, and sprinkled in some cumin and chili powder. Compared to the golden shell gun wolf, the meat of the iron beetle is tougher. As soon as I swallowed a piece, I noticed a semi-transparent countdown screen appeared immediately, indicating that I was acquiring the iron beetle's genes and modifying the 1st-tier generic insect soldier mech, with a modification time of 59 minutes and 58 seconds. It seems that the generic insect soldier mech is considered a basic mech in the early stages, and all modifications are done on this foundation. I wonder if stronger generic mechs will appear later for further modifications. In an instant, I fell deep in thought. After the catastrophe began, various organisms evolved at an astonishing rate. Not to mention, there will also be massive invasions from other planetary races later on. There will even be so-called deities appearing. I clearly remember that in my past life, there was a deity named Quentin, who was a human head on a heavy body. If I could absorb him, I wonder how powerful the modified mech would become. Perhaps, by that time, I could also complete a god-slaying feat. Just as I was lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door. When I opened it, a pair of long, straight white legs caught my eye. Where should I look? A heavily made-up woman looked at me with disdain and quickly stepped back. "I'm telling you, Pay your rent in full tomorrow and get out, do you hear me? But tomorrow hasn't even come yet. Why the hurry? I looked at the woman in front of me with a strange gaze, fearing she might have a life to collect money but no life to spend it. Seeing me continue to stare at her, the woman became even more fired up. After a stream of complaints, all my rent and deposit were deducted by her for various reasons. But I really wasn't in the mood to listen to her nagging. The absorption of the iron beetle's gene was complete, and the first-tier generic insect soldier mech advanced to the celestial domain mech form. The celestial domain mech was even stronger than I imagined, especially with a staggering 50% physical damage immunity. Even attacks from second-tier monsters were nothing to be feared by me. The 20% elemental resistance was also invaluable, as it could not only resist attacks from elements like wind, fire, and lightning but also negate mental damage. Before I could calm my emotions, another notification sound rang out. The notification indicated that I could continue to absorb 3 types of insect genes to achieve mech form fusion. I was taken aback by the idea of mech form fusion. This was truly a divine skill. Once the fusion was completed, I would no longer have any weaknesses. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Suddenly, the woman's eyes turned crimson, and she glared at me fiercely. This is an early mutation. I was slightly startled, and the celestial domain mech automatically covered my body. In the blink of an eye, the woman transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall flesh giant, and the next second, she swung her claws and charged at me. I easily dodged to the side. Her claws easily embedded themselves into the concrete wall behind her. Missing her target, the woman withdrew her claws and continued her assault. This time, I didn't evade, wanting to see how the celestial domain mech's defense would hold up. The claws scraped against the mech's surface, producing a piercing sound. After one strike, the woman's hands were bloodied and mangled, her nails shattered. Yet the celestial domain mech showed not a single scratch. Inside the mech, I felt nothing at all. The capabilities of the celestial domain mech were indeed astonishing. It was my turn now. I shouted lowly and switched to the giant mech, smashing her head with a single punch. Killing the mutated blood corpse earned me the material agile blood core, which can be used to enhance the agility attribute of the mech. Blood corpses are the most common mutated monsters. Killing them has a chance to drop blood cores, usually related to strength and defense attributes. As for agility attributes, they exist but are exceedingly rare. I didn't expect to be this lucky. After a bit of thought, I decided to use this blood box on the giant mech. I exerted a bit of force, and with a crack, the agile blood box suddenly shattered, dark red blood gushing out and dripping onto the mech's surface. The surface of the giant mech, having absorbed the blood, suddenly developed a dark red thread, consuming the agile blood and agility attributes. An increase of 14 points in agility was still a bit lacking. I thought to myself that since agility was insufficient, I needed to find the fastest insect. After some research, I identified 2 candidates. One is the dragonfly. The other is the curved-shelled beetle. In terms of speed, the dragonfly is definitely faster and also has flying capabilities. However, the aerial environment is more complex and dangerous than on land. For the sake of survival, I have to choose the tiger beetle, which can move 171 times its body length in a second. Converting that distance based on my height of 1.8 meters, it's roughly equivalent to a speed of over 1,000 kilometers per hour, capable of matching the speed of sound. Having determined my next target, I began searching for relevant clues on the computer. At that moment, my phone suddenly vibrated beside me. I picked it up and looked, puzzled. Wasn't this the signal I had just recently activated? I answered the call, and a deep voice of a middle-aged man came through. I am Chu Jiajin, and I admire the item you possess. Moreover, some strange incidents have occurred here, and perhaps you might know part of the reason. In his past life, Chu Jiajin's influence over Ningxing was due to the fact that he didn't reside in this city. I would like to invite you to my place as a guest. What do you think? Returning to the present, I readily accepted Chu Jiajin's invitation. In the early stages of mutation, various rules are chaotic, and being alone is ultimately weak. Having a strong power as support would facilitate a smoother transition. Moreover, it is said that Chu Jiajin has a giant botanical garden filled with various steam flowers and countless insects. Although tiger beetles are common, they are still hard to find in this modern city that resembles a steel jungle. On one hand, relying on Chu Jiajin's influence to get through the mutation period, and on the other hand, finding tiger beetles for mech modifications would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I've already sent a driver to wait downstairs, but unfortunately, I'm too busy to get away. Otherwise, I would personally welcome you. In the giant botanical garden, various plants occasionally released a few insects. Chu Jiajin waved his hand, summoning over 40 bodyguards in black clothing and instructing them to spread out in various corners. His daughter, Chu Hui, was puzzled by this. "Dad, aren't you free? What's the meaning of having all these people here? Chu Jiajin chuckled lightly. Although his daughter was exceptionally smart, she ultimately lacked experience in certain matters. You've seen that video and understand the significance behind that mech. I'm doing this simply out of safety concerns. Chu Hui wasn't foolish. With a turn of her mind, she grasped her father's intent. Indeed, in front of such terrifying mechs, one must be cautious in every way. If the other side were to act rashly and cause harm, even these bodyguards wouldn't be able to stop them. The military would have to be mobilized. An hour later, I successfully arrived at the botanical garden and boarded a small transport vehicle, driving for about another 10 minutes. It was then that I saw Chu Jiajin sitting under a mushroom-shaped pavilion. Alongside him was a girl with a single ponytail. I chuckled lightly and sat down beside the pavilion. In my past life, I had even met deities, so I naturally wasn't intimidated by this little scene. Seeing me remain so calm, Chu Jiajin couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his gaze. According to his investigations, I was somewhat of a coward, yet now, I gave him the impression of being sharp and dangerous, even sensing a hint of rivalry from me. It's interesting that someone who can give me this feeling is usually a seasoned veteran in their 40s or 50s. I've never encountered someone so young before. What's even more interesting is that a hint of fear rose in my heart. Chu Jiajin's gaze became intense, making him even more curious about me. I came this time for two reasons. One is to investigate those strange occurrences you mentioned, and the other is to borrow some of your influence. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiajin was momentarily shocked by my directness. You are truly straightforward. I had no choice but to be direct. After all, the apocalypse is fast approaching. As I answered, I glanced around. Upon close observation, I quickly noticed the black-clad figures hiding around. Following my gaze, Chu Jiajin's heart tightened. The places I was staring at seemed to hold secrets. Who exactly is this young man before me? Ha ha ha, the apocalypse? Mayan language? You must have watched too many movies. Chu Hui couldn't help but laugh, thinking I was some big shot, only to find me so amusing. I glanced coolly at Chu Jiajin. Mr. Chu, there's no need to test me, nor should you fear me. As long as you don't threaten my interests, I won't make a move against you. On the contrary, we could even establish some cooperation. When Chu Jiajin was confronted directly, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. What you said about the apocalypse is real. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, the strange occurrences you mentioned should be related to this matter. Seeing my certainty, Chu Jiajin hesitated for a moment, then led the two of them to a corner of the botanical garden. There was a peculiar building here, guarded at the entrance by 10 bodyguards in black, each armed with live ammunition and well-equipped. The lead guard handed over a tablet. The tablet displayed surveillance footage divided into 4 areas, with most of the first 3 screens occupied by a mass of strange flesh. I glanced at it and immediately recognized that this was the most common type of blood corpse. Blood corpses lack consciousness and are driven by jealousy and madness, devouring everything in sight, even their own kind. If they advance to the 4th tier, the massive bloodlions will turn into a bloodlion tide, spawning even more bloodlions. The last screen showed something peculiar. A tall woman around 2 meters in height, who was originally looking down, seemed to sense someone watching her. She suddenly looked up, like a beast, and instantly lunged at the camera, reaching out with her large hand to crush it. Seeing this scene, everyone except me shuddered. It turned out to be an elite-level mutant. I didn't expect elite mutants to appear even before the catastrophe had begun. Mutated organisms are ranked from 1st to 9th tier, with each tier further divided into ordinary, elite, and leader levels. Beyond these 3 levels, there are also extremely rare special mutants, but those will only appear in the later stages. She is the captain of my bodyguard team, named Lisa. She started acting unusually since yesterday, which is why I had to confine her here. Although he didn't understand what I meant by elite-level mutants, Chu Jiajin still keenly sensed the unusualness of the situation. I nodded in acknowledgement of the introduction and pushed the door to enter. These mutants could yield valuable materials, especially the elite-level mutant, which might drop attachment modules that grant skills to the mech. I couldn't possibly miss this opportunity. Wait, entry is prohibited here, the bodyguard captain said, with one hand on his gun and the other blocking my way. Aliang, don't be rude to our guest, Chu Jiajin said, his expression slightly changing as he carefully observed my face. I apologize, Aliang, he's just worried for your safety. I waved my hand, indicating that I didn't mind. My spirit moved, and the golden-backed giant mech automatically attached itself to me. Seeing the tall, powerful, and striking mech, Chu Jiajin could no longer maintain his calm and looked utterly astonished. Although Chu Hui specialized in materials science, she had no idea where the mech on me came from or what materials it was made of. As for Aliang, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word, only watching me as I strode towards the peculiar building. After a moment, Chu Jiajin stepped forward and patted Aliang on the shoulder. He's not an ordinary person, treat him as you would me from now on. Understand? Aliang swallowed hard and nodded seriously. As we spoke, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted, mixed with the roars of monsters and the curses of others. Not good, something has happened. Captain Aliang's expression changed, instinctively looking towards Chu Jiajin. Chu Jiajin's face also tightened, aware of how terrifying those monsters were. Previously, to capture 4 monsters, over 30 people had died on our side, and that was with guns. Without them, the death toll would have at least doubled. He looked up at me, his gaze filled with contemplation. Boss, we should leave quickly. If we don't, it'll be too late, Aliang said, rushing to the arrest vehicle, his face showing urgency. No, I trust him, and he seems to know the origins of those monsters. Perhaps that mech of his is specifically designed to counter them. Chu Jiajin did not leave. Years of experience told him that I definitely had my own trump card. Aliang knew he couldn't argue, so he hurriedly tapped a few times on the tablet, bringing up more surveillance footage. The footage clearly showed that the blood corpse, which had been in room 2, suddenly went berserk, breaking out of the room and slaughtering the guards inside. The guards here were better equipped than the bodyguards outside, but they had no way to deal with such a massive blood corpse. Many of the guards had been torn to pieces by the blood corpse and absorbed into its body. With each passing moment, the blood corpse's aura grew increasingly violent. The remaining guards no longer resisted and rushed out one after another. At that moment, a black gold mech strode against the flow towards the depths of the building. Boss, with so many brothers here, they're no match for that monster. Do you think your guest can handle it? Aliang still doubted my ability to face the monster. Dad, let the guest go back. This kind of monster should be dealt with by the military, Shu Hui said. Seeing such a bloody scene at once, Shu Hui felt a bit uneasy but still suppressed her nausea and advised, let's leave this to the professionals. After being persuaded by the two, Chu Jiajin realized he had been too eager. He waved his hand, signaling Aliang to go inside. It's too late, boss, he's already confronted that monster. Aliang quickly shoved the tablet into Chu Jiajin's hands. On the screen, I had already collided with the blood lion that had gone berserk. The massive fist of the blood lion grazed my body before crashing down, instantly creating spiderweb-like cracks in the marble floor. That was quite a bit of strength. Even after the agility blood enhancement, the giant mech was still slightly slower. Since that was the case, I decided to finish this quickly. I strode forward and crashed into the blood lion's embrace. The blood lion was sent flying back, crashing into the wall behind it. Even deep inside, Chu Jiajin and the others felt the tremors from outside. Aliang swallowed hard, filled with a mix of fear and shock. Is this still a human? Back then, it took 2 10-ton cranes just to move this monster. That's why I told you to be respectful to him. Now you understand the power he wields. Whether it's him personally or the team behind him that developed such mechs, they are not to be trifled with. Moreover, the appearance of such monsters and Lisa's transformation made me feel a strong sense of unease, as if something significant were about to happen. Chu Jiajin felt not only shocked but also worried. More than Aliang, he wanted to uncover the secrets behind the monster's appearances, which was his greatest motivation for lowering his status to befriend me. In the footage, I charged forward again, landing a punch on the Blood Master's chest. The next second, my massive iron fist pierced straight through the Blood Master's body. Killing the mutated Blood Master at the first tier yielded the material Power Blood Box, which can be used to strengthen the mech and enhance its strength attributes. A red light burst from the blood corpse's body, and soon after, a power blood core containing dark red blood appeared. I snatched it up and headed outside. From the previous surveillance footage, it was evident that the elite mutant transformed from Lisa was extremely fast. If I engaged now, I would undoubtedly be defeated. I could wait until I found the fox beetle to create a new type of mech before taking action. As for the other 2 blood corpses, I would also leave them behind. With that, I retracted my mech, allowing it to dissolve back into my body. Chu Hui was the first to rush forward and examine the mech. Where did you hide such a large mech? What kind of technology is this? Hearing her question made me a bit embarrassed. I only knew how to summon my personal mech, but I wasn't sure where it came from or what technology was used. Fortunately, Chu Jiajin didn't let Chu Hui continue her nonsense. He pulled her back and said, to be able to handle such monsters, you truly are impressive for your age. It's a trivial matter. Soon you'll understand that taking care of a small blood corpse is nothing. I said this humbly, and then turned to Chu Jiajin. I'd like to ask Mr. Chu for assistance in finding a certain insect. Chu Jiajin glanced at me and laughed heartily. Fox beetles? I have plenty of those in my garden. Aliang, go catch some fox beetles and bring them back. Before long, Aliang returned with a glass jar containing the very fox beetles I needed. Are you planning to eat them? I recalled the scene from the exhibition and was bewildered. I didn't deny it. Instead, I grabbed a fox beetle and tossed it into my mouth. Acquiring the fox beetle's genes was underway, modifying the first-tier generic insect soldier mech, with a modification time of 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. 3 hours for the modification isn't too long. What do you plan to do with the remaining monsters? Shu Jiajin asked, his tone filled with admiration. After all, only those who can swallow bugs without flinching are truly tough. As for that elite, I'll deal with it personally. The other 2 blood corpses can be handled by Mr. Shu and Miss Chu Hui. Upon hearing this, Shu Jiajin frowned tightly. Shu Hui turned pale with fear. What kind of joke is this? How could I handle such a monster? After a moment of silence, Shu Jiajin finally spoke. Are you suggesting we take action because it has something to do with that mech of yours? He suspected that killing a monster might be the key to joining the organization behind me. I chuckled. As expected of a powerful figure in the business world, you've hit the nail on the head. So, Mr. Shu, do you want in? It would be a lie to say I'm not moved. Shu Jiajin was incredibly envious of the mech on Huang Chen, but he also knew that with his own strength, it was impossible to deal with such a monster. Mr. Shu, there's no need to rush your answer, you can think it over. However, my time is limited, and I can only give you 3 hours at most. Huang Chen was not in a hurry, as the modification of the tiger beetle would take some time. No need to think it over, I want this technology or ability. Whatever conditions you have, feel free to put them forward, and I will do my utmost to agree, even if it means giving up all my assets. Shu Jiajin readily agreed. After decades of ups and downs in the business world, he understood the importance of opportunity. As the saying goes, when standing on the crest of a wave, even a pig can take flight. Now, he wanted to be the one to take off. After saying this, he fixed his gaze on Huang Chen, only to find that the other's eyes kept lingering on his daughter. If it's about Chu Hui, I can't agree. I can only help persuade you. Seeing the serious expression on Shu Jiajin's face and the slight blush on Chu Hui's, Huang Chen was taken aback, realizing after a moment that he had misunderstood. The reason he had been staring at Chu Hui was purely because he had no impression of her from his past life. Perhaps Chu Hui had already died before Shu Jiajin left Ning City. Shu Jiajin's wife had passed away early, leaving him with only one daughter. He had always regarded this daughter as his precious jewel. The reason he had left back then was likely related to Chu Hui's death. After all, no one would want to stay in such a sorrowful place. Fortunately, he had been reborn, and this tragedy could be rewritten. As for conditions, to be honest, he really didn't have anything he particularly needed at the moment. After pondering for a moment, Huang Chen finally said, if I need help in the future, I hope Mr. Shu can assist me without considering the cost. This condition seemed simple, but a willingness to incur losses was enough to make anyone think twice, especially for someone like Shu Jiajin, the richest man in Ning City. If others heard this, they would surely think Huang Chen was daydreaming or had lost his mind. Shu Jiajin was silent for a full 3 minutes before nodding in agreement. I agree to your request, even if it costs me my life, but I have one condition, that Chu Hui is not bound by this condition. Dad, what are you saying? Chu Hui's eyes turned red as she rushed into Shu Jiajin's arms, tears streaming down her face. That's fine. Huang Chen smiled slightly. This condition was far more precious to him than any wealth. It's getting late, Mr. Shu, would you like to eat something? Eat? What should we eat? Shu Jiajin looked bewildered, a bit confused by Huang Chen's sudden shift. Of course, just as Huang Chen was about to explain, he suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. He had a premonition that if he revealed that key piece of information, he would surely be erased by the omnipresent cosmic will. He knew he could, but he couldn't disclose it to others in advance. He looked up at the sky, unable to suppress a cold smile. The reason Blue Star had undergone such changes was due to the meddling of the cosmic will above. In his past life, his strength was not top tier, and he couldn't reach that level. Now that he was reborn, he wanted to see what this so-called cosmic will really was. Taking a deep breath, Huang Chen replied calmly, just something good to eat. Shu Jiajin had been in business for many years and had long developed the ability to read people's expressions. Even without Huang Chen saying anything, he could grasp the situation and immediately instructed his subordinates to prepare. After doing all this, he cautiously asked, Huang Chen, what exactly did you mean by the apocalypse you mentioned earlier? Huang Chen fell silent for a moment. This time, there was no warning from the cosmic will, so it seemed he could speak. At noon 2 days from now, the sun will turn blood red, and at that time, most living beings will undergo mutations, with blood corpses being the most common type. Those who do not mutate will awaken various types of their own mechs. Shu Jiajin and Chu Hui's expressions stiffened, both seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. Suddenly, Shu Jiajin realized he had guessed wrong and hurriedly asked, the destined mech can awaken early, right? The requirement is to kill the mutated creatures in advance. Huang Chen nodded, talking to a smart person was easy, just a hint and they understood. Since creatures could mutate early, humans could naturally awaken their destined mechs early as well. Awakening early, let's have something good. Chu Jiajin murmured, his body trembling suddenly. He wasn't a fool and immediately realized there must be a connection between the two. He waved to a Liang, passed the word down, stew the pair of mammoth tusks and the Argentavis fossil from the collection room together. A Liang was startled, eat fossils? His boss must be crazy. Chu Jiajin also realized that gnawing on bones was a bit unrealistic and added, grind them all into powder, stew them into the soup, and you keep an eye on it. Once it's done, send it over immediately. Yes. Watching a Liang's departing figure, Huang Chen nodded secretly. This was something Chu Jiajin figured out himself. He couldn't blame anyone else. Whether it was the mammoth or the Argentavis, both were extremely powerful beasts, and it seemed that in this life, Chu Jiajin's strength needed to improve. The three chatted for a while when suddenly they heard a noisy commotion coming from the entrance of the botanical garden. Shu Hui, Shu Hui. Immediately after, a figure holding fresh flowers, someone Huang Chen did not expect, appeared before them. Shu Hui, so you really are here. I told them they didn't have the guts to lie to me. And Han Hai jogged up to Chu Hui, eager and polite. Why are you here again? I already said I don't like you, stop pestering me. Chu Hui's expression turned cold, giving an Han Hai no face at all. And Han Hai wasn't angry, chuckling instead. Just then, he noticed Huang Chen standing with Chu Jiajin, and his face instantly darkened, like a storm was about to break. You little brat, I haven't come looking for you, and you've come knocking on my door. And Han Hai, that's my dad's guest, don't make a scene here. Hearing Chu Hui's response, Chu Jiajin shook his head helplessly. His silly daughter was good in every way, but she still needed to work on her social skills. Huang Chen was about the same age as her and not bad-looking. With such favoritism, it was no wonder that the infamily kid would be jealous. Besides, the two had clashed before. Wasn't this just adding fuel to the fire? Guessed? Sure enough, and Han Hai snorted, Uncle Chu, don't be fooled by this guy. That mech of his is just a bluff. At most, it has a bit of strength, but it has no practical use. When he first saw the mech in action, and Han Hai was indeed quite scared, but after thinking it over, he realized that the mech had significant limitations, the most important being its lack of agility and speed. If he found a few people trained with firearms, a round of fire would surely take it down. Thinking of this, he turned to the 5 bodyguards behind him. After the exhibition incident, he had increased the security. All 5 were equipped with firearms. Although they were handguns, they could fire in rapid succession, and the recoil was minimal, delivering explosive output instantly. He was confident that with these 5 guns, the Tinkin mech was nothing to worry about. Huang Chen would definitely be begging him for mercy. Alright, Han Hai, Uncle Chu as guests today, and if the hospitality is lacking, please bear with it, Chu Jiajin said with a smile. In the past, and Han Hai's value would have been higher, but now, Huang Chen was more important. Sensing his neglect and distance, and Han Hai was furious. He believed that the root of all this was Huang Chen. Kid, I will absolutely not let you deceive Uncle Chu and Chu Hui. If you have the guts, show me that piece of scrap metal and see if I can turn you into a sieve. And Han Hai raised his hand, and the bodyguard behind him immediately drew a pistol and aimed it at Huang Chen. Crash! The black-clad bodyguards surrounding Huang Chen reacted similarly, raising their guns in confrontation. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense and anxious. Chu Jiajin's face showed displeasure. This was his territory, after all, and in Han Hai's actions clearly indicated he did not regard him highly. Just as he was about to reprimand, he was stopped by Huang Chen. Huang Chen glanced at the countdown timer, which had half a minute left, and revealed a brilliant smile. Then let's see what happens. The Tianyu mecha activated, not to mention a pistol, even a missile could be taken head-on. But he was more interested in testing the new form of the mecha. A new type of mecha focused on agility should have no problem dodging bullets, right? At that moment, a familiar prompt sounded in his ear. Tiger Beetle gene absorption complete. First level Universal Insect Soldier Mecha has evolved into Thunder Flash Mecha form. Name, Thunder Flash Mecha. Level, First level, Strength, 8, Defense, 3, Agility, 30, Mystery, 0, Exclusive Module, Thunder Flash, Burst Speed increased by 30%, Flexibility increased by 20%, can continue to improve after mecha evolution. The mecha attributes were indeed as Huang Chen expected, with agility being the highest, and the exclusive module enhancing burst speed and flexibility. This allowed him to master the mecha in greater detail, enabling him to perform many high-difficulty maneuvers. It is said that mechas are extensions of the human body, but they are also subject to many limitations. Some movements that humans can easily perform may not be achievable by mechas. For example, the most common duck sitting. This is related to the flexibility of the mecha. Undoubtedly, the more agile the mecha, the greater its power. The same goes for burst speed. Now, only the mystery attribute remains unopened. This will likely only be useful after the third mutation. For now, I will focus on the 3 basic attributes. As long as I can switch forms quickly, my strength is no less than that of a second-level mecha, and I might even be stronger. With this thought, Huang Qin took a few steps forward, his gaze sharp as he looked at Enhanhai. I'll reveal the mecha. As long as you hit me once, I'll consider it a loss. No way, that would be too easy for you. Enhanhai flatly refused, then revealed a somewhat malicious grin. If I hit you, then you have to crawl out of here. After all, there's no one else in this botanical garden, no one will see your disgrace. Though he said this, he secretly signaled his bodyguard to activate the mini camera they carried to record Huang Chen's appearance later. Fine, if I win, you have to bark like a dog 5 times. After all, you are just a lapdog, so consider it returning to your nature. Who are you calling a lapdog? My feelings for Chu Hui are genuine. And Enhanhai immediately defended himself. Huang Qin couldn't be bothered to respond. If it weren't for the fact that he would need the mecha core for future upgrades, he wouldn't waste so many words. With a thought, a mecha with a green exterior and purple lightning patterns automatically attached itself to him. As soon as the mecha settled on him, Huang Qin felt as if his body was as light as a feather. It seemed that with just a gentle breeze, he could fly away immediately. This Thunder Flash mecha was even more powerful than he had anticipated. Enough talk, let's go! Huang Qin shouted, his body coiled and ready to spring, and Enhanhai stopped hesitating and waved his hand downwards. Bang 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 bang! A series of gunshots rang out rapidly. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, in an instant, Huang Qin felt everything around him slow down. Dozens of bullets flew in from different directions, but they all seemed to freeze in midair. He could even clearly see the trajectory of each bullet. He sidestepped. All the bullets instantly embedded themselves into the wall behind him. Seeing this scene, Enhanhai was so frightened that his eyes nearly bulged out. The bullets had actually been dodged. Chu Jiazhen also trembled. The brand new mech appeared to be in an agile form. This completely dispelled his doubts. Like Enhanhai, he noticed that the giant mech's movements were somewhat clumsy. Now he understood that Huang Qin had a faster mech, which he simply hadn't revealed until now. This was also due to his limited understanding of his own life mech. If this were his past life, the survivors witnessing this scene would surely be shocked to the point of questioning their existence. Aside from a few gifted individuals, most people only had one life mech. To achieve different forms, one could only enhance it through materials or add auxiliary modules. Generally speaking, this meant multiple patterns or multiple parts. It was almost unheard of for someone like Huang Qin to completely replace everything from head to toe. All the bullets were dodged. There was no doubt that Enhanhai had lost. Thinking about having to bark like a dog in front of so many people, Enhanhai's face turned red, even reaching a purplish hue. He glared fiercely at Huang Qin, his eyes filled with a hint of threat. If Huang Qin backed down and didn't let him fulfill the bet, he could still take it easy in the future. But Huang Qin did not comply with his wishes and said, Enhanhai, young masterin, since you've lost, let's fulfill the bet. Chu Jiazhen wanted to ease the tension between the two, but when faced with Huang Qin's cold, emotionless gaze, he hesitated. At that moment, he truly felt a bit afraid of the young man before him. Woof 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 woof. Like it was scalding his mouth, Enhanhai quickly growled a few times and left in embarrassment with his subordinates. Only Huang Qin remained. He certainly wouldn't admit to the bet, but with Chu Jiazhen and Chu Hui nearby, he had no choice but to acknowledge it. On the way back, Enhanhai happened to run into a Liang, who was returning. Young masterin, take care. A Liang greeted him habitually. Take care, your grandpa. Enhanhai shouted angrily, feeling frustrated. Watching his departing figure, a Liang spat lightly. What a joke, if Miss Chu Hui followed you, that would be a disaster. Luckily, the boss has foresight. Carrying the prepared delicacies, a Liang returned to the mushroom pavilion. Even if they weren't hungry, Chu Jiazhen and Chu Hui still ate a lot. Roar! Roar! After 2 screams, the remaining 2 blood corpses had their limbs broken by Huang Qin, and half of their bodies were smashed. At this moment, lying on the ground, their life force gradually weakened. Chu Jiazhen received a signal and walked into the room with a half-person high hammer. Smash it! Huang Qin crossed his arms and stood aside. Chu Jiazhen was also a tough guy. Even though the blood corpses looked terrifying, he still swung down without hesitation. Splat! A spray of blood splattered out, hitting him in the face. Wiping the blood off his face, Chu Jiazhen's expression brightened, and the corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. Congratulations, President Chu, you've awakened your mech early, becoming a pioneer before the apocalypse arrives. Huang Qin clapped, then gestured for Chu Hui to take action. Compared to an old hand like Chu Jiazhen, Chu Hui's mental fortitude was much weaker, but she had been carefully trained since childhood and quickly overcame her psychological barriers, smashing down as well. Picking up the blood cores that the two blood corpses had exploded, Huang Chen quietly waited for the two to summon their mechs. Before long, after a flash of light, two imposing mechs appeared in the room. Shu Jiazhen's mech was primarily gray and white, featuring armor similar to an exoskeleton, with the most striking elements being the huge ivory tusks on both shoulders. The tusks were black and gray, shimmering with a metallic cold light, exuding a hint of chill. The mech stood about 5 meters tall. If the room weren't large enough, he would probably have to crouch to display it. In comparison, Shu Hui's mech appeared relatively petite. Of course, this petite size was only in relation to his. Shu Hui's mech stood 3 meters tall, with smooth and elegant lines, draped in gray-red feathers and sporting a pair of massive steel wings. Its feet were not flat but resembled sharp claws, giving it a fearsome appearance. It was needless to say that Huang Chen could tell that Shu Jiazhen had absorbed the genes of a mammoth, while Chu Hui had absorbed the genes of an Argentavis. As long as no one eats a dinosaur or something, this should be considered the top-tier animal genes, right? Most ordinary people primarily consumed pork, beef, and lamb, which were the standard meats in human society. Of course, a few would eat frog legs, snake meat, or dog meat. Very few would ever eat mammoth or the fossils of ancient creatures, not for any other reason, but simply because they were extremely unpalatable. With the mech awakening early, Shu Jiazhen no longer doubted Huang Chen's talk of the apocalypse. With a mech already out, wasn't it quite normal to have an apocalypse? At this moment, his fondness for Huang Chen was nearly at its peak. If Huang Chen truly had feelings for his daughter, it didn't seem impossible. Alright, you two get familiar with your mechs first. I'll go deal with Captain Lisa, and I hope she won't hold it against me. The two moved their arms and twisted their hips for a bit, but Huang Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer and headed straight to the deepest part of the building. Before the mutation, Lisa had already realized that her condition was abnormal and had voluntarily entered a specially designed room. Otherwise, Shu Jiazhen might not have been able to control her. As soon as he opened the door, a shadow lunged at him. What incredible speed! Huang Chen was startled but not afraid. He twisted his body to dodge the shadow's charge, then powered his legs, propelling himself like a spring compressed to its limit, instantly appearing beside Lisa. As the security captain, Lisa's qualities were top-notch, and the blood corpse transformed from her was even more difficult to deal with. Seeing a creature close in, she quickly kicked out, trying to repel it. Huang Chen exhaled softly, and the azure-purple Thunder Flash mech instantly transformed into the black and white Tianyu mech. He then raised his arm, bracing himself against the whip-like kick. Boom! The moment they made contact, a sharp sound of air bursting echoed throughout the building. Shu Jiazhen and Shu Hui, who were studying the mechs, tensed at the sound of the explosion. The strength of an elite-level mutant is formidable. If Huang Chen can't handle it, that would be disastrous. I'll go help him. You should leave here first. Shu Jiazhen dropped to all fours, charging like a mammoth into the depths of the building. Hearing his words, Shu Hui pouted slightly. I've awakened my own mech. How could I leave first? With that, she spread her wings and followed in Shu Jiazhen's footsteps. They initially thought Huang Chen would be struggling, but when they arrived, they found that with the high agility advantage of the mech, the mutated Lisa couldn't even touch Huang Chen at all. Instead, after a prolonged struggle, Lisa was covered in various wounds, dark red blood continuously oozing from her body. She's almost out of stamina. If it weren't for her lack of offensive means, I would have dealt with her long ago. Huang Chen flashed and appeared behind Lisa. His speed was so quick that Lisa didn't even have time to react. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly switched back to the Titan mech and delivered a heavy punch. Even though Lisa's body could withstand bullet attacks, under this punch, it was no different from tofu, easily pierced through. Kill Elite Mutant Blood Corpse, Level 1, Materials obtained, Agile Blood Core *2, Defensive Blood Core *1, Blood Colored Bones *5, Claw Form, Blueprint, *1. As Lisa fell to the ground, a variety of colored loot items appeared. Material name, blood-colored bone, quality, ordinary, type, material, effect, comes from the bones of blood corpses, very hard, can be used as a mecha enhancement material or to craft certain blueprints. The drop rate for blood-colored bones isn't high, and Huang Chen didn't expect to find them so quickly. In the early stages of mecha upgrading, this is an indispensable enhancement material, so the more, the better. However, what excited Huang Chen even more was that blueprint. His mecha had always lacked effective means of attack, and the appearance of the claw form could be said to have solved an urgent problem. Blueprint name, claw form, quality, ordinary, type, blueprint, effect, expands into a razor-sharp claw for attack. Required materials, strength blood core *2, agility blood core *1, blood colored bone *3. Glancing at the materials needed to craft the claw form, Huang Chen felt a surge of excitement. He happened to have all these materials and could craft it on the spot. The mecha was equipped with a small storage space that could hold small items. The strength blood cores he had scavenged from those 2 blood corpses were stored inside. Taking out the strength blood cores, Huang Chen placed all the materials on a light blue blueprint. A flash of white light passed, and the blueprint and materials disappeared, replaced by a rectangular metal strip. He placed the metal strip on his right hand, and with a click, the metal strip fused with his hand. With a thought, the metal strip unfolded, revealing 3 sharp claws that popped out, looking similar to Wolverine's. He gently waved at the wall, and the wall made of high-quality steel was instantly marked with 3 deep grooves. If this were used on a blood corpse, it could easily disembowel it. Seeing such astonishing power, even Chu Jiazhen was shocked. No one understood the hardness of those walls better than him. He had previously conducted experiments, and even with armor-piercing rounds, he could only leave a negligible dent. But now, that wall felt as flimsy as paper in Huang Chen's hands. It was no wonder he was astonished. After understanding the attack power of the claws, Huang Chen switched to the Thunder Flash Mecha form, crushing the defense blood core and dripping the blood onto the mecha. A human in full defensive gear has a defense power of about 1 point, while the Thunder Flash Mecha only has 3 points, which clearly shows its fragility. Consume defense blood core *1, defense attribute +1, with 1 agility blood core left. Huang Chen further enhanced the giant god mecha. This brought the agility attribute of the giant god mecha to 5 points, which was temporarily sufficient. As the familiar sound of enhancement faded, he let out a breath and released the mecha form. With all the blood corpses dealt with, it was time to prepare for the impending global mutation. Huang Chen, what's that on the back of your hand? At that moment, Chu Hui, who had also released her mecha, suddenly exclaimed, "Ha, the back of my hand?" Huang Chen instinctively looked at the back of his hand. A blood-red, curved hook-like pattern had suddenly appeared on his originally pure white hand. Upon closer inspection, the curved pattern resembled a protruding fang. The moment he saw this pattern, Huang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints. Leader's mark. Above elite-level monsters is the leader level. They inherently possess the ability to control their kin and have extremely high intelligence. In addition, they can bestow a mark on their subordinates to convey information. No wonder Lisa had turned into an elite-level monster. It turned out she had received a mark from a leader-level monster. Now that he had killed Lisa, this mark had transferred to him. Looking at the mark on the back of his hand, Huang Chen felt a headache coming on. The evolution speed of leader-level monsters is completely unreasonable. They could potentially level up in just a few days. No wonder he had hardly heard any news about Ning City later on. Perhaps at that time, Ning City was destroyed by this leader-level monster. In trouble? If you need my help, just say it. Seeing Huang Chen's grim expression, Chu Jiazhen immediately said. Huang Chen nodded. There are indeed 2 things. The first thing is to help me find an abandoned building, transport some water, food, and basic living supplies into it. The second thing is to check if there have been any recent cases of human disappearances in Ning City, and identify the areas where these cases are most frequent. I want to find a rather unique blood corpse. Chu Jiazhen readily agreed and sent a Liang to handle it. The first task was easy to solve. Chu Jiazhen's business scope included real estate and catering, and soon he found an abandoned unfinished building. After reinforcement, it could be used as a temporary shelter. As for the second task, after donating 100 million to the local security bureau, it was resolved immediately. With the apocalypse approaching, his attitude towards money was even more relaxed than Huang Chen's. Spending 100 million to accomplish one of Huang Chen's tasks was definitely a profitable deal. Soon, a report was sent to Huang Chen's phone. Above elite-level monsters are leader-level ones. They inherently possess the ability to manipulate their kin and have a higher IQ than ordinary monsters. In addition, they can bestow a mark on their subordinates to convey information. No wonder Lisa became an elite-level monster. It turned out she had received a mark from a leader-level monster. Now that he had killed Lisa, this mark had transferred to him. Looking at the mark on the back of his hand, Huang Chen felt a headache coming on. The evolution speed of leader-level monsters was completely unreasonable. They could potentially advance a level in just a few days. No wonder he had hardly heard any news about Ning City later on. Perhaps at that time, Ning City was destroyed by this leader-level monster. In trouble? If you need my help, just say it. Seeing Huang Chen's grim expression, Chu Jiazhen immediately said. Huang Chen nodded. There are indeed 2 things. The first thing is to help me find an abandoned building, transport some water, food, and basic living supplies into it. The second thing is to check if there have been any recent cases of human disappearances in Ning City, and identify the areas where these cases are most frequent. I want to find a rather unique blood corpse. Chu Jiazhen readily agreed and sent a Liang to handle it. The first task was easy to solve. Chu Jiaxin's business scope included real estate and catering, and soon he found an abandoned unfinished building. After reinforcement, it could be used as a temporary shelter. As for the second task, after donating 100 million to the local security bureau, it was resolved immediately. With the apocalypse approaching, his attitude towards money was even more relaxed than Huang Chen's. Spending 100 million to accomplish one of Huang Chen's tasks was definitely a profitable deal. Soon, a report was sent to Huang Chen's phone. Seeing the points marked on the map, Huang Chen asked Chu Jiaxin to send someone to investigate if there were any unusual places. He himself was not idle, marking out several areas where disappearances were most frequent and checking them one by one. The next evening, Huang Chen yawned and dragged his weary body back to the botanical garden. He had checked several places and found no abnormalities. The intelligence of this leader-level monster was far beyond his expectations. Still no results? I'll send more people out to investigate. Chu Jiaxin noticed Huang Chen's worries and frowned. No need, tomorrow is the global anomaly. Let's prepare to welcome this apocalypse first. Just a leader-level monster, with his super god-level insect race dominion talent, Huang Chen didn't believe he was not a match. That's fine. By the way, the place you requested has been set up. I'll have a Liang take you there later. Chu Jiaxin nodded first, then with a hint of confusion, asked, the building is so conspicuous. Why not choose a defensive structure like a basement? Huang Chen's expression was serious as he explained, after the anomaly begins, the properties of most materials will fundamentally change. In other words, technological items will lose their effectiveness, and visibility in underground structures will be limited. Once surrounded, the only outcome is death. The buildings above ground have a wide field of vision. Although they are larger targets, they also provide better hiding spots. Moreover, there's a more important point. The underground creatures are not any fewer than those on the surface. After their mutation, the so-called underground defensive structures become a joke. Huang Chen clearly remembered that in his past life, there was an underground shelter that ultimately fell to the mutated worms. When it came to mutated creatures, one couldn't just think about hiding, one had to take the initiative to strike in order to have a glimmer of hope. I've learned a lot. It seems my understanding of the apocalypse is still insufficient. Chu Jiaxin had initially thought about building an underground shelter, but upon hearing Huang Chen's words, he immediately gave up. Fortunately, he had made 2 preparations in advance, otherwise, he would have been left dumbfounded at this moment. Without saying much, under Liang's guidance, Huang Chen quickly arrived in front of the abandoned building. The building had 8 floors, with the top 3 and bottom 3 floors remaining unchanged, while the 4th and 5th floors were surrounded by a layer of steel plates, looking quite defensively solid. Upon entering the building, 10 giant generators came into view, along with 2 small sewage purifiers. Although he knew these 2 items would have little use after the mutation, Huang Chen was still very satisfied with Chu Jiaxin's arrangements. He looked at Liang and instructed, alright, you go back and prepare. Remember, if anyone around you shows any abnormalities, take action immediately without the slightest hesitation. This is not a zombie situation, and there is no antidote. Once mutated, death is certain. Yes, Mr. Huang Chen. Liang nodded heavily, his respect for Huang Chen increasing further. Time passed slowly, and soon, red light began to appear on the horizon, followed by a complete brightness. Ordinary people were still unaware of the apocalypse, going about their daily lives as usual, clocking in for work under the sun. However, Chu Jiaxin's actions attracted a lot of attention, with many factions sending trusted individuals to inquire. The entire Ning city had a feeling of an impending storm. At 11 o'clock, with only an hour left until the official mutation, Huang Chen took out his phone and dialed a number. On the other end was none other than the current leader of Ning City, Fuan. Hello, this is Fuan. Fuan's usual voice carried authority and calmness, but at this moment, even an ordinary person who had never experienced the world could hear the panic in his tone. No need for extra words, notify everyone to begin citywide martial law. I'm not exaggerating. Huang Chen's calm voice rang out. He didn't have the ability to stop this disaster, but with preparation, perhaps he could reduce some casualties. The reason he hadn't informed anyone earlier was that he was worried the entire Ning city would fall into chaos. In the office, Fuan suddenly fell silent. If someone had told him 2 hours ago that the apocalypse was imminent, he would have certainly not believed it. But since it was Chu Jiaxin saying it, the weight was different. Coupled with the mysterious mecha the other party had displayed and the recent incidents of monsters injuring people, all the clues combined made disbelief futile. Your Excellency, since the apocalypse is approaching, we should work together. I wonder if you would be interested in temporarily serving as the honorary inspector of Ning City? Fuan was the inspector, holding absolute authority in Ning City. Offering an honorary title, although a bit exaggerated, was a matter of urgency, and there was no other way. He urgently needed to know everything about this apocalypse, what caused it, when it would end, and how much damage it would inflict on Ning City. These were all things he needed to consider. Honorary Inspector? Huang Chen smiled faintly, his heart undisturbed. In his previous life, he was a king who ruled over a vast domain. Not to mention this mere title, even if it were a true inspector, he wouldn't care. Fu, prepare yourself, the world is about to change. Huang Chen hung up the phone and tossed it aside. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Now, they could only accept their fates. Hearing the phone disconnect, Fuan was eager to investigate Huang Chen's true identity, but there was an even bigger mess in front of him that urgently needed his attention. Pass the order down. The entire city is to enter a state of emergency. Yes, a voice responded from outside the door. Before long, air raid sirens blared, and squads of soldiers armed with guns marched into the streets, beginning to impose control. People walked out of the office building with confused expressions, unaware of what was happening. Some clever ones had already started making phone calls, their voices trembling with concern. Hello, what's happening? Someone bravely stopped a soldier to ask. I'm not sure, all I know is that gatherings are not allowed, and everyone must return to their homes. The soldier finished speaking and quickly left with his weapon. Buzzing. Suddenly, a row of helicopters flew overhead, continuously circling in the air. At this moment, even the dullest person could sense that something was wrong. Everyone couldn't help but quicken their pace, returning home under the military's command. They thought other countries were about to go to war with the Dragon Country, unaware that what was about to happen was even more terrifying than they could imagine. Before long, the streets were deserted, quiet enough to hear the sound of the wind blowing. At this time, only 10 minutes remained until midnight. The once brilliant sun now seemed to be shrouded in a layer of red gauze, making it hard to see clearly. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a deafening roar. A great upheaval officially began. Even with prior control measures, the entire Ning City was thrown into chaos. The blood corpses created by the upheaval rampaged through the streets, continuously attacking the defensive lines formed by the soldiers. In a certain room, the boyfriend, Xiao Yi, looked terrified, gripping a baseball bat tightly, cautiously observing everything outside through the curtain's gap. Oh my, it's like zombies are surrounding the city. Luckily, we haven't been infected, otherwise, it would be terrible. Xiao Yi muttered to himself while observing. He didn't know that his girlfriend behind him was undergoing a transformation. By the way, I just ordered 3 cups of chicken, it tastes good. If you're hungry, you can eat some first. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and turned his head to say, but instead of his girlfriend's charming face, he was met with a terrifying monster, large and covered in grotesque lumps of flesh. Roar! The monster let out a roar and lunged at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's mind went blank in an instant. Fortunately, at the last moment, he reacted and shouted, "A coon!" A surge of unnamed fury filled his heart, and in that instant, he felt a power erupting from within him. As light burst forth, the next second, a yellow mech appeared, pinning the monster firmly to the ground. "I'm sorry, A coon, I'm here to help you be free." Xiao Yi raised his right hand, transforming it into a sharp beak, and struck down fiercely. The same scene played out in many places. As the blood corpses appeared, humanity's destined mechs began to awaken. Huang Chen arrived at the top floor of an abandoned building, overlooking everything happening in the distance. During the last apocalypse, he was too busy fleeing to observe properly. But now, human civilization had been destroyed. How many people had lost their loved ones, and how many were forced to turn against those they cherished most? Such a horrific scene stemmed from a damn cosmic will. I must see what this cosmic will truly is. At this moment, his heart was unwaveringly resolute. In the midst of chaos, the most terrifying thing is not the lack of food, but the absence of a goal, living in a daze day after day. The turmoil continued into the afternoon, showing no signs of stopping. Huang Chen took out a can of braised pork, heated it slightly, and enjoyed it. The generator and water purifier had completely failed, but the food had not been greatly affected, which could be considered a small blessing in misfortune. If the nature of food were to change, humanity would truly have no way to survive. Big brother, yesterday I saw a lot of people pulling things in here, and there are steel plates covering it, so there must be good stuff inside. Right, I said you're the smartest among us, this cleverness is unmatched by the others. Big brother, what if there are people up there? Fool, we're lucky to have awakened that so-called life mech. We could easily smash a small car, who could possibly be our match? Big brother is wise, if there are people up there, let them get lost, if they don't know how to take a hint, then we'll give them a beating. Outside, a noisy commotion erupted. Huang Chen paused for a moment, then continued eating as if nothing had happened. Now was the early days of the apocalypse, with giant mechs and heavenly mechs around. He feared no one, even a group attack was the same. If those few truly didn't know what was good for them and provoked him, they could only regret it in their next life. Boss, there's a girl here, wow, she's quite pretty. Let me see, indeed, is the young lady alone? It's so dangerous outside now, why not stick with us? We'll definitely keep you safe. As soon as the man's voice fell, the sound of a chaotic fight broke out. Soon, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Then, a pure white mech appeared. Upon seeing Huang Chen here, the white mech paused. It seemed surprised that there were still people in this abandoned building. After a moment of hesitation, it continued to rush upward. Not long after the white mech left, 5 mechs with a black-brown exterior and long hair appeared at the staircase. Is this animal a wild boar? Huang Chen recognized the origins of these mechs at a glance, having seen many in his past life. Wow, the girl turned into a man, this is a big transformation, the leading mech muttered. By the sound, it should be the previous big brother. Big brother, there's food, just one person. A younger brother exclaimed in surprise. Bro, you can't finish all this food by yourself, how about we share it? You give us food, we'll give you the girl, I'll go first, you second. The big brother stopped chasing and walked over to Huang Chen with a smile. After all, there was only this one staircase. Unless the woman who ran upstairs jumped down, they would definitely be able to corner the other party. Huang Chen slurped and drank all the meat juice from the can, casually saying, why should I share my things with you? Since you're not willing to share, don't blame me for being ruthless as the big brother. After all, my brothers need to eat too. The big brother crouched down and charged forward. As the saying goes, a wild boar is more fearsome than a tiger or a bear. Once a wild boar charges, even the king of beasts, the tiger, must avoid its edge. The thunder flash mech combined, and Huang Chen took a couple of steps, easily dodging the charge. Bang! The big brother, losing his target, crashed into an unpainted concrete wall, creating a huge dent along with the reinforced steel plates outside. The other 3 younger brothers also charged at the same time, rushing in like a herd of wild boars. Huang Chen was unhurried, his figure flickering, effortlessly avoiding their collisions. Damn it, kid, do you only know how to run? Come and fight me. The big brother adjusted his stance and charged again. Huang Chen chuckled, and the thunder flash mech automatically transformed into the giant god mech. He propped himself up with one hand, using just one hand to block the impact from the elder brother. Hiss! The 4 little brothers were momentarily stunned. The elder brother, who couldn't even be stopped by steel plates, was actually halted by a single hand. Then, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. Huang Chen's arm suddenly transformed into a sharp claw, slicing across the elder brother. After a shower of sparks, the elder brother collapsed to the ground, his mech armor shattering with a loud crash, turning into a small object resembling a Rubik's Cube. Kill mech operator Wang Hu. First stage, obtain first stage mech core. Retrieving the mech core, Huang Chen turned his gaze to the remaining 4. My god, run! This guy is not human. Huang Xia roared, frantically fleeing outside. Huang Chen didn't give them a chance, transforming into the thunder flash mech to take them down one by one. Although it only required 2 mech cores to advance to the second stage, he currently had 3 mechs, and he might need 6 mech cores. He couldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. After dealing with everyone, he slowly ascended the stairs and happened to see a white mech peeking out. It's safe now, come down. I give you 2 choices. 1, leave here but do not expose its existence, or I will kill you myself. 2, stay here, help me keep watch, and do some odd jobs. The reward is food and water. As he saw the white mech descend, Huang Chen spoke. His voice was very calm, not at all like someone who had just killed. In fact, those who had survived for decades after the apocalypse would not feel a hint of fear or worry. I am willing to stay here. My name is Guan Xilan. Guan Xilan's eyes quickly recovered from terror, regaining clarity. Whether it was his powerful combat ability or the abundant food supplies here, everything indicated Huang Chen's strength. In the face of the apocalypse, with her parents transformed into unrecognizable monsters, she could only rely on Huang Chen to survive. Guan Xilan? That name sounds familiar. I think I saw a paper on insect behavior research before, and the second author was named that. While thinking, Guan Xilan released her mech form, revealing her original appearance. Seeing her face, Huang Chen suddenly remembered a photo he had seen. That paper, The Impact of Urbanization on Native Insect Diversity from an Ecological Perspective. The second author is you, right? Yes, that's me, but that was my work from 3 years ago. Guan Xilan replied cautiously, unsure why Huang Chen suddenly asked about it. So it really is her. It seems my next choice of insects finally has direction. Huang Chen's spirits lifted. This gain was far better than those mech cores. With Guan Xilan, the insects he could choose from were not limited to those existing in nature. He could focus on cultivating special types of insects. Absorbing the genes of those unique insects was the true use of the super divine talent of the insect race's dominion. He had to keep Guan Xilan. Now that the mysterious item hadn't appeared yet, he could wait a while to find a demonic manuscript and then sign a contract with Guan Xilan. That would be perfect. After waiting for 2 hours in the abandoned building, Huang Chen stood up, and the Thunder Flash Mech automatically attached itself. The situation had stabilized, and it was time to go out and hunt monsters to obtain materials for mech enhancement. You wait here, don't make any noise, understood? Okay. Guan Xilan dared not say more, nodding repeatedly. Leaving the abandoned building, Huang Chen rushed towards the area with the most people in the city. The newly formed blood corpses were not very strong, making it a good time to collect enhancement materials. Not far along, he ran into a blood corpse. Without hesitation, the Thunder Flash Mech flashed behind the blood corpse, then transformed into the giant god mech, extending its sharp claws. Hiss! The head of the blood corpse instantly lost 2/3 of its mass. Kill mutated blood corpse, level 1, obtain materials, strength blood core *1, blood colored nail *1 as expected. After the mutation officially began, the drop rate of blood corpses has increased significantly. Picking up the dropped items, Huang Chen set his sights on another blood corpse. Kill mutated blood corpse, level 1, obtain materials, flesh and blood remnants material name, flesh and blood remnants quality, ordinary type, material effect, 100 pieces of flesh and blood remnants can be synthesized into 1 piece of flesh essence, which can slightly enhance mecha attributes. I take back what I just said. I didn't expect that now even the guaranteed blood core is gone. Before the mutation officially began, the drop rate of blood corpses was consistently stable at 1 blood core, but now, while the upper limit has increased, the lower limit has also decreased. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Huang Chen collected the flesh and blood remnants and continued searching for blood corpses. Meanwhile, in an abandoned building, Guan Xilan had not yet recovered from her fear, her body still visibly trembling. Just now, she didn't even dare to breathe, afraid that Huang Chen might kill her if he was displeased. Fortunately, her luck was good, and she had survived. Thinking of this, she took out her phone, preparing to contact the outside world. She didn't dare to reveal her location, she just wanted to see what was happening outside. Those terrifying monsters, and the mecha on her body, all weighed heavily on her heart, making it hard to breathe. When she pulled out her phone, she was completely dumbfounded. Her perfectly fine phone suddenly wouldn't work. Not to mention going online, even turning it on became a luxury. After hesitating for a moment, she stood up to walk over to the window to take a look, but remembering Huang Chen's warning, she sat back down. The supporting characters in movies and TV shows who don't listen to advice often die early. She wasn't foolish and only wanted to live well. Coo coo! At that moment, she suddenly heard a cooing sound from outside the window. Boom! Immediately after, a loud noise erupted, and a section of the steel plate sealing the window suddenly bulged out, as if something had crashed into it. Guan Xilan gasped, and realizing what was happening, she quickly covered her mouth, but it was too late. Clang, clang, clang. A series of continuous crashing sounds rang out, as if someone was using a divine palm to strike the steel plate, leaving one imprint after another. Hearing this terrifying sound, she quietly picked up a sharp stone and gripped it tightly in her hand. Suddenly, the crashing sound stopped. Guan Xilan let out a sigh of relief, thinking the danger had passed. Thud! Just then, the ceiling above her suddenly shook. Unfinished fragments of concrete fell like rain, crackling down. Guan Xilan's face turned pale. That thing couldn't break through the steel plate, so it found a way to break through from above. Compared to the hard steel plate, the strength of the concrete made from cement and sand was quite ordinary. In no time, a hole the size of a basin appeared above her. Through the hole, Guan Xilan finally saw the true form of those creatures. Pigeons, a flock of mutated pigeons. Ordinary pigeons are not very large, easily held in one hand, but the pigeons above her were each as big as an adult golden retriever. The leading pigeon was even the size of a calf, with a pair of crimson eyes radiating a hint of malice. It flapped its wings to push aside the other mutated pigeons and extended its sharp claws to grasp the edge of the hole. With a crunch, a piece of concrete was easily crushed by it. The powder fell down, bringing Guan Xilan despair that was no less than when she was surrounded by 4 men earlier. Those 4 men were lusting after her body, and this flock of mutated pigeons might be after her body too. Get lost, get away! Guan Xilan shouted, picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it at the hole above. Coincidentally, the stone hit the leader pigeon's claw. In an instant, the leader of the pigeons had eyes that turned increasingly crimson, and the speed at which it broke through the stones increased significantly. Seeing this, Guan Xilan felt even more desperate. Was she really going to die here today? Suddenly, she recalled the scene of Huang Chen battling 4 opponents earlier. If Huang Chen were here, perhaps she could still be saved. But how could that be possible? In a daze, she noticed a shadow flickering in the hollow above her, a figure shimmering in black and gold. Then, a piercing scream echoed, pulling Guan Xilan's thoughts back to reality. That is his mecha. That's right, it must be his mecha. Joy surged on Guan Xilan's face as she quickly turned her body to see the battle unfolding above her. On the top floor, Huang Chen grabbed the neck of a mutated pigeon and yanked it fiercely. In an instant, the mutated pigeon's head separated from its body, turning into a pile of lifeless flesh. Kill mutated carrier pigeon, Tier 1, obtain materials, gray feather *1, mutated blood droplet *1. After collecting the dropped items, Huang Chen looked at the leader pigeon among the mutated flock. Another elite-level mutant, I wonder what it will drop. He murmured to himself and charged forward. The fierce and brutal flock of pigeons was as docile as before the mutation under Huang Chen's hands, not stirring up a single wave. Soon, he had killed all the other mutated pigeons, leaving only the last leader pigeon. The leader pigeon realized Huang Chen was not to be trifled with, spread its wings, and flew out of the abandoned building. Thinking of escaping now? Too late. Huang Chen casually picked up a stone slab from the ground and threw it with all his might. The slab struck the leader pigeon just as it was about to take off. With a whimper, the leader pigeon's body plummeted down. Huang Chen followed closely, jumping out of the building and landing on its body. The weight of the mecha, combined with the force of the fall, crushed the leader pigeon's body. Kill elite mutated carrier pigeon, Tier 1, obtain materials, gray feather *5, mutated blood droplet *3, accessory module, eye of detection, white bone bomb, blueprint, *1. Seeing the rewards, Huang Chen was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Setting aside the material drops for now, the gray feathers increased agility, and the mutated blood droplets enhanced strength and defense, all of which needed processing before use. The eye of detection was a great item. It could not only probe the basic information of mutated creatures but also reduce one's own presence, with outstanding stealth effects, making it one of the early game's essential skills. The white bone bomb was equally impressive compared to the eye of detection, with tremendous explosive power, making it very useful for clearing weak mutated blood corpses. If used properly, a single white bone bomb could easily take out several blood corpses. Moreover, this blueprint could be reused, and with it, he could quickly accumulate wealth in the early stages and upgrade his mecha. He first picked up the eye of detection. Externally, the eye of detection appeared as a simple gray sphere. Pressing it against his eye, the sphere would grow 8 slender mechanical limbs that would penetrate into the original eye structure. The moment it was installed, Huang Chen immediately felt a significant improvement in his vision. He casually scanned the area and spotted a mutated ant in the grass not far away. Name: Giant Mandible Mutated Ant. Level: Ordinary Tier 1. Danger Level: Extremely low. The giant mandible mutated ant emitted a harmless white light, and at that moment, it was gnawing on a grass stem, completely unaware that someone was observing it. Retracting his gaze, Huang Chen opened the attribute panel of the Giant God Mecha. Name: Giant God Mecha. Level: First Rank. Strength 30, Defense 4, Agility 5, Mystery 0, Exclusive Module, Giant God. Attached modules: Claw Form, Eye of Detection, using enhancement materials can only increase attributes by up to 10 points. To gain more attributes, mechas must be upgraded. Although the Zerg Overlord talent is domineering, the consumption is also considerable. All mechas must be upgraded before further enhancements can continue. Looking at the panel, Huang Chen felt both joy and worry. The ability to switch between multiple forms left him without weaknesses, making his combat power formidable. However, he also knew that all mechas needed to be upgraded. There was no situation where one mecha could be upgraded to the highest level before enhancing others. Fortunately, he still had a trump card. He opened the blueprint for the bone bomb. Blueprint name: Bone Bomb. Quality: Fine. Type: Blueprint. Effect: Splashes countless bone fragments for explosive attacks. Required materials: blood-colored bones *2, mutated blood drops *2, blood-stained beast skin *1. The quality levels of the materials and blueprints were similar to the mecha talent levels, with the only difference being that there was a fine level above ordinary, followed by excellent. Mutated blood drops and blood-stained beast skin are common materials. Blood-colored bones are rare, but compared to the value of the bone bomb, they are hardly worth mentioning. The trading system will open tomorrow, so there's no need to rush. Putting away the blueprint, Huang Chen returned to the 5th floor. The rooftop had been significantly damaged by the mutated pigeon swarm, but it could still be repaired, which was a small blessing in misfortune. I didn't do anything. It wasn't summoned by me, Guan Xilan explained tremulously. I know, it's not your fault, there's no need to be afraid. The perception of the mutated monsters was incredibly sharp. Perhaps they had sensed Guan Xilan's presence, which led to their frenzied attack. He believed Guan Xilan was a smart person. After the previous incident, she would definitely not put herself in danger again. Looking at the large hole above, Huang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This place is still not very safe. If only I could carry my house around like a snail, that would be great. Unfortunately, such creatures are probably rare. Besides snails, there's another insect that also carries its house around. Huang Xilan chimed in. That would be wonderful. Suddenly, Huang Chen froze and lunged forward to grab Huang Xilan's arm. Huang Xilan's expression changed, and she instinctively pulled out the stone she had prepared earlier, striking fiercely at the back of Huang Chen's hand. Huang Chen's gaze turned cold as he swatted the stone from her hand. I'm not interested in you. I just want to know what that insect that carries its house is called. Seeing that Huang Chen made no further moves, Huang Xilan finally relaxed and slowly lowered her arm. Then, a strong sense of unwillingness surged within her. Was she really less important than an insect in his eyes? That insect is called a bagworm. Bagworm larvae can spin silk and weave nests using leaves or branches, carrying them as they walk. Huang Xilan explained succinctly, but Huang Chen still sensed the unusual nature of this insect. Is this bagworm widely distributed? Quite widespread, they can be found all over the country. If you see a bag-like thing on a branch, it might just be a bagworm's house. Upon hearing this, Huang Chen showed an awkward expression. He had lived in a big city since childhood and had never seen such an insect. In his previous life, he had seen many, but those insects either had a bunch of eyes or dozens of tentacles, making one's scalp tingle. Compared to them, today's insects seemed like harmless little babies. Huang Chen smiled. He had indeed remembered correctly. He hadn't expected that by casually saving someone, he would end up saving the right person. Bagworm, since that's the case, the next mecha modification slot will be yours. With a goal in mind, Huang Chen no longer hesitated. He slung an iron box over his shoulder and set off again. The reason for his early return was to find a container to store those materials. If it were the later stages of the apocalypse, there would be countless spatial devices, and it wouldn't be so troublesome. But for now, he could only use this primitive and simple method of collection. Taking out the map he had prepared long ago, Huang Chen headed towards the shelter built by Chu Jiazhen. With not enough manpower on his side, the task of searching for the moth still had to be handed over to Chu Jiazhen. He hoped that his manpower was still sufficient, otherwise, his next mech would probably take a long time to be ready. Perhaps he could also seek cooperation with the authorities, but unlike Chu Jiazhen, the authorities had many factions even before the apocalypse began, and now the relationships were even more complicated. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to get involved with them just yet. The battles on the streets had not diminished, in fact, they had intensified. At first, when humanity faced the slaughter of blood corpses and other mutated creatures, they had no power to fight back. But now, after awakening their own mechs, they finally had the strength to resist. Whether it was to avenge their loved ones or to obtain materials for enhancement, everyone had their reasons to fight. Of course, only a few could stand up. Most people still chose to hide and watch. As Huang Chen moved forward, he recalled events from his past life. The first day of the catastrophe was just the beginning. There would be other situations beyond people's imagination, such as the system mall opening tomorrow. The appearance of the system mall was an excellent opportunity for Huang Chen. Originally, if he wanted to sell bone bombs, he would have to trade them one by one. Now that the system mall was open, transactions could be completed online, greatly increasing the speed of making money. The cost of a bone bomb was about 50 energy points, and he planned to sell them for 300 energy points each. A six-fold profit margin was enough for him to make a fortune. And this was just the first step. Having enough energy points meant having enough enhancement materials. This wasn't about cultivating immortality, where one had to slowly practice. As long as he had enough enhancement materials, he could immediately advance to the second tier, ahead of everyone else. These low-tier materials seemed inconspicuous, but they were crucial for upgrading mechs. In his past life, he had been greedy for immediate benefits and sold off many low-tier materials, only to be dumbfounded when he needed them later. He wasted a lot of time before finally completing the mech upgrade. In this life, he was foreseeing and determined to make a big profit from low-tier materials, quickly raising his mech's tier to become the top person in Ning City. With a plan in mind, Huang Chen moved even faster. The Thunder Flash mech darted through the streets like a bolt of lightning. Whether it was blood corpses or humans, they only felt a flash of lightning pass by, and then everything returned to silence, leaving them completely unaware of what had happened. The Mountain River Shelter. Chu Jiazhen established the Mountain River Group, and the shelter was named after it. In the early stages of the mutation, some of his subordinates also underwent changes. However, Liang remembered Huang Chen's instructions and immediately opened fire upon discovering any problems. With Chu Jiazhen and Chu Hui, who had already awakened their mechs, stationed nearby, their losses were not significant. Like Huang Chen, Chu Jiazhen also chose a large building, but it was not an abandoned one. It was a complete building that had not yet been put into use. The top floor of the building had 8 small watchtowers, allowing them to easily see the movements of everyone within hundreds of meters. There's a situation, a mech has appeared 300 meters away, and it's moving very fast. Suddenly, a voice came from one of the watchtowers, followed by an urgent tone. Not good, it's at the entrance. All personnel on alert. Wait, it seems to have stopped. The people above did not dare to be negligent and quickly relayed the message down. At the same time, Shu Jiajin learned of an unexpected guest's intrusion and went outside to see a familiar, purplish-blue mech before his eyes. Alright, no need to be nervous, it's an old friend. Is it Huang Chen? Shu Hui exclaimed in surprise, stepping on a window and jumping straight out. In midair, the giant eagle mech attached itself to her, and she spread her wings, flying directly in front of Huang Chen. It seems you have quite a good grasp of your mech, but remember, don't fly too high, the dangers in the sky are no less than on the ground. Huang Chen retracted his mech and chuckled. Got it. Shu Hui also released her mech form, looking very obedient. In just half a day, she felt as if the sky had fallen. Those around her either underwent mutations or lost contact. Because of this, seeing Huang Chen, a familiar face, brought her such joy. At that moment, Shu Jiajin also walked out of the building. Seeing his daughter chatting so happily with Huang Chen, he smiled knowingly. Huang Chen's mystery and strength left an indelible impression on him, and with his outstanding height and looks, it wouldn't be bad if the two of them could be together. This time, it's really thanks to you, otherwise, many people in Ningxing would surely die. Shu Jiajin stepped forward, patting Huang Chen on the shoulder. Witnessing this scene, a Liang, who stood behind, was shocked. It was the first time he had seen Shu Jiajin place such importance on a young man. However, if the person was Huang Chen, it was not surprising at all. Huang Chen exchanged pleasantries and then stated the purpose of his visit. Silkworm moth? It used to be easy to find, but now it might be a bit troublesome. I'll have someone keep an eye out. Shu Jiajin had long guessed that Huang Chen's mech was related to insects, and since they were currently allies, the stronger Huang Chen was, the more secure his own interests would be, so he readily agreed. After discussing business, Huang Chen opened the iron box he carried and took out 3 items. Mr. Shu, I wonder if your people have come across these 3 materials. I'm willing to exchange a small secret. Oh, let me see. Shu Jiajin glanced at the 3 materials and chuckled. What a coincidence, I have all 3 of these. I wonder what secret you're willing to exchange. As long as you crush the blood core and let the blood flow onto the mech, it can enhance the corresponding attributes. I wonder how much this little secret is worth. Huang Chen did not hide the use of the blood core. Even if he didn't say it, this secret would eventually come to light. Rather than letting it become common knowledge later, it was better to exchange it for some benefits now. Upon hearing this secret, Shu Jiajin was taken aback. He had thought that absorbing the blood core was very complicated, but it turned out to be so simple. After hesitating for a moment, he said, the number of blood-colored bones is limited. I'll give you 8, 10 drops of mutated blood, and 6 pieces of blood-stained beast skin. Is that acceptable? Huang Chen calculated that with these materials plus his own accumulation, he could make 10 white bone bombs, which would be about enough. He also understood that it was the early stage of mutations, and the materials Shu Jiajin could provide were not many. As for ordinary people, there would be even less. After all, it was a no-cost deal, so whatever was offered was fine. Moreover, Shu Jiajin was not his subordinate, they were merely in a cooperative relationship. After receiving the materials, Huang Chen found a room and began to make the white bone bombs. White bone bombs are considered props, and generally, there are 2 ways to make them. One is using blueprints, where you just need to place the materials on the blueprint, which is simple and quick. The other is handmade crafting, which is more troublesome and difficult, but often results in good items. In his past life, many people were handcrafting experts. Even if their mechs were relatively mediocre, they were not lacking in combat power when armed. With a flash of white light, a white bone bomb resembling a miniature skull was completed. Huang Chen quickly made the remaining 9 bone bombs and found Shu Jiajin again. To demonstrate the power of the bone bombs, he even brought in 8 blood corpses. When the bone bomb was thrown, with a loud bang, the 8 blood corpses instantly turned into a pile of unrecognizable minced meat. Shu Jiajin immediately became excited. Huang Chen, how many bone bombs do you have? I want as many as you can give me. As a seasoned businessman, he could see the value of the bone bombs at a glance. Now that the apocalypse had just begun, even those in Mech were still afraid to fight the blood corpses. This greatly increased the value of the bone bombs. Not having to face the blood corpses directly while still causing massive damage was simply a divine weapon. Many people would surely buy some for self-defense. Even if they didn't use them, they could buy them for family and friends. In short, the bone bombs would have no trouble selling. Mr. Shu, don't be in such a hurry. I have a better method. The next day arrived on time, and as expected, aside from the mech attribute page, there was now an additional system mall. A semi-transparent light screen slowly unfolded in front of Huang Chen, and upon opening the system mall, a dazzling array of products immediately appeared. There were not only a large number of food and daily necessities but also various small gadgets, including blueprints and auxiliary modules. Purchasing was simple. One just needed to sell items to the system mall in exchange for energy points. For example, a portion of blood meat remnants could be sold for 1 energy point, and 1 energy point could buy a small food package, which contained enough supplies for 1 person for a day. If one was frugal, it could last for 3 days. If one didn't want to sell to the system mall, they could create their own stall and barter. Although this method was less efficient, the only advantage was that there was no stall fee. With a thought, Huang Chen placed the remaining 9 bone bombs on the newly created stall and then spent 100 energy points to purchase a 10-minute top placement feature. The top placement feature required an auction, with the highest bidder winning, but since the system mall had just opened and everyone was confused, no one participated. Buying a top placement for 100 points is a steal. If this were my past life, it wouldn't even be available for 10,000 energy points. Watching his bone bombs rise to the top of all products, Huang Chen was very satisfied. 300 energy points for a bomb? Are they crazy? I think so too. Isn't this treating people like fools? A large food package costs 30 energy points, enough for me to eat for a month, and 300 energy points would last me a year. Strange, why does his stuff always rank first? I just saw an auction. It seems he auctioned for a top placement for 10 minutes. Spending a large sum to buy a top placement, this bone bomb must be something special, otherwise, it wouldn't cost so much. You get what you pay for. This bone bomb must be a good item, but unfortunately, I sold everything and only have 15 energy points. You're doing better than me. I haven't gone out since yesterday, hiding at home. My neighbor seems to have mutated. A few of us pooled our money to buy one. Let's see how it performs. Is this really the time to talk about these things? There are monsters all over my apartment complex. Who will save me? There's no hope upstairs. Just wait to die. The system mall was divided into 2 parts. The upper part was the product page, and the lower part was a chat box. At this moment, messages were flying by rapidly. Some were discussing the bone bombs, while others were continuously calling for help from the outside world, making the entire chat box chaotic. Huang Chen just glanced at it and then lost interest. The system mall appeared today, and the chat system would open tomorrow. But this was not good news. The more new functions emerge, the faster the speed of biological mutation and evolution, which also means more danger. In less than 3 minutes, the bone bombs were sold out. There were many people without money, but there were also quite a few with money. The cost price of the bone bomb was around 50 points, and Huang Chen did not set the price too high. 300 energy points was nothing to some major forces, and even ordinary people could scrape together enough to buy one. In the West District, within an old residential area, Ran Zijing had just confirmed his decision when he suddenly felt a weight in his hand. Looking up, a peculiar bomb the size of a normal human skull appeared in his hand. Is this the 300-point bone bomb? The brothers beside him crowded around, asking curiously. There were 6 of them in total, all in the same dormitory. They had planned to have a couple of days of fun during the holiday but unexpectedly found themselves trapped here. Outside, there were hordes of blood corpses, and even though each of them had awakened their own mechs, they still dared not act recklessly. Yes, but I don't have high hopes for its power. As long as it makes a big enough noise to draw the blood corpses away from us, that's all that matters. Ran Zijing took a deep breath, and the silver-white mech automatically attached itself to him. The others also summoned their mechs. There weren't many people in this residential area, and even fewer who had mutated. The blood corpses in the entire building had already been cleared out by them. Now, the only tricky part was the group of blood corpses surrounding the outside. They didn't expect the bone bomb to have much power. As Ran Zijing said, it was only meant to draw the blood corpses away, or at least part of them. The 6 of them went to the top floor of the residential building. Ran Zijing observed for a while and then selected a larger group of blood corpses to throw the bone bomb at. The bone bomb traced a graceful arc through the air before falling into the midst of the blood corpses. Boom! In an instant, a deafening sound erupted, and all the blood corpses immediately went into a frenzy, rushing towards the explosion site. Seeing this scene, the expressions on their faces were not of joy but of intense shock. The power of this bomb. Wow, it's a bit much. They could see clearly that at the moment the bone bomb exploded, at least 8 or 9 blood corpses were torn to shreds, and the others suffered varying degrees of damage. This was not just a firecracker that made noise, it was a real bomb. Buy as many as we can, blow those damn things to pieces. The group was filled with excitement. With such a good item available, who would still think about escaping. Of course, they wanted to blow up the blood corpses and reap the rewards. They were not the only ones testing the bone bomb. Other forces also realized its immense potential and contacted Huang Chen to request additional purchases. Huang Chen was also busy. He first used energy points to buy a large amount of materials needed to make the bone bombs, then marked the blueprints and auxiliary modules he needed. Compared to food, the prices of blueprints and auxiliary modules were astonishingly high. Even a single one required thousands of energy points, and better ones were priced in the tens of thousands. He couldn't afford them at the moment and had to set them aside. A series of white lights flashed, and soon, Huang Chen produced 50 more bone bombs and stuffed them into the stall. Almost in an instant, the 50 bone bombs disappeared, replaced by 15,000 energy points. Without delay, aside from a few items priced excessively high, Huang Chen cleared out all the low-tier materials available on the market. The drop rate for the bone bomb blueprints was not low. This was still the early stage of the apocalypse, and after a while, they would lose their value. No, perhaps by tomorrow, they would no longer be worth anything. So he needed to take advantage of the current prices and sell as many as possible. At the same time, at the Fenua shelter, although there had been some chaos in the early stages, Fenua had successfully survived. Of course, this was also closely related to Enhancements' Red Rhino Mech. Without his help, Fenua might truly have disappeared into history. In this apocalyptic time, the strong are revered, and at this moment, he has already become the uncrowned king of Fenua with his formidable strength. Even the few brothers who usually look down on him are now beneath his feet, at his command. It's that Huang Chen again. Why is it always him? Upon seeing the traitor's name, Hai instantly erupted in anger. He was certain that this Huang Chen selling the bone bombs was the same Huang Chen who had humiliated him at the exhibition and the botanical garden. Back then, he couldn't act against Huang Chen, but now it was different. Huang Chen, let me send you a big gift first. And Hai's eyes flickered as he waved to summon a subordinate and whispered a few instructions. Huang Chen was still focused on making the bone bombs, but the chat bar in the system mall had already exploded. There are so many monsters outside, and that guy named Huang Chen just wants to profit from disaster. It's simply shameful. Exactly, why not make the formula for the bone bombs public so everyone can make them and fight against those monsters? Even if he doesn't make the formula public, he should lower the price. I think 30 energy points each is fair. I support the one above. I worked hard all day fighting monsters and only earned 30 energy points. I can't even afford a single bomb. Reject the monopoly, release the formula. Message after message was sent, demanding Huang Chen either make the formula public or lower the price. Chu Jiazhen quickly noticed this phenomenon and hurriedly had a Liang find Huang Chen. Is there something wrong? Huang Chen was somewhat puzzled by a Liang's arrival. Although the bone bombs could be completed using the blueprints, he still needed to supervise the process, otherwise, they wouldn't work effectively. This left him completely unaware of what was happening outside. You should take a look at the chat bar. Many people are demanding you release the formula for the bone bombs, a Liang said indignantly, filled with righteous anger. Upon hearing this, Huang Chen immediately opened the chat area and indeed saw many outrageous comments. One even made him consider pulling out all the energy points he had sold previously. Don't worry about this. Just help me keep an eye on whether there are any missing enhancement materials up there, and don't mind the rest. How could he possibly release the formula for the bone bombs? Huang Chen ignored this group of clowns and listed all the bone bombs he had just made. In the blink of an eye, half of the 100 bone bombs were sold. See, their actions are more honest than their words, Huang Chen chuckled, transferring the 30,000 energy points he had just received to a Liang. Continue to keep an eye on those materials, as long as the price isn't too high, buy them all. Yes. A Liang showed no resistance to Huang Chen's orders. By the way, I noticed some familiar faces spreading the news. They should be from Fenua. Before leaving, a Liang reminded him, Fenua and Hai, that guy still won't give up. I got it, you can go now. After a Liang left, Huang Chen materialized the enhancement materials he had just purchased. Various materials piled together, exuding an indescribable allure. These materials should be able to push the attributes of the Titan Mech to the first tier limit. Buying low and selling high is indeed one of the most profitable methods. A flash of black gold light appeared, and the Titan Mech manifested in the room. Huang Chen sat cross-legged and began absorbing the pile of enhancement materials on the ground. Strength +1, defense +1, defense +1, defense +2, agility +2, agility +1. As all the enhancement materials disappeared, the attributes of the Titan Mech were completely renewed. Name, Giant God Mecha, level, first stage, strength, 35, defense, 10, agility, 10, mystery, 0, exclusive module, giant god, attached modules, claw form, eye of detection. The attribute enhancement has reached its limit. Next comes the mecha upgrade. The so-called upgrade means that the mecha has been reinforced to its maximum, without a breakthrough, it cannot continue to improve. To break through the limit, the first requirement is the mecha core. Thanks to the 4 of them, including the elder brother and the one in yellow shoes, Huang Chen doesn't need to worry about this at all. Taking out a pile of materials along with a cube-shaped mecha core, he calmed himself and officially began the upgrade. Mecha upgrade initiated. Time required for this upgrade, 28h, while Huang Chen was upgrading his mecha, and Hong Hai was throwing a fit in the shelter. He had thought he could annoy Huang Chen, but to his surprise, the other party completely ignored him, making his punch feel like it hit air, leaving him so frustrated he nearly spat blood. "Boss!" Just then, a little brother rushed in from outside, panic mixed with excitement. "Boss, it seems we've discovered an elite monster." "Elite monster?" And Hong Hai instantly became interested. The loot from elite monsters is definitely better than that of ordinary ones. "Let's go, take me to see." Under the guidance of the little brother, he quickly arrived at a park. With the disaster unfolding, not only animals mutated, but even plants were not spared. Just a single blade of grass could grow over 2 meters tall, and those big trees had now crazily grown to dozens of meters, blocking out the sun. The park, once a place for leisure and entertainment, now resembled hell. The elite monster is a spotted deer. Before the mutation, it would bow if given food. It was quite cute. The little brother briefly introduced as they walked. As the weeds were pushed aside, a giant spotted deer over 5 meters tall, with 2 deformed faces, appeared before Hong Hai. "Hiss, this is the cute thing you were talking about?" Seeing this terrifying monster, Hong Hai gasped in shock. However, seeing the helpers he brought, he felt assured. With so many people around, they could definitely take down that monster. "Brothers, charge with me." The red rhino mecha let out a roar, and Hong Hai was the first to rush forward. Like wild boars, the force of the rhino's charge was equally formidable. The sudden attack sent the giant spotted deer flying. The other little brothers seized the opportunity to rush in and attack. Although Hong Hai had a brash and arrogant personality, he was incredibly brave in battle. Relying on his advantages, he quickly pushed the giant spotted deer back. 10 minutes later, the giant spotted deer crashed to the ground, a large amount of materials bursting forth. Among them, something resembling a blueprint caught Hong Hai's attention. "This is the blueprint for a bone bomb? Ha, now I have a blueprint too. Huang Chen, now you have no way out, right?" After putting away the blueprint, he immediately sent his little brother to gather materials in the market. Soon, the first batch of bone bombs, crafted by Hong Hai, was produced. As for the price, he set it at 200 points. Once this batch of bone bombs was released, the enthusiasm in the entire market was instantly ignited. Many who had been hesitant rushed to buy from Hong Hai without hesitation. Those who had purchased earlier were now filled with regret, cursing Huang Chen as a swindler. Hong Hai's previous strategy had not worked, but unexpectedly selling a small bone bomb achieved the desired effect. Indeed, humans prioritize profit. Seeing the sales of bone bombs skyrocketing, Hong Hai tirelessly began stockpiling raw materials. He even purchased them at prices 2 to 3 times higher than the market rate. After all, the profit from bone bombs was substantial, and he wasn't worried about losing money at all. While waiting for the mecha to complete its upgrade, Huang Chen saw someone buying blood-colored bones and mutated blood droplets, instantly realizing that someone had already leaked the blueprint for the bone bomb. When he saw the name of the bone bomb's creator, he couldn't help but laugh. Hong Hai, oh Hong Hai, this time you brought it upon yourself." Huang Chen called for a liang, asking him to sell the raw materials for the bone bomb that he had purchased earlier. The profit from the bone bomb is quite good. If we lower the price a bit, we can still sell it." A liang was quite puzzled by Huang Chen's decision. "Because of this bone bomb, my reputation has already gone down the drain, so I want to do something," Huang Chen said with a smile, not elaborating further. A liang looked at him with a strange expression. He couldn't believe that Huang Chen would give up profit for the sake of reputation. Huang Chen noticed a liang's thoughts and shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that he was a good person. He took a piece of paper and wrote a few lines on it, handing it to a liang. Upon seeing the contents of the note, a liang's pupils widened in shock as he looked at Huang Chen in disbelief. "Now, I should be considered a good person, right? Good person, you are a great good person." A liang tightly clutched the note, which clearly outlined a simplified version of the bone bomb that could be made without a blueprint. Although the power of the simplified bone bomb was somewhat weaker, it was easier to obtain materials for and didn't require a blueprint. In his previous life, anyone who lived a few more years could make it. From the very beginning, Huang Chen had no intention of getting rich off the bone bomb. He just wanted to seize the opportunity, gather a wave of low-level materials, and complete the mecha upgrade. Now that the goal was achieved, it didn't matter whether he continued to make the bone bomb or not. If no one leaked it, he would just earn a bit more. If someone leaked the blueprint, he would conveniently bring out the simplified version, which could also be seen as helping others. Unexpectedly, and Honghai barged in. Since he was the enemy, Huang Chen didn't need to hold back. In the Fenua shelter, a subordinate, after counting the items in the warehouse, couldn't help but brighten up. Boss, the materials here are enough for us to make 300 bone bombs. If we sell each for 200 energy points, that's 60,000 energy points. We're in luck. And Honghai laughed heartily, feeling a surge of anticipation. This was all his savings. How could Huang Chen, an ordinary person, compete with him? Before the apocalypse, he was stronger than Huang Chen, and after the apocalypse, it was the same. The lower class was ultimately the lower class. Social classes had solidified. Even if there were external forces for a major reshuffle, his energy was still unimaginable for ordinary people. Ordinary people could never break through the shackles. They would ultimately become the objects of the wealthy's commands. So-called workers, isn't that just another name for slaves? This was the foundation of great powers. Boss, a new batch of raw materials has appeared in the mall, but the prices are a bit high. Should we buy them? At this moment, the subordinate inquired, and Honghai glanced at the prices and found them indeed very high, more than double what he had paid for the materials before. This meant that he could only earn about 60 or 70 energy points from the bone bombs made with this batch of materials. After a brief contemplation, he made up his mind. Buy them all. On one hand, he still had a profit to make, even if it meant working a bit harder. On the other hand, he wanted to annoy Huang Chen and didn't want him to get these materials. The subordinate received the order and immediately began purchasing. If they ran out of money, they would sell some bone bombs and continue buying. Soon, large quantities of materials appeared in the warehouse. Seeing this scene, and Honghai became even more smug. This time, he wanted to see if, with so many bone bombs and energy points, Shu Hui would still refuse his advances. If she still refused, he had long found that old man Jiazhen unpleasant to look at anyway. If he really got angry, he wouldn't mind using force. The woman that in Honghai couldn't have, no one else should think they could get her either. Huang Chen, of course, was unaware of all this, but he knew that even if he raised the prices of raw materials like blood-colored bones, and Honghai would still buy them all. In the back and forth, his energy points had already reached 30,000. With the last bit of material purchased by an Honghai, Huang Chen spent another 100 energy points to buy a pinned message. Simplified version of the white bone bomb production method. Price, 1 energy point. The moment this message appeared, the chat area fell silent for a full 10 seconds without anyone sending a message. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, is it real? If it's real, just buy one and you'll know. It's not expensive anyway. Someone immediately replied. Someone's asking if it's real, and someone has already taken action. Damn, 1 energy point. Is Huang Chen really being kind? I'll go test it. If I don't come back in half an hour, please help me call the police. Don't worry, I'll keep track of your time. Messages kept flooding in, quickly accumulating tens of thousands. This was still due to the speaking restrictions, otherwise, they could easily have reached hundreds of thousands. Just as people were chatting excitedly, another product message was pinned. The simplified version of the white bone bomb has reduced power compared to the original, but it is indeed real, and the materials for production are easier to obtain. It is recommended that everyone buy 1 Ningqing War Committee. Price, 1 energy point. Boom. The chat channel instantly exploded. It's actually real. The official has come out to endorse it. It's real. I love doing crafts in my spare time, and I just tried making it. It really exploded, and the power is even better than a grenade. Handmade? With such great power, won't it explode while making it? No, this bomb is quite unique. It doesn't contain gunpowder or anything like that. It seems to have some mysterious power. If the production fails, it will just be a pile of ordinary raw materials. Only at the moment of successful production will that energy be infused inside. Huang Chen is amazing. I'm really crying. You all used to call him a profiteer, but now he's sharing such a good thing. I'm sorry, Huang Chen, I was wrong. Please accept my kneeling. With the appearance of the simplified version of the white bone bomb, Huang Chen's reputation began to turn around, and many people stood up for him, speaking well of him. But there were still some who were unconvinced and wanted to stir up trouble in secret. So what? It's not a free share. If he wants everyone to know, he should share it for free. Is the person above out of their mind? Can't you spare 1 energy point? Go try it. To list a product, the minimum is 1 energy point. If it weren't for this restriction, Huang Chen would definitely share it for free. I remember him. He was the one who kept talking bad about Huang Chen. I see he's just a pure hater. The chat area had no keyword blocking, and various greetings appeared, quickly scaring that person into silence. Still at the Fenua refuge, and Honghai inexplicably purchased the production method for the simplified version of the white bone bomb. When he saw the materials inside, he felt a wave of dizziness in his brain. Go find someone to test the power of this bomb. Clinging to the last glimmer of hope, he handed the blueprint to his underling. After a loud explosion, his underling ran over excitedly. Boss, the power of this simplified white bone bomb is really good. It killed 3 blood corpses in one go and even dropped a power blood core. Upon hearing this, and Honghai's eyes turned red, and he raised his hand, slapping his underling across the face. If it weren't for the fact that his underling had previously drunk turtle soup and had outstanding defensive attributes, that slap alone could have left him unable to get up for half a day. Idiot, what are we going to do with the raw materials we've stockpiled if this bomb turns out to be useful? The younger brother realized this was a problem and quickly opened the system shop. However, the materials that had previously been priced exorbitantly had now returned to their original prices, leaving them with no way to make a move. They were at a significant loss this time. Not only had they failed to save the money from selling the bone bombs, but the items in their warehouse had also been completely consumed. The only consolation was that they still had raw materials and people, allowing them to produce and sell on their own. The next day, accompanied by a buzzing sound, the chat system officially opened. At the same time, the growth rate of blood corpses and other monsters accelerated again, with second-tier monsters appearing in certain areas, which were then designated as forbidden zones. Huang Chen skillfully opened the chat system. The chat system was divided into 3 parts: private chat, group chat, regional chat, and world chat. The world chat was not yet open, so there was no need to worry. What truly concerned Huang Chen was the group chat function. This was the fundamental guarantee for forming a power. Creating a group chat required at least 2 people and 1,000 energy points. Energy points were not a big deal for Huang Chen, but those entering the group chat needed to think carefully. Setting aside the group chat system, Huang Chen summoned the giant mech again. Name: Giant Mech. Level: second tier. Strength: 40. Defense: 12. Agility: 11. Mystery: 0. Exclusive module: Giant. Attached modules: Claw form, Eye of Detection. After leveling up to the second tier, the 3 basic attributes of the giant mech had all increased to varying degrees, with the strength nearly reaching the critical value for second-tier mechs. The attribute limit for first-tier mechs was 10, while for second-tier mechs, it was 50. With 40 points in strength, this could be considered top-tier among second-tier mechs. The upgrade of the giant mech is complete. Next is the Heavenly Guardian mech, and the bagworm. I wonder if they found it. Just as he was thinking, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he saw Chu Jiajin and Chu Hui, along with a Liang, who was holding a transparent box. The chat system is open. Shouldn't we add each other as friends? I wonder if you would be willing to join our group chat. Chu Jiajin warmly invited. He really didn't want to miss out on someone like Huang Chen, who was powerful and knowledgeable about the apocalypse. Sorry, Mr. Chu, I have my own plans. Huang Chen flatly refused. He had many things to do in the future and didn't want to tie himself to Chu Jiajin's worship. I see, then let's just add each other as friends and keep in touch. Also, the Shanha group is no more, so you can call me Uncle Chu from now on, Chu Jiajin said without pressing the issue. Okay, Uncle Chu. He was about the same age as Chu Hui now, so calling him uncle wasn't embarrassing. By the way, Liang's men caught a little guy. See if it's the kind of bagworm you're looking for. Chu Jiajin waved his hand, and Liang stepped forward with the transparent box. Inside was a palm-sized tower-shaped object, made entirely of steel and glass, leaving Huang Chen somewhat bewildered. The bugs are evolving so quickly now that they're building houses with steel? Regardless of whether it was or not, he decided to accept it for now and would let Guan Xilan take a look when he got back. After adding the 3 as friends, Huang Chen transferred 1,000 energy points to Chu Jiajin as payment for this encounter, then turned and left. Wanfashang Mall. As the premier large shopping mall in Ningxing, it had a significant flow of people. After the disaster began, the once bustling mall had instantly turned into a hellish scene. Blood corpses of all sizes occupied the place, and in addition, there were many powerful monsters that had mutated from pets. Ran Zijing and a few brothers quietly approached the entrance of the mall, then picked up a stone from the ground and threw it out. They used bone bombs to deal with most of the blood corpses in the old neighborhood and successfully escaped. However, a few of them were gaming enthusiasts who knew they couldn't just sit and wait. They had to seize the time to level up and become stronger if they wanted to survive in such an apocalyptic world. They treated the Wanfashang Mall as a dungeon and prepared to team up to grind through it, which led to the scene above. A stone arced gracefully through the air and crashed to the ground at the mall entrance. Sensing the disturbance, a grotesque monster charged out. Its lower body was relatively normal, with sturdy legs resembling those of an ordinary blood corpse, but the upper body was horrifying. From the waist up, it split into 2 parts, one resembling a woman and the other a mutated teddy dog. It looked as if something had stitched the 2 together. Yu Lang suppressed his urge to vomit and exclaimed, "Damn, This kind of monster is way scarier than in Resident Evil. It would definitely have been censored back in the day. Ran Zijing, gripping a giant bone sword, had an unusually serious expression beneath his mech armor. We can't handle this monster, we should run quickly. If we don't, we'll be censored. As he spoke, he prepared to turn and leave. But just as he turned, a massive mouth suddenly appeared to his left. Crack! The thick left arm of the mech was easily bitten off by the giant mouth. Ran Zijing staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Damn, Ran Zijing, wait for me. Your dad is here to save you. Seeing Ran Zijing injured, Yulang rushed forward without hesitation. But the woman part of the two-headed monster merely swiped her palm, sending him flying. After flickering a few times, his mech transformed into a burst of light and completely vanished. Yulang fell into unconsciousness. The other four were similarly struck down in an instant by the two-headed monster. Although their mechs didn't disappear, they lacked the strength to continue fighting. Just as the two-headed monster was about to devour them, a calm voice rang out. You are not its match right now. Remember, prioritize saving your lives and don't take unnecessary risks. In their line of sight, a black and gold mech slowly appeared. Mysterious, cold, and powerful. Huang Chen scanned the area, activating the detection eye of the auxiliary module, and information about the two-headed blood corpse appeared before him. Name: Two-headed fusion blood corpse. Level: Elite Tier 1. Danger level: low. Clearly, the two-headed monster was an elite level mutant and was on the verge of leveling up. Otherwise, the danger level would be extremely low, not just low. Such a powerful monster could easily shred an ordinary Tier 1 mech. If it weren't for the fact that Ran Zijing and the others' mechs were not ordinary, Huang Chen, who had just arrived, would probably only be able to collect their bodies. Seeing another enemy appear, the two-headed monster let out a roar and quickly charged towards Huang Chen, then snapped its large mouth down fiercely. Be careful, Ran Zijing shouted. He knew the power of that large mouth. The thick, sturdy metal of the mech was like paper under its bite. The next second, his pupils shook. The black and gold mech actually caught that giant mouth at an incredible speed. Then, the black and gold mech exerted force with both hands. Rip! The large mouth on the dog's head was brutally torn in half. Such a brutal and bloody scene left Ran Zijing and the others gasping in shock. Damn, can this scene pass the review? Yulang, just waking from unconsciousness, nearly fainted again from fright. Although he used to enjoy playing those band games, games were games, and reality was reality. He could face even the ugliest monsters in games with composure, but any blood corpse in reality could scare him significantly. While one side of his body was under attack, the woman on the other side suddenly howled. The sharp sound made Huang Chen's head throb. He extended his claws and slashed across the two-headed monster. With a hiss, the two-headed monster was split in half by the sharp claws, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. Kill Elite Level Two-Headed Fusion Blood Corpse. First stage, obtain Bloodstained Beast Skin *4, Sharp Fangs *3, Blood-Colored Bones *3, Howling Hair, Item *1, Auxiliary Module, Hound's Tooth. A large pile of item names appeared before him, and Huang Chen habitually looked at the last one. The effect of the Hound's Tooth was very unique. Once loaded, a special pattern resembling a dog's head would grow on his chest. This pattern could withstand attacks from the front, and during close combat, it could transform into a large mouth to attack enemies. The auxiliary module can load 6 in total, which are for the head, torso, arms, and legs. The claw form occupies one right-hand slot, and the hound's tooth occupies the torso. That means I can load 4 more auxiliary modules. The auxiliary modules were an extension of the mech's abilities. Although they look similar to skills, they couldn't be loaded infinitely. Generally, only 6 could be loaded, and to obtain other auxiliary modules, one had to replace them. Pressing the hound's tooth against his chest, a dog head pattern immediately appeared. Huang Chen then looked at the howling hair. Name: Howling Hair. Quality: excellent. Type: item. Effect: emits a sharp howl when damaged, affecting other creatures. Interesting, it should be effective at a critical moment. After putting away the howling hair, Huang Chen picked up the other dropped materials. Hello, big shot. My name is Ran Zijing, and they are my roommates. Just stepping into university life, Ran Zijing approached Huang Chen with a naive enthusiasm to introduce himself. Ran Zijing? Hearing this name, Huang Chen paused for a moment, then remembered that one of the first buyers of the bone bomb was named Ran Zijing. Glancing at Ran Zijing's mech, Huang Chen slowly uttered 2 words, Huang Chen, you're the seller of the bone bomb. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here, and you even saved our lives, Ran Zijing exclaimed excitedly. Huang Chen looked around at the fallen people and smiled faintly. Consider it compensation for the premium on the bone bomb. By the way, mechs have durability, they will automatically recover after a certain time, so no need to worry. After saying this, he left without looking back. Damn, is this the aura of a strong person? I wish I could be like that in the future. Looking at his departing figure, Yu Lang was filled with envy. You won't even grow to that level before you die recklessly. Ran Zijing bluntly pierced through his beautiful fantasy, grabbing him and heading towards the old neighborhood. If it weren't for Huang Chen's intervention this time, they would have likely been wiped out here. Indeed, this was not a game. Even when things were going smoothly, one couldn't act recklessly. Not long after bidding farewell to the others, Huang Chen turned a corner and paused. In his line of sight, a spider the size of an ordinary car was feasting on a blood corpse, eating with great delight. Upon noticing other creatures approaching, it suddenly raised its crimson compound eyes and charged over with a roar. Just as Huang Chen was about to dodge, he felt a pulling force at his feet, nearly causing him to fall. Looking down, he realized a puddle of white liquid had stuck to his legs. Spider silk? The thought flashed through his mind, and the next second, he was knocked to the ground by the rushing spider. Immediately, his limbs were pinned to the ground by the spider's 8 legs. Huang Chen tried to exert strength, but found his limbs stuck in that white liquid, rendering him momentarily powerless. Seeing its prey bound and with no way to escape, the giant spider let out a delighted roar, then opened its large mouth, revealing 2 massive jaws like sharp scissors, and bit down hard on Huang Chen's abdomen. It knew that the meat there was the most tender. Hound's tooth. Huang Chen let out a loud roar. In an instant, his abdomen bulged high, and then a fierce dog head emerged. The dog head struggled to open its mouth wide, revealing rows of interlocking teeth inside. Crack! The giant spider's head was unexpectedly bitten off by this sudden attack, losing a small portion. The injured spider recoiled, and seizing the opportunity, Huang Chen broke free from his restraints, his claws slicing through its abdomen. A large pool of unknown liquid gushed out, splattering Huang Chen all over, and the giant spider died completely. Fortunately, I just unleashed a vicious dog's tooth, otherwise, this would have been troublesome. Huang Chen sighed in relief while trying to wipe off the unknown liquid on his body. However, this liquid seemed to have a sticky quality, and despite his efforts, he couldn't get it off. I should hurry back and change clothes. This moth on my hand is a bit strange and needs to be identified by Guan Xilan, he murmured, stowing away the materials he had obtained and continuing forward. Upon returning to the abandoned building, after a day and night of recovery, Guan Xilan was in much better condition, and her core mech had also been restored. To Huang Chen's surprise, Guan Xilan's mech was actually plant-related. I'm a vegetarian. On the day of the disaster, I only ate a little mushroom. Indeed, Guan Xilan's mech had evolved based on mushrooms. Her core exclusive module was also related to mushrooms, named Spore Parasite. The moment Huang Chen heard this name, he realized that Guan Xilan's talent was extraordinary. I never heard of such a perverse talent in my previous life. It seems that in the last life, Guan Xilan died at the hands of those 4 men, which is why she remained obscure. In this life, I just happened to save her, and surely there will be one more legend to spread in the future. Calming his emotions, Huang Chen took out the seemingly mutated moth for Guan Xilan to examine. Although the material and shape of the house have changed, I can confirm that this is indeed a moth. Even if it has been affected by mutation, it hasn't lost its obsession with the house. With Guan Xilan's affirmation, Huang Chen no longer hesitated. He found an empty room and summoned the giant mech, crushing the tower-like structure to extract the bugs inside. Fortunately, even after mutation, the moth was only the size of a thumb. After releasing the mech, he directly tossed it into his mouth and chewed a few times. The rich juices splattered around his mouth, feeling like a bite into a sizzling, oil-dripping sausage. The casing burst, and oil instantly gushed out. Luckily, Guan Xilan didn't witness this scene, otherwise, she would definitely think Huang Chen was a big pervert. Mutated moth gene acquired, modifying first-tier universal insect soldier mech. Modification time, 7 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. Insufficient enhancement materials, modification has stopped. Lacking enhancement materials as follows: Flesh Essence *10, Beast Soul Stone *10, Blood Red Stone *10, Yayu Flower *10, Blood Spirit Root *10, any epic level enhancement material *1. The prompt sounded again, but this time the message was somewhat unexpected for Huang Chen. It seems this moth's gene is indeed special. It actually requires enhancement materials. Flesh essence is synthesized from the remnants of flesh, which should be available in the system shop, but the other 4 materials either drop from mutated beasts or mutated plants, both of which are hard to come by, not to mention needing an epic level enhancement material. Seeing these materials, Huang Chen felt a sense of unease. After thinking for a while, a familiar place name surfaced in his mind: Ningqing Zoo. There were originally many plants and animals there, and after the mutation, both their quality and level would far exceed those outside. Going there to farm materials might be a good choice. After a night of silence, the next day, Huang Chen ate a little something and prepared to set off for Ningqing Zoo. The Ningxiang Zoo is about 40 kilometers away from the abandoned building. Although it's a bit far, with the chat system in place, he doesn't have to worry about Guanxilan encountering any danger. Occasionally, there are low-level blood corpses wandering the streets, but their numbers have decreased significantly compared to before. Low-level blood corpses themselves are not infectious. Only when they reach the 4th level and form a blood corpse nest can they transform humans or other animals into blood corpses. At that point, various forms of blood corpses will become the biggest trouble. Thinking of this, Huang Qin glanced at the Feng pattern on the back of his hand. As he continues to grow stronger, that leader-level monster is certainly not idle either. I hope to find that monster's trace soon. Being watched all day is indeed uncomfortable. With the Thunder Flash mecha activated, Huang Qin's speed soared to its peak. With 30 points of agility fully unleashed, no one could catch up to him now. Many people could only vaguely see a shadow flash past them before it disappeared completely. Half an hour later, Huang Chen arrived at the Ningxiang Zoo. To his surprise, it was not deserted. On the contrary, a fairly strong small team had occupied the place. It seems they, like Ran Zijing and others, also regarded this zoo as a dungeon to farm. However, they were more cautious than Ran Zijing and his group. Even with more than 10 people, they were only circling at the entrance of the zoo, not venturing inside. Huang Chen walked around the zoo and found that there were high walls surrounding it. Jumping over would definitely make a lot of noise. The best option was still the main gate. After hesitating for a moment, he switched to the giant god mecha and slowly walked towards the crowd at the entrance. Get lost, this is our Bright Association's territory. Before he could step in, a red mecha blocked his way. The Bright Association? Goodness, it's only been a few days since the apocalypse began, and such a cringeworthy organization has already appeared. Huang Chen smiled. The zoo is so big, you can't occupy it all. I'm just going in to find something and will leave once I do. No way, I said this is our Bright Association's territory. The red mecha still refused to budge. Alright, Shaoli, we're all humans here, let's not be so harsh. Just as Huang Chen was about to force his way in, a voice rang out. Then, a white mecha stepped forward. Upon seeing the white mecha, Huang Chen's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. This white mecha was the one he had awakened in his previous life. He had named it the Duck Mecha. The Duck Mecha had average combat power. Without better talents, it was just pure cannon fodder. The person in front of him could become the leader of so many people, so their mecha talent surely wouldn't be as poor as his. Yes, Brother Gene. The red mecha stepped aside, and the white mecha approached. Brother, I'm not unreasonable. We've already cleared most of the dangers in this zoo, but it's not that easy for you to just walk in. Clearing most? Huang Chen didn't take the white mecha's words to heart at all. Such a large zoo would eventually develop into a forbidden area. To clear it out, all the experts in Ningxiang would have to work together. It was simply laughable to think that just the man with the duck mecha and this ragtag group could clear it. Not to mention, Ran Zijing and his 6 dormmates could easily defeat these people, and the danger level in the zoo would definitely not be lower than encountering a 2-headed fusion blood corpse. I see, so how can I get in? Huang Chen didn't rush to take action. In the apocalypse, any resource is precious, including people. That's simple. Let's set up a small arena. Best 2 out of 3. As long as you can win, you'll have the qualification to enter. How about that? The white mecha responded readily. No problem, bring it on. Huang Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect this leader to come up with such a method. He certainly didn't think this was a way to let him win. If it were an ordinary person, after 3 matches, even if the mech wasn't destroyed, the physical exhaustion would definitely be considerable. At that point, surrounded by everyone, there would be no chance of survival. So, while these 3 matches seemed simple, they were actually fraught with danger. In the first match, Huang Chen faced off against the red mech from earlier. Do you think Brother Li can win? Of course. Brother Li is a master of free fighting, ranked in the top 5 in Ning City. Fighting an ordinary person is a piece of cake for him. I think that guy's mech seems better than ours. Could it be some high-level mech? So what if it's a high-level mech? It still depends on the operator's skill. If it were a child, even the best mech would be useless. True, look, Brother Li's attack is in full swing now. I bet that guy is going to be in trouble. Huang Chen ignored the whispers around him, focusing entirely on the red mech in front of him. The red mech launched a fierce attack, seemingly having learned some boxing techniques, with moves that followed a certain pattern. Unfortunately, his boxing was honed in a time of peace. Although Huang Chen had never formally studied boxing, he had trained for many years in his past life, learning only lethal techniques. The opponent's moves were nothing to him. As the opponent's punch came crashing in, he spread his palm wide, grabbing it, while his other hand formed a fist, striking the connection point between the red mech's chin and torso. Clang! The red mech suffered a heavy blow, instantly losing its ability to move. Brotherly lost? Seeing the red mech defeated, everyone gasped in unison. Who's next? Retracting his fist, Huang Chen's gaze shifted through the mech to the white mech across from him. Song Xian, you're up for the second match. A gray mech stepped out from the crowd, pointed out by the white mech. The gray mech was small, barely around 1.7 meters tall, making it look like a child compared to Huang Chen's giant mech. With Song Xian in action, this time we're definitely winning. His teeth and claws can't even be blocked by our strongest defensive mech. Exactly. I observed closely just now. I don't know if you noticed, but while he has great strength, his speed isn't fast. Song Xian's agility is just the right counter to him. Hurry up and make your move. I can't wait to see the result. Song Xian was indeed quick. As soon as he appeared, he immediately tried to circle around Huang Chen to attack from behind. But just as he reached Huang Chen's side, a spine-chilling scene unfolded. Huang Chen, who had been standing still, suddenly turned to look at him. Although the giant mech's speed couldn't match that of the lightning flash mech, after leveling up, it had reached 11 points, making it a dimensional strike against ordinary mechs. At that moment, Huang Chen also recognized the origins of the opposing mech. If he guessed correctly, the opponent must have eaten a rat on the day of the disaster. No wonder it was small in size yet so fast. Grabbing Song Xian by the neck, Huang Chen slammed him hard to the ground. The force came down like a mountain, directly shattering the mech surrounding Song Xian. The others were immediately taken aback. They hadn't expected Song Xian to lose, let alone lose so decisively. Best of 3, 2 wins. Now can I go in? Retracting his hand, Huang Chen looked at the white mech. After a moment of eerie silence, the white mech finally spoke slowly. That was indeed the case, but you injured my brother, so this matter should be resolved, right? How do we resolve it? Huang Chen's patience was wearing thin, but he still wanted to see what tricks the other side had up their sleeve. Well, the white mech hesitated for a moment. Let's have one last match. If you lose, you give me 100 energy points and then scram. This matter will be settled. If you win, we wipe the slate clean, and you can go in. Fine, make your move. Regarding the talent of the white mech, Huang Chen was also very curious. In his previous life, he only had a power enhancement, but a duck, no matter how strong, could only go so far. The white mech before him was definitely not simple, otherwise, it wouldn't have gathered so many people. Just as he was thinking, the white mech changed. The mech grew larger, and sharp spikes began to appear on its body, resembling arrows. These spikes stacked upon each other, much like the feathers on a duck. In the next moment, the spikes all shot out, suddenly piercing towards Huang Chen. Feathers can turn into spikes. This indeed compensates for the duck mech's lack of lethality. I just wonder if these spikes have any further transformations. As the spikes approached, Huang Chen was about to dodge to the side, but just as the spikes got close, boom! The white spike suddenly turned red and then exploded violently. In an instant, smoke billowed up, enveloping Huang Chen completely. He's hit. Brother Jin's move is truly reliable. Anyone who comes will fall for it. That idiot must think he can just dodge and be fine. But he doesn't know those spikes are just a decoy. The real danger is the explosion behind them. Daring to fight Brother Jin, he should really check his own level. But to be fair, this guy does have some strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defeated Brotherly and Song Xian. There are always stronger opponents. In the end, he still went down, didn't he? The murmurs sounded like waves, surging in and out. Slowly, the smoke dissipated, and the voices of the crowd faded from loud to soft until they disappeared completely. In view, the original black and gold mech was gone, replaced by a tall mech in black and white. The strongest defensive form, Tian Yu. Huang Chen did not expect that the white mech, which everyone referred to as Brother Jin's talent, would be so abnormal. The explosion at the last moment indeed brought him a lot of trouble. The giant mech could withstand it, but such a fierce attack would definitely consume its durability. Once the durability was depleted, the mech would enter a resting state. He had no choice but to switch to the Tianyu form. With a defense of 20 points, which was already unmatched, plus the damage reduction effect of the exclusive module, this set of small combos seemed grand but actually caused him no harm. How is this possible? Brother Jin was already stunned. His spike explosion was immensely powerful, easily capable of blowing through 2 walls. How could this guy in front of him be completely unharmed? 3 matches, 3 wins, can I go in now? In response to Huang Chen's inquiry, Brother Jin turned one hand over, secretly making a gesture, and smiled. Yes, of course. The other lackeys immediately understood and cleared the way to the zoo. Huang Chen took in everyone's actions, and a slight smile appeared on his face beneath the mech. If one doesn't seek death, they won't die. He really didn't want to fight. Unfortunately, there are always some people who don't know when to stop. Just as Huang Chen was about to step into the zoo, a series of fierce attacks landed on the Tianyu mech. I just want to gather some materials, why do you have to force me? As the words fell, Huang Chen moved. He braved the numerous attacks and charged first towards a green mech, then transformed, extending his claws. Slash! After a spark, the green mech was instantly scrapped. The crowd was completely stunned by this scene, losing all desire to attack, scattering in all directions. Huang Chen smiled as he chased after one person, extending his claws once more. The others were quick, and he had no intention of continuing the chase, instead focusing on Brother Jean. Brother Jean said 3 matches, 2 wins, he agreed. Brother Jean said to fight him one more time, he agreed again. One must keep their word. Please let me go. You can go in, I won't stop you anymore. Realizing escape was hopeless, Brother Jean decisively knelt on the ground, pleading in pain. In fact, you stopping me didn't make me angry. What really bothers me is that you are untrustworthy, do you understand? A cold voice rang out, causing Jean Ji's body to tremble instinctively. I understand. I will definitely be trustworthy in the future and be an honest person, he pleaded again. Very well, I hope you remember this in your next life. A flash of cold light passed before him, and Jean Ji's consciousness completely dissipated. Kill Mecha Operator Chenrui Jean, first level, obtain first level Mecha Core. A cube-shaped Mecha Core appeared, and Huang Chen grabbed it in his hand. This time, no one stopped him, and he smoothly entered the zoo. After walking a short distance, he suddenly froze as he passed a security booth. The small booth had been cleared out, filled with various enhancement materials. Could this be their warehouse? Huang Chen thought. To hide enhancement materials in such a dangerous place, he didn't know whether to say they were clever or foolish. No wonder they wouldn't let me in. It turns out their stash is all here. Glancing around, he found that most of the materials were low tier, so he didn't pay much attention. With so many items, it would be troublesome to carry them. He could take them back later. After a moment of thought, he felt something was off. Although Jingu was dead, others might still know about this place. If they quietly took these materials away, wouldn't he be at a loss? Looking around, a sign indicating animals caught his eye. Koala. Following the sign, a terrifying creature towering 3 or 4 stories high appeared. He could vaguely see the shape of a koala on it. The monster was currently hugging a giant tree branch, sleeping. Even if it's mutated, biological habits take a long time to change. This mutated koala can help me guard these materials. Afraid of waking the sleeping koala, Huang Chen quietly approached, snatched the giant tree branch from its grasp, and placed it beside the security booth. Perhaps sensing that food had been taken away, the koala yawned sleepily and then slowly walked over to the giant tree branch, continuing to hug it in sleep. Perfect, with this big guy watching, even if others want to come in, they can't. Although the koala's combat power was weak, it was more than enough to guard these items. Continuing forward, a mutated peacock soon came into Huang Chen's view. The detection eye activated, releasing a red light that swept over the mutated peacock. Name, mutated peacock, level, ordinary second level, danger level, medium. Seeing the ordinary second level rank and medium danger level, Huang Chen's heart tightened. This meant the mutated peacock could bring him considerable trouble. If he was careless, he could very well be defeated. He looked at the peacock. The mutated peacock had 2 pairs of wings. One pair was similar to the original, shimmering with colorful light. The other pair resembled bony wings, with thin membranes connecting the main bone structure, and some shredded meat hanging from them. Upon seeing an intruder in its territory, the mutated peacock flapped its wings and opened its beak to intimidate. When it opened its mouth, Huang Chen finally saw rows of dense teeth filling its entire mouth. Even the tongue had tooth-like structures. Whoosh! In a moment of distraction, the mutated peacock spread its wings and flew into the air, then seemed to plunge down like a sharp sword. Huang Chen twisted his body and vanished from the spot. The next second, the previously solid concrete ground was gouged out by the mutated peacock, creating a massive pit. One could imagine that if this move had landed on a mecha, apart from Tianyu, other mechas would only face annihilation. Swish! Before Huang Chen could react, the mutated peacock sprang out of the pit, transforming into a sharp arrow and charging at him again. This time, Huang Chen wasn't so lucky. His right arm was grazed, leaving it paralyzed. Such incredible speed. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is invincible. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Huang Chen's mind stirred, and the claw form detached from the giant mech. Then, black and gold lightning patterns slowly emerged on the giant mech. The Thunder Flash mech appeared. With the ultra-high-speed movement of the Thunder Flash mech, he could finally evade the mutated peacock's attacks. Coupled with the reinstalled claws, the deficiency in attack power was also compensated, and he gradually began to gain the upper hand. After another collision, he extended his claws and severed one of the mutated peacock's bony wings. With one bony wing lost, the mutated peacock's speed finally slowed down. Following that, Huang Chen repeated the process and cut off 3 more wings beneath it. Without the enhancement of wings, the mutated peacock was reduced to a ground-bound chicken, its speed plummeting. Huang Chen leaped forward, his claws aimed at the mutated peacock's long neck. A thud echoed. The mutated peacock's head fell with a thud. Kill the mutated peacock. Tier 2, gain materials, colorful feathers *10, mutated blood drops *20, flesh essence *2, beast soulstone *1, auxiliary module, mutation feather, colorful feathers are tier 2 enhancement materials, and the beast soulstone is just what I need for the next mech modification. Plus, there's an auxiliary module. What a bountiful harvest. Huang Chen collected all the materials and looked at the mutation feather. Name, mutation feather, quality, excellent, type, torso module, effect 1, special torso module, does not conflict with torso modules, effect 2, flight, can perform low-altitude flight, flight speed and duration are related to mental power, effect 3, +2 agility after loading. Description, this is the final gift from the auspicious bird. All 3 effects were very useful, especially effect 1. As the mutation feather was a special torso module that would not occupy the original position. This meant he could load 2 torso modules simultaneously. Excited, Huang Chen inserted the black feather into his back. In an instant, he felt a sensation of flesh and blood connecting. Then, with a thought, a pair of fleshy wings grew automatically from his back. These wings were between feathered wings and bony wings, somewhat resembling bat wings but thicker than bat wings. He tried flapping the wings, and the next second, he actually wobbled and took off into the air. In his previous life, there were many flying props and flying-type auxiliary modules, but in this life, it was his first time flying. Within a few minutes, he became familiar with the use of his new wings and continued deeper into the zoo. He casually dealt with several mutated creatures that were unrecognizable in their original forms, and Huang Chen once again harvested 2 flesh essences, along with 2 beast soul stones and a blood-red stone. Whoosh! Not far ahead, a whooshing sound pierced the air. Huang Chen looked up to see a sharpened wooden spear hurtling straight toward him. Sensing the immense power carried by the spear, he had no intention of taking it head-on and quickly hid behind a stone wall. The wooden spear penetrated the stone wall but continued its momentum, only stopping when it forcefully embedded itself into a rock formation. Even so, Huang Chen could see the spear's tail quivering, as if it wanted to pierce through the rock formation as well. This power is only slightly inferior to my giant mech. Before Huang Chen could ponder further, he suddenly heard a strange cry. Looking up, he saw a bizarre-looking mutated gorilla covered in green fur appear before him. He quickly switched to the giant mech to take a look. Name, Woodified Black Gorilla, level, Ordinary Tier 2, Danger level, Medium, Woodified? Huang Chen's expression changed slightly. Only mutated plants could possess the ability to woodify, indicating that an extremely powerful mutated plant had emerged in this zoo. Otherwise, such a strong gorilla would not have been woodified. Huang Chen looked up, gazing at the wooden-formed gorilla. It wasn't particularly large, but it was covered in numerous vines. Moreover, clusters of green buds sprouted from its nostrils, ear holes, and even the hollow of its eyes. Those green buds intertwined with one another, appearing vibrant, yet they sent a chill down Huang Chen's spine. The battles among mutated animals could only be described as bloody, but mutated plants were different. Strange was the most fitting synonym for them. Whoosh! Another wooden spear flew by. Huang Chen dodged again. Fortunately, although the spear carried great force, his speed was sufficient to evade it just in time. Before he could catch his breath, more wooden spears came flying at him. Under this relentless assault, Huang Chen could only flee in a panic. How many wooden spears has this gorilla made? Is there no end to this? Suddenly, the gorilla's attack paused, and it jumped onto a nearby large tree. Huang Chen initially thought the spear was a product of the gorilla. After all, gorillas were already intelligent, and it wouldn't be surprising if they could make simple tools after mutation. But it was only then that he realized the wooden spears were not crafted by the gorilla but had grown naturally. Not far away stood a giant tree, covered in things resembling wooden spears. The gorilla was sourcing its materials from there, allowing it to launch continuous attacks. Spotting his target, Huang Chen no longer hesitated. The feathers of mutation spread from his back, heading straight for the wooden-formed gorilla. Seeing Huang Chen take flight, the gorilla clearly froze for a moment. Are you stunned? I can fly. The mutated feathers flapped rapidly, and Huang Chen's speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, he charged right in front of the wooden-formed gorilla. Upon seeing this, the gorilla pulled out a slightly larger wooden spear and bared its teeth in a threatening manner. Huang Chen was not intimidated. He reached out and tried to pull out a spear himself. Crack! The wooden spear snapped in response, breaking into several pieces. Oh. The wooden-formed gorilla pounded its chest with one hand, as if mocking him mercilessly. Looking at the broken spear, Huang Chen laughed as well. They were the same type of spear. There was no reason the gorilla could pull one out effortlessly while he could not. This indicated one thing: the wooden-formed gorilla and the owner of this spear were in cahoots. Is it this tree? He extended his claws and severed a branch as thick as a bucket. Oh. The gorilla's calls became urgent, and then two smaller wooden-formed gorillas appeared. Gorillas are social creatures, and there exists a king among them. The king must be a leader-level monster. Fortunately, they have all been turned into wood by the plants beneath, or it would be troublesome. Huang Chen observed the two newly appeared wooden-formed gorillas intently, feeling a stroke of luck in his heart. The emergence of leader-level monsters was not coincidental. Generally speaking, the king of a monkey troop, the lion king, or the queen bee, and the ant queen all have a higher likelihood of becoming leader-level monsters. The former's strength would become greater, easily crushing other kin, while the latter's certain traits would be infinitely highlighted, such as reproductive capabilities. Normally, a queen ant lays 500,000 eggs a day, and even a termite queen lays only tens of thousands. But if they become leader-level monsters, the egg-laying quantity would surge. Under sufficient food supply, laying hundreds of thousands of eggs in a day would be simple. If it weren't for other mutations occurring later on Blue Star, just this army of ants could flatten the entire Blue Star. Oh. At this moment, a relatively smaller gorilla charged forward, holding a wooden spear. Huang Chen did not engage with it, quickly flying to another branch. Upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that this branch was much thinner than the one he had previously stood on. If it weren't for the mutated feathers providing support in the air, with his weight, he would surely have fallen. The black chimpanzee didn't think much of it. Seeing Huang Chen escape, it immediately swung over, grabbing a branch with one hand. Oh! As soon as it arrived, the branch broke under the weight. The little black chimpanzee noticed the branch beneath its feet snap and panicked, letting out a loud cry. An unexpected event occurred. A tree beneath Huang Chen seemed to come alive, extending a branch to block the falling little black chimpanzee. Name: blood-sucking acacia. Level: leader tier 1, danger level, high. A piece of information slowly emerged. So it's the acacia. Those wooden spears must be the thorns from it. The acacia had been inactive before, so the detection eye couldn't reveal its true nature. Now that it moved, the detection eye immediately sprang into action, revealing some basic information about it. Knowing who the opponent was, Huang Chen finally stopped hesitating. Generally speaking, mutated plants are more bizarre than mutated animals, but they have a downside: their mobility is usually limited. Especially now, at the early stage of mutation, even as a leader-level monster, the main combat power of this blood-sucking acacia came from the wooden chimpanzees, which had little resistance on their own. Understanding this, Huang Chen no longer hesitated and directly took action to eliminate the two relatively smaller wooden chimpanzees. This angered the first wooden chimpanzee that appeared. It pounded its chest with one hand and howled loudly, as if venting its rage. Huang Chen ignored it. The two wooden chimpanzees he had killed earlier hadn't dropped any materials, indicating that they had long since merged with the blood-sucking acacia, or rather, they were already puppets of the acacia. Only by eliminating the blood-sucking acacia could it be considered a true end. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before they could be reborn using the acacia's body. Without the feather of mutation, Huang Chen would have run as far away as possible upon encountering this blood-sucking acacia. But now, even though the wooden chimpanzee swung back and forth, it still couldn't catch the winged Huang Chen. The advantage of being airborne was fully displayed. Huang Chen wielded his claws, dodging the wooden chimpanzee's spear attacks while peeling away the bark of the blood-sucking acacia. As the dark brown bark was stripped away, what was revealed was not the tender white heartwood, but a patch of blood red. At the same time, streams of a blood-like substance splattered out, spraying Huang Chen. Sizzle! The Thunder Flash mecha immediately emitted a puff of white smoke. I didn't expect this thing to be corrosive. Huang Chen gripped the trunk with both hands, quickly switched to the Tianyu mecha, and then switched back. After a series of operations, the red liquid that had adhered to the mecha was completely cleared away. Huang Chen attacked again with his claws. The height of this acacia was about 60 meters, with a diameter of around 3 meters. It looked sturdy, but under Huang Chen's claws, a large hole was quickly gouged out of the trunk. He could faintly hear the sound of cracking coming from the trunk. Huang Chen switched to the Titan mecha, then charged up a punch and struck hard. With 40 points of strength enhanced by the Titan module, its power was now comparable to a Tier 3 mecha. With a crack, the blood-sucking acacia crashed to the ground. Kill leader tier blood-sucking acacia, Tier 1, rewards, counterattack heartwood *1, blood essence *3, blood spirit root *5, blood-sucking wooden spear, item, *20, wooden puppets, item, *2. Would you like to fuse the counterattack heartwood into the moth gene modification? Before Huang Chen could check his loot, a line of small text suddenly popped up in front of him. Yes. He directly chose yes. The counterattack heartwood is an excellent enhancement material. As the name suggests, it has a certain counterattack effect. When used for mecha enhancement, it can achieve surprising results. Huang Qin originally wanted to use it for enhancing the Tianyu mecha, but using it on the next mecha wouldn't be a loss either. At that time, I might even obtain a residence that can automatically counterattack. The heart of the counterattack tree disappeared, and Huang Qin looked at the blood-sucking wooden spear and the wooden puppet. The former is an attack-type item with considerable power. Even if I can't use it myself, I can leave it for others or sell it. As for the wooden puppet, that's a good item. Name, wooden puppet quality, excellent type, item effect, used on first-tier creatures, it turns them into wood. Once the transformation is complete, the wooden creature will completely obey the user's commands. If this item is used well, I might even get 2 decent helpers. After putting away the wooden puppet, Huang Qin continued forward. The mutated creatures in the zoo are generally a level above those outside. But thinking about it, most of the beings outside are either overworked individuals with poor physical conditions or pampered pets. How many fierce existences could there be? Even the most docile creatures here still possess a wild nature. On ordinary days, they may seem harmless, each one waving and acting cute, but when the apocalypse arrives, they will be the first batch of the most dangerous killers. After bypassing the chimpanzee enclosure, another area appeared. Suddenly, Huang Qin paused, looking at the mutated creature ahead. Is that a kangaroo? Name, mutated kangaroo level, ordinary second-tier danger level. High. The creature before him indeed resembled a kangaroo, most notably due to the large pouch on its abdomen. However, the pouch that used to hold baby kangaroos was now occupied by another adult kangaroo. The kangaroo's head popped out of the pouch, its pair of crimson eyes fixed intently on Huang Qin, drool continuously dripping from its mouth. It twisted its body restlessly, looking somewhat impatient. As he raised his gaze, the pouch twisted back and forth, resembling a massive flesh tumor, causing his rationality to plummet. Fortunately, Huang Qin had already been through various bizarre creatures. If an ordinary person were here, they would surely be scared out of their wits. I don't blame you for being ugly, but it's your fault for coming out to scare people. To be safe, Huang Qin switched to the Heavenly Guardian Mecha. With the high defense and damage reduction attributes of the Heavenly Guardian Mecha, he could handle any sudden situations. Just as he transformed into the mecha form, the mutated kangaroo leaped forward, jumping right in front of him. It used its tail for support, and its 2 strong legs kicked fiercely at Huang Qin. Huang Qin reacted quickly, immediately raising his arms to block. As the saying goes, an arm can't twist a thigh, especially when it's the thigh of a mutated kangaroo. He stumbled, nearly knocked to the ground. Fortunately, I managed to block it. Just as Huang Qin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he realized that the huge kangaroo hidden in the pouch had punched him. Generally speaking, a kangaroo's thighs are the strongest, and they habitually use them to attack. But the power in their fists should not be underestimated either. Some kangaroos can even box with professional boxers. If it were just that, it would be fine. But perhaps due to hiding in the pouch, the kangaroo's arms were unusually thick, even matching the thickness of its thighs. This heavy punch was a bit much for Huang Qin to handle. He quickly dodged and created some distance, transforming the mecha form again into the giant god mecha. The giant god mecha was equipped with the tooth of the hellhound. With this module, he wouldn't have to fear surprise attacks. The black and gold giant god mecha appeared, and Huang Qin charged forward again. The mutated kangaroo had no idea what was happening. It repeated its previous tactic and kicked out with both feet. Huang Qin, just like before, raised his arms to block. Taking advantage of the moment while blocking, he glanced at his chest. Sure enough, there was a kangaroo's fist coming at him with great force. But just as the fist landed on the body, the dog head pattern on the chest of the giant mech seemed to come alive, sprouting a dog head from within. The image of the dog head resembled that of a bully breed, with interlocking fangs, and faint traces of bright red blood could be seen on it. Crack! The dog head opened its mouth wide and bit down on the kangaroo's arm. With just a slight exertion, a horrifying sound of bones shattering followed. Truly the teeth of a vicious dog, this bite directly severed one of the kangaroo's arms that was hiding in its pouch. Taking advantage of the pain, Huang Qin grabbed the head of the kangaroo, which had already lost its arm, with both hands and pulled hard. The kangaroo, with its strong upper body and weak lower limbs, was forcibly yanked out. This action seemed to touch a reverse scale, and the bizarre kangaroo let out a frenzied roar. Huang Qin ignored it and smashed the kangaroo's head with a punch, then switched to the Thunder Flash Mech and used a claw to sever the bizarre kangaroo's head. Kill bizarre kangaroo, Tier 2, materials obtained, Beast Soul Stone *1, Mutated Blood Droplets *12, Blood Essence *5, Blood Red Stone *3, Small Pouch, item. The materials in front were nothing special, but Huang Chen's eyes immediately caught sight of the small pouch at the end. Name, small pouch quality, excellent type, item effect, contains a space of 1 cubic meter, can store objects, note, cannot store living things. It turned out to be of excellent quality. Huang Chen's eyes lit up. Ordinary, fine, excellent, and then comes excellent. What's even more precious is that this is a space item. Huang Chen picked it up and examined it closely. The size of the small pouch was about the same as an ordinary plastic bag, and its usage was very simple. Just stick it to the body, and he could freely store and retrieve items. Moreover, it was not restricted by the mech form. This meant that even if he stuck it to the mech, he could still use the space in the small pouch without summoning the mech. 1 cubic meter may not seem large, but it could hold a lot of things. At the very least, all the materials he had previously obtained, including the blood-sucking wooden spear, could fit inside. After stuffing all the materials into the small pouch, Huang Chen felt a sense of relief. Without this small pouch, collecting the upcoming spoils would have been quite inconvenient. Signboard, let's see what kind of animal is in the next area. Huang Chen walked over to the abandoned iron gate and propped up a large signboard. The signboard had brief introductions to each area and the corresponding routes. The next area is elephants? A loud trumpet of an elephant sounded, and then the entire ground began to shake. Such might, at least a tier 2 elite. It seems the strongest in this zoo is that mutated elephant. Huang Chen's expression changed. Some tier 2 elite monsters could even rival tier 3 monsters, and the mutated elephant not far away was clearly one of them. Unless necessary, he didn't want to engage it for now. However, the mech modification had hit a snag. Other materials were manageable, but this epic level material was giving him a headache. Let's go take a look. If worst comes to worst, I can just escape using the Thunder Flash mech. After much deliberation, Huang Chen decided to go meet the mutated elephant. The Ningxing Zoo was quite large, and after walking for about 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the elephant area. As soon as he got close, he saw the mutated elephant feeding. Its food was actually a giant python over 10 meters long. The mutated elephant had one leg firmly pressing down on the giant python's body while using the other leg to tear at it relentlessly. The giant python writhed in pain, but it was no match for the mutated elephant and couldn't escape. After stepping down and tearing off a piece of flesh, the mutated elephant extended its trunk, and the huge chunk of meat was sent into its mouth. After a few crunches, blood and water immediately dripped down. Such a brutal scene made Huang Chen's scalp tingle. Hiss hiss hiss. At this moment, the giant python discovered Huang Chen's presence and quickly flicked its tongue in a plea for help. A mutated creature seeking assistance from a human, it was clear that this giant python was truly desperate. Not rushing to act, Huang Chen continued to wait. The giant python was an ordinary second-tier creature. Although it couldn't compare to the elite-level mutated elephant, its vitality was strong, and it wouldn't die easily. If he acted now, he was likely to face a joint attack from the two mutated creatures. It was better to wait a little longer and observe the situation. Half an hour later, most of the giant python's body had been consumed, leaving it gasping for breath. The mutated elephant, seemingly full, lay on the ground to rest. Huang Chen reached out and wiped his hand across his stomach. A blood-sucking wooden spear appeared. The mutated elephant was formidable, so it was better to use the blood-sucking wooden spear to wear it down first. Whoosh! The 1-meter-long wooden spear was quickly thrown, arcing through the air before plunging straight into the mutated elephant's body. Roar! The mutated elephant cried out in pain, suddenly standing up and swinging its trunk around to survey the area. However, with the eye of detection active, Huang Chen had concealed his own presence to the utmost. Moreover, with the area soaked in the giant python's blood, the mutated elephant turned around but failed to detect Huang Chen's existence. Seeing the giant elephant lie down again, Huang Chen took out another blood-sucking wooden spear and threw it. The blood-sucking wooden spear was hollow throughout, with a 3-edged blood channel at the tip. Once it entered a creature's body, blood would continuously flow out through the hollow tube. At this moment, the mutated elephant was already drenched in blood, not only from the giant python but also its own. The mutated elephant let out a furious roar, using its trunk to lift a thick tree trunk and hurled it away. However, it did not notice Huang Chen. It was merely venting its anger. This time, the mutated elephant did not lie down but instead walked around, swinging its trunk. Taking advantage of its turned back, Huang Chen threw 3 wooden spears. But this time, it was unsuccessful. The 3 wooden spears struck the mutated elephant and immediately broke. Huang Chen then realized that he had hit the mutated elephant's abdomen the first 2 times, which was its weak point. Because of this, the blood-sucking wooden spear could penetrate. Now that he had changed the target area, the blood-sucking wooden spear was utterly ineffective against its tough skin. If the blood-sucking wooden spear can't break through its defenses, I'll have to use my claws. I didn't expect it would come down to hand-to-hand combat. Luckily, this guy isn't fast, or it would be troublesome. Huang Chen stood up and switched to the Thunder Flash Mecha. For such a bulky creature, the Thunder Flash Mecha was much more convenient. With the claw form available, he didn't have to worry about not breaking through its defenses. It would just take longer to wear it down. Thankfully, this wasn't a game. Otherwise, if the mutated elephant had a healing move, Huang Chen would really be dumbfounded. At this moment, the mutated elephant finally noticed the one attacking it and charged at Huang Chen in a rage. As it ran, the entire zoo seemed to tremble. Meanwhile, in a small building not far from the elephant enclosure, a balding middle-aged man in a dark blue work uniform looked on in fear. When encountering such a giant creature, just run. How dare he provoke it? He's really not afraid of death, he muttered quietly, not daring to make too much noise. Since the apocalypse began, he had been in the zoo longer than anyone else and understood the terror of that mutated elephant better than anyone. In his view, daring to provoke such a terrifying creature was basically equivalent to signing one's own death warrant. Yet, he didn't want Huang Chen to die so easily. After all, Huang Chen was the first living person he had seen in the past 2 days. He was counting on Huang Chen to take him out. Inside the elephant enclosure, the Thunder Flash Mecha circled the mutated elephant, constantly maneuvering while inflicting wounds. Soon, the mutated elephant's blood stained the surrounding area a deep red. The ground looked as if it were covered with a thick layer of blood plasma. According to this trend, it shouldn't be long before we can drain the blood from this mutated elephant. Even mutated creatures must adhere to logic. With so much blood released, even if the mutated elephant doesn't die, it will surely be crippled. Just then, the mutated elephant, which had been trying to catch Huang Chen, suddenly stopped its movements. It then raised its front leg and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! An invisible wave spread out, directly pinning the Thunder Flash Mecha in place. Innate skill. Huang Chen was taken aback. Humans have mecha modules, and mutated creatures naturally possess innate skills as well. Logically, he should have been on guard against the appearance of innate skills. However, returning to the early days of the apocalypse had relaxed his vigilance, and since the monsters he encountered earlier had no innate skills, he naturally forgot about this. He never expected to encounter it here. The skill used by the mutated elephant was a very common stomp, which had a binding effect. As long as one jumped at the moment it stomped, they could perfectly evade it. But Huang Chen missed the best timing, and now even if he wanted to jump, it was too late. Transforming into the Heavenly Guardian Mecha? But even if he transformed, he would still be in a bound state. Under such an offensive, the unprepared Heavenly Guardian Mecha would surely be crushed into a pile of fragments in an instant. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be severely injured. For a moment, Huang Chen's thoughts raced as he considered all possible solutions. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and a black hair appeared in his hand. He couldn't move under the binding effect, but he could still move his fingers. Huang Chen twisted the hair, and it immediately began to twist wildly. At the same time, an invisible howling sound spread out. On the other side, the mutated elephant was just about to stomp the unaware creature in front of it when a strange howling sound suddenly rang in its ears. Affected by the howling, its movements paused. In that moment of hesitation, the binding effect on Huang Chen disappeared. He stepped forward, leaving his original position. The next second, a massive elephant leg stomped down where he had just stood. Boom! The flat ground was instantly crushed into a huge depression, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading far out. Seeing the power of that stomp, Huang Chen secretly rejoiced. If it weren't for that howling hair, he would have been in grave danger. Avoiding the mutated elephant's attack, Huang Chen became even more cautious. Soon, the mutated elephant fell under his torment. Kill Elite Bloodthirsty Giant Elephant, Tier 2, Obtained Materials, Beast Soulstone *1, Mutated Blood Droplet *2, Blood Essence *6, Blood Redstone *2, Primitive Elephant Armor *1, Name, Primitive Elephant Armor, Quality, Epic, Type, Material, Effect, a reinforced material with extremely strong defense and resilience. Also possesses self-repairing properties. As expected, it was an epic-level material. Huang Chen was overjoyed. With this, he would have a foundation for his next mecha. After collecting everything, just as Huang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a figure not far away watching him. Who is it? Come out! Huang Chen turned to look at a stone wall. Behind the wall, a bald man let out a quiet breath, raised his hands high, and made a surrender gesture. Don't kill me, I'm one of you. Upon hearing this, Huang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Who said we're one of you? Tell me, who are you, and how did you end up here? Although he asked this, he had already guessed most of it from the man's clothing. If nothing unexpected happened, this man should be an animal keeper from the Ningxing Zoo. I'm Su Dahai, the keeper in the tiger area, Su Dahai answered honestly. To show that he was safe, he didn't even summon his mecha. Tiger Zone. Huang Chen's gaze slightly narrowed. Logically speaking, tigers are not weak in combat. Even peacocks have undergone mutations and become so powerful. The strength of a mutated tiger must be extraordinary. Yet, after wandering around the zoo for so long, he hadn't seen a single tiger, nor had he heard even a roar. What on earth is going on? His gaze fell on Su Dahai, and he asked in a deep voice, "Where have all the tigers in the zoo gone?" Seeing that Huang Chen didn't seem inclined to take action, Su Dahai felt a slight relief and sighed heavily. "They're all dead, all dead. Half a month ago, those 3 tigers died in the park." "All 3 died at once? Was it poisoning?" Huang Chen asked, puzzled. After all, these were tigers, known as the kings of beasts. Who could kill them, and all at once? He couldn't think of any other reason besides poisoning. As for whether there was any abuse in the zoo, that could be directly denied. When he had visited the zoo before, the 3 tigers had been well-fed and plump, showing no signs of mistreatment. Not exactly. I shouldn't be saying this, but given the current situation, keeping it a secret doesn't matter anymore. Su Dahai's eyes were filled with fear, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Those 3 tigers were torn apart, and even their bodies were dragged away by something. I can assure you, this was definitely not done by a human. The remaining chunks of meat had a row of strange bite marks. Whatever killed the tigers was definitely not human, but some unknown creature. Huang Chen fell into deep thought after hearing this. Su Dahai's dormitory should be close to the tiger zone. To kill 3 tigers in such a short time and drag away their bodies was simply impossible. Unless, suddenly, he had a very bold guess. The one who killed the tigers was a human, but not an ordinary one. It was a blood corpse. It was that leader-level blood corpse. Only it could possess such powerful strength to kill 3 tigers in such a short time. With such a big incident happening, didn't your zoo investigate? We did, but we could only trace the blood to the north direction, and there were no other clues. Su Dahai's eyelids drooped. If it weren't for the tigers being killed and the director getting angry, punishing him to be on duty for half a year, how could he have been stuck in this hellhole? Huang Chen didn't continue to press for more details and turned to ask about something else. "Do you want me to take you out?" "Yes, I dream of it." Su Dahai nodded eagerly. "Taking you out is not impossible. You just said we are on the same side, so from now on, you will listen to me, okay? Okay. I am willing to go through fire and water for you, no matter the cost. Actually, it doesn't have to be that extreme. I'm not that harsh. By the way, let me see your mecha and show me what abilities it has." Upon hearing this, Su Dahai obediently summoned his mecha. In the blink of an eye, a yellowish-brown mecha took shape. Then, with a single hand gesture, a clump of soil flew into his hand, constantly changing shape. "Wait." Huang Chen was taken aback and quickly asked, "What did you eat on the day of the great disaster?" Su Dahai was a bit confused but still answered honestly, "I ate a specialty that a friend brought, something like fried earth cake." "Fried earth cake?" Huang Chen's expression was strange. This could work? Compared to that, the roast duck he had eaten in his past life seemed weak. It seemed that Su Dahai's mecha should have originated from a bit of soil left over from the fried earth cake, evolving into a talent for manipulating soil. This talent could both attack and defend, destined to shine in the future. "Alright, you qualify to be one of us. Follow me, I still have some materials to gather. Once I'm done, I'll take you out." Great. Su Dahai's tone became much lighter. "By the way, do we have an organization or something? What's its name?" "An organization name?" Huang Chen glanced at the dilapidated zoo and then looked into the distance. "This apocalypse will last a long time. Each of us lives in darkness, hoping for a glimmer of light. Since that's the case, let's call it Dawn." "Dawn? That's a good name. From now on, I will be a person of dawn." Su Dahai quickly got into the spirit, speaking with pride and confidence. Ignoring the excited Su Dahai, Huang Chen continued to search for traces of mutated creatures. In the evening, Huang Chen exchanged some food from the system mall, not the basic package for 1 energy point, but a luxurious meal for 100 energy points. Although energy points were precious, one shouldn't suffer even more. Besides, with tens of thousands of funds in hand, Huang Chen felt no pain in spending a little. The delicious food immediately made Su Dahai drool. Huang Chen casually shared some with him. Being a lone wolf in the apocalypse wasn't a good choice. Su Dahai had decent talent and could be brought in. Taking advantage of the break, Huang Chen created a chat group named Dawn and sent an invitation to Guan Xilan. The next second, Guan Xilan accepted and successfully joined the group chat. Thus, there were 3 people in the chat, him, Guan Xilan, and the newly joined Su Dahai. Hello. Su Dahai was the first to send a message. Ignoring this lively character, Huang Chen tagged Guan Xilan. "Is everything okay over there at the building?" "It's fine, it's very quiet here." Relieved to hear that nothing was wrong at the abandoned building, Huang Chen let out a sigh. The supplies in the building were secondary. The key was that Guan Xilan, this talent, couldn't have any mishaps. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find another insect researcher. You two should get to know each other. After sending a message, Huang Chen closed his eyes and began to rest. 3 days later, Huang Chen finally gathered all the materials and started his return journey. Damn, how did this guy end up here? Arriving at the security booth, Su Dahai was startled by the sleeping koala. At this moment, the koala, after 2 days of evolution, looked even more terrifying than before. Do you know it? Huang Chen clenched his fists, 3 sharp blades popping out between his fingers. I know it. There was a group of people who tried to use their Awaken mechs to rob the park, but this thing slapped them one by one, turning them into meat patties. Look, they're all over there. As he spoke, Su Dahai pointed with a trembling finger at a nearby puddle of black substance. Wait, you're not planning to kill this big guy, are you? Su Dahai suddenly seemed to remember something, looking at Huang Chen in horror. That's right, step back a bit and don't get in the way. Just as Huang Chen was about to step forward, he was stopped by Su Dahai. Koalas are gentle creatures. As long as we don't trouble it, it won't attack us. Let's sneak out quietly. Huang Chen felt helpless. After the mutation, creatures would undergo drastic changes in temperament. Even the gentlest animals could become brutal and bloodthirsty. If he didn't kill it now, it might turn on him later. Moreover, that pile of materials was still in the security booth. He couldn't just give up on it. Don't worry, no matter how strong it is, can it be stronger than that mutated elephant? Su Dahai was taken aback by this. Indeed, an adult male koala weighs at most around 14 kilograms. To put it bluntly, it was lighter than a pile of dung from an elephant. While he was pondering, Huang Chen had already reached the koala. Whoosh! Just as he raised his claws, a cold wind suddenly swept over his head. Huang Chen had no time to think and rolled away easily. However, the stone slab beneath his feet wasn't so lucky, getting crushed by the koala's claw. Such speed, it really has mutated significantly. Taking a deep breath, Huang Chen's figure flashed and appeared behind the koala. Sensing someone behind it, the koala quickly turned around. But before it could fully turn its head, a sharp, elongated blade sliced through its neck. With a splat, a large amount of blood splattered, and the koala twitched its limbs a few times before breathing its last. Killed? Just like that? Su Dahai's mouth was wide enough to fit a duck egg. He slid to his knees, rushed to Huang Chen's side, and hugged his thigh, shouting, "Boss, you're amazing. From now on, I'll follow you. If you don't want to attract other mutated monsters, you should keep quiet," Huang Chen said. Su Dahai immediately shut his mouth upon hearing this. However, his admiration for Huang Chen did not diminish in the slightest. The materials in the security booth remained intact. Either those people hadn't come, or they chose to leave after seeing the terrifying koala. But in any case, these materials now belonged to Huang Chen. All the materials were stuffed into a small nursery bag. The previously somewhat empty space was suddenly filled with various materials. The space is still a bit small. At least 100 cubic meters would be enough, Huang Chen muttered to himself, shaking his head. Before obtaining the small nursery bag, he had never thought he would acquire space equipment so soon. Now that he was lucky enough to have one, he was already thinking about getting a bigger one. Indeed, human desire knows no bounds. The two quickly returned to the abandoned building. Just as they were about to enter, a commotion of fighting sounds reached their ears. They hurried closer to see that Guan Xilan was battling a mutated rat. Rats were already not the most attractive creatures, and after mutation, they looked even uglier. What Huang Chen didn't expect was that although Guan Xilan's fighting style was still somewhat clumsy, her progress was clear. This indicated that during the time he was away, Guan Xilan had not been idle and had been strengthening her training. Su Dahai, from now on, Guan Xilan will be your role model, learn well from her, Huang Chen advised. Although he could have dealt with the mutated rat in one move, this was Guan Xilan's battle, and he chose not to intervene. 5 minutes later, as a strange white thread emerged from the mutated rat's mouth, the battle finally came to an end. Seeing the rat, which was taller than himself, being dealt with by Guan Xilan, Su Dahai was also filled with admiration. Well done, it seems you're gradually adapting to this world. Huang Chen stepped forward and praised her. Guan Xilan removed her mech, a slight flush appearing on her face. Hearing Huang Chen's compliment, her face turned even redder. Actually, I just want to survive. No need to be so reserved. In this world, everyone wants to survive. Just hope that while you pursue your goals, you don't forget that you were once a person, Huang Chen said. In the later stages of the apocalypse, many people's natures would change, and some could no longer be called human. Huang Chen said this as a precaution. By the way, in the days to come, I won't continue to protect you. You need to go out and hunt monsters on your own while also submitting a certain amount of enhancement materials to Dawn. I wonder if you have any objections. None, Guan Xilan and Su Dahai replied in unison. They understood Huang Chen's potential better than anyone and naturally would not choose to give up on this strong support. After a simple meal, Huang Xilan and Su Dahai set out together to hunt mutated creatures, while Huang Chen took out the materials he had painstakingly gathered, preparing for mech modification. Placing one hand on the savage elephant armor, a flash of white light appeared, and the savage elephant armor vanished. At the same time, a progress bar appeared before him. He inserted a beast soulstone, and the progress bar increased slightly. Inserting another one caused it to grow again. Once all the materials were, the previously paused countdown finally started moving again. In 8 hours, the new mech will be born. During the following time, Huang Chen did not go out but instead found a piece of paper and listed the things he needed to do next. Undoubtedly, collecting resources to become stronger was the top priority, followed by the leader-level blood corpse whose exact location was still unknown. I must resolve this before reaching the third stage. Once that blood corpse enters the third stage, it will form a layer of blood cocoon that tightly wraps around itself, advancing towards the fourth stage within the cocoon. The blood cocoon has extremely strong defenses, and there are many blood corpses guarding it from the outside. If it comes to that, I will be in a passive position. Lastly, there's the matter of making money, which means energy points. The use of energy points is not just as simple as buying food. They will be of great use in the future. Time flows like water, slowly passing. After more than 7 hours, a familiar prompt sounded. Sutra Moth gene absorption completed. First stage universal insect soldier mech has advanced to the mustard seed mech form. In the vastness of Sumeru, within the mustard seed, there is no increase or decrease. This name is quite fitting. Huang Chen's mind stirred as he summoned the mustard seed mech. When the mustard seed mech was summoned, he discovered that it could actually exist independently. This meant he could summon the mustard seed mech and any other mech set simultaneously. Moreover, the mustard seed mech was different from what he had imagined. It resembled a magnificent door without a door panel rather than a mech. Behind the door was a pitch-black expanse, devoid of any light. Huang Chen paused for a moment, slowly reaching his hand into the door, then tilting his head to see if his hand appeared from behind. As expected, the area behind the door was calm, and his hand was not there. Could it be another space? He stepped boldly into the darkness, and the scene before him suddenly opened up. There were numerous trees and towering rocks. The mustard seed mech actually concealed a piece of alternate space. Only then did he think to check the attributes of the mustard seed mech. Name, Giant God Mech. Level, First Stage, Exclusive Module, Mustard Seed Space, an alternate space measuring 100 meters long, 100 meters wide, and 50 meters high, capable of accommodating living beings. Completing mech advancement can expand the alternate space range. There were no displays of power or other attributes, just a brief introduction of the exclusive module. Yet, this short description nearly drove Huang Chen to madness with excitement. The internal space of the mustard seed mech was vast enough for him to complete the early transition, and in the future, as it advanced, the space would expand again. This effect could even rival that of myth-level items. The only downside was that once the mustard seed mech was set down, it could not be recalled at will. Each recall would take at least an hour, and no living beings could exist inside. If he recalled it while there were living beings inside, the omnipresent spatial force would release all living beings into an unknown space. If luck was on his side, they might be transported to a habitable planet, but the probability was less than 1 in a trillion. The vast majority would be torn to shreds by spatial fluctuations. If it could be recalled immediately, it would be a nice space item. Huang Chen couldn't help but sigh. With that, the positioning of the mustard seed mech became very clear. It was a large base that could be moved at any time. Currently, there were few people in Dawn. Once there were more in the future, construction could begin, and at that time, the true value of the mustard seed mech would be realized. An hour later, Huang Chen recalled the mustard seed mech. Giant God, Heavenly Guardian, Thunder Flash, Mustard Seed. He was only one away from gathering all 5 major mechs to complete the mech form fusion. He was very much looking forward to the fused mech form. However, adhering to the principle of better to have none than to have a poor one, Huang Chen did not want to casually find an insect to integrate. After all, the more he integrated, the more resources would be needed for the mech's advancement. In the early days before the apocalypse, practicality was the priority. Boss, the weather has changed outside. Su Dahai's voice rang out not far away. Although Huang Chen was significantly younger than Su Dahai, there was no sense of incongruity when Su Dahai called him boss. As he put it, despite Huang Chen's young age, he had an innate aura of leadership. Huang Chen could not deny this statement. After all, no matter how miserable his past life was, he was still the leader of an organization with a scale of 2,000 people. Those in high positions command respect, and perhaps that is why Su Dahai called him boss. Hasn't the world already changed outside? Huang Chen said lightly. Other survivors are gathering together, officially forming forces and starting to recruit. Compared to the unreliable Su Dahai, Guan Xilan was much more serious. At first glance, there are 5 major forces, and the entire Ning City is roughly divided into 5 parts: the Eastern Ning City Base and the University Alliance. The former is established by the government, while the latter is formed by 5 universities in the East joining forces with other schools. Next is the Western Fenua Base, reportedly established by the Fenua 3 young masters, led by An Honghai. His mecha is extraordinary, and ordinary mutated creatures are no match for him. They even killed an elite-level mutated Cicadere before. Then there is the Southern Star Association, which gathers various freelancers. Although the organization is relatively loose, its strength is not to be underestimated. Finally, there is the Shanhua base established by Chu Jiazhen, the former richest man in Ning City. According to rumors, Chu Jiazhen's mecha is also quite remarkable, and it seems he was already aware of the impending apocalypse and had made preparations in advance. I believe that the Shanhua base will definitely be our formidable opponent in the future. Their threat may be even greater than that of the Ning City base. Hearing Guan Xilan's analysis, Huang Chun chuckled. It was similar to what he remembered. In his past life, Ning City was also divided into 5 parts. However, at that time, he had no qualifications to intervene at such a level and could only go with the flow. But now, seeing Guan Xilan's serious demeanor, Huang Chun couldn't help but smile inwardly. Don't worry about the Shanhua base, they are our allies. Allies? Guan Xilan hesitated for a moment and did not speak further. Su Dahai, on the other hand, looked surprised. That's the founder of the Shanhua group, the richest man in Ning City. I didn't expect you to know him, boss. I heard he has a pretty daughter. Enough, your hair is almost gone, and you're still thinking about someone else's daughter? At your age, you're practically old enough to be her uncle. Huang Chen was merciless. This is called being exceptionally clever. Besides, I'm only 28 this year, and his daughter is 18. There's just a 10-year difference. What's wrong with that? Su Dahai quickly defended himself. Are you sure you're 28, not 38? This time, it was Guan Xilan's turn to be surprised. Su Dahai's haggard appearance made her think he was at least 35, so she had always been wary of his attentions, feeling that he looked old and played around. She didn't expect he was only 28, just 2 years older than herself. Su Dahai was so struck by their comments that he fell silent in frustration. Huang Chen, sensing something, glanced outside and said, "They're here, aren't you going to go greet them?" Just then, a Liang's voice rang out. "Mr. Huang Chen, we have arrived." Inside the abandoned building, behind Chu Jiazhen stood a Liang and Chu Wei, while Huang Chen was flanked by Guan Xilan and Su Dahai. The two were seated across from each other. After the apocalypse occurred, social order collapsed, but the recovery speed is equally astonishing. In just a few days, a preliminary stable order has already been established. We have to thank your reminders and assistance for all of this. Chu Jiazhen's expression was somewhat better than before. The lifebound mecha strengthens the operator as well, and it was clear that Chu Jiazhen had noticed the benefits, which was why he looked so spirited. I was just giving a reminder. You're still so humble. I came this time to invite you to join us. I can promise you the same privileges as I have. How about it? This condition is quite generous, isn't it? Hearing that Chu Jiazhen was going to co-manage the Shanha group with Huang Chen, Guan Xilan showed no expression on her face. She knew Huang Chen's strength. In her view, Chu Jiazhen should hand over the entire Shanha base to Huang Chen. The way things were now showed no sincerity at all. Lacking information, Su Dahai, whose thoughts were still stuck in the time before the apocalypse, did not think so. Who was Chu Jiazhen? He was the true richest man in Ningxing, a powerful figure with connections everywhere. He could personally extend an invitation and grant such significant power. Why hesitate to agree? Huang Chen, just agree, okay? Seeing Huang Chen still hesitating, Xu Hui stepped forward, took his hand, and acted cute. Chu Jiazhen smiled faintly at the scene and looked around. A Liang also looked up at the ceiling, trying to find patterns in the cement. Although Guan Xilan did not show much expression, there was a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Su Dahai, on the other hand, heard the sound of his heart breaking. Sorry. Huang Chen still chose to refuse and introduced Guan Xilan and Su Dahai to the three. After learning that Huang Chen had already established his own power and started recruiting talent, Chu Jiazhen no longer hesitated and turned to ask, since you've already formed an organization, why not announce it and recruit more people? I plan to take an elite route for now. Having too many people is troublesome, Huang Chen casually replied. This was one reason. Another was that in the future, the size of Blue Star would stretch infinitely. This would lead to changes in the terrain. It was possible that today two people could be sleeping side by side, and tomorrow they would be several meters apart. For ordinary people, this undoubtedly meant a longer journey, just a matter of walking a bit more. But for large powers, even a slight change could affect the overall situation. So, now was not a good time for large-scale expansion. Although he had the mustard mecha and didn't need to worry about being affected, he still preferred quality over quantity. To join the Dawn, one must at least have a skill. He wanted elites, not a rabble. After sending the three off, Huang Chen suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, Anhonghai was able to become the number one in Ningxing, forcing Chu Jiajin out and overpowering the authorities, not only because of the strength of the Red Rhino mecha but also because he obtained a crucial item, the material synthesizer. The function of this item was very simple yet incredibly powerful. It could convert low-level materials into high-level materials. Precious high-level materials often had a price but no market. Synthesizing high-level materials from low-level ones was clearly a profitable venture. In his previous life, Anhonghai relied on this material synthesizer to quickly establish a foothold in Ningxing and become the ultimate overlord. If he hadn't remembered it, it would have been fine, but now that he had to get it. However, before that, he needed to enhance his own strength. The accumulation of enhancement materials is almost complete. Next, I'll start upgrading the mechas. Last time, by selling bone bombs at a low price and buying high, he had stockpiled quite a few enhancement materials. Coupled with the previous trip to the zoo, he now had enough materials to upgrade Tianyu and Leishan to the second tier. After submitting the materials again, another long 18 hours awaited him. During these 18 hours, the two mechas could not be used. Only the giant god mecha and the mustard mecha were unaffected. Bored, Huang Chen opened the regional chat. At this moment, the regional chat was almost indistinguishable from the chat channels in games, filled with people buying or selling materials, and others looking for teams to hunt mutated creatures. The most eye-catching were those with prefixes above their names: Ningxing, University Alliance, Shanha, Fenua, and the Star Association. Clearly, these were the works of the 5 major powers. Huang Chen browsed through the information while waiting for the mecha upgrade to complete. Meanwhile, at the Nanshan prison in Ningxing, Ran Zijing and his group of 6 were cautiously avoiding the prison entrance, heading towards the main road nearby. They had been wandering around for the past couple of days, hunting mutated creatures. If it weren't for seeing the news about the establishment of the University Alliance in the regional chat today, the 6 of them might still be sleeping soundly in some hotel. We finally found an organization. It wasn't easy, Yu Lang said, unable to hide his excitement. Shu, keep it down. Let's talk after we get around this prison. To reach the area where the University Alliance was located, they had to pass through the South Mountain prison. The blood corpses transformed from ordinary people had already given them headaches, and they could only imagine how much more ferocious the blood corpses transformed from criminals would be. Moreover, the prison housed serious offenders, those guilty of murder, arson, or involvement in organized crime. The thought of these people turning into blood corpses was enough to give anyone a headache. This was also why the 6 were being so cautious. Fortunately, they were experienced and quickly covered half the distance. As long as they completed the remaining distance, they would be safe. But just then, a group of mechs suddenly charged in from the distance. The moment Yu Lang saw these mechs, his expression changed dramatically. Damn, where did these idiots come from? Are they looking for death? The mechs moved quickly, reaching the prison entrance in the blink of an eye. Boss, this is South Mountain Prison. There must be plenty of elite monsters inside, said his younger brother, Ho Rinzhong, grinning as he pointed at the prison gate. Not bad, you have a keen eye to find this place, and Honghai said with a nonchalant compliment, then couldn't contain his excitement and rushed forward. Just as Ho Rinzhong had said, there must be many elite monsters in this prison. As long as they dealt with them, it would be enough to level up their mechs. With that thought, he stepped back slightly, bending his body, and a strange red light began to glow on the surface of his mech. Not good, these idiots want to open the prison gate. We need to run. Ran Zijing's expression changed, and he quickly called for the others to leave. But as soon as he finished speaking, they saw a red mech charging out fearlessly. Bang! In the next second, the red mech crashed into the iron gate without hesitation. Dust flew up, and the iron door shattered into pieces. Boss is mighty. Ho Rinzhong clapped vigorously. But then, it was as if someone had grabbed him by the throat, and he couldn't say a word. Behind the iron door of South Mountain Prison, hordes of blood corpses turned their heads, their faces twisted in rage as they stared at the group. Before anyone could react, they erupted into chaos, surging toward them like a tide of red. Even Ran Zijing and the others in the distance couldn't escape, getting swept up in the red wave. This time it's not me being reckless. What do we do? Yu Lang asked while running. Ran Zijing was caught off guard by the scene. If it weren't for these people, he could have easily avoided this big trouble. He quickly looked around and suddenly had an idea. Let's go, we'll enter the prison together. Ha! The prison was full of blood corpses. Wouldn't going in be walking into a trap? Besides, He wasn't that reckless to end up in prison. The blood corpses inside should have all rushed out, and the buildings there are sturdier than those outside. We can hold up there and think of a way. In this situation, trying to escape would mean certain death, Ran Zijing calmly analyzed. With so many blood corpses charging out together, they would tear apart any living thing in sight. Their speed of escape couldn't match the charge of the blood corpses. To survive, they could only swim against the current, using the prison rooms as a defense. What do you all think? Everyone agreed unanimously. When playing games, Ran Zijing was the strategist of the team. His analysis might not always be completely accurate, but there weren't many better options at the moment. The 6 of them gathered their strength and charged toward the prison. On the other side, Ho Renjong also noticed the movements of Ran Zijing and the others. As he watched the number of people in his team dwindle, he finally understood Ran Zijing's intention and shouted loudly, "Boss, the prison, we should go to the prison." At that moment, An Honghai also realized that the seemingly dangerous prison was indeed safer than the outside. They quickly retreated towards the prison. The 6 members of Ran Zijing's group were small in number, and their return to the prison did not stir up much commotion. But it was different for An Honghai's side. With over 30 people gathered together, even a blind person could sense the difference. Their retreat immediately attracted a large number of blood corpses. At this moment, Yu Lang, who had already retreated to the prison, couldn't help but curse, "Damn, this bunch of idiots has drawn the blood corpses here again." Yu Lang was almost driven to the brink of collapse by An Honghai's actions. Ran Zijing's heart sank. This outcome was completely beyond his expectations. With so many blood corpses gathering together, they seemed to have become fish in a barrel. What to do? What should they do? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the number of blood corpses outside had decreased significantly. But this was not a good thing. After so many days, the energy within the blood corpses had long been depleted, and without food to replenish it, they began to turn on each other. The weaker blood corpses were killed, and the ones that remained were not easy to deal with. For Ran Zijing, the situation had worsened significantly. With so many blood corpses, we're probably going to die here, a short, bespectacled boy in the room said pessimistically. The others fell silent at his words. Indeed, if nothing unexpected happened, they were likely to die here. Damn, it's all that bunch of guys' fault. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have fallen to this point, Yu Lang muttered under his breath. Hearing Yu Lang's curse, Ran Zijing could only smile helplessly. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he quickly opened the trading interface. After rummaging through, the initial trading message appeared before him. "Would you like to add Huang Chen as a friend?" Seeing the line of small text flash above, Ran Zijing's heart raced. "Yes. The other party has enabled friend verification. Please provide a reason for adding as a friend." A light blue input box appeared. "Huang Chen, I am Ran Zijing, the one who bought the bone bombs first. My roommate and I are trapped in Nanshan prison. Can you come to rescue us? We are willing to exchange all the earnings we've made these days, and if that's not enough, we can also work for you." After sending the message, Ran Zijing finally let out a sigh of relief. "So, is there a way out?" Yu Lang asked curiously upon seeing this. "Let's give it a try." Ran Zijing replied uncertainly. He didn't know what Huang Chen was planning. In an abandoned building, Huang Chen had already completed the upgrade of the Tianyu Mecha. Name, Tianyu Mecha, level, 2nd tier, strength, 11, defense, 35, agility, 11, mystery, 0, exclusive module, Tianyu, increases physical resistance by 55% and elemental resistance, including mental damage, by 25%, can be further enhanced after mecha advancement. The defense attribute increased to 35 points, an increase of 15 from before, with physical and elemental resistance each increasing by 5%. Such an improvement would be considered extraordinary for an ordinary mecha, but after experiencing the upgrade of the Titan mecha, Huang Chen felt it was rather mediocre. Just as he was about to head out to hunt mutated creatures, a message suddenly flashed before his eyes. Upon reading the content of the message, Huang Chen was taken aback. Nanshan prison? How could he have forgotten about this? In his previous life, An Honghai was trapped in Nanshan prison, and later at a great cost, he managed to bring in reinforcements and escape. Afterward, An Honghai, furious and humiliated, vowed to raze Nanshan prison to the ground, which led to the first battle between the leaders of Ning City and a boss-level monster. Since that battle, An Honghai's rate of growth accelerated, ultimately becoming the true overlord of the entire Ning City. Perhaps the blueprints for the material synthesizer are in the Nanshan prison. With this thought, he accepted Ran Zijing's friend request. Although the 6 of them were young, their relationships were solid, and with their intelligence and willingness to fight, as long as they survived, they would surely achieve greatness in the future. Such a promising group must not be prematurely diminished here. Boss Huang Chen, were in the northern district of Nanshan Prison. Each of the 4 districts east, south, west, and north is guarded by a powerful monster, so you must be careful. We're not in immediate danger, but the mental exhaustion is significant, and we might not be able to help you, Ran Zijing stated directly, explaining their current situation. Although they were holding their position, the blood corpses showed no mercy, attacking in waves without pause. They could barely hold on by taking turns on guard duty. Fortunately, food and water were manageable, as there were large packages available in the system mall, but mental recovery was a different story. After 2 days, everyone was feeling groggy, barely able to summon their mechs to fight. If this continued, they might not even be able to summon their main mechs, and that would be the end for them. I understand. Hold on a little longer, I'll be there soon. With the basic information in hand, Huang Chen set off with Guan Xilan and Su Dahai. After several days of training, both of their combat abilities had improved significantly. Especially Guan Xilan, the seemingly delicate girl surprised Huang Chen by being able to face off against 5 blood corpses without falling behind. She was much stronger than Su Dahai, who could only handle one at a time. If faced with more, he would panic and scream. On the other side, Ran Zijing finally let out a long sigh of relief. Noticing everyone's gaze on him, he scratched his head. Boss Huang Chen promised to come help. Let's hold on a bit longer. Hearing Huang Chen's name, Yu Lang was visibly excited. The impression Huang Chen left on him was deeply etched in his mind, and seeing his idol in action again was thrilling. The other 4, however, were not as enthusiastic. If it were just 1 or 2 monsters, they would trust Huang Chen's strength. But with so many blood corpses outside, even 10 Huang Chens might not be enough. Time passed slowly, and soon the sun began to set, casting a shadow over the land. Boss Huang Chen isn't coming, is he? The bespectacled chubby boy muttered. Let's wait a bit longer. After such a long wait, Ran Zijing was also uncertain, but he could only trust Huang Chen for now. Look quickly. At that moment, Yu Lang pointed outside through the window and shouted. The others turned to see 3 mechs slowly approaching from the street corner, gradually engulfed by darkness. The leading mech, a striking black and gold, shimmered in the sunset like a deity. It's Boss Huang Chen. It's, Yu Lang wanted to say more but was quickly silenced by the quick-witted Yu Lang. Boom! It was then that Yu Lang realized his voice had attracted the lurking blood corpses outside, which were now launching a frenzied attack. Not good, Lu Ting's mech has been destroyed. Lu Ting was the bespectacled chubby boy. His defeat acted as a signal, prompting the others to quickly summon their mechs, but they were immediately torn apart by the swarming blood corpses. No, Lu Ting! Seeing Lu Ting about to perish at the hands of the blood corpses, Yu Lang instinctively stepped in front of him. Yu Lang was filled with regret. If he hadn't shouted so loudly, they wouldn't have attracted so many blood corpses. It was all his fault, and if someone had to die, it might as well be him first. He closed his eyes, quietly waiting for death to arrive. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yu Lang curiously opened his eyes and looked back. He saw that the blood corpse that had originally lunged at him had been cut in half at the waist. Ran Zijing and the others were looking at him with teasing expressions. Langgu, hurry up and get up. You're crushing me, Lu Ting said helplessly. It was only then that Yu Lang reacted and quickly rolled over to stand up. Only then did he notice that the blood corpses at the door had been slaughtered, and the ground was littered with various scattered enhancement materials. Seeing the familiar black and gold mech, he instantly understood that Boss Huang Chen had arrived. In his previous life, Huang Chen had never been to Nanshan Prison and had only heard about it. Although it was dangerous here, it was nothing for him, who had already completed the upgrade of the 2 mechs. Even if he couldn't win, with the high mobility of the Thunder Flash mech, escaping would be a piece of cake. After slaying another blood corpse, Guan Xilan and Su Dahai finally arrived late. Huang Chen first instructed them to protect Ran Zijing and the others as they left, then looked at a mountain of flesh not far away. Name: Gluttonous Blood Corpse Level, Elite Level 1 Danger Level, Medium. The gluttonous blood corpse lived up to its name, having grown immensely large due to its excessive eating, even comparable to the nearby building. If nothing unexpected happened, this gluttonous blood corpse should be the strongest monster in the North District. Although its level was only first tier, this was a mutated blood corpse, and such a massive size was extremely rare even among mutated blood corpses. Huang Chen estimated its true level should be excellent level 2. You all stay here and guard. I'll go meet that monster. To save time, Huang Chen directly switched to the Thunder Flash mech and flew out. Upon reaching the top of the mountain of flesh, he realized that its size was even more astonishing than he had imagined. Flying behind the mountain of flesh, he extended his claws and slashed at the back of the gluttonous blood corpse. Instantly, 3 bloody wounds appeared, but in less than half a minute, those wounds had completely healed. Its defense is no different from an ordinary blood corpse, but its recovery ability is astonishing, and with such a large size, regular attacks are basically ineffective. As he assessed the mountain of flesh before him, Huang Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Although he could slowly grind it down, he didn't want to waste too much time here. If enhancements contacted others and those forces got involved, it would be troublesome for him to obtain the material synthesis device. He didn't believe that other forces wouldn't be tempted by such a high-level item. At that time, they might even fight to the death over it. It's not suitable to fight here. What if I lure it out? Huang Chen suddenly remembered that he had encountered a gas station on his way here. The blood corpses there had already been dealt with, the gas pumps were intact, and a fuel truck filled with gasoline was parked nearby. With the explosive power of gasoline, he should be able to deal with this gluttonous blood corpse. With that thought, he landed on the ground and began to lure the gluttonous blood corpse to move outside. Boom! A huge sound erupted. Perhaps it had caught the scent of fresh flesh. The gluttonous blood corpse slowly began to crawl towards the gas station under Huang Chen's lure. Seeing this scene, Huan Xilan, who was protecting Ran Zijing and the others, immediately made a decision. Let's go, we need to leave here quickly. Ran Zijing also noticed that there were many fewer blood corpses outside, quickly scooping up Lu Ting and following Huan Xilan and Su Dahai out. Hey, help, please save us. Ho Renjong, who was in another monitoring area, shouted at the top of his lungs. Don't save them, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have fallen to this state. Yu Lang was the first to oppose. Ran Zijing frowned and discreetly pulled him back. Right now, the core of the team was Huang Chen. Without him, the two in front had the most power. I have no right to make decisions for them. Let's save them together. After all, we are all human. Su Dahai said anxiously and impulsively. Working at the zoo inherently requires a bit of kindness. He didn't want to see Enhancements and his group fall into the hands of bloodthirsty corpses. Huan Xilan glanced over and said softly, "It's too far. If we go to rescue them, we might also be in danger. If you can take on 10 by yourself, then go." Su Dahai immediately fell silent. He could barely handle 1, let alone 10. Besides, the president didn't say we should save those people. If I'm not mistaken, they should be from Fenua. I've seen them send out distress signals in the area chat. It's really laughable. They want others to rescue them but don't want to pay the price. Who would save them? Guan Xilan scoffed, not taking Ho Renjong's plea seriously at all. Her goodwill had almost dissipated when facing those 5. Now, all she wanted was to repay Huang Chen and, by the way, strive to survive. Ho Renjong watched as the others left, somewhat dumbfounded, and turned around to be met with a flying kick from Enhancements. Damn it, why aren't they coming? At this moment, Enhancements had already fallen into a state of madness, and others instinctively kept their distance from him. It was well known that one should never approach the young master when he was having an episode. After a bout of venting, Enhancements calmed down and began to seek help. He knew his presence would surely annoy many people, but with the Red Rhino Mech, those people had to swallow their anger and plead with him. After all, having more combat power meant a greater hope of survival. To summon reinforcements, Enhancements was willing to bleed heavily this time. Seeing that several major forces had agreed to help, his expression turned fierce. Nanshan Prison, I will level this place to the ground, and those people, I must not encounter them, otherwise, they will all die. While Enhancements was going mad, Huang Chen had already lured the gluttonous blood corpse, resembling a mountain of flesh, to the gas station. But at that moment, he suddenly realized a problem. He seemed to have nothing to ignite the gasoline. After the apocalypse, even the most commonly used lighter was unusable, and electronic igniters were out of the question. Since there's no fire, I'll ignite it myself. Huang Chen's expression turned fierce. Being able to survive in the apocalypse, he was not as easygoing as he appeared. There was a fierce aura within him. He hadn't shown it before because it wasn't necessary. Now, he decided to give it a try. Switching to the Tianyu Mech, Huang Chen looked at the slowly approaching gluttonous blood corpse and slapped the gas pump. In an instant, gasoline flowed out, quickly pooling into a large puddle. Then, he broke off a piece of metal and scraped it on the ground. Sparks flew. Boom! A series of sparks ignited the gasoline, which quickly caught fire, first surging into the gas pump and then rushing toward the fuel truck. Boom! Another loud explosion. In the distance, Yu Lang, who had just escaped from Nanshan Prison, instinctively swallowed hard at the sight. Ran Zijing always said he was reckless, but compared to Huang Chen, he was just playing small games. The crimson flames shot into the sky, instantly dyeing the entire night sky a bright red. Almost half of Ning City could see this towering fire, and everyone opened the area chat, eager to watch the spectacle. Boss isn't still inside, is he? Su Dewang suddenly asked, looking at the burning gas station. Guan Xilan's body stiffened. With such a violent explosion, even if Huang Chen wasn't inside, he would definitely be affected. Realizing this, she immediately rushed forward. Wait for me, I want to see too. Su Dahai also dashed over, completely disregarding the towering flames. Ran Zijing and Yulang first settled Lu Ting with the others, then followed suit. Huang Chen came to rescue them, and if he were to die for this, the two of them would surely feel guilty. President! President! Guan Xilan called out to Huang Chen frantically, her voice hoarse. Unlike Su Dahai, who could easily call him boss, she chose to address Huang Chen as president. At this moment, the title president occupied her entire mind. She could think of nothing else. Boss, where are you? Why have you abandoned us? My boss. Su Dahai also began to wail. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a tremendous force at his waist. In the next moment, he collapsed to the ground in a position reminiscent of a dog eating feces. Stop crying, I'm not dead yet. Huang Chen opened a small parenting bag and stuffed his recent gains inside. Just as he thought, the flames looked intimidating, but they caused no harm to the heavenly guardian mecha. The smoke was a bit thick, leaving the entire mecha blackened. Although he had dealt with the meat mountain, the only regret was that the gluttonous blood corpse did not drop the blueprint for the material synthesizer. There were still 3 major monsters left in Nanshan prison, and if nothing unexpected happened, the blueprint would be on one of them. Making such a commotion, other forces are likely to come check it out. I don't have much time. Huang Chen quickly switched the mecha, and it instantly gleamed as if brand new. You all find a place to hide, I have some matters to resolve. Alright, boss, but you must be careful. Understood, President. Su Dahai and Guan Xilan understood Huang Chen's meaning and left with Ran Zijing and the others. Watching their figures disappear, Huang Chen took a deep breath and returned to Nanshan prison once more. This time, his target was the Southern District. In the Southern District of Nanshan prison, Huang Chen meticulously searched every room. The rooms were empty, but he always felt as if a gaze was watching him from the shadows. Still lacking information, there was too little attention paid to this area in my past life. Suddenly, he paused. Strange rustling sounds emanated from the walls around him. Huang Chen's gaze sharpened, and he punched the wall. After the Heavenly Guardian mecha advanced, its power attribute had also greatly increased. Although it was not as strong as the Titan mecha, shattering a wall was a piece of cake. His enormous iron fist smashed through half the wall, and upon seeing the situation inside, he couldn't help but gasp. Various skeletons were crammed inside, covered in marks of gnawing from rodents. No wonder he had searched for so long without seeing a single blood corpse. It turned out they had all been eaten and stuffed into the walls. Few could achieve this, but Huang Chen had relevant records in his memory. Rats, he muttered under his breath. As if triggering some kind of alarm, rats poured out from the dark corners in a frenzy, instantly creating a swirling mass of black and gray, resembling hell. Seeing this, Huang Chen took a step back. Unlike ordinary rats, each rat here was as big as a golden retriever, with some even growing to the size of a calf. They were extremely destructive, their sharp incisors gnawing at everything in sight. Huang Chen felt a bit uneasy but had to steel himself for battle. He could tell that the attacks of these rats were not chaotic. This meant that there must be something behind them controlling them, likely a leader-level monster. Since it was a leader-level monster, it could potentially drop the blueprint for the material synthesizer. For the sake of that artifact, Huang Chen had to fight once more. He thought for a moment, switched to the Thunder Flash mecha, took out the claws, and equipped them onto the Heavenly Guardian mecha. He then loaded the dog tooth and the Eye of Detection as well. So many rats, whether they are the Giant God or the Thunder Flash, cannot exert much influence in such a confined space. Only the Heavenly Guardian mecha can struggle with its powerful defensive capabilities. Swish! The claw swiftly tore through a rat's abdomen, and dark red, viscous blood immediately splattered everywhere. Inside the Heavenly Guardian mecha, Huang Chen grinned. Come on, just right for me to kill you all. The blazing fire indeed attracted a lot of attention. If it were daytime, the commotion might not have been so great. But now it was night, and the roaring flames almost illuminated half the sky. One could say that all the survivors in Ning City witnessed this scene. The other 4 major forces compared the location of the fire and found it was not too far from Nanshan prison, so they all sent personnel to investigate. Initially, they had planned to wait until daytime to rescue, but now it seemed the situation had changed. At the Ning City base, around a long redwood table, Fuan and Zhang Yiliang sat at the head, with the other seats filled as well. If this gathering had happened before the apocalypse, it would have struck fear into the hearts of everyone in Ning City. But now, they were merely the managers of their respective factions. Major General Zhang, what do you think about An Honghai's distress signal and the explosion at Nanshan prison? Seeing that no one else spoke, Fuan had to be the first to ask. Zhang Yiliang was a middle-aged man with dark, shiny skin, somewhat stern in demeanor. After pondering Fuan's question, he replied in a deep voice, An Honghai's mecha strength is formidable. We cannot afford to lose such high-end combat power in Ning City. We must rescue him. The others nodded silently, agreeing with him. Just as they thought, even though Enhonghai was arrogant and unbearable, they could only choose the best among the worst for now and endure him for a while. As for the explosion over there, Jean Yilian paused, his gaze suddenly flashing with cold light. Nanshan Prison has a unique geographical location. That place absolutely cannot be occupied by monsters. We just received news that the giant meat mountain that had been entrenched there has disappeared, likely resolved by others, and the blood corpses have also decreased to varying degrees. So, we should strike immediately, reclaim Nanshan Prison, and use it as one of our strongholds, gradually taking control of all of Ning City from the outside in. Fuan nodded in agreement with this statement. Ning City belongs to the nation, not to certain individuals. They indeed needed to grasp the situation of the entire Ning City firmly in their hands. However, has that mysterious phone call predicting the apocalypse been found? As soon as this question arose, the entire venue fell into silence. Fuan sighed and did not ask further. He wanted to clarify things with Chu Jiazhen, but the other party was an old fox and would not provide any useful information. Sometimes he wondered if that mysterious person had appeared earlier, perhaps the situation in Ning City would be better now. Once the two matters were settled, Fuan and Zhang Yiliang immediately began contacting the leaders of the other three major forces. Chu Jiazhen was powerful and knew that Huang Chen was also at Nanshan Prison, so he naturally wanted to share in the spoils. Within the Star Alliance, there were many factions, all eager to join in the excitement, and with the official side and Enhonghai offering a high price, they were equally unwilling to fall behind. As for the University Alliance, their position was blocked by Nanshan Prison, making it impossible to establish deeper connections with Ning City, which was quite awkward. Now that there was an opportunity to resolve this major threat, they immediately dispatched a considerable number of people. Along with reinforcements from Fenua, the five major forces acted together. Speaking of which, this was their first collaboration since the apocalypse began. At the same time, in the southern district of Nanshan Prison, dark red blood covered the ground, and stepping on it felt sticky, with some areas of blood even stretching like threads. Huang Chen reached out and tore down a curtain to wipe off the blood splattered on him. In front of him was a grotesque monster with a human head and a rat's body. So you are the leader. Name, mutated cannibal rat. Level, boss level 1, danger level, high medium. The danger level had shifted from high to medium, which Huang Chen speculated was due to the other mutated rats being killed by him. The leader, having lost its minions for protection, naturally had its danger level significantly reduced. Squeak! The mutated cannibal rat let out a shriek and turned to flee. Huang Chen was momentarily stunned, then quickly gave chase. Even mutated creatures have brains. The higher the level, the higher the intelligence. Perhaps the deaths of the other mutated rats had frightened this one, causing it to flee in panic. The mutated cannibal rat was fast, and Huang Chen had to switch to the Thunder Flash Mecha to barely keep up. He suspected that this mutated cannibal rat was the monster that could drop the materials for the synthesis device blueprint. As the speed increased again, finally, at a corner, he kicked the mutated cannibal rat from behind. The rat lunged forward, crashing solidly into an iron-barred door. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After getting up, the mutated cannibal rat fixed its blood-red eyes on Huang Chen, letting out a series of low growls. Huang Chen chuckled lightly, his figure flashing as he appeared behind the mutated cannibal rat, stomping heavily on its tail. The kick broke its tail cleanly. The mutated cannibal rat howled in pain, clawing at the ground before suddenly turning its head to bite down fiercely. Fortunately, Huang Chen had already anticipated its move and floated back 5 or 6 meters at the moment it turned. The strongest aspect of this mutated cannibal rat was its group of rat minions. Its own strength was not particularly outstanding, with speed being its only advantage. However, no matter how fast it was, it could not escape the pursuit of the Thunder Flash Mecha. From the moment Huang Chen arrived in the South District, its doom had already begun. With a punch, he smashed the head of the mutated cannibal rat, and the kill notification sounded in his ears. Kill boss level mutated cannibal rat, level 1, gain materials, beast soulstone *1, mutated blood droplet *5, flesh essence *1, dirty rat tooth *4, dirty rat skin *2, plague blade, blueprint, *1, name, plague blade, quality, fine, type, blueprint, effect, contains toxins, can cause great damage to living beings, even mechas will be corroded. Required materials, dirty rat skin *10, dirty rat tooth *20, blood spirit root *5, unknown toxin *5. Having killed so many mutated rats, he had accumulated quite a bit of dirty rat skin and dirty rat teeth, and there were still some blood spirit roots left from the last modification of the mustard mecha, but the unknown toxin was relatively scarce. Any living creature had a chance to drop unknown toxins, but the probability was very low, relying solely on luck. Huang Chen collected everything and planned to check the system shop when he returned. Although the effect of the plague blade was good, it still paled in comparison to the synthesis device. Since there's nothing here, I'll head to the West District next. The reason he hadn't gone to the West District first was purely due to the special structure of Nanshan Prison. To reach the West District, he had to first come to the South District. Passing through layer upon layer of iron-barred doors in the South District, Huang Chen officially stepped into the West District of Nanshan Prison. As an iron door slowly opened, a sense of foreboding arose in his heart, and he immediately switched to the Heavenly Guardian mecha form. Bang! The next second, Huang Chen was violently thrown back, crashing through several high-strength concrete walls before finally stopping. Before he could get up, a massive iron dining table came crashing toward him. Huang Chen raised his arms to block in front of his chest, and the table sent him flying until he slammed against the wall behind him, finally halting his retreat. Then, another giant freezer came flying in. Is it never-ending? Generally, monsters wouldn't think to use these things to attack. Huang Chen was sure there were many people behind the iron door. This was the prison area, where prisoners outnumbered the guards. It was very likely that the criminals who had escaped from their cells were just behind that iron door. Only they would attack upon meeting someone. Huang Chen threw the dining table in his hand and darted out to the side. Sure enough, there were quite a few mechas behind the iron door, peering out and observing. That guy isn't dead yet. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed mecha spotted Huang Chen rushing out and shouted loudly, "Crash!" The people around quickly surrounded him, blocking his way with murderous intent. Huang Chen frowned, and a sharp blade popped out from his hand. "Get out of the way, or the blocker dies." The others laughed dismissively. "Ha, you crack me up. Do you think this is your home? You're not big, but your temper is. Want me to help you vent your anger? Catch him, today's offering will be secured. Hurry, catch him." I don't want to go offer sacrifices. Glasses, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. A fool ran in just when it was your turn to offer. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go together. Someone issued a command, and the other mechas immediately charged at Huang Chen like they had been injected with adrenaline. Huang Chen was not polite either. His arm moved swiftly, directly slicing through one mecha. Splat! Blood splattered everywhere, startling the others. Although this was a prison, they had never seen such brutal killing methods before. Huang Chen beheaded another person, completely stunning everyone. Compared to him, this group was still quite young. Back in the day, during the Siege of Blood and Corpses, he had single-handedly killed over 10,000. The blood sticking to him had slowed down the mechas significantly. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted, and the people around retreated as if they had seen a ghost. Even the mechas on them were all released. They roughly formed two rows, kneeling on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Soon, a man over 2 meters tall, bare-chested with a bizarre skull tattoo on his chest, walked out. Half-mutant? A glint flashed in Huang Chen's eyes. Some people, during the mutation process, might be influenced by other factors and become half-mutants. These half-mutants not only possessed immense power but also retained memories from their previous lives, making them extremely troublesome. In his past life, some even believed that half-mutants were the ultimate form of human evolution. Unfortunately, such half-mutants were incredibly unstable and could fully mutate at any time. Once they fully mutated, the damage they caused would be incalculable. For this reason, half-mutants were also one of humanity's enemies. In the later stages of the apocalypse, they often referred to themselves as new humans, bringing considerable trouble to humanity. "Warden, this guy is the one who broke into our prison," someone in the kneeling crowd said respectfully. The warden turned his gaze toward the voice, his sharp eyes landing on Huang Chen. "Interesting, someone from the outside. It's been so long since anyone came, the outside world must be in chaos by now?" His voice was hoarse and deep, like two iron blocks rubbing against each other. "Fortunately, things have stabilized these past few days," Huang Chen replied, looking at the warden. "Since you're the warden, why are you with these criminals?" "Criminals? No, they are not criminals, they are my best food." "Food?" Huang Chen's heart sank, and he opened his detection eye to look at the warden. Name, Cold-Blooded Warden, Level, Tier 2 Leader, Danger Level, Extremely High, Tier 2 Leader. Huang Chen secretly braced himself. This was the first time he had encountered a mutated creature of such a high level. Even more terrifying was that the opponent had a brain. "Prison warden, this guy is too arrogant. Hurry up and eat him." The voice from the crowd rang out again. The warden lightly hummed, and suddenly countless tentacles emerged from his right arm. Those tentacles intertwined, forming a massive blood-red mouth that swallowed a person from the crowd entirely from top to bottom. The surrounding inmates were terrified by this scene, falling silent as if frozen in fear. Some even lost control of their bladders due to fright. But they dared not reveal their shame, fearing it would anger the warden, so they hurriedly wiped themselves clean with their clothes. "What a mouthy one, today's snack ends here. Kid, you're lucky, just stay here obediently, and I'll come back tomorrow to taste your flavor." With that, the warden dragged his tentacle-like right hand and prepared to leave. "Ridiculous, you are more of a criminal than those here. You could even be said to be neither human nor ghost," a faint voice echoed within the prison. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Everyone looked at Huang Chen in terror. They felt he must be insane to say such things. Many were already contemplating how to sneak away. It was easy to imagine that if the warden got angry, none of them would have a good ending. "Interesting, it seems that life outside has made you quite confident in your current strength." The warden turned around, and red, tentacle-like appendages began to sprout from his body. Those tentacles spread across the surface of the warden's body, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a monstrous figure with bulging muscles. "It seems the comfortable life in prison has made you lose the most basic respect for the strong." Huang Chen's gaze was sharp, and a black golden giant mech appeared. In this confined space, it was all about raw power. He intended to crush this inhuman monster before him with absolute strength. Whoosh! The two moved at incredible speed, colliding in an instant. The warden staggered, retreating several steps. In contrast, Huang Chen remained firmly in place, not moving an inch. What? How is this possible? Your strength, why is your strength so great? The warden couldn't comprehend it. He had relied not just on his identity as the warden to control the South Mountain prison, but on true hard power. He wouldn't have attained his current status without intimidating and defeating these people. But now, for the first time, the power he had always been proud of had met its match, which he found hard to accept. Other inmates looked on in shock. The indomitable warden had actually been pushed back. This was a first. Could it be that the warden was not invincible? Amidst their shock, they became even more curious about Huang Chen's strength. What kind of person could push back the warden head-on? Was it really as he said, that the outside world had turned chaotic? The warden struggled to activate the red tentacles, trying to restrict Huang Chen's movements. Tentacles filled the air, and the nightmarish fear once again enveloped the hearts of the others. They all retreated, pressing their bodies tightly against the walls. They were ruthless, but they were not unafraid of death. On the contrary, they valued their lives above all else. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so submissive under the warden's tyranny, living like dogs. Huang Chen grabbed a tentacle and yanked it hard. The warden, caught by inertia, was uncontrollably pulled forward. Boom! As they got close, Huang Chen threw a punch, directly smashing half of the warden's body to pieces. The warden still refused to give up, trying to use the tentacles to recover from his injuries, but Huang Chen gave him no chance at all. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Until he had beaten the warden into a pile of unrecognizable flesh, he finally stopped. Kill the boss-level cold-blooded warden, 2nd tier, obtain materials, blood essence *10, blood redstone *2, mutated flesh ball, auxiliary module, *1, low-tier material synthesizer, blueprint, *1. The material synthesizer has finally dropped. Huang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Name, low-tier material synthesizer quality, epic type, blueprint effect. Can synthesize low-tier materials to a higher tier, but even so, those materials are still quite useless. Required materials, fire ore *10, blood redstone *10, dirty rat skin *10, monster powder *10, blood essence *10, universal gel *10, heart of gathering *1. Seeing the required materials above, he frowned slightly. Fire ore comes from 2nd tier ordinary mutated creatures. Although rare, it's not difficult to gather 10 with a bit of money. As for monster powder, this item is quite peculiar. Only those mutated creatures that often live in the dark can drop it, such as mutated cockroaches and mutated rats. He currently has 6, needing 4 more, making it an easy task. The other items are all common materials, but the last one, Heart of Gathering, left him a bit puzzled. He hadn't heard of such a thing in his past life. After thinking for a moment, he first put away the blueprint, then opened the system shop and posted a top message. Looking to buy Heart of Gathering, price negotiable. The bounty system wasn't out yet, so he could only use this clumsy method. Putting away the low-tier material synthesizer, Huang Chen looked at the auxiliary module called Mutated Flesh Ball. Name, Mutated Flesh Ball quality, fine type, upper limb module / lower limb module effect 1. When loaded as an upper limb module, slightly increases arm strength, strength +2, defense +1 effect 2. When loaded as a lower limb module, slightly increases movement speed, agility +2, defense +1. Description. Look, this is a ball of living flesh. Although the attributes added by the mutated flesh ball are not much, its usage is extremely flexible, as it can be loaded onto either upper or lower limbs, proving useful in critical moments. In his past life, this type of auxiliary module was also known as a universal auxiliary module, with some modules even being fully interchangeable. By utilizing the different loading effects of auxiliary modules, one could construct various combat styles, which were very popular in his past life. Seeing Huang Chen remain silent, the remaining criminals finally grew fearful. They knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed tightly against the floor. Even though the ground was exceptionally cold, none dared to raise their heads. "Get up, I'm not that kind of monster." Putting away all the dropped items, Huang Chen glanced at everyone, speaking in a flat tone. Receiving his affirmation, they slowly dared to lift their heads. However, their knees remained on the ground, seemingly believing this posture would help them survive. Those who can survive in this environment are not ordinary people. If I let this group go, the consequences would be unimaginable, but I can't just kill them all and waste combat power. I must think of a way to settle them down. Huang Chen fell into deep thought. Seeing how scared they are, they must have a strong impression of me. Why not take this opportunity to subdue them, turning them into a dagger for assassination in my hands, allowing them to be both light and dark with the dawn? "Do you want to survive?" Huang Chen's voice was low, using a bit of mysterious technique. These techniques came from a dark god avatar he had killed. Even without mysterious energy, it was easy to intimidate this group of people through mere exposure. Sure enough, everyone immediately lowered their heads and shouted loudly, "Yes, we want to live." "Very good." Huang Chen carefully observed the crowd, his gaze landing on a fierce-looking man. Even though everyone was gathered together, there was still a large empty space around the man. This indicated that others did not want to be near him. However, the man's physique was not strong, and his combat ability should be average. The reason others were avoiding him was either due to his noble status or because he was more ruthless than the rest. A perverse scent, huh? Just perfect for an experiment. After the apocalypse, many people had mental breakdowns and engaged in all sorts of bizarre behaviors. Of course, there were also super perverts who took pleasure in torturing others. He sensed the scent emanating from that man. Noticing that Huang Chen was staring at him, the man smiled humbly. However, the madness in his eyes was fully captured by Huang Chen. He. Huang Chen chuckled, taking out a small wooden ball. The wooden ball came from the Ning City Zoo, also known as the wooden puppet. He approached the man and pressed the wooden puppet against his forehead. In an instant, many slender vines sprouted from the ball. Those vines spread across the man's body like blood vessels, densely covering him. Soon, the originally green vines began to turn red, eventually resembling blood vessels as they merged into the man's body. "Get up, spin around twice." With a thought from Huang Chen, the man immediately stood up and spun around twice. Crash! The others instantly retreated at lightning speed. The area was cleared in an instant. At this moment, Huang Chen's level of strangeness had far surpassed that of the prison warden. Not bad, not bad. From now on you will be called Mui, remember your name." "Yes, Mui understands." Mui nodded, his attitude respectful. The control of the wooden puppet was not rigid. In fact, it manipulated the body through the tiny vines and used the internal core to convey various commands. Therefore, the intelligence of the wooden puppet would not be too high, but it was fine for initial use without any issues. "If you want to survive, you must listen to me from now on." Huang Chen reinforced their inner fear once again before allowing everyone to leave. With Mui watching, he believed those people would not try any tricks. Huang Chen had single-handedly dealt with 3 of the 4 monsters in Nanshan prison, and now that he had the material synthesis device, he did not want to get involved any further. The remaining monster could be left for other forces to deal with. After leaving Nanshan prison, Huang Chen quickly found Guan Xilan, Ran Zijing, and others. "The people from the University Alliance will arrive shortly, you just need to follow them and leave." Huang Chen initially wanted to recruit Ran Zijing and the others, but then suddenly thought that letting them develop on their own might be better. Such talents could only take on important responsibilities after continuous training. After chatting for a few moments, people from the 5 major forces had already arrived. Huang Chen stopped wasting time and quietly left with Guan Xilan and Su Dahai. Next, he had more important matters to attend to. Back at the abandoned building, Huang Chen casually opened the system shop to take a look. He initially thought there would be no gains, but unexpectedly, someone had obtained a Heart of Gathering, and the price was not too high. A Heart of Gathering only cost 1,500 energy points. With his ample resources, Huang Chen did not hesitate and directly chose to acquire it. He then purchased other materials from the shop. As a result, most of the materials needed to manufacture the material synthesis device were now prepared, with only the fire ore remaining. Tonight in Ning City was a sleepless night. The next morning, the authorities officially announced the capture of Nanshan prison. The communication channel between Ning City and the outside world was opened. This news undoubtedly excited the survivors. The authorities also took this opportunity to recruit many strong individuals who had not yet joined any forces. Of course, other forces also benefited significantly, as evidenced by the large amount of low-level materials that appeared in the shop. The only loss from last night was probably the prestige of an Honghai. Thank you all for the gifts. Huang Chen gleefully scavenged low-level materials. To be honest, if it weren't for the 5 major forces joining together to seize Nanshan prison last night, he would have had to wait at least a week to gather so many materials. With a large number of low-tier materials purchased, the material synthesis machine was working at full capacity. One high-tier material after another was produced and thrown into the marketplace by Huang Chen. If it weren't for the time required for synthesis and conversion, the system marketplace would have been in chaos by now. Even so, Huang Chen still attracted a lot of attention. Among them was in Honghai. With the 5 major forces acting together, his own losses made in Honghai unable to swallow this anger. Now seeing Huang Chen making a fortune, he was even more furious. Find him, get me Huang Chen's location, I will definitely not let him live. Upon hearing this, his subordinates quickly left to search for Huang Chen's whereabouts. 2 days later, nearly 60% of the low-tier materials flowed into Huang Chen's hands in the marketplace. At the same time, his energy point reserves reached 200,000. If it weren't for the pile of low-tier materials waiting to be synthesized, his energy points would have multiplied several times by now. The second round of mutations is about to begin. It's time to help them grow stronger. But before that, I need to activate a function. Huang Chen opened the panel. The panel was divided into 3 main sections: Mecha Attributes, Chat Channel, and System Marketplace. With a thought, the characters on the panel shifted, and then a new section formed. Forces. Create a level 1 guild, named Dawn, and open the guild warehouse. As he issued the command, a peculiar page with dark purple patterns appeared. Prominently displayed on the page were the 2 large characters for Dawn, and below it, Huang Chen was the president, while Guan Xilan and Su Dahai were ordinary members. It wasn't that he didn't want to give the 2 power, but there were only 3 people in Dawn, so it didn't matter whether they had titles or not. The forces section was divided into 3 small blocks: guild announcement, guild members, and guild warehouse. Huang Chen opened the guild warehouse, and in the next second, a vast circular space appeared in his mind. This was the guild warehouse. Every time the guild leveled up, the warehouse space would double. The guild warehouse can store unlimited items, but only inanimate objects, and there are withdrawal limits. Otherwise, it would be perfect as a space item. Forming the force cost 100,000 energy points, and opening the guild warehouse cost another 100,000. In the blink of an eye, Huang Chen was left with a pitiful few thousand energy points. He didn't dwell on this too much. Energy points could be earned again, but the urgent matter was to increase strength. After stuffing some enhancement materials into the guild warehouse, Huang Chen called over Guan Xilan and Su Dahai. The 2 of them had been performing well recently. Even Su Dahai had become much bolder than before. Your mechas are probably at their enhancement limit, right? Almost. Just a few materials left. Guan Xilan nodded. After days of hunting, a hint of ferocity had emerged around her. I've enhanced about 70%, and I estimate it will take another 2 weeks to reach the limit. Su Dahai's response lacked confidence and sounded a bit guilty. Huang Chen didn't mind. Generally speaking, being able to reach the 2nd tier within a month after the apocalypse was already considered part of the 1st tier. Guan Xilan and Su Dahai's enhancement speed was not slow. Although it couldn't compare to his own, it was already far beyond at least 90% of people. I created a guild. You should have received the news, right? Just now, we did receive a message. I didn't expect there would be a guild. It's just like the game I play. Su Dahai's gaze seemed a bit unfocused, likely checking the guild interface. This is indeed a game, but we are not players. Huang Chen looked up at the dim sky and said no more. I activated the guild function in advance for your convenience. There are some enhancement materials stored in the warehouse, and there are no extraction limits. You can check how far we are from leveling up and strive to reach the 2nd tier in the next couple of days. Oh ho ho, boss is mighty, I love you so much. Su Dahai laughed heartily, his gaze unfocused again as he seemed to be searching for materials. Guan Xilan wasn't as optimistic as he was, her tone laced with concern. Is there going to be a new change again? If I'm not mistaken, the 2nd round of mutations should be starting soon. Huang Chen did not hide it. The danger level of the 2nd round of mutations was not as high as the 1st, and one could even say it was a small benefit. Of course, benefits required strong power to seize, which was why he was so eager to urge the 2 to complete their mecha upgrades. Understood, then I'll go prepare. Su Dahai seemed to have finished selecting and, scratching the back of his head with a grin, left with a beaming face. The following days were very calm. The 4 major forces were digesting the gains from the Nanshan prison expedition. The scattered players formed small groups to cooperate in monster hunting. The only ones causing a stir were the Fenua. They were like mad dogs, searching everywhere for news about Huang Chen. However, Huang Chen himself was very low-key, and with the intentional protection from Chu Jiazhen, Fenua's people had gained nothing after several days. They were even scolded harshly by An Honghai. Time flew by, and a week later, Huang Chen smashed the head of a mutated rat with a punch when a message suddenly popped up in front of him. I am being besieged by a blood corpse tide here. The situation is very dangerous. There may be second-tier boss-level monsters behind us. I don't know if you can come to help? The sender of the message was Chu Jiazhen. The urgency in Chu Jiazhen's message indicated that the scale of this blood corpse tide must be significant. Strange, with so many people hunting together, the number of blood corpses hasn't increased. How could there possibly be a blood corpse tide there? Suddenly, Huang Chen had a flash of inspiration. Previously, when they were at the zoo, Su Dahai had mentioned that there were blood traces heading north. The Shanhua base established by Chu Jiazhen happened to be in the northern part of Ning City. Could it be that boss-level blood corpse? Great, this truly is like searching for it 1,000 times only to find it suddenly in the blood corpse tide. I'm on my way. The blood-colored mark on the back of his hand had troubled him for a long time, and this time he could finally resolve it. Picking up the dropped materials, Huang Chen switched to the Thunder Flash Mecha, spreading his wings and heading straight for the Shanhua base in the north. Meanwhile, at the Shanhua base was a large commercial area that had not yet begun construction. Originally, Chu Jiazhen planned to build a super-large commercial district here, but unexpectedly, it ended up being constructed as a refuge base. Dad, will Huang Chen come? Shu Hui asked anxiously, her voice filled with worry. I believe in him, he will definitely come. But, Chu Hui looked down at the blood corpse tide outside, which resembled waves, feeling uncertain. Even if he comes, how can he face so many blood corpses? No, he is a very remarkable person, he can definitely create miracles, Chu Jiazhen said firmly. At this moment, he had no choice but to trust Huang Chen. The news of the Shanhua base being besieged was not a secret. Other forces had received the news early on. Old man, you wanted to stop me and valued that Huang Chen guy. Now you're in trouble, aren't you? And Honghai laughed heartily in the Fenua base. Since awakening the Red Rhino Mecha, it was the first time he felt so exhilarated. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message to Chu Jiazhen. He could send troops to support the Shanhua base, but he needed to be given sufficient rewards, and he wanted to propose to Chu Hui, which Chu Jiazhen must agree to. Not long after, Chu Jiazhen's reply arrived. Upon seeing the content, his face instantly turned ashen. Alright, this is a path you've chosen for yourself, so you can't blame me. I want to see if Huang Chen will come forward to help you. If he shows up. Thinking that Huang Chen might very well reveal his whereabouts, and Honghai contacted another person. Zhuilong, Vice President Zhua, I have a big deal here. I wonder if you're interested. In the Star Association, Zhuilong was quite tempted when he saw the message from An Honghai. He naturally knew who Huang Chen was and was well aware of the wealth in his hands. Just as An Honghai said, this was a big deal. I'll take this. I'll prepare the manpower, just notify me when the time comes. The two briefly discussed and then went off to prepare. While An Honghai was scheming, at the Ningqing base, Fuan found Zhang Yiliang and called another meeting. This meeting was not as harmonious as the previous one. Many supported sending troops to aid the Chu family, but their price was very high. Another group suggested that they should hold off for now, waiting until the strength of the Shanhua base was worn down before sending aid. It wasn't that they were heartless, but the development of the Shanhua base had exceeded their expectations. This incident was just the right opportunity to strike. If possible, incorporating the Shanhua base into their own would be a great joy. Listening to the discussions, Fuan had his own plans. Reinforcement materials or territories were secondary. What he truly wanted was the real identity of the person who made the mysterious phone call. As long as he could obtain this person's true identity, he would be willing to send troops to assist even without compensation. Zhang Yiliang thought similarly. Materials were easy to find, but talent was rare. This time, they had to uncover that person's true identity. In contrast, the thoughts of the University Alliance were much more straightforward. Everyone understood the principle of mutual dependence, and this was an excellent training opportunity, so the Alliance's higher-ups decided to let the students give it a try. However, their good intentions fell short at the first hurdle. Since the Nanshan prison was recaptured, many soldiers had been stationed there. They set up layers of checkpoints centered around the prison. To pass through, one had to obtain consent from the base headquarters. However, the official efficiency was already low, and now, using the apocalypse as an excuse, they indefinitely delayed the approval process. This caused considerable dissatisfaction among many, nearly leading to conflict with the station's soldiers. Although the Alliance's higher-ups were anxious, they were helpless and could only wait silently. With many factors piling up, Chu Jiazhen finally realized that he had become a solitary figure. Inside the Shanhua base, Chu Jiazhen silently lit a cigar. The ethereal smoke swirled around him. He thought, perhaps this is what it means when the heavens and earth work together. but heroes are not free. Just as he was deep in thought, a familiar mech appeared. Uncle Chu, I'm here. Hearing this voice, a hint of color finally returned to Chu Jiaxin's previously ashen face. It seemed he wasn't doing too badly after all. With Huang Chen around, that was true unity of heaven and earth. On the outskirts of the Shanhua base, Huang Chen carefully observed the blood corpses before him, his expression serious. Most of these blood corpses were mutated from various creatures, with humans making up only a small part. With so many blood corpses, it seems the blood corpse leader should be in this area. After we deal with this wave of blood corpses, we can investigate further. With a decision in mind, Huang Chen stopped and took out the feather of mutation. Then, he continuously removed other auxiliary modules and loaded them all onto the giant god mech. The head was equipped with the eye of detection, the torso with the fangs of the evil dog and the feather of mutation, the arms with claws, and the mutated flesh was loaded onto the legs to enhance agility. With this, the combat power of the giant god mech instantly reached its peak. Name, Giant God Mecha, Level, 2nd Tier, Strength, 40, Defense, 16, Agility, 17, Mystery, 0, Exclusive Module, Giant God, Attached Modules, Eye of Detection, Fang of the Hound, Feather of Mutation, Claw Form, Mutated Flesh Ball. Seeing such magnificent attributes, Huang Chen's confidence soared. At this moment, Huan Xilan and Su Dahai, who had already reached the 2nd tier, arrived just in time. Boss, we're here to help you, Su Dahai said boldly. You're shaking so much you're about to fall over, and you still have the face to say you're helping? Huan Xilan glanced at his violently trembling legs with disdain. Being scared and helping out are two different things, Su Dahai immediately retorted, his mouth the only part of him that was tough. Alright, you two just follow me, Huang Chen said with a smirk, his eyes suddenly turning cold. The sight of so many blood corpses gathered together actually gave him a thrill of excitement. In fact, who in the apocalypse isn't a little crazy? It's just that his madness manifests differently. Without hesitation, Huang Chen charged into the horde of blood corpses. Each swipe of his claws brought down a blood corpse, and in the blink of an eye, he carved a bloody path through them. Behind him, Huan Xilan and Su Dahai stared blankly at the scene, a chill creeping into their hearts. It seemed they were witnessing Huang Chen's madness for the first time. The slaughter continued. With overwhelming strength and decent agility, Huang Chen seemed to transform into a moving disaster. Wherever he passed, all the blood corpses were torn apart without exception. This scene left Chu Jiaxin utterly stunned. It was only after he regained his senses that he realized why Huang Chen had refused his invitation. Wild beasts walk alone, only cattle and sheep gather in herds. Huang Chen was not just a wild beast, he was the king among them. How could such a person ever submit to another? The mecha with attributes close to the 3rd tier effortlessly crushed the horde of blood corpses, and with Huang Chen's exceptional combat skills, the blood corpses soon began to flee in all directions. Chu Jiaxin, displaying remarkable decisiveness, seized the opportunity and immediately ordered his subordinates to counterattack. His own mammoth mecha charged through the horde like a bulldozer, scattering the blood corpses. Shu Hui was no slouch either. Each swipe of her sharp claws took a piece from the blood corpses. In the end, the massive tide of blood corpses was completely wiped out, leaving only a few scattered ones struggling to survive. So many enhancement materials. Boss, we hit the jackpot this time, Su Dahai said excitedly as he ran over to Huang Chen after a quick cleanup of the battlefield. He hadn't left a single enhancement material behind, stuffing them all into the guild warehouse. Seeing the mountain of low-tier materials, Huang Chen nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't easy to gather so many blood corpses normally, and with these materials, his energy points would soon be plentiful again. With the crisis of the blood corpse tide resolved, Chu Jiaxin breathed a sigh of relief and invited Huang Chen to tour the Shanhua base. All the major factions' spies who witnessed this scene reported back. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that someone could single-handedly deal with so many blood corpses. Although there were others assisting throughout the process, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the real powerhouse was that black and gold mecha. In the high school alliance, the upper management was the first to express disbelief upon learning the outcome of the battle. They simply couldn't believe that anyone could achieve such a feat. However, those in the know, like Ran Zijing and others, were not surprised. Huang Chen had single-handedly dealt with 3 of the 4 monsters from Nanshan prison. With such strength, handling a small blood corpse tide was surely a piece of cake. What a pity, we have to keep Huang Chen's strength a secret. Otherwise, I'd really want to brag about it, Yu Lang said, gazing at the stars at a 45-degree angle, his expression melancholic. Alright, instead of wasting time on that, we might as well go hunt some monsters and aim to reach the 2nd tier within this week. Ran Zijing was not as lively as Yu Lang. His intuition told him that he must become stronger as soon as possible. Ningqing base. Fuan and Zhang Iliang sprang up from their chairs. The mysterious person. has come out. To be able to single-handedly deal with such a formidable wave of blood corpses, even if he wasn't the mysterious person, he was certainly connected to him. The main point was Chu Jiajin. If he were rescuing someone else, it might be acceptable, but he just had to rescue Chu Jiajin. The two set aside all their work, summoned their mechas, and headed straight for the Shanhua base. Fenghua base. And Honghai sneered coldly, "Turtle, you finally come out." He contacted Zhuo Yilong again. "My people are already keeping an eye on him. You remember to be ready on your side." On the other end, a hint of hesitation appeared on Zhuo Yilong's face. He tentatively asked, "Huang Chen is so strong, having wiped out the blood corpse wave alone, do we have a chance?" "It's precisely because he's so high profile that we have a chance. I guess he's exhausted by now, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yilong's hesitation vanished. He can't have gone without consuming energy. Now is the perfect time to strike. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come again. The two chuckled, both feeling elated. As for the Vice President Zhuo Yilong's scheme, the President Mu Jin was completely unaware. The strength Huang Chen displayed also shocked him. Without much thought, he hurriedly sent someone to get acquainted with Huang Chen, hoping to pull him into the Star Alliance. But he wasn't the only one with such thoughts. The University Alliance also sent special personnel to the Shanhua base. Coupled with the situation at Ningqing base, the five major forces miraculously gathered together again. Perhaps even Chu Jiajin himself didn't expect that he had waited so long for the rescue of others without seeing a single person. Now that the crisis was resolved, one by one, they seemed to stick to him like a plaster. Huang Chen naturally refused their invitations outright. He didn't stay long at the Shanhua base. After all, there was still a leader-level monster nearby waiting for him to deal with. This time, he could finally rid himself of the mark on his hand. Leaving the Shanhua base, Huang Chen headed north. Meanwhile, Honghai's subordinates and the Star Alliance members quietly followed him. Huang Chen slowed his pace. The crisis awareness he had developed over the years told him that something was definitely off around him. Before he could stop to check carefully, a yellow spiky ball rolled to his feet. Durian bomb? His expression changed, and he stepped back. In the early stages, when mysterious energy was not released, attacks like the durian bomb were completely unstoppable. The power of the durian bomb wasn't too great. The only harm came from the foul odor inside. Coincidentally, Huang Chen belonged to the type that detested durians. After retreating several dozen meters, the stench was still unavoidable. Huang Chen turned to look, and in his line of sight, a bizarre mecha, entirely the color of feces and covered in spikes, appeared. The characteristics of his life mecha were related to the food he had eaten on the day of the mutation. There was no doubt that this fellow had eaten durian that day and had awakened the talent of the durian bomb. The intense stench rushed into Huang Chen's nostrils, causing his brain to spin. In his daze, a white object flew towards him. Huang Chen instinctively raised his arm to block it. When the white object was close, he realized it was actually a high-strength stretchable white spider web. "Looks like I've been living a bit too well lately, and I've let my guard down." Slightly sidestepping to avoid the web attack, Huang Chen sighed. If this were in the past, these people wouldn't have even dared to attack. They would have probably been discovered the moment they started following him. "Everyone, we have no grievances in the past and no enmity today. Is it really necessary to fight to the death as soon as we meet?" Seeing the crowd closing in, Huang Chen said helplessly. It was just that there were so many people now, and everyone was indifferent. By the later stages, with the invasion of various alien races, it would be difficult to even find a pure-blooded human. Because of this, Huang Chen constantly thought about sparing others' lives. If it were the alien races, he would have long since chopped them up for a drink. "Stop the nonsense, hand over the energy points, and I'll spare your life." A low voice came from the crowd surrounding him. "So it's for money, huh?" "Unfortunately, I can't give you any energy points." The 20,000 energy points had been spent completely, and Huang Chen only had a few thousand left as backup, with no surplus at all. "Then there's nothing more to say. Everyone, let's go all out." The crowd stopped talking and surged forward. I'm afraid your goal isn't just money. Let me guess who you are." While dodging attacks, Huang Chen pondered. To mobilize so many people at once, and with clear coordination between different mechs, it's basically impossible without the support of a major force, so you must come from some big power. However, although your coordination is good, it's obvious you're two separate groups. The authorities? Doesn't seem like it. If it were the authorities, they would definitely use diplomacy first and wouldn't act so roughly, nor would they think of putting me to death. The University Alliance can also be ruled out. I have no conflicts of interest with them, and besides, with Nanshan Prison around, they wouldn't dare come swaggering in. That leaves only Fenghua and the Star Alliance. Speaking of which, how's that Honghai kid doing? The attackers remained silent. Huang Chen's analysis was spot on, each point hitting the mark. But so what if he guessed right? As long as they killed him, no one would know that Fenghua and the Star Alliance had joined forces. Alright, I have things to do, no time to play with you, let's make this quick. Huang Chen quickly flashed behind one person and then struck out with a heavy punch. Boom! That person's mech instantly disintegrated, and he fell from mid-air, grimacing in pain. Next, he shattered 4 more mechs in succession, coldly saying, I just don't want to kill, but that doesn't mean I won't. Get lost. Ignoring the remaining few, Huang Chen swiftly distanced himself. The others exchanged glances, and no one mentioned pursuing him, as if they had reached a tacit agreement. With no one blocking his way, Huang Chen moved quickly and soon arrived at an abandoned factory in the north. Noticing the mass of blood corpses surrounding the factory, Huang Chen's heart sank. The quality of the blood corpses here was far superior to those attacking the Shanhua base. Scanning with his detection eye, most were second-tier mutated creatures, with a small portion reaching the third tier, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura. Third tier, if one of these mutated creatures got out, it would definitely stir up huge waves in Ning City. But now, they were gathered together, seemingly guarding something. This is bad. The only thing that could make the blood corpses guard so fiercely is the leader. That leader-level monster should have reached the third tier by now, and is currently forming a blood cocoon, advancing towards the fourth tier. Once it completes its advancement, it will be completely over. Huang Chen felt anxious but was helpless. With so many blood corpses gathered, he couldn't possibly charge in. Even if he did, without enough destructive power, he would find it difficult to break through that layer of blood cocoon. Third tier, I must reach the third tier. With a plan forming in his mind, Huang Chen took note of the surrounding environment and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he had a thought and looked at the mass of blood corpses before him, coming up with a bold idea. Several hours later, the Star Alliance and Fenua base were besieged by blood corpses. Although there were not many casualties, the loss of items and materials was significant. In the Star Alliance, Zhu Yilong was so angry that it seemed like he could spit fire from his eyes. And Hong Hai, what do you mean? Didn't you say Huang Chen had exhausted too much energy and couldn't fight back? Look at this, does this look like someone who can't fight back? If it weren't for his lack of killing intent, my brothers might not have returned at all. Faced with Zhu Yilong's questioning, and Hong Hai was extremely frustrated. Who would have thought Huang Chen would be so persistent? No, you must give me an explanation for this. Zhu Yilong remained aggressive. Also, my Star Association will no longer take action against Huang Chen. You should find someone else. Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? If it weren't for your people being cowardly, we would have already taken down Huang Chen. You still have the face to ask me for an explanation. It's already good that I haven't asked you for one. And Hong Hai didn't take Zhu Yilong seriously. A person selling salted fish, if it weren't for the apocalypse, such a person wouldn't even have the right to speak to him. The two completely fell out and no longer mentioned the matter of joining forces against Huang Chen. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of Ningcheng, quick, there's a gap in the defensive area B, Team 3, hurry and fill it. Yes, the defense line in Area D has been breached, we can't hold them off. Even if we can't hold them off, we must try. If one gets in, I'll hold you accountable. Mets were shuttling back and forth, constantly building the defense line. In front of them was a group of massive wild boars with sharp tusks. Finally, after another round of defense, the wild boars snorted a couple of times and retreated reluctantly. Damn, this group of wild boars has finally left. If they had attacked for a while longer, we really wouldn't have been able to hold on. Sigh, who says otherwise? Every day being toyed with by a bunch of wild boars, we don't even have time to rest. Stop complaining. The higher-ups have already decided to take action against this group of wild boars. They are probably formulating a battle plan right now. That's really great. I've been fed up with this group of wild boars for a long time. I don't know if you've noticed, but this group of wild boars is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. That's why the higher-ups want to deal with them early. If we wait for them to evolve a few more times, it will be too late. Several soldiers removed their mechs and lay on the ground, discussing quietly. The battle plan was indeed formulated quickly. After all, they were not facing humans, but a group of mindless wild boars. However, it was quite embarrassing for regular troops to have to carefully formulate a battle plan against a group of wild boars, even if those wild boars were mutated. The plan was very simple. The wild boars lived in the mountains to the east and usually moved in groups. They planned to first send faster soldiers to scout. Once the location of the wild boars was confirmed, the rest would set out to encircle them. The idea was good, but unfortunately, plans couldn't keep up with changes. The initial scouting work was done quite well, and the Ningxing base quickly grasped the detailed situation of the wild boar group and even located their lair. Logically, things should have come to an end at this point. Who would have thought that the wild boar's habitat was connected to an underground passage? When they launched the encirclement, all the wild boars ran into the underground passage and disappeared completely. In order to completely eliminate this group of wild boars, the leading captain directly ordered a pursuit. As they just entered the passage, everything was going smoothly. They directly killed 4 wild boars. These 4 wild boars were not large and should have been the smaller ones in the group. Subsequently, everyone continued down the passage. At this moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. Somehow, that group of wild boars appeared behind them, blocking their retreat. The soldiers who originally wanted to catch them all in one go suddenly found themselves in a perilous situation. With such a big incident, the Ningxing base would definitely send reinforcements. However, after they turned around, they found that all the capable people in the base had extremely important tasks and couldn't be spared for the time being. The ordinary soldiers were indeed quite idle, but facing such a level of mutated creatures, even sending more ordinary soldiers would just be sending them to their deaths. Helpless, Fuan had no choice but to join forces with Zhang Yiliang and send out requests for help to various major powers. Fenua and the Star Association flatly refused, and Homhai essentially did not think the official side was that impressive, so he refused the summons. The Blood Corpse Society had some members itching to move, but they had just cleared out the blood corpses within their ranks, and different factions were vying for power over this matter. Now was a time of instability. How could they possibly send troops to assist the officials? Chu Jiajin also did not agree. When he was besieged by blood corpses, the Ningxing base did not send troops to help him. Now that they were in trouble, expecting him to come to the rescue was simply laughable. The same reasoning applied to the University Alliance. It had taken a lot of effort to gather enough people to support the Shanhua base, only to find the officials blocking their actions. They had been holding in this frustration, and now they could finally release it without restraint. After going around in circles, Fuan was left in a difficult position. He had not expected the team to be blocked at the underground passage, nor had he anticipated that other factions would be unwilling to help at all. But aside from the other factions, where could he find the strength to save that small team? Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. Perhaps only he had the ability to lend a hand. After thinking for a moment, Fuan revealed a bitter smile. 2 hours later, at the Shanhua base. Fuan, the inspector, you are quite the rare guest. Chu Jiajin stepped forward, grasping Fuan's hands with a professional fake smile on his face. He could probably guess Fuan's purpose for coming. Now that the roles had reversed, he never expected that the head of Ningxing would one day come seeking his help. This made him feel overjoyed, and his smile became a bit more genuine. Fuan let out a bitter laugh and immediately stated his intentions. Every minute of delay increased the risk for the team in the underground passage. Oh, that's senior. Please wait a moment, Inspector Fuan, I will try to contact Huang Chen. Chu Jiajin deliberately used the term senior to confuse Fuan, then went to a secluded place to contact Huang Chen. No wonder he was a successful businessman. With just 2 words, he successfully shifted Fuan's perception. Senior? Anyone whom Chu Jiajin considers a senior must be extraordinary. Look at that Mech's agile movements. Could it be some hidden master from a mountain? Alright, Fuan had been successfully led astray by Chu Jiajin, and names of mountains began to float through his mind. On the other side, Huang Chen quoted an astonishingly high price. If he wanted him to take action, it couldn't be for free. Everything in the world has a price. After seeing the conditions, Fuan hesitated repeatedly before finally agreeing. It must be said that the things Huang Chen wanted just happened to hit his bottom line. Acceptable, but still painful. However, compared to those underground, these items were nothing. Fuan had managed to reach the position of inspector, so he naturally had some guts and abilities. Once both sides reached an agreement, Fuan sent Huang Chen a location. Following the principle of helping others with money and averting disasters, Huang Chen did not delay and headed straight for the underground passage. Swoosh! Huang Chen's claws scraped across the mutated wild boar, sparking a shower of sparks. The once unstoppable claws now only left 3 bloody scratches on the wild boar. The ordinary level claw form is ultimately falling behind the pace of evolution, he sighed inwardly, feeling a bit regretful. At present, the blueprints and auxiliary modules were pitifully scarce. Even though he was close to gathering a complete set, that was because his opponents were at least elite level. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be thrilled to obtain an ordinary level auxiliary module for a long time. This was evident from the popularity of the bone bombs. Such an ordinary item still had many people unable to part with it. The only difference was that the bone bomb Huang Chen sold for 300 high points back then now only required 70 energy points, at most allowing him to earn a bit of labor costs. The second round of mutations is about to begin, and by then, various blueprints and auxiliary modules won't be so scarce. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Chen's sharp claws accurately and ruthlessly plunged into the eye socket of the mutated wild boar. Bang! The wild boar let out a painful howl. Huang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he forcefully twisted his wrist a few times. Blood mixed with white fluid gushed out, and the mutated wild boar immediately collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Behind him, the soldiers of the Ningxing base stared in shock at this scene, their eyes filled with both fear and admiration. Love and hate intertwined. Perhaps this is the truest reflection of how the weak view the strong. "Follow me!" A deep voice rang out, and everyone snapped back to reality, closely following Huang Chen. After walking for about 10 more minutes, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Seeing the light meant they were not far from the surface. The remaining journey encountered no further surprises, and everyone successfully emerged from the underground passage. This is... Suddenly, someone exclaimed, discovering that the ground was littered with corpses. Those corpses were all wearing uniforms just like theirs. The rescue team is dead? Huang Chen remained on high alert and reminded, "Be careful." Bang! Suddenly, a giant wild boar, resembling a small mountain, charged out from the dense forest, heading straight for the group. Indeed, with such a large scale of mutated wild boars, there must be a leader-level monster leading them. If nothing unexpected happened, this mutated wild boar before them was the king among them. Opening the detection eye, specific information immediately revealed itself. Name, mutated wild boar king, level, leader tier 2, danger level, high. The wild boar charged like a mountain, its momentum astonishing. Even without getting close, everyone could feel the ground trembling beneath their feet through their mechs. "You all go first, I'll hold it off," Huang Chen said in a deep voice. He was certainly not being kind. He was afraid that the others would become a burden if they stayed here. "Senior, let's leave together," the team leader said with grief and anger. A wild boar of this size was clearly not something to provoke. If he hadn't rashly ventured in, they wouldn't be facing such a crisis. Now Huang Chen was telling them to leave first, and he felt truly guilty. "Get far away." Huang Chen had no time to waste on him, extending both hands to firmly brace against the wild boar's tusks. Hiss! Even though the giant mech had outstanding strength, it still slid back more than 10 meters due to inertia. His legs sank deep into the mud, leaving a clear imprint. Seeing this, the team leader immediately called for the others to retreat. Although on the surface it seemed Huang Chen was at a disadvantage, years of fighting experience told him that he would definitely win this battle. Since he wouldn't die, there was no need for him to stay any longer. It was better to leave quickly to avoid distracting Huang Chen. Watching the team leave, Huang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. With so many people around, fighting was indeed a bit cumbersome. "Now that they have left, your death is imminent." Huang Chen sneered, his figure flashing as he appeared above the mutated wild boar king. Then he brought his fists together and struck down heavily. The immense force penetrated layer upon layer of armor, causing the mutated wild boar king to stagger. Since its mutation, it was the first time it had encountered someone who could hit it like this. But it didn't know, this would also be its last time. With continuous hammering, the skull of the mutated wild boar king finally shattered. After delivering another punch, its brain instantly turned into a pile of mush, like a bowl of tofu pudding that had been flipped and scooped countless times. Kill the boss-level mutated wild boar king, 2nd tier, obtained. Great Beast Soulstone *1, Great Blood Redstone *6, Tough Beast Skin *3, Delicious Small Meat Pieces *2, Tusk Gauntlets, Accessory Module *1, Wool of the Wild Boar, item *1. The Great Beast Soulstone and Great Blood Redstone are both advanced materials, with special and premium levels above them. The delicious small meat pieces are considered a common material, and they are edible. Long-term consumption can slowly increase physical attributes. Huang Chen's attention was mainly drawn to the last two items. First, the Tusk Gauntlets, which turned out to be an excellent level accessory module that can be used with both hands simultaneously. Name, Tusk Gauntlets, quality, excellent, type, upper limb module, both hands, effect 1, slightly increases strength, strength +2, effect 2, sharp spikes can penetrate most objects, increased sharpness, effect 3, causes bleeding effect when damaging flesh and blood creatures, deepens damage effect when harming other entities, ineffective against non-entity beings. Description, this was once a king's tooth, but now it has been made into gauntlets. Fortunately, it still retains a hint of royal dignity. After equipping the Tusk Gauntlets, a black light flashed across Huang Chen's fists, and then a pair of gauntlets with fierce spikes appeared, each adorned with a spike. He gently poked a nearby boulder. The spikes pierced through the stone as easily as if it were tofu, creating a small hole. Not bad, the Tusk Gauntlets can perfectly replace the blade form. Now my attack power is temporarily secured. Putting away the Tusk Gauntlets, Huang Chen looked at the last item. Generally speaking, good things appear last, so the Will of the Wild Boar must be impressive as well. Name, Will of the Wild Boar, quality, epic, type, item, effect, 2 opportunities per day, each can summon a 2nd tier elite level mutated wild boar, which will disappear after being killed or after 1 hour. Hiss! A mysterious item. Huang Chen's eyes lit up. Items or accessory modules with special effects can be classified as mysterious, essentially belonging to the mysterious category. He had thought that nothing related to the mysterious would appear at this stage, at least not until after the second round of mutations, yet he unexpectedly obtained one. Externally, the will of the wild boar is simply a badge carved with the image of a wild boar. Picking up the badge, Huang Chen felt a shift in his mind. An invisible energy emanated from the badge, quickly forming the body of a wild boar. In the next moment, the wild boar opened its eyes and roared. This mutated wild boar was not too large, about the size of an ordinary water buffalo. However, the fierce aura it exuded was undeniable. Elite second-tier strength, at present, 99. 99% of the people in Ning City would probably not be its match, and it can be summoned twice a day. What a great deal. Sensing the solid connection between himself and the mutated wild boar, Huang Chen smiled slightly. Such a good item, if circulated, would definitely cause the 5 major factions to fight over it. But now was not the best time to part with it. Huang Chen put away the will of the wild boar badge, having made a decision in his heart. Without much effort, he found the small team that had taken a step forward. Seeing Huang Chen return safely, the captain was shocked by his strength and felt a surge of goodwill. In that situation, Huang Chen allowing them to go first was enough to demonstrate his character. The other soldiers shared the captain's sentiments, all filled with admiration for Huang Chen's earlier actions. Under Huang Chen's escort, the small team returned safely to the Ning City base. Fuan did not make things difficult for him and promptly paid the reward. After 2 days, a small box was suddenly sent from the Chu family. There was only one thing in the box, an honor medal representing the rank of colonel. The military rank system of Blue Star is similar to that of the previous life, roughly divided into 4 major levels: soldiers, junior officers, senior officers, and generals. Among the senior officers, there are majors, lieutenant colonels, and colonels. It is not hard to see the value of this medal. Huang Chen did not refuse Fuan's goodwill and directly accepted it. Rescuing a small team clearly did not merit such a great achievement. What Fuan wanted was likely information related to the impending apocalypse. On the other side, Hanhai, who had suffered consecutive setbacks, finally realized that his strength was insufficient to defeat Huang Chen head-on. After calming down and reflecting, he took out some good items and, with the help of family connections, was fortunate enough to pass the assessment at Ningqing Base and become a lieutenant. Due to the special circumstances, he belonged to a special unit. Despite his low rank, he could directly follow orders from Fuan and Zhang Yiliang. Huang Chen, oh Huang Chen, now that I have this identity, let's see if you dare to lay a hand on me. Changing into a black uniform, and Hanhai quickly locked onto Huang Chen's specific location using official power. An abandoned building. Huang Chen had just completed the upgrade of the Mustard Mecha. Name, Giant God Mecha Level, second stage exclusive module, Mustard Space, an alternate space measuring 200 meters long, 200 meters wide, and 700 meters high, capable of accommodating living beings. The space can be expanded upon upgrading the mecha. The internal space of the upgraded mecha had increased significantly, but it was still bare and lifeless. He currently had no energy to fiddle with the space, so he could only treat it as a simple internal refuge for the time being. Suddenly, a message popped up in front of Huang Chen. Mustard Mecha upgraded to second stage. Internal space can shield against disaster effects. Note, limited to non-living materials, shield against disaster effects? At first, he was a bit confused, but he quickly understood the meaning of this sentence. He got up and went downstairs to the 10 generators, his eyes filled with excitement. After the great disaster began, Blue Star's technology was instantly destroyed. These 10 generators were no exception. Some of their material properties had changed, rendering the machines unable to operate normally. He had thought these 10 generators would remain here gathering dust, but he didn't expect the upgraded Mustard Mecha to be so powerful, able to directly shield against disaster effects. He revealed the Giant God Mecha, picked up a generator with both hands, and slowly walked into the black hole-like door. Although the space behind the door was dead silent, it carried a hint of relaxation and tranquility. After placing the generator down, Huang Chen pressed the start button with an excited heart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The machine immediately started running, and the connected lights lit up as well. This is the light that was once looked down upon. Confirming that the diesel generator was operational, Huang Chen moved the remaining 9 generators, along with the 2 sewage purifiers, inside. Regardless, these items represented the development of human technology, and as long as they were usable, he would never casually discard them. Moreover, the mustard space was vast. These items hardly took up much space. All mechas have been upgraded to the second stage. Next, I need to prepare for the third stage. After all, that blood cocoon still needs to be dealt with. Currently, Huang Chen faced 2 paths. One was to find another type of insect, extract its genes, and transform it into a new mecha. With the giant god, heavenly guardian, thunder flash, mustard, and the last mecha, he could gather 5 mechas and complete the mecha form fusion. However, the insect race's dominion talent did not clearly inform him of the situation after the mecha form fusion, so in order to cope with the impending second round of mutations, he had to give up. If he couldn't obtain a new mecha, he could only upgrade the old one. Do you want to upgrade the giant god mecha to the 3rd stage? Materials required for upgrading to the 3rd tier: 100 great beast soul stones, 100 blood red stones, 100 blood-colored big bones, 100 tough beast hides, 100 strange tree roots. A long list of materials. Some of these materials are easy to obtain, like the great beast soul stones and strange tree roots, but others are harder to come by, relying on luck. Although it's an upgrade to the 3rd tier, the requirements differ between mechs. If Huang Chen hadn't struck gold with the bone bomb, he might only be able to gather materials for the first mech upgrade at this point. Boss, a group of people came outside, claiming to be old friends of Fenua. Do you want to meet them? Su Dehai walked in, his eyes darting around, full of gossip. Fenua? It couldn't be that enhancement again. What trouble is he up to now? Huang Chen felt a bit speechless. He wasn't looking for trouble with him, yet enhancement kept coming to bother him every few days. If it weren't for the mech core on him, he wouldn't have let him live this long. Stepping out of the abandoned building, the first thing that caught his eye was indeed enhanced's infuriating face. TSK, this shabby place isn't much, huh? Why not come with me? I can get you a nice house. Enhanced didn't even look at Huang Chen, instead surveying the abandoned building with a mocking tone. Joining you is out of the question. There's no future in that, and I'd just be treated like a dog, right? These must be your loyal hounds, looking all shiny. Noticing the uniform on enhanced, Huang Chen chuckled, feeling a bit more interested. Surely he wouldn't try to pressure him with his status, would he? If that were the case, it would be quite amusing. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. I am officially notifying you in my capacity as a lieutenant officer of the Ningxing base that, in order to protect Ningxing, we are requisitioning the enhancement materials you possess without compensation. I hope you will cooperate. Enhanced raised his hand to brush off a bit of dust from his collar, speaking arrogantly. Upon hearing this, not only Huang Chen but even the usually unfazed Su Dehai couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Requisitioning, and without compensation at that. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Seeing their disdainful expressions, Enhanced pulled out his officer's ID and waved it in front of Huang Chen. Do you want to go against the Ningxing base? Or do you think the apocalypse has come and you have a chance to rebel? Of course, I wouldn't dare, but do you have the qualifications? Huang Chen didn't indulge him, pulling out the honor medal he had just received and hanging it on his chest. Doing so would expose his identity prematurely. However, unlike at the beginning, he now had the confidence to face the dangers that could come at any moment. Therefore, whether to continue hiding his identity had become less important. Company, Colonel, Enhanced's lackey stammered. A colonel is a rank above a lieutenant. This status is much stronger than a junior officer. They say a higher rank can crush a lower one. He didn't know how many levels this had escalated, and it seemed this time he would return empty-handed again. How is that possible? How could you have a colonel's medal? Enhanced exclaimed. He thought Huang Chen was an ordinary person and was about to show his lieutenant's ID. He didn't expect Huang Chen to counter with a colonel's medal, directly slapping him in the face. Now he wasn't in the mood to verify the authenticity of the medal, he just wanted to know how Huang Chen had obtained it. Oh, you can ask Fuan about that. If there's nothing else, please leave here. Huang Chen issued an eviction order. Boss, let's get out of here quickly, we can't mess with the colonel. The lackey tugged at Enhanced's arm, whispering, just wait. This matter isn't over. Enhanced's face flushed, and he left while still trying to save face. The small incident quickly passed, and Huang Chen didn't take it to heart. He had more important things to do. The next day, the sun hanging in the sky turned blood red once again. This phenomenon triggered panic among countless people, fearing that even more powerful monsters would appear. Fortunately, the red sun lasted only 2 hours, during which no particularly formidable monsters emerged. President, do you know what this red sun represents? Guan Zilan asked curiously in the abandoned building. You know about the dungeons, right? After this red sun ends, dungeons will appear all over the world, filled with rich monsters, and the dropped items and auxiliary modules will be more plentiful and of better quality. Isn't that more beneficial for us? Su Dehai chimed in. Beneficial? Huang Chen was about to explain but found the sense of dread he had experienced last time resurfacing. He fell silent, his thoughts drifting back to the past. When dungeons first appeared, everyone indeed thought they were humanity's only hope for salvation. But as time passed, people realized that the existence of dungeons was not to save humanity, but rather another layer of deep despair. They were not dungeons, but a small area of another world. Like two bubbles pressed together, the area where they touched was the dungeon. As the touching areas increased, disaster struck. The creatures within the dungeons could actually break through the dungeon's limits and come directly to Blue Star. When tens of thousands of monsters surged out from various dungeons, it terrified everyone. For now, it is indeed beneficial for us. Let's go. I'll take you to clear a 4-person dungeon first. Following his memory, Huang Chen led the two to a strangely shaped ancient tree. This ancient tree had no leaves, its branches twisted and forked, resembling human bones intertwined without flesh, evoking a sense of absurdity in one's heart. Every day, each person can enter a dungeon for free, regardless of size or type. If you want to enter again, you must use an interdimensional pass. Now that dungeons have appeared, that thing should be popping up soon. If you find it, remember to buy it. Guanxilan and Su Dahai nodded in agreement. Then, with a flash of light, the three disappeared from their spot. The dungeon is about to begin. Welcome to the other world. A slight sensation of weightlessness washed over them. When the three regained their senses, they found themselves in another space. It resembled an ancient battlefield, surrounded by mountains of corpses. Current location: Plague Battlefield, Outskirts, Area, Outskirts, Difficulty, Easy, Description. A thing called the Source of Plague suddenly appeared on the battlefield littered with corpses, seemingly disturbing certain existences that should have been in deep slumber. The dungeon area is divided into outskirts, inner areas, cores, and the extremely rare inner world. The deeper one goes, the greater the danger, and correspondingly, the difficulty of the dungeon increases. The difficulty of the Plague Battlefield is only easy because they are currently still in the outskirts. If they continue to delve deeper, the difficulty will surely increase again. The difficulty levels are easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and abyss. Starting from hard, for every level of difficulty increased, the rewards increase by 100%, making it true that the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Boss, what are we supposed to do? Su Dahai asked, a bit confused. No rush, it will come out soon. As soon as Huang Chen's voice fell, a phantom screen popped up in front of the three. Mission details: 1. Hunt 30 plague soldiers, difficulty, easy. 2. Hunt 50 plague soldiers, 5 plague generals, difficulty, medium. Just 2 missions? With the boss's strength, we should definitely take the second mission, right? Su Dahai said eagerly. No, Huang Chen shook his head. Sometimes mission details don't represent everything. Take a good look at the dungeon description. That is our true goal. Could it be the source of plague? Guanxilan, who had remained calm, was equally shocked. Goodness, you can play the dungeon like this? She had played games before, but always followed the game instructions honestly. Who would have thought of this lair? Seeing the shock on the faces of the two, Huang Chen smiled slightly. This was just the beginning. Next, he was going to speedrun this dungeon. Follow me. According to his memories from his past life, Huang Chen led the two through the battlefield. On the battlefield, besides the corpses, there were also many wandering plague soldiers. However, they clearly did not notice the presence of the three and continued to wander aimlessly. After bypassing a large number of plague soldiers, a somewhat dilapidated tent appeared before them. In front of the tent stood 2 imposing plague soldiers, clearly elite monsters. Besides that, there was only a thin old horse, so emaciated that its ribs were visible. This must be the tent where the Supreme Commander resides. It seems that the source of the plague must be attached to some high-ranking official, Su Dahai said, resting his chin on one hand, his voice drawn out. Exactly. Huang Chen nodded, stepping forward as his Fong gauntlets quickly materialized. Just when the two thought he was going to charge into the tent, he unexpectedly redirected his punch straight at the thin horse that was grazing nearby. A layer of green light suddenly enveloped the thin horse, blocking Huang Chen's punch. At that moment, a tall, iron-faced plague general burst out of the tent, brandishing a spear. Seeing Huang Chen attacking the thin horse, he charged forward without hesitation, spear raised. The 2 plague soldiers guarding the tent also launched their attack at that moment. Stop them! Huang Chen shouted, delivering a heavy punch to the thin horse. The green light immediately rippled like water disturbed by a stone. Guanxilan and Su Dahai, as if waking from a dream, immediately joined the battle. Take this, you old man. Su Dahai plunged one hand into the ground, and when he raised it again, a spiked heavy hammer appeared in his grasp. He swung the hammer down hard onto the plague general's spear. Guanxilan was not adept at direct confrontation. While entangled with the 2 plague soldiers, she secretly released translucent spores. As those spores came into contact with the bodies of the plague soldiers, they quickly took root and began to multiply rapidly. In the blink of an eye, one of the plague soldiers had a small patch of white on him. Upon closer inspection, that patch was a cluster of unknown fungi, making one's scalp tingle. Both of them had completed their mecha advancement, and their control over their own talents had increased. However, their auras had been suppressed by Huang Chen, which was why they did not reveal their true strength. Otherwise, with their abilities, they would be treated as honored guests in any faction they joined. The two successfully restrained the plague general and the plague soldiers, allowing Huang Chen to focus more on the source of the plague before him. Indeed, the source of the plague was not attached to the supreme general but to a seemingly inconspicuous thin horse. The reason for not dealing with the plague general and the plague soldiers first was that the source of the plague could move back and forth among objects revived by the plague. It was very timid. Once it sensed that their strength was too great, it would immediately flee. Fearing it would escape, Huang Chen first responded to Su Dahai's words and then struck without hesitation. Even if the source of the plague wants to move, it needs some time. This window of opportunity is its greatest weakness. Huang Chen was certain in his heart, and his powerful attacks poured out like a storm. Finally, the green light on the source of the plague dissipated, the thin horse neighed and fell to the ground, transforming into a green pearl. Kill the source of the plague to obtain a fixed drop, plague pearl name, plague pearl quality, excellent type, material effect, used for mecha enhancement, can increase resistance to various basic toxins. Ordinary materials can only enhance the three main attributes of strength, defense, and agility, while items like the plague pearl that can enhance toxin resistance are extremely rare. Huang Chen's journey this time was for this plague pearl. Just as he put away the plague pearl, the battle on Guanxilan and Su Dahai's side was also nearing its end. The plague general was smashed to pieces by Su Dahai's earth hammer, while the two plague soldiers were covered in white fungal clusters, all vitality devoured. Huang Chen nodded secretly. After these days of training, the two finally had a hint of a strong aura. Next, they just needed to continuously gain combat experience. With the source of the plague gone, the entire world began to collapse, but before the collapse, the three were teleported out. Boss, since you've dealt with the source of the plague, will there still be this dungeon in the future? Su Dahai asked curiously after glancing at the attributes of the plague pearl. Don't worry, the rules of power inside will automatically cycle. Everything will return to its original state. Your next task is to farm enough plague pearls to enhance toxin resistance. Once your toxin resistance reaches the standard, I'll take you to another dungeon, Huang Chen explained. That's great. I'll wait for my big brother to mix in. 3 days. 3 days for 9 meals. Su Dahai almost let it slip, awkwardly smiling. By the way, Guanxilan, help me recall some insects with unique abilities that are widely distributed. Got it? Guanxilan's expression became serious. Understood. After using up the free opportunity once a day, Huang Chen posted a message in the system mall to buy interworld passes, then continued his material collection journey. Meanwhile, Chu Jiazhen and Fuan also learned about the dungeon's appearance from Huang Chen, each rubbing their fists, ready to make a big move. Huang Chen's identity ultimately could not be concealed, and Fuan also learned his true identity. However, after investigation, Fuan did not rashly disturb him, still contacting Huang Chen through Chu Jiazhen. Both Huang Chen and Chu Jiazhen were quite satisfied with this. The former felt it saved a lot of trouble, while the latter gained many benefits from Fuan, a win-win situation. The two major forces, the Mountain River Base and the Ning City Base, joined forces to prepare to tackle an 8-person dungeon. For this, Chu Jiazhen and Zhang Yilian personally took action, each leading 3 people into the dungeon. Half an hour later, the 8 escaped from the dungeon, all looking disheveled and covered in injuries. If it weren't for Chu Jiazhen's quick reaction this time, half of them might have perished inside. After this incident, they all understood that those dungeons were not simple. To pass through or gain greater benefits, they had to think of other methods. Coincidentally, they thought of Huang Chen. Mountain River Base. Huang Chen, Chu Jiazhen, and Fuan sat across from each other. I didn't expect Mr. Huang Chen to be so accomplished at such a young age. It's hard to believe, Fuan said with a smile upon meeting, trying to get closer to Huang Chen. But Huang Chen was not swayed by this. Inspector, time is precious now, so let's skip the pleasantries from the official circles. Regarding the dungeon, I naturally have some insider information that can provide you convenience, but this is not free, I hope you understand. Fuan and Chu Jiazhen nodded repeatedly. They didn't expect Huang Chen to share without compensation. Seeing the two agree, Huang Chen began to state his conditions. Having lived so long in his past life, he knew many methods for dungeons. Take that plague dungeon for example. If they had not advanced but instead walked towards the battlefield's periphery, they would have quickly discovered a special flower. The flower is called the purging flower. As the name suggests, the fragrance of the purging flower can weaken the strength of plague soldiers. If there are enough purging flowers, dealing with a plague soldier only requires an ordinary first-level mech. He knows many such shortcuts. If the conditions offered by the two major factions are sufficient, he wouldn't mind revealing them. The three talked for a long time and finally reached a consensus. Before leaving, Fuan shook his head helplessly. Your abilities are indeed extraordinary. This is not flattery, but a fact. According to Huang Chen's strategy for the dungeon, the members of the two major factions were rapidly growing in strength. Soon, other factions realized something was amiss. After some indirect inquiries, they learned that Chu Jiajin and Fuan had mastered the method for the dungeon strategy. They were extremely envious of this method. After some back and forth, they finally obtained a simplified method for the dungeon strategy from Huang Chen. Everyone knows, yet no one knows. This time, we've really struck it rich. Looking at his energy points totaling 500,000, Huang Chen couldn't help but beam with joy. Just as he was planning how to use this fortune for greater benefits, on the other side, Su Dahai exchanged for bread, mineral water, and other food from the system mall and quietly slipped into an underground garage. The underground garage was dark and damp, stifling enough to give one a headache. Xiaoji, I'm here, and I brought a lot of food. Su Dahai's voice echoed in the empty garage, but after calling out several times, no one responded. Strange, where did he go? Didn't he say not to run around? He muttered to himself and walked toward a small room at the end of the garage. Inside the room, various items were neatly arranged, and a shabby sofa was placed against the wall. Su Dahai plopped down on the sofa and waited quietly. An hour later, he suddenly stood up, his face darkening. Xiaoji couldn't possibly be gone for so long. The only explanation was that he had encountered misfortune. Realizing this, Su Dahai rushed out of the garage and began to investigate. He didn't find any trace of Xiaoji, but he unexpectedly learned some news. The Fenua base was recruiting refugees, promising food and ample benefits for those who joined. Could Xiaoji have gone to Fenua? Su Dahai speculated, heading straight for the Fenua base. It didn't take long for the Fenua base to come into view. The Fenua base was built in a giant amusement park. On the day of the disaster, the amusement park had just closed. Otherwise, it would have surely become a gathering place for mutated creatures. As he walked along the road, Su Dahai suddenly spotted something familiar. This is Xiaoji's hat. It seems he really did go to Fenua. Su Dahai quickened his pace and arrived at the Fenua base to state his intentions. What kid? We don't have any here. The captain on duty, Meng, waved his hand dismissively, ready to chase Su Dahai away. Please, I'm just looking for a child. I mean no harm. I'm willing to compensate for your losses. Compensate for losses? Fine, 1,000 energy points, and I'll let you take that kid named Xiaoji. Meng grinned mockingly, clearly not taking Su Dahai seriously. Su Dahai's expression darkened. He had 1,000 energy points, but Meng's outrageous demand clearly indicated he had no intention of letting anyone go. Holding on to his last shred of hope, he nodded. All right, I'll give you 1,000 energy points. He immediately transferred 1,000 energy points to Meng. Once the energy points were in hand, Meng not only refused to release the child but his mocking expression grew even clearer. There really are fools like you, get lost. If you don't leave, I'll have you work as a laborer. You're forcing me into this. Su Dahai stopped wasting words, and the mech responded immediately. He was determined to bring Xiaoji back today. Su Dahai was captured by Fenua? Upon hearing this news, Wang Chen was taken aback. With Su Dahai's strength, even if he couldn't win in a fight, he could definitely escape. How could he have been captured? He went to Fenua base to get someone, but they refused, so he forced his way in and got caught by the people inside. Guan Xilan hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to tell the truth. After hearing her account, Huang Chen not only did not blame Su Dahai but was instead pleasantly reminded of another matter. In the apocalypse, what is most precious? Of course, it's resources. Children are one of those resources, and they are extremely valuable. It is well known that a person's mecha is derived from the food consumed on the day of the disaster. The rarer and more powerful the food, the stronger the awakened mecha will be. However, no matter how strong the creatures on Blue Star are, they cannot compare to the mutated beings. If that child named Xiaoji could continuously consume edible mutated creature meat, the performance of the mecha he awakens would be incredibly enhanced. As mutated creatures evolve rapidly, humans are also adapting quickly to this unique world. The pros and cons cannot be clearly explained, but one thing is certain, Huang Chen has developed an interest in this child named Xiaoji. Not just Xiaoji, he plans to specifically cultivate a group of orphans. Given time, these orphans will undoubtedly become a core force of Dawn, loyal and powerful. Let's go to Fenua. My people are not so easy to capture, especially under extortion. If Su Dahai had recklessly barged in, it would be one thing. Although he would still go to retrieve someone, he would inevitably face some punishment. But now it's different. Fenua broke the contract first, and he has reason on his side, so no one can find fault. Upon arriving at Fenua, the place was already in chaos. Su Dahai's strength exceeded their expectations. After a battle, they could barely hold on to him. Let In Honghai come out to see me. Upon meeting, Huang Chen spoke without any courtesy. Who are you to demand to see our leader, acting so ungratefully? Some people in Fenghua were displeased by Huang Chen's arrogance. Tell him, my name is Huang Chen. Hand over Su Dahai immediately, or the consequences will be unbearable for you. Huang Chen summoned the Titan mecha, and the unique aura of the second tier erupted, scaring those around him into summoning their mechas for defense. The Titan mecha had already undergone significant enhancement. If each tier were divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages like in a fantasy novel, he would currently be at the mid-stage of the second tier. The group in front of him could at most be considered mid-stage of the first tier. The pressure of a large tier would surely frighten them. Wait, just wait, I'll notify the leader right away. The person who spoke earlier was so scared that he turned and ran. As Huang Chen headed to Fenghua base, on the other side, Xu Jiazhen and Fuan also received the news and each led a group of people to Fenghua. First, Huang Chen is the hope for everyone's future, and he absolutely cannot be lost. Second, they feared that if things got too out of hand, and Hong Hai would be unable to handle the situation. After all, Huang Chen's strength is not simple. Even second-tier leader-level monsters have fallen at his hands. If such a person were to get angry, destroying a small Fenghua would be easy. Fortunately, and Hong Hai was a bit smarter than they imagined. Upon seeing Huang Chen, and Hong Hai did not immediately shout for a fight. Huang Chen, what are you doing in our Fenghua? And Hong Hai was somewhat stunned, not understanding Huang Chen's purpose. Could it be that he wanted to humiliate him in front of so many subordinates? I came to get someone. Hand over Su Dahai and that child named Xiaoji as well. Huang Chen did not waste words and stated the purpose of his visit. Hand over people? He injured so many of my brothers and damaged so many of my properties, and you think you can just demand them? And Hong Hai's displeasure was evident. In fact, his losses were not significant. It was mainly about losing face. If we back down this time, won't anyone be able to come and trample on our pride in the future? What if I lose my old face? A voice came from afar. Looking up, it was the anxious Fuan rushing over. We're all human. Why must we resort to violence as soon as we meet? Fuan chattered, whatever losses you have, I'll reimburse you. Just let go of the person Huang Chen wants. I've heard there's a child too, just give him that one as well. And Hong Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the official power was no longer as unbreakable as before, it couldn't be ignored. Since Inspector Fu has spoken, I'll give you face and release the person. Hearing this, a younger brother nearby hurriedly ran down. Before long, Su Dahai emerged from the base, holding a child's hand. Upon seeing Huang Chen, his face flushed. Boss, I was careless this time and didn't dodge. I definitely won't let them catch me next time. Well, since nothing happened, let's go. Seeing that Su Dahai was merely a bit dazed and hadn't suffered any real harm, Huang Chen didn't want to press further. Boss, there's a lot of darkness behind this wind and flower. They lure others over with food, and once they arrive, they make them mine without even giving them food. Su Dahai whispered in Huang Chen's ear. Mining? Huang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then recalled that there indeed was such a thing in his past life. And Hong Hai controlled a special mine that produced a mineral called silver zircon. Silver zircon could enhance the toughness of mechas and was in high demand for a time. A piece the size of a fingernail required 100 energy points. He didn't expect that mine to be here. Huang Chen glanced at the amusement park behind the crowd and shook his head. Although the mine was tempting, managing it would be very labor-intensive and require a lot of manpower. He had neither the time nor the energy to develop a mine. Moreover, shortly after the second round of mutations ended, the third round would begin. By then, whether this mine could even exist was uncertain. Investing too much now would only be in vain later. Huang Chen didn't want to get involved. He wasn't a saint and could only take care of those in front of him. Beyond that, he was powerless. Working as a miner in wind and flower was tiring, but at least it was a way to survive. Seemingly sensing Huang Chen's reluctance to intervene, Su Dahai anxiously said, Boss, it's not that I'm overly compassionate. Many of them are children, some about the same age as my younger brother. He didn't finish his sentence. You have a younger brother? This time, it was Huang Chen who was surprised. Yeah, I have a younger brother. By the time I got back, he had already turned into a blood corpse. I was the one who sent him on his way. Su Dahai replied numbly. In this apocalypse, there were far too many things beyond one's control. Huang Chen patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll handle this. And Hong Hai, hand over those children you captured, and I can let this matter go. Huang Chen stepped forward, his tone firm. Damn, do you really think you're something? Pfft, what a joke. And Hong Hai remained silent, but one of his subordinates, dressed in a black shirt with a tattoo on his neck, spoke up first. That guy is Meng Zai, he set me up, which is why I got caught. By the way, his weapon seems to be an invisible knife, so be careful. Su Dahai quietly reminded Huang Chen, fearing he would suffer. Huang Chen nodded. In the next moment, he was like a gust of wind, suddenly rushing in front of Meng Zai. Meng Zai was taken aback and instinctively summoned his mecha. But the black gold mecha before him was like a fierce tiger, and the spikes on its clawed fists suddenly shot out, piercing straight into his neck. Sizzle! Meng Zai's mecha dissipated, leaving a long, narrow blood mark on his neck. It is easy to imagine that if the stab had been off by a few centimeters, it would have easily pierced his throat. Meng swallowed hard, cold sweat suddenly breaking out, quickly flowing down his cheeks and mixing with the blood on his neck, soaking through his black shirt. The surroundings were enveloped in a dead silence. Fuan felt a chill in his heart. He knew Huang Chen was strong, but he had never truly grasped the concept until now. Only now did he genuinely feel this power. Besides the strength, the killing intent radiating from Huang Chen also left him deeply unsettled. This mysterious aura, he had only seen in some war veterans. Even Zhang Yiliang, a major general, did not possess it. What exactly was Huang Chen's background? So quiet, did I arrive late? Chu Jiazhen's voice broke the deadlock. Huang Chen and Hong Hai, we are all young people, is there anything we can't sit down and discuss properly? He walked between the two, chuckling. That's right, let's all sit down and talk slowly. Fuan also stepped forward to ease the tension. With the two big shots present, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Huang Chen didn't really want to fight. In other words, now was not the best time for a confrontation. And Hong Hai, hand over those children, and consider it buying a life, how about it? Huang Chen looked around. If I were to make a move, they shouldn't be able to stop me, right? The atmosphere grew tense again. Fuan and Chu Jiazhen exchanged glances, both sensing something was off. Why was Huang Chen so insistent on those children? They couldn't believe there wasn't a deeper meaning behind it. And Hong Hai was equally conflicted. He wasn't afraid of Huang Chen's threat. He was mainly worried about the exposure of the mining area incident. After all, they were just a few children, who ate a lot and couldn't work. Giving them to Huang Chen wasn't out of the question, but he just couldn't swallow that pride. Hong Hai, you captured some children as well? Chu Jiazhen asked curiously. And Hong Hai cursed under his breath at the old fox, then smiled brightly. How could that be? I just thought they were pitiful, so I took in a few. They haven't lacked food and drink, so it can't be called capturing. I didn't expect you to be so righteous, but taking in these children can't be just your family's responsibility. In this matter, both the Ningqing base and other organizations have responsibilities and obligations. How about this? We will take over those children to avoid hindering your development, Fuan continued. Shameless. And Hong Hai looked at the two old foxes in front of him, feeling a wave of unease in his heart. If he weren't at a disadvantage, he would really want to beat these two old men to death. But since Fuan had spoken, he could only comply. Before long, more than 30 children walked out of the Fenua base. Among them were both older and younger ones, the older ones around 13 or 14, and the younger ones about 7 or 8. These are the ones. Fenua took them in and consumed quite a few resources. I wonder if we can get some compensation, and Hong Hai said, hoping to gain something in return for handing over the children. That's not a problem. When the time comes, you can send me the expenses, and I will organize a meeting to discuss it. Once we reach a conclusion, we will proceed with the compensation, Fuan replied casually. Upon hearing this, and Hong Hai was shocked, while Huang Chen nearly laughed out loud. This meeting might take 100 years to discuss. And Hong Hai was indeed ruthless, but within the rules, how could he possibly outmaneuver Chu Jiazhen and Fuan? After leaving the Fenua base, Su Dahai counted the number of people. There were a total of 34, with Huang Chen taking away 14, plus Xiao Ji. Chu Jiazhen and Fuan each took 10. Although they didn't know what great use these children could have, seeing Huang Chen so invested, they all kept a watchful eye. Dividing 20 people, Huang Chen didn't feel it was a loss. What he wanted was the entire human race. He didn't care about the small gain or loss. It didn't matter who raised these children, as long as they could live healthily. Toxic Swamp Dungeon, internal area. This place is filled with all kinds of poisonous insects, whose venom can easily corrode even mechs. Although dangerous, the rewards are far greater than those of ordinary dungeons. As long as the mech has sufficient toxin resistance, it can be considered a top-tier monster farming dungeon. Huang Chen had previously sent Guan Xilan and Su Dahai to hunt for the plague gem, to increase the mech's resistance to various toxins, so they could farm monsters here. The drop rate in the internal area is slightly lower than in the outer area, but the items that come out are all good stuff. We can farm here for a while. Huang Chen raised his hand to block a spray of venom, and with the mutated wings behind him extending, he charged in front of a giant centipede several meters long, smashing it in half with a punch. Kill Toxic Centipede, Tier 2, Rewards, Great Beast Soulstone *1, Blood Redstone *1, Hardshell *5, Poison Fang *2, Poison Sac *1. After collecting the materials, he was about to leave when he suddenly noticed someone running towards him from not far away. Huang Chen was puzzled. This was the internal area, and even he found it quite challenging to handle, so how could someone else come in? After observing for a while, he turned to leave. The person ahead was likely being chased by someone behind, and had entered the internal area to escape. Little did he know, the pursuers were also skilled, silently following him in, looking for death. Just as Huang Chen was about to leave, his pupils shook, and he looked incredulously at the person being chased ahead. This is the aura of the End Stone. There are 13 End Stones in the world. If one gathers all 13, they will gain supreme power and know the deepest secrets of the universe. He had only obtained one, and his mech talent had mutated, becoming a super god level existence. Now sensing the aura of another End Stone, how could he not be shocked? Seeing the pursuers about to catch up, Huang Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of them. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, he sent the pursuers flying. After dealing with them, Huang Chen picked up the person being chased and took him to a concealed spot in the outer area. Now tell me, who are you, and why are they chasing you? My name is Li Qinxing, from the Star Association. Those people are also from the Star Association. I originally joined the Star Association for its free environment, but after joining, I found it to be a mess, very different from what I imagined. I didn't want to work for them, which is why I was hunted down. Li Qinxing spoke somewhat ambiguously, but Huang Chen could tell that he was mostly telling the truth. In fact, Huang Chen didn't care about the reason Li Qinxing was being chased, he only cared about that end stone. Have you seen a special stone, engraved with mysterious symbols? Just looking at it gives you a feeling of being deeply drawn in? Upon hearing this, Li Qinxing thought for a moment and honestly replied, I think I have seen such a stone, but that was a few months ago. Where is that stone? Huang Chen asked eagerly. Li Qinxing was a bit puzzled but didn't think much of it. It's over in Bai City. If you take a plane, it takes about 2 hours. Hearing it was Bai City, Huang Chen's excitement diminished significantly. Indeed, before the mutation occurred, a trip to Bai City would only take 2 hours. Now, it would probably take at least 2 months, and he would also have to face the danger that could arise at any moment. The End Stone could not be abandoned, but he would have to wait until he was strong enough to set out. At least one mech needs to reach Tier 4 before I qualify for long-distance travel. Temporarily giving up on this unrealistic idea, Huang Chen looked at Li Qinxing again. As far as I know, the management of the Star Association is quite loose. You just left, so you shouldn't be hunted down. After a moment of silence, Li Qinxing suddenly pulled out a pitch-black stone. The stone appeared to be a round octagonal talisman, with runes carved on both sides and patterns made of intermittent lines. Refining stone. Huang Chen was slightly taken aback. This was a valuable item that could refine mech parts and increase the upper limit of mech attributes. The upper limit for a first-tier mech's attributes was 10 points, but after refining, it could reach 15 points or even higher. In other words, possessing enough refining stones could allow one to create a peerless mech that could fight above its level. Do you recognize it? Li Qinxing also showed surprise. He was certain that the refining stone was his own invention, not to mention the system mall. Even others did not have it. Such a valuable item was currently only circulating among the upper echelons of the Star Association, and ordinary people were completely unaware of it. The fact that this person could pinpoint the origin of the refining stone was simply incredible. I know a little about it. So, you were being hunted because of this refining stone? Huang Chen still found it hard to understand. That shouldn't be the case. Although refining stones are precious, it shouldn't warrant such a fuss, right? Li Qinxing revealed a bitter smile. The value of the refining stone indeed doesn't justify their extreme measures, but the one who can create refining stones might. He then recounted his story. In fact, the story was not complicated. Li Qinxing awakened a talent for creating refining stones and could also use them to enhance mech parts. He knew his ability was extraordinary, so he only told his girlfriend. Who would have thought that not long after, that woman would get involved with the upper echelons of the Star Association and leak his secret? This was a disaster. The Star Association immediately imprisoned Li Qinxing, keeping a close watch on him and forcing him to create refining stones. But Li Qinxing would rather die than lose his freedom, so he made refining stones while looking for an opportunity. Unfortunately, his luck was not great. Although he successfully escaped from the Star Association, he was discovered by the guards and chased all the way here. If Huang Chen hadn't intervened to save him, he would have likely been captured by now. So now you're all alone? Huang Chen was clearly moved, considering bringing Li Qinxing under his wing. On one hand, Li Qinxing knew the whereabouts of another End Stone, and on the other, the refining stone was extremely useful to him and the entire faction. In gaming terms, this was definitely a top-tier crafting class. He couldn't miss out. Yeah, without the Star Association, I don't even have a place to land. Li Qinxing sighed. His girlfriend had betrayed him, and the faction he had relied on treated him as a free manufacturing tool. Suddenly escaping, he didn't even know where to go next. If you have nowhere to go, just stick with me for now. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of caution flashed in Li Qinqing's eyes. He was in a state of extreme insecurity. If Huang Chen hadn't saved his life, he wouldn't have revealed so much information. At this moment, he seriously suspected that Huang Chen was also eyeing his ability to create refining stones and wanted to take him back. Huang Chen noticed the fear and concern in his eyes and smiled. "Don't worry, no one will pressure you with me. After all, there are only two of us." "Two people?" Li Qinqing was taken aback. Although he had always been with the Star Association and didn't know much about the outside world, he knew that most people banded together for warmth. Even the smallest factions had a dozen people. He had seen teams of 3. Such people were either geniuses or fools. It was clear that Huang Chen was not the fool. "Well, my name is Huang Chen. You should know me, right?" Seeing that he was still hesitant, Huang Chen continued. Li Qinqing was once again taken aback. It turned out to be the Huang Chen who sold bone bombs and was aggressively acquiring materials. He had heard rumors that Huang Chen was powerful, and even the authorities sought his help. "I didn't expect that he still hadn't built a decent force by now." After hesitating for a moment, Li Qinqing finally made up his mind. "I can join you, but let's be clear first. You can't force me to do things I don't like. To put it bluntly, I'm quite stubborn." "Alright, first accept the friend request, and then join the guild." Huang Chen sent over 2 requests. Li Qinqing first accepted the friend request, and when he saw the guild request, he was stunned again, confused. "The guild function can be activated now? It costs 100,000 energy points to unlock it in advance." Hiss! Li Qinqing gasped in shock. 100,000 energy points, how long would that take to accumulate? He only had a little over 2,000 energy points so far, and that was earned from crafting refined stones. Wait, the guild warehouse doesn't cost money too, does it? Seeing the vast space of the guild warehouse, Li Qinqing asked again. Yes, it costs 100,000 energy points to unlock 1,000 slots. Another 100,000, which means Huang Chen had already invested 200,000 just in the guild system. This kind of boldness was something even the president of the Star Guild didn't have. After the shock, Li Qinqing clenched his fists, a fierce anger igniting in his eyes. The Star Guild has gone too far. If I don't take revenge for this, I, Li Qinqing, vow not to be human. To remind myself, I've decided to change my name to Li Miexing. Huang Chen chuckled. Changing his name to remind himself seemed a bit silly. Suddenly, he froze. Li Miexing? Wasn't that the legendary genius from his past life? The first person to enhance mechs, who fought against deities with a mortal-level mech? Mech ranks are initially divided into levels 1 to 9. The higher the level, the stronger the power. However, this is just the mortal classification. There are many realms above it. Mortal-level mechs cannot contend with deities. This is a consensus among everyone. But Li Miexing broke that consensus, fighting a deity with an ordinary mech pushed to its limits. Although he fell after that battle, the ironclad rule that mortals cannot resist gods was shattered, allowing humanity to finally stand tall in the endless starry sky. Some say Li Miexing had a tough temper, but what was tougher was the backbone of humanity. Huang Chen didn't expect to encounter the later famous Li Miexing here. Just as he was about to say something, a notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. In 5 days, the first wave of Beast Tide will arrive. Please prepare everyone. Time until Beast Tide arrives, 119 hours 59 minutes 57 seconds. This is. Li Miexing also heard the voice, looking at Huang Chen in confusion. He thought it was Huang Chen's trick. Let's check the regional chat. Huang Chen didn't explain much and directly contacted Guan Xilan. If nothing unexpected happened, the location of the Beast Tide invasion should have been determined. President, 3 kilometers from the abandoned building, a pitch-black passage has appeared, and nothing can affect its existence. That should be the Beast Gate you mentioned, right? The Beast Gate, as the name suggests, will unleash endless mutated creatures whenever the Beast Tide begins. Only then can damage be inflicted on the Beast Gate. Besides that, even 9th-level mechs can't do anything about them. So close? Huang Chen thought it was bad and quickly took Li Miexing to the Beast Gate. Actually, calculating it, it was almost time for the first Beast Tide invasion. He had just been busy grinding dungeons and had forgotten about it. At the Beast Gate, seeing Huang Chen arrive with another person, Guan Xilan and Su Dahai were curious but didn't ask much. Boss, is this Beast Gate really that powerful? Su Dahai scratched his head in confusion. The Beast Gate itself isn't scary. What's troublesome is the mutated creatures continuously pouring out from inside. Even major forces would have a headache dealing with that kind of strength. Huang Chen glanced at the 3 and said softly, never harbor any illusions. This is the end of days, and it is the same for everyone. Li Miexing was fine. First, he was betrayed by his girlfriend, then treated as a slave, constantly refining stones, and later escaped from pursuers, giving him a profound understanding of the apocalypse. However, Guan Xilan and Su Dahai were shaken. Indeed, they had been living quite leisurely lately, almost forgetting that this was a perilous end of days. Upon reflection, if it weren't for Huang Chen's help, they would probably have been dead by now. After giving the two a little nudge, Huang Chen didn't dwell on the issue. He wasn't afraid of having weak subordinates. Even if they were weak, he had confidence in their improvement. What he feared was that his subordinates lacked clarity and understanding of the apocalypse, which was the most terrifying thing. Let me introduce you, this is Li Miexing, who will be a member of Dawn from now on. Huang Chen pointed to Li Miexing. Another newcomer. Hello, I'm Su Dahai, you can just call me Dahai from now on. Su Dahai shook Li Miexing's hands tightly, his attitude warm. Guan Xilan, nice to meet you. Guan Xilan also introduced herself. Li Miexing had already seen their names in the guild and quickly became familiar with them. After chatting for a while, Guan Xilan suddenly said, "Isn't it dangerous that this beast gate is so close to us? 3 kilometers was just a few quick dashes for some mechs. Once the beast tide erupted, the abandoned buildings would surely be the focus of attention." It was normal for her to have such concerns. Huang Chen chuckled, "That's why we need to move." The mustard mech had been vacant for so long, and now it could finally be put to use. Move? The three exchanged glances, unsure of Huang Chen's plans. Back at the abandoned building, Huang Chen summoned the mustard mech. Is this also some kind of mech? Su Dahai stepped forward to touch it, uncertain. But this mech looks too strange, right? Li Miexing didn't touch it but circled around the mustard mech. Alright, let's all go inside and take a look. Huang Chen took the lead and stepped into the mustard mech. Seeing him suddenly disappear, the three were startled. What the hell, boss? Su Dahai instinctively rushed in, his figure also vanishing. It seems a bit like a teleportation portal from a novel. I wonder what the world behind the door is like, Guan Xilan muttered to herself, keeping a close eye on Li Miexing. She had no objections to Huang Chen's choice, but one could never be too careful. It was wise to be cautious until she had enough understanding of Li Miexing. Li Miexing nodded and then stepped in. Seeing him disappear as well, Guan Xilan waved to Xiaoji. Xilan Jia, is there something? Xiaoji, whose real name was Zhang Xiaoji, had just entered high school, with big, mischievous eyes, a real little trickster. Keep an eye on the house. If anything unusual happens, come in here to find us, understood? Don't worry, I'll keep a close watch. With Xiaoji's assurance, Guan Xilan finally stepped into the mustard mech. As her vision shifted, the figures of Huang Chen and the others appeared. She was just about to greet them when she saw the vast space before her, and she was instantly stunned. Ha, I told you she'd be shocked when she came in. Su Dahai laughed heartily. Guan Xilan shot him a fierce glare, and then something even more incredible appeared before her. She rushed forward, reaching out to touch the small light bulb on the generator, tears streaming down her face. This was civilization. This was what distinguished humanity from other animals. This is a different space, very safe. From now on, this will be our internal base. What do you think? Huang Chen was very pleased with the reactions of the three. He remembered how shocked he had been when he first arrived here. Great, just great. This place is simply like heaven. Su Dahai spread his arms wide, as if savoring the fresh air. Guan Xilan was crying uncontrollably, but anyone with keen eyes could see her fondness for this place. Li Miexing felt the same. Compared to the outside environment, living here was much more comfortable. After announcing the existence of the mustard mecha, Huang Chen purchased 15 sets of building blueprints from the system mall, spending a total of 100,000 energy points. This included 2-story single villas, a cafeteria, a recreation room, and even a gym. Although they primarily relied on mechas, improving their physical fitness would also benefit their control over the mechas. Once they received the blueprints, Guan Xilan, Su Dahai, and Li Miexing began to frantically hunt monsters. Each of them wanted to set up a 2-story villa for themselves inside the mustard mecha, so they were quite dedicated. Huang Chen was also busy, joining in. He still had over 400,000 ability points left, but those had other uses. Soon, the beast tide arrived. Endless mutated creatures instantly surrounded Ning City, making it impossible to escape. Even though they had prepared in advance, the major forces were still caught off guard by this situation. In an instant, all major defenses were in crisis, urgently calling for help from the outside world. Everyone was thrown into a frenzy by this beast tide, but Huang Chen, with the mustard mecha, was not greatly affected despite the abandoned buildings being surrounded. After resolving their concerns, the four began to continuously clear the surrounding monsters, gradually advancing towards the beast gate. The beast gate would not last long. They had to destroy it quickly. After 2 days of hard work, they finally arrived at the beast gate. Huang Chen lifted a massive stone block weighing several tons and smashed it directly onto the beast gate. With 2 cracking sounds, the beast gate could not withstand the weight and shattered into a pile of debris. After attacking for so long a few days ago, I didn't expect it to be so easy to resolve now, Su Dahai said, picking up a piece of debris, glancing at it, and then tossing it aside, muttering. Huang Chen shook his head. Only they could resolve the threat of the Beast Gate so easily, not to mention, the 5 major forces couldn't even leave their bases now. You all keep pushing forward. I need to fly up and look for the locations of the other Beast Gates. After giving a reminder, the wings of mutation unfolded, and Huang Chen began to weave through the city. Soon, he discovered the trace of another Beast Gate. This location is closest to Fenua. Let them suffer a bit first, then we'll see. After assessing the position, he continued searching. Before long, another Beast Gate came into view. At that moment, a large number of mutated monsters were surging out of the Beast Gate, like a tide, attacking the distant Ning City base. Huang Chen opened the chat system and found that Fuan had long sent him a distress message, promising a reward. Seeing that he had not responded, Fuan thought he was looking down on the offer and kept increasing the reward limit. Now, the reward he proposed was already double what it had been at the beginning. It seems Fuan is really anxious. Huang Chen chuckled and set off towards the Ning City base. The initial reward was indeed a bit low, but now it was just right. Although profiting from disaster might seem shameful, earning money through one's own abilities was nothing to be ashamed of. At this moment, the Ning City base was firmly surrounded by mutated creatures, with even mutated sparrows or other birds circling in the air. It was only because the soldiers in the Ningqiu base had strong willpower and combat abilities that they managed to hold their ground. If it had been another force, they would have likely been finished by now. Since there's no road, I'll carve one out. Huang Chen focused his mind, and the Fangtooth gauntlets appeared. The next second, he charged into the crowd of monsters, swinging his fists continuously. The spikes on the gauntlets were exceptionally sharp, easily slicing through the skin defenses of the mutated creatures. With Huang Chen's unmatched strength, he seemed to transform into a meat grinder, carving a bloody path through the army of monsters in an instant. However, his direction was not towards the Ningqing base, but rather the Beast Gate. As long as the Beast Gate remained intact, a steady stream of mutated creatures would continue to emerge. Even if he killed all the mutated creatures surrounding the Ningqing base now, within 2 days, it would return to its former state. Wait, what is he trying to do? Inside the Ningqing base, someone noticed Huang Chen heading towards the Beast Gate and couldn't help but exclaim. There were many clever people in the base who guessed that the endless tide of beasts was closely related to that strange door. But knowing was one thing, they had no ability to go over there. With so many mutated creatures, first-tier mechs simply couldn't withstand them, only second-tier mechs had the fighting power. However, the instance had only recently opened, and there were pitifully few second-tier mechs available. It would be good enough to hold the line, and they had no extra strength to dismantle the Beast Gate, so they could only leave it for now. Sigh, reckless. Charging in with so many mutated monsters is just asking for death, isn't it? Don't be so pessimistic. Since he dares to charge in, he must have his reasons. Be careful, good luck can turn bad, crow's mouth. I see him being stronger than our second-tier mechs. He can take down a mutated beast with a single punch. That's true, those monsters can't withstand a punch from him. Maybe he really has a chance to reach that strange door. Even though I don't know your name or what you look like, you must do your best. In an instant, everyone's attention in the base was drawn to Huang Chen. Fortunately, the monsters pouring out of the Beast Gate were mostly ordinary ones. Huang Chen dispatched them with ease, one punch at a time. Kill mutated double-eared rabbit, gain, beast soulstone *1, soft fur *2, kill one-legged mad dog, gain, beast soulstone *1, mutated canine tooth *5, kill, a large number of materials dropped, quickly filling the small nursery pouch to the brim. Seeing the Beast Gate was now within reach, Huang Chen slightly exerted his legs, leaping over numerous mutated creatures and landing a foot on the doorframe of the Beast Gate. Bang! He bent down and punched the doorframe of the Beast Gate. This action completely provoked the surrounding mutated creatures. They stopped attacking the base and instead surged wildly towards Huang Chen. Is that urgency? It's still early. Huang Chen smashed out a dozen punches, and the once incredibly solid Beast Gate immediately showed cracks. Although he was achieving significant success, he was also being overwhelmed by the tide of beasts. The Fawn gauntlets were powerful, but they were not suited for crowd control. In fact, he had no means of area attacks at all. With a thought, Huang Chen switched to the Thunder Flash Mech. The high-speed movement of the Thunder Flash Mech, combined with the sharp attributes of the Fawn gauntlets, allowed him to clear a large vacuum area in just a few seconds. Turning around, he threw a punch, and with a loud boom, the Beast Gate completely vanished. Destroy Beast Gate *2, gain extra rewards. Extra rewards can be claimed at any time. The number of destroyed Beast Gates increases, and the extra rewards will be enhanced accordingly. Note, the reward enhancement rules are only effective within this round of the Beast Tide. Huang Chen was momentarily stunned, not expecting such an unexpected gain. No wonder many people in his past life were keen on destroying the beast gates. It was because of this. If he remembered correctly, there had been 7 beast gates during the first round of the beast tide in Ningxing in his past life. Now he had destroyed 2, leaving 5 remaining. If I can destroy the remaining 5 as well, I wonder what rewards I would get. Huang Chen suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Just as he was about to leave, a message from Chu Jiajin came through. The message contained only one word, danger. Seeing the word danger, he instantly thought that there must be a beast gate near the Shanhua base, otherwise, Chu Jiajin wouldn't be in such a predicament. It really is true that one can find what they seek without much effort. He had been troubled about how to find the next beast gate, but unexpectedly, it had come to him. He didn't have time to greet Fuan and headed straight for the Shanhua base. Before he even arrived, he saw a towering gate, 20 meters high and about 10 meters wide, from a distance. The larger the beast gate, the more terrifying the monsters that emerged from it. This was a well-known truth. With such a large beast gate, it was no wonder Chu Jiajin couldn't hold on. Upon arriving at the Shanhua base, Huang Chen saw Chu Jiajin with bloodshot eyes and a haggard expression. Not only him, but even Chu Hui looked half dead at that moment. Even with Huang Chen's prior warning, they still underestimated the difficulty of this beast tide. If they hadn't built a defense line in advance, they might have already collapsed. In fact, the Shanhua base had the upper hand and was not weak. Unfortunately, their luck had been poor. During the previous battle against the Blood Corpse Tide, their foundation was depleted, delaying their development. Now they were faced with such a massive beast gate. If their strength were not strong, they might have already become history. Uncle Chu, it seems you haven't been doing well these past few days. Mutated creatures are pouring in from all directions, and I don't have many capable people under me, so I can only take matters into my own hands. It really feels like starting a business all over again. But back then, I was young, healthy, and full of energy. Now, it's just not the same. Chu Jiajin forced a bitter smile. He looked at Huang Chen, as if he had something to say, but his mouth opened slightly, and in the end, he swallowed his words. Huang Chen didn't engage in further conversation. Whatever needed to be discussed could wait until after the beast gate was dealt with. He first stuffed everything from the small nursery bag into the guild warehouse, then set off towards the beast gate. This time, his speed was much slower. The previous beast gate had mostly ordinary first-tier mutated creatures rushing out. The current beast gate not only had first-tier elite creatures but also quite a few second-tier ones. Although they posed no threat to Huang Chen, they could still slow him down. Watching him navigate through the beast tide as if it were an uninhabited realm, Chu Jiajin's expression wavered. Dad, Huang Chen is so powerful and knows a lot of hidden information. He has helped us a lot. It's fine to leave Shanhua to him. Chu Hui, standing nearby, urged again. She had previously persuaded Chu Jiajin to hand over Shanhua to Huang Chen, but Chu Jiajin had deep feelings for Shanhua and had always refused. After all, Chu Jiajin was getting old. Although his vision and skills were still sharp, his understanding was lagging behind in this rapidly changing world. This was evident from the gradual decline of Shanhua. Hearing her daughter speak, Chu Jiajin gritted his teeth, as if he had made a certain decision. Alright, then let's hand Shanhua over to Huang Chen. With this connection, he shouldn't ignore you. I'm getting old, it's better to have someone else take care of you. Dad, what are you saying? I'm quite capable myself. Alright, my daughter is the most capable. Their conversation did not reach Huang Chen's ears. He had no idea that Chu Jiajin was making such a significant concession to hand over the entire Shanhua to him. However, whether he accepted it or not depended on him. Destroy Beast Gate *3, receive additional rewards. Additional rewards can be claimed at any time. The number of destroyed beast gates increases, and the additional rewards will be enhanced accordingly. Note, the reward enhancement rules are only effective within this round of beast tide. A few lines of small text flashed quickly before him. Huang Chen felt excited. He was increasingly looking forward to the additional rewards brought by destroying the beast gates. At that moment, Fuan sent another important message. It has been confirmed that there are a total of 7 beast gates within Ningxing. 1 has been destroyed, and there are currently 6 remaining. After thinking for a moment, he replied, another beast gate has been destroyed, leaving 5 remaining. Once the beast gates were dealt with, Chu Jiajin welcomed him over. Huang Chen, there's something I want to tell you. I want to hand over the mountains and rivers to you. Uncle Chu, there are still a few beast gates that need to be resolved. Let's talk slowly after I destroy them all. Huang Chen paused for a moment, then interrupted Chu Jiajin before he could say more, heading straight to the next location according to the map of beast gate locations provided by Fuan. Watching his departing figure, Chu Jiajin's expression was complex. I told you, even if you want to give it, they might not want it. Chu Hui flew over, her tone laced with a hint of pride. I just can't bear to part with the mountains and rivers. After all, this is the fruit of our labor. built from scratch by me and your mother. The third and fourth locations were on the outskirts of Ningxing base. I have to say, the official forces were indeed strong. By the time Huang Chen arrived, they had already cleared a patch of land. Even if Huang Chen hadn't come in 3 or 4 days, they would have reached the Beast Gate and destroyed it in one fell swoop. His arrival merely accelerated the process. Without any pleasantries, Huang Chen launched an attack on the Beast Gate. Switching between 4 mechas, his true strength was almost on par with a third-tier mecha, making it a breeze to deal with the first wave of Beast Tide. The extra rewards increased again. After resting for a day, the next day, Huang Chen headed straight for the remaining 2 Beast Gates. One was near Fenua base, and the other was on the side of the Higher Education Alliance. Seeing that Fenua could hold on for a while longer, he went directly to the Higher Education Alliance. At this moment, the Higher Education Alliance was organizing teams to advance towards the Beast Gate. They understood that the key to resolving this beast tide lay in that door continuously spewing out mutated creatures. Ran Zijing swung his bone sword, cleanly severing the head of a mutated wildcat. The mutated wildcat looked as if it had contracted a skin disease, with lumps all over its body, oozing disgusting thick fluid. Haha, kids, die. Yu Lang swung a giant axe, charging back and forth through the beast tide. Their performance attracted quite a bit of attention. Senior Ran Zijing and Senior Yu Lang are so impressive. The younger students fighting alongside them were thrilled. The people from Ran Zijing's dorm were indeed considered high-level players. They initially thought they would be stuck in the old district, and after coming out, their enhancement progress would surely lag far behind everyone else. But when they entered the Higher Education Alliance, they realized that their enhancement progress was actually among the first batch, and they were part of the better group. This elevated their status and fame, garnering many admirers. Hearing the discussions of others, Yu Lang darted out from the monster horde, resting while proudly saying, "This is nothing, the real powerhouse is Huang Chen." Is he the one selling bone bombs and a lot of high-tier materials? To sell so many high-tier enhancement materials, I wonder how far his mecha has been enhanced. I think at least to the 2nd tier, maybe even heading towards the 3rd tier. So fast? I'm only at the 1st tier, and it will take me a while to reach the 2nd tier. The 3rd tier is even more impossible. There probably aren't any 3rd tier mechas in all of Ningxing. I envy Huang Chen. It would be great if he came to our side. Indeed, if he were here to hold them back, we could probably destroy this beast gate in less than 2 days. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Just then, a streak of black and gold appeared on the horizon. Ha ha ha, Huang Chen is here. Look, that's his mecha. Yu Lang, with sharp eyes, announced loudly. Upon hearing Huang Chen's arrival, everyone instantly became excited. As the sun set, only the last golden rays of sunlight remained in the sky, shining on Huang Chen's black and gold mecha, making it appear even more mysterious and powerful. Huang Chen, look at me, Yu Lang. Yu Lang waved his hands excitedly. Ran Zijing slashed through the mutated creature that lunged at him with his sword, kicked it, and said irritably, "Have you forgotten where you are? You dare to act so recklessly among monsters. Hee hee, isn't it just because I saw Boss Huang Chen and got a bit excited?" Yu Lang chuckled, then quickly killed another creature that was attacking Ran Zijing. "You're one to talk, you should be more careful too." As he spoke, Huang Chen's mech had already arrived. "You guys did well, this wave of beast tide was controlled excellently." He didn't hold back on the praise. Upon hearing this, both Ran Zijing and Yu Lang's eyes lit up, their expressions filled with excitement. Especially Yu Lang. If it weren't for Huang Chen's esteemed status, he would have rushed over for a big hug. "Alright, enough small talk. I'll go deal with that beast gate first." With a movement of his feet, Huang Chen charged into the beast horde. "Oomph, what big shot. I think he's quite ordinary." Not long after he left, a sarcastic voice rang out. "What, Chen Liang, are you not convinced? If he's not a big shot, then are you? You were too scared to even kill a blood corpse before." Hearing someone slander his idol, Yu Lang immediately exploded, pointing at a bespectacled young man and angrily retorting, Alright, Chen Liang just doesn't know his strength, right? Although we often see this Huang Chen in the system shop, only you few have seen him in action, maybe you all misjudged him back then." A girl stepped forward, standing in front of Yu Lang. A 2nd-tier monster, Boss Huang Chen killed it in an instant. We all saw it with our own eyes. "You don't know, Nanshan." Yu Lang was about to mention the 4 great monsters of Nanshan prison that Huang Chen had single-handedly dealt with, but just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Ran Zijing. "What Nanshan? Nanshan prison was taken down by our combined forces. You're not suggesting that all the credit goes to Huang Chen, are you?" Chen Liang habitually adjusted his glasses, but since he was in a mech without glasses, it made him look somewhat ridiculous. Yu Lang wanted to say more, but was firmly held back by Ran Zijing. "A few broke people, if it weren't for the world changing drastically and you getting lucky enough to awaken slightly unique mechs, How would you have the right to stand with me? Despite the mech barrier, everyone could still see the disdain on his face. At that moment, Chen Liang looked toward Huang Chen not far away and sneered, with so many mutated creatures, even our combined efforts are slow. I don't believe he has the ability to charge through. It was during the beast tide that regional chat was disabled, otherwise, he wouldn't have said such foolish words. Huang Chen heard the discussions behind him but didn't care to argue now. The truth would soon be revealed. A pair of Fang gauntlets seemed to transform into efficient killing machines as Huang Chen swung his fists, carving a bloody path through the surging beast tide in the blink of an eye. Due to the rapid slaughter, he didn't even have time to collect the materials that dropped on the ground. Seeing those materials, the girl who had spoken up for Chen Liang's eyes flickered, and she secretly stepped on a pile of enhancement materials. After all, the materials were anonymous, whoever could get them would claim them. While in the midst of the slaughter, Huang Chen sensed something and couldn't help but sneer. How could his dropped items easily fall into someone else's hands? Did they think he had lived so many years in his past life for nothing? There were plenty of people who secretly collected materials behind others in his previous life. Especially in the later stages, there were countless types of spatial equipment. In the blink of an eye, his dropped items could disappear without a trace. To solve this problem, survivors developed a new skill, which was to mentally bind their dropped items. In other words, it meant using their own mental power to imprint a small seal on the dropped items. The possibility of this chapter being imitated is very low, and it doesn't require any other energy to participate. As long as the mind is fine, anyone can use it. Because of this, he couldn't be bothered to care about that girl. However, just because he didn't care didn't mean others wouldn't. Yu Lang saw the materials that Huang Chen had dropped being picked up by the girl and immediately shouted angrily, "Honey, what do you mean? Is that your stuff?" Honey glared back fiercely, "What's it to you? I'm just picking up a few things. If you're so capable, why don't you go pick them up yourself? You think you're so clever? Those are things dropped by the great Huang Chen, put them down." The emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuch is. The main person hasn't said anything, and you're already barking up a storm. How can there be such a petty man? While picking up the materials, Han Yi extended her pinky finger. Her thumb rested on the tip of her pinky, gesturing towards Yu Lang. "Exactly, Yu Lang, you're a man after all. Don't you know that ladies come first?" At this moment, Chen Liang added fuel to the fire. Ran Zijing was already dissatisfied with Han Yi's actions, and upon hearing Chen Liang's words, he couldn't sit still. This has nothing to do with priority, right? She didn't kill the mutated creature. What right does she have to pick up those dropped items? Chen Liang's eyes turned, and he came up with a plan. This is our college alliance's territory. The items dropped by mutated creatures should rightfully belong to us. Han Yi is just collecting them for you. Everyone initially thought Han Yi was in the wrong, but upon hearing this, they immediately fell silent. Those materials were excellent for significantly enhancing mech attributes. With improved mech attributes, the chances of survival would be greater. This wasn't the beginning of the apocalypse. After more than a month of fighting, many people's natures had already changed. If they could survive, picking up a few materials was nothing. Besides, the reason Huang Chen is so powerful is that he benefited from the white bone bomb. 50 points for a white bone bomb sold for 300 points, a full 6-fold increase. This includes the materials we worked hard to obtain. Chen Liang continued to fan the flames. Others nodded in agreement. That's right, they had also bought white bone bombs and had been similarly cheated. This meant that Huang Chen's strength was purely built on their backs. Since that was the case, picking up a few materials he didn't want was only fair. Although they thought this way, no one took action. They just quietly watched Hani pick up materials. After a while, Hani finally stopped. It wasn't that her conscience had awakened, but the path ahead had already been occupied by mutated creatures, and even if she wanted to pick up more, she couldn't. So many enhancement materials, enough for me to level up to the second tier. I really hit the jackpot this time. Hani counted while not forgetting to show off to Yu Lang. What are you so smug about? They're not even yours. Just wait until the great Huang Chen comes back, and I'll deal with you. Yu Lang was so irritated by Hani that his teeth itched, but he was helpless. Hani pretended to be surprised. What are you talking about? These are all materials dropped from the monsters I killed. Do you have any evidence that they belong to him? Goodness, this was turning the tables. Yu Lang was momentarily stunned, so angry that his hair was about to stand on end. Just as he was about to explode, he caught sight of Huang Chen's black gold mech approaching, and he instantly quieted down. Even without seeing the full picture, Huang Chen could guess most of it. He walked up to Han Yi, his massive black gold mech exuding an overwhelming pressure. Hand over the materials, and this matter will be forgotten. The rumbling voice echoed around, and only then did everyone realize that the beast gate standing in the distance had collapsed at some point, and even the mutated creatures had scattered in fear. Hani felt a bit guilty, but seeing the others, her confidence immediately surged. What materials? I don't know. Don't pretend to be confused while knowing full well you just picked up a lot of materials. Do you dare to deny it? Yulang was not only angry, but also furious, pointing at Hani and scolding. Enough, since the beast gate has been destroyed, let's leave. And this Mr. Huang Chen, this is the territory of our university alliance, and we do not welcome an outsider here. Chen Liang stood in front of Hani, calmly looking at the group. He did not want to protect Hani, he just wanted to make Huang Chen and Ran Zijing feel embarrassed. Stop with the nonsense, I don't want to be accused of padding my words. Huang Chen looked at Hani again, 1 warning, 2 warnings, no third. I'll say it one last time, hand over the materials I just revealed, and we can pretend this never happened. Humph, young man, you are too domineering. Before Hani could respond, a middle-aged man with glasses and a slightly protruding belly walked over. Dad, this guy wants to take the enhancement materials I just revealed and claims they are his. Seeing the man, Hani immediately released her mech and ran to him, crying out, Domineering? Huang Chen smiled lightly. I think it's you who are domineering. I said, those are my things. The man glanced at Hani, then at Huang Chen, suddenly widening his eyes and shouting, Nonsense! What evidence do you have to prove those are your materials? Huang Chen sighed helplessly. If this were the late apocalypse, let alone picking up materials he revealed, some people would probably have to kneel down to show respect upon seeing him. Fools don't survive to that time. Right now, there are still plenty of fools around. Since you want proof, I'll show you. Huang Chen calmed his mind and, with a faint connection, began to search carefully. Everyone was puzzled about what he was doing, but soon someone noticed a blood-stained bone falling from Han Yi's pocket. The bloodied end was emitting a faint glow towards Huang Chen. The blood-stained bone acted like a trigger, and in an instant, all the materials uncontrollably fell from Han Yi. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Is this enough? If not. Suddenly, something appeared at the top of the system mall, requiring only a small 1 energy point. When they saw that the publisher was Huang Chen, many chose to purchase it. When they saw the contents, they were all stunned in place. By establishing a mental link with the dropped items to determine ownership, this method was absolutely priceless. Not to mention, just clarifying ownership could reduce countless conflicts. The University Alliance also saw the method Huang Chen announced. For a moment, they were both delighted and shocked, and a bit fearful. For the first time, everyone felt fear from Huang Chen. Huang Chen is amazing. This is how you should slap this little fairy's face. Let's see if she dares to be arrogant again. Yulang clapped his hands, unable to contain his joy. Is there nothing that can be said properly? Why must you insult my daughter's reputation like this? Quickly apologize to Han Yi, and this matter will be over. At this moment, the man not only showed no remorse but became even more aggressive, even thinking of making Huang Chen apologize. Han Yi, feeling wronged, threw herself into another girl's arms and cried, Damn, do you have any brains? This is clearly your daughter's fault. She's so grown up, yet acts like a giant baby. Yulang was almost driven mad with anger. This was too outrageous. How can you speak to Director Han like that? Apologize quickly. Today's students have no respect. They don't understand the importance of respecting their teachers. Director Han is the head of the school, overseeing school conduct and discipline. This student really has no sense of propriety. Hurry up and apologize to Director Han. He is magnanimous, and this matter will just pass. Huang Chen was not a member of the University Alliance, and his strength was extraordinary, so others did not dare to criticize him too much. But Yulang was different. He was not only a student at the same school as the man but also an orphan, having grown up with his grandmother. His family had no background or power, and even his tuition was barely paid through loans. Criticizing such a student posed no pressure for them at all. Seeing Yulang looking somewhat at a loss, Huang Chen stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Having experienced a similar scene himself, he felt a deep empathy for Yulang's situation. Since you called me Big Boss, let me teach you a principle. Huang Chen's voice rang out, instantly attracting the attention of those around. The principle is simple. This is the apocalypse, and in the apocalypse, there are no such niceties. As long as you maintain your moral bottom line, whether it's other people or ghosts, if they annoy you, just fight first and talk later. He turned to look at the man. The latter was startled, and with his mech suit activated, he instinctively wanted to flee. But the next second, a fist with jagged iron spikes pierced through his chest. The mech suit on the man flickered and then vanished. As the mech disappeared, the man's face turned as pale as paper, only easing a bit after he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiss! The surroundings fell silent in an instant. No one expected Huang Chen to act so decisively, without any psychological burden. Some wanted to step forward to stop him, but met with his gaze, they all retreated. With a cold snort, Huang Chen prepared to leave. At this moment, there was only one beast gate left. As long as he dealt with it, he would receive the final reward. Big Boss Huang Chen, you haven't taken your materials yet. Seeing Huang Chen about to leave, Yu Lang hurriedly called out, I've given them to you 6. Consider it a reward for hunting mutated creatures. Huang Chen waved his hand, and his figure disappeared among the buildings. The valuable materials had long been collected by him. The remaining materials were not of much value to him, so he handed them over to Ran Zijing and Yu Lang to help them increase their strength. Hearing that Huang Chen was giving away all the materials, the others looked at Yu Lang and Ran Zijing with envy. The latter puffed out their chests, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Dealing with the beast gate near Fenua base did not take long. After all, it was just a small beast gate. If it had been any larger, Fenua would have collapsed long ago. Back inside the mustard seed mech, Huang Chen submitted the mission. Destroy Beast Gate *7, receive additional reward, obtain small teleportation portal *1, a small teleportation portal? Huang Chen was taken aback. This thing actually appeared now? He remembered that in his previous life, small teleportation portals only emerged a year after the disaster broke out. It was only a month now, so early. Perhaps it was due to the cumulative rewards from continuously destroying beast gates that he received such a treasure. Unsure if the teleportation portal could be used inside the mustard seed mech, Huang Chen decided to go outside. With a thought, a sphere resembling a basketball appeared in his hand. The sphere could split in half from the middle. He threw one half to the ground, and it automatically expanded into a teleportation portal about 4 meters high. Huang Chen placed the other half 100 meters away. Just like the previous half, this one also created a teleportation portal when set down. Taking a deep breath, Huang Chen stepped in. The next second, he found himself 100 meters away, the time spent in between almost negligible. As expected of a teleportation portal, the current teleportation distance is only 50 kilometers. Although it's not much, it's sufficient, and as long as I find spatial stones later, the teleportation distance can continue to increase. Just as he put away the teleportation portal, a message from Chu Jiazhen arrived. Seeing the content, Huang Chen was somewhat surprised. After settling some matters with Quan Xilan, he headed straight to the Shanhua base. At this moment, even without the threat of the Beast Gate, the Shanhua base still appeared gloomy and desolate. Most of the people encountered on the road wore blank expressions, their eyes vacant, like walking corpses, stumbling along. Huang Chen had seen many such shelters in his past life. In short, there was no vitality, and despair for the future filled the air. The times have changed, and people must change with them. No wonder Chu Jiazhen wants to hand the Shanhua base over to me. With a guess forming in his mind, Huang Chen, led by Liang, met with Chu Jiazhen. Previously, he hadn't had the chance to greet him due to dealing with the Beast Gate, but now that he had some free time, he noticed how aged Chu Jiazhen had become. His eyes were cloudy, his hair dull and lifeless, even sticking to his scalp in clumps due to sweat. Logically, the enhancement of the Mech should have improved the condition of the operator, so Chu Jiazhen's state should have been getting better. The fact that he had become this way indicated the immense pressure he had been under lately. Since you can come here, it seems you've made up your mind. In that case, I officially hand over the Shanhua base to you, Chu Jiazhen said in a flat tone, as if recounting something unrelated to himself. I can take over the Shanhua base, but I can't manage it alone. I will need Uncle Chu's help, Huang Chen replied. He had no interest in becoming a manager, nor did he have the time. His true role was like a sharp blade, carving a bloody path for the surviving humans in this monster-ridden apocalypse. However, this did not mean he would neglect the Shanhua base. Just a bit of the information he was familiar with could be enough to help the Shanhua base rise again. Well, Sai, if you have confidence in me, I can still be active, Chu Jiazhen said. After confirming Huang Chen's agreement, Chu Jiazhen convened a meeting with the senior management of the Shanhua base and officially transferred leadership to Huang Chen during the meeting. The entire process went smoothly, without any unexpected incidents or opposition. Those who could sit in this position had a deeper understanding of the apocalypse than anyone else. To put it bluntly, they were eager for Huang Chen to take over the Shanhua base, as it would also benefit them. By the way, Huang Chen, since you've taken over the Shanhua base, the original name doesn't quite fit anymore. Do you have any ideas? Chu Jiazhen suddenly asked as if recalling something. Dawn. Dawn? We really need a dawn. The renaming of the Shanhua base to Dawn caused a stir comparable to an earthquake of magnitude 8. When it was learned that Dawn was established by Huang Chen, everyone erupted in excitement. In Ning City, Huang Chen's name was already well known, even surpassing that of the esteemed Inspector Fuan. In no time, many still wavering individuals chose to join under this name. The population of Dawn Base surged from the original 30,000 to a staggering 120,000. With a total population of only 3 million in Ning City, and after the disaster, perhaps only a little over 1 million remained, with just a few 100,000 left after another month of elimination. It was clear that Dawn Base had immense potential. Of course, the Dawn Base, transformed from the Shanhua Base, was not the true core of Dawn. The Dawn that Huang Chen had formed still consisted only of Guan Xilan, Su Dehai, Li Miexing, and the children like Xiaoji. They were currently the backbone of Dawn. Taking over the Shanhua Base allowed for an instant increase in manpower, and with these people, Huang Chen's speed in gathering materials accelerated once again. Large beast soul stones, great blood red stones, tough beast hides, strange tree roots. Soon, after another month, he finally collected enough materials to upgrade the giant god mech to the 3rd tier. Upgrading to the 3rd tier should be able to shake that blood cocoon, right? Huang Chen pondered as he initiated the mech's upgrade. In his previous life, he had indeed seen quite a few blood cocoons, but at that time, the blood cocoons were no different from balloons to him, easily destroyed with a flick of his hand. Therefore, he was unsure if he could break through the blood cocoon's defenses now. Just as he was upgrading his mech, in front of a high-end residential area, a team was about to deliver the final blow to the blood corpse before them when a spear-like weapon grazed his body and struck the blood corpse's head directly. The blood corpse's head exploded, collapsing into a pile of items. The team members turned to see another team arriving. Captain Lee, it's the Star Association. Upon hearing the name Star Association, Captain Lee frowned slightly. Lucky us, we just stepped out and found a good item. A tall woman in a gray vest, showing off her long legs, stepped out from the Star Association team. She waved her hand, and the spear returned to her grasp. Seeing this, the others moved forward to collect the materials. I say, isn't this a bit unethical? We were the ones who almost killed it, and then you swoop in to take the spoils? Captain Lee stood in front of his team, refusing to budge. What do you mean swooping in? You were about to be killed by the blood corpse, and we saved your lives. You should be thanking us, another member of the Star Association said. The others stared at Captain Lee, their expressions equally disdainful. Captain Lee, what should we do? A team member, sensing the hostility from the Star Association, whispered in his ear. Captain Lee assessed the strengths of both sides and reluctantly waved his hand. Let them have it, retreat. The same situation occurred in multiple locations. The Star Association seemed to have gone mad, continuously targeting Dawn. In an abandoned building, Huang Chen had just completed his mech upgrade and was now listening to the intelligence brought by Guan Xilan. The Star Association is targeting us? Do you know why? Although he was unclear about the entire situation, Huang Chen already had a guess in his mind. It's because of Li Miexing. Sure enough, Guan Xilan's answer was as he expected. Huang Chen was not surprised by this. Anyone with a bit of sense would know the importance of Li Miexing. The Star Association had lost such a valuable asset and was undoubtedly anxious. Previously, Li Miexing's identity had been kept hidden, so it was normal for the Star Association not to know. But with the establishment of the Dawn Base, Li Miexing's identity could no longer be concealed. The Star Association would surely trace back to the fact that it was he who had saved Li Miexing. However, this method of provocation was simply too low level. After a brief contemplation, he decided to send Chu Jiazhen to warn the Star Association. No matter what, Li Miexing was now a member of Dawn, and he could never hand him over. The Star Association wanted to use this to pressure him into submission, but that was impossible. He had to protect his people. The Star Association also needed to be put in their place. At the Star Association, Chu Jiazhen had just left. President Shirong's face was as dark as ice, exuding a chilling aura. His strength is indeed not weak, but he shouldn't look down on me like this. Not only did he take my people, but now he even sends someone to warn me. He clearly doesn't take me seriously. Shirong sat with Zhuo Yilong on his left. At this moment, his gaze was erratic, as if he had some plans. After the failed ambush on Huang Chen, he not only lost several capable hands but also suffered a loss of face, nearly losing his position as vice president. He originally did not plan to take action against Huang Chen again, as there were several vice presidents in the Star Association, and his power could only be considered average, with the real authority still in Shirong's hands. Unexpectedly, Huang Chen had taken Li Miexing, which changed the situation. President, that Huang Chen definitely knows the secret of Li Miexing. It seems we won't be able to get him back. With a thought, Zhuo Yilong devised a plan. That's nonsense. Do you need to say that? If he didn't know Li Miexing's secret, would he risk turning against me for an ordinary person? Shirong said indignantly. Hearing this, Zhuo Yilong slightly curled his lips. Huang Chen's dominance had already taken root in people's hearts, and he was sure that even if Li Miexing were just an ordinary person, Shirong would never be able to get him back from Huang Chen. However, he still followed Shirong's words and said, of course, but Li Miexing is too important to our Star Association to lose. If we want him returned just like that, he definitely won't agree. We need to find another way. Just say it, no need for nonsense. What's the plan? Hurry up and tell me. Shirong slammed the table, causing the flesh on his face to jiggle. He was originally a fisherman, having gone to sea with his father after graduating from elementary school, and his temper was quite volatile. If it weren't for his powerful mech, he wouldn't have been able to become the president of the Star Association. Sensing the indescribable ferocity emanating from Shirong, Zhuo Yilong swallowed hard. He knew that Shirong not only fished but was also likely to have killed someone. After all, in that kind of environment at sea, death was quite normal. Before the apocalypse, Shirong dared to kill, and now it was even less to say. He organized his thoughts and murmured softly, "I heard that guy Chu Jiazhen has a daughter named Chu Hui. Chu Hui has a good relationship with Huang Chen. Why don't we capture Chu Hui and force him to hand over Li Qingqing? What do you think?" Chu Hui? Shirong pondered for a moment and asked, "What if Huang Chen doesn't care about Chu Hui's life or death?" Impossible. Even if he doesn't care, does Chu Jiazhen not care? The Shanhua base has just been renamed to Dawn Base, and it's a time of instability. For both emotional and logical reasons, Huang Chen has to hand over Li Qingqing. If he doesn't, Dawn will definitely collapse. After hearing Zhuo Yilong's analysis, Shirong's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good plan. You really have a way. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. President, let's change to someone else. In an abandoned building, Guan Xilan handed Huang Chen a notebook. The notebook contained some insects she had sketched during her leisure time. It featured drawings of insects, their names, habits, and simple introductions, serving as a simplified version of an insect guide. In fact, there were insect guides available in some bookstores, but those were all from before the mutations, and they had little practical value. I didn't expect you to have research results so quickly. Seeing the insect drawings in the guide, Huang Chen generously praised her. The reason he valued Guan Xilan so much was precisely because of this. After the mutations, the appearance and habits of many insects have changed. Some of these are insects I have already discovered, while others are mutated forms I deduced based on the patterns of other insects' mutations, so they can only serve as references. Guan Xilan's voice was very calm, but Huang Chen still detected a hint of pride in it. He couldn't wait to flip through a few pages, nodding secretly. "Well done, this is very useful to me. How about this? I'll convert it into 10,000 energy points for you, plus 2,000 contribution points. Is that alright?" "Thank you, President." Guan Xilan didn't expect a small insect guide to be worth so much, and she was immediately excited. Not far away, Su Dahai, hearing such a generous reward, was also envious. He had only accumulated 3,000 energy points so far, and his contribution points were in single digits. There was no way around it. Upgrading mechs required money, crafting blueprints required money, and buying food required money. He was in desperate need of money right now. "Don't be envious. Take good care of those kids. Once they awaken their destined mechs, I'll reward you too." Upon hearing this, Su Dahai immediately got excited. "Boss, you said it. Don't go back on your word then." "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word." Huang Chen smiled, suddenly seeing Chu Jiazhen rushing over in a hurry. "Uncle Chu, this is..." Before he could ask, he met Chu Jiazhen's anxious gaze. "Not good, Chu Hui. Chu Hui is missing." Upon hearing this, Huang Chen's smile instantly faded. "Uncle Chu, don't panic, take your time and explain." "How can I not be anxious? Chu Hui hasn't come back since this morning, and I haven't received any response to my messages. Something must have happened to her." Seeing Chu Jiazhen pacing back and forth in distress, Huang Chen turned to Guan Xilan. "Go check where Chu Hui was last seen." "Yes." Guan Xilan nodded, just about to leave when her steps suddenly halted. "President, Chu Hui was taken by the Star Association." "The Star Association?" Huang Chen was taken aback. Why would the Star Association take Chu Hui? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. "Uncle Chu, don't worry, I know what's going on. Rest assured, I will bring Chu Hui back safe and sound." After sending Chu Jiazhen away, a hint of coldness suddenly appeared in Huang Chen's eyes. At this moment, Guan Xilan also guessed the reason and looked at Huang Chen with concern. "The Star Association is not a place to mess with. I heard that because of me, someone was captured by the Star Association?" Before Huang Chen could take any action, Li Nixing rushed in like a whirlwind. "Their target must be me. If there's no way to rescue her, then just hand me over to them." Although Li Nixing usually seemed unapproachable and didn't like to greet people, he was essentially kind-hearted. Huang Chen waved his hand, signaling Li Nixing to sit down. "You don't need to worry about rescuing Chu Hui for now. The Star Association thinks they can use Chu Hui to threaten me. It's simply a foolish move." After thinking for a moment, he suddenly opened the insect encyclopedia notebook that Guan Xilan had given him, searching intently. Found it! In the blink of an eye, he discovered a rather special insect. Guan Xilan looked on curiously. Yi Xiu, also known as the leaf insect, is one of the best camouflaged animals in the world, and it has an extremely special name. It means ghost or spirit. Huang Chen could forcefully break into the Star Association, but he was also afraid that in a desperate situation, they might harm Chu Hui. By using the leaf insect's hiding ability to infiltrate the Star Association, he could rescue Chu Hui and then confront them, minimizing the risk. Moreover, with his talent as the insect clan sovereign, his combat style would surely become complex and varied in the future. He couldn't limit himself to straightforward approaches. This was a perfect opportunity to expand his combat style. This insect, after mutation, has further enhanced its hiding ability. That guy Su Dahai almost got ambushed by a leaf insect back then. I'll have others look for it right away. Guan Xilan was quick and decisive, immediately giving orders. Although the leaf insect had undergone multiple mutations, it hadn't changed much overall, at most growing to the size of a fist. The only headache was its hiding ability, which made it very difficult to find. After searching for 2 days, his subordinates had not obtained any useful information. However, upon learning that Huang Chen was looking for the leaf insect, Xu Jiazhen hurried over. There were leaf insects in my previous botanical garden, I just don't know if they're still there. Upon receiving this news, Huang Chen wasted no time and prepared to head to the botanical garden. Outside the botanical garden, Huang Chen was followed by Guan Xilan, Su Dahai, and Xu Jiazhen. Boss, this botanical garden is quite dangerous. Those mutated plants are more bizarre than the last. Are you really going in? Su Dahai tiptoed to take a peek inside, and in an instant, a vine shot out, striking his mech solidly. The defense shield made of compacted soil on the mech's exterior instantly shattered. Seeing this power, he stammered, President, how about I organize some people to tackle this botanical garden together? Guan Xilan vaguely guessed a bit of Huang Chen's purpose and asked. Xu Jiazhen looked up at the botanical garden in front of him, his expression slightly shifting. In fact, he knew more insider information than Guan Xilan. Whether it was the golden-backed scarab at the beginning, the ironclad beetle, or the later tiger beetle and bagworm, he was aware of them all. Coupled with the different mech forms that Huang Chen had displayed, he understood that Huang Chen's reason for capturing the leaf insects was also for the sake of his daughter, Xu Hui. There are indeed many dangers in the botanical garden. I can go in first to scout the way and identify the dangers, which would provide an extra layer of assurance. Xu Jiazhen only wanted his daughter to return safely. As for his own safety, he didn't care at all. The three of them were trying to stop Huang Chen from entering, but Huang Chen just smiled slightly, and the giant mech took a step forward, its powerful aura bursting forth. Don't worry, just wait for my return. After saying that, Huang Chen charged straight into the botanical garden. Damn, so powerful. Could it be that the boss has already reached the 3rd tier? Su Dahai exclaimed. 3rd tier, it must be 3rd tier, a 2nd tier mech could never make me feel this way. Guan Xilan nodded instinctively, affirming Su Dahai's statement. If it was a 3rd tier mech, then venturing into the botanical garden didn't seem like a big problem. Xu Jiazhen said nothing, only secretly clenched his fists, hoping for Huang Chen's safe return. Inside the botanical garden, a black vine blocked the way. Under the black gold mech, Huang Chen grinned and stepped forward to grab it. Surprisingly, the black vine seemed to have a life of its own, twisting in his hand like a giant python that had been caught. Huang Chen raised his other hand and applied slight force with both hands. The originally resilient black vine was instantly torn in half, splattering a large amount of green, viscous blood. Mutated plants are indeed sinister. This was not a main body, so there was no kill notification. Huang Chen didn't care, activating his detection eye to explore bit by bit. Along the way, he encountered many attacks from black vines. Fortunately, the giant mech had now reached the 3rd tier, and even its weakest agility attribute was significantly higher than that of ordinary mechs. Although these vines were fast, they couldn't escape his grasp. Suddenly, Huang Chen paused. He realized he seemed to be stepping on something. Looking down, a dark object appeared before him. Then, that dark object exploded with a bang, causing Huang Chen to stagger and nearly fall to the ground. What the hell is that? Before Huang Chen could catch his breath, a sound of something breaking through the air came. Looking up, he saw a sky full of dark objects rapidly flying towards him. This time, he clearly saw what those things were. Grenades? Huang Chen was surprised and immediately switched to the Thunder Flash mech, trying to escape the blast zone of the grenades. Although these grenades were small, their power was immense, even more terrifying than regular grenades. Just as he was about to leave, dozens of vines swept in, binding him tightly in place. No way, they can coordinate like this? Huang Chen's expression changed slightly. Seeing that he couldn't break free for the moment, he simply switched to the Tianyu mech, planning to withstand it head-on. As the black and white mech appeared, it was immediately engulfed by the rain of grenades. Boom! The powerful explosion echoed through the layers of trees, directly reaching outside the botanical garden. So thrilling, the boss shouldn't be in any trouble inside, right? Su Dahai wanted to tiptoe to take a look, but recalling the earlier encounter, he quickly shrank back. "Don't jinx it, if anything happens, the boss won't be in trouble," Huang Xilan scolded, though she said that her worries were no less than Su Dahai's. Among the three, it was Chu Jiazhen, being older, who remained relatively calm. He immediately sent a message to Huang Chen, inquiring about the situation. After confirming that the other party was unharmed, he quietly exhaled a breath of turbid air. In the botanical garden, Huang Chen had already freed himself from the vines and stood before a giant plant towering 5 meters high. This plant bore some green fruits that looked unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, Huang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. The reason was simple: those green fruits resembled the grenades that had just attacked him. Could it be a landmine flower? The landmine flower is a colloquial name. Its other name should be the rouge flower. When he was a child, without nail polish, he used this flower to paint his nails. Its fruit looks very much like a landmine, hence the name. Knowing the culprit behind his attack, Huang Chen wasted no time and launched an assault on the mutated landmine flower. Although the mutated plant was strange, its essence was quite fragile. Especially after the previous wave of attacks, the landmines on the flower had been nearly exhausted, and new ones had yet to grow. It was a moment of weakness. Huang Chen merely threw a few light punches and saw the success notification pop up. Kill Elite Mutated Rouge Flower, Tier 2, Reward, Reinforced Rhizome *2, Seed Grenade *5 Material Name, Reinforced Rhizome Quality, Fine Type, Material Effect. When used for mecha enhancement, it can slightly increase agility attributes and also enhance recovery speed in environments like forests or grasslands. The effect of the reinforced rhizome was quite good. Aside from the usual attribute boost, it also had unique additional effects in specific environments. This was easy to understand. For example, if a mecha's enhancement materials were all plant-related, that mecha would surely thrive in a plant-rich environment. Conversely, if that mecha were thrown into a desert or volcanic terrain, its power would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Adjusting the mecha's enhancement direction according to the environment is a fundamental skill everyone must learn. Mecha enhancement is not as simple as just having enhancement materials. It is a profound subject. Fortunately, Huang Chen's research in this area far surpassed anyone else's at the moment. He claimed to be second, and no one dared to claim first. After putting away the enhancement materials, he looked at another item. Name: Seed Grenade Quality. Fine Type, Item Effect. When thrown after impact, it can cause massive damage. In suitable environments, it will plant a new mutated rouge flower at the original spot. Judging from its quality and effects, the seed grenade should be more powerful than a bone bomb. However, what caught Huang Chen's attention was the last effect. A new mutated rouge flower? If he threw out a few more, wouldn't he be able to set up a grenade array? This seed grenade could be both offensive and defensive. After dealing with the mutated rouge flower, Huang Chen was just about to leave when suddenly a clump of leaves moved slightly in front of him. Huang Chen's mind stirred. He pretended to be leaving while secretly observing the clump of leaves. Not long after he left, the clump of leaves slowly opened up and began to wriggle deeper into the woods. Huang Chen, hiding at a distance, clicked his tongue in amazement. That clump of leaves was the leaf bug he had been searching for. If it hadn't moved just then, he wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. He didn't expect this creature to even evade the detection eye. It was indeed impressive. Quick-witted, Huang Chen lunged forward and grabbed it. At the same time, 5 or 6 black vines seemed to have been prepared, attacking him. Seeing these black vines, Huang Chen was somewhat puzzled, not knowing where so many strange things had come from. "I have business this time. Next time I come, I'll investigate you properly." Back at the abandoned building, Huang Chen held the mutated leaf bug in his hands, his expression somewhat subtle. Guan Xilan speculated that Huang Chen's mecha might be related to this insect, so she did not speak up. Su Dahai, unable to see through the mystery, chuckled foolishly. "If you take off the head, you can eat it. The protein is 6 times that of beef." Upon hearing this, Huang Chen extended his hand. "Try it, see how it tastes." Su Dahai's expression changed, and he waved his hand to step back. "No, boss, I just remembered I have some things to do, so I'll head out first." With that, he turned and left without a hint of hesitation. Guan Xilan hesitated for a moment before following him out. Watching the two figures disappear from sight, Huang Chen, feeling dejected, raised the leaf bug in his hand to his face. The previous insects were no bigger than a finger, so swallowing them was manageable. This one, it shouldn't be deadly, right? Huang Chen steeled himself, twisted off the leaf bug's head with a crunch, and stuffed it into his mouth. The mutated leaf bug's surface was covered with a hard shell, making it feel somewhat like chewing on crab shells. Although he could manage to bite through, it still felt prickly in his mouth. After consuming the entire head, the body of the leaf bug began to ooze juice. Done. He pinched his nose with one hand while shoving the remaining part of the leaf bug into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. After a few haphazard chews, he swallowed it down. Leaf bug gene acquired, modifying first-tier insect soldier universal type mech, modification time, 15 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. As the entire leaf bug entered his stomach, the familiar prompt appeared. Time passed quickly, and as the countdown reached 0, another prompt sounded. Leaf bug gene absorption complete. First-tier insect soldier universal type mech has advanced to phantom mech form. 5 mech forms detected. Mech form fusion can be initiated. Required materials for fusion. Excellent level mech core, second tier. Huang Qin didn't rush to check the attributes of the phantom mech. His gaze fell on the materials needed for fusion. The mech core was easy to find, but the excellent level one was a bit more challenging. In the entire Ning city, only a few people could possess it. I hope you all don't provoke me next, otherwise, I really will kill someone this time. Recalling his thoughts, he decided not to dwell on the mech form fusion for now. The priority was to rescue Chu Hui first. Huang Chen opened the attribute panel of the phantom mech. Name, phantom mech level, first tier strength, 8 defense, 7 agility, 9 mystery, 0 exclusive modules, phantom, breath concealment phantom, refracts light, blends into the environment, hard to detect. Further advancement can unlock transformation features breath concealment, reduces personal breath fluctuations, weakens observer perception. Further advancement can unlock confusion features with 2 exclusive modules, both related to stealth. It's no wonder it's called the Phantom Mech. Once these 2 exclusive modules were activated, an average person would hardly notice the existence of the Phantom Mech. Huang Chen's mind stirred, and a silver-gray mech automatically attached itself to him. The exterior of the Phantom Mech looked even slimmer than the Thunderbolt Mech, resembling a bodysuit rather than a mech. He stood in front of a pillar, simultaneously activating Phantom and breath concealment, then sent a message to Su Dahai. "Boss, you called for me." Soon, Su Dahai came over, following the sound. After wandering around, he still couldn't find Huang Chen. "Strange, didn't the boss ask me to come? Where is he?" With a puzzled expression, Su Dahai walked out. Having tricked Su Dahai, Huang Chen felt little disturbance in his heart. This guy was too carefree. Even without activating Phantom and breath concealment, he sometimes couldn't find himself. Once Su Dahai left, Huang Chen sent another message to Guan Xilan, asking her to come find him. 2 minutes later, Guan Xilan appeared on the same floor as Huang Chen. Like Su Dahai, she searched around but also failed to find Huang Chen. At one point, she even stood right in front of the pillar where Huang Chen was, yet still did not notice. After this experiment, Huang Chen finally experienced the power of the Phantom Mecha. Without informing anyone, he quietly made his way to the Star Association. The Star Association was located within a steel mill. Relying on the abundant resources of the steel mill, the original founders quickly established themselves and discovered the massive entity known as the Star Association. By this time, the steel mill had undergone multiple renovations, and the spacious work area had been divided into numerous small compartments. Without accurate information, it was impossible to know which compartment Chu Hui was in. Huang Chen tried to contact Chu Hui but received no response. This situation generally had 3 possibilities. Either the Star Association had purchased an item from the system mall that could block chat functions, or it was due to some mecha talent. The last possibility was that Chu Hui was in a coma. After all, it was impossible to send messages while in a comatose state. With the Phantom and Concealment modules activated, Huang Chen moved like a ghost into the steel mill. One of the guards at the entrance suddenly froze and looked at his partner. "Didn't someone just go in?" The partner turned to glance inside the factory and laughed. "No one's here, not even a cockroach." Hearing this, the guard laughed as well. "Maybe I'm seeing things. Why hasn't the shift change come yet? I'm waiting to go back and rest." "You know those two, they'll drag out our shift for as long as they can, while we'll change theirs as early as possible." Listening to their conversation, Huang Chen had already entered the interior of the steel mill. Looking at the densely packed rooms before him, he slowly moved his feet, searching one by one. This was very inefficient. After an hour, he had only explored a little over 100 rooms, and this only accounted for 1/20th, or even 1/30th, of the entire steel mill. "This won't do. I need to think of a faster way." Huang Chen's gaze searched around and soon found someone who looked like a high-ranking member of the Star Association. Finding a secluded spot, he quickly switched back to the Titan Mecha and subdued the person. Let's talk. Please spare me." Seeing the sharp spike hovering above his head, the man didn't even struggle and immediately knelt down. "I ask you, where is the girl you kidnapped?" "The girl?" The man was taken aback, swallowed hard, and trembled. "I know where she is. Please spare me. I'll take you there right now." "So compliant?" Huang Chen's mind stirred, and he switched back to the Phantom Mecha. "Take me there, don't think about any tricks, or you'll die a terrible death." Yes. The man quickly nodded and then walked forward. Huang Chen concealed his presence and followed closely behind him. Just after taking a couple of steps, the man suddenly lunged forward and shouted, enemy attack, there are enemies coming." This shout startled many people, who rushed out of their rooms to check. However, after a quick look around, they found no one, not even a cockroach. "Wei Lao-san, if you keep spreading false information, I'll deal with you right now. What's the fuss about? At this hour, I should be sleeping." The crowd surged in and then dispersed, returning to their respective rooms to rest. Wei Lao-san was now drenched in cold sweat. No one? How could there be no one? He could feel that someone was tightly pressed against him. How could there be no one? Unless the person behind him wasn't human, but he didn't dare to think further. Even with the apocalypse and mechas appearing, it seemed quite normal for that thing to show up. "Ghost brother, I know I was wrong. Please don't take me away. This time I really will take you to find that girl." After waiting for a while, there was no movement behind him. Wei Lao-san took a deep breath and walked towards a room deep within the factory. After turning 7 or 8 corners, a black house appeared before him. Perhaps the members of the Star Alliance were overly confident, or perhaps they were short-staffed. In any case, there was no one guarding this place. "Stand outside, or I'll have to take you with me when I leave." Huang Chen had no intention of explaining to Wei Lao-san that he had mistaken him for a ghost. Instead, he threatened him again. Upon hearing this, Wei Lao-san immediately straightened up and stood at the door, not daring to make any other movements. Huang Chen looked around, then disengaged his mech and jumped in through the open window. Inside the room, Chu Hui lay on the ground, unconscious. Huang Chen took out the teleportation portal he had set up earlier and stuffed Chu Hui into it. After that, he crawled back out through the window, summoned the Phantom Mech again, and quietly left the Star Alliance. Shortly after he left, Zhuo Yilong arrived with a few subordinates. "Wei Lao-san, what are you doing standing here?" I was just wandering around." Wei Lao-san glanced back discreetly and explained. "Go wander somewhere else, don't be a nuisance here." Zhuo Yilong waved his hand, dismissing Wei Lao-san, then signaled for his subordinates to open the door to the room. Seeing their actions, Wei Lao-san's heart nearly leaped into his throat, fearing he would witness something terrifying next. When the door opened, the room was empty. At this sight, Zhuo Yilong's pupils shook. Wei Lao-san, on the other hand, was filled with excitement. It was indeed a ghost, otherwise, how could a living person just vanish like that? He had been standing outside the whole time and hadn't seen anyone leave. "Where is the person? Where is the person?" Zhuo Yilong roared, noticing that Wei Lao-san seemed a bit out of sorts. He grabbed him by the collar and demanded, "Where is the person inside?" I don't know, Vice President, I really don't know," Wei Lao-san answered honestly. He wasn't deceiving Zhuo Yilong, he truly had no idea. Zhuo Yilong calmed down at this moment. Although the room was unguarded, the entire Star Alliance was like an iron plate. A living person could not possibly disappear without a trace. Right now, he not only had to find the missing Chu Hui but also keep this secret safe. He absolutely could not let the Dawn people or Huang Chen know. Otherwise, his plans would fall apart. "This matter must not be spoken of, do you understand?" "Yes." The others nodded in agreement. Seeing Zhuo Yilong so mysterious and serious, Wei Lao-san became even more convinced of his suspicions. At this moment, Chu Hui had returned to Dawn and was awake. She had only fainted due to excessive exhaustion and would recover with some good rest. Seeing that their daughter was safe, the Chu family was immensely grateful to Huang Chen, nearly kneeling down. Huang Chen quickly stopped them. Once he confirmed that Chu Hui was fine, he gathered his people and returned to the Star Alliance. Now that the person had been rescued, it was time to discuss other matters. Upon learning that Huang Chen had come with people, Zhuo Yilong felt worried but still chose to show himself. He was betting that Huang Chen still didn't know Chu Hui's whereabouts. "President Huang, that traitor Li Qingqing must have used sweet words to deceive you. Why not hand him over to us to deal with, so you don't have to worry? By the way, Miss Chu Hui is currently a guest at our Star Alliance. Don't you want to chat with her? Is that so?" Huang Chen smiled inwardly, thinking that Zhuo Yilong probably still didn't know he had already rescued Chu Hui. "I really want to see her. I wonder where she is now." Well, she is naturally a guest at our Star Alliance. As long as President Huang hands over Li Qingqing, you can certainly see her. Zhuo Yilong cursed inwardly. If it weren't for Chu Hui's disappearance, he wouldn't be in such an awkward position now. Chu Hui is one of us in Dawn, and so is Li Qingqing. You can't take either of them. Huang Chen's expression turned cold, no longer wasting words. He could be moved, but the person moving him could not. "It seems President Huang wants to force his way into our Star Association." Zhuo Yilong narrowed his eyes, and the mecha automatically attached itself. Last time it was an ambush, and there weren't many people who could be mobilized. Now they were at the headquarters of the Star Association, and he didn't believe Huang Chen had the guts to declare war on the entire association. "Force your way in? You think too highly of yourselves." A flash appeared before Huang Chen, revealing the attributes of the giant god mecha. Name, Giant God Mecha, Level, Tier 3, Strength, 130/200, Defense, 53/100, Agility, 51/100, Mystery, 0, Durability, 100 out of 100, Exclusive Module, Giant God, Attached Modules, Eye of Detection, Wing of Mutation, Fang of the Hound, Tusk Gauntlet, Mutated Flesh Ball. After reaching Tier 3, the attributes of the Giant God Mecha were displayed more clearly. The number in front represented the current attribute, while the number behind represented the maximum attribute. In addition to the growth in attributes, the effects of the Giant God module were also greatly enhanced. Giant God, strength increased by 60%, can continue to improve after mecha advancement. Of course, the biggest change was the display of durability. Durability was shown as a percentage, but the consumption values varied depending on the individual mecha. For example, with the same attack, when Huang Chen summoned the Heavenly Guardian mecha, the mecha's durability consumed 1. Other people's mechas might consume 20 or even 30, which highlighted the difference. With such magnificent attributes, the Giant God mecha was enough to crush everyone in the Star Association. Zhu Yilong's claim that Huang Chen was forcing his way in was indeed a bit too self-important. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Just as Zhu Yilong spoke, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he found Huang Chen had appeared behind him without him noticing. You! He was startled and instinctively raised his hand to attack. Bang! A tremendous force swept over, and Zhuo Yilong fell to the ground, his mecha flickering a few times before disappearing. One-hit kill! Such an outrageous scene left the members of the Star Association who wanted to rush over in shock, frozen in place. Everyone exchanged glances, lacking the courage to take a step forward. Seeing that they were all frightened, Huang Chen snorted coldly, "Let your Rong come out to see me. If the vice president has come out, does he think he can still be a turtle hiding in its shell?" On the second floor of the steel mill, in the director's office, hearing Huang Chen call him out, Shirong's fierce, brutish face flashed with a hint of ferocity. "A kid who hasn't even grown hair dares to call my name." He burst out of the room, a deep blue mecha attaching itself to him. Shirong's mecha stood 5 meters tall, its head resembling that of a shark, with a row of sharp fins along the spine that could easily cut through steel. "Today, I'll let you know that some people you can't afford to provoke." As his words fell, the originally deep blue surface of the mecha slowly sprouted red threads. Those red threads even faintly emitted a bloody smell. "Finally dared to come out." Huang Chen sneered, the wings of mutation behind him flapping rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Shirong, throwing a punch. Seeing this, Shirong also threw a punch. Bang! The result goes without saying. With 130 points of strength, plus the 60% boost from the Giant God template, the fact that this punch didn't shatter Shirong's mecha was enough to show his outstanding combat power. As expected of the president of the Star Association, if you didn't have some strength, you really couldn't sit in this position. Secretly admiring, Huang Chen moved forward again. Before Shirong could get up, the spiked tusk gauntlet came crashing down. The immense pressure directly pinned Shirong down, preventing him from rising. However, Shirong was not to be underestimated. He clasped his hands together and managed to firmly lock Huang Chen's heavy punch. Just then, the fish fin behind him suddenly sprang out, transforming into a sharp blade that shot straight towards Huang Chen's face. Huang Chen tilted his head to dodge. Seizing the opportunity, Shirong broke free from control and stood up again. The red silk threads on his body glowed ominously, filled with a dangerous aura. "Take a punch from me too." Shirong threw a quick uppercut. Huang Chen raised his hand to block. At that moment, the fin that had already been launched unexpectedly returned, crashing hard into Huang Chen's back. It turned out that Shirong's killing move was not that punch, but the returning fin. A clang sounded. The durability of the giant mech decreased by 1 point. "Ha! After taking my move, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin." Shirong seemed extremely confident in his attack, laughing heartily. Looking at his durability, which had returned to 100, Huang Chen nodded. In any case, Shirong had indeed managed to break through his defenses and caused him some damage. From that perspective, it was quite impressive. The president is awesome. The other members of the Star Association applauded and praised upon witnessing this scene. But before the applause could die down, they saw Huang Chen, as if nothing had happened, smash Shirong's mech with a single punch. With one punch, he killed Shirong, and a cube-like mech core appeared. What a loss! It's only of excellent quality. Seeing the quality of the mech core, Huang Chen was somewhat speechless. He had thought that since Shirong was so powerful, the mech would definitely be of superior quality, but it turned out to be merely excellent. Had he known this, he would have spared his life. Although a bit regretful, he still put it away and then looked at the members of the Star Association. This is the consequence of casually provoking Dawn. After leaving this harsh remark, he left without looking back. Besides the president, there were a few vice presidents in the Star Association. Although Chiron's death would have some impact, it shouldn't be too significant. After leaving the Star Association, Huang Chen initially wanted to return to the abandoned building, but after thinking it over, he headed north instead. When he was at the second tier, he couldn't inflict any damage on that blood cocoon. Now that he had reached the third tier, it was just the right time to try again. The blood cocoon in the northern part of Ning City had grown increasingly massive, resembling a residential building from a distance. A large number of blood corpses were wandering around the blood cocoon. Although they had little awareness, they were extremely alert. As soon as there was any disturbance, they would immediately check it out. Huang Chen opened his detection eye, and a dense array of data instantly appeared. What he saw was that the lowest were all second tier, with a considerable number being third tier blood corpses. With so many blood corpses, they could probably flatten the entire Ning City. After thinking for a moment, Huang Chen did not rashly charge in. Although the blood cocoon would not attack, these blood corpses were not to be underestimated. To break through the blood cocoon, he had to clear them all out first. Returning to the city, he happened to run into Fuan and his group. They were looking around as if searching for something. Upon seeing Huang Chen, Fuan hurried over. "What a coincidence! I was just about to look for you." "Oh, is there something up?" Huang Chen felt it was quite coincidental, as he also wanted to talk to Fuan about the blood cocoon in the north of the city. So much time had passed, and the blood cocoon could rupture at any moment. Once it did, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation is this: someone has discovered a rather peculiar dungeon. Unlike other dungeons, the rewards for this one have been announced in advance, which would be greatly beneficial for Ning City. I wonder if you have time to clear this dungeon. The rewards we will convert according to energy points. Hearing this, Huang Chen was taken aback. A peculiar dungeon? It seemed there was such a dungeon in his past life, where the reward was a black box. The black box could be said to be a production line with black technology, with extremely powerful effects. All you need to do is throw items inside, and you can produce the preset enhancement materials. There are no restrictions on the types of items, and the higher the value, the more enhancement materials produced. Although it may not be very useful later on, in the early stages, it is definitely considered a divine artifact. No wonder Fuan was so excited and eager to find it. However, Huang Chen recalled that this dungeon was initially discovered by a team of only a dozen people. In order to clear the dungeon, their entire team perished. Subsequently, several major factions also explored it, suffering heavy casualties as well. Only Enhanghai truly cleared this dungeon. Under his reckless strategy, he barely managed to pass and obtain that black box. I wonder who discovered this dungeon. After a moment of silence, Huang Chen suddenly asked, "Well, I won't hide it from you, the one who discovered this dungeon is Enhanghai." Huang Chen had a conflict with Enhanghai, which is why Fuan answered so hesitantly. So it was him after all. It seems he doesn't want me to live. Huang Chen understood the implications. This dungeon was different from ordinary ones. If one were to describe it in simpler terms, it could be called a rule-based horror story. It was filled with various mysterious powers, and once the rules were violated, severe punishments would follow. Not to mention he was only at the third tier. Even a 7th or 8th tier mech would have to avoid such a dungeon. And Hanhai must have sent many people into the dungeon, only to find the difficulty of clearing it was immense, which led him to think of using the official channels to eliminate him. After all, that black box was a significant temptation for the officials, and after several attempts, they would surely seek his help. This was a case of using a knife to kill someone, borrowing both the knife of the rule-based horror story dungeon and the knife of the officials. With this thought, Huang Chen smiled. As the only rule-based horror story dungeon in Ning City, all the secrets of that dungeon had long been made clear. Even if he hadn't paid special attention, the method to pass through was deeply etched in his mind, and Hanghai thought he could use this dungeon to eliminate him, not realizing he was delivering himself a great gift. "No problem, I'll take care of this dungeon, but I also need your help with one thing, Fu Inspector. Go ahead." Seeing Huang Chen agree, Fuan's voice became noticeably lighter. In the north of the city, there is a blood cocoon, inside which is a third-tier blood corpse. Once the blood cocoon naturally ruptures, it will grow to the 4th tier and gain the ability to create blood corpses. I hope you can quickly gather personnel to clear out the surrounding guard blood corpses, and as for the blood cocoon, I'll handle it myself. Fuan immediately realized the danger of this matter. His previously relaxed brow tightened again, casting a shadow of gloom. Whether it was a 4th-tier monster or the ability to create blood corpses, it posed a significant problem for Ning City at present. One misstep, and Ning City could become a thing of the past. He dared not delay, and after bidding farewell to Huang Chen, he quickly began contacting others. Is this the location of that dungeon? Following the map provided by Fuan, Huang Chen arrived at an old kindergarten. The surrounding terrain gradually merged with his memories. This was indeed the rule-based horror story dungeon that appeared in his previous life. As familiar sights emerged, his memories became increasingly clear. After a brief moment of organization, he pushed open the kindergarten's large door and walked in without hesitation. In the distance, in an abandoned residential building, having received the news, and Honghai had arrived early to wait here. Seeing Huang Chen actually appear at the kindergarten entrance and push the door open, he was overjoyed. This dungeon is not just any ordinary danger. I sent in 30 people, and not a single message came out. Even the Ningqing base returned in defeat. I don't believe you can come out safely. Even if you do, so what? I've already set up a net around the area. Huang Chen, you will undoubtedly die this time. And Honghai was getting anxious. He watched as Huang Chen's strength grew stronger, and he took over the Shanha base to establish Dawn. It could be said that he had no advantage at all in front of Huang Chen now. Remembering the humiliation he had suffered in the past, a surge of anger ignited in Honghai's heart. This time, let there be a definitive conclusion between us, he growled, his eyes fixed on the kindergarten's gate. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Just when Honghai thought Huang Chen had died in the dungeon, the space at the gate twisted, and then Huang Chen's figure appeared. Even with memories from my past life, clearing such a dungeon is still difficult, Huang Chen muttered, his mind involuntarily focused on the rewards he had just obtained. First was the reward for clearing this dungeon, the black box. The black box was an ordinary black box with an input and output port. Above it, there was a large indentation. The method of use was very simple. For example, if he wanted to produce a beast soul stone, he just needed to place the stone in the indentation and find some items to stuff into the input port. The black box would automatically decompose those items into energy points, and when the energy points met the requirements, it would produce a beast soul stone that would pop out of the output port. Next was an object that was grayish-white, about the size of a fist, resembling a heart. Name, Gargoyle Heart, quality, excellent, type, item, effect, fires a petrifying beam. The petrification speed and duration depend on the target. Huang Chen was not interested in the black box, but he became intrigued by the Gargoyle Heart. If he guessed correctly, this Gargoyle Heart should be something from the mysterious side. Unfortunately, to activate this heart to fire the petrifying beam, he needed to have some mysterious attributes. Just as he was thinking, Huang Chen suddenly sensed dozens of unfamiliar auras around him. Coming towards him was Honghai's red mech. Surrounding me? Just right, I still need an excellent level mech core. I won't hold back this time. Huang Chen spread his palm, and a badge carved with a wild boar appeared. Will of the wild boar. Ever since he obtained this item, he hadn't used it, and now was just the right time to test its power. He raised his hand, and a majestic mutated wild boar appeared, then it pawed the ground and charged like a speeding train, crashing into a grey mech. With a loud bang, the grey mech was sent flying, crashing heavily into a building. In contrast, the mutated wild boar merely shook its head and charged at another mech. Wang Nan, this mutated wild boar lacks agility. You go and restrain it, everyone else come with me. And Honghai immediately pointed out the wild boar's weakness and called out. Hearing this, a mech stepped out from the crowd and blocked the mutated wild boar's path. Pretty quick reaction. It seems Honghai has grown quite a bit during this time. Huang Chen sighed inwardly, no longer paying attention. After all, the mutated wild boar was immortal, he could always summon it again later. Looking at the red rhinoceros mech charging at him, Huang Chen's expression remained unchanged. Stop! At that moment, a loud shout came. Huang Chen and Honghai both looked over and saw that it was Fuan, so they stopped paying attention. And Honghai didn't take Fuan seriously at all, and as for Huang Chen, he didn't want any outsiders to interfere. Die! The red rhinoceros mech clasped its hands together, transforming into a drill-like shape. In this form, Honghai's speed reached its peak, and in the blink of an eye, he charged in front of Huang Chen. Huang Chen let out a cold laugh, casually scattering 3 or 4 black objects before quickly retreating. Seed bombs, explosion. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, causing Fuan to gasp for breath. Although he looked down on Honghai, he didn't want Ning City to lose a top-tier combat force. Soon, as the smoke cleared, the tattered red rhinoceros mech reappeared. Seeing this scene, Fuan let out a sigh of relief. But the next second, a sharp spike pierced straight through Honghai's chest. As the spike shot out from the back of the mech, the red rhinoceros mech began to gradually dissipate, ultimately transforming into a cube-shaped mech core. And Honghai died swiftly, but until his last moment, he couldn't understand why Huang Chen would act so decisively. Clearly, he had survived the previous encounters. Huang Chen should have been afraid of him. After putting away the mech core, A hint of joy appeared on Huang Chen's face. An exceptional mech core, in hand. He would soon be able to initiate mech form fusion. Huang Chen, you. Sigh, that's a bit reckless. If it had been someone else, Fuan would have certainly scolded them mercilessly, but facing Huang Chen, he simply didn't have the courage and could only sigh deeply. It's just a second-tier mech. The value I can create is definitely far greater than this. Fu Inspector, for the sake of Ning City, do you need an Honhai, or do you need my help? As Huang Chen spoke, he took out a black box and handed it to Fuan. Upon seeing the miraculous effects of the black box, Fuan's eyes widened. With this thing, even 10 and Honhais wouldn't compare. Huang Chen, on behalf of the people of Ning City, thank you. You truly are our great benefactor. Fuan's expression immediately changed to one of kindness. I don't need any empty titles. I wonder what price you are willing to offer. When it came to the price, Fuan hesitated. Huang Chen didn't indulge him, taking back the black box and turning to leave. Come back and tell me when you've made up your mind. In the deep of night, a series of roars shattered the calm. Inside an abandoned building, Huang Chen suddenly sat up and opened the regional chat. At that moment, the regional chat was in an uproar, with various distress messages flashing by rapidly, and even through the virtual screen, one could feel their despair. After glancing a few times, Huang Chen's heart sank. A large-scale gathering of blood corpses had appeared in the north again, and the scale was larger than ever before. The northern region had completely fallen, and not a single living person could be seen. Survivors were moving southward, seeking refuge. Such a massive gathering of blood corpses made Huang Chen think of a possibility. That was the rupture of the blood cocoon. Only the creature inside the blood cocoon could summon so many blood corpses. Moreover, it seemed they were coming to annihilate Ning City. This was truly a huge problem. As his thoughts raced, Huan Xilan and Fuan sent messages simultaneously, confirming his suspicions. The blood cocoon in the north had suddenly ruptured, and a fourth-tier blood corpse had emerged. It not only controlled the remaining blood corpses but also used the blood corpse army to besiege other mutated creatures, turning those mutated creatures into blood corpses. Now, the blood corpse army was rolling toward Ning City at a snowballing pace. Upon learning this, a glint flashed in Huang Chen's eyes. Looking again, he found a mech core in his hand. Would you like to initiate mech form fusion? Time required, 8 hours, initiate. Huang Chen immediately confirmed his choice. The third-tier giant god was definitely no match for that fourth-tier blood corpse, not because the giant god wasn't strong, but because under such an offensive, it couldn't deliver a fatal blow. It was like an extremely skilled assassin trying to assassinate an emperor. Although the emperor wasn't strong, he had numerous guards. Even if the assassin's strength is greater than that of the guards, there is no certainty of a successful assassination. It is easy to guess that there must be other blood corpses guarding the fourth-tier blood corpse. Once the giant mech penetrates deep, it is very likely to fall into a besieged situation. If it were the transformation lightning flash mech, it would probably die even faster. 8 hours, I hope you can hold on. Just as Huang Chen quietly waited for the mech form fusion to complete, in the northern part of Ning City, the first line of defense had already been breached by the blood corpse army. Damn it, where did these monsters come from? I don't know, they're charging again, hurry up and defend. I can't hold on any longer, retreat, quick, retreat. Everyone, abandon the first line of defense and fall back to the second line of defense. One more time, everyone to the second line of defense. The soldiers at the Ning City base, after resisting, found that they could not stop the blood corpse army that surged like a tide, and had to retreat to the second line of defense. This second line of defense happened to be where the dawn was located. How could the first line of defense collapse so quickly? It hasn't even been an hour. Huan Xilan's face was grim, but there was nothing she could do. She turned to Su Dahai and instructed, "The president has opened the guild warehouse permissions. Let everyone who has the white bone bomb recipe come out and work hard to make white bone bombs. Also, use your abilities to create a trap pit around the base. With so many blood corpses, it's impossible to eliminate them all. The president still needs more than 7 hours. During this time, we must hold our ground." Su Dahai's playful smile disappeared, and he became serious. He patted his chest and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, leave this to me." Seeing Su Dahai take his leave, Huan Xilan turned to Li Miexing. "I know the president is very indulgent with you and never forces you to do things you don't like, but now the entire Ning City is in danger, and no one can stand by themselves. I hope you can lead some people to find ways to inflict damage on the blood corpses. Can you do that?" Li Miexing nodded. "No problem, I will definitely do it." After arranging the two, a cold light flashed in Huan Xilan's eyes. She summoned her mech, her hands waving back and forth. Clusters of white powder fell and then drifted away. Behind the blood corpse army, the fourth-tier blood corpse that had just broken free from the blood cocoon was now sitting on a throne made of flesh and blood. Its appearance was somewhat similar to that of a little girl, but her head was wrapped in a thick layer of gauze, obscuring her true form. Hiss, kill them all. The girl initially spoke with some awkwardness, but soon grasped the key, her deep voice spitting out 2 words, clearly intending to kill everyone in Ning City before her. The blood corpses surrounding her roared with excitement upon hearing her speak. Whoosh! One by one, the blood corpses transformed from birds launched the first attack. They ignored the defensive forces on the ground and charged straight for the Dawn base. Inside the Ning City base, Shu Hui spread her wings, transforming into a giant eagle, soaring into the sky. Behind her were special mechs with flying capabilities. In midair, looking at the blood corpse bird monsters flying towards her, Shu Hui's voice was filled with anger. You monsters, go die. As soon as she finished speaking, the feathers on her wings suddenly stood on end, transforming into sharp blades that shot out. The blades were fast and powerful. If they hit a vital spot, one strike could take down a bird-type blood corpse. The others behind her also unleashed their abilities, focusing intently on dealing with the monsters before them. In just a few moments, they had dealt with the first wave of attacking bird-type blood corpses. However, they did not relax. On the contrary, everyone's heart was in their throats. In the distance, a large flock of bird-like corpses descended from the sky, casting a massive shadow on the ground. Everyone looked down, only to find that the ground had long been engulfed in the flames of war. Various types of mechas were engaged in fierce combat with the corpses, turning the entire battlefield into a meat grinder, mercilessly devouring all life. There were both humans and corpses. There are so many corpses, we can't fight them off. Why don't we leave first? Someone stammered. Clearly, he was terrified by the scene before him. Shu Hui clenched her fists tightly. She was scared too, but her father was down there, and her friends were holding the line. How could she possibly run away? Running away now is a dead end. If you don't want to die, just hold on until the end. If we persist, hope will surely appear. She quickly regained her composure and said coldly, I advise you not to run around. Huang Chen said that the dangers in the air are even greater. Even he doesn't dare to fly recklessly. Once you enter certain perilous areas, the situation might not be better than it is now. Upon hearing this, the desire to flee among the others was instantly extinguished. If Chu Hui had said this, they would have surely doubted her, but if it was Huang Chen, it was different. After all, some people already regarded Huang Chen as the strongest in Ning City. The credibility of the information he shared was still very high. Seeing that the crowd was gradually stabilizing, Shu Hui let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, a large number of bird-like corpses had arrived. She stopped thinking and began to flap her wings rapidly, using her 2 sharp claws to harvest quickly. Although everyone was doing their utmost to attack, they soon fell into a disadvantage. There was no way around it. There were simply too many monsters in the air, and they couldn't defend against them all. Caw! Suddenly, a blood corpse transformed from a bird found an opening to attack Shu Hui. Its sharp beak aimed directly at her waist. If it struck, Shu Hui would definitely be unable to continue fighting. Watch out! The people around her could only shout a warning, having no time to help. Just when everyone thought Shu Hui was about to suffer a serious blow, a missile shot out, heading straight for the bird-like corpse. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion sent Shu Hui flying far away. Fortunately, not only was she unharmed, but she also created distance between herself and the bird-like corpse. With the crisis averted, Shu Hui saw Li Niexing below and gave him an okay gesture before continuing to fight. The battle in the sky was incredibly intense, while the ground battle could only be described as brutal. A large number of corpses piled up together. At first, people had time to collect materials, but later, everyone seemed to go mad with killing, focusing solely on attacking and having no mood to care about the materials on the ground. Let me show you my power. Watch me unleash the Earth Explosion Star. Su Dahai plunged his hands into the ground, and then a massive stone, nearly half the size of a basketball court, was lifted high. He hurled it with all his might, and the giant stone ball smashed into the horde of corpses. Bang! The enormous stone ball instantly crushed a large number of corpses, then rolled forward due to inertia, crushing countless more. Seeing this, everyone around couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. In their shock, they fell into contemplation. If Su Dahai was this strong, how powerful must Huang Chen be? Fuan, witnessing this scene, also had thoughts of his own. Since it was difficult to win Huang Chen over, he could try to win over others. This Su Dahai seemed quite promising. He could attempt to persuade him later. Look, what is that? Suddenly, someone pointed at a corpse covered in white mycelium and exclaimed. Following his voice, everyone looked and found that many corpses were covered in mycelium. Those mycelium started as small clumps, but as if they had absorbed the essence of the corpses, they could spread all over in an instant. A corpse covered in mycelium would collapse into a pile of useless garbage with just a slight touch. Don't worry, that's my sister Lan's ability. it won't harm you. Su Dahai took a moment to explain. The crowd then realized and continued their assault on the blood corpse before them. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Time quickly passed halfway. Everyone was already exhausted, but the army of blood corpses remained vast, and many were simply too weak to continue fighting, their hearts filled with fear. After once again repelling the blood corpses' attack, Su Dahai leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Tired, really tired, more so than feeding 5 tigers by himself. But there was no choice, working now was for survival, not just for money. There was no way to avoid putting in the effort. Boss, can you hurry up? I can't hold on much longer, Su Dahai muttered bitterly. Just then, he suddenly heard a violent rumbling behind him. Turning around, he saw a large number of mechas surging in like a tide. Yulang, have arrived. Monsters, aren't you going to obediently accept your death? Yulang spread his palms, a burst of flames erupting from his hands, propelling his mecha to fly slowly between the buildings. Steady, don't be reckless. Forget it, a little recklessness is fine at this point. Ran Zijing had wanted to call out to Yulang, but upon seeing the army of blood corpses before him, he immediately abandoned that thought. He drew his white bone greatsword from his spine with one hand and quickly ran to the front lines. Others also employed their abilities and joined the front lines. The number of blood corpses this time far exceeded previous waves. No major faction could remain uninvolved. If they hadn't encountered powerful monsters on the way that delayed them, they would have arrived much earlier. However, their arrival was just in time. With this fresh force joining, the pressure on the defense line eased once again. Soon, another 3 hours passed, and it was nearing midnight. The army of blood corpses was firmly pinned near the Dawn base, making no progress whatsoever. This infuriated the 4th-tier blood corpse that had been lurking in the back. I will come. It rose from its throne of flesh, and then its back began to writhe. In the blink of an eye, a pair of flesh wings sprouted from its back. Flap! As the flesh wings flapped, its form gradually rose, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished into the air. Roar, roar, roar! The blood corpses on the ground saw this and all began to howl, becoming even more frenzied. In the sky, Shu Hui was nearing exhaustion. If it weren't for the energy-restoring potions she had purchased from the system shop, she would have likely collapsed by now. Just then, a ghostly figure appeared before her. Before she could react, she was heavily struck down. Shu Hui, Shu Jiazheng, who had been monitoring the situation above, tensed up and rushed forward. Only after seeing Chu Hui safely caught by Guan Xilan did he breathe a sigh of relief and look up at the sky. The aura of the 4th-tier blood corpse spread across the battlefield, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. They were at most 2nd tier. How could they possibly deal with a 4th-tier monster? At this moment, Guan Xilan stepped forward. After so many days of battle, she had already undergone a transformation. The more dangerous it became, the calmer her mind grew. 1st-tier mechas, take over the defense line. All 2nd-tier mechas, gather together to face the enemy. This change would undoubtedly cost many lives, but there was no other way. Against such a formidable foe, they could only fill the gap with their lives. Hearing her words, some people immediately exploded with anger. I don't want to die. With so many blood corpses gathered here, there can't be many monsters to the north. I want to. Before he could finish, he suddenly noticed an object appear right in front of him. As he strained to see, he realized that the object was a cluster of tiny mycelium. He seemed to understand something, looking at Guan Xilan with a face full of terror. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Unbeknownst to him, those mycelium had completely occupied his throat. Thud! The mech fell to the ground and then dissipated. Everyone's heart sank, and they turned to Guan Xilan. As long as one person runs away, the rest will follow, and those who don't want to escape will be implicated. This kind of monster can't be dealt with by just 1 or 2 people. If we want to survive, we must unite. If anyone tries to run, I'll kill them. Anyway, I can't survive. We might as well all die together. Guan Xilan wanted to survive, but more than that, she wanted to live as a person. So, she didn't want to run, she just wanted to win. Inside the ochre mech, Su Dahai quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Goodness, it's still Sister Lan. She just went straight to killing. Although he had long noticed that Guan Xilan's spirit was somewhat off, he didn't expect her to be this crazy. It must be said that Guan Xilan's move was extremely effective, instantly intimidating everyone. Even Fuan looked at her with new eyes, considering the possibility of bringing her under his command. Such actions are not uncommon on the battlefield. Many teams have designated officers to maintain morale and reduce the chances of collapse. Guan Xilan's approach, though somewhat harsh, was quite timely. The 1st-tier mechs quickly took the place of the 2nd-tier mechs and moved forward to kill monsters. The 2nd-tier mechs all gathered together, standing ready. The 4th-tier blood corpse easily dealt with the mechs in the sky. then folded its flesh wings and descended to the ground. A bunch of ants, do you think you can stop me? You all will die. After some time of getting familiar, the fourth-tier blood corpse spoke more clearly, no longer needing to pause for breath. Hearing it speak, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Fu Wan's mind stirred. Since it could talk and understood human language, it meant there was a possibility for communication. He stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "From your appearance, you should have also been transformed from a human. Is there anything we can't sit down and discuss? Why must it be in this form? Discuss?" The fourth-tier blood corpse clenched its fists, and its originally over 1 meter tall body instantly swelled to over 5 meters, its muscles bulging like a devilish bodybuilder. "You call me a blood corpse, thinking I am a failed mutation, but you don't understand. This is the starting point of evolution. Your bodies are too weak, and your abilities are small. You can only rely on that layer of iron skin to resist us. You might as well surrender and walk the path of evolution with me." Hearing this response, Fu Wan felt a chill in his heart. If it were just a simple blood corpse, that would be one thing, but this one clearly possessed intelligence not inferior to that of humans. Moreover, it could articulate such inciting language. Was this really just a monster? After saying so much, you still want to kill us effortlessly and turn us into blood corpses? Everyone was pondering, except for Su Dahai, who fearlessly asked, "Is that right?" "Exactly." The fourth-tier blood corpse answered crisply. "In that case, let me ask one more question. If we are killed by you and turned into blood corpses, will we be able to have your level of intelligence and regain our original consciousness?" I said, "This is the starting point of the path of evolution. As long as you can continue to evolve, having such intelligence is not difficult. Evolve to a higher level, and you can also possess other special abilities. As for self-awareness, those are just the dregs produced by old bodies. You don't need those at all." The fourth-tier blood corpse was smug, as if it believed it had moved everyone. Su Dahai chuckled lightly. "Did you all hear that? No self-awareness retained. Even if you regain your intelligence after turning into blood corpses, will you really know that you were once human?" Everyone stopped thinking further. If there was no self-awareness, what was there to discuss about evolution? It was better to chop down the monster in front of them and strengthen the mechs properly. "It seems you have made your choice. Since you disagree, let me help you." The fourth-tier blood corpse flickered and directly twisted off a person's head. It was thought that this would instill fear in everyone, but unexpectedly, their fighting spirit grew stronger with each passing moment. Faced with fear, humans indeed feel afraid, but when confronted with a situation of certain death, they become remarkably calm. "Fight for humanity, and for yourselves," Fu Wan shouted, the first to charge forward. His patrol officer position was not bought. One who does not care for the people could never hold such a position for a lifetime. "Damn, charge with me." The red mech flashed by, with Yu Lang closely following. Next were Su Dahai, Ran Zijing, and Chu Jiaojin. Not a single person hesitated, everyone surged forward. "Mech form fusion complete, please name the new mech." Inside the abandoned building, Huang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. "Let's call it Dawn. Name, Dawn Mech. Level, Tier 2, Power, 98/150, Defense, 94/150, Agility, 93/150, Mystery, 2 out of 150, Exclusive Modules, Extreme State, Void Concealment, Extreme State. When activated, all major attributes increase by 50%. Completing Mech Advancement can increase duration and magnitude of the boost. Void Concealment, when activated, enter a shadow space that cannot be perceived by the real world. Completing Mech Advancement can extend the time spent in the shadow space. The attribute values of Tier 2 mechs generally range from 10 to 50, exceeding 50 can be considered Tier 3. Dawn's 3 basic attributes are all above 90, yet it is only Tier 2, which is simply terrifying. Even more frightening is that this attribute has not yet reached its limit and has significant room for enhancement. If strengthened to the limit, the Tier 2 Dawn mech could even rival a Tier 4 mech whose attribute range is only between 100 and 500. Huang Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the introduction of the exclusive modules. First was the Extreme State. Currently, he could activate it for 10 minutes, meaning that within those 10 minutes, all his attributes would increase by 50%, and after advancement, the duration would increase, along with the magnitude of the boost. It was almost like entering a state of invincibility. Moreover, as his attributes increased, the effect of this module would also enhance, making it truly extraordinary. After understanding the Extreme State, he turned his attention to Void Concealment. With a thought, Huang Chen's figure vanished from the spot. This was a true disappearance, not the kind achieved by the refractive invisibility of a ghost mech. In the shadow space, the surroundings did not change much. The originally colorful world now appeared gray and white. He tried to move forward and found that his speed was nearly doubled compared to the real world. Moreover, he couldn't tell if he was the one who was intangible or if the things in front of him were. he could effortlessly pass through them like a ghost. Could I use the shadow space to travel faster? Huang Chen began to speculate about the void concealment module. With this thought, he quickened his pace, heading straight for the Dawn base to the north. As buildings flashed by, the Dawn base soon came into view. At that moment, Huang Chen suddenly felt a sense of repulsion from the surrounding space. After a moment of disorientation, he had exited the shadow space and returned to the real world. Entering the shadow space consumes mysterious energy, and the Dawn Mech's mystery attribute is only 2 points. Being able to travel this far is already quite impressive. With a sigh, Huang Chen looked around and found that the Dawn base was indeed right in front of him. The shadow space could indeed be used for travel, and it was faster than in the real world. After all, the speed here is faster, and there are no mutated creatures or buildings affecting the path, allowing him to walk in a straight line, greatly increasing travel efficiency. Not only can it be used for traveling, but it is also a great tool for assassination or seizing treasures. Huang Chen's mind wandered, quickly thinking of some clever uses of the void concealment. Boom! A distant explosion interrupted his thoughts. He looked up just in time to see a cloud of yellow smoke explode in the air. Without time to think, he instinctively jumped up, and a pair of black-red wings automatically grew from his back. After the fusion of the 5 mech forms, all the attached modules on them also gathered together. It seemed that their forms had changed slightly due to the fusion. Huang Chen had no time to ponder this issue and quickly flew towards the yellow smoke. "Boss, when will you arrive?" Su Dehai couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood, spraying it inside the mech. Fortunately, the inside of the mech didn't need cleaning. It could be restored to new by simply summoning it again, or else he would have had a headache. The 4th-tier blood corpse was indeed ridiculously strong. Even his fully constructed Earth escape could only block one of its attacks. If it weren't for the others holding it back, he might have already died. But the others were not invincible either. Everyone was now seriously injured, and even Fuan had nearly died in the previous attack. They simply couldn't stop the advance of the 4th-tier blood corpse. 8 hours are up. The president should be arriving soon. We just need to hold on a little longer. Despite being heavily injured, her vision blurred and everything appearing double, Huan Xilan's voice remained calm. Just as she was about to get up, a large hand pressed down on her shoulder. "No need to hold on any longer. I'm here." Hearing this voice, Huan Xilan stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Huang Chen steadied her at the critical moment. "Boss, quickly kill that guy and avenge me." Su Dehai shouted hoarsely, then fainted from lack of oxygen. This operation startled Huang Chen, who hurriedly checked on him and found that Su Dehai had merely fainted, which relieved him. Seeing Huang Chen arrive, everyone could no longer hold on and retreated. This piqued the interest of the 4th-tier blood corpse. "It seems you are the strongest in this area. My name is Chongshan. You are qualified to know my name." The 4th-tier blood corpse, Chongshan, said loudly. "Chongshan? Emperor Chongshan?" Huang Chen was taken aback, his thoughts gradually merging with his past life. The power level classification of the myriad races was basically the same, divided into 9 tiers, followed by the struggle for the throne to achieve the king tier. Only one king tier could emerge from a race, representing the fortune of the entire race, and above that was the emperor tier. In his past life, Emperor Chongshan was at the Emperor tier and was also the strongest of the Blood Corpse clan, unmatched in prominence. He never expected that Emperor Chongshan actually came from Ning City. It seemed that the destruction of Ning City in his past life must have been the work of this Chongshan. "My name is Huang Chen, you can say a few more words, as you won't have the chance later." Huang Chen calmed his emotions and looked at Chongshan before him. No matter how glorious it was in the past, it was now just a 4th tier. With his Dawn Mech, relying on its monstrous attributes, he was determined to make Chongshan fall here today. "Arrogant! How can you know my strength without walking the path of evolution?" Chongshan whispered, its body swelling again, muscles bulging like cast iron, containing explosive power. Whoosh! The next second, Chongshan disappeared from its spot and reappeared above Huang Chen, stomping down heavily. It thought this would completely crush Huang Chen into the ground, but when it landed, it realized it had only stepped on an afterimage. Not good. Feeling the fierce wind blowing past its ear, Chongshan's expression changed drastically. Bang! A pair of large feet kicked straight into its abdomen. Zhongshan's body was immediately sent flying like a sandbag, crashing heavily into an abandoned building. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock at the sight. Even the originally ferocious blood corpses fell silent after this move. Zhongshan was their king, although their intelligence was not as high as his, they understood fear. A terrifying human capable of suppressing Zhongshan would surely handle them with ease. Yu Lang looked up and murmured, as expected of boss Huang Chen, truly impressive. The dust that had been kicked up had not yet settled when Zhongshan's figure flickered, piercing through the swirling dust and flying out of the abandoned building. He did not speak, but his eyes revealed an unprecedented caution. The human before him was strong, so strong that a single oversight could lead to his demise. For the upcoming evolution, he had to respond with all his might. Seeing Zhongshan silent, Huang Chen raised his arm, revealing the back of his hand marked by the imprint. This mark has worried me for a long time. Today, I can finally resolve it completely. Upon seeing the mark, Zhongshan felt a surge of hatred. If it weren't for Huang Chen killing Lisa in advance, causing his evolution to slow down, he would have already reached the 4th stage and taken control of the entire Ning city. Now, with new grudges and old resentments combined, he was nearly driven mad. With a wave of his hand, the blood corpses on the ground began to convulse, their blood slowly gathering towards the sky. The blood, rising from the ground like little snakes, spread through the air, twisting with a chilling threat. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, nearly forgetting to breathe. Seeing this, Huang Chen's hand flashed, revealing a grayish-white object. Gargoyle Heart. Each point of mysterious attribute represented 10 units of energy, or simply put, 10 MP. His mysterious attribute was 2, which translated to 20 MP. Earlier, while traversing the shadow space, he had consumed all his energy, but now he had recovered 5 points, just enough to activate the Gargoyle Heart. As an invisible energy surged into the Gargoyle Heart, the heart, which had been as still as stone, suddenly began to beat. In an instant, a grayish-white beam of light shot out, directly illuminating Zhongshan. Ah! Zhongshan let out a roar, his movements interrupted. The blood that had been suspended in midair lost its pull and fell to the ground, like a rain of blood, splattering down on everyone. Initially thought to be just a normal attack, Zhongshan was horrified to discover that his body was slowly turning to stone. What the hell is this? Realizing he could not stop the petrification from spreading, he directly gouged out the already petrified flesh, seemingly feeling that this was not safe enough, and removed a large portion. With large chunks of flesh missing, he looked somewhat pitiful, but Huang Chen knew that the vitality of blood corpses was inherently strong, especially since Zhongshan was the king among them. This level of injury would not significantly affect him. Sure enough, in just a few breaths, the flesh that had been gouged out from Zhongshan grew back completely. Having suffered a great loss, Zhongshan no longer dared to underestimate Huang Chen. After letting out a roar, he commanded the remaining blood corpses to attack. On one hand, he wanted to completely annihilate Ning City. On the other, he sought to use the lives of others to disrupt Huang Chen's attacks. Huang Chen also noticed the scene beneath his feet, and his gaze turned cold. Indeed, an alien race was still an alien race. No matter how sweetly they spoke, in the end, they only considered themselves. Extreme state, activate. He no longer held back. The extreme state was activated, and all attributes were enhanced. In an instant, Zhongshan felt as if the enemy before him had transformed into a completely different person. The overwhelming aura that was beyond description even instilled fear in his heart. How could this be? His vision blurred, and he lost sight of Huang Chen. Still want to use the same trick? Zhongshan remained on guard, ready to respond to any potential ambush. In the next moment, a sharp spike appeared before him, piercing straight toward his right eye. Right in front? Zhongshan was taken aback. Generally, ambushes occur from behind or above, in places where visibility is limited. Even if not from those angles, an attack from the side would suffice. But Huang Chen actually attacked head-on, and he hadn't sensed anything at all. What on earth was happening? Put! The spike directly pierced through Zhongshan's right eye, spilling a large stream of blood. You dare to hurt me? Die! Zhongshan swung a fist with all his might, landing a solid blow on the Dawn Mecha. He felt a bit relieved, thinking this would force Huang Chen's Dawn Mecha to retreat. After all, most other mechas had poor defensive capabilities, and he could break through with just one punch. But Huang Chen, as if unaffected, raised a fist and struck him on the chin. Thud! Zhongshan's body spun in the air due to inertia and crashed heavily to the ground. This level of injury was nothing to Zhongshan, but he was a bit dazed at the moment. Was this really the kind of attack power a human should possess? There was no time to think further as a fist with a spike smashed down on him. Then, punches rained down like a storm, each one bludgeoning him into a bloody mess. Destroy, repair, destroy, repair. After an unknown number of times, the energy within Zhongshan was completely exhausted, and he finally had no ability to recover from his injuries. Kill leader, mutated blood corpse, tier 4, materials obtained, all attribute blood core *3, spiritual essence *5, blood quartz *5, accessory module, blood sawtooth. A small pile of items exploded out, and Huang Chen picked them up one by one to examine. The all attribute blood core was an enhanced version of the major attribute blood cores. As the name suggested, it could increase all attributes, including the mysterious. He crushed it in his hand, letting the drops fall onto the Dawn Mecha. The blood slowly seeped into the mecha's interior, causing its attributes to change once again. Name, Dawn Mecha. Level, Tier 2, Strength, 101/150, Defense, 97/150, Agility, 96/150, Mystery, 5 out of 150. After enhancing the attributes, Huang Chen stored the spiritual essence and blood quartz. Both were high-tier enhancement materials, extremely precious. Finally, his gaze fell on the accessory module named Blood Sawtooth. Name, Blood Sawtooth. Quality, Epic. Type, Upper Limb Module. Effect 1, a special weapon containing boundless power, increases arm strength, strength plus 10. Effect 2, King's Weapon, carries an invisible deterrent, reduces the attributes of enemies below its tier by 40%, reduces the attributes of enemies of the same tier by 15%. And reduces the attributes of enemies above its tier by 5%. Effect 3, Unique Sawtooth Structure, carries a bleeding effect, which can stack. Description: don't be scared by its fierce appearance, it may become a king's weapon in the future. The blood sawtooth felt icy to the touch, resembling a weapon made from vertebrae, covered in sharp sawteeth, with a faint blood color mixed in. Corresponding to its cool appearance were those 3 major effects. The 10 points of strength need not be elaborated. Once a Tier 1 mecha equipped this great sword, it could immediately unleash Tier 2 destructive power. Even for Huang Chen, 10 points of strength were not trivial, they were quite rare. The invisible deterrent of Effect 2 was even more astonishing. Anyone of a lower tier facing the blood sawtooth would have all attributes reduced by 40%, effectively turning them into nothing, and even those of the same tier would suffer a 15% reduction. Remarkably, it was also effective against higher tier enemies. The bleeding effect was a very good negative buff, especially since it could stack continuously. With this blood greatsword, combined with the Dawn Mecha, even without activating the extreme state, he could easily crush Zhongshan. First, clean up these corpses, we can discuss other matters later. After tallying the harvest, Huang Chen looked at Guan Xilan and instructed her. After the great disaster, a peculiar power inexplicably emerged in the world. If we don't hurry to clean up these corpses, over time, they could very well transform into some kind of taboo. That kind of thing was something even the former Huang Chen wouldn't dare provoke. At this moment, a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. The darkness was dispelled, welcoming the light. But what everyone didn't know was that under the shadow of a building, a thin man wearing black-framed glasses was coldly observing this scene. As expected, my thoughts were not wrong. Mechs are merely external forces. Only by embarking on the path of evolution can one truly be powerful. He paused to observe for a while, and upon noticing someone approaching, he turned and left. Cleaning up the corpses didn't take much time. The only issue was the distribution of materials. However, that wasn't particularly important at the moment. After resting for 2 days, Huang Chen called Guan Xilan and Su Dahai. There aren't any particularly powerful monsters around Ning City for now. While we have this time, I plan to scout the route to the capital. The capital, known as Shangjing, is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, with a permanent population of 30 million. There are more monsters there, and correspondingly, more strong individuals and opportunities. Although Ning City is good, it is ultimately a small place, suitable for early development, but later on, one must head to such a super large city. Before the apocalypse, it only took half a day to reach Shangjing. If you took the train, it would only take 2 to 3 hours. Now, it is indeed necessary to scout the route. Guan Xilan nodded. In the past, with navigation, they wouldn't have feared even 800 kilometers, let alone 8,000. But now, without navigation, they were no different from blind people. The development potential of Ning City had been exhausted, and heading to a big city was indeed a good choice. I've been to Shangjing. There are road signs along the way, right? Just follow the signs, Su Dahai said, puzzled. What if the signs are destroyed by monsters? Are you still counting on asking the roadside corpses for directions? Guan Xilan retorted upon hearing this. She had a point, and Su Dahai shrank his head, realizing he had been foolish, so he stopped talking. Huang Chen sighed slightly, not immediately denying it. There are indeed signs along the way, but the third mutation is about to arrive, and at that time, the entire Blue Star will undergo drastic changes. Even if those signs exist, they won't be of much use. This time, we just need to remember the landmark buildings or other conspicuous things along the way. The third mutation? Guan Xilan and Su Dahai exchanged glances but didn't ask further. They only thought Huang Chen had some ability to foresee the future, never considering that he had been reborn. Pack your things, you two will come with me. This trip will take a long time. After a brief explanation, Huang Chen didn't continue but instructed the two to prepare their belongings. Soon, the two finished packing. After handing over the Dawn base to Li Miexing and Chu Jiazhen, he quietly left with the two of them. Fenghua base. Ever since An Honghai died, Fenghua's situation had suddenly worsened. If it weren't for its decent foundation and sufficient numbers, it would have likely fallen apart by now. At the lowest level of the base, This was originally a multi-level underground parking lot, very spacious, but it had now been transformed into special cells. Inside the cells were various blood corpses and some low-level mutated creatures. As long as I am here, Fenua will not disappear. Enhancements, I intended to deal with you after some time, but I didn't expect you to die first. But that's fine, no one is restricting my research now. Soon I will find a safe way to mutate. The power of Mech is nothing. True power lies in one's own strength. Let me be the first to embark on this path of evolution. Zhang Yang, with his long hair, pushed up the black-framed glasses on his nose, his expression fervent. He was a top student who had returned from studying abroad, exceptionally capable with a remarkably high IQ, but due to an average family background, he couldn't find a good job and ended up as a personal assistant to Enhancements. After the disaster struck, he became very interested in mutated creatures and wanted to study the principles of their mutations. Coincidentally, Enhancements also thought this area was worth researching, so he transformed the underground parking lot into a research facility. At first, it was fine, and Enhancements found it fresh and exciting, but as time passed and Zhang Yang failed to produce any useful results, he lost patience. Without Enhancements' support, Zhang Yang's research became increasingly difficult, with some materials even requiring him to go out and hunt for them himself. From that moment on, he began to entertain the idea of seizing control of Fenua. Such a unique power in Enhancements' hands was a waste, only he could lead Fenua to greater heights. 2 days quickly passed. In the underground parking lot, Zhang Yang held a vial of green serum in his hand. This was the first generation of mutation serum he had developed, capable of maintaining consciousness while undergoing mutation. He removed the cap from the vial, revealing a sharp needle inside. Let's embrace evolution together. Zhang Yang laughed heartily, raising the serum and plunging it into his neck. As the green serum slowly entered his body, his pupils instantly constricted to a point, then suddenly expanded, turning into vertical slits, his eyes becoming a pitch-black abyss that seemed to draw one in. The changes didn't stop there. The blood vessels in his head bulged and writhed, resembling twisted giant earthworms. Soon, his body began to swell, blood-red patterns appearing on his skin. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these blood-red patterns were identical to those on the corpses of the mutated. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yang's height surged from 1.7 meters to over 3 meters, exuding a fierce aura. Not only that, but 2 additional pairs of arms sprouted from beneath his original arms, each ending in claw-like appendages. When he reached out, he effortlessly tore apart a steel table. This power is truly astonishing. Right, the mecha. I wonder if the mecha has changed, Zhang Yang thought boldly, and began to summon the mecha. He initially thought it would fail, but to his surprise, the mecha was successfully summoned, and its form had changed, becoming even more powerful and bizarre. With this newfound strength, Zhang Yang called in 5 trusted subordinates and injected them with the mutation serum. Perhaps the first generation of the serum was still imperfect, as 3 of them immediately transformed into mutated monsters, which Zhang Yang easily dispatched. The remaining 2 successfully transformed, their strength enhanced from ordinary 2nd tier to the 3rd tier limit after mutation. With their newfound power, Zhang Yang directly took control of the entire Fenua, becoming the undisputed dictator. Next, he set his sights on the Star Association. Without Chiron, the Star Association could be described as a scattered group. If they were to elect a new leader, it would indeed be somewhat tricky to deal with, but now, utilizing the mutation serum, Zhang Yang gained the support of Zhuilong and 2 other vice presidents, swiftly becoming the new president of the Star Association. With control over all members of the Star Association, Zhang Yang's power grew even stronger. At the same time, he used the mutation serum to create a mutated army. They possessed the brute strength of mutated creatures while also wielding the destructive power of their own mechas, their combat capability even surpassing that of the military at the Ningxing base. Having subdued Fenua and the Star Association, Zhang Yang then set his sights on the Dawn base. He was eager to experience the prowess of Ningxing's top figure. At the Dawn base, Chu Jiazhen knelt on one knee, his mecha shattered. The higher-ups at several other Dawn bases were even worse off than him, having already fallen into a deep coma. Zhang Yang clutched his broken arm, gritting his teeth in pain. It must be said that Chu Jiazhen truly had some skills. He had to use all his trump cards to defeat him. Leader, this is the potion you wanted. A subordinate handed Zhang Yang a vial of deep green liquid. Without a moment's hesitation, he removed the cap and plunged it into his neck. The potion gradually disappeared, and Zhang Yang's broken arm began to twitch. In just a few minutes, the arm that had been severed actually healed back together. Seeing this, Chu Jiazhen's face was filled with uncontrollable shock. You've gone mad. You've become just like those monsters. The apocalypse had lasted so long that he could easily see the mutation happening to Zhang Yang. He just didn't understand why Johnny Yang could not only control his self-awareness but also summon his own mecha. If it weren't for these two combined, Johnny Yang would never have been his opponent. No, I'm not mad, I've just become stronger. That blood corpse named Chongshan was right. How could you, who haven't embarked on the path of evolution, understand my strength? Johnny Yang chuckled, not taking Chu Jiazhen's words to heart. At that moment, the effects of the potion kicked in, and he suddenly lifted his head, his muscles twitching violently. Suddenly, a fierce bony tail sprouted from the base of Johnny Yang's spine. The tail swung back and forth, quickly sprouting flesh. In the blink of an eye, a thick tail formed. Johnny Yang tried to swing the tail and smash it against a nearby idle cable car. The massive cable car was snapped in half and then crushed flat. Everyone in the Dawn base felt a chill in their hearts. Although they could achieve such terrifying destructive power, it was certainly not as effortless as Johnny Yang made it seem. Moreover, Johnny Yang was using only his physical strength at this moment, without even employing his mecha. Now, submit or die, choose one. Displaying enough power, Johnny Yang looked at everyone with a beaming smile. I am willing to submit. A voice rang out from the crowd. Chu Jiazhen turned to look, feeling exasperated. Old Wu, do you really have no backbone? The man called Old Wu trembled, lamenting, I don't want to, but I want to live. My whole family is dead. If I die, my family line will be completely cut off. Someone took the lead, and soon many others expressed their willingness to submit. Chu Jiazhen counted and found that more than 70% had agreed. You all, fine, I understand your difficulties, everyone wants to live. Chu Jiazhen sighed deeply and looked at Johnny Yang. It seems you are prepared to die. Johnny Yang summoned his mecha, clenched his fist, and just as it was about to land on Chu Jiazhen's head, a gust of wind suddenly blew in. Dad, your daughter is here to save you. A sweet voice rang out as Chu Hui dove from the sky, grabbing Chu Jiazhen and conveniently taking away 5 people who were unwilling to submit. With a flap of her wings, she soared high into the air. Seeing his prey fly away like that, Johnny Yang's eyes nearly burst into flames. He roared in anger, his leg muscles rapidly tensing, thick tendons standing out, and then he jumped high into the air like a spring. Chu Hui was startled and quickly flew forward. Johnny Yang, leaping high, reached out but grabbed nothing, his anger causing him to spread his limbs and crash heavily into the ground. The others felt a jolt in their hearts. He wouldn't be dead, would he? Just as this thought arose, they saw Johnny Yang wobbling as he crawled out of the pit he had created, with not a single injury on him. Is flying all you can do? I can study this kind of mutation too, and then none of you will escape. Johnny Yang felt an endless rage burning in his chest, his gaze turning cold as he looked at a woman. Did you have an opinion about me since you surrendered the latest just now? The woman was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. No, I didn't. No? Do you think I would believe that? Johnny Yang licked his lips and crushed the woman's head with a single squeeze, the brutality in his heart dissipating somewhat. Shaking off the unknown liquid on his hands, he glared. One of his subordinates immediately understood and handed him a vial of medicine. Soon, a vial of medicine was injected into his body. Good, go capture some blood corpses and mutated creatures, preferably those with flying capabilities. I still need to conduct research. The subordinate dared not disobey and bowed his head in response. In the northern part of Ning City, the largest blood corpse had been eliminated by Huang Chen, and the environment here was safer than in other places. Chu Hui set down a few people and released the mecha. Cough, I didn't expect that Johnny Yang was so powerful. I only knew he was in Hong Hai's personal assistant before. I didn't realize that the most formidable one in Fenua was not in Hong Hai, but this Johnny Yang. Chu Jiazhen took a breath and coughed a few times. Dad, are you okay? Chu Hui asked with concern. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Dad, with such a big incident happening, why didn't you notify Huang Chen? Chu Hui only just learned that Johnny Yang had actually subdued the entire Fenua and the Star Association. In terms of power, he was now the #1 in Ning City. Huang Chen has more important things to do. I didn't want to disturb him unless it was necessary. Isn't now the necessary time? I'll contact him. Chu Hui opened a private chat with Huang Chen and informed him of everything that had happened here. On the other side, Huang Chen had just dealt with a 3rd-tier mutated scorpion. This scorpion had been hiding among a pile of dirt. If it weren't for Su Dahai noticing something was off, someone might have already been injured. If we go another 200 kilometers forward, we should be within the range of the capital. I remember there's a mountain along the way that looks like a tiger's head, so the locals call it Tiger Head Mountain. Su Dahai took out a map he had scavenged along the way and, after carefully identifying the surroundings, said, Tiger Head Mountain, it seems we're indeed not far now. Huang Chen also knew this place. In his previous life, A shocking battle had occurred right there. That battle had flattened the entire Tiger Head Mountain. Just as he was about to head to Tiger Head Mountain, several messages suddenly popped up in front of Huang Chen. Seeing those messages, his brows furrowed, and he paused. Let's go back to Ning City. Not going to Tiger Head Mountain? It's just ahead. We should be there in 2 or 3 days. Su Dehai looked ahead, somewhat reluctant. Something happened in Ning City. We must return immediately. Huang Chen took a deep breath and forwarded the messages sent by Chu Hui to the two of them. Upon seeing the messages, Huan Xilan and Su Dehai also realized the seriousness of the situation, immediately stopping any further talk and starting to hurry back. The two couldn't keep up with Huang Chen's speed and were soon left far behind. Helpless, Huang Chen had to let them take their time while he moved ahead. The Dawn Mecha transformed into the Thunder Flash Mecha, with a 30% speed boost, further increasing his speed. Even so, he encountered many monsters along the way. Finally, he simply switched back to the Dawn Mecha, activated Void Concealment, and entered the shadow space. Without monsters to disturb him, Huang Chen's speed soared to its peak. 8 hours later, he had already appeared on the outskirts of Ning City. If he hadn't stopped halfway to recover some energy, he could have made it back to Ning City in just 4 hours. In the northern part of Ning City, he found Chu Jiazhen and the others hiding in a cave. After a few hours of recovery, Chu Jiazhen's complexion had improved significantly. What exactly happened? Please explain in detail. Chu Jiazhen let out a bitter laugh and began to recount, with others adding in during the process. After listening, Huang Chen finally pieced together a rough idea of what had transpired. In fact, Zhang Yang has developed a type of mutation agent that allows one to gain immense physical strength while remaining conscious. Regarding this approach, Huang Chen could only express his silent mourning and disdain. The so-called mutation is not merely a scientific alteration, it is also intertwined with a considerable amount of mysterious power. The reason Zhang Yang is so arrogant now is purely because his level of mutation is not too deep yet, still falling within the realm of human. If he continues to mutate, he will completely lose his identity as a human. At that point, not only will he be unable to summon his life mecha, but he may also lose his self-awareness. He would either become a mindless blood corpse or give rise to a new consciousness in an old body. Either way, it indicates that Zhang Yang is not far from his doom. Leave this matter to me, you all rest here for now. It shouldn't take long before we can return, Huang Chen said as he rose and flew towards the direction of the Dawn base. Since they dared to provoke him, they should be prepared for death. He just didn't know if eliminating Zhang Yang would yield anything good. Ningqing base. I'll give you one last chance, submit or die. Zhang Yang flapped the ugly dark brown flesh wings on his back, hovering in midair. The ability to fly seemed impressive, but it was quite simple, it just required mutation in a specific direction. He had long since stopped wanting to be human, so he had no aversion to the wings that had grown. For now, he would make do with them and mutate a pair of beautiful ones later. Attack! Inside the base, Zhang Yiliang's features twisted with intense malice. They were the military, representing the dignity of the nation. How could they endure such provocation? With his command, dozens of mechas flew out of the base, firing beams of crimson light at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, flapping his flesh wings repeatedly, his figure darting like a ghost, easily evading the onslaught of red beams. This is what you chose for yourselves. He snorted coldly, summoning his life mecha. At this moment, his mecha was no longer the all-encompassing form it once was, it resembled more of an exoskeleton mecha. However, Zhang Yang's combat power did not diminish, on the contrary, the combination of the exoskeleton mecha and his mutated body exponentially increased his strength. In a flash, he appeared behind a soldier. Crack! His large hand grasped the soldier's head and brutally yanked it off. Witnessing such a brutal scene, not to mention the others, even Fuan and Zhang Yiliang in the base were left in shock. Such terrifying power appearing in a person like this is simply a tragedy. Fuan's voice was laced with fear and envy. If they also possessed this technology, wouldn't controlling Ningqing be a piece of cake? Just as he was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, tightly gripping his neck. Inspector Fu! The crowd gasped, and Zhang Yiliang's heart leaped to his throat. As the highest government official in Ningqing, if Fuan were to die here, he would not escape blame. Inspector Fu, I heard your education is even worse than mine. You only became the inspector of Ningqing because of your good family background, while I have no money or power and can only be someone else's personal assistant. Ha, a personal assistant, what's the difference from being someone else's dog? Zhang Yang's malicious voice echoed in Fuan's ear. I have to admit, your abilities are indeed outstanding, but if you could apply them to the right path, you would gain much more than you have now, Fuan advised. Stop with the grandiose words. Without background and connections, I can only walk this path, but it seems to be going well. Soon, all of Ningqing will be mine. Zhang Yang laughed heartily. Goodbye, Inspector Fu. He exerted force with his hands, gradually dismantling Fu An's defenses. Crack, crack, crack. The mecha on Fu An emitted a creaking sound under the unbearable strain, as if it were about to disintegrate at any moment. Just then, a serrated sword appeared behind Jiang Yang, slashing upward. With a crisp sound, Jiang Yang's flesh wing was severed cleanly, and he fell uncontrollably downward. Fu An quickly steadied himself and then looked at the owner of the serrated sword. Huang Chen? He was taken aback, not expecting Huang Chen to appear here. Better late than never, Inspector Fu, we'll talk later. Seeing Jiang Yang had already gotten up from the ground, Huang Chen dove down, the blood-red serrated sword mercilessly aimed at his head. Jiang Yang decisively raised his arm covered in mecha to block. The moment the blood-red serration made contact with the mecha, it split it in half, along with severing one of Jiang Yang's arms. Jiang Yang's face instantly turned pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He hurriedly distanced himself from Huang Chen, flashing to the side of his subordinate. Bring me the stuff. A beast-like growl erupted. The subordinate's breath tightened, quickly retrieving a small box. The box opened, revealing rows of deep green potions inside. Huang Chen, you can't defeat me, I'm a genius. He grabbed the potions and plunged them fiercely into his heart. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump thump. A strange heartbeat suddenly echoed. Jiang Yang burst into laughter, his laughter gradually becoming maniacal. Huang Chen's pupils constricted, his gaze uncontrollably drawn to his severed arm. To his astonishment, the broken bone began to sprout flesh and blood wildly. The flesh swelled like foam filler, initially small, then rapidly expanding. In just a few breaths, Jiang Yang grew a brand new arm. Moreover, that arm continued to grow, soon reaching 6 meters in size, nearly as tall as a 2-story building. The arm was covered in various pus-filled blisters. Suddenly, one blister burst, revealing a human face inside. Then many more blisters burst, exposing all sorts of organs, ears, eyes, noses, or even a rat's tail, along with a row of sharp teeth. Witnessing this scene, many around them turned away in disgust, starting to vomit. Even Fu An and Zhang Yiliang, who were used to storms, couldn't avoid it, each one vomiting uncontrollably. Huang Chen clicked his tongue, slightly disdainful. I have to say, in the era of pollutants roaming everywhere in the past life, your appearance could still rank among the top. Various evil gods would appear later, their powers radiating to Blue Star, causing already mutated creatures to undergo even more indescribable distortions. These creatures no longer belonged to the category of mutated beings, they had a more specialized term, pollutants. Clearly, due to Jiang Yang's reckless actions, he had successfully turned himself into a pollutant, and the ugliest one at that. With the emergence of this bizarre arm, the mecha that had been hanging on Jiang Yang completely vanished. From this moment on, he could no longer be considered human, but rather a thorough monster. In a flash, the detection eye activated, and several pieces of information instantly appeared. Name, pollutant, Jiang Yang, level, elite tier 4, danger level, extremely high, huh? Huang Chen chuckled, raising the blood-red serrated sword in his hand. An invisible energy radiated out, and Jiang Yang's momentum immediately weakened a few notches. This was thanks to the second effect of the blood-red serrated sword, which Huang Chen named the King's Dread. The irrational Jiang Yang had no idea what was happening to him. All he wanted now was to destroy everything in front of him. The first priority was to eliminate anyone daring enough to stand in his way. He roared, swinging his massive and deformed arm towards Huang Chen. Huang Chen had no intention of confronting him head-on. He slipped into the shadow space, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he appeared behind Jiang Yang, swinging down with his blood-red serrated blade. This time, whether it was due to newfound cleverness or instinct, Jiang Yang slightly retreated and managed to dodge the strike. Failing to land a hit, Huang Chen once again vanished into the shadow space. This concealment module was not only useful for evading danger but also extremely convenient for ambushes. As for whether this fighting style was somewhat underhanded, Huang Chen didn't care. Surviving was the greatest victory. If ambushing was what it took, then so be it. Those who foolishly engaged in a direct confrontation with their enemies were the real idiots. Slip in, flash out, ambush. Slip in again, flash out again, ambush again. Soon, dozens of wounds appeared on Jiang Yang's body, each one oozing blood. Even with his powerful physique, he could not stop the blood from flowing. Once more, Huang Chen flashed out from the shadow space, quickly gasping for breath. His blue energy was completely depleted. He could only face him head-on now. With his limit state activated, Huang Chen's combat power reached its peak. Whoosh! With just one strike, he severed Jiang Yang's deformed arm. The arm fell to the ground, twisting uncontrollably, the eyes, nose, and ears on it trembling as if expressing its unwillingness. Disgusting thing! Huang Chen pulled out a few remaining bone bombs and threw them all. A loud explosion erupted, flames shooting into the sky. The deformed arm twisted madly in the sea of fire, ultimately turning to a pile of ash. He swung his blade again, finishing off Jiang Yang, and a familiar notification sounded in his ears. Kill Elite Jiang Yang, Tier 4, Rewards, Basic Body Enhancement Recipe, Blueprint, *1, Faction Marker, Item, *4. Jiang Yang's drops were only 2 items, but both were things that made Huang Chen ecstatic. Name: Basic Body Enhancement Recipe, Quality, Excellent, Type, Blueprint, Effect, enhances the physical attributes of the mech operator. Required materials: Blood Essence *100, Licorice Fruit *10, Unicorn Fruit *5, Golden Water *2. When mechs are enhanced, a portion of the energy is fed back to the operator, but it's not much. Take Huang Chen for example. Even if all 4 mechs were enhanced, it would only elevate his physical attributes to just over twice that of an ordinary person. This level of enhancement was utterly insufficient in the face of blood corpses. In other words, without a mech, he could at most face a Tier 1 blood corpse with nothing but his bare hands, and that was still considered good. Others would fare even worse. But having the body enhancement recipe changed everything. This was truly a valuable item. He remembered some body enhancement recipes, but the required materials were too high-end, making them useless for now. Putting away the enhancement recipe, Huang Chen looked at the faction marker. This was also a good item. Name: Faction Marker, Quality, Epic, Type, Item, Effect. The area defined by the faction marker will not be affected by terrain changes. It seemed like a simple effect, but for every major faction, this was an indispensable treasure. Inserting the faction marker not only allowed them to mark their faction's location on the soon-to-be-open map feature, but also ensured that the land within the marker's range would not be expanded. The first round of mutations saw global changes, with humans and animals mutating into blood corpses and monsters. The second round of mutations brought forth various secret realms, opening pathways to other worlds. The upcoming third round of mutations would expand the entire Blue Star's volume and would continue indefinitely. However, the initial phase would see rapid expansion, gradually stabilizing in the later stages. At the same time, various geological and meteorological disasters occurred frequently, making the survival environment of Blue Star even harsher. With the power markers in place, there was no need to worry about these issues arising. Each power marker was spaced 1,000 meters apart, and using these 4 markers, Huang Chen centered a 1 square kilometer area around an abandoned building. In this way, the territory of Dawn had 3 layers. The outer layer was the original mountain river base, now known as Dawn Base. This area had the largest population but the weakest strength, with various factions being more complex. The inner layer was the area centered around the abandoned building. This area was managed by Guan Xilan and Chu Jiazhen, and the residents here were stronger, representing the elite class of Dawn. Further inside was the interior of the mustard seed Mecca. The permanent residents here were Xiao Ji and the children. Apart from them, only Guan Xilan, Su Dahai, and the father-daughter duo of Chu Jiazhen had entered. Even Li Niexing was unaware of the existence of this internal area. After dealing with Jiang Yang's matters, Huang Chen began to clean up Dawn. The outer layer had a complex mix of people, and for the development of Dawn, these individuals had to be eliminated. Under Huang Chen's powerful deterrence, those who were removed, even if they had grievances, did not dare to express them and left Dawn obediently. After a thorough cleanup, the atmosphere of Dawn improved significantly. Next, Huang Chen supported a talent named Luo Shouping to rise to power. Luo Shouping's mecha was related to Yak's, and his strength was not to be underestimated. He was also a versatile talent skilled in management. Huang Chen supported him partly because Dawn indeed needed professionals for management, and partly because he feared that Chu Jiazhen would monopolize power, so he deliberately found him a rival. This was not a deliberate precaution but rather a way to create balance. After finishing these tasks, Guan Xilan and Su Dahai arrived late. However, they brought back one more person. Boss, this is Lizzie from Snow Wolf Base, a second-tier mecha pilot, Su Dahai immediately introduced. Knowing Huang Chen did not recognize him, Huang Chen nodded slightly. Although he did not know Lizzie, he was well aware of Snow Wolf Base. There were 7 well-known forces in the capital: Longting, Hongya, Tianjiao, Knight, Snow Wolf, Iron Fist, and Gold. The strength of Snow Wolf Base was not weak, otherwise, it would not have been able to emerge in such a place as the capital. However, the organizational structure of Snow Wolf Base was somewhat like an enhanced version of the Star Alliance, with all kinds of people inside. In his previous life, Huang Chen had only had some business dealings with them and was not clear about other aspects. He was puzzled, wondering why people from Snow Wolf Base would suddenly seek out Guan Xilan and Su Dahai. This must be the president of your Dawn Association, right? My name is Lizzie, nice to meet you. Although Lizzie spoke politely, he kept a distance of 1 meter from Huang Chen. This distance, while not long, was sufficient for him to don his mecha and escape if necessary. Seeing this, Huang Chen was not angry. Instead, he was very approving. The dangers near Ning City were not great, as he had basically resolved them himself. Coupled with early warnings, the vigilance of others was not strong. It was not apparent in ordinary times, but compared to those from the capital, the difference was immediately clear. "Hello, Huang Chen." Huang Chen responded politely. "I left the capital this time mainly because the leader issued 2 orders. One was to head towards Ning City to see how many survivors there were, and the other was to find talented individuals to join Snow Wolf Base to resist the apocalypse together." Lizzie smiled slightly, making one feel as if they were in a spring breeze. The number of survivors in Ning City far exceeded my expectations, and I never imagined that someone like Mr. Huang Chen would appear here. I wonder if Mr. Huang Chen would be interested in joining our Snow Wolf Base? His posture was very humble. The main information came from Su Dahai, who informed me of Huang Chen's terrifying achievements in battle. Although I wasn't clear on his exact strength, being able to deal with highly intelligent blood corpses was a testament to his power. It's important to note that even in our Snow Wolf Base, only someone at the deputy leader level could handle such blood corpses. There would be no more than 20 people in the entire capital who could do so. Just this fact alone warranted my respect. Moreover, this was their territory, and I had 2 experts by my side who were not weaker than I was. With all these factors combined, I, a person from the capital, couldn't stand tall and could only become increasingly humble. Joining the Snow Wolf? Sorry, I don't plan to join any forces for now. You can ask others. Huang Chen shook his head. The strength of the Snow Wolf base was not strong, even ranking among the bottom 3. Such a force clearly had no potential. In fact, he wouldn't even join the top-ranked Longting base. Having a large force to rely on could bring many restrictions. It was better to treat other forces as partners. That was the best approach. Upon hearing Huang Chen's refusal, Lizzie's expression turned anxious. If he could pull this great figure in, his rewards would surely be substantial. Mr. Huang Chen, our Snow Wolf base is among the top in the capital, not to mention our leader. At this point, he glanced around before whispering, "Our leader has already reached the 3rd tier limit and is about to advance to the 4th tier. With such a strong person around, you need not worry about safety." 4th tier? Is that strong? If the leader of the Snow Wolf base faced Zhongshan, he would probably be beaten to the point of questioning his life, right? No need to join. If there's an opportunity in the future, we might discuss cooperation. He once again declined Lizzie's invitation. Alright, then I look forward to next time. A hint of ferocity flashed across Lizzie's face, but he concealed it well. Now was not the time to fall out. After he left, Su Dahai's expression turned cold. This guy doesn't look like a good person. As soon as he said this, both Guan Xilan and Huang Chen were taken aback, staring at him wide-eyed. "Why are you all looking at me? It's kind of scary. I didn't expect you, usually so carefree, to notice this." Huang Chen looked him up and down, as if seeing Su Dahai for the first time. I call this disguise. How could I let others see my true self? Since that's the case, I'll give you a task. Accompany this Snow Wolf-based person around Ning City, see what he encounters and who he interacts with. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Su Dahai cheerfully accepted the order and left. Time quickly passed to half a month later. With a loud bang, people were horrified to discover that the ground was actually expanding, and at a rapid pace. Countless buildings collapsed swiftly under the strain of this expansion. The mutated creatures hidden in every corner began to roar. In an instant, the entire Ning City was thrown into chaos. Huang Chen silently observed this scene, his mood unchanged. The expansion of the world was an inevitable trend. Only a sufficiently powerful planet could support so many mutated creatures, could open pathways to connect with other worlds, and could create the grand scene of the later competition among myriad races. If it were the original Blue Star, a single move from a king-level being would likely erase the entire Blue Star from existence. However, from another perspective, such a weak Blue Star probably couldn't give birth to such powerful lifeforms as king-level beings. The second wave of Beast Tide should be coming soon. Once the Beast Tide ends, it will be time to head to the capital. Ning City is too small to nurture strong individuals. Huang Chen lowered his eyes and then called for Guan Xilan. "How far has your mecha been upgraded?" "I'm just 10% away from reaching the limit, probably needing about 10 more days. 10 days isn't too slow. How's the acquisition of those materials going?" "We've acquired 500 portions of blood essence, 68 portions of licorice fruit, and 31 portions of unicorn fruit. As for golden water, we haven't seen any yet." Golden water is a mid-tier material and is not commonly found. Even if it does appear, it won't be sold. Huang Chen happens to know a dungeon that produces golden water abundantly, he just needs to make a trip there. There's one more thing, President. You asked me to prepare for the Research Institute earlier, and the general direction has been determined, but we're lacking experimental equipment. I'm not sure how to resolve this? Huan Xilan asked curiously. Most of the equipment has lost its effectiveness. She doesn't even have tools to observe insects, let alone conduct experiments. As for Jiang Yang's success, it can only be described as a coincidence, and it's basically impossible to replicate. Experimental equipment. Leave that to me. With 2 more tasks added, Huang Chen began to get busy again. The first issue to tackle was the golden water. Following his memory, he searched for 2 days before finally locating that dungeon. Current location, other sea, outskirts, area, interior, difficulty, hard, description, an ocean polluted by dumped nuclear waste, which underwent even more terrifying mutations after coming into contact with the power of a certain evil god. Killing and being killed is the only eternal truth here. A strong stench accompanied the crashing waves. Huang Chen looked around. The black ocean was churning continuously, mixed with some useless-looking equipment and the corpses of various marine creatures. Suddenly, a fish with a gigantic eye on its forehead burst out of the water, biting into the corpse of a dead whale and tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Terrifyingly, the whale was not a normal whale. Its originally smooth body was now covered in dense tentacles. So, why does golden water exist in this place? After preparing himself mentally on the shore, Huang Chen leaped into the water and dove to the bottom. In an instant, various smells overwhelmed him, making him dizzy. At the same time, the surrounding mutated marine creatures seemed to catch the scent of blood and surged towards him frantically. Just a short distance away, a strange octopus covered in white bones and translucent in color appeared before him. From a distance, it looked like a pile of bones floating in the water. Huang Chen was about to activate his detection eye when he realized it was ineffective here. Even a mere projection of power exceeds the range that the detection eye can observe. This place is indeed not good. He took out the blood-red serrated blade and swung it. The blade struggled through the water, slicing the white-boned octopus in half. Staring at the shattered corpse, Huang Chen's heart sank. Based on his experience, that white-boned octopus was at most a first-tier elite monster. On land, he could easily crush it without effort. But in the ocean, his strength was severely diminished, and the power of that strike was more than enough to deal with a second-tier creature. Just as he was lost in thought, dozens of oddly shaped creatures suddenly swam over, and in just a few moments, they devoured the white-boned octopus completely. 2 crab-like creatures even started fighting over the remains. The surrounding creatures kept circling. Once they noticed one side was at a disadvantage, they rushed over to finish it off. The outcome was clear: neither of the crabs survived in the end. No wonder this is a hard-level dungeon. Ordinary second-tier mechs can't survive in this environment at all. Huang Chen became extremely cautious and swam deeper into the ocean. That area was the most severely polluted part of the other sea and also the place rich in golden water. You have entered the core area. Please proceed with caution. A prompt flashed before him, indicating that Huang Chen had arrived at the very core of the other sea. He continued to dive deeper, and before him appeared large iron barrels adorned with skulls. At that moment, a trickle of green liquid was seeping out from the barrels, only to be consumed by the marine creatures swimming by. The number of barrels was initially small, but as he delved further, more and more barrels appeared, as if they were meant to fill the entire seabed. Finally, after climbing over a small hill made of stacked nuclear waste barrels, Huang Chen saw a giant seashell, its size comparable to a basketball court, lying on the ground. Upon sensing the presence of other creatures, the seashell opened its eyes immediately. In an instant, hundreds of gazes fell upon Huang Chen. Even he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine under the weight of so many eyes. Suddenly, a long tentacle shot out from the shell, swiftly attacking Huang Chen. He sidestepped, and the tentacle brushed against his body before crashing heavily onto the iron barrel beneath his feet. Dozens of barrels were instantly crushed, green substances spilling out rapidly, spreading through the nearby waters. Looks like I need to end this quickly, or these pollutants could be deadly. If it weren't for the previous toxin resistance enhancement of his mech, Huang Chen wouldn't dare to come here. After all, his physical body was still quite fragile, and those pollutants were no joke. They could even bypass the mech's defenses and invade internally. Only with the relevant enhancements could he barely resist the toxin's intrusion. Another tentacle shot out from the green waters, followed by a second and a third. Soon, the area was filled with the tentacles of the mutated seashell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tentacles lashed out at Huang Chen like long whips, powerful and swift. Huang Chen didn't sit idly by. He raised his blood-red serrated weapon to counterattack. With each swing, he could sever a tentacle. But the mutated seashell's recovery speed was beyond imagination. In the next moment, a brand new tentacle would sprout. After continuously severing dozens of tentacles, Huang Chen realized that to truly deal with this mutated seashell, he had to target its main body. However, with so many tentacles blocking his way, and lacking suitable deep-sea modules, it was exhausting just to move, let alone kill it. Suddenly, an idea struck Huang Chen. Since he couldn't fight here, he would change locations. Activating his shadow concealment, he slipped into the shadow space. In an instant, the world turned gray and white, and his body continued to descend. There were no living beings in the shadow space, so Huang Chen could only rely on his rough memory to locate the mutated seashell's body. Fortunately, there were many large iron barrels nearby, scattered like signposts, guiding Huang Chen to the right spot. This should be the place. Hovering above a clearing, Huang Chen activated his ultimate state, raised his blood-red serrated weapon, and struck downwards with force. The shadow concealment closed, and the mutated seashell appeared before him. Looking at the enemy that had suddenly appeared above it, the hundreds of eyes of the mutated seashell filled with panic. It couldn't comprehend how an enemy could suddenly materialize right above it. Then, the blood-red serrated weapon shattered the hard shell of the mutated seashell, exposing its soft flesh. Huang Chen swung his fists, smashing all the soft flesh to pieces. Kill the source of the plague, obtain fixed drops, shadow pearl, golden water. The shadow pearl appeared as a purple orb. This pearl was quite unique. With just 3 taps on its surface, it could activate recording mode. Experiments had shown that a shadow pearl could record all images within 3 days. Unless the shadow pearl was damaged, the images inside would never disappear, lasting longer than any cloud storage. After collecting these 2 rewards, Huang Chen spent 2,000 energy points to purchase 5 interdimensional passes, then cleared the dungeon 5 more times. Due to his familiarity, these 5 runs didn't take much time at all. With that, Huang Chen had 6 portions of golden water in his hands. Upon returning to the abandoned building, he took out the golden water along with the materials collected by Guanxilan, and also retrieved the basic version of the body enhancement formula. Generally speaking, the blueprints for potions are infinitely usable, and this one was no exception. 100 portions of flesh essence, 10 licorice fruits, 5 unicorn fruits, plus 2 portions of golden water, that should be enough. He placed all the materials on the blueprint, and with a flash of white light, a tube of red liquid appeared. Name: Basic Version Body Enhancement Potion. Quality: Excellent. Type: Item. Effect: A perfect body enhancement potion. Although it is a basic version, consuming it will still result in a significant improvement in physical quality. Unfortunately, a person can only consume it once. Picking up the red potion, Huang Chen removed the cork and drank it in one gulp. The potion was spicy, like drinking a mouthful of hot pot broth. In an instant, Huang Chen felt an indescribable surge of heat rapidly spreading throughout his body, from his chest to his limbs, and into every single cell. His body began to tremble slightly, as if countless electric currents were racing within him. Beneath his skin, millions of tiny electric snakes seemed to be writhing, bringing waves of tingling sensations. As time passed, this feeling gradually transformed into an intense burning sensation, like molten lava surging through his veins. A faint red glow began to emanate from the surface of Huang Chen's body, as if wrapped in some mysterious energy. Suddenly, his heartbeat quickened, each pulse seemed to be delivering a new life force throughout his body. A few minutes later, Huang Chen felt that his body had undergone a tremendous transformation. The once heavy body now felt incredibly light, and his muscles had become tighter and stronger, even the subtle veins were becoming more pronounced. Not only that, but his senses had also become extraordinarily sharp. He could clearly detect even the faintest footsteps from a distance, and his vision had greatly improved, allowing him to see every detail even in the dark. This was the power of the enhancement potion. Just the basic version, and there's such a significant change. It seems the enhancement effect of this formula is even better than I expected. Finding a towel, he casually wiped the sweat from his body and then used the blueprint to create 2 more tubes of enhancement potion, before calling Guanxilan and Su Dahai over. "Boss, what's up?" Su Dahai had a colorful mark on his face, not knowing when he had been injured. Guanxilan stood quietly to the side, her eyes filled with curiosity. She knew that Huang Chen usually wouldn't call both of them at the same time. If he did, it must be something important to discuss. Huang Chen pushed the enhancement potions in front of them. "One for each of you, drink it. It must be something good if the boss values it so much. I'll go first." Su Dahai, without a hint of doubt, picked up a tube and gulped it down. As soon as it entered his mouth, he immediately clutched his throat and began to cough and howl. Seeing this scene, Guanxilan was startled, her gaze becoming somewhat erratic. She didn't think Huang Chen would harm them. Firstly, there was no reason, and secondly, there was no need for poison. However, this potion was clearly not easy to drink, otherwise, Su Dahai wouldn't be acting like this. "Alright, stop acting. It's not that hot." If Huang Chen hadn't already drunk a tube, he might have been fooled by Su Dahai's performance. Just kidding, just kidding. Su Dahai lowered his arms and laughed. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, he received a slap from Guan Xilan. Next time you trick the president again, I won't be polite with you. Guan Xilan's face flushed as she warned him. Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply as she pointed at the wound on Su Dahai's face. The wound has healed. What wound has healed? Su Dahai instinctively reached for his face. The surface was smooth, and there was no pain, as if the original wound had vanished. This is a body enhancement serum. After drinking it, it can strengthen your physical qualities and also enhance your body's self-healing abilities. Huang Chen was not surprised. The enhancement serum provided comprehensive strengthening, including self-healing capabilities. Upon hearing Huang Chen's words, Su Dahai immediately started jogging. Even at a jog, his speed broke the world sprint record, and he zipped past the two like a gust of wind. After running 2 laps, he picked up a discarded floorboard nearby. This floorboard weighed about 540 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of 8 adults. Yet in Su Dahai's hands at that moment, it felt as light as a feather. I've become a superhero. Realizing his speed and strength were far beyond ordinary, Su Dahai shouted with joy. Seeing the enhancement serum's effects were so remarkable, Guan Xilan quickly drank a vial as well. Originally, her physique was very slender, not in a skinny way, but with a smaller bone structure. After drinking the enhancement serum, her figure became more proportionate, radiating a healthy beauty. Sensing the changes in her body, she couldn't help but smile. Alright, both of you have been enhanced. You will definitely find using the mechs much easier now. Next, follow me to a place. With the issue of the gold water temporarily resolved, it was time to address another matter: the research equipment that Guan Xilan needed. Ningxing did not have these items, and to obtain them, they would have to travel 200 kilometers away. In his past life, Huang Chen had only heard others mention it, knowing there was an underground research facility affected by the forces of disaster. After the disaster, most scientific items became unusable, but that underground research facility was different. The items inside were not only unaffected by the disaster's forces but had also improved in various aspects. With those research instruments, Guan Xilan could smoothly carry out her studies on insects. 200 kilometers was the distance before the disaster. Now Huang Chen had no idea how far it actually was and could only rely on his memory to find the way. Just as they were preparing to leave, Lizzie, who had been lingering in Ningxing, finally chose to say goodbye. Mr. Huang Chen, I heard you are planning to go to the capital? Before leaving, Lizzie asked. That's right, I do have that intention, Huang Chen replied coldly, eyeing the person before him with caution. What you may not know is that the capital is not like other places. To enter, you must first obtain a pass, and it's generally not easy for ordinary people to get one. Luckily, I have a way to help you get a blank one. When the time comes, I'll bring it to you, and you just need to sign it. Lizzie appeared to be looking out for Huang Chen. A pass? Huang Chen frowned. He hadn't heard of such a thing in his past life. Had the situation changed in this life? However, could Lizzie really be so kind? Alright, thank you very much, he chuckled, following Lizzie's lead. Then it's settled. The mountains are high and the roads are long. We'll see each other again. After sending off Lizzie, the three of them officially set off towards the underground research facility. 2 days later, they arrived at an abandoned small town. The town was not large, but after the terrain changes, it was filled with ruins, resembling a wasteland. As the three stepped in, the ground suddenly trembled. Some of the crumbling walls that had been barely holding on finally gave way with a crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a grotesque head emerged from the dust. Following that, hundreds of giant legs, as strong as steel, stretched out together. A mutated centipede? Huang Chen instinctively frowned. Centipedes were not classified as insects but belonged to the insect family. The term insect family is very broad, and theoretically, he could extract the genes from the centipede before him. But with such a large body, it wouldn't be easy to swallow it whole. Before he could think it through, a larger head suddenly appeared above the centipede's head and swallowed it in one bite. Huang Chen clearly saw the full appearance of that head. It was a snake. The sound of rustling filled the air, sharp and grating. When the dust finally settled, the three of them saw that, unbeknownst to them, their surroundings were now crowded with mutated snake monsters of all sizes. I heard there's a town outside Ning City called Snake Town, where every household makes a living by raising snakes. Could this be it? Su Dahai said, trembling. Although he knew that these mutated snakes weren't too strong, being suddenly surrounded by dozens of them would frighten anyone. Fortunately, he had encountered many mutated creatures during this time. If it had been at the beginning of the disaster, he would have probably been so scared he couldn't stand. It's fine, just think of them as materials for enhancement and you won't be afraid. Huang Chen took out the blood-red sawtooth and set his sights on the large snake that had bitten off the mutated centipede's head. Among all the snakes in front of him, this one was the largest and strongest. What a pity, although snakes are called long worms, they don't actually belong to the insect family. Otherwise, we could have had snake soup tonight. With this bold thought crossing his mind, Huang Chen lunged forward, directly attacking the mutated giant snake. The mutated giant snake seemed to sense the danger of the blood-red sawtooth and swung its tail like a long whip, striking quickly. Boom! Huang Chen didn't expect the mutated giant snake to react so quickly and was immediately sent flying by a tail swipe, the durability of his Dawn Mecha dropping by 2 points. Boss! President! Concerned voices rang out. I'm fine, you two deal with the other mutated snakes. Huang Chen bent his legs and pushed off, charging back towards the mutated giant snake. Perhaps due to the opponent's high strength, the eye of detection could only provide a vague piece of information, roughly deducing that this mutated giant snake was a Tier 3 creature. Considering the smaller ones following it, it was very likely a Tier 3 leader level. The tier represents potential and doesn't necessarily accurately represent strength. For example, a person might have a high tier, like Tier 4 or Tier 5, but if their attribute enhancement is only Tier 2, they can only deal with a Tier 2 opponent and can't even handle a Tier 3. Of course, most people enhance their attributes to the limit before leveling up, so generally, the tier can indeed be seen as a representation of strength. Huang Chen thought so much purely because the mutated giant snake in front of him was not weak. Once it advanced to Tier 4, its body would become even larger, turning into a python-like existence. If it advanced to Tier 6, it would grow horns on its forehead, transforming from a python into a flood dragon. If it broke through to above Tier 9, it would become a true dragon. Of course, that step was still very far away. It was too early to talk about it now. Seeing Huang Chen charge again, a flicker of anger flashed in the vertical pupils of the mutated giant snake. It was the king of this area. How could it tolerate a little bug coming to provoke it? With a powerful sweep of its tail, it stirred up a large cloud of smoke, heading straight for Huang Chen. This time, Huang Chen was not careless. He dodged and then stepped on the tail of the mutated giant snake, raising the blood-red sawtooth high and bringing it down heavily. He didn't know what material the snake's scales were made of, but the moment he struck, sparks flew. The scales of the mutated giant snake shattered, revealing chunks of white flesh underneath. Clearly, this strike had caused it significant damage. The injured mutated giant snake became even more frenzied, but Huang Chen merely smiled slightly. Anger could indeed bring power, but it could also cause one to lose composure, and this was true for the mutated giant snake as well. With his limit state activated, Huang Chen slipped into the shadow space. When he reappeared, he was right at the 7-inch mark of the mutated giant snake. He took out the gargoyle heart. A grayish-white beam of light shone down on the mutated giant snake, instantly freezing its movements. Then, Huang Chen raised the blood-red serrated blade and cut through at the 7-inch mark. Put! A massive wound appeared, and blood sprayed out like it was free, quickly dyeing the area a deep crimson. Kill the mutated Snake King. Gain: Great Beast Soul Stone *1, Large Blood Red Stone *1, Tough Snake, Beast, Skin *5, Non-Toxic Snake Fangs *2, Detoxifying Snake Gallbladder, Item *1. Although the non-toxic snake fangs have no venom, they can be used to enhance weapon attachments, increasing sharpness, making them a little treasure. The detoxifying snake gallbladder, as the name suggests, can neutralize some toxins. This is not aimed at the mechs but at the mech operators. Take the previous for example. If someone was contaminated inside, they could use the detoxifying snake gallbladder to cleanse it. After putting away the materials, Huang Chen quietly sat aside, watching Guan Xilan and Su Dahai fight. Guan Xilan was not suited for this kind of instant combat. Her mech abilities leaned more towards strategy. For instance, she could create a space filled with spores, and as soon as any living creature entered, it would be immediately parasitized and eventually drained of nutrients until death. Her abilities had proven effective against the blood corpses before. In contrast, Su Dahai's fighting style was rather straightforward. Rather than thinking about how to fight, he simply used his ability to manipulate earth to create a large hammer. When encountering enemies, he just swung the hammer wildly. Moreover, he also formed a layer of earth armor around himself. Generally, mutated creatures could not break through the defenses of the earth armor. Capable of both offense and defense, a person like him was undoubtedly a formidable weapon in battle. Before long, the two had dealt with all the remaining mutated snakes. After looking around, finding no signs of living people, the three took a moment to rest and then continued towards the underground research facility. Perhaps due to the increased living space, the number of mutated creatures encountered along the way had significantly decreased. But with every advantage comes a disadvantage. While there were fewer mutated creatures, the remaining ones were not weak. In several battles, Su Dahai's earth armor was repeatedly damaged, nearly exhausting the mech's original durability. This should be the place. Let's look around for any entrances. A week later, Huang Chen surveyed the small mountain before him, gradually merging with memories from his past life. Upon hearing this, Guan Xilan and Su Dahai immediately spread out to search for an entrance. After another 2 hours, Su Dahai's excited voice rang out. "I found it!" Huang Chen and Guan Xilan rushed over and indeed discovered a silver-white alloy door, currently hidden beneath a pile of weeds. "Everyone step back, I'll break it open." Signaling the two to move away, Huang Chen switched to the Titan Mech. After switching, the attributes remained the same as the original Dawn Mech, but the exclusive module changed from Extreme State to Titan. "Open for me." Raising the blood-red serrated blade, Huang Chen shouted loudly and swung down fiercely. The originally hard alloy door was immediately cut open by him, creating a massive gash. After 2 more swings, a wide triangular opening appeared. "Be extra careful once we go in, the dangers inside are much higher than outside." After repeated reminders, Huang Chen was the first to crawl through the opening. Guan Xilan and Su Dahai followed closely behind. The underground space was not dim, the walls were embedded with thumb-sized light bulbs. It was unclear what powered these bulbs, but they still emitted light even now. The top level housed the security room and some staff lounges. Following the signs, Huang Chen and the others headed straight down. "Boss, this elevator still works, how strange," Su Dahai exclaimed, pointing at a small display screen. After the apocalypse, even light bulbs had lost their effectiveness, let alone elevators. It was precisely because he hadn't used technological items for so long in his previous life that Huang Chen felt so clumsy with his phone upon his rebirth. On the other side, Su Dahai had already pressed the elevator button. A faint rumbling sound arose, followed by the elevator doors opening. "What the hell is this?" Su Dahai instinctively wanted to conjure a soil shield to protect himself, but there wasn't enough dirt here, he could only manage a thin layer. In the next moment, the almost paper-thin soil shield was easily shattered by a pair of large hands. His body slammed against the alloy wall behind him. Clatter! 7 or 8 monsters surged out of the elevator. They had human bodies, but another part of them was fused with various experimental instruments, looking incredibly bizarre. Seeing the appearance of these monsters, Huang Chen knew he was on the right track. Ordinary experimental instruments could still function if placed in the mustard seed space, but their performance was not comparable to here. Since he was going to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. It wasn't difficult to conquer this underground research facility. If he didn't act now, it would be a pity if someone else got there first. "President, can we make a move?" Guan Xilan asked in a low voice. She wasn't afraid of these monsters, but worried that if she used too much force, it would damage the instruments on them. "Don't worry, go all out. What you see is just the surface. What will explode later is the real treasure." With Huang Chen's assurance, Guan Xilan no longer held back, and tens of thousands of spores filled the entire space, then landed on those monsters. Soon, clusters of white mycelium began to grow on all the monsters. Then, the mycelium started to absorb the nutrients from the monsters. Suddenly, Guan Xilan frowned. The mycelium on those monsters began to slowly fall off. This wasn't the monsters shaking off the mycelium's attack, it was that there was no flesh and blood left for the mycelium to absorb, and their bodies were merely a collection of parts. Without energy to sustain them, the mycelium naturally fell away. At this moment, Su Dahai also regained his composure and stepped forward to block those monsters. However, the environment here was not like the surface. His strength was greatly suppressed, and he soon felt overwhelmed. Huang Chen wielded his blood-red serrated weapon and stepped forward to deal with all of them. "The boss is still amazing," Su Dahai hurriedly flattered. Huang Chen didn't joke with him but said solemnly, "Now you should understand the importance of the environment in battle, right?" Upon hearing this, Guan Xilan and Su Dahai both lowered their heads. "Let's start with Su Dahai. Your ability is to manipulate soil. Before entering, you could have conjured your equipment first, like the Earth Armor and the Great Earth Hammer, so you wouldn't find yourself in such an awkward situation. If you could explode spatial equipment, you could fill it with soil and just extract it when needed. Or you could delve a little deeper. Is soil really just soil? If you mixed in some steel sand, would your defensive capabilities be stronger, and your attack power higher? If you mixed in some gunpowder, could it achieve an explosive effect? Now, about Guan Xilan, the application of mech talent isn't fixed, it needs constant development. Is your ability strong? Perhaps in the early stages, it does have some advantages, but what will you do when those steel monsters, or even ghostly and elemental beings appear later? Black aspergillus and Hatzegomyces can even corrode magnesium alloys. You could cultivate fungi with different characteristics to adapt to various combat scenarios. This shouldn't be difficult for you. Huang Chen's voice echoed continuously in the vast underground research facility. What he said could already be considered top secret, an important key to truly stepping onto the path of the strong. Many people focus solely on strengthening their mechs and acquiring auxiliary modules, neglecting the cultivation of their mech talents. In reality, those who can become strong all have a deep understanding of their mech talents. In an instant, both of them felt a jolt in their hearts. Although it was just a few short sentences, it revealed a path belonging to the strong. Guan Xilan was particularly moved by this. She and Shu Hui were good friends, and she had heard from her about Huang Chen's previous experience of eating insects raw. Coupled with the abilities displayed by Huang Chen's mech, wasn't this precisely an application of mech talent? She was still pondering this when Su Dahai had already dashed out excitedly. In no time, he came running back down, clad in a suit of earthen armor and wielding a massive hammer. However, the giant hammer in his hand seemed different from usual, as it had some protruding sharp objects on it. Overall, it didn't look like a hammer but rather like a mace. I embedded some iron pieces that I found earlier into it, using my mech talent to fuse them together, and it turned into this, Su Dahai explained, trying to swing it a few times. A gust of fierce wind rushed towards them, making one feel a sense of dread. Not bad, not bad. Looks like your brain is quite clever, huh? Alright, remember what I said. Don't tell anyone else in advance, let's keep going. Perhaps due to the need to transport large equipment, the elevator was very spacious, easily accommodating a mech. After picking up the fallen items, Huang Chen and Guan Xilan both released their mech forms and moved to the back of the elevator, while Su Dahai acted as a guard, standing in front of them. Fortunately, the scenario of being ambushed did not continue, and the three of them arrived at the underground level smoothly. Unlike the upper levels, the lighting at the bottom was very dim, and in the corners, there were often piles of what looked like muscle tissue. Su Dahai, mustering his courage, tried to poke at one. The muscle tissue ruptured, oozing out a mass of unknown pus. Huang Chen frowned slightly at the sight. In his previous life, he had only heard about this place and had never actually been here, so everything before him was unknown. To be safe, he could only slow down the pace of exploration. Not long after the three left, and I suddenly grew on that pile of muscle tissue, staring intently in the direction Huang Chen and the others had gone. Boss, why do I always feel like I'm being watched? Su Dahai suddenly said as they walked. Huang Chen did not respond. His perception was stronger than Su Dahai's, and he had already sensed that something was monitoring them. Be careful, Guan Xilan shouted without warning. In an instant, a red beam of light shot out from the wall beside them, descending towards Su Dahai's head. Su Dahai immediately reacted, and the earthen armor on him quickly transformed into a shield, blocking above his head. Sizzle! The red beam easily sliced through the earthen shield, and it looked like it was about to hit his head. With a loud bang, a shadow flew out from the wall. Huang Chen lowered his fist, his gaze sharp. The shadow he had just sent flying had now vanished. Of course, it wasn't that he had dispersed it, rather, the moment that shadow made contact with the wall, it was absorbed into it. Thinking back to how the shadow had also launched an attack from the wall, Huang Chen had some suspicions. Don't get close to the walls. I suspect the entire underground research facility is a monster. Or rather, a monster has already taken control of this area. This type of monster was not uncommon. The vines that had attacked him in the botanical garden were representative of such creatures. However, this one seemed even more bizarre. Upon hearing Huang Chen's warning, Su Dahai immediately distanced himself from the wall, and Guan Xilan moved closer to Huang Chen. The next moment, 3 more shadows emerged from the wall, bursting forth as if breaking through a membrane, rushing out in an instant. They wielded laser swords that emitted waves of terrifying high temperatures. The thing that just attacked Su Dahai was this creature, with considerable attack power capable of easily piercing through his earth shield defense. The shadow appeared to be a robot covered in a layer of bionic skin. Although it didn't look as terrifying as a blood corpse, the uncanny valley effect still lingered in everyone's hearts. This time, the 3 reacted in time and managed to eliminate it. The bionic robot's body was quite fragile, comparable to a first-level blood corpse. The only thing to watch out for was the laser swords in their hands. Aside from Huang Chen, who could withstand them, the other 2 couldn't take more than a few hits before their mech's durability would hit 0. Strange, why is there no kill notification? Su Dahai wondered, looking down at the ground, where the bodies of the bionic robots seemed to merge back into the earth. In a matter of seconds, 6 shadows emerged from the ground, each still wielding a laser sword. It seems that unless we deal with the big boss behind the scenes, these bionic robots won't disappear. Let's see if there are any entrances or strange places around, Huang Chen said, slicing through 6 bionic robots with a single strike before quickly starting to search. Su Dahai and Guan Xilan also split up to look for clues. Soon, Huang Chen discovered an empty room. There was nothing else in the room, just a rather strange-looking machine. He felt suspicious and secretly activated his detection eye. Name? Level? Danger level, extremely high. As he expected, the machine before him was indeed a monster formed under the influence of disaster power. He pretended not to notice and moved forward to strike it. Unexpectedly, the machine monster was even more alert than he was and began to transform immediately. In the blink of an eye, a strange creature resembling a transformer appeared. The only difference was that this one was not a true mechanical body. Its abdomen was embedded with human faces, like a belt, encircling it. Test subject, test subject, test subject. Suddenly, all the faces twisted in unison, their eyes wide open, staring intently at Huang Chen. As the machine monster continued to murmur, one bionic robot after another crawled out from the walls, rushing towards Huang Chen. Huang Chen glanced at them, ignoring the minions, and charged straight for the machine monster in the center of the room. The machine monster let out a sharp, explosive sound, shaking the entire underground research facility. However, after it finished its shout, it suddenly realized that it had lost track of Huang Chen. In the shadow space, Huang Chen's footsteps finally stopped. He saw that the originally gray-white space had faintly revealed the machine monster's ghostly silhouette. However, this silhouette was indistinct, appearing and disappearing. This situation never happened before. There are perhaps two possibilities. One is that the machine monster's body is mostly mechanical, allowing it to be captured by the shadow space. The other is that after the mech enhancement, even lifeforms can manifest. Huang Chen hoped it was the latter, but he would have to wait until he left the research facility to experiment. Since he already had a target, he no longer hesitated, approaching the wound on the machine monster's head, revealing his form, and bringing down a blood-red serrated blade. This strike was swift and fierce, directly severing the machine monster's body in half. Just as Huang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly felt a numbness in his hand. A powerful electric current surged out from within the machine monster, coursing chaotically through him. The laser swords of the other bionic robots were about to strike him, and Huang Chen suddenly had an idea. With a thought, a pitch-black seed grenade appeared in his hand. Boom! The seed grenade exploded, sending Huang Chen flying. The mech's durability decreased by 3 points, while the machine monster, first cut in half by his strike, although it didn't trigger a bleeding effect, had its internal operations interrupted. Coupled with this explosion, it clearly no longer had the ability to continue fighting and could only roll back and forth on the ground. Huang Chen stepped forward and ended its life with a single strike. Kill leader, Machine Fusion Entity, Tier 4, Rewards, Energy Core, Rechargeable, *5, Ion Lightsaber Blueprint *1, Mini Laboratory, Blueprint, *1. The energy core is about the size of a button battery and can release immense energy. Once depleted, it can be recharged in various ways, such as solar energy or potential energy. Even if left still, it can achieve self-recharging based on the magnetic field movement between planets. This drop is indeed impressive, but compared to the next two, it pales in comparison. Blueprint name, Ion Lightsaber quality, excellent type, Blueprint effect, binds plasma into the shape of a sword through a strong magnetic field, with boundless power. Required materials, Energy Core *1, Phantom Steel *2, Core Magnet *5, Tough Beast Hide *1. If Huang Chen guessed correctly, this Ion Lightsaber is the laser sword used by those bionic robots. Phantom Steel and Core Magnets can be found in some dungeons, not hard to locate. The only thing missing is the Energy Core, which is not easy to obtain. The Ion Lightsaber blueprint can be reused, meaning he can create 5 Ion Lightsabers. Moreover, the damage of this sword is incredibly strong. Even at Tier 3, it won't fall behind. Putting away the Ion Lightsaber blueprint, Huang Chen couldn't contain his excitement and opened the last drop. There are 2 types of blueprints, general blueprints and building blueprints. General blueprints include various weapons, auxiliary modules, or items. Building blueprints, as the name suggests, are blueprints for constructing buildings. For example, a standard quality single-person cabin blueprint, or something high-end like this. Blueprint name, Mini Laboratory Quality, Epic Type, Blueprint Effect. When unfolded, it provides a 10M*10M mini laboratory equipped with basic experimental equipment. Required materials, nanocarbon fiber *100, superalloy *150, phantom glass *70, energy crystal *50, tier 1 liquid metal *50. Seeing the required materials above, he couldn't help but smile wryly. These materials are not hard to find, as they are distributed across various dungeons. However, gathering them all will likely take some time. At this moment, Guan Xilan and Su Dehai hurried over. We encountered a monster attack in another room as well, but fortunately, they weren't very strong and we've dealt with them. The equipment we dropped is enough for me to complete the most basic research work, Guan Xilan reported. Just as Huang Chen was about to speak, a chime suddenly rang in his ear. 3 days later, the first wave of Beast Tide will arrive. Please prepare everyone. Time until Beast Tide arrives, 71 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. The appearance of the Beast Tide surprised Guan Xilan and Su Dehai, but Huang Chen had anticipated it, showing little surprise on his face, instead wearing a hint of delight. What a coincidence, Perhaps I can gather most of the materials I need during this beast tide. The beast tide is both an opportunity and a challenge. Of course, for the strong, it is an opportunity. For the weak, it is a challenge. With only 3 days, it would be difficult for Huang Chen to return, unless he continuously activated void concealment and entered shadow form. Moreover, even if he could make it back, Guan Xilan and Su Dahai would be left far behind. Guan Xilan instantly realized this issue and opened her mouth to speak. This beast tide has given them even less preparation time, only 3 days. Furthermore, after the terrain changes, they are at least 2,000 kilometers away from Ning City. Even with non-stop travel, it would take 2 days and 2 nights. If they encounter any mutated creatures along the way, it would be impossible to return in time. Huang Chen chuckled. I am the president of the Dawn Association, but I am not their babysitter. Some storms they must face on their own. This time, I rushed back to help them through the beast tide. But what about next time? If there is a second beast tide, there will be a third, and perhaps even more in the future. I can't always protect them, can I? At this point, Huang Chen's expression turned stern. If they can't withstand even one wave of beast tide, then it's better for them to disappear sooner rather than later. Since Huang Chen had made his decision, the two naturally had no objections. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the Snow Wolf base, in the leader's office, Lizzie lowered his head, fear evident in his eyes. Before him stood the leader of the Snow Wolf base, Fan Rizhong, known as the Snow Wolf. Fan Rizhong was originally a well-known figure in the underworld of the capital, nicknamed Blood Wolf. After the Great Disaster, he felt that the name Blood Wolf was unappealing, so he changed it to Snow Wolf and quickly gathered a large group of followers to establish the Snow Wolf base. Now, the Snow Wolf base had developed into one of the 7 major forces in the capital, its power not to be underestimated. From what you say, that Huang Chen is indeed a talent. Does he think our Snow Wolf base is too small to accommodate such a great Buddha? Fan Rizhong spoke lightly, as if to himself. What great Buddha? He can only be considered a grassroots deity. With a leader present, no matter how capable he is, he won't be able to make a move, Lizzie flattered, his body trembling slightly. This person before him was someone he could not provoke, both before and after the apocalypse. It was only natural to be afraid. Leader, I see that Guy's strength is not weak. If we can bring him in, our Snow Wolf's power will definitely increase significantly. So I want to use that thing to bind him. Seeing that Fan Rizhong's expression was still stable, Lizzie continued. Upon hearing about that thing, Fan Rizhong clicked his tongue twice, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. This was not directed at Lizzie, but rather a recollection of a recent instance in a dungeon. He had thought it would be a simple dungeon, but in the end, all his subordinates perished, and he barely managed to clear it, returning with only a small life. The rewards for clearing the dungeon were not extravagant, just a brand new piece of white paper. The only difference from plain white paper was that it had intricate patterns on it, giving one a feeling of being drawn into it. This paper was called the Demon's Contract. Once the contract was established, all participants had to abide by its rules. After a long silence, he suddenly laughed, turning to walk straight to a safe. After fiddling with it casually, there was a click, and the safe opened. Lizzie wanted to see what was inside the safe, but out of fear, he ultimately did not have the courage to look up. It wasn't long before Fan Rizhong returned to Lizzie with a piece of white paper, placing a hand on his shoulder and speaking gently, "This is what you wanted. Go, and make sure to bring him back to me, understand?" Understood, understood. I will definitely bring him back for you. Lizzie's heart raced with excitement. The reason he had deceived Huang Chen into thinking he needed a pass was actually for this demon's contract in his hand. Once Huang Chen signed his name on it, he would be able to control him through the contract. At that time, he would leap to become the ruler of Ning City. As for the capital, he would have to be crazy to return. Rather than being a subordinate to Fan Rizhong here, it would be better to be a local emperor in Ning City. After all, after the third mutation, the distance would increase, and Ning City was at least 7 or 8,000 kilometers away from the capital. With such a distance, Fan Rizhong would not be able to send someone to trouble him. After all, with fewer people coming, they would not be able to defeat Huang Chen and his subordinates. If more people came, the other 6 major forces would not let the significantly weakened Snow Wolf base off the hook. Not only could he break free from Fan Rizhong's control, but he could also subdue a powerhouse like Huang Chen, all while secretly controlling the entire Ning City. This was truly a case of achieving 3 goals with one action. Before the second wave of beast tide arrived, most people's mechas had already reached the second tier. Coupled with the experience gained from the first wave, they managed to fend off the beasts relatively easily, suffering minimal losses. At this moment, Huang Chen, who had returned to Dawn, was unaware that he had been schemed against. He was busy gathering materials. Before long, 5 ion light swords appeared before him. In their inactive state, the ion light swords looked similar to electric batons. Once activated, the tips would immediately emit constrained plasma. Of the 5 swords, Wan Xilan took one, while Chu Jiajin and Chu Hui each took one. The remaining 2 were initially intended for Su Dahai and Li Miexing, as both were considered core members of Dawn. However, Su Dahai stated that he was comfortable using his earth hammer and didn't need to switch weapons, also worrying that the ion light sword might accidentally injure him, so he chose to forego it. Li Miexing, on the other hand, needed to focus on logistics and wouldn't have many opportunities to use it, so keeping the ion light sword would be a loss for him. Since both of them declined, Huang Qin had no choice but to store them in the guild warehouse, pricing them at 10,000 contribution points. Currently, the contribution points of the first-tier members were around 8 to 9,000. With some effort, they could obtain the ion light sword within a week. However, Huang Qin still underestimated the allure of the ion light sword for this group. In no time, everyone in Dawn seemed to go mad, searching everywhere for monsters and dungeons to gain contributions. In just 3 days, someone managed to gather 10,000 contribution points and exchanged them for the light sword. The person was Yen Miao, around 23 years old, with a relatively handsome appearance, resembling a bespectacled academic overachiever. When his mecha unfolded, it resembled a combination of a tiger and a bear, exuding a fierce aura. According to Yen Miao, on the day of the great catastrophe, he took a sip of alcohol and awakened this mecha. As for the alcohol's ingredients, they were tiger whip, bear bones, and various other materials. Hearing Yen Miao's account, Huang Chen's expression turned strange. If he remembered correctly, the first war general under An Honghai in his past life was also named Yen Miao. Despite knowing Yen Miao's identity, Huang Chen chose not to say much. In fact, Dawn had already established a comprehensive reward and punishment system. As long as Yen Miao had the ability, he wouldn't have to worry about standing out. Moreover, with such a powerful mecha, it would be impossible for him to keep a low profile. Yen Miao happily left with the ion light sword, which made many envious. After some thought, Huang Chen cleared several more dungeons in the abyss and farmed some basic body enhancement potions. Each potion required 8,000 contribution points. Initially, very few people exchanged for them, as they were unsure of the effects of these enhancement potions. But once the first person did, the second and third followed suit, and soon the entire Dawn knew of the power of the body enhancement potions. The ability to transform from an ordinary person into someone more formidable than a special forces king made these potions worth selling everything to obtain. People eagerly contributed materials to gain contribution points, which they then used to exchange for body enhancement potions. In the blink of an eye, all the enhancement potions were exchanged clean. With no choice left, Huang Chen had to continue farming dungeons. Although it was a bit tiring, he still reaped some rewards. Since exchanging for body enhancement potions required contribution points, and contribution points could only be earned through tasks or by submitting materials, many people who couldn't find tasks began to pull out their treasured materials for exchange. As a result, not only did the collection of enhancement materials for Dawn's mechas increase significantly, but they also gathered more than half of the materials needed to construct a microlaboratory. After exchanging for 7 consecutive days, the grand event finally came to an end when the contribution points of the first-tier members were completely exhausted. While everyone was immersed in joy, Huang Chen calmed down and quietly contemplated on his own. The situation in Ningcheng has generally stabilized. After the deaths of An Honghai and Jiang Yang, Fenua has completely lost its upper-level power, with the remaining individuals joining the University Alliance, Ningcheng base, and their own Dawn base. As for the Star Association, he overestimated that group of rabble. After losing the president Shirong, the remaining vice presidents fought for power, effectively dismantling the Star Association. Most of the presidents chose to align with the 3 remaining major forces, leaving only a few rebels still huddling together for warmth. Thus, the situation in Ningcheng became quite clear. Only the University Alliance, Ningcheng base, and Dawn base remained as the 3 major forces. Although the system and leaders of the University Alliance are somewhat decayed, most of its members are young people who will gradually gain absolute power within the alliance, becoming a force to be reckoned with. The Ningcheng base represents the official side. The mutations have gradually stabilized, and the domestic chat channels are about to be opened. Once they can connect with the outside world, the strength of the Ningcheng base will rise rapidly. Moreover, after the disappearance of Fenua and the Star Association, the vast majority of people have been absorbed by the Ningcheng base. In terms of numbers, the Ningcheng base is stronger than the current Dawn base. There's not much to say about the Dawn base. After screening, the remaining people, while not absolutely reliable, are still usable. With the old hand Chu Jiajing and the professional manager Luo Shopping, maintaining the operation of the entire base is not a problem at all. On the contrary, the biggest issue for Dawn lies within itself. As long as it doesn't collapse, Dawn will be fine. Once any problem arises, Dawn will immediately fall apart. Considering the forces in Ningcheng, Huang Chen gazed into the distance towards the capital. Compared to a small place like Ningxing, the struggles in the capital are much fiercer, not only between humans and mutated creatures but also among humans themselves. He originally planned to wait until things stabilized in Ningxing before heading to the capital to grow stronger. But now, he has another idea. The waters in the capital are very deep. My current strength is not safe enough to go there. It's better to first look for another end stone. Once I obtain that end stone, it won't be too late to go to the capital. However, to go to Beijing, I need at least a tier 4 mech. The Dawn mech, while strong, is currently only tier 2. Thinking of this, Huang Chen opened the attribute panel of the Dawn mech. Name, Dawn mech. Level, Tier 2, Strength, 123/150, Defense, 112/150, Agility, 115/150, Mystery, 2 out of 150, Exclusive Modules, Extreme State, Void Concealment, Extreme State. When activated, all major attributes increase by 50%. Completing mech advancement can increase duration and magnitude of the boost. Void Concealment, when activated, enter a shadow space that cannot be perceived by the real world. Completing mech advancement can extend the time spent in the shadow space. From the attributes alone, the Dawn mech has already reached the standards of a tier 4 mech, but Huang Chen still feels it's not secure enough. Beijing is already far from Ningxing, let alone now. The journey is long and fraught with danger. Traversing the wilderness without sufficient strength is tantamount to seeking death. Therefore, my next goal is to upgrade the Dawn mech to tier 3, then go to Beijing to find another end stone, and only then head to the capital. After clarifying his thoughts, Huang Chen no longer hesitated and immediately began acquiring inter-world passes, preparing to grind dungeons. Dungeon is about to start. Welcome to the other world. Current location, Green Hell. Area, outskirts. Difficulty, normal. Description, vegetation grows wildly, branches and leaves are dense, all traces of civilization are covered by green. Here, you can only experience the desolation of being alone and the fear of being insignificant. Huang Chen's gaze was fixed on the prompt text that appeared before him. From the description, it was clear that there were likely many trees in this instance, and the last sentence was particularly noteworthy. The desolation of being alone is understandable. After all, it's a single-player instance. But what does the fear of being insignificant mean? He found it somewhat puzzling. He had not experienced this instance in his previous life, so he was unsure of what lay within. The reason he chose this one was that it was relatively close to dawn, prompting him to enter early to investigate the situation. Task details. Task 1. Complete the illustrated guide. Easy. Task objective. Obtain the illustrated guide, which can record giant insects, plant spores, and other encounters along the way. Please collect enough biological samples within the allotted time. Task 2. Protect the equipment. Medium. Task objective. Deep in the jungle, there is a machine that can be activated for charging. During the charging period, various creatures will come to attack. Defend against wave after wave of attacks until the charging is complete. If the machine is destroyed, it will be considered a failure. Task 3. Kill the guardian spirit. Hard. Task objective. Venture into the heart of the forest, the birthplace of all creatures, where the guardian spirit resides. Kill the guardian spirit to complete the task. A few lines of small text flashed before him. The tasks within the instance could be accepted or ignored. While accepting them consumed some time, the rewards were decent. Players like Huang Chen, who were familiar with the instance processes, generally ignored these tasks. Just like in the previous Plague Battlefield and the other sea, he had gone straight for the main boss. But this time was different. Facing an instance he had never seen before, Huang Chen prepared to gradually uncover its truths. He accepted all 3 tasks, and not long after, a stone pillar over 2 meters tall appeared before him. On top of the pillar was something resembling a book. According to the instance prompt, that was the illustrated guide required for the first task. However, to obtain this illustrated guide, he first had to defeat the mutated wolf pack in front of him. They were larger than ordinary wolves, comparable to North American gray wolves. An adult North American gray wolf can reach up to 2 meters in length, making it the largest canine on Blue Star before mutation. Of course, this largest only referred to natural categories, as some laboratory creations did not fall into this. Unlike ordinary wolves, these mutated wild wolves were covered in flowers of various colors. Only their heads showed a ring of eyes, along with a mouth full of interlocking fangs. They looked somewhat like a combination of beauty and violence. Upon noticing an intruder, they crossed their front paws and yawned slightly, as if they didn't regard Huang Chen at all. But Huang Chen noticed that 3 mutated wild wolves were quietly circling behind him. Watching their movements, he suddenly recalled a saying, "The front wolves feign sleep to lure the enemy." The wolves in front were meant to make him lower his guard, while those behind were the real threat. "A bunch of beasts, playing tricks on me," Huang Chen said, raising his blood-red serrated blade, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, his figure seemed to vanish like a ghost, appearing behind one of the mutated wild wolves. He swung his blade down, and instead of blood, a stream of green liquid splattered out, resembling some kind of plant sap. After dispatching one, he twisted his foot and reappeared behind another. The entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, like art. If someone from his previous life had seen this scene, they would surely exclaim mecha combat technique. The mecha combat technique is a high-level skill that utilizes mechas to perform various combat techniques. The reason he hadn't used it earlier was that the mecha's attributes couldn't keep up with his reaction speed, and it was unnecessary against those weaklings. The mutated wild wolf in front of him was quite powerful, and with so many of them around, it was perfect for familiarizing himself with mecha combat techniques. In the blink of an eye, Huang Chen had already dealt with 4 mutated wild wolves. The 3 mutated wild wolves that had surrounded him roared and charged at him. With a flash of his blade, all the mutated wild wolves were decapitated, falling to the ground with a thud. Kill the grass wolf, gain edible grass seeds *5. 10 grass wolves contributed 55 portions of edible grass seeds to Huang Chen, and nothing else. Fortunately, his goal wasn't these low-level creatures. Upon obtaining the so-called illustrated guide, information related to the grass wolf immediately appeared. So, as long as I encounter it, it gets recorded in the guide? Putting away the guide, Huang Chen continued deeper into the jungle. After walking a distance, a sudden alarm blared in his mind. He had no time to think, quickly retreating. In an instant, a cold light swept through the spot where he had just stood. "This is a mantis." Huang Chen was startled, looking at the monster before him. The largest mantis on Blue Star was only about 15 to 20 centimeters long, but this one was over 4 meters long, with its pair of broad sides taking up more than half its size. It had just launched an attack from its hiding place among the dense leaves. If he hadn't dodged quickly, that strike could have easily taken away 10 points of durability. However, he gazed at the giant mantis with some envy. If he could eat such a large mantis, he might be able to create a new type of mecha. With that thought, Huang Chen once again employed mecha combat techniques, aiming to rush behind the giant mantis. He didn't want to face such a large mantis head-on. Those giant sides were no joke. To his surprise, while he was fast, the giant mantis was even faster. It twisted its body and swung its massive scythe at Huang Chen again. They say the mantis catches the cicada, while the oriole is behind, but the oriole is also within the mantis's hunting range. Just from this, one could see its lethality. Faced with such a formidable mantis, Huang Chen felt not fear but excitement. The stronger the mantis, the stronger the mecha he could create, right? With that in mind, he flickered and vanished from his spot. In the shadow space, the outline of the giant mantis faintly emerged. After multiple experiments, Huang Chen discovered that even biological entities could be roughly outlined in the shadow space. He quickly appeared at the giant mantis's neck and struck down fiercely. The giant mantis was covered in green armor, with this area being relatively less defended. Whoosh! Huang Chen reappeared, slashing at the mantis's slender neck. The strike was without any mishap, directly severing the connection between its head and body. As he watched the sides fall to the ground, Huang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, the sides that had already fallen suddenly sprang back up, striking his mecha solidly. Clang! The durability of the Dawn mecha instantly dropped by 15 points. Seeing such destructive power, Huang Chen's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected it to be 5 points higher than he had estimated, and this was in a head-severed state. Huang Chen suddenly remembered that mantises actually have 2 nervous systems, one in the head and one in the body. They operate independently, so even if one control system is lost, they can still live. It was likely that the mutation had enhanced its abilities, allowing it to attack even after its head and body were separated. "This is ridiculous," Huang Chen muttered, swinging his blade to sever the pair of large scythes from its body. "Let's see what you can do now." Sure enough, the massive scythes, now devoid of nervous system control, immediately drooped and lost all offensive capability. Collecting such a large mantis entirely was certainly unrealistic, so Huang Chen simply stuffed the head into a small nurturing pouch. Kill the giant mantis and obtain giant mantis blueprint *1. The kill notification popped up, and at the same time, the encyclopedia began to tremble slightly, followed by a line of small text appearing. Giant mantis, omnivorous, accustomed to hiding in the shadows to launch surprise attacks. This was some information about the giant mantis. Huang Chen glanced at it a couple of times before looking back at the blueprint that had just dropped. This was a one-time use auxiliary module blueprint. After use, it could create an upper limb auxiliary module resembling the shape of a giant sickle, with decent attribute bonuses. Huang Chen had no need for it, so he casually tossed it into his small parenting bag, planning to put it in the guild warehouse after leaving the dungeon. If it weren't for the inability to access the guild warehouse inside the dungeon, he would have insisted on stuffing that giant mantis inside. Next, Huang Chen encountered quite a few giant insect creatures. For example, watermelon bugs the size of tanks, firefly larvae the size of buses. There were also giant millipedes with hundreds of legs, living off sap, but capable of spraying high-temperature, highly acidic liquid from their abdomens. Besides these giant bugs, there were also numerous attacks from plants. Once those plant seeds landed on him, they would immediately drive their roots deep into the mech, then grow rapidly. If the mech weren't inanimate, without its protection, he would probably be drained of life by those terrifying plant seeds in an instant. Task 1. Complete the encyclopedia. Simple, completed task reward. Beginner's Biological Encyclopedia. Beginner's Biological Encyclopedia. This is a good item. The encyclopedia was considered a tool, divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. The beginner encyclopedia could encompass most level 4 and below creatures. Each time a creature was defeated, the encyclopedia would automatically record the name, habits, weaknesses, and even background information of the defeated creature. Moreover, information from different encyclopedias could be transferred and circulated among users. For example, if Huang Chen recorded the information of the giant mantis in his encyclopedia, another person with an encyclopedia could transfer that information over, and of course, they could also receive information from others. The only limitation was that low-level encyclopedias could transmit to high-level ones, but high-level encyclopedias could not transmit to low-level ones. In the later stages, biological encyclopedias were basically a must-have for everyone, and everyone exchanged information, just like before the disaster. Unfortunately, while other items could be enjoyed early, the encyclopedia became more convenient as time went on. Someone has to be the pioneer. Why can't it be me? Huang Chen chuckled and put away the encyclopedia. Task 1 was complete, and now it was time for Task 2. He had experienced quite a few defense-type dungeons in his past life, but it was his first time holding the fort alone. After careful consideration, he took out the will of the wild boar. A second-tier elite-level creature was still quite useful, just right for labor. Then, he took out the remaining seed grenades. After use, the seed grenades would plant a new mutated lipstick flower in place if the surrounding environment was suitable. There was no better place than here. After a bit of thought, he also made a batch of bone bombs. With that, he was finally prepared. Searching for a small path, a huge spherical machine soon appeared before him. Below the machine was a square platform with a large red button on top. Looks like this is the machine that needs to be charged. Huang Chen stepped forward and pressed the red button. In an instant, an invisible wave spread throughout the entire forest. Then, a magic circle rose from above the machine. That's right, this is the charging magic circle, but it looks a bit strange. Looking at the light purple magic circle above the machine, Huang Chen felt a flicker of doubt in his heart. This was something from the mysterious side. If he hadn't seen enough in his past life, he wouldn't recognize it now. The magic circle above looked like a charging magic circle, but it was different from an ordinary charging magic circle. All the energy converged together, not like charging, but rather like nurturing. There was no time for deep thought. The first batch of monsters had already arrived. Outside the machine, 5 giant snails, each over 3 meters tall and more than 5 meters long, opened their large mouths, revealing rows of dense teeth, rushing forward at high speed. Their speed was not slow at all, comparable to cars on a highway, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared right in front of him. Huang Chen easily dealt with them, dropping a pile of snail teeth. Although these teeth were also reinforced materials, they required special treatment to be used. Immediately after, another giant spider came running. After dealing with it again, a pile of earthworms appeared in front of him. At first, the number of attacking monsters was not large, and Huang Chen could handle them alone. But as time passed, the monsters in the forest seemed to go mad, desperately trying to destroy the machine. Moreover, most of the attackers were insect-like creatures. Under some kind of catalysis, their sizes had become enormous. It was only then that Huang Chen understood the meaning of that line in the instant's introduction. The once inconspicuous bug suddenly growing large was indeed quite terrifying. But Huang Chen was different. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt a bit excited. If Guan Xilan were here, she might have many new ideas. Summoning elite wild boars, Huang Chen began to throw seed grenades. Things went as he expected. After the seed grenades exploded, a dark object fell into the soil and quickly grew. In just a few minutes, a mutated lipstick flower, taller than a person, appeared in front of him. Soon, small green pellets emerged, quickly turning black and hard. Until they completely formed the shape of grenades, Huang Chen picked one and threw it far away. Boom! The explosion power of the grenade was not as great as before, but it could still knock over quite a few monsters. More importantly, those seed grenades, after exploding, actually formed another mutated lipstick flower. Layer upon layer, soon Huang Chen was surrounded by a dense mass of mutated lipstick flowers. I didn't expect the environment here to be so suitable. Since that's the case, I can focus on studying that strange magic array. The mutated lipstick flowers would automatically eject seed grenades for explosion, and since the first mutated lipstick flower was a drop from Huang Chen, the next generation of mutated lipstick flowers derived from it would not target him. This meant that as long as Huang Chen did not provoke these mutated lipstick flowers, he would not be attacked. Outside, the sounds of explosions roared, but inside, Huang Chen was focused on studying the magic array before him. After a long time, he finally discerned the mystery of this magic array and couldn't help but curse softly. The magic array could indeed absorb energy, but it was not solar or wind energy. It was the life force from other living beings. Even Huang Chen was one of the targets of energy absorption. Because of this, those creatures attacked so frantically. They might die from the attack, but they would definitely die if they did not attack. Choosing to attack this machine between certain death and possible death was quite normal. Moreover, all the absorbed energy was processed by the machine and finally converged together, seemingly waiting for some creature to absorb it. Suddenly, Huang Chen remembered the third task: kill the guardian spirit. Earlier, he thought the guardian spirit was a powerful being that existed to protect this dense forest. Now it seemed that this guardian spirit might be the real behind-the-scenes boss. After all, no one said that the guardian spirit had to be good. Realizing this, Huang Chen slowly calmed down. The machine continued to hum and operate, but he had no intention of turning it off. Such pure life energy could be absorbed by the guardian spirit, and he could absorb it too. Rather than destroy it now, it would be better to absorb it directly later. Understanding this, Huang Chen finally realized the terror of the third task. If I foolishly waited for the guardian spirit to absorb this massive energy, the difficulty of task 3 would not just be hard, but a nightmare or purgatory. I don't know how much time has passed, but seeing that massive life energy was about to take shape, Huang Chen directly stopped the machine and swallowed the energy. The energy felt almost intangible as it entered, like a fluffy cotton candy, with a hint of sweetness. Not bad, Huang Chen praised, but the next second, the sky suddenly dimmed. A gigantic spotted deer appeared before him. It wasn't quite right to call it a spotted deer, as this creature only had the head of one. Its body was coiled together, resembling a snake's tail. With the appearance of this monster, the prompt for task 3 suddenly lit up. This must be the so-called guardian spirit, Huang Chen thought in shock. On the other side, the guardian spirit, realizing that its life energy had been taken, became furious. Its thick, massive snake tail swung heavily, sweeping towards him. The tail was covered in protruding scales, like sharp blades, and just a glance was enough to instill fear. Getting worked up over just a bit of life energy. I don't even know how much I've consumed in my past life. Huang Chen quickly retreated. Bang! The snake tail swept past, easily breaking a giant tree that several people could barely hug. With one strike, it cleared an area as large as a basketball court. Seeing such power, Huang Chen couldn't help but be astonished. If the guardian spirit was this strong without absorbing life energy, how powerful would it be after doing so? While dodging attacks, he digested the life energy within him. If it were anyone else, even if they swallowed the life energy, without a method to digest it, it would be futile. The guardian spirit could kill them and refine that life energy again. But Huang Chen knew how to digest it. The life energy, which had originally coalesced into a mass, began to flow into his limbs under his special catalysis. This universal energy could enhance both the mecha and himself. Huang Chen chose to enhance himself, so even if he encountered some special situations, he could rely on his powerful physical qualities to cope. The nourishment from the life energy was not as rapid as that from body-enhancing potions. It gradually strengthened every inch of his body in an extremely slow manner. The most direct manifestation of this was that Huang Chen, after fighting until now, felt completely unexhausted. Even the fatigue accumulated from battling those giant insects had vanished. It seemed that the guardian spirit sensed Huang Chen was absorbing life energy and suddenly spoke. Mine, that's mine. If you take my things, you must die. This was not human language but a universal tongue. In the late apocalypse, almost everyone could speak this universal language, which was essentially the common language among all races. I worked hard to charge this. Why should it be yours? Huang Chen retorted without hesitation. It was his own energy, and the monster was just borrowing its machine. But looking at the other party, the machine might not even have been made by it. So, did this massive life energy have any relation to it? The guardian spirit was momentarily stunned, then roared, "Die!" Suddenly, claws sprouted from the coiled snake tail, resembling a four-legged lizard. With claws, the guardian spirit's agility greatly increased, directly blocking all of Huang Chen's escape routes. There are two conventional ways to leave the instance. One is to complete the task, and as long as one is not in combat, they can return immediately. The other is to stand still for 10 minutes without completing the task, which also allows for departure. Besides these two conventional methods, one can also use a return scroll to go back to their previous location. While these methods are good, they had nothing to do with Huang Chen at the moment. Since that's the case, I can only defeat you first. After all, I'm still waiting to verify something. Huang Chen's figure flickered and disappeared into the air. He had no intention of fleeing. The coverage area of this instance was not large, at most just this patch of dense forest before him. It was easy to imagine that the spirit of the Guardian had already controlled the entire area, but was temporarily unable to emerge due to certain conditions, only able to recharge using that strange machine. Now that the conditions binding it had vanished, the entire forest was under its control. Using the shadow space could indeed evade its attacks, but once Huang Chen revealed himself, he would surely be detected by the other party. Rather than being chased around, it was better to kill the opponent now. After all, the best defense is offense. As long as he took down the spirit of the Guardian, he could wait, whether it took 10 minutes or even 20. In the next moment, Huang Chen appeared behind the spirit of the Guardian. He gripped the blood-red serrated knife tightly and slashed down diagonally. A large amount of green liquid sprayed out, nearly splattering his face. The spirit of the Guardian let out a loud cry, and its originally massive body instantly shrank to a size similar to Huang Chen's. After shrinking, its agility increased again, and the scales on its snake tail transformed from black-purple to pitch black. The strength of these scales could be seen from the light reflected off them. Swoosh! The shrunken spirit of the Guardian launched a fierce attack, its sharp claws raking across the Dawn Mecha, leaving 3 deep marks on it. The durability of the Dawn Mecha immediately dropped by 5 points. Huang Chen sneered. The smaller spirit of the Guardian was indeed more formidable, but it was also easier to cut down. He had no idea how long it would take to chop down that big guy before. Just die quietly for me. The shadow space activated, and Huang Chen struck heavily at the outline of the spirit of the Guardian. In the next instant, the gray-white space shattered, and he appeared in reality, with the blood-red serrated knife now deeply embedded in its neck. Another large spurt of green liquid erupted forth. The spirit of the Guardian's momentum immediately wilted. It stared intently at Huang Chen, and a human-like smile suddenly appeared on its dear head. Human, we will meet again. Kill the spirit of the Guardian, Forest Spirit, rewards, Twisted Tree Heart *3, Plant Communication, Auxiliary Module, *1, Attribute Fruit Tree Seedling, Item, *1. Huang Chen had no time to pay attention to the rewards and was momentarily stunned. Logically speaking, the channels between the major worlds and Blue Star had not yet been opened in the early stages, and the instance world was merely a projection of the powers of the two worlds. But now, the other party actually said they would meet again, which was beyond common understanding. Could it be that this forest spirit is a powerful deity, and the spirit of the Guardian is just a manifestation of it? Thinking of this, Huang Chen felt a slight worry in his heart. Being targeted by a powerful deity was not a good thing. Picking up the rewards, his figure vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he was back at the starting point of the forest. Looking at the 3 tasks before him, Huang Chen's expression turned somewhat grim. The first 2 tasks had not changed, but the third task had turned into eliminating the science monster, rather than the spirit of the Guardian. The science monster had transformed this patch of forest, combining large animals and plants into a peculiar existence that was half plant, half animal. Insects, under its influence, had grown larger and ultimately became a ferocious monster. Huang Chen successfully killed the science monster and subsequently entered another instance. Task 3 was still to eliminate the science monster, while the spirit of the Guardian seemed to have never appeared at all. After investigating twice, Huang Chen finally confirmed that the spirit of the Guardian had vanished, and also determined that the difficulty of this instance was not high. Just as he handed the instance over to Guan Xilan for research, Huang Chen was greeted by a familiar stranger. Mr. Huang Chen, I have returned with the blank pass. Lizzie smiled faintly, filled with excitement as he spoke. With this pass, you can go to the capital without facing special inspections along the way, Lizzie said mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Huang Chen glanced at the blank piece of paper in his hand, and his mind stirred. The center of the white paper was unremarkable, but the patterns around it resembled demonic runes. Demonic runes, a blank piece of paper. Could this be a demonic contract? Huang Chen was overjoyed. Why is there not a single word on this pass? As long as there's a place for a signature, it should be fine, he asked knowingly. Well, Lizzie was taken aback, not expecting this question, but after a moment's thought, he quickly came up with a good excuse, because passes for different regions are different. I forgot to ask you where you were going last time, so I didn't write anything on it. I see, but it's all blank paper. You could have just grabbed any piece, Why go through the trouble of bringing it from the capital? It's nothing, my task isn't over yet, so I just happened to be passing by. Please sign quickly, I have other matters to attend to and can't stay here too long, Lizzie said anxiously. He was afraid Huang Chen would ask further questions and expose him. No problem with the signature. Su Dahai, make sure to take good care of the guests coming from the capital. Yes. Su Dahai stepped forward and locked Lizzie from behind. Mr. Huang Chen, what do you mean by this? Lizzie was taken aback, panic-stricken. The capital is indeed a good place. I didn't expect that in such a short time, something so valuable would come up. Lizzie, right? Thank you for the gift. To be honest, this has solved my urgent problem. Huang Chen sighed. Su Dahai's face showed excitement. Boss, are we going to deal with this guy? Deal with what? Anyone who can walk in the wilderness must have extraordinary strength. Let him go mine the ore over at Fenua and see when he surrenders. With the apocalypse upon them, survivors were already few, and human resources were hard to come by. People like Lizzie had to be utilized. Moreover, he had brought a demonic contract, which was perfect for experiencing the power of a demonic contract firsthand. Huang Chen took the demonic contract from Lizzie's hand, and until this moment, Lizzie was still betting that Huang Chen didn't know what it was. Unfortunately, the next second, lines of text appeared on the previously blank paper. The words twisted and intertwined, making one feel dizzy. These were universal language characters. Demonic contracts could only be written in demonic language or universal language. As for Chinese characters or other languages, they were useless for demonic contracts. Of course, the owner was not subject to this restriction. Huang Chen was not the owner of this paper, so he could only draft the contract in universal language. It was likely that even Fan Rizhong and Lizzie hadn't expected Huang Chen could do this. This is a demonic contract, not your property. How could you possibly leave marks on it? Lizzie suddenly shouted loudly. He had intended to use this demonic contract to trick Huang Chen into becoming his slave. But who would have thought Huang Chen saw through it at a glance and understood how to use a demonic contract? All his future happiness was buried here. It was a wonder he didn't lose his mind. Leaving marks is quite simple, isn't it? Just learn more. Huang Chen replied while drafting the contract. Absolutely impossible. How would you know? You can't possibly recognize this thing. Mine, all mine. Lizzie shouted as if he had lost his mind, attracting countless onlookers. What's going on here? I know that person, he seems to be a big shot from the capital. I don't know what means the president used to turn him into this. Since the other party is from the capital, their backing must be considerable. Isn't the president's reckless behavior just inviting trouble for us? Less nonsense. If the president finds out you are speaking ill of him behind his back, none of you will escape. You'll all be sent to the mines. The discussions gradually quieted down. Huang Chen's earlier purging actions had been quite effective. At least no one dared to confront him directly. As for what was happening behind the scenes, that was beyond his anticipation. Before long, the contract was drafted, and at this moment, Lizzie was tightly bound by Su Dahai, ready to be sent to the mines. Wait, since you haven't left yet, go call our people over. I have something to say. Su Dahai instantly understood, letting go of Lizzie and starting to look for others. Seeing him leave, Huang Chen walked up to Lizzie. The reason the Snow Wolf base was able to develop in the early stages was simply because of its ruthlessness. You could dominate in the capital at first, but later on, you would definitely not be a match for other forces. They will surely unite to resist the Snow Wolf. If I'm not mistaken, the Snow Wolf is probably already showing signs of decline, nearing its end, right? Lizzie, who was in a state of madness, was startled by these words, looking at Huang Chen as if he had seen a ghost. How do you know? Being sent out to look for survivors, his intelligence was not low. He could see the Snow Wolf's predicament. However, he was too tightly bound to the Snow Wolf. Even if he left, there would be no good place to go, which was why he had stayed put. He was one of the Snow Wolf base's people, and held considerable power, so it was normal for him to know about the Snow Wolf's difficulties. But how could Huang Chen, thousands of miles away, accurately guess the Snow Wolf's current situation? You are a smart person. The Snow Wolf is beyond saving. Why not join me? Your future achievements will definitely be greater than staying with the Snow Wolf. Lizzie was not a fool. With a little manipulation, he could become a very good asset. Seeing him silent, Huang Chen didn't mind and quietly waited for Su Dahai to return. After half an hour, everyone arrived. First were Guan Xilan and Su Dahai, followed by Li Miexing, and then Chu Jiazhen and Chu Hui, along with Luo Shouping, who had just been promoted to the core circle. Luo Shouping was tall and thin, wearing glasses, looking quite refined. The reason Huang Chen let him hold some power was partly due to his solid knowledge and abilities. and partly because of the fervor he displayed during battles. The excitement that seemed about to burst was a stark contrast to his current demeanor. In his usual state, Luo Shoping was a gentle and refined scholar, seemingly incapable of harming a fly, but once he entered battle mode, even Huang Chen would feel a chill. Seeing everyone gathered, Huang Chen presented the demonic contract. This is a demonic contract. The terms have been drafted, and now I need each of you to sign your names on it. Of course, I know you can't understand the content. If needed, I can translate it for you. Huang Chen smiled slightly. No need for translation, I'll sign. Huan Xilan was the first to step forward and signed her name. Her life was saved by Huang Chen, and it was because of him that she had her current achievements. Even if Huang Chen asked her to die, she wouldn't blink an eye. Following her was Luo Shoping. I will absolutely obey the president. Luo Shoping showed a shy smile. Translation? He didn't doubt that Huang Chen would deceive them. He just thought that once the content was translated, the importance of the translator would greatly diminish. He had worked hard to climb to this position and couldn't give it up so easily. I believe the boss won't harm me. Next was Su Dahai. Huang Chen was slightly surprised by his choice. Although Su Dahai usually appeared carefree, in reality, attention to detail was an essential quality for an animal caretaker. Especially for fierce beasts like tigers, both boldness and meticulousness are essential. Huang Chen thought Su Dahai would take a moment to consider, but he didn't expect him to decide so quickly. Following closely were Chu Jiazhen and Chu Hui. We will leave our father-daughter duo in your hands today. I hope we haven't misjudged you. Chu Jiazhen chuckled and signed his name on the demon contract. Born in chaotic times, strength is the only guarantee of everything. He understood this very clearly. Of course, he was also certain that Huang Chen was not a bad person, which is why he chose to trust him. I can't guarantee much, but as long as I'm here, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. What if you can't defeat the enemy either? Chu Hui suddenly asked. I hope that situation won't arise. If it does, then I'll have to take revenge for you. Huang Chen replied calmly. The others did not feel too disappointed. On the contrary, this was the most honest answer. Chu Hui was also satisfied with this response and swiftly signed her name on the contract. Everyone's gaze turned to Li Niexing. If anyone was unlikely to sign, it would be him. Facing the intense stares of the crowd, Li Niexing silently stepped forward and signed his name. Although the Star Alliance had disappeared, his ex-girlfriend and that high-ranking official were still active and had even joined the Ningxing base. If he wanted revenge, he needed to possess even greater strength. He had been watching the others improve their abilities these days. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious, but he also understood that his position in Dawn was extremely awkward. It felt like having a relative living at home. Although he didn't have to worry about meals, their constant presence was quite uncomfortable. He just hadn't found a good way to integrate himself, which was why it had dragged on until now. Therefore, no matter what was written on that paper, he would sign it, using it as a means to integrate into the upper echelons of Dawn. If he didn't integrate soon, he might never have the chance again. With his signature, the contract was established. Li Niexing looked at the others and noticed their gazes toward him had softened considerably. Indeed, he hadn't made the wrong decision. Lizzie, it's your turn now. You're the one I'm most worried about. Will you sign your name to gain greater power in the future? Or will you go to the mines to dig? You can choose either one. Lizzie was almost in tears. Did he even have a choice? He broke free from Su Dahai's grip, stepped forward, and picked up the pen, leaving his name on the demon contract. This time, he truly lost both the lady and the soldiers. Not only did he fail to win over Huang Chen, but he also ended up sacrificing himself. A flash of light passed, and the demon contract officially took effect. Huang Chen put away the demon contract and looked at everyone. You don't need to worry, this paper is called the demon contract, and I believe you can guess its effects. I only wrote 2 clauses. First, you cannot betray me. Second, you cannot betray your allies. Alright, go back to work. Everyone was taken aback, then felt a sense of relief. Signing was one thing, but not understanding the content was still somewhat nerve-wracking. Now it was clear, it was just 2 simple clauses, and they could easily comply. The emergence of the demon contract relieved Huang Chen of any worries. In the following days, he swept through all the slightly stronger monsters around Ningxing. He didn't spare any dungeons. As long as they had some value, they would receive his attention. With frequent battles, his mecha combat skills became increasingly proficient. Later, he even compiled this set of mecha combat techniques into a manual, teaching it to officials like Guan Xilan, and then hanging it in the guild warehouse. Finally, after a month of sweeping, the Dawn Mecha once again welcomed an upgrade, and at the same time, the first 3 basic attributes underwent earth-shattering changes. Name, Dawn Mecha, Level, Tier 3, Strength, 147/300, Defense, 161/300, Agility, 133-300, Mystery, 2 out of 300, Exclusive Modules, Extreme State, Void Concealment, Extreme State. When activated, all major attributes increase by 60%. Completing the Mecha advancement can increase the duration and magnitude of the enhancement. Having grown his attributes to this point, Huang Chen finally encountered a bottleneck. It had been mentioned before that certain enhancement materials required special methods to be crafted for use. In the early stages, the materials were widely distributed, so the crafting methods were well known, such as blood cores and other low-level materials. Huang Chen had previously used those low-level materials for enhancement, and the process was quite simple. However, now that the attributes of the Dawn Mecha had reached a certain limit, low-level materials were completely ineffective, and only mid to high-level enhancement materials were useful. Yet, he knew very little about the crafting methods for those materials and could only try them one by one, which was a huge waste. This task was temporarily handed over to Li Niexing, as he was the only one who dealt with these enhancement materials daily. What a pity, there are so many types of enhancement materials, and to fully utilize them, I can only slowly search for the patterns among them. I hope he can give me a surprise. Huang Chen was not optimistic about Li Niexing. This industry heavily relies on talent. Some people, no matter how hard they work their entire lives, cannot determine the usage method of a material, while others can tell the correct usage just by looking at it or touching it. That is talent. Fortunately, most of the materials now belong to the low-level category, with a decent drop rate, so letting him practice with them was not a loss. With the loyalty issue of his subordinates resolved, the Dawn Mecha successfully advanced to Tier 3, and Huang Chen was finally ready to head to Bai City to search for another piece of the Yin Stone Tablet. A month later, late at night, the moonlight poured down. After a long day of travel, Huang Chen spent 50 energy points to exchange for a roasted chicken and a bottle of mineral water from the system shop, resting against a broken wall. He did not bring anyone on this trip, not even Li Niexing, who knew the location of the Yin Stone Tablet. Not to mention the long and dangerous journey, he lacked confidence in ensuring Li Niexing's safety. Even a change in terrain could leave Li Niexing bewildered. The original memories were of no use. After all, there was a strange connection between him and the Yin Stone Tablet, so it was better to search alone, which was more convenient. The aroma of the roasted chicken was enticing, wafting far away. Soon, rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding grass, as if something was crawling within. Huang Chen continued his actions, but his heart was secretly on guard. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared behind him, rushing towards his direction. Throwing away the roasted chicken, Huang Chen called for the Dawn Mecha and quickly turned to check. When he saw the true form of the shadow, his pupils shook, and a storm of emotions surged within him. Just as he stood there in shock, the shadow charged at him with a fierce wind. Woof woof woof! Huang Chen held a small pug in one hand, his expression strange. The pug was about the same size as a normal dog. If it weren't for an extra eye on its head, he would have thought it was before the disaster occurred. The pug barked incessantly, but its gaze never left the half-eaten roasted chicken he had discarded. As he loosened his grip, the pug immediately dashed over, grabbing the bone, and in just a few bites, devoured most of the roasted chicken. After finishing the half-chicken, it still seemed unsatisfied and came to Huang Chen's side, constantly rubbing against his calf. Huang Chen exchanged for another roasted chicken and placed it in front of the pug. The pug's 3 eyes instantly lit up, and it buried its head to devour the chicken. After finishing an entire chicken again, the pug still looked eager, gazing longingly at Huang Chen. Just as he was about to buy another one, the pug suddenly turned its head and looked in a direction, barking wildly in a low voice. Huang Chen frowned as he glanced toward the darkness not far away. In the next moment, a fierce mutated wild dog sprang out from the shadows, its crimson eyes constantly sizing up Huang Chen. That's right, this is a mutated dog. Compared to the vicious and brutal mutated wild dog before him, the little pug standing in front of him could almost be described as harmless. The mutated wild dog barked fiercely and lunged forward. Just as it was about to bite Huang Chen's arm, in an instant, a blood-red serrated blade pierced through it. Seeing the mutated wild dog die, the little pug excitedly bit its own tail and started spinning in circles. After 5 or 6 spins, it barked twice and pounced on the mutated wild dog's body. Then, a mouth that could open at a 180-degree angle opened wide and bit down hard on the corpse of the mutated wild dog. Rip! A large chunk of flesh was torn off by the little pug and swallowed whole. Huang Chen did not move, quietly watching the little pug eat. The mutated wild dog was about 2 meters long and weighed between 130 to 150 kilograms. Yet, in just a few minutes, it was completely devoured by the little pug, leaving not even a bone behind. Strange. Huang Chen found it odd, but seeing the little pug stay by his side without leaving, he did not chase it away. The next day, just as he was about to leave, the little pug unexpectedly followed him. You want to come with me? The little pug seemed to understand, nodding earnestly and running to the corner to fetch a pet mat. Remembering the little pug's good vigilance yesterday and the subsequent oddities, Huang Chen hesitated for a moment but then decided to take it alone. After the disaster, all sorts of strange occurrences were countless. Having one more dog was nothing. Since you're following me, you need a name. You're a pug and you like to eat roasted chicken, so let's call you Xiaoha. Huang Chen felt proud of his naming ability, while Xiaoha merely showed a disdainful look. And it was a disdainful look from all three of its eyes. During the journey, Huang Chen unexpectedly found a small cart, and thus the man and dog began to cooperate. During the day, Huang Chen pushed Xiaoha in the cart, while at night, Xiaoha was responsible for keeping watch, alert for any dangers that might arise. Xiaoha's perception ability was outstanding. There were some dangers in the night that even Huang Chen did not notice, but it could sense them in advance. On one occasion, just as Huang Chen was about to enter a cave, Xiaoha barked madly, tugging at his pants leg to prevent him from going in. Because of this delay, the cave that was originally there vanished, leaving only a pile of white bones behind. Seeing this scene, Huang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The mutations were not limited to living beings. The changes in the environment were even more terrifying. One could imagine that if he had insisted on entering that cave without Xiaoha's warning, he would probably be gone by now. After stumbling along for half a month, the man and dog finally saw the first human gathering place. This gathering place was initially on a small island in the middle of a lake, but later, as the area of Blue Star expanded, the island officially became a human settlement. There were many flying mechas by the lakeside providing passenger services. As for the payment, it was blood and flesh remnants. 10 portions of blood and flesh remnants could provide a round-trip service. To the island, it's cheap to go. Brother, are you going to the island? I see it's your first time here, so I'll give you a discount, 8 portions of blood and flesh remnants for a round trip. How about it? A man with 2 pairs of translucent wings approached Huang Chen enthusiastically. Oh, and there's a dog too. This dog looks quite rare. If you want to bring this dog along, then it will cost 10 portions. But don't worry, my price is already very low. Others will only charge you more. The man glanced at the little dog beside Huang Chen's leg, somewhat curious. But he didn't ask further, his gaze still fixed on Huang Chen. It's really not expensive, but how do I get back after I go? Simple, we add each other as friends, and when you're ready to come back, just let me know. Don't worry, I won't ruin my reputation over a bit of flesh and blood. Just know that if I'm carrying someone, you might have to wait a little. So that's how it is. Huang Chen nodded, then curiously asked, how much can you earn in a day? Just enough to get by. The man waved his hand. When there are a lot of people, I can earn dozens of portions of flesh essence in a day. When there are fewer, just a few. It's enough to keep from going hungry and barely buy some materials to strengthen my mecha. Indeed, in a bizarre world, there are bizarre social rules. Huang Chen took out 10 portions of flesh and blood remnants and sat down on the chair the man had prepared in advance. Then, the man flapped his wings and flew towards the small island in the lake. 3 minutes later, Huang Chen officially set foot on the island. The island was bustling with shops and crowds, lively and reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic scene. Beast soul stones, cheap beast soul stones. Finjo from before the Great Cataclysm, these are all unique items. Selling auxiliary modules, don't be fooled by their ordinary quality. Their power is no less than that of high-quality ones. Just this one, if you buy it, you've made a profit. The shouts of vendors echoed in Huang Chen's ears, almost giving him a feeling of returning to his past life. After wandering around, Huang Chen bought 10 pieces of ghost glass and 5 energy crystals. These were all materials for building a micro-laboratory, absolutely not to be missed. Just as he was about to head to another place, the crowd not far ahead suddenly knelt down with a rustle. Not just in front, but the people around him also began to kneel, including the street vendors. That's the little son of the leader. If you don't kneel quickly, you'll get into big trouble. A vendor, seeing Huang Chen still unmoved, quietly reminded him. Huang Chen looked around and noticed 2 people who had not knelt down. The 3 exchanged glances, all seeing disdain in each other's eyes. Those 2 don't look weak. At the very least, they must be second-tier mechas, and their attributes are almost at their limit. After the dual baptism of basic body enhancement potions and life energy, Huang Chen could roughly discern each person's strength. And precisely because they had strength, those 2 wouldn't follow the crowd to kneel. Soon, a young boy who didn't seem very old rode a mutated yellow cow slowly down the street. Upon seeing the yellow cow, the surrounding people once again bowed their heads respectfully, not daring to offend in the slightest. A 3rd-tier creature, the leader of this island has some power. Huang Chen stood straight, unabashedly looking at the boy on the cow's back. outsider? The boy muttered, but didn't say much more, just nodded. You don't have to kneel, but don't cause trouble on the island, or don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, he was about to leave. Suddenly, he caught sight of the little dog lying by Huang Chen's leg and became interested. This dog is nice. Make me an offer. The boy lowered his head, looking at the little dog with a hint of surprise. After the disaster, it was the first time he had seen such a strange dog. Make an offer? Huang Chen glanced at the little dog at his feet, frowning. This guy has eaten quite a bit of my stuff. Whatever it ate, I'll compensate you for it. Wow! The others immediately began to whisper among themselves. It seems that young Master Zhao Bo really likes this dog. What a pity. Why isn't that dog mine? Even if it's for free, I'd want to get close to young Master Zhao Bo. You still want the dog? I'd rather be that dog. You know how many people died in the last beast tide? There's a saying that goes well. Better to be a dog in peace than a person in chaos. If I can befriend young Master Zhao Bo, being a dog wouldn't be so bad. At least I'd have food and safety. Tisk tsk, I see this outsider has a certain arrogance. Young Master Zhao Bo is likely to suffer. What if he's arrogant? Zhao Lai, the leader Zhao, is now a third-tier mech. Not only is his mech powerful, but through the mech's enhancement, his body is even stronger than that of a special forces king. This outsider will definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, young Master Zhao Bo's mech is about to be upgraded to third tier. He's not some weakling who can't even lift a chicken. That's true. In this territory, aside from leader Zhao, the one to be most wary of is young Master Zhao Bo. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhao Bo's face showed a proud expression. This is his reputation. This is his strength. Alright, let me calculate. It has eaten a total of 100 roasted chickens, and each roasted chicken is worth 40 energy points, so that's 4,000 energy points. Huang Chen actually started to calculate. Roasted chicken? 100? 4,000? The people around were stunned. Goodness, people can't even get enough to eat, and he's feeding a dog roasted chicken? Zhao Bo didn't expect that a dog would actually require 4,000 energy points, but for him, that price was still acceptable. Isn't it just 4,000 energy points? I'll give it to you. Wait, I'm not done calculating yet. Huang Chen interrupted Zhao Bo and continued. Besides the roasted chickens, it also ate 18 second tier and 5 third tier. All of these need to be counted. The crowd immediately stirred. This little dog was at most a first-tier creature, and it might not even qualify as that. They all thought Huang Chen had gone mad, asking for an outrageous price. Zhao Bo's expression immediately turned cold. I'm trying to negotiate with you. I'm negotiating with you too. It really ain't that much these days, and I'm still underestimating it. Hearing this, the others were frightened and quickly distanced themselves from Huang Chen, fearing they would get involved. Alright, if you want to be shameless, then take him down. With a command from Zhao Bo, 5 people stepped out from the crowd and surrounded Huang Chen. Huang Chen watched the scene with great interest, kicking the little husky lying by his side. Quickly deal with these people, otherwise, don't expect to eat roasted chicken in the future. Hearing the words roasted chicken, the little husky instantly perked up, getting on all fours and lowly whimpering at the 5. A mere beast dares to bare its teeth at us? The bald man among the 5 shouted, and the black and yellow mech automatically attached itself, revealing gun barrels on both shoulders, aiming at Huang Chen and the little husky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp spikes shot out from the gun barrels, heading straight for the man and the dog. Bees? Huang Chen's body nearly twisted slightly, dodging the spike attack. The little husky jumped left and right, catching all the spikes as if they were flying discs, then pawed at Huang Chen, wanting a reward. Helpless, Huang Chen had to exchange for a fragrant roasted chicken. Seeing the roasted chicken, Zhao Bo's mouth twitched. So this dog was really being fed roasted chicken. His wave of attacks had no effect at all, which infuriated the bald man. He crouched slightly, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and charged straight at them. Bang! Before the crowd could see what happened, there was a loud crash. Looking back, they saw the mech controlled by the bald man had smashed into a stall behind them. The stall owner stood behind the stall, somewhat at a loss. Others didn't understand, but Huang Chen saw clearly. Just as the bald man charged, the little husky, holding the roasted chicken, leaped up and kicked him away with a powerful hind leg. It seemed that having eaten quite a bit of good food recently, the little husky's combat power had been increasing, which was also why Huang Chen wanted it to deal with the 5. The other 4, seeing this, summoned their mechs, planning to attack together, but were stopped by another voice. Stop, I'll handle him. Zhao Bo realized that Xiao Hao was not to be trifled with and decided to take matters into his own hands. He flipped off the back of the cow and charged at Huang Chen. During his sprint, a pitch-black mech automatically formed around him. Moo! The mutated yellow cow behind him also began to breathe heavily, lowering its head to reveal its sharp, pointed horns. Seeing this, Xiaohua quickly finished the roasted chicken in his mouth, his eyes fierce and fangs bared. Don't think that just because you have some strength, you can shout here. You don't have that qualification yet. Zhao Bo clenched his fists and smashed down towards Huang Chen. The speed of a near third-tier mech is just too fast. Look at that guy, the mech is already upon him and he hasn't reacted. Still inexperienced in the martial world, if he had summoned the mech earlier, he might have been able to hold on. Now it's over, he is undoubtedly doomed. Before the crowd could finish speaking, they suddenly saw Zhao Bo's fist being firmly caught by another hand. Immediately after, a mech mixed with black, white, gold, and blue appeared before them. Not bad speed, but unfortunately, your strength is lacking. Huang Chen casually threw a punch with his other hand. He didn't switch to the giant god module, just delivering a regular punch. Crack! Zhao Bo's mech shattered in response, completely disintegrating. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. A punch broke through Zhao Bo's mech. How is this possible? The mutated yellow cow, initially intending to deal with Xiaohua, saw Zhao Bo in danger and immediately charged at Huang Chen with its horns raised. The distance between them was only a few meters, vanishing in an instant. Just when everyone thought Huang Chen would dodge, they suddenly saw him extend a hand. A dull sound echoed as he effortlessly grasped the charging mutated yellow cow with one hand. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. One punch shattered Zhao Bo's mech, and with another hand, he blocked the charging mutated yellow cow. It should be noted that this mutated yellow cow was a third-tier creature. Once it went mad, it could easily slaughter half of Lake Heart Island. Friend, I hope you can show mercy. At that moment, a voice rang out from afar. Hearing this voice, those in the know changed their expressions slightly. Huang Chen stopped his movements and looked into the distance. If he guessed correctly, the newcomer should be the leader of this human gathering place, known as Zhao Lai to others. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Lai arrived. Friend, I apologize for my poor hospitality. Someone, break this beast's legs for me, both of them. Upon meeting, Zhao Lai first forced a smile, then ordered his subordinates to break Zhao Bo's legs. His subordinates exchanged glances, none daring to make a move. No one, huh? Then I'll do it myself, Zhao Lai shouted. One punch could explode a second-tier mech, and with one hand, he could block a third-tier beast. Even he couldn't do that. Perhaps at the limit of the third tier, he could barely attempt it. If it weren't for Huang Chen displaying such terrifying strength, he would have acted long ago to take him down. Glancing at Huang Chen, he found him merely watching coldly, showing no intention of mediation. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Lai picked up an iron rod from the ground and smashed it down hard on Zhao Bo's legs. Ah! The extreme pain surged through, and Zhao Bo's face instantly turned pale, his eyes filled with unmistakable fear. He was afraid, both of Zhao Lai and Huang Chen. Friend, how does this look? Zhao Lai forced back his sorrow and asked with a smile. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Huang Chen nodded. You're a reasonable person, and I also like to reason with others. Of course, if others don't reason with me, then they certainly won't have it easy. Yes. Zhao Lai repeatedly agreed, just about to say something when suddenly the sky above darkened. The ghost-headed eagle is back. Everyone run. Oh my, this is a third-tier flying monster. Where can we run? We can only pray it gets full and leaves soon. What bad luck. I never expected a ghost-headed eagle to show up today. The once bustling market was suddenly thrown into chaos, with some people neglecting to pack up their stalls and hurriedly looking for places to hide. That beast is back. Zhao Lai also looked up at the sky, feeling a sense of dread. He had just entered the third tier, but that ghoul-headed eagle had long since reached the third tier and could fly. On land, he might have had a slim chance of winning, but the ghoul-headed eagle often launched attacks from the sky, which gave him a headache. If it weren't for the ghoul-headed eagle, Lake Heart Island would definitely be much livelier than it was now. Huang Chen looked up. The ghoul-headed eagle resembled a vulture, with several large flesh tumors on its neck, each about the size of 2 fists, adorned with human facial features that looked like heads. No wonder this monster was called the ghoul-headed eagle. Without further ado, the feather of mutation spread, and Huang Chen shot up into the sky. Third-tier monsters could drop good enhancement materials, and he certainly couldn't let this opportunity slip by. In fact, there were flying mechas on Lake Heart Island, but it was useless to fly up. They were no match for this ghoul-headed eagle, which was why it was so arrogant. However, its good days were about to come to an end today. Look, that person has taken off. Is he trying to kill that ghoul-headed eagle? It looks like it, but does he have the strength for that? I think he should be about right. Didn't you see how even Leader Zhao respects him? Respect is one thing, but the ghoul-headed eagle is no weakling. I think it's a bit precarious. High in the sky, the ghoul-headed eagle saw Huang Chen soaring upward, its narrow brown pupils suddenly narrowing to pinpoints, exuding a fierce malice. Someone really dared to come and offend it. In that case, it would just eat him. The intelligence of a third-tier monster was not to be underestimated, and the ghoul-headed eagle dove down like a spear. This move was its signature technique, capable of killing prey in the air or on the ground with a single strike. Bang! Upon contact, a burst of blood mist erupted in mid-air. The crowd on the ground gasped in shock, even Zhao Lai widened his eyes. He could sense Huang Chen's strength. Logically, someone so powerful shouldn't be killed instantly by the ghoul-headed eagle. He had nearly forced the ghoul-headed eagle into a corner several times. Huang Chen shouldn't be any weaker than him. Could it be that this kid was just pretending earlier, and now he's overdone it and gotten himself killed? Zhao Lai suddenly felt an overwhelming regret. Had he known this, he wouldn't have broken Zhao Bo's legs. At that time, he simply didn't want to provoke such a powerful being. Before he could think further, the figure of the ghoul-headed eagle suddenly appeared before him, startling him. After steadying himself, he realized that the ghoul-headed eagle was just a corpse. Little Ha bounced forward, starting to tear at the flesh. The crowd stared at this scene, not daring to make a sound. In less than 5 minutes, a ghoul-headed eagle was inside Little Ha's belly. Gulp! Zhao Bo, who had been moaning while supporting his broken leg, instantly sobered up upon seeing this. The roasted chicken was real, the third-tier monster was real, and this person in front of him hadn't been lying. It was just, he began to regret. Had he known Huang Chen was this powerful, how could he have dared to cut in and steal love? He would have respectfully invited him home and treated him well. Now, not only had he gained nothing, but he had also gotten into trouble, and his leg was broken. Zhao Lai was equally shocked. Fortunately, he had timely broken his son's legs, otherwise, it would have been troublesome this time. Leader Zhao, I wonder if you have a map of the area nearby, after the terrain changed. Hearing that Huang Chen wanted a map, Zhao Lai rubbed his hands together, showing a troubled expression. I do have the old maps, but with the surroundings so dangerous now, who would dare to go out? However, I recently organized my subordinates to scout the area. Just ask me if you need anything. Is that so? I need to go to Beijing. Which way should I go? Huang Chen didn't expect to get a map here. He just needed to find some iconic buildings or other landmarks to ensure he was heading in the right direction. Beijing is quite far from here, Zhao Lai sighed, then had his subordinate bring over a piece of white paper to doodle on. Before long, a crude hand-drawn map emerged. It's a bit ugly, but bear with it. This little circle represents here, and this mountain is the big mountain to the south. In the past, we could cross this mountain, but now we can't, we can only go around it. This square is Shanchang, and after passing Shancheng, head south. After Zhao Lai's explanation, Huang Chen had a rough idea in his mind. Fortunately, he hadn't gone off course, otherwise, it would have been a waste of time. After receiving the map, he headed straight for Shanchang. Once Huang Chen's figure completely disappeared into the horizon, Zhao Bo suddenly spoke up, his tone full of complaints. You really are my dear dad, not only helping outsiders break my legs but also kindly giving him directions. What do you know? Zhao Lai shot him a fierce glare. Don't you want to know where your second uncle and those brothers went? I'll tell you, except for your second uncle, the others all died in Shanchang. Your second uncle managed to escape, but he went mad, mumbling every day about someone crying in his ear. A few living people, completely vanished. Shanchang must be a cursed place. That kid going to Shanchang, whether he can come out alive is still up for debate. Shanchang was not far from Wuxin Island, and 2 days later, a cluster of abandoned buildings came into view. The terrain here was very flat, except for a steep cliff in the southeast where a range of mountains abruptly appeared, as if dividing the same piece of land into two places. No wonder it was called Shanchang. After passing Shancheng, head south. Zhao Lai is not to be trusted. In his previous life, Huang Chen had struggled for many years and had developed a knack for reading people and situations. He knew that what Zhao Lai said might not be entirely true. Shancheng might be a necessary route to Beijing, but there could be other things involved. My temper isn't that good, he murmured and continued toward Shancheng. Shancheng. This is a ghost town. How did we end up here? Behind a certain ruin, a young man wearing black-framed glasses exclaimed in terror. In front of him were a boy and two girls, each dressed in gray work uniforms, with the faint words Rich XX Electronics Factory visible on them. Fang Kai, if it weren't for you provoking that monster, would we have been chased here? Another boy questioned. I just wanted to help Tian Tian collect enhancement materials. Who knew that monster would be so strong? But it's all your fault. You led the way and brought us to this cursed place. Fang Kai initially felt a bit embarrassed, stammering, but as he continued, he grew more animated, nearly pointing his finger at the boy's nose to scold him. All right, Fang Kai, say less. Su Yang, don't be angry, this place may be strange, but we haven't gone deep, maybe there's still hope for us to escape. Seeing the two about to come to blows, a girl in the group quickly intervened. Su Yang, hearing this, turned his head and looked around warily. Fang Kai, feeling indignant, walked away alone and sat on a large rock sulking. After a while, the last girl suddenly spoke up. Did you hear crying nearby? Her name was Miao Tian Tian, and Fong Kai had provoked that nearly third-tier mutated creature just for her. The four of them had been chased by that mutated creature and, in their panic, had fled to Shancheng for refuge. Tian, don't scare me, I'm timid. Far away, Fong Kai's expression changed, and he hurriedly stood up, walking over to the three. It seems to be gone again. Maybe I just imagined it? Miao Tian looked puzzled. She had indeed heard a strange crying sound just now, but for some reason, it suddenly stopped. At that moment, the girl who had spoken earlier suddenly changed her expression. Diana, what's wrong with you? Su Yang's previously relaxed mood became tense again. I also heard the crying. It sounded like a baby crying, over there. Diana suddenly pointed to a spot. The three of them looked in the direction of the sound, but found nothing there. There's not even a hair there. Diana, you're not trying to scare us, are you? Fong Kai squinted at first, and after seeing nothing, he fully opened his eyes. Diana had no time to pay attention to him. Her whole body felt icy, as if she were frozen in place. She clearly saw a baby with a pale blue complexion lying on a stone, grinning at her in a strange way. Suddenly, the baby turned and disappeared, and the crying sound vanished instantly. Let's go, we need to leave here quickly. After a while, Diana came back to her senses and quickly walked outside. They had only entered the outskirts of the mountain city. As long as they moved fast enough, they should be able to escape. They didn't know how long they had been walking when Su Yang suddenly screamed without warning. Su Yang, are you okay? You scared me. I thought you encountered a ghost. Fong Kai mocked, but found that Su Yang completely ignored him. Not only that, but Diana and Miao Tian also gathered around Su Yang, which made him feel a surge of jealousy. Look, this is the mark I left just now. Every time I pass here, I carve a white mark on it. Su Yang pointed to a wooden board that was leaning against a giant rock. Fong Kai leaned in to take a look. There were at least 7 or 8 white marks on the board. He chuckled. If we really walked here 7 or 8 times, how could we not remember the surroundings? The other two agreed. However, Su Yang still looked serious. He slowly turned to the three of them. That's right, this is only our second time passing here. I only carved 1 white mark. Suddenly, a chill shot through the group. Only 1 white mark, how could the rest be explained? Could it be that someone was quietly following them, carving white marks on the board after they passed? Tian, doesn't your mecha talent sense danger? Are we safe right now? Diana asked. I didn't sense any danger, so it should be safe, right? Miao Tian replied, somewhat confused. Logically speaking, encountering such a strange situation should have put them in extreme danger, but she felt no sense of danger at all. If it weren't for the mecha still being on her, she would even think her mecha talent had failed. The group fell silent, then continued walking outside without a word. Soon, after turning a corner, they suddenly felt the scene in front of them was familiar. Fong Kai quickly ran to the wooden board, took a look, and was so scared that he sat down on the ground. There were only 2 white marks left on the board. But, he was about to cry. If there had only been 1 white mark, he could have comforted himself that they had walked the wrong way before, and this was the place they had passed for the first time. But they hadn't carved a second white mark when they left. The other 3 also looked terrified, and it seemed they could hear faint crying sounds in their ears. Looks like you guys are lost too. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded, startling the 4 of them into turning and running away. There's a ghost. Run fast. I told you this ghost city is not easy to navigate, but no one believed me. Let go of me. Don't grab me. Huang Chen looked at the 4 of them and felt a bit strange. The other 3 could let it go, but the one wearing glasses, clearly it was you who got tangled up in a cable on the ground. How could you still say someone was grabbing you? Speaking of which, he had just arrived here and originally didn't want to pay attention to the 4, but after seeing them wander around in front of him for 2 circles, he couldn't help but speak up. I'm not a ghost, I'm a person, a living person. Seeing the 4 of them shouting and yelling, Huang Chen spoke again, fearing that they might really attract something unclean. What's a ghost anyway? In the later stages, with the invasion of undead evil gods, ghosts, skeletons, living corpses, and liches were everywhere, he had long since become immune. So-called ghosts are merely products of a strong enough mental force that can influence others' minds or can manifest directly. There's no need to make a fuss about it. A living person? The 4 of them slowly calmed down, and upon seeing Huang Chen was indeed alone, with a pug by his side, they felt much more at ease. How did you end up here? Dana asked, mustering her courage. I'm going to Beijing, and Zhao Lai told me to pass through here when I was at Huxin Island, Huang Chen explained. Zhao Lai, the leader of the Baoniao Lake Gathering? Upon hearing this name, the 4 were taken aback. Su Yang glanced at Huang Chen with a strange expression. Do you have a conflict with him? He pointed you this way, he must want you dead. Huang Chen had long known that Zhao Lai had ulterior motives, But he didn't expect this place to be so strange. Even after entering the shadow space, he still got lost in this vast city ruin. There's a bit of a misunderstanding. Once I get out, the misunderstanding will be resolved. He smiled brightly. The other three didn't take it to heart. Only now Tian looked at Huang Chen with eyes full of fear. Her mecha talent was danger perception, and just a moment ago, the killing intent that erupted from Huang Chen nearly made her faint. Now Tian understood that this seemingly unremarkable man before her might be the greatest danger in this city. Seeing her companions curiously gather around Huang Chen, she wanted to remind them, but just as she was about to speak, she caught Huang Chen's gaze and immediately wilted. She didn't dare to openly warn them, otherwise, she might very well end up dead. Both being lost souls in the world, Huang Chen quickly integrated into the team. However, there was still one person who looked down on Huang Chen, and that was Feng Kai. Originally, there were only 2 boys in the team, and he could still show off a bit in front of Miao Tian. But ever since Huang Chen joined, Miao Tian's gaze had been fixed on him, and even Dana occasionally looked at Huang Chen. Huang Chen had clearly become the most popular person in this small team, which he couldn't tolerate. Turning back to the original wooden board, there were still 2 white marks on it. Everyone was confused about the situation. Feng Kai sneered and said sarcastically, "Aren't we back to square one? I ask you, Huang Chen, do you have any way to get out?" As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils shook. He didn't know when, but there was a pale blue baby lying on the board, currently holding a sharp stone and carving white marks on the wood. As the white mark fell, the baby disappeared. TH there, he pointed at the board, stuttering. "There's a baby, right?" Huang Chen asked nonchalantly. As soon as these words came out, the other few immediately trembled in fear. Especially Dana, her face turned snow white, almost devoid of blood. After all, she had seen a baby before and had even heard a strange crying sound. Feng Kai stiffly nodded in response. If his legs weren't so weak from fear, he would have definitely run away by now. "Don't worry, it's just a 4th-tier monster. It's just a bit strange in ability," Huang Chen said, looking towards a building behind the board, where a large cross pattern was very conspicuous. The originally red cross pattern had now turned grayish-white after being battered by wind and rain, exuding a faint scent of desolation. A 4th-tier monster? A 3rd-tier monster could wipe them out completely, let alone a 4th-tier one. "Let's go, we need to confront this monster," Huang Chen said as he headed towards the hospital. This infant monster was tainted with a mysterious power. Perhaps defeating it would yield good rewards. "No, I won't go. How could I possibly stand against a 4th-tier monster?" Feng Kai immediately shook his head vigorously. He had no intention of walking into death. This area has already been affected by that 4th-tier monster. As long as it remains alive, you will slowly be worn down here. Whether you go or not is your choice. The true form of the 4th-tier monster was in the hospital. The infants roaming outside were merely byproducts of an illusion. Once one's mental state dropped too low, they would start seeing these monsters. Of course, Huang Chen could see them because of his high mental attribute, allowing him to directly capture the movement trajectories of those infants. "I'll go with you." Su Yang gritted his teeth and followed Huang Chen. Dai Na and Mao Tian exchanged glances and also joined in. Seeing them all leave, Feng Kai panicked. Hey, wait for me, I'm going too." The Mountain City Gynecology and Pediatrics Hospital. Before the disaster struck, this was a well-known large hospital in the area, with countless people coming here daily for medical treatment. But at the same time, many lives also perished here every day. The spiritual energy fields of those who died intertwined, giving rise to even more terrifying monsters. If they didn't resolve this, Huang Chen and the others could very well be trapped here for the rest of their lives until death. As soon as they stepped through the main door, eerie cries echoed in their ears. Huang Chen ignored it and headed straight for the hospital building. The cries grew louder the deeper they went. Upon entering the hospital building, the group paused. In front of them stood rows of child mannequins, now shaking their heads at them. All the mannequins were dressed in blue and white hospital gowns, their cheeks flushed as if smeared with some kind of makeup. Huang Chen frowned and took a step to the left. An eerie situation unfolded as the mannequins all turned their necks in unison, fixating their gaze on him. "Ah!" Feng Kai screamed, instantly retreating behind Su Yang. "What a trick!" Huang Chen smirked, producing a badge from his hand. The will of the wild boar activated, and a majestic wild boar appeared in the hospital lobby. "Go, tear them apart." With the command given, the wild boar's eyes turned blood red as it charged at the mannequins. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the mannequins flew everywhere, torn to shreds. As if provoked, all the mannequins suddenly came to life, launching an assault on the wild boar. Huang Chen no longer cared about the boar's fate and turned to look down the corridor. Slowly emerging from the corridor was a baby with a pale blue complexion, followed by a second, third, fourth. More and more infants appeared until the corridor was nearly filled, and they all converged, breaking through the rooftop in an instant, growing into a giant towering 6 meters tall. As expected, in the end, we still have to fight. Huang Chen summoned the Dawn Mecha and took out the blood-red serrated knife, smiling calmly. The detection I could not provide any information about the monster, only marking 2 densely packed characters. Danger! The infant giant slightly opened its mouth, emitting an invisible wave that shook everyone, making them unsteady and anxious. Crying, 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 all it does is cry. Can it stop crying? Suddenly, a long stick appeared in Feng Kai's hand, and he began smashing it around wildly. Take action to subdue it. It has already been controlled by this monster. Huang Chen casually left a remark before charging towards the infant giant. He guessed correctly, the baby giant before him was indeed a 4th-tier monster. If it were allowed to grow for a while longer, it would become even more powerful, and the entire mountain city would surely turn into a true ghost town. The limit state was activated. After the Dawn Mecha leveled up, the enhancement in limit state had reached 60%. Coupled with its skilled mecha combat techniques, the baby giant, though bizarre and fierce, posed no threat to Huang Chen. In contrast, every strike Huang Chen made could tear away a large chunk of the baby giant's flesh, simultaneously causing bleeding effects. The bleeding quickly stacked up, soon dyeing the baby giant in a shade of crimson. It's time to end this. Huang Chen's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared. Whoosh! A blood-red streak cut across the sky. In the next moment, the baby giant's body crashed to the ground, turning into a pile of ashes. Kill the grievance aggregator, obtain Stone *3, Ghost Glass *10, Grievance Mask, Accessory Module, *1. The Stone was a high-tier enhancement material, but its usage was very simple. Just wear it. The upper limit of the mysterious attribute has reached 300. With these 3 stones, I can finally make some improvements. After putting away the stones in Ghost Glass, Huang Chen looked at the Grievance Mask. Name, Grievance Mask. Quality, excellent. Type, Head Module. Effect 1, Grievance Transformation. Can use Grievance to transform into the form most feared by others. Effect 2, Grievance Shockwave. Uses Grievance to launch a powerful shockwave. Effect 3, Defense +2, Agility +1, Mystery +1. Description. Wearing it, your grievance is heavier than that of a working-class person. The attributes of the Grievance Mask were quite good, just right to replace the outdated Eye of Detection. In fact, accessory modules could also be modified and evolved, but Huang Chen currently lacked the time and energy for that. Direct replacement was the best choice. Name, Dawn Mecha. Level, 3rd tier. Strength, 147/300. Defense, 163/300. Agility, 134/300. Mystery, 3 out of 300. Wearing the Grievance Mask, the 3 related attributes were enhanced. Huang Chen then looked at the accessory modules loaded onto the Dawn Mecha. Head, Grievance Mask. Torso, Fang of the Evil Dog. Upper limbs, Crimson Sawtooth. Lower limbs, Mutated Flesh Lump. The mutated flesh lump only took effect on one leg, meaning he could still load another single-leg lower limb module. Besides what was already loaded, he also had a head accessory module called Plant Communication. Plant Communication resembled a floral crown, worn on the head, allowing communication with plants. Although it didn't significantly enhance combat power, it was an excellent functional accessory module. Thinking of plant communication, Huang Chen recalled the attribute fruit sapling he had planted inside the mustard mecha. This sapling was very magical. As long as it was nurtured with monster flesh, it would bear fruit that could enhance basic attributes. The higher the quality of the monster meat, the faster the fruit would grow. I wonder if it has borne fruit yet. When he left, he had stockpiled a lot of monster flesh. Just as he was pondering, a message from Guan Xilan suddenly popped up in his private chat. President, the attribute sapling has produced a red fruit, about the size of a fingernail. Red? It seemed to be a fruit that could enhance strength. Huang Chen replied briefly, then looked around. The illusion had vanished, and the sensory-altering power was no longer present. He could leave this place at any time now. Follow me. The 4, having witnessed Huang Chen's terrifying strength earlier, dared not resist in the slightest. Keeping up with Huang Chen, they quickly left the area shrouded by the mountain city. I'm finally out. Looking at the city behind him that bordered the great mountain, Feng Kai was so happy that he almost cried with joy. The other 3 were not as excited as he was, but they all showed expressions of relief. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving us. If you need anything, just let us know. We will do our best. Su Yan quickly stepped forward to say. Actually, I do have 2 things I need your help with, Huang Chen said without hesitation. As I mentioned earlier, I need to go to Bai City. I wonder if you are familiar with the terrain around here. I know. My dad used to drive long distances before the disaster, and he has been to Bai City a few times. Although the terrain has changed, The general direction is still accurate. Upon hearing this, Su Yang immediately agreed. But, my dad is at another gathering place. If you're not in a hurry, I can go find him and ask about this matter. No rush, no rush. Huang Chen waved his hand. I still have a bit of misunderstanding to clear up with Zhao Lai. We can go to the gathering place together later. After saying this, his figure disappeared from the spot. After waiting for a while, Miao Tiantian's legs went weak, and if it weren't for Dana's quick reflexes to support her, she would have fallen to the ground. Tian, are you okay? Seeing Huang Chen disappear, Fang Kai became lively again and leaned over to Miao Tian with concern. Miao Tian was too preoccupied to pay him any mind and whispered, "Quick, contact the leader. There will be a huge change at the Baihu gathering place. Tell him to send someone quickly, or better yet, he should go himself." Baihu gathering place? Tian, you know that Zhao Lai and his group not only drove us out but also forbade us from trading on the island. Why would you want the leader to send someone? Fang Kai continued shamelessly. Because Zhao Lai is very likely to die soon. At this, the three were taken aback. Fang Kai even thought about reaching out to touch Miao Tiantian's head to see if she had a fever. Otherwise, how could she say such nonsense? Are you saying that the strong person we just saw is going to kill Zhao Lai? Dana had also figured out the key point at this moment. Zhao Lai lured Huang Chen here. If Huang Chen had died, it would have been one thing. But now that Huang Chen was alive, it was highly likely that Zhao Lai would be the one to die. But I heard that Zhao Lai has already advanced to the 3rd tier. And there are so many experts at the Baihu gathering place. Can that person handle it? Now Tian suddenly showed fear and stammered. If the danger level of that monster in the hospital was 1, then this person's danger level is 100, or even higher. With her talent for sensing danger, it was hard for her to describe that feeling, a sensation akin to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. She even thought for a moment that what stood before her was not human, but the embodiment of some powerful monster. The feeling of danger was terrifying. Just the aura alone made her feel as if her throat was being tightly choked. Dana finally realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly contacted the leader. Speaking of which, they had once been part of the Baihu gathering place. In fact, their current leader was the former leader of the Baihu gathering place, while Zhao Lai was merely the deputy leader. Unfortunately, due to disagreements, Zhao Lai successfully took over and became the official leader, forcing the original leader to leave with a group of people in a sorry state. Now, they finally saw a glimmer of hope to reclaim the Baihu gathering place. Baihu gathering place. Get lost, a bunch of useless trash, can't even fix a leg. Zhao Bo shouted angrily. In order to calm Huang Chen down, Zhao Lai had been extremely ruthless, which led to the current scientific level being unable to immediately treat his broken leg. Without the ability to recover his leg, he could not use the mecha. Even if summoned, the mecha's legs would be useless since he couldn't exert force with his own legs. I think that person was right. With your temper, it's better that your leg is broken, so you won't cause trouble everywhere. Zhao Lai snorted coldly. At first, he did feel a bit regretful, but seeing Zhao Bo like this now, he realized he had not made a mistake. Although he spoiled his son, he did not want to raise him to be a giant baby. This broken leg was not a disaster, rather, it was a blessing. Zhao Bo had grievances he could not express and could only feel angry in silence. It seems you know quite a bit. A familiar yet strange voice suddenly echoed in the air. Who? Zhao Lai reacted quickly, his mech suit swiftly activating. Leader Zhao, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Huang Chen deactivated the illusion and stealth functions of his phantom mech, revealing his figure. It must be said that in terms of infiltration, the phantom mech indeed had an unparalleled advantage. It's actually you. Zhao Lai first pretended to be shocked, then quickly grabbed the still-dazed Zhao Bo and ran. Regardless of whether Huang Chen had entered the mountain city, he understood that this was not someone to provoke. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. To the White Lake gathering place, Huang Chen was merely a passerby. As long as he left, he would still be the great leader of the White Lake gathering place. Bang! Zhao Lai burst out of the room and into the outside. The many subordinates guarding outside looked bewildered, still unaware of what had happened. Stop him! Zhao Lai shouted loudly, wanting to leave without caring about anything else. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Huang Chen, who had arrived first. With a kick, he sent Zhao Lai flying, and with a blood-red serrated blade in hand, he swung down. Zhao Lai was greatly alarmed and quickly raised his arm to block. His arm was protected by a green gauntlet that shimmered with a silvery gray light, looking quite defensively capable. Clang! The gauntlet did indeed block the strike, but the once solid gauntlet was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks, clearly unable to withstand another blow. At this moment, others finally surrounded them. Zhao Lai knew that if he didn't deal with Huang Chen, he wouldn't be able to escape today, so he steeled his heart, tore off the nearly broken gauntlet, and replaced it with a large knife. I tell you, no matter how strong you are, don't think you can make us of the White Lake Gathering Place submit. He looked at his hesitant subordinates and shouted again. He knew he alone was definitely no match for Huang Chen, and if he wanted to rally others, he had to find a good excuse. Sure enough, upon hearing Huang Chen's desire to conquer the White Lake Gathering Place, others pulled out their weapons, preparing to attack. Huang Chen glanced at the crowd and chuckled. In the next second, he activated void concealment and entered the shadow space. Where is he? Where did he go? I don't know. He just vanished in a flash. The crowd was filled with uncertainty. Xiao Bo, guessing a bit of what might have happened, shouted loudly, he might have gone invisible, but not being able to see him doesn't mean we can't touch him. Everyone, gather around us to avoid being ambushed. Hearing this, everyone quickly huddled together, surrounding Zhao Lai and Xiao Bo. But at that moment, a ghostly figure appeared within the encirclement, swinging down with a knife. In the face of everyone's shocked gazes, Zhao Lai's mech suit shattered with a loud bang, turning into a mass of cubes. Xiao Bo also could not escape the fate of becoming cubes. Grabbing the two mech cores, Huang Chen's mutated wings easily spread out, flying outside the encirclement. Dealing with Zhao Lai was merely a matter of convenience for him. The reason he returned was simply not to be a fool, getting tricked and still swallowing his anger. With Zhao Lai dead, the surroundings immediately fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, a mech whirred in, landing in front of everyone. The mech then deactivated, revealing a man with a somewhat resolute face. Great leader! Someone recognized the man's identity and exclaimed. Looking at the man before him, Huang Chen felt curious. Zhao Lai was the great leader of the White Lake Gathering Place, so how could another great leader have appeared? Hello, my name is Cheng Taijun. Su Yang and Xiao Na told me you were coming to the Baihu Gathering Place, and they were worried you might get into trouble, so they asked me to help. I didn't expect you had already resolved it. Although he had the idea of taking advantage of the situation, Cheng Taijun didn't show it at all. Instead, he claimed he was here to help. Huang Chen nodded. Huang Chen, do they call you the great leader? Cheng Taijun scratched his head and smiled wryly, recounting his experiences. After some understanding, Huang Chen finally grasped the relationship between Cheng Taijun and Zhao Lai. This was good. With Cheng Taijun, the former great leader, around, the impact of his killing Zhao Lai could be minimized. The geographical conditions of the Baihu Gathering Place were exceptional. As long as they developed slowly, it would surely become one of the most famous gathering places. As the two chatted, they began discussing the trip to Pigeon. Pigeon, huh? I remember before the disaster, something strange happened there. Strange? Huang Chen's mind stirred. The place where the end stone slabs were located indeed had anomalies. Could this strange event be related to the end stone slabs? I heard someone saw a dead person crawl out of a grave there, and it almost drove them insane. Later, the authorities investigated for a while but found nothing. A dead person crawling out of a grave? Suddenly, a word flashed through Huang Chen's mind. Revival. The 13 end stone slabs represented the ultimate of the universe, as well as 13 powerful forces. In the previous life, 9 end stone slabs appeared in total, 7 of which represented 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Pride and wrath were in human hands, while the remaining 5 were controlled by other races. Besides these 7, there were 2 others, named revival and dissociation. The revival slab, as the name suggests, possesses powerful revival abilities, capable of bringing the dead back to life. This revival refers not only to the resurrection of life but also to the revival of power or awakening other dormant existences. At the same time, the formal appearance of the revival slab also heralds the beginning of the era of the god's descent. In the previous life, the revival slab appeared in the 8th year after the apocalypse began. Unexpectedly, just a few months later, he already had a lead. If I can really obtain the revival slab, then I won't have to worry about getting hurt in the future. A thought rose in Huang Chen's heart, and he smiled slightly. Healing injuries was probably the simplest use of the revival slab, right? The 4th mutation will soon begin, and when that happens, plagues will run rampant, and evil energy will spread everywhere. With the revival slab, at least I won't have to worry about being affected by the plague and evil energy. Thinking about the benefits of obtaining the revival slab, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. However, no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. Until he reached Bicheng and saw the end stone slabs, everything was in vain. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, Cheng Taijun suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open. Huang Chen's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Old Su is in trouble. As expected, Cheng Tiejuan's first words were bad news. On the way from our gathering place to here, we would pass through a lair of a 4th-tier mutated spider. That mutated spider usually doesn't move much, and we keep to ourselves. But this time, I don't know what happened, it suddenly attacked our team. After saying this, Cheng Taijun was about to head outside. Since you're younger than me, I'll call you little brother. "Don't worry, Huang little brother, I will definitely bring the people back to you." Huang Chen also stood up. "I'll go with you." "You?" Cheng Taijun hesitated for a moment, but then thought of Huang Chen's extraordinary combat power and nodded seriously. "Then thank you, Huang little brother." The two stopped wasting words and hurried toward the mutated spider's lair. 3 hours later, they arrived at the foot of a low mountain. This used to be a section of a tunnel, but it was later occupied by that mutated spider. The environment inside is very complicated, so we must be careful. Cheng Taijun was anxious to save the person and rushed straight in. Huang Chen followed closely behind. The tunnel was dimly lit, but Huang Chen's enhanced vision allowed him to see without any restrictions. Although Cheng Taijun did not have such abilities, the eyes of his mech turned a bright red, seemingly able to see in the darkness as well. After all, Cheng Taijun was the leader of a gathering place. He couldn't act recklessly. If he had barged in without any preparation, Huang Chen definitely wouldn't have bothered with him anymore. After all, there's a saying, it's not the godlike opponent you fear, but the pig-like teammate. Not long after they started walking, spider silk began to appear on the walls and ground around them. The silk was extremely thick, about the same diameter as a finger, and covered in slime. After walking a short distance, the two had to stop to clear the silk off themselves. Otherwise, the strands would entangle them, and before the mutated spiders inside could strike, they would be trapped in the web. They had no idea how long they had been walking when suddenly, a rustling sound came from the darkness around them. Before long, a massive swarm of spiders surged out from the front. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. In the end, their vision was completely filled with spiders. These spiders were not small, each was about the size of a basin. Even more terrifying was that they continuously spewed corrosive acid from their mouths. Huang Chen was momentarily stunned, then immediately switched his core module. In an instant, the Dawn Mech transformed into black and white, revealing the Tianyu form. Tianyu increases physical resistance by 60%, elemental resistance by 30%, including mental damage, can be further enhanced after mech advancement. With 30% elemental resistance, all the venom was blocked outside. As for biting, it was even harder to break through the protection of the Tianyu mech. Although Cheng Taijun did not have such an abnormal defense, a translucent, eggshell-like shield suddenly appeared around him, completely blocking all attacks. It was unclear whether this was a built-in ability of the auxiliary module or the effect of some item. Seeing Huang Chen's mech change, Cheng Taijun was momentarily stunned, but he knew it wasn't the time to be dazed and immediately charged deeper into the tunnel. With so many mutated little spiders, they would need the entire gathering place to deal with them. Their mission was to save people, not to clear out little spiders. Although the number of little spiders was large, they were weak. Even ordinary humans could stab a few to death if they weren't afraid for their lives. Such monsters wouldn't drop any materials. Huang Chen was too lazy to hesitate and followed Cheng Taijun straight to the deepest part of the tunnel. The two crashed through, quickly reaching the tunnel's end. Suddenly, Cheng Taijun's expression darkened, and he called out softly, "Shama." Following his gaze, a somewhat youthful boy appeared before them. Of course, if one ignored the boy's spider body, everything might seem more harmonious. Big leader, join us," Shama murmured, reaching out as if inviting Cheng Taijun to join. "Sorry, Shama, I will avenge you." Cheng Taijun turned to Huang Chen and said, "Shama is a member of our gathering place. He used to call me Brother Jun. He suddenly disappeared half a month ago, and I didn't expect he was captured here and transformed into this monster. I owe him. Then just kill him." Huang Chen was already accustomed to such matters, showing no sign of emotion on his face. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. The spider in the tunnel was merely mutated, killing it posed no difficulty at all. With the invasion of the myriad races ahead, some among them were good, and some were bad. Some would befriend you to your face, only to stab you in the back, while others who liked you would devour you entirely when no one was around. Moreover, they can even disguise themselves as your parents, siblings, friends, or bosses, and when you least expect it, they will kill you, or use false identities to constantly toy with you, driving you to the brink of collapse until you ultimately take the life of your most beloved person. Some evil gods are not interested in proper matters, they love to play these tricks. At that time, the enemies will be hidden within society, and they will be the greatest trouble. Cheng Taijun steeled himself and personally dealt with the spider monster transformed from the little horse. The two then continued on their way. Along the road, they encountered many more of these human-headed spider-bodied monsters, but they posed no threat to them. Soon, the two reached the depths of the tunnel. The environment here was even darker, with large holes carved into the surrounding cave walls, inside which lay massive spider eggs, occasionally hatching small spiders that launched attacks at the two. As they moved forward, the number of spider eggs increased, and at the same time, giant cocoons began to appear before them. Cheng Taijun sliced open one of the giant cocoons, and to his surprise, inside was a mutated monkey. "It seems this spider has a good habit of storing food. They should be fine for now," Huang Chen said as he stepped forward to examine it, discovering that the mutated monkey was merely anesthetized by some toxin, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Taijun also felt a sense of relief. If something happened to old Su, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Huang Chen, let alone to Su Yang. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white line shot out from the darkness. The white line accurately stuck to Cheng Taijun's body and then quickly retracted. Caught off guard, Cheng Taijun stumbled and fell, sliding in the direction from which the white line had come. Huang Chen had already seen the white line approaching. The reason he didn't warn him was that he wanted to use this opportunity to find the owner of the white line. He quickly caught up, and at the same time, the black and white Tianyu mecha transformed into a silver-gray phantom mecha, closely adhering to him. Unexpectedly, Cheng Taijun was not simple either. During the dragging, he managed to break free from the white line's restraint. Fortunately, the two had now spotted the owner of that white line. A mutated spider, over 8 meters in size, was coiled at the entrance of a massive hole. Its body was entirely black, covered with purple patterns, mysterious and enchanting. The reason for using the word enchanting was that the upper half of the mutated spider resembled a human woman, while the lower half was a plump spider abdomen. Huang Chen felt a bit nauseous. It wasn't out of fear, but because he had previously intended to taste the saltiness of this spider, trying to create a new type of mecha. He never expected it to grow into this form. How could he possibly take a bite? Bang! In his line of sight, a shadow rapidly expanded. Huang Chen reached out to block the flying Cheng Taijun. "I'll handle this spider, you go find help," he instructed, immediately vanishing into the darkness, preparing to approach stealthily. However, the mutated spider seemed to see through the phantom module of the phantom mecha, its crimson compound eyes fixated on Huang Chen. With his position exposed, Huang Chen didn't mind. He switched back to the dawn mecha and slipped into the shadow space. This time, the mutated spider truly could no longer find his figure, its 8 large eyes darting around in confusion. Huang Chen had now arrived behind the mutated spider, just as he raised his blood-red serrated blade, ready to strike, when the mutated spider suddenly turned around and sprayed a stream of acidic liquid. Hiss! In an instant, the durability of the dawn mecha dropped by 8 points. Huang Chen was slightly startled. It was only then that he realized there was actually a ring of red compound eyes behind the mutated spider. He leaped into the air. The woman's head suddenly split open, and in the center of her scalp, 2 large eyes blinked continuously, always observing Huang Chen's position. There were eyes in front, behind, and above. He couldn't possibly attack from below, could he? Huang Chen's eyes darted, and his gaze landed on the mutated spider's plump abdomen. Since the upper body was difficult to deal with, he would first launch a surprise attack on the lower body. He didn't believe there were eyes down there. The mysterious attribute rapidly consumed, and Huang Chen once again slipped into the shadow space. The void concealment module is indeed powerful, but it has its limitations, namely consumption. The stronger the surrounding creatures are when entering the shadow space, the greater the consumption during and after the entry. Fortunately, his mysterious attribute has already reached 3 points, and combined with the reduction from the mecha's upgrade, it is sufficient for one battle. Seeing Huang Chen disappear again, the mutated spider reacted quickly, immediately spitting out silk towards its surroundings. It firmly believed that with these silks in place, Huang Chen would be unable to launch another attack. Whoosh! The next moment, a blood-red blade of light sliced through its abdomen. Accompanied by a splatter, various unknown liquids gushed out. The mutated spider was injured and began to scream frantically. Its voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, and in an instant, the surrounding spider eggs trembled wildly, followed by little spiders crawling out, heading straight for the mutated spider. Wanting help? Huang Chen didn't take the little spiders seriously. Just as he was about to continue his attack, he suddenly saw the upper half of the spider's body split open. In the blink of an eye, an even larger spider head emerged. Now he felt no psychological pressure, but he couldn't eat them all. After transforming into a spider head, the mutated spider's attacks became even more ferocious, spitting acid and silk, firmly restricting Huang Chen's movements. At the same time, it didn't forget to grab the little spiders on the ground and shove them into its mouth. As one little spider after another went in, its abdominal wounds seemed to show signs of healing. Can eating these little spiders restore health? Huang Chen was somewhat surprised. Seeing that Cheng Taijun seemed to have rescued a group of people, he no longer held back, activating his ultimate state, and his combat power instantly soared to the peak. Since attacking the abdomen was effective, he specifically targeted it for sneak attacks. Soon, the mutated spider's abdomen was torn open with one gaping wound after another. Huang Chen estimated that the bleeding effect alone must have already stacked up to over 10 layers. The current mutated spider resembled a torn sack, leaking everywhere. After swinging out another strike, the mutated spider fell completely silent. Kill Elite Mutated Spider, 4th Stage, Rewards, Tough Silk *10, Corrosive Acid *10, 8-Legged Spider, Accessory Module, *1, another accessory module, not bad. Just as Huang Chen was about to check the attributes of the 8-legged spider, he suddenly froze. No! This mutated spider had bred so many little spiders. By its habits, it was definitely a leader level. But he had only killed an elite level. Where did the leader level go? Suddenly, a tremor surged within Huang Chen. A voice told him that there was still a life within the spider corpse before him. He stepped forward and dug into the mutated spider's body. After a search, a spider the size of half a fist, pure white as jade, appeared before him. Could this be the leader-level spider? Huang Chen speculated. Some parasitic or puppet-type monsters are not strong themselves but can gain power by parasitizing or controlling powerful creatures. He just didn't expect that the spider before him was also of this type. Old Su and the others are just a bit exhausted. Everything else is fine. I really have to thank you this time. Cheng Tiejuan's voice rang out behind him, quickly coming to his ear. Seeing the white jade-like spider in Huang Chen's hand and glancing at the mutated spider's corpse on the ground, he was somewhat puzzled. What's going on? That mutated spider was probably just a tool. This is the true body of the mutated spider. The white jade spider struggled fiercely in his hand but could not escape Huang Chen's control. Even without the mecha, it couldn't inflict any damage. Cheng Taijun looked on in surprise, just about to say a few more words when suddenly his pupils constricted, and he stepped back in fright. Even facing such a massive mutated spider, he had the courage to fight back. But now, he was genuinely afraid. Across from him, Huang Chen stuffed the white jade spider into his mouth, the rich juices bursting forth in his mouth. Perhaps due to its mutation, the taste of the white jade spider was quite good, like neat jelly tightly wrapped in a layer of bean skin. The outer skin had a bit of toughness, while the jelly inside melted in the warmth of his mouth, turning into a stream of meat juice that quickly flowed down his throat. This taste was far superior to that of dung beetles or tiger beetles. White jade mother spider gene acquired, modifying a first-tier insect soldier universal type mech, modification time, 3 days. Is it because the white jade mother spider is stronger, or has higher potential, that the modification time has been extended? Previously, every mech modification took an additional 8 hours, and he thought this time it would only take 24 hours, but unexpectedly it required 3 days. 3 days wasn't too long, but it served as a reminder for Huang Chen that he needed to start mech modifications in advance, allowing ample time. Otherwise, if the mech was still being modified when the enemy came knocking, it would be too late. How? How does it taste? Cheng Taijun asked, forcing himself to speak. He was completely convinced by Huang Chen. After all, even if he were killed, he wouldn't eat such a large, bizarre spider. Not bad, it feels like drinking beef soup. Huang Chen replied, savoring the taste. Hiss. Cheng Tiejuan's legs wobbled slightly, and he said no more. With the mutated spider dealt with and Old Su and the others successfully rescued, the remaining small spiders posed little threat. The two left the passage smoothly. On the way out, Huang Chen casually checked the attributes of the 8-legged spider. Name, 8-legged spider quality, epic type, torso module effect 1, agility plus 20 effect 2, after being equipped, can adapt to various complex terrains, agility attribute reaches 100 points, can walk on water effect 3, pierces into the flesh of living beings, can absorb their blood to heal its own injuries, if uninjured, can slowly enhance physical attributes effect 4. Releases highly anesthetic venom description. Aside from not being able to fly, this is a very good item. It is said that its previous user was. Skipping the unreliable description as usual, he focused on the 4 effects. An agility increase of 20 points was enough to bridge the gap from a first-tier mech to a second-tier mech, and it was both offensive and evasive, making it a versatile attribute. As for effect 2, its characteristics were also quite good. Terrains like mountains, swamps, and deserts greatly restricted mech speed, but with the 8-legged spider, he no longer had to worry about being affected. If he wanted, Huang Chen could even equip it now and walk on water. The third effect was incredibly powerful, healing injuries and enhancing the body. Perhaps it was because of this effect that the 8-legged spider was of epic quality. Effect 4 was equally practical. From the 4 effects, the 8-legged spider was quite excellent among epic-level auxiliary modules. Huang Chen removed the mutated feather and replaced it with the 8-legged spider, instantly feeling his speed increase significantly, and even his field of vision became broader with the support of the 8-legged spider. Whenever he encountered mutated creatures on the way, he would take the initiative to attack, quickly piercing a spider leg into them and sucking their blood. Even though his body had been enhanced multiple times, he could still feel a slight improvement. This amazed him, and he grew even fonder of the 8-legged spider. Cheng Taijun, carrying Old Su and the others, looked at Huang Chen with eyes full of admiration and envy. With such powerful strength, it was no wonder Huang Chen dared to venture alone to Bai City. Upon returning to the White Lake gathering place, Su Yang and the others had been waiting early. Seeing Old Su return safely, he first burst into tears, then with a thud, knelt before Huang Chen. Speaking of which, Huang Chen had already saved him twice, the first time in the mountain city, and the second time saving Old Su. Huang Chen could accept the kneeling of enemies, but this was something he truly did not want to endure, so he quickly pulled Su Yang up. Old Su was severely exhausted. Even after treatment, it took him 2 days to recover. Upon learning of Huang Chen's needs, he immediately drew up a complete map based on the nearby terrain and his own experience. If it weren't for his need to recuperate, he would have even wanted to take Huang Chen directly to Bai City. Remembering that the mecha modification would still take time, Huang Chen stayed at the White Lake gathering place for another day. On the third day, the familiar prompt sounded as expected. Due to the absorption of some Zerg genes, the first-tier Universal Zerg Soldier Mecha has advanced to the second-tier Universal Zerg Soldier Mecha. White Jade Mother Spider gene absorption completed. The second-tier Universal Zerg Soldier Mecha has advanced to the Mother Spider Mecha form. Name: Mother Spider Mecha. Level: second-tier strength, 20 defense, 15 agility, 30 mystery. For exclusive modules: Spider Queen, Poison Web Spider Queen, consumes energy to create spider subjects, transformed from first-tier Zerg Soldier Mechas, reduces energy consumption after mecha advancement. Poison Web, sprays a web with different poison attributes from the tail. Poison attributes include corrosive, anesthetic, increases the types of poison attributes after mecha advancement. The basic attributes of the Mother Spider Mecha were not outstanding, but the exclusive modules were quite interesting, especially the Spider Queen, which could practically transform into a spider disaster. As long as there was enough energy, spider subjects could be summoned continuously. Moreover, Huang Chen carefully studied the last 2 words. If it could function like a complete human social system, since there was a queen and subjects, there would definitely be soldiers or guards. Currently, he could only summon spider subjects, but could he summon more powerful spider soldiers or spider guards in the future? Just as he was deep in thought, another voice sounded. Do you wish to fuse with the Dawn Mecha? Fuse, attributes of the Dawn Mecha are enhanced, while also gaining the exclusive modules of the Mother Spider Mecha. Do not fuse. The Mother Spider Mecha remains independent of the Dawn Mecha, and can later fuse with other mecha forms. Both options had their pros and cons. After a brief consideration, Huang Chen chose not to fuse. The abilities of the Mother Spider Mecha leaned towards support, while the Dawn Mecha was essentially a combat-type mecha, making the support functions less effective for it. Moreover, the Mother Spider Mecha could still fuse with other mecha forms in the future, which was something to look forward to. With the mecha modification complete, Huang Chen lost the desire to stay any longer. After bidding farewell to the White Lake gathering place, he headed to the wilderness to experiment with the new mecha's abilities. Mother Spider Mecha, attach. In a moment of youthful enthusiasm, the alien mecha automatically appeared and attached itself to him. All mechas could generally be divided into 2 types based on their external appearance, humanoid and alien. The Mother Spider Mecha looked quite similar to the mutated spider he had hunted before, definitely an alien mecha. The overall appearance of the mecha was a combination of silver gray and gold, with a relatively large head and tail, and 8 slender legs. Seeing his current form, Huang Chen had a sudden idea. He detached the 8-legged spider and loaded it onto the Mother Spider Mecha. An astonishing scene unfolded. He did not regrow 8 legs on his back, but the 8-legged spider slowly enveloped the original legs of the Mother Spider Mecha like water. Huang Chen tried running and found that in this form, the 8-legged spider exhibited even greater speed, making him feel as if he had transformed into a light and agile spider, strolling across the boundless wilderness. Poison Web. Suddenly, Huang Chen stopped, thrusting his tail forward, and a massive green liquid was launched. The green liquid swelled in the wind, quickly transforming into a large net that covered a rock. Sizzle! In the blink of an eye, the massive boulder was corroded into a puddle of liquid. This was a poison web with corrosive properties. After experimenting with corrosion properties, Huang Chen found another mutated rabbit, hairless but with explosive muscles. As soon as the anesthetic net was deployed, the mutated rabbit struggled for a few seconds before completely falling into a state of anesthesia. Even when struck, it showed no awareness. Good, next, let's experiment with the Spider Queen module. With a thought, a gray exoskeleton mech that looked quite ordinary appeared. This was a first-tier general-purpose insect soldier mech. As a faint energy emanated from Huang Chen's hand, it continuously seeped into the mech's interior. The originally plain-looking general-purpose mech instantly transformed into a variant mech with 8 limbs. Name, Subspider Mech. Level, First Tier, Strength, 6, Defense, 4, Agility, 10, Mystery, 0, Exclusive Module, Poison Refinement. Poison Refinement absorbs toxic substances to enhance the lethality of the limbs. One Subspider Mech consumes 5 energy points, which means the Mother Spider Mech can summon 8 Subspider Mechs simultaneously. Observing the Subspider Mech, which was about the same size as a golden retriever, Huang Chen summoned the rest and then forcefully awakened the just anesthetized mutated rabbit, commanding the Subspider Mechs to attack. Although the mutated rabbit was second tier, after his manipulation, its actual combat power was only slightly stronger than that of a first-tier monster. The 8 Subspider Mechs attacked together, clearly dividing their roles, fearlessly charging in, and within 2 minutes, they had torn the mutated rabbit apart, leaving only a pile of flesh. They then closely followed Huang Chen, as if in pursuit of their queen. Huang Chen lightly extended a limb and inserted it into the pile of flesh. In the blink of an eye, all the blood was devoured by the 8-legged spider. Now, go out and hunt, bring the prey back to me. All the Subspider Mechs immediately understood his meaning, pairing off to disperse and search for prey. Energy could slowly recover, so Huang Chen was not at all stingy with the deaths of the Subspider Mechs. If the Subspider Mechs could successfully bring back prey, it would mean he had another means to grow stronger. After an unknown amount of time, 2 Subspider Mechs returned, carrying a bug of an unknown species, panting as they approached Huang Chen. The mutated bug was still breathing, clearly alive, but had fallen into a coma. Huang Chen was not polite, using the 8-legged spider to drain the mutated bug's blood clean. At this point, his energy had recovered a bit, and he immediately summoned 2 more Subspider Mechs to release them in search of prey. In the following days, the Subspider Mechs consistently brought back gains. Of course, there were losses along the way, but they were all within an acceptable range. After walking for more than 20 days, Huang Chen finally stepped into the Bai City area. Compared to Ning City, Bai City had more mountains, water, and animals. Because of this, the number and variety of mutated creatures here were abundant, almost occupying all areas. At the same time, the extremely rich biological resources also meant that the mech strength here was significantly higher than that of the outside world, which could be seen as both an advantage and a disadvantage. Walking through the mountains and forests, Huang Chen was extremely cautious, fearing to provoke some powerful existence. Here, even he had to be very careful. Not far into his walk, his steps suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on a shadow in the bushes. In the thicket, an old man in tattered clothes was searching around. Huang Chen did not act because the old man's body was continuously shedding large chunks of flesh, revealing the stark white bones inside. The flesh emitted a foul odor, clearly rotting, with wriggling white maggots faintly visible. They fell in droves from the old man's clothes with a plopping sound. Suddenly, the old man noticed Huang Chen's presence, pushed aside the branches and weeds in front of him, and quickly ran over. In his haste, he accidentally caught his eye on a branch, and along with it, an eyeball was completely pulled out. The old man seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on Huang Chen. "Young man, I'm lost. Can you help me get home?" The old man's chin was devoid of any flesh, yet he managed to speak. "You're dead already. What home are you going back to? Aren't you afraid of scaring your sons and grandsons?" Huang Chen raised his blood-red serrated weapon, ready to smash the old man to pieces. But upon seeing the old man's pitiful state, he hesitated, then switched to a bone bomb and threw it far away. Boom! Everything fell silent. The dead have revived. It must be the revival stone slab. Once he confirmed that this was indeed the revival stone slab, Huang Chen was filled with motivation. According to Li Qinxing, he had seen that slab of the end at a farmer's house. It was quite a coincidence that the farmer didn't recognize it as the slab of the end and was drying chili peppers on it. Li Qinxing noticed many patterns on it and, out of curiosity, approached to take a closer look. If it hadn't been inconvenient at the time, he would have definitely bought that slab to study it thoroughly. Unfortunately, fate is often cruel. Following his memory, Huang Chen set off towards the city of Bai. He didn't know how far he had walked when suddenly he heard cries for help ahead. As he got closer, he realized someone was shouting for help. Adhering to the principle of saving a person as if saving a fire, Huang Chen hurried over to check. Not far down a small hillside, a woman was surrounded by 2 skeletons, and the situation looked dire. Strange, these corpses don't have much combat power. Even an ordinary person could easily take them down. This woman has managed to survive until now. Logically, she shouldn't be this scared. Huang Chen muttered, pulling out a blood-sucking wooden spear from his small parenting bag and throwing it fiercely. Although the 2 skeletons had no blood to suck, the wooden spear was quite hard, just right to be used as a javelin. The wooden spear whistled through the air, directly shattering the two skeletons. With the crisis averted, the woman let out a slight sigh of relief, but when she saw Huang Chen approaching her heart leaped into her throat. "Where's your mech? How could you not even handle these two things?" Swish! Huang Chen pulled out the wooden spear, retracting it into his space, and asked, "This?" The woman, or more accurately, the girl, rolled her eyes and stubbornly said, "I just wanted to see if I could take them down." Huang Chen smiled, not denying it, and continued towards Bai City. Seeing this, the girl quietly followed behind him. After they had walked a distance, Huang Chen suddenly said, "Don't be afraid of me. If I wanted to do something, you wouldn't be able to stop me. By the way, what's your name? Are you from Bai City?" The girl shook her head. I'm Jiang Zi, and I'm here to travel to Bai City." "I see. Are there still human gathering places in Bai City?" "Yes, there are 2 larger gathering places, probably with tens of thousands of people. Since there are people, you should head back to Bai City by yourself later. I'll wander around nearby and don't plan to go in for now." Huang Chen's primary goal was the revival stone slab, and he had a sense of connection with it. As long as he got close to the slab, he would be able to sense its exact location. He planned to search for it alone first, and if he couldn't find it, he would seek help from others. Roar! Jiang Zi nodded vigorously. After a search, the buildings of Bai City were finally in sight. Observing the mountains and forests before him, Huang Chen furrowed his brow, feeling troubled. Li Miexing had said he saw it at a farmer's house. The village where that farmer lived was hidden within a forested area. Not to mention the drastic changes in the environment now. Even if it hadn't changed, it would still be quite difficult to find. Moreover, he discovered something even worse. He had not sensed the presence of the revival stone slab at all. There were 2 possibilities: either the revival stone slab was not nearby or it had been taken to another place. Another possibility is that the revival stone slab already has an owner. If that person is determined to hide it, even if I turned the entire Bai City upside down, I probably wouldn't be able to find it. What to do? How can I find the revival stone slab? Seeing his confused expression, Jiang Zi finally mustered the courage to step forward. "It seems like you're looking for something? My best friend is a local from Bai City. Why don't we go back to Bai City first? I can have her help you find it, as a way to repay your life-saving grace." Huang Chen didn't place his hopes on anyone else. It was just a stone slab. If it weren't for the many experts fighting over it back then, he wouldn't even have known that the slab in his hand was the famous end of days stone slab. After describing his understanding of the end of days stone slab, Jiang Zi's eyes lit up. "The weaving cave stone slab. Ha, you know about it?" Huang Chen was taken aback. "Yes, I saw this slab at the Bai City Museum. It is said to have originated from deep within the weaving cave and was later used as a stone slab for drying things. If the museum staff hadn't happened to discover it, this slab might have already been damaged." Damaged? The end of days stone slab couldn't possibly be damaged by external forces, but Huang Chen didn't need to explain that. He just needed to know the exact location of the revival stone slab. "So, that slab is very likely still at the Bai City Museum?" "That's right. Let's go find it together." The 2 stopped wasting words and set off for the Bai City Museum. Most of the exhibits in the Bai City Museum are not very valuable, which has led to its lack of fame. However, as a local museum, the items inside reflect the local characteristics well. Perhaps influenced by the revival stone slab, the Bai City Museum has not been damaged by changes in the terrain and even retains the appearance it had before the apocalypse. I heard others say that the Bai City Museum seems to be haunted. Jiang Zi's voice trembled slightly as they reached the steps of the museum. This was understandable. After all, people have a natural fear of ghosts and such things. What ghosts? It's just evil energy at work. Look at the robots. They don't feel anything. If they were in ancient times, they would think you had imprisoned a person's soul inside. The less you know, the more ghosts you see. Huang Chen chuckled and stepped onto the museum steps. In an instant, an indescribable connection emerged. This made him even more certain that he was on the right track. The revival stone slab should be in this museum. With that thought, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. "Hey, wait for me." Jiang Zi hesitated for a moment and followed him. The 2 hadn't gone far when they suddenly heard a deafening roar. Immediately, the stone lions on either side of the steps began to twist their bodies, their massive heads fixated on the 2. "They're alive. The stone lions are alive." Jiang Zi was taken aback, her pupils dilating in fear. "Turning dead things into living ones, is this the power of the revival stone slab? It seems I underestimated you." Huang Chen's mind stirred, and the Dawn Mecha automatically attached itself to him. "If you don't have the mecha, just stay back a bit. Be careful not to get hurt." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zi didn't waste any words and took off running, quickly hiding behind a stone wall. She then poked her head out to observe the situation. The stone lions seemed to only have hostility towards those who intruded into the museum, ignoring Jiang Zi, who had run outside, and began to snarl at Huang Chen. Interesting. Huang Chen leaped forward and punched one of the stone lions in the face. Crash! The stone shattered, and half of the stone lion's head was smashed to pieces. But in the blink of an eye, those stones actually reformed and reattached to the lion's head. The stones themselves don't possess any strange energy. It should be the power of revival that has been bestowed upon these two stone lions. As long as we exhaust this power, they will revert to being stone lions. Understanding the key point, Huang Chen continued to swing his fists, quickly depleting the revival power swirling around the stone lions. Crack! The power of revival was completely consumed, and the two stone lions turned into a pile of powder. Huang Chen was just about to stop when suddenly a bronze chariot burst out from the side, driven by someone, and behind the chariot was a 6-person team. All 6 held long spears, and upon seeing Huang Chen, they thrust their spears straight at him. Clang! The durability of the Dawn Mecha decreased slightly. Before he could react, a mask floated past him, and then ghostly figures began to emerge from the ground. Upon sight, they launched an attack on Huang Chen. He flickered and appeared in another direction. At that moment, the inflatable dummy behind him, which had been swaying, suddenly swung a palm. If he hadn't felt the wind above his head, that palm would have landed squarely on him. Dodging again, Huang Chen finally realized that everything in the museum had come to life. The stillness had turned into movement. This was indeed the terrifying power of the revival stone slab. This ability was far more formidable than the rat talisman. Huang Chen no longer acted carelessly, quickly switching to the mother spider mecha, releasing all the child spider mechas, and then summoning a wild boar. The strength of these inanimate objects was not strong. It was just that the power of revival on them was a bit troublesome and needed to be consumed bit by bit. Revival stone slab. I want to see what other surprises you can bring me. After spending 20 minutes eliminating all the living things, the two finally entered the Bi-City Museum. However, after a search, they were both stunned. The entire Bi-City Museum was empty, not to mention the stone slab. Even the exhibits had disappeared completely. What is going on? Jiang Zi turned around, finally confirming that her eyes weren't deceiving her, and curiously asked. The last time she came, it was bustling with activity. She didn't expect it to now be just an empty shell. Huang Chen speculated that the revival stone slab was indeed here and had revived some of the museum's exhibits, but for some reason, they had been taken away later. Thinking about how he had come all this way only to find nothing, he felt extremely frustrated. Perhaps it was taken away by someone else. He casually explained and turned to leave. Huang Chen walked quickly, but inexplicably paused when passing by Jiang Zi. Is there something? Jiang Zi was startled. Nothing. The gathering place shouldn't be far from here. You can go. Huang Chen glanced at Jiang Zi, feeling something was a bit strange. But he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was strange. It was just a vague feeling. It's indeed not far, but you saved my life, so I'll go with you to find that stone slab. Maybe I can help. Huang Chen initially wanted to refuse, but recalling that strange feeling, he changed his tone. As long as you don't mind, it's up to you. Thus, Jiang Zi officially joined the search team. They searched for 7 consecutive days, yet the two still found nothing. If the connection with the revival stone slab was still there, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Without a special connection, trying to find a stone slab in this vast city is simply as difficult as climbing to the sky. Sitting on a stone bench in a park, Huang Chen wore a contemplative expression. He had intended to find the end stone slab here before heading to the capital, but he didn't expect to waste so much time. In 3 days, if I still can't find it, I'll go to the capital. If I go too late, I might miss the opportunity there. After careful consideration, Huang Chen finally made up his mind. If the revival stone slab couldn't be found, he wouldn't force it. The most important thing right now was to strengthen his power. Otherwise, even if he had the end stone slab in hand, it could be snatched away by someone else, and there had been precedents for such things. I'm so tired. I can't find it. Why is it so hard to find? On the other side, Jiang Zi lay dejectedly on the stone table, her face showing a bitter expression. After searching for so many days, her legs were almost worn out. She had never been this tired even during military training back in the day. Hearing her complaints, Huang Chen was about to comfort her when he suddenly felt a chill. The vitality in Jiang Zi had vanished. Or rather, her life energy was gone. Having previously encountered a large amount of life energy, Huang Chen was very clear about the nature of this energy. Everyone has life energy, some have more, some have less, but it is impossible for someone to have none at all. Yet the reality was that Jiang Zi indeed had not a trace of life energy. Remembering the strange feelings of the past few days, Huang Chen suddenly realized. It turned out that Jiang Zi's life energy was rapidly depleting. No wonder he felt uncomfortable. But Jiang Zi was neither injured nor did she look old. She didn't seem like someone whose life was nearing its end. How could her life energy decrease so quickly? Unless that life energy wasn't hers. She was, in fact, a dead person. Only a dead person would be unable to absorb this life energy, causing it to dissipate so quickly. Remembering the old man he had seen on the first day, Huang Chen felt an extremely strange sensation rise in his heart. No wonder Jiang Zi had always refused to summon the mech. It turned out she was already dead and had no qualification to summon it at all. If the power of the revival slab is so terrifying, then what does the end stone I obtained represent? Huang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be the super divine talent of the insect race's ruler? But compared to the revival slab's ability to resurrect the dead, the super divine talent seemed rather ordinary. I'm going to die. Jiang Zi was still wailing, and when she looked up, she happened to see Huang Chen staring at her intently. Is something wrong? She asked casually. Something is wrong. You're not going to die, you are already dead, Huang Chen said seriously. Jiang Zi was taken aback, clearly not expecting this answer. She retorted, who's dead? I'm perfectly alive. Huang Chen sighed deeply. The slab I found has magical powers, one of which is to revive the dead. You were surrounded by skeletons earlier, and then you encountered the museum's exhibits coming to life. All of this is thanks to that slab. Just now, I discovered that your vitality has completely dissipated, which indicates that you likely died a long time ago. The reason you can still be lively is entirely due to that slab. In just a few sentences, Jiang Zi was instantly frightened. Don't say such things. How could I possibly be dead? Jiang Zi wanted to argue, but suddenly froze, terror showing in her eyes. I remember there were many monsters outside. I was hiding with my best friend, but how did I end up in the forest? Where's my best friend? Your best friend? When I saw you, you were alone. There was no best friend around. Impossible. My best friend and I were hiding in. Right, we were hiding in the Bai City Museum. Bai City Museum? Huang Chen instantly perked up, guiding Jiang Zi to continue thinking. Yes, you were at the Bai City Museum, and then what? Then there were many monsters outside. They were terrifying and kept chasing us. Good, keep going. My best friend and I bought tickets to the museum, planning to check out the Bai City Museum. Jiang Zi continued her story. Wait. Huang Chen interrupted her. He felt something was off. After carefully sorting through it, he realized that the order of Jiang Zi's narrative was completely wrong. It should have been that she and her best friend bought tickets to the museum, then encountered a great disaster, with pedestrians and animals mutating and chasing them. To protect themselves, the two hid in the Bai City Museum. But what happened next? After hiding in the Bai City Museum, Jiang Zi seemed to realize there were gaps in her description, and she suddenly froze. After a long while, she finally said softly, You're right, I really am dead. A cool breeze swept through, stirring up layers of fallen leaves on the ground. It was Huang Chen's turn. If it were someone else here, they would surely be terrified. Without waiting for him to speak, Jiang Zi continued, It's all that bitch's fault. At that time, the exhibits in the museum suddenly came to life, resisting the monsters outside. The museum was very safe. I discovered that the power of the exhibit's revival came from that stone slab, so I told my best friend. I didn't expect her to turn on me to keep this secret for herself. The memories flooded back to Jiang Zi, and at the same time, the vitality within her diminished. But she shouldn't be doing well either. It wasn't just me who died back then, she died too. Perhaps she just revived before me, taking the stone slab and my corpse away, ultimately abandoning me in the wilderness. She let out a cold laugh, her eyes no longer innocent but instead glinting with a hint of ferocity. Do you know where your best friend is? Huang Chen had no interest in the entanglement between the two. The priority was to find the revival stone slab as soon as possible. Once he found it, he wouldn't mind spending a few hours listening to Jiang Zi's story. I know, follow me. Without further ado, Jiang Zi led Huang Chen to a villa complex nearby city. The villas were hidden among the green mountains and clear waters, half concealed, exuding a sense of mystery and understated luxury. She always wanted to buy a villa here, and her favorite was number 8. They arrived in front of a villa numbered 8. Without Jiang Zi saying a word, Huang Chen could feel the peculiar power contained within the villa. This power was even stronger than when he was in the museum. Looks like this is the place. He first summoned 4 sub-spider mechas, then the Dawn mecha took over, kicking the villa's front door open. As they entered the villa's hall, a coffin standing upright in the center caught their attention. It's her, it's her! Jiang Zi exclaimed excitedly, pointing at her best friend and collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the last thread of vitality sustaining her faded completely. Huang Chen frowned slightly, instructing the sub-spider mechas to carry her body out, then turned his gaze back to the coffin. Inside lay a young girl, and resting on her head was the revival stone slab he had been longing for. Just as he was about to rush forward to seize it, unexpectedly, Jiang Zi's best friend, who had seemingly died, suddenly opened her eyes. A mere mortal dares to covet such power? She chuckled lightly, waving her hand. In a corner of the villa hall, a suit of armor suddenly raised its spear and lunged at Huang Chen. Despite being formed from inanimate objects, its power was not weak, clearly ranking among the third tier. The best friend's movements did not stop. The giant eagle specimen above her head and the grizzly bear specimen on the wall seemed to come to life, pushing their bodies out and continuously roaring at Huang Chen. They were merely appetizers. The best friend's trump card was actually a row of mutated corpses. Even though the corpses were infested with maggots, their combat power had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, under the catalysis of the revival stone slab, they grew even stronger. Bang! Huang Chen was caught off guard and was heavily knocked away by the bear specimen. Then, an eagle swooped down from above, leaving scratch marks on his head. As other mutated creatures approached one after another, Huang Chen quickly exhaled and vanished from his spot. Running away? A smile briefly appeared on the best friend's face, but the next second, she felt a chilling sensation on her neck. It seems your true form isn't strong. You can only rely on those inanimate objects. Slowly looking down, she saw a blood-red serrated object pressed against her neck. No, don't be impulsive. I can tell you how to obtain this power. Just let me go. Put. Huang Chen didn't waste words and directly slashed with his knife. Watching her collapse in a pool of blood, he remained expressionless, quietly waiting in place. As the vitality of her best friend faded, the surrounding living creatures suddenly lost their momentum and collapsed to the ground with a crash. 10 minutes later, the best friend, who had been dead, suddenly blinked. If it weren't for Huang Chen's constant gaze on her, this small movement would have gone unnoticed. Since you've come back to life, then stand up. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Upon hearing this, the best friend's body trembled slightly, reluctantly getting up. What do you want from me? Huang Chen chuckled and swung his knife again. This woman still had a connection to the resurrection stone slab. If he didn't sever that connection, even if he obtained the resurrection stone slab, he wouldn't be able to use it. 10 minutes later, the best friend gasped for air, crawled up from the ground, and bolted for the exit. Whoosh! A blood-red serrated blade pierced through her chest from behind, bringing her down to the ground. The best friend died once more. In the following time, Huang Chen used various methods to kill the best friend. For instance, he dug a pitfall, lured a mutated creature, or simply threw the best friend into a pool to let her experience the sensation of drowning. After a series of operations, the best friend completely broke down, and her connection to the resurrection stone slab also vanished entirely. Spare me, if you do it again, I really will die. The best friend looked terrified, clutching Huang Chen's thigh and wailing in pain. Kicking the woman away, Huang Chen approached the coffin and took out the resurrection stone slab inside. Buzz! In an instant, the resurrection stone slab in his hand began to vibrate violently. Immediately after, countless rays of light emerged from within him, intertwining to form another slab. Huang Chen could see clearly that this was the end stone slab he had fought for in his previous life. The two slabs seemed to be drawn together by some kind of gravitational force, slowly converging. Just as the two slabs merged, a torrent of chaotic memories surged into Huang Chen's mind. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. Draining the source power of a world to transform it into resurrection power. So this is the most terrifying aspect of the resurrection stone slab. Moreover, even unformed worlds are under the surveillance of the resurrection stone slab. Once it sets its sights on them, after draining their source, they will become dead stars, unable to give birth to life. This is not just a resurrection stone slab, this is the true end. Huang Chen finally understood where the power of the resurrection stone slab to bring the dead back to life and transform lifeless things into living beings came from. This was the source power of a world, let alone resurrection. Even creating something out of nothing was not out of the question. Just after receiving the memories, he felt his muscles surging, as if something was trying to break free from within. I didn't expect that obtaining a stone slab would also enhance my physical strength. Huang Chen closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes in his body. In an instant, he felt as if he had arrived in the starry sky, surrounded by countless celestial bodies. Those celestial bodies were reflections of his own body. Suddenly, one celestial body exploded, unleashing an unmatched power. Then came the second, the third. In an instant, all the celestial bodies exploded together, painting the most magnificent picture in the endless starry sky. When all the celestial bodies fell silent, Huang Chen opened his eyes and punched the stone wall beside him. Boom! The hard stone wall shattered in response, while his fist remained unscathed, not even breaking the skin. After thinking for a moment, Huang Chen ordered all the sub-spider mechas to attack him. The power of the sub-spider mechas was unquestionable. Just 2 of them could handle a first-tier mutated creature. With 4 attacking together, they could be said to be invincible against anything below second tier. Whoosh! One of the sub-spider mechas suddenly launched itself, extending its limbs to stab at Huang Chen's back. Of course, there was no poison on the limbs. Sensing the gust of wind behind him, Huang Chen suddenly turned around and threw a punch. Bang! The ambushing spider mecha was immediately sent flying, its 8 legs flailing as if it were a bit disoriented. The other 3 spider mechas strictly followed Huang Chen's orders, seizing the opportunity to strike simultaneously at that moment. Huang Chen pivoted, naturally employing the mecha combat techniques. If it were a mecha, it would need to be enhanced to a certain level to use this set of combat techniques, but for a human body, there was no such concern, especially since Huang Chen's body had undergone multiple enhancements. His physical quality was extremely robust, allowing him to use this level of combat techniques without any burden. Bang! 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 Several sounds rang out as all 4 spider mechas were sent flying. Super God level, Insectoid Sovereign Talent enhanced, Derived Talent, Insect Crystal Warrior activated. Huang Chen wanted to continue testing the strength of his enhanced body, but 2 prompts sounded in his ears. He immediately opened the attribute panel and looked at the mecha talent description above. Insectoid Sovereign, Super God. As the ruler of the insectoid race, you can infinitely absorb the excellent genes of the insectoid race to modify your own mecha, and you can possess multiple forms to switch at will. At the same time, modified by unknown powers, you have gained the derived talent Insect Crystal Warrior. Insect Crystal Warrior, legendary as the ruler of the insectoid race, you can create mechas of the same form based on the insectoid genes you have devoured, bestowing them upon other life forms. Those who receive the gifts of the insect crystal will automatically become your warriors, fighting for you and gaining glory. Hiss! This talent is quite powerful. I have already absorbed the genes of 6 types of insects: the golden-backed dung beetle, the ironclad beetle, the tiger beetle, the bagworm, the leaf insect, and the white jade mother spider. This means I can create 6 forms of mechas and simultaneously gain 6 loyal mecha warriors? That's more like it. No wonder I always felt something was off about this talent. The insectoid race is known for its numbers. Can a ruler of the insectoid race be called such without any subordinates? At the same time, Huang Chen thought of another matter. The change in the insectoid sovereign talent was clearly related to the revival slate. If each time he obtained a piece of the end-of-day slate, he could gain a new derived talent, then wouldn't he be able to have 12 derived talents? However, he only thought about it when the time came. With 13 pieces of the end-of-day slate combined into one, unraveling the ultimate secrets of the universe, having derived talents would be irrelevant. With the revival slate in hand, and his best friend still begging for mercy beside him, Huang Chen ignored her and turned to leave. At the entrance, Zhang Zi was half leaning against the wall, showing no signs of anger. Huang Chen hesitated. The power of the revival slate did not come from nowhere. Only by absorbing enough vitality and energy could it exert its effects. Previously, the revival slate had unconsciously emitted energy, causing a large number of long-dead creatures to resurrect, and later catalyzed the items in the museum, consuming a considerable amount of energy. Coupled with his best friend using the revival slate to completely complete the transformation from death to life, the already limited energy was nearly exhausted. If he were to pull Zhang Zi up again, there would be nothing left. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have found the revival slate so quickly. I'll revive her first, and then she can choose whether to live or die. With a thought, the revival slate in its illusory state appeared, and a force was extracted from it, projecting onto Zhang Zi. This was merely a temporary revival. Once the revival slate stopped projecting power, Zhang Zi would quickly die again, just like before. As the mysterious energy entered Zhang Zi's body, it wasn't long before she slowly woke up. Since she hadn't been dead for long, she quickly recalled the events leading up to it and gritted her teeth, saying, "Where's that bitch?" Huang Chen pointed to the room. Zhang Zi immediately got up, pulled out a dagger she had picked up, and stormed into the villa's hall. Instantly, the hall was filled with the sounds of painful wails. Moments later, Zhang Zi emerged with her best friend. "My best friend isn't dead, she just has 2 bright red handprints on her face." After being dead for so many days and then coming back to life, Zhang Zi's thoughts are still stuck in peacetime. She can let off some steam by hitting someone, but she truly doesn't dare to kill. In this regard, her best friend does very well, showing no mercy when it's time to act. "Zhang Zi, you are already dead. The only reason you are alive now is thanks to the revival stone slab, but I won't keep supporting you like this. Do you choose death, or do you want to live?" "I want to live," Zhang Zi replied firmly. "Since you want to live, you'll have to work for me from now on." Huang Chen knew Zhang Zi couldn't summon a mech, so he opened his palm, revealing 6 crystals of different colors. Each crystal represents a different mech. "Which one do you want to choose?" He informed her of all the abilities of the 6 mechs. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Zi shyly said, I'm afraid of pain. Can I choose the Tianyu mech? You're still so timid. Whether it's the Jusen, Leishan, or the Guiying, all are stronger than the Tianyu. Why did you choose this one? Her best friend scolded her, frustrated. With a single push, Huang Chen sent the crystal directly into Jiangzi's body. The Tianyu mech has outstanding defensive attributes, and if viewed from the perspective of fearing pain, it is indeed a good choice. But defense also means protection, and the pain Jiangzi will have to endure later will likely be much greater than what she faces now. Where are you from? Don't you know this is our territory? Just after absorbing the crystal, a loud voice rang out. 3 mechs approached from the street, the largest one black and gray, with a row of dense spikes on its back. A porcupine? This is really a punishment. Huang Chen immediately recognized the origin of that mech, clicking his tongue in admiration. If this were in his past life, it would definitely grow into a powerful figure. Sorry, we'll leave right away. Seeing the aggressive demeanor of the other party, Jiangzi quickly apologized and pulled her best friend to leave. Leave? They say what they want? I say this is my territory. I've been living here for months. Her best friend shook off Jiangzi's hand and revealed a mysterious purple mech, striding confidently toward the 3. I'm in a bad mood today, so all of you better get lost, or I'll make you unrecognizable. Huang Chen didn't expect his best friend's combat power to be so fierce. He chuckled and sat on the steps in front of the villa, ready to watch the show. He had acted too quickly earlier, and his best friend had knelt down in an instant. Now he could take the opportunity to gauge her true strength. Crackle! Crackle! Her best friend clenched her fists, and a large number of tiny electric arcs suddenly leaped from her body. The arcs made the surrounding air feel tense. Lightning? Huang Chen showed a look of doubt, but he wasn't foolish enough to think his best friend had consumed something related to lightning. In early spring, the awakening of all things begins, and the sound of thunder signifies this awakening. The first spring thunder signals the revival of all things, so it can be said that lightning itself carries the meaning of revival. For example, the defibrillator commonly seen in hospitals also uses strong electric pulses to eliminate arrhythmias. There is indeed a certain connection between lightning and revival. This also indirectly reflects that his best friend's mech talent might not have originally been this. It could have been altered by the revival stone slab, just like his own talent of being a Zerg overlord. He just didn't know if her talent was also of a super god level. Her best friend's fists crackled with lightning as she punched one of the mechs. That mech immediately went limp. Although lightning represents revival, it also signifies destruction, with individual combat power being extremely terrifying. Seeing that their companion had fallen silent, the leading porcupine mech shook its spikes and charged straight at her best friend. She raised her hand and shot out a beam of electricity. I originally thought this electric beam would disable the porcupine mech, but to my surprise, the opponent was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, charging forward despite the lightning attack. Her mech was only at the first tier, possibly not even enhanced, while the porcupine mech was already at the 3rd tier and a defensive type. Under such a huge level and attribute suppression, her nonchalance was bound to lead to a significant loss. Just at this critical moment, a black and white mech suddenly blocked the porcupine mech's path. Tianyu! Not Huang Chen's Tianyu, but Jiangzi's Tianyu. Although Jiangzi was constantly retreating, she ultimately managed to block the porcupine mech's charge. Seeing this, the porcupine mech attempted to shoot out the spikes on its back, but they were all deflected by Jiangzi. Seizing this opportunity, her best friend clasped her hands together and then pulled them apart, revealing a spear formed of lightning. Put! The lightning spear successfully pierced into the interior of the porcupine mech, and in an instant, the porcupine mech exploded, with the operator inside falling out, severely injured. Her best friend raised her hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that completely dispatched the operator. The porcupine mech was killed in one encounter, and the remaining mech could no longer control its body, turning to flee. Whoosh! The lightning spear shot out first, firmly pinning it to the ground. Seeing this, Huang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Both of their battles were commendable. Her best friend was ruthless and merciless, reminiscent of a past life. Although Jiangzi was not as skilled in combat as her best friend, her timing was precise, and she was very brave. Facing such a level of attack, most people would not dare to withstand it head-on. The lightning spear was the main offense, while the Tianyu mech was primarily defensive. Their cooperation was simply perfect. With the bug crystal present, Jiangzi's loyalty was not a concern, but her best friend's ambition was significant and needed to be kept in check. I'm not afraid of ambition, I'm afraid of a lack of it. The future world will be vast and tumultuous. Without some ambition, one might not even have the qualification to witness it. After eliminating the enemy, Jiangzi and her best friend exited their mechs and slowly walked towards Huang Chen. Meanwhile, in the distance, on a large tree, a mech resembling an eagle was observing, capturing the appearances of Jiangzi and her best friend. Impossible, how could this be? They are dead, I saw it with my own eyes. How could they still be alive? The eagle mech trembled uncontrollably, and due to excessive excitement, it reverted from its mech form, revealing a sinister-looking man. The man's name was Zheng Di, and like Zhang Zi, he had come to Bai City for tourism but was later trapped in the Bai City Museum due to a disaster. If it had been just that, it would have been fine, as many people were trapped in the museum at that time. But coincidentally, he had witnessed Zhang Zi and her best friend fighting each other and had seen his best friend, heavily injured, dragging Zhang Zi's corpse to a hidden corner. If it had been in peacetime, he would have immediately chosen to report it. But under those circumstances, reporting it would have been of little use, and later he became preoccupied with survival, almost forgetting about it. The reason he was lurking here was that he sensed something strange in this villa area and wanted to investigate thoroughly. The 3 people his best friend had just killed were actually his subordinates. Dead people coming back to life, dead people coming back to life. Could it be that they possess a treasure that can bring the dead back to life? Zheng Di couldn't help but feel excited. If such a treasure existed, wouldn't he be invincible? Thinking of this, he sent a message to his subordinates, instructing them to gather quickly in the villa area. Huang Chen and the others were unaware of Zheng Di's existence, but they understood that the deaths of those 3 would surely bring some trouble. With the resurrection stone in hand, there was no need to stay in Bai City any longer. Without lingering, the 3 quickly left, heading towards Ning City. Seeing this, Zheng Di followed, constantly updating his subordinates on their location. At night, the surroundings were dim, and the sounds of insects and birds were nowhere to be heard. Huang Chen and the 3 of them sat together, eyes closed, resting their minds. Xiao Ha was on guard, standing watch 100 meters away. Having slept the entire day, it was now full of energy. Suddenly, Xiao Ha's ears twitched slightly. Woo woo, it lowered its head, revealing sharp canine teeth, and growled softly into the darkness. Just a mutated dog, go kill it. A voice emerged from the darkness, and then a slender mech slithered out, crawling on the ground. Seeing this, Xiaoha's body tensed repeatedly. As it tensed, its body began to grow rapidly, soon reaching the size of a tiger. The slender mech was momentarily stunned by this sight, but with an arrow on the string, it had to shoot. Its body shot out like a cobra. Its movements were quick, but Xiaoha was quicker, leaping up and stamping the slender mech deep into the ground with a single paw. Woof! The loud bark echoed far away. Huang Chen and the others were startled awake by the sound and quickly looked in Xiaoha's direction. We've been discovered, act fast. The slender mech struggled a few times, realizing it couldn't escape Xiaoha's control, and shouted loudly. In the darkness, mechs began to emerge, heading straight for Huang Chen and the others. Their mech shapes were incredibly bizarre, seemingly adapted to the darkness. In their eyes, the thick night was as bright as day. The best friend reacted quickly, piloting her mech and then firing a shell into the sky. The shell soared up, instantly illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Seeing dozens of mechs attacking, she and Zhang Zi couldn't help but gasp. Huang Chen had already seen everything in the darkness, so he wasn't shocked. However, he found it strange. Given the scale of this group, it was clear they had premeditated plans. What merit did they see in him that warranted such a large mobilization? In the distance, Zheng Di's figure was hidden in the thick darkness. He chose not to reveal himself, instead letting his subordinates launch the attack. He had a rough idea of the strength of the best friend in Zhang Zi, but he was uncertain about Huang Chen. Without absolute certainty, never step into the spotlight. Caution is the mother of safety. He silently mused, keeping his eyes fixed ahead. The eagle's long-range vision was exceptional, typically 4 to 8 times that of a human. Even hidden here, he could see everything happening on the field. Inside, dozens of mechs had surrounded the 3 and the dog. Most of them were second tier, with a small number being third-tier mechs. Even though several months had passed since the disaster, third-tier mechs were still rare. Based on the timeline from his previous life, the large-scale appearance of third-tier mechs should occur years later. This was why the first 3 tiers could be upgraded so quickly. Moving from 3rd to 4th tier was a significant hurdle. Some might never make it. One reason was the scarcity of materials, and the other was the inability to survive the 4th mutation's onslaught. Setting aside the chaos, being besieged by so many mechs was a first for Huang Chen. Destroy the mechs, spare their lives, Huang Chen instructed. These people would be the backbone of the resistance against alien races in the future. Unless necessary, he didn't want to kill too many. Of course, if they truly lacked insight and insisted on provoking him, he couldn't be blamed for being ungracious. The best friend huffed twice. With so many people, whether we can escape is still up for debate, and you want to spare their lives. Although she said this, she still kept Huang Chen's words in mind. Summoning the thunder spear, she hurled it at a mech. The spear pierced through the side of the mech. Boom! The mech exploded, and the person inside fainted, being taken away by another mech. This type of spear was a concentration of energy, not a physical object. If it was lost, it could be summoned again, with the only drawback being its high consumption. The best friend pulled with both hands, and the thunder spear reappeared. The attackers were filled with dread upon seeing this. They couldn't understand how a seemingly low-tier mech could possess such formidable strength. She's just a low-tier mech, her attack power might be a bit stronger, let's all go together and not give her a chance to strike. Someone pointed out the weakness of the friend and called for others to attack together. Various attacks flew out, about to hit the friend. Bang! Suddenly, a black and white mech charged in from the side, blocking in front of the purple mech, raising its arms to shield against all attacks. Crack! 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 The sound of shattering echoed as even the Tianyu mech could only barely withstand such a barrage. Zhang Zi gritted her teeth and remained silent. The friend was gathering a lightning spear to attack while urging Huang Chen, "Aren't you powerful? Hurry up and make a move." Huang Chen chuckled, waving to bring Xiaoha into his arms. "You don't seem to be asking for help. Even if you ignore me, can you really ignore Zhang Zi's life or death?" The friend, in a fit of anger, tried to use Zhang Zi to coerce Huang Chen into action. "Don't worry, she won't die. Even if she does, I can bring her back." Zhang Zi's life information had already been recorded in the revival stone slab. Even if she died, she could be resurrected using it, at most consuming a bit of energy. Huang Chen wasn't too concerned about her life or death. Perhaps if she died more, Zhang Zi might comprehend some ultimate skill between life and death, which would be quite interesting. "If you don't make a move soon, I might just surrender. I forgot to tell you, I'm also afraid of pain. If I accidentally..." The friend's words abruptly stopped. Inside the mech, her eyes widened, breathing rapidly, as if someone had grabbed her throat, leaving her gasping for air. "You can try." Huang Chen's cold voice lingered in her ears, completely shattering her psychological defenses. Tears streamed down her face involuntarily, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. How could someone be this terrifying? Ignoring her self-destructive tendencies, Huang Chen set Xiaoha down and slowly stood up. As he moved, the dawn mech gradually emerged from the void. "It's about time to end this." On the surface, it was a Tier 3 mech, but its actual attributes had already reached Tier 4, and the momentum of the dawn mech surged forth, instantly intimidating everyone. "I don't care where you came from, leave now, and you can suffer less." Glancing at the crowd, Huang Chen spoke calmly. The attackers were horrified. They had thought the friend was the strongest among the three, but unexpectedly, the seemingly unremarkable man was the true terror. Zheng Di also witnessed the emergence of the dawn mech, but due to the distance, he did not feel the overwhelming aura it exuded. After much hesitation, he still issued the command to attack. Although his subordinates were scared, they gritted their teeth and began their assault. Whoosh! 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 Attack after attack flew toward Huang Chen's position. In an instant, screams erupted. The crowd rejoiced, thinking it was Huang Chen, but when they turned, they realized the screams were coming from their own people. The eight-legged spider behind the dawn mech moved swiftly, seemingly drawing everything around into its battlefield. Each appearance signified the end for a mech. In less than 2 minutes, all Tier 3 mechs were destroyed, and the scene was filled with cries of despair. The remaining Tier 2 mechs looked at each other, still unaware of what had happened. "Let's go," Huang Chen said lightly, turning to leave. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was secretly shocked. In terms of individual combat power, the side of Bai City was indeed much stronger than that of Ning City. The reason he could defeat everyone so decisively was also due to having the upper hand. If the opponent had been prepared, he certainly wouldn't have had it so easy. If there were a few more people, I would probably have to avoid the spotlight myself. Of course, this is under the condition of holding back. If it were a life and death struggle, even if there were double the number of people, I wouldn't be afraid. The best friend and Zhang Zi were momentarily stunned and hurried to catch up with his pace. Seeing this unbelievable scene, Zheng Di felt relieved that he hadn't acted, otherwise, he would have been in trouble today. He also didn't let his subordinates continue the attack. Huang Chen's strength was far superior to that of his group of subordinates. The two could be said to be worlds apart. To defeat Huang Chen, he could only deploy stronger experts. Just relying on them isn't very reliable. I need to find an ally. Zheng Di's eyes shifted, and he opened his friend list, finding someone named Rooney. "I have a job here. The reward is 20,000 energy points. Are you in?" It didn't take long for Rooney to reply. "I'm in, let's discuss it in person." Seeing the other party agree, Zheng Di smiled slightly and muttered to himself, "I heard that Rooney's team is a group of foreign mercenaries. I had only seen them on TV before. I didn't expect to have the chance to hire them myself. I'm quite curious." Rooney was a well-built black man. Even though it was only a little over 10 degrees outside, he still wore a black tank top, revealing large tattoos on his chest. His movements were quick. It took only 20 minutes from the time Zheng Di sent the message to his arrival. "Where's the target? I think 100,000 energy points isn't enough. We need to add some enhancement materials. You know what I mean, brother. As soon as they met, Rooney spoke without any courtesy. I'm only offering 100,000, not a penny more. Jung Di stood firm. Although he had never dealt with Rooney before, he knew the other party's style. Raising the price at the last minute was completely normal for Rooney. As long as he didn't agree, he could still pay according to the original agreement. Only some people didn't understand and would end up paying more for no reason. If Rooney discovered a weakness, he might even swallow him whole. Seeing Zheng Di refuse, Rooney fell silent, his gaze constantly scanning Zheng Di, and a devious thought began to form in his mind. Zheng Di was the leader of the gathering place, if he could capture him. Boss, we're here, where are those three? Big Head and the others are behind, they'll be here soon. Just as Rooney hesitated whether to make a move, a large group of people suddenly rushed over. Seeing them, Rooney spread his hands, revealing his teeth in a bright smile. Oh, there are so many people. Leader Zhang, we'll take this job. Please provide me with the detailed information about the target. Zheng Di sneered inwardly and said, don't worry, my people have been following them all along, they won't escape. However, I have serious doubts about your team's strength. Don't worry, our team is more than capable of crushing any enemy. Do you need me to help you kill them? If I can capture them alive, I'm willing to offer an additional 50,000. 150,000, that's quite a nice number. If it were before, 500,000 wouldn't have gotten us to act, but now you know, business is tough. Just leave it to us, we will definitely complete the objective. Leader Zhang, oh no, I should call you boss now. In the weaving brocade cave, Zhang Zi and her best friend were both from out of town, here just for tourism. Huang Chen didn't need much introduction, not to mention this life, he hadn't even been to Bai City in his previous life. Thus, the three of them unfortunately got lost. I remember the bus took this route when we came. The best friend followed behind Huang Chen and Zhang Zi, her face pale. She had volunteered to lead the two onto the highway, but unexpectedly ended up in a cave. Even more sadly, the terrain inside the cave was complex, and even she couldn't remember the way out. Whose bus goes through a cave? Zhang Zi couldn't help but complain. There used to be a road here, this place is too strange. It wasn't like this in my memory, the best friend retorted. Alright, you two have both died up ahead, so it's normal not to notice the change in terrain. Let's think about how to get out of here. Huang Chen interrupted the argument between the two, then furrowed his brow and continued to move forward. Getting lost wasn't the issue, but his best friend had a point. This place was indeed very strange. There was a constant presence in the air that made him feel nauseous, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Wait, something's up. As they walked, the usually carefree Xiaoha suddenly perked up his ears. Huang Chen sensed that something was wrong and signaled for the two to be quiet. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded like footsteps were approaching from not far away. Moments later, a black man burst into view. Fuck, what kind of monster is that? They're all dead, all dead. Don't chase me, I'm the strongest Rooney. Ah, damn it, bitch, get lost, bitch. The black man completely ignored Huang Chen and the others, screaming as he ran past them. Is this guy crazy? His best friend asked curiously, watching his retreating figure. Turning to look, she saw that Huang Chen, who had always been calm, now had a somewhat grim expression. Corrupted energy has entered his body. It's not wrong to say he's gone mad. After a long pause, Huang Chen explained. The man was clearly affected by the corrupted energy, which was why he was acting so bizarrely. According to the original timeline, the corrupted energy should have appeared after the fourth mutation, and it shouldn't have manifested at this time. But then he thought, the fourth mutation only marked the beginning of the era of corrupted energy. Perhaps it had existed before, but people had always regarded it as some kind of strange energy, never considering it to be corrupted energy. Just like the mutations before the official disaster, people only thought it was rabies acting up, never imagining it would eventually turn into blood corpses. No wonder there's always a nauseating feeling here. It turns out to be corrupted energy. Huang Chen's expression grew serious. If the corrupted energy erupted in the weaving cave, the nearby Bai city would at least lose half its population, and if they weren't careful, total annihilation was very likely. If they hadn't encountered it, that would be one thing, but since they had, they needed to crush it in the cradle. You bunch of scum, wait to die. The killing intent accumulated from his past life erupted violently at this moment. Zhang Zi and his best friend felt as if the scene before them suddenly transformed. They seemed to be on a battlefield, surrounded by corpses, with the sounds of slaughter filling their ears. The air was thick with blood, as if the world had been painted red. The two felt like fish out of water, struggling to breathe in such an environment. Fortunately, this feeling came quickly and left just as fast. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. They exchanged glances, not daring to speak to Huang Chen. The killing intent hadn't vanished, it was merely contained within Huang Chen's body, and once it erupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Huang Chen shot a cold glance at the two, offering no further explanation. In his past life, he had been captured by a servant of an evil god and thrown into a gladiatorial arena, forced to fight for the amusement of the evil god and other higher races. Life in the arena was bleak. With no right to choose, he had killed other races there, as well as many people. If it hadn't been for that evil god fighting another for territory and taking away a large number of his elite subordinates, he might have been trapped in that arena for life, until death. It was precisely because of those years of imprisonment that he was driven to grow stronger, constantly breaking through his talent limits, ultimately becoming a powerful figure. The unfinished business from my past life will be settled by you all in this one. Huang Chen headed straight for the direction Rooney had come from. Passing through narrow stone caves, he suddenly found himself in a vast underground space. The underground space was not empty, many people were kneeling in the center, before a complex and mysterious array. A summoning array? Are they trying to summon the evil god's avatar? Huang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, and then he charged straight into the crowd. These people had already been eroded by dark energy, resembling the dead. No, he could still revive the dead. These people had their souls tainted, which meant they were utterly beyond saving. Bang! Huang Chen smashed one person into a pulp with a single punch. Instead of being frightened, the others looked even more fervent, continuously worshipping the formation. Soon, a strange light began to glow from the formation. Seeing this, Huang Chen was startled and hurriedly tried to disrupt the operation of the formation. But at that moment, three figures stood up from the kneeling crowd. Their faces were devoid of color, like ice sculptures, exuding a heavy chill and an eerie coldness. It felt as if one had suddenly stepped from the sweltering summer into a morgue. It was cool, but it made one's scalp tingle. Upon seeing them, Huang Chen was instantly engulfed in memories. There were not many evil gods related to ice and snow, and the most famous among them was the Frost Sovereign, Callisto. Callisto appeared as a giant sculpted from solid ice. His body radiated a bone-chilling cold year-round, and his skin resembled blue ice crystals, shimmering with a frigid light. Additionally, he wore a crown made of ice spikes on his head, constantly emanating frost power. Any creature affected by this frost power would transform into an ice demon, born from the cold and immortal. If he guessed correctly, the three people before him had undoubtedly already transformed into ice demons. Just as he was thinking this, one of them suddenly raised a hand and conjured three ice spikes. The three ice spikes spun in the air before hurtling towards Huang Chen in a shape. This is bullying me for not having ranged attacks. Huang Chen sliced through the three ice spikes with a knife and swiftly struck down on one of them from behind. Clang! The serrated blade struck what felt like ancient, unmelting ice, and the recoil from the blade sent pain shooting through his wrist, as if it had been pricked by a needle. In contrast, the person he struck only gained a few cracks on their body. Such absurd physical strength, it must be an ice demon. In his previous life, Callisto occupied the far north, nearly turning it into a realm of ice and snow, giving rise to countless ice demons under his influence. These ice demons lacked intelligence, were not particularly fast, and their only advantage was their robust bodies, which had high resistance to physical attacks. Huang Chen's mind stirred, and he activated the shadow concealment. He didn't want to waste time with the mindless ice demons here. It would be better to use the shadow space to bypass them and destroy the formation. His figure vanished, but the next moment, he emerged from the shadow space. Huang Chen's expression darkened. Due to some force, the energy required to activate the shadow space was rapidly depleting. All his energy was consumed, barely allowing him to activate it. To bypass the ice demons and destroy the formation, his mysterious attribute needed to reach at least 10 points. At that moment, Jiang Zi and her best friend finally arrived. "I'll hold them off. You two hurry and destroy the formation." The formation? The two reacted quickly and immediately spotted the formation drawn on the ground. Jiang Zi's friend flickered, seemingly transforming into a bolt of lightning, weaving through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, she bypassed everyone and reached the formation. Just as she was about to destroy it, the formation suddenly erupted with a strong light, followed by the appearance of a semicircular protective shield. The lightning spear struck it, only causing the shield to ripple slightly. It seemed she wouldn't be able to break through the shield's blockade in a short time. At the same time, chaos erupted among the kneeling crowd. Waves of cold energy surged forth, instantly covering the cave in a layer of ice. Huang Chen's heart sank. The formation had already connected to the world belonging to Callisto. Although the small formation was insufficient for him to descend, projecting some of his power was not a problem. Those influenced by Callisto are slowly transforming into ice demons. The only fortunate thing is that I discovered it early, forcing them to accelerate the progress of the magic array. As a result, the ice demons transformed are not particularly strong, at most comparable to second-tier mechas. My best friend is continuously attacking the protective shield, while Jiangzi is blocking those who have already successfully transformed into ice demons, causing chaos throughout the cave. After finally dealing with 3 ice demons, Huang Chen also begins to attack the protective shield. Bang! 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 With continuous attacks, the shield grows thinner, and the light above gradually dims. Put in more effort, it's about to break, my best friend exclaimed with joy, increasing the frequency of her attacks. Finally, the protective shield shattered, exposing the magic array inside. She stepped forward, her spear quickly sweeping across the array. In just a few moves, the array was left in ruins. As the array was destroyed, the other ice demons simultaneously stopped their movements. What on earth are these things? My best friend asked, exhaling softly. Ice demons. Huang Chen slowly uttered the 2 words, his expression still tense. Although the magic array had been destroyed, that nauseating smell had not disappeared. Crack! An ice demon's body suddenly shattered, turning into a pile of white ice blocks. Then came the second, the third. Soon, apart from the 3 of them, everyone else's bodies had turned into piles of ice. Just when they thought everything was fine, those ice blocks quickly gathered together, transforming into a terrifying figure crowned with ice spikes and sporting 2 long, sharp horns. Callisto, it really is you. Huang Chen was shocked, the universal language slipping from his lips. He hadn't expected that this magic array would actually draw in a fragment of Callisto. This was troublesome. Found you, so you were hiding here. Before Callisto could speak, a loud and surprised voice rang out. A mecha with a large head and a slender body appeared. His name was Big Head, one of Zheng Di's skilled subordinates. Since his father was a hunter, he had learned a few tracking skills. Following the trail left by Huang Chen and the others, he was the first to arrive here. Seeing Huang Chen silent, his gaze shifted to the newly formed Callisto. Bro, these 3 are ours. If you know what's good for you, you should leave here quickly. He thought he was being polite, believing this person would obediently leave. But unexpectedly, an ice spike flew towards him, nearly piercing him. Big Head dodged just in time, but his brother behind him was not so lucky, getting impaled by the ice spike and instantly turning into an ice sculpture. Damn it, you're looking for death. Brothers, attack! With a command, he rallied the others to attack. Huang Chen did not expect things to develop this way and was momentarily stunned. Once he regained his senses, he took a couple of steps back with Jiangzi. If he guessed correctly, this big head mecha was definitely connected to the group attacking him. Since they were enemies, let them fight it out with Callisto. Dying in the process of battling foreign races could be considered a worthy death. Huang Chen admired such people. Unfortunately, even if it was just a fragment, Callisto was still terrifyingly strong. In just a few breaths, the squad led by Big Head was completely wiped out, all turned into ice sculptures. Insignificant humans, daring to call upon my god's name, prepare to die. Callisto turned to Huang Chen, a chill emanating from his palm. What a load of nonsense about gods. One day, I will personally slay you. Huang Chen took a deep breath, unleashing his full potential. The 3rd-tier Dawn Mecha entered its ultimate state, with attributes soaring to absurd levels. Name, Dawn Mecha, Level, Tier 3, Strength, 147/300, 235. 2. Defense, 163/300, 260. 8. Agility, 154/300, 246. 4. Mystery, 3 of 300, 4. 8. Except for the mystery attribute, the other 3 major attributes have all surpassed the 200 mark. Such attribute values can rank in the middle tier among 4th-tier mechas. Although Callisto is strong, it is merely a projection, perhaps just a fragment of power. There is no reason for me to be unable to defeat it. With this thought, Huang Chen no longer hesitated. Wielding the blood-red serrated blade, he unleashed his mecha combat skills. This time, he held nothing back. The combat experience accumulated from his past life erupted at this moment, enhancing the Dawn Mecha. In just one swift step, he charged in front of Callisto and swung his blade down. Callisto raised a hand to conjure an arm guard, blocking the descending blood-red serrated blade. With the other hand, he lightly waved, and an ice staff materialized. Then he lifted the ice staff and smashed it directly toward Huang Chen's head. The ice staff was adorned with sharp ice spikes. From its appearance, it resembled more of a mace than a staff. As the ice staff came crashing down, Huang Chen immediately drew his blade to block. At the same time, the hellhound pattern on his chest suddenly transformed into a dog head, lunging toward Callisto's neck. Auxiliary Module, Fong of the Hellhound. Callisto looked down and exhaled a breath of cold air, the powerful frost force directly destroying the attack of the Fong of the Hellhound, along with the auxiliary module itself. Huang Chen couldn't afford to feel heartbroken. He swung his blade again. Despite Callisto being formed from shards of ice, it was now a living being, capable of triggering the bleeding effect of the blood-red serrated blade. Coupled with intimidation, if both negative effects triggered simultaneously, it would be enough to make it suffer greatly. Callisto seemed to realize Huang Chen was troublesome and stopped talking, attacking with full force. Huang Chen had the intention to eliminate it from the start, so he naturally didn't want to engage in conversation. There were no flashy attacks between the two, it was just fists and kicks, with Callisto occasionally releasing ice spikes to attack. Clang! After another collision, Huang Chen finally left a wound on Callisto. His spirit lifted. This was good news. As long as there were enough wounds left, he need not fear Callisto's survival. Insignificant human, you actually wounded me. Callisto spoke again, disbelief lacing its voice. Isn't that normal? After all, gods can die too. Huang Chen replied calmly. Gods can indeed die, but I will never be one of them. A wave of cold air swept through the entire cave, and Callisto's body began to emit a strong light, as if a powerful force was brewing within. This is. Huang Chen suddenly felt a wave of heart palpitations. He immediately turned and looked at Jiang Zi and her friend. Run, quick, run. Jiang Zi was still a bit dazed, but her friend quickly reacted, grabbing Jiang Zi and running outside. Watching the two leave, Huang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Callisto was about to explode. Such a powerful life form, once it detonated, would surely unleash catastrophic power. Moreover, in this enclosed space, the explosion's force would multiply. He never expected this old fellow to choose self-detonation so decisively upon realizing it was outmatched. To make matters worse, the earlier cold air had frozen his body, and now he couldn't even run away. This was truly troublesome. Indeed, every being that can become a god is not to be trifled with. Huang Chen switched to the heavenly guardian mecha, silently awaiting the impending explosion. Boom! A blinding light instantly obliterated everything within the cave. Obliterate is not quite accurate. A more precise term would be vaporize. Centered around the cave, everything within 100 meters was completely vaporized, leaving behind a massive pit several dozen meters deep in its place. In the distance, Jiang Zi and her best friend, who had just escaped, shivered at the sight of the terrifying deep pit. Is Huang Chen okay? Jiang Zi asked, trembling. He should be dead by now. Her friend replied, tiptoeing to take a look. The pit was empty, only an endless chill emanating from it, making her teeth chatter uncontrollably. There's movement here, hurry. Suddenly, voices from others behind them broke their moment of contemplation. The two exchanged a glance and quietly fled. Just as they left, a shadow flickered in the pit, then vanished into nothingness. Outside the weaving brocade cave, Zheng Di stared at the friend channel interface, his face pale. Beside him was Rooney, chained and already driven mad. Except for this captain, the rest of Rooney's team had perished. Even this captain, after coming out of the cave, was acting crazily, unable to communicate at all. To be honest, the fate of Rooney's team had little to do with Zheng Di, it was just one less dog to command. But Big Head and his crew were different, they were his capable subordinates. Just moments ago, Big Head's avatar had suddenly dimmed. Zheng Di knew what that meant, but who had the ability to kill Big Head so quickly? Moreover, the explosion sounds that had just echoed from the cave were clear in his ears. What had happened inside to cause such a violent explosion? Leader, we didn't find Big Head and the others. We only saw a big pit inside, deep and wide, as if it had just been blown up. Ugh, this place is too cold. It would be perfect as a cold storage. A message popped up, deepening Zhang Di's doubts. After a moment of thought, he decided to stabilize the situation first. I understand. Bring the others back first, don't go deeper. After a long wait, a reply finally came. Leader, I saw those two girls. Wait, I'll catch them for you right away. Inside the weaving brocade cave, Jiang Zi and her friend were fleeing for their lives. They had exhausted themselves fighting the ice demon earlier and had no strength left to continue battling. They didn't dare venture deeper into the cave, fearing they would get lost, and could only circle around the deep pit. You're running pretty fast. This time, let's see where you can escape. After rounding a stone pillar, two mechas suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. The location was cleverly chosen. Both sides were stone walls, leaving only the option to go forward or backward. Going forward would mean crashing into the two mechas, while going back would lead to pursuers. Get lost, I don't want to kill you. Exhausting her last bit of strength, Jiang Zi's friend conjured a lightning spear. Don't try to scare us. If you had any strength left, how could we have chased you this far? Don't worry, our leader just wants to invite you back to ask a few questions. He won't do anything to you. One of them replied, I'm not in the mood today, let's talk next time. Jiang Zi's friend raised the lightning spear, her tone firm. Then don't blame us for being rough. As the two mechas prepared to act, they suddenly noticed a glow at the bottom of the pit. The lights intertwined, quickly forming a human shape. As the light dissipated, Huang Chen emerged, completely naked, his muscles like steel. If it weren't for the revival slab, I would really be dead this time. Huang Chen felt a wave of fear and looked up just in time to see Jiang Zi, her friend, and the two mechas staring intently at him. Only then did he belatedly summon the mother spider mecha to shield himself. The Dawn mecha had been completely destroyed, and recovering it would take a long time. Moreover, a surge of dark energy was lodged in his chest, preventing the Dawn mecha from appearing. The result of this combination was that during this period, he could only use the mother spider mecha to fight. The mother spider mech jumped lightly, its 8 sturdy legs firmly gripping the walls of the deep pit, then quickly began to climb upward. Above the pit, the best friend couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of Huang Chen's naked body. The explosive power of his muscular build was undeniable. If it were in a different setting, she would definitely have approached him to strike up a conversation. Unfortunately, that thought had to be set aside for now. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take action. One of the ambushing mechs sensed something was off and quickly urged its companion to act. Before the words were out, a strange mech suddenly leaped out of the pit and pounced on that companion. Ah, what the hell is this thing? Get off me! The companion, caught off guard, didn't realize that the one attacking him was also a mech. He thought it was a mutated monster and screamed in panic. After a moment of struggle, he discovered that the creature before him was rather weak, even less powerful than the mutated wild boar he had dealt with earlier. Huang Chen felt a bit helpless. If it had been the Dawn mech, a single encounter would have been enough to take care of this person completely. The mother spider mech's attributes were too low. It couldn't even perform mech combat techniques, let alone attack. What are you still doing? Run! Huang Chen imitated another person's tone and shouted loudly. Jiang Zi and her best friend finally reacted. Although they didn't know why Huang Chen's mech had suddenly changed, escaping was the most important thing right now. They're right behind us, hurry up and chase. The two had barely run a short distance when they heard the sounds of pursuers behind them. They didn't dare to stop and ran even faster. Huang Chen raised his hand to release 2 sub-spider mechs, which held back the 2 mechs, allowing him to escape successfully. The mother spider mech's attributes were similar to those of a newly advanced second-tier mech, with the only advantage being agility and the ability to create sub-spider mechs. If it were just 1 or 2 people, he could still maneuver slowly using the mech's characteristics. But with so many coming down, he couldn't handle it and could only flee. The 3 ran quickly, but among the pursuers were capable individuals, and soon a mole-like strange mech was tailing them closely. The mole mech neither attacked nor obstructed the 3's escape. It seemed to be merely following them to report back. I say, can you stop chasing us? We have no grievances with you, right? If there is a grudge, then, Jiang Zi's best friend, hurry up and apologize. After knowing each other for so long, Huang Chen realized he didn't even know the best friend's name and could only refer to her as Jiang Zi's best friend. I would love to apologize, but they won't listen, the best friend said angrily. Our leader said to bring these 2 women back, claiming they are old acquaintances. The mole mech finally spoke. Old acquaintances? The 3 exchanged glances, running while opening a private chat. Huang Chen, do you 2 have friends in Bai City? Jiang Zi, no, this is our first time in Bai City, we don't know anyone here. Best friend, who is targeting me like this? If I find out, I will definitely make them regret it. Jiang Zi, wait, there might actually be someone. Best friend? Best friend, did you go out to find friends behind my back? Jiang Zi, what are you talking about? Don't you remember? We came as part of a tour group, and all the attractions are visited with the tour group. If we're talking about acquaintances, they count too. Best friend, that shouldn't be the case, we're all part of the same tour group. Why would they want to capture us? Huang Chen, I have a bold guess. Could it be that someone saw you when you were killing? That person thought you 2 were dead, and then happened to see you both appear, so they want to capture you for research, especially since there have been many cases of corpses coming back to life around Bai City. It's not surprising that someone would think of that. Jiang Zi, best friend. Thinking about it this way, it really is a possibility. No wonder they are so relentless, sending so many people after us. After realizing that the situation could not be reconciled, Huang Chen let out a long sigh and looked at the gopher mech behind him. Tell your leader that everyone should retreat. I can let this matter go. The gopher mech snorted twice. Who do you think you are? You want to command our leader? Just relay what I said, no more nonsense. Although he was fleeing, Huang Chen was not truly afraid of these people. Unfortunately, his small nurturing pouch had been destroyed in the recent explosion. Otherwise, he could have directly upgraded the mother spider mech to tier 3 and wouldn't have to say so much to these people. The gopher mech felt disdain but still conveyed Huang Chen's words to Zhang Di. Outside the weaving brocade cave, upon receiving the message from the gopher mech, Zheng Di's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Combining the information from his subordinates, he deduced two conclusions. First, Huang Chen was very strong, possibly even stronger than himself. Second, Huang Chen was injured, the recent explosion was likely caused by him. Although he appeared unharmed, that iconic mech had vanished, replaced by an incredibly frail piece of junk mech that even an ordinary Tier 2 could easily trample. Zheng Di realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he didn't seize it well, he would likely regret it for life. Continue the pursuit, kill the men, leave the women. Yes, the gopher mech was resolute in its heart and continued the chase. Seeing this, Huang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of hostility. When he encountered Callisto, the anger in his heart had already become unbearable. Later, when Callisto self-destructed, destroying the Dawn mech and the storage pouch, it had sent him back to square one. These events were already distressing enough. He never expected that just after being revived, he would be hunted down. In an instant, memories of his past life in the arena surged forth. Wasn't he just like the beasts in the arena now? Huang Chen stopped fleeing, twisted his body, and lunged straight at the gopher mech behind him. Die! Since there were no enhancement materials, he would use the most brutal enhancement method directly. After all, the mech core could be considered a type of material, and it was the best enhancement material. The gopher mech was clearly caught off guard by Huang Chen and was pinned down. In the next moment, 8 sharp, spiked limbs pierced into the mech's interior, beginning to dismantle it frantically. The gopher mech excelled in perception and speed, but was weak in combat. Because of this, it had been suppressed by the mother spider mech to the point of immobility. In the blink of an eye, the mech dissipated, revealing the operator inside. Hiss! A limb pierced into the operator's chest. A strange scene unfolded. The once young operator rapidly aged, wrinkles and age spots appearing on his face, until he finally shriveled into a lump, like a piece of dried orange peel. This is life energy. Huang Chen's mind stirred as he recalled the effects of the revival slab. It seemed the revival slab had absorbed all of this person's life energy, resulting in this transformation. At the same time, the revival slab also fed back a trace of energy into his body. With that trace of energy nourishing him, the dark energy in Huang Chen's chest was slightly worn away. That dark energy did not dissipate directly. Instead, it was absorbed by the mother spider mech. Consumed dark energy power *1, mysterious attribute +1, consumed dark energy power *1, mysterious attribute +1. Seeing that dark energy could actually increase his mysterious attribute, Huang Chen's expression turned manic. He never expected to gain from this misfortune. This was truly a great profit. Living in the apocalypse, one must be a little mad. Huang Chen had previously acted quite normally, but he had merely been suppressing himself. Now, the thread that bound him had begun to loosen, and the consequences of this were unpredictable. Zhang Zi was the first to sense something was off. She was about to inquire but was intimidated by the aura emanating from Huang Chen. Move forward, but don't stray too far from me. Inside the mech, Huang Chen's eyes were blood red, his mouth twisted into a wide grin, his once delicate features now grotesquely contorted, resembling a demon. His best friend wanted to say something, but Zhang Zi was quick, pulling her back. We'll wait for you up ahead. As the two left, Huang Chen retracted the mech core and jumped onto a nearby rock wall, then climbed to the top, moving like a true spider, heading towards the pursuers. During the 6 years in the arena, he had not only fought but also learned. He studied the combat styles of other races, learning how to hunt more efficiently. In just a few minutes, Huang Chen encountered the pursuers. His figure blended into the darkness above, silent yet filled with lethal intent. It is well known that spiders typically weave webs to catch prey, patiently waiting for their victims to stumble into the trap. However, some spiders can take the initiative, like the Brazilian wandering spider, one of the most venomous spiders in the world, which actively hunts for food. At this moment, Huang Chen was just like the Brazilian wandering spider, ready to strike at any moment. The weaving cave contained some special luminous minerals, so it wasn't entirely dark inside. However, there were areas devoid of these minerals, pitch black to the point of not being able to see one's fingers. When the pursuers passed through a dark area, Huang Chen made his move. He shot out a toxic web from his rear, laced with anesthetic properties, and then lunged at a mech with long, hairy legs. Judging by its appearance, the owner of this rabbit mech must have eaten rabbit on the day of the disaster. The rabbit mech had a clear advantage in the outside world, with its long legs allowing for incredible speed and jumping ability. Unfortunately, in the cave, those long legs became a liability. By the time the toxic web reached it, the rabbit mech had yet to react. In the next moment, the toxin infiltrated the mech, paralyzing the occupant completely. In the darkness, Huang Chen dismantled the rabbit mech piece by piece, absorbing all the life energy. Until the light returned, the pursuers had no idea their numbers had dwindled. Soon, another wave of darkness arrived. A mech was absorbed once more by Huang Chen. This time, the pursuers finally sensed something was amiss, becoming cautious one by one. To this, Huang Chen merely grinned. If they chose to leave now, he would also stop. But unfortunately, they did not do so, insisting on pursuing him. Since they were so bold, they would remain here forever. Another wave of darkness descended. Huang Chen spat out a toxic web and lunged at another person. Just as he jumped down, a burst of light suddenly erupted. He's here! Quick, kill him, get him, don't let him escape. You guys, keep the lights on, everyone else, attack. It turned out someone had pulled out previously acquired items, using them to illuminate the darkness. After the second attack, they likely thought of this method, using the dark area to lure him out. However, while they were plotting against him, he was also scheming against them. A data flash appeared before Huang Chen. Name, Mother Spider Mech. Level, Tier 2, Strength, 26, Defense, 21, Agility, 36, Mystery, 11. The cores of 3 mechs increased the 3 basic attributes by 6 points each. But the most eye-catching was the 11 points in the Mystery attribute. Every 1 point of Mystery could convert into 5 points of energy, and every 5 points of energy could summon a sub-spider mech. This meant that at the top of the rock wall, there was not just Huang Chen, but 11 others. 11 fearless sub-spider mechs, already infused with venom in their limbs, poured down, instantly disrupting the arrangements of the others. In an instant, the scene became chaotic. Huang Chen seized the opportunity, absorbing the life force of 2 more individuals, then left with the surviving sub-spider mechs. In the following time, he struck from various hidden corners, continuously diminishing the scale of the pursuers. The number of dead increased, and the energy absorbed by the resurrection slab also grew. After eliminating another person, a sudden clarity arose in Huang Chen's heart. Resurrection, so this can also be considered resurrection? A flash of light appeared in his hand, and the blood-red serrations destroyed by the explosion re-emerged. With the blade in hand, the bloodthirsty emotions in his heart surprisingly faded significantly. It is said that possessing a sharp weapon ignites the desire to kill. But Huang Chen understood better than anyone the meaning represented by the blade. He could only feel more awe and would not be dominated by destruction. The things that were destroyed could be re-manifested through the resurrection slab, which instantly improved Huang Chen's mood. Looking at the last 2 people, he waved his hand. Go back and tell your leader, this is the last time. If you come after me again, don't blame me for being rude. The evil energy coiling in his chest was still a bit left, but it wasn't a big problem. The resurrection slab could absorb the breath of any life, and using mutated creatures to supplement was the same. Continuing forward along the cave entrance, light slowly appeared before him. As he walked further, a forest came into view. Not far from the cave entrance, Zhang Zi and her best friend were honestly waiting in place. The former needed the resurrection slab to replenish energy, while the latter dared not walk alone in this deep mountain forest. Moreover, the best friend also realized that Huang Chen's identity was not simple and wanted to rely on him. In her words, since working for others only leads to exploitation, it would be better to switch to a capable boss. Not bad, you actually didn't take the chance to escape. Huang Chen nodded. Influenced by the resurrection slab, his best friend's mecha talent had mutated. Such a talent he truly did not want to let go easily. Where could I escape to? It's better to rely on you and let you take care of my food, drink, and sleep. The best friend spread her hands. By the way, my name is Guan Xiu. You can call me Guan Xiu or Xiao Guan. Just don't call me Xiu. You can call me whatever else. No problem, then I'll call you Guan Xiu from now on. Huang Chen finally learned his best friend's name, and suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes. A wave of invisible energy erupted from beside him, directly sweeping away Zhang Zi and Guan Xiu. Random dungeon? What a coincidence! He stepped forward, and his figure also disappeared into the dense forest. At the exit of the weaving cave, 2 subordinates trembled, and Zhang Di's expression was ferocious. There are always sunk costs. If so many subordinates hadn't died, it would be one thing. With so many dead and not even a hair to show for it, how could he possibly be reconciled? Leader, what should we do next? One of them cautiously asked. You 2 go find the Mountain Lord. Zhang Di's fierce gaze swept over the 2, coldly stating, Mountain Lord? Hearing this name, the 2's legs went weak, their faces showing despair. The dungeon is about to begin. Welcome to the Otherworld. Current location, the Necropolis. Area, periphery. Difficulty, hard. Description, undead, ghosts, liches, ghouls, various death creatures dwell here, enjoying a paradise-like tranquility until one day, 3 uninvited guests arrive. Huang Chen surveyed the gloomy underground tomb filled with piles of white bones, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. A damned paradise. Clang! A bone arrow shot out from the darkness, striking the mother spider mecha firmly. Fortunately, the power of this arrow was not great, leaving only an unclear white mark on the surface of the mecha. At the same time, a task appeared. Task 1, destroy the tombstone, easy. Task description, in the peripheral area of the necropolis, some tombstones have been eroded by evil forces, continuously emitting negative energy, attracting more undead creatures to gather. You need to find and destroy these eroded tombstones to stop the spread of evil forces. Mission objective, destroy at least 10 eroded tombstones and eliminate the skeleton warriors and skeleton archers gathered around the tombstones. Mission 2, seal the magic circle, medium. Mission description, in the inner area of the necropolis, some powerful magic circles have been activated, continuously summoning stronger undead creatures. You need to find these magic circles and seal them to weaken the power of the undead creatures. Mission objective, kill undead creatures, obtain enough sealing stones, and explore the nearby area to find the activated magic circles, using the sealing stones to seal them. Mission 3, kill the Lich Mage's avatar, Nightmare. Mission description, a terrifying dictator has appeared in the necropolis. She is one of the Lich Mage's avatars. Because of her, the necropolis has undergone such strange changes. For the peace of this place, please kill the Lich Mage's avatar to prevent tragedy. Mission objective, kill the Lich Mage's avatar. As usual, there are 3 missions, but this time there is an additional Nightmare level mission. Nightmare level, if the Dawn Mech were still around, it might be worth considering. Huang Chen thought for a moment and decided to take on the first 2 missions. This is a typical monster farming dungeon. He had not encountered it before but understood the logic behind it. As long as he followed the steps to defeat the monsters, clearing the dungeon would be no problem. Just as he was about to accept the mission, another prompt popped up. Detected nearby presence of similar entities. Would you like to enable team mode? Huang Chen slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about this. If they entered the dungeon simultaneously, they would receive a team invitation message. He and Jiangzi entered at almost the same time, so it was normal to receive this message. Enable, designate me as the team leader. After designating, Huang Chen took out the bloodied sawtooth and focused on the skeleton archer that had just shot an arrow at him. In that brief moment, the opponent shot 3 more bone arrows. Although they didn't cause damage, it was still intolerable. On the other side, Jiangzi tugged at Guan Xiuer's sleeve, who had picked up a large bone stick from somewhere. The two looked around, their expressions filled with confusion and vigilance. Someone sent a team invitation. Do you accept the invitation? Team leader has been determined? The sudden prompt startled them. Before they could think it over, Huang Chen sent a message urging them to accept. As the two agreed to join the team, a small map appeared in Huang Chen's view. The map was not overly complicated, only showing 3 slightly flickering red dots. One red dot represented himself, while the other 2 represented Jiangzi and Guan Xiuer. Now that I know their locations, it's time to regroup. Huang Chen slashed the skeleton archer in front of him, but just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly froze. A ball of green soul fire floated out from the skeleton archer's eye sockets and then directly entered his body. To be precise, it entered the resurrection slate. Right, even if it's a skeleton, it essentially belongs to a form of life. Since it's life, it can be absorbed by the resurrection slate. His eyes sparkled with excitement. If that's the case, then if he eliminated all the undead creatures in the necropolis, wouldn't the resurrection slate gain energy? Perhaps he could even use the power of the resurrection slate to repair the Dawn Mech in advance. This way, even if he encountered the Lich Mage's avatar, he would have no fear. Wait, I need to experiment a bit. A bold idea suddenly arose in Huang Chen's mind. He raised his hand to summon 2 spider mechs and ordered them to hunt nearby skeleton warriors or skeleton archers. He then headed towards the location of Jiangzi and Guan Xiuer. He didn't know how much time had passed when an unnamed energy suddenly surged into the resurrection slate. Huang Chen was pleasantly surprised to discover this scene. Indeed, although the spider mechs were manufactured, they essentially belonged to him. The creatures they killed could also be absorbed by the resurrection stone slab. With this in mind, Huang Chen no longer hesitated, consuming all his energy to create 10 more spider mechs. Having previously made 2, and with some energy restored during their journey, he had an extra slot available. The 12 spider mechs spread out, and their killing efficiency multiplied in an instant. Besides killing undead creatures, Huang Chen also instructed them to search for the undead tombstones and mark them. The task seemed like an ordinary one, but having experienced so many dungeons in his past life, Huang Chen saw through its intricacies at a glance. The task objective was to destroy at least 10 tombstones. But what if he destroyed 20, 30, or even 100? Or what if he destroyed all the tombstones? The more tombstones he destroyed, the better the final reward would be. This was the hidden condition behind the first task. After navigating through a pile of bones for 10 minutes, Huang Chen finally spotted Jiangzi and Guan Xiuer hiding behind a massive skull. What is this place? It's filled with bones, and we just saw a ghost float by. Luckily, it didn't notice us. Jiangzi's voice trembled, clearly frightened. You're already dead, so why be afraid of these? Huang Chen chuckled. This is a dungeon. You've played games, right? You can think of it as a game dungeon. From the name of the dungeon, it should be clear that it's inhabited by undead creatures, so encountering ghosts is normal. You're lucky, the wails of the ghosts can penetrate the mechs. If you get hit unexpectedly, it will definitely be an unforgettable experience for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zi was stunned. Since they were already dead, there was indeed no need to fear the ghosts here. Guan Xiu'er, who usually played games, had suspected this since she saw the task, and now she was merely getting confirmation from Huang Chen. So, are we going to look for the corrupted tombstones next to complete the task? Exactly, my little ones have already found one. Follow me. Huang Chen gazed into the distance, where a spider mech was skillfully avoiding the piles of bones and flying towards him, clearly having made a discovery. In the outer area of the undead graveyard, following the guidance of the spider mech, Huang Chen quickly found the first tombstone. The tombstone was made of black rectangular stones, and the inscriptions on it had long since faded. Surrounding it was a large group of skeleton warriors armed with iron swords and shields. The individual strength of these skeleton warriors was comparable to first-tier creatures, but when they gathered together, their power was quite different. Without a second thought, Huang Chen charged out with his blood-red serrated weapon. Before leaving, he specifically instructed the two not to intervene and to rest well. After all, these monsters were all experience points for him, and he couldn't miss a single one. Zhang Zi and Guan Xiu'er were indeed quite exhausted, sitting on a massive grey bone to rest while watching Huang Chen slowly clear the skeleton warriors around the tombstone. Kill skeleton warrior, first tier, gain, worthless bones *3, kill skeleton warrior, first tier, gain, worthless bones *1, kill skeleton warrior, first tier, gain, worthless bones *1, soul-infused stone *1, huh? Previously, it was just bones, but this time a stone dropped? Huang Chen casually opened the material description. Name, soul-infused stone, quality, fine, type, material, effect, originally just an ordinary stone, it changed after being infused with the soul aura of a certain powerful creature. Absorbing a certain amount can enhance mysterious attributes. Note, mysterious attribute cap is 50, good stuff. Huang Chen's eyes lit up. At this stage, anything that can enhance the mysterious attributes is a good thing. The stuff is good, but the drop rate is a bit low. Clang! As the last skeleton warrior fell, Huang Chen smashed the tombstone with a single stroke. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the task panel in front of him. Tombstone destroyed. 1. Worthless bones are as valueless as their name suggests, and only Xiaohao likes to hold them as teething sticks. However, since he had no space equipment, Huang Chen could only tie 5 or 6 of them to its back for it to carry away. The stones infused with soul energy only dropped 2 pieces. It didn't matter much whether he absorbed them or not, so he planned to wait for a few more to drop before absorbing. Let's take a break for a bit, and then the task of destroying the tombstones will be up to us. Seeing Huang Chen successfully destroy the tombstone, Zhang Zi stepped forward to say, "No need." Huang Chen flatly refused. "You just sit and rest." With the revival stone constantly replenishing his stamina and energy, Huang Chen was always at his peak state, so he didn't have to worry about consumption. It was a rare opportunity to encounter so many monsters in one dungeon, so of course, he wanted to farm it well. Task 3 required him to maintain peace here. If he killed all the monsters, that should count as maintaining peace, right? Zhang Zi and Guan Xiu'er exchanged glances. Although they didn't speak, they could see the emotion in each other's eyes. They had originally thought Huang Chen was cold and ruthless, but now it seemed they had misunderstood. He was clearly a hard-working and selfless good person. After resting for a while, another spider mech came running over, a bit slower than the first. As it got closer, Huang Chen noticed it was missing 2 legs. No wonder it couldn't run fast. Just as he was thinking about this, another spider mech lost contact at that moment. The undead graveyard was fraught with danger, and damage was normal. He didn't mind. The mech that had caught up with him quickly led him to the second tombstone, and he began a new round of harvesting. In the core area of the undead graveyard, a hunched, frail figure resembling a crooked old man was examining the mech fragments on the ground. The breath of the living, it seems a remarkable individual has come here, but I've never seen such material before, and the power contained within is completely different from the world I inhabit. She raised her head, revealing deep eye sockets. There were no pupils in the sockets, only a flickering blue flame. Suddenly, the blue flame trembled violently. She turned and approached a stone table, taking a wooden box from it. Opening the box revealed a beastskin scroll exuding a dark aura. It is said that the undead graveyard is the boundary between life and death, connecting to another world of the living. The living, how wonderful! Ever since I turned the Duchy of Kalen into a breeding ground for undead knights, I haven't seen a living person in a long time. Thinking of this, she looked at the headless undead knight before her. The pile of fragments on the ground was the result of the other party's work. Fearless Knight Santon, heed my command, King Kubero, and go bring me a living person. Be careful not to harm him. The living are not like the undead, they are very fragile. Ha. The headless Knight Santon did not speak. In fact, he could not speak. Santon leaped onto his skeletal horse. In an instant, a layer of ghostly green flame ignited on the horse's skeleton, carrying him off into the distance. Deep and enchanting. Clang! The 8th tombstone was dealt with. With this harvest, Huang Chen had already collected 30 pieces of stones infused with soul energy. He placed all the stones in front of him, preparing to absorb them. The black stones gathered together, their surfaces emitting wisps of smoke, like ink dropped into water, gradually spreading and enveloping him. The smoke then merged into the mech and feedbacked onto Huang Chen. Huang Chen felt as if he were in a sauna, his very soul warmed through. In the blink of an eye, this wave of heat transformed into an extreme cold. He instantly became alert, his mind racing. Memories forgotten from his past life gradually surfaced at this moment, deeply imprinted in the depths of his mind. Although these memories weren't particularly important, they were valuable experiences in this apocalyptic world. He had subconsciously overlooked them before, but now, with the help of the soul aura from those stones, he finally recalled them. Before long, the cold receded. Huang Chen organized his memories and opened his attribute panel. Name, Mother Spider Mech, level, 2nd tier, strength, 26, defense, 21, agility, 36, mystery, 25. The 25 points in mystery were 14 points higher than before, and he could continue to enhance it using the soul stones. Even if he didn't defeat the final boss in this dungeon, this alone made the trip worthwhile. Just as he was thinking, a sudden cry from Guan Xiao reached his ears, mixed with the sound of a horse's neigh. Huang Chen hurried over to check, his vision only catching a glimpse of a green flame speeding away. What happened? Estimating the speed of the figure, Huang Chen did not pursue but turned to ask. I don't know where that guy came from. He grabbed Jiang Zi and ran off. We couldn't catch up. By the way, that guy was riding a green horse, headless, a bit like the headless horseman from the movies, Guan Xiao explained calmly despite the situation. Headless horseman? Huang Chen squinted, looking towards the inner area of the necropolis. The Dawn Mech will be repaired soon. I was planning to complete the first task before checking the interior, but I didn't expect this to happen. Indeed, even though it's a dungeon, it should be treated as a real world. He turned to Guan Xiao and said in a deep voice, let's go save her. Inside the necropolis, the core area, Guan Xiao's face turned pale, then flushed. They were close to the core area, danger lurking everywhere. Yet, they couldn't find the headless horseman. Worse still, they were surrounded by a group of ghouls. The ghouls were about 2 meters tall, humanoid, with skin as elastic as rubber. Their feet resembled hooves, and their heads were somewhat dog-like, with sharp canine teeth protruding, constantly drooling a viscous saliva that looked incredibly disgusting. Although she had seen many high-level horror films, experiencing it firsthand was a first for her. Moreover, she had just been resurrected and was caught by Huang Chen, having never undergone the baptism of the apocalypse. Standing now was already her limit. Huang Chen, however, remained calm. These little creatures were scavengers and easy to feed. Just tossing them some monster corpses would keep them busy all day. When there was nothing to do, he could put on the reins and tie them to an old car, more comfortable than riding in a carriage. The only thing that bothered Huang Chen was that the vitality of the ghouls was very low, even less than that of a skeleton. It took about 2 ghouls to equal 1 skeleton archer, but the former was much more troublesome than the latter, making them a pain to clean up. Fortunately, Guan Xiao's stamina had recovered significantly, and the Thunder Spear was a lethal weapon against these undead creatures. In no time, the ghoul in front of them was dealt with. The two continued forward, heading towards the core area. Not long after, a massive tomb door appeared before them. The tomb door was exceptionally hard, and with their strength, they couldn't break it. At that moment, Huang Chen noticed 6 light points on the tomb door. Could these light points correspond to the activated magic circles? Generally speaking, there was a certain connection between dungeon tasks. Task 3 is to kill the Death Mage's avatar. Currently, there are no signs of the avatar in the internal area. It must be in the core area. To enter the core area, the large door in front must be breached. Considering the magic circles that need to be sealed, this conclusion is not surprising. If one cannot even enter the tomb door, how could they possibly defeat the final boss? Of course, whether there is a corresponding relationship still needs to be tested. Huang Chen expended all his energy to create sub-spider mechs to search for traces of the magic circles. His mysterious attribute rose to 25 points, meaning he could create 25 sub-spider mechs at once. Along with the previous ones, the number of sub-spider mechs currently wandering outside has reached 30. Although this is insignificant compared to the endless undead creatures, their agility makes them excellent at hunting. The 30 mechs spread out in a fan shape, leaving no trace unnoticed. Soon, the first magic circle appeared. Huang Chen moved at the sound, quickly arriving. This magic circle was engraved on a cliff, with undead creatures emerging from it almost constantly. A large number of undead creatures gathered around, including skeleton warriors wielding iron swords and shields, skeleton archers with bows and arrows, skeleton dogs carrying the bones of some unfortunate soul, and even 3 skeleton mages draped in tattered robes. A rough count showed that the number of undead creatures was at least over 300. This medium task intensity is a bit much, Huang Chen muttered, but he didn't mind. The second task was neither too difficult nor too easy. The former only required hunting other undead creatures to drop sealing stones, then luring the undead army in front of him to other places bit by bit to complete the sealing. For someone like him, directly confronting them was indeed much more challenging. Can't these guys also drop sealing stones? Since that's the case, why go far when I can take the easy route? A blood-red serrated blade appeared in his hand, enhanced with special effects. Effect 2, King's Weapon, carries an invisible deterrent, reduces attributes of enemies below its own rank by 40%, reduces attributes of enemies of the same rank by 15%, and reduces attributes of enemies above its own rank by 5%. Aside from the 3 skeleton mages, most of the undead creatures were of the same rank as him, and some were even of a lower rank. The effect of the blood-red serrated blade could be maximized at this moment. Moreover, Huang Chen's gaze sharpened as the exterior of the 8-legged form was slowly enveloped by something. Auxiliary module, 8-legged spider, revived. Looking down at the blood-red serrated blade in his hand, he shook his head helplessly and exhaled a breath of foul air. This is the downside of the atypical mech. It's too clumsy when using weapons. Fortunately, the blood-red serrated blade has low requirements. Otherwise, it wouldn't even fit. After the 8-legged spider revived, Huang Chen's mobility greatly increased, especially his agility attribute, which had reached 56 points, entering the realm of Tier 3 mech attributes. With a light jump, he leaped over 10 meters. The undead army guarding the magic circle sensed the living aura on him and immediately became agitated. The leading 3 skeleton mages began chanting an unknown spell. As the spell was cast, a green halo appeared above the heads of the surrounding undead creatures. Halo spell, TSK. I didn't expect a little skeleton mage to know this. Huang Chen knew he couldn't delay and immediately charged into the undead army. Behind him, Guan Xior also drew her lightning spear and joined the fight. The advantage of the mother spider mech lies in producing offspring and poisoning. The 30 sub-spider mechs were clearly not very effective against such a level of undead army. As for poisoning, a bunch of bone frames had terrifying poison resistance. It was better to just cut them down directly than to waste time poisoning them. Crack, crack, crack. Undead creatures continued to die, and soon a layer of white bones piled up on the ground. Years later, if these white bones can accumulate enough energy to ignite the fire of the soul, they will revive and give birth to new undead. For now, they are just a pile of skeletal frames. Huang Chen and Guan Xior were killing with enthusiasm, and Xiaohua was not idle either. He rushed forward and bit off one of the skeleton mage's leg bones, not knowing where he took it. The skeleton mage had no choice but to find a piece of leg bone to attach to its leg. However, others' bones were not as comfortable as its own, which made it very frustrated. Xiaohua seemed to treat this as a game, crunching down and biting off another skeleton mage's arm. The arm came off along with the staff. Losing its arm and staff, the skeleton mage couldn't even cast spells. Xiaohua, well done. Huang Chen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that the one who restrained these skeletons the most was not Guan Xior's thunder spear, but Xiaohua. All the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages were just chew toys. Bang! With a single strike, a skeleton warrior was smashed to pieces, and Huang Chen suddenly felt something. Dawn! With a low shout, the Dawn mech, destroyed by the explosion, finally revived. In an instant, the majestic Dawn mech replaced the mother spider mech, covering Huang Chen's body. A skeleton warrior, not knowing what had happened, raised its iron sword and swung it at Huang Chen's head. But in the next second, a large hand tightly grasped the already rusty iron sword. With a little force, the iron sword was crumpled together like a wrinkled piece of A4 paper. Huang Chen held the sword in one hand and formed a fist with the other, bringing it down high. The soul fire in the skeleton warrior's eye sockets flickered slightly, and it instinctively raised its shield to defend. Boom! The shield exploded, and the skeleton warrior was hammered into the ground, turning into fragments of white bones. At the same time, Jiang Zi was brought before Kuburo in the core area by the Headless Knight. The breath of the living. Kyuburo slowly walked up to the unconscious Jiang Zi and gently brushed her cheek with her slender fingers. Suddenly, her movement paused, and the ghostly blue flames in her eye sockets began to flicker violently. This is the breath of death. No, it's the breath of the living. No, it's death. Kyuburo stood there in a daze. Even she was confused, unsure whether the woman before her was alive or dead. After hesitating for a moment, she removed her black robe. Under the black robe was a black ceramic basin. She had been carrying this basin for so long that she looked hunched over like an old person. Of course, even without this iron basin, her condition wouldn't be much better. Her dry, lifeless skin clung tightly to her bones, aptly described as skin and bones. Setting down the black ceramic basin, a cluster of ghostly blue flames suddenly rose from it. Kyuburo placed her hand on the flames, simultaneously signaling the just awakened Jiang Zi to do the same. Faced with such a strange situation, Jiang Zi dared not make any other moves and directly summoned the Tianyu Mech to escape. The headless knight waiting nearby immediately raised the broadsword in its hand and struck heavily on the mech. This heavy strike had little effect on the Tianyu Mech but successfully halted Jiang Zi's escape. A strange incantation sounded, directly severing the connection between Jiang Zi and the Tianyu Mech. Just like that, Jiang Zi, who hadn't run 10 meters away, was caught back again. I tell you, my leader is very powerful. He will definitely come to save me. With no hope of escape, Jiang Zi could only warn the person in front of her not to make any other moves. Kyuburo couldn't understand what Jiang Zi was saying, but she understood that the creature before her wanted to communicate, so the flames in the basin ignited again, signaling her to place her hand on the basin. Jiang Zi didn't want to comply, but seeing the headless knight beside her, she tremblingly extended her hand. In an instant, a mysterious energy enveloped her body, and she felt as if her soul was floating away. At the same time, a wave of unfamiliar memories began to surge in her mind. Is this the common language? Jiang Zi exclaimed in surprise. Who are you, and why have you captured me? After recalling the usage of the common language, she asked. Kyuburo had no time to respond to her. Through the soul fire basin, she had already gathered some knowledge about the changes happening on Blue Star, but her level was not high, and she was merely a fragment, so she did not fully understand what it represented. The reason she remained silent was that she was only absorbing some basic knowledge about life on Blue Star. Lifelong learning is the most fundamental professional quality of a magician. She absorbed information quickly. Within just a few minutes, some basic knowledge about Blue Star was imprinted in her brain. As you can see, I am a necromancer, and I have an interest in all living beings. It has been many years since new life has appeared in the necropolis. You and your companions are the first batch. Kyuburo answered honestly. The soul fire basin allowed her to quickly acquire some knowledge, but not everything. Moreover, since Jiang Zi had died once, her memories had some gaps. Therefore, she was unaware of what had happened to Jiang Zi and assumed she was merely a living person who had accidentally wandered in. We also just stumbled in here by accident. We didn't mean to offend you. Please spare us. Jiang Zi quickly pleaded, her eyes darting. Kyuburo fell silent for a moment, then spoke. Your soul shows no obvious fluctuations. It seems you really did stumble in by accident. Outsiders, what tricks have you used? And you, why do you carry both the essence of life and death? According to your worldview, you should have been dead for a long time. She had too many questions. The necropolis was isolated from the world. Others could not find it even if they wanted to, yet these few had accidentally entered. Furthermore, the woman before her possessed both life and death energies simultaneously. How could that be? It was like someone telling you that water and fire could merge. It was simply absurd. Before Jiang Zi could respond, the azure flames in Kyuburo's eyes suddenly began to burn fiercely. Then, a flame the size of an arm shot out, tightly wrapping around Jiang Zi's body. Let me see what mysteries lie within your flesh and soul, Kyuburo murmured, examining closely. After a while, she suddenly gasped, the flames in her eyes retracting rapidly to the size of a bean. To grant the dead with immortality is a supreme power only gods can possess. Gracious deity, please forgive the offense of Jinka Kyuburo. Kyuburo prostrated on the ground, pleading for Jiang Zi's forgiveness. Meanwhile, Huang Chen had successfully sealed the first magic circle. Rushing back to the tomb entrance, he saw that indeed one of the light points was missing. Now that he knew how to enter the tomb and the Dawn Mecha had fully revived, there was nothing more to say. Huang Chen launched a full-scale attack, sealing the remaining 5 magic circles in one go. Just as the 6th magic circle was sealed, the heavy tomb door finally began to open slowly. Behind the tomb door was a deep passage, pitch black and devoid of light. As the two prepared to enter, a surge of green flames suddenly erupted from the end of the passage. It's the Headless Horseman. Guan Xiao reacted first, whispering. Not long after she spoke, the Headless Horseman, clad in silver armor and riding a ghostly green steed, strode forward. Sensing the immense pressure brought by the Headless Horseman, Huang Chen's expression grew serious. Very strong, at least at the 4th tier level. Such a headless horseman, if it left the instance, could likely destroy the entire Bai city in a short time. The human world had indeed developed rapidly, but it still could not compare to these terrifying monsters that had lived for who knows how long. Before long, the headless horseman stood before the two. Huang Chen thought a fierce battle was about to break out, but to his surprise, the opponent dismounted and knelt on one knee. "Great Lord, please allow me, Knight Santon, to offer you my purest faith." The headless knight had no head, and his voice came from his abdomen. Despite its muffled tone, Huang Chen understood the meaning of this universal language. "Knight Santon, where is the girl you captured?" He hesitated for a moment before asking. "The divine envoy is currently a guest of my master. Please follow me, Great Lord." Santon clapped his hands, and two massive ancient elephants rose from the ground, bowing before Huang Chen and Guan Xiu'er. Huang Chen, with a calm expression, mounted one of them directly. Guan Xiu'er had never seen such a spectacle and was momentarily flustered. In the end, she could only slowly climb onto the skeletal elephant. The headless knight stood still for a long time, seemingly unable to comprehend why the servant beside the Great Lord was so foolish. Back when he was only 5 or 6 years old, he could easily mount a horse and traverse his territory. Even after losing his head, he still excelled in horsemanship, instilling fear in his enemies. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly realized that he had no head. No matter how he thought, he wouldn't understand, so he decided not to think any further. A ghostly green flame flickered to life, and the skeletal elephant transformed into a burning skeletal elephant, swiftly carrying the two forward. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the mausoleum hall. Zhang Zi. Seeing Zhang Zi seated on the high platform, Guan Xiu'er was overjoyed. Zhang Zi, who had been anxious all along, also spotted Huang Chen and Guan Xiu'er, and suddenly stood up, leaping down from the platform. Guan Xiu'er opened her arms to welcome Zhang Zi, but unexpectedly, Zhang Zi fell straight into Huang Chen's embrace. She turned her head to look at a shadow not far away, feeling an inexplicable sense of disgust rising within her. Kuburo also harbored a strong dislike for Guan Xiu'er. The thunderous energy emanating from her was like the vomit of a drunkard. Just a whiff could make her nauseous for days. However, with the Great Lord beside Guan Xiu'er, she could only steel herself and approach. Jinko Kuburo pays respects to the Great Lord. Kuburo patted her left shoulder with her right hand, kneeling on one knee with a respectful demeanor. "Great Lord?" Seeing that Zhang Zi was unharmed and treated as a divine envoy, along with the environment they were in, Huang Chen instantly understood that this was the work of the revival stone. He nodded slightly, and the aura of a higher being cultivated in his past life leaked out a bit. "Rise." "Thank you, Great Lord." Kuburo had initially doubted Huang Chen's identity, but now she was convinced that he was indeed a deity. Even if he was currently weak, he was a reincarnation of a divine being. After standing up, she quietly scrutinized Huang Chen with a glance. Just one look made the ghostly blue flames in her eye sockets flicker violently. "Tell me, what did you see?" Noticing Kuburo's gaze, Huang Chen smiled playfully. "The soul flames of undead beings come in different colors. Green is ordinary, blue is noble, and white is royal. Don't think blue is not precious. In reality, there are very few white royal undead, each one being the most powerful existence in a certain world. Even undead beings with blue soul flames are pitifully rare. The Kuburo before him should be a humanoid race that transformed into an undead being after coming into contact with necromancy. This transformation was quite bold. Kuburo's original form must have been a very powerful necromancer, but how powerful, he could not yet tell. Facing the faintly discernible aura emanating from Huang Chen, even though undead beings do not need to breathe, Kuburo still felt suffocated. "I saw a powerful force that controls life and death within you, and within this power, there seems to exist a law that transcends time and space." She dared not conceal anything and answered truthfully. "If my true self were here, perhaps I could discern a hint of the truth, but now, I am powerless to contact her." Upon hearing this response, Huang Chen's mind stirred. The source that controls life and death should be the resurrection slate. Transcending time and space, could it be the end slate he obtained earlier? That end slate is located in another world. After acquiring it, not only did he reincarnate before the apocalypse, but he also returned to Blue Star, indeed establishing a connection with space and time, though he does not know what it ultimately represents. The relevant information flashed through his mind quickly, and Huang Chen no longer pondered it, lowering his gaze to the hunched figure of Kuburo. He had a thought. He wondered if he would encounter her again after killing Kuburo. All the instances he had experienced before were meaningless slaughters. Even the final boss could not be communicated with. If it weren't for the encounter with that forest spirit in the Green Hell instance last time, he might still think that the beings in the instances lacked memory and emotion. Now, he needed to verify this matter. If he would not encounter her again, it would mean that most people in his past life had been deceived. Some final bosses in certain instances would not respawn, they conceal enormous secrets. Such instances could be called first clear instances, and once cleared for the first time, their value would greatly diminish. If he could still encounter her, it would depend on whether Kuburo retained her memories, allowing him to uncover the forces behind the formation of the instance. Sensing the killing intent in Huang Chen's heart, Kuburo knelt down again. "I mean no offense, my lord, I implore you to forgive me." After waiting for a long time, the gloomy atmosphere hovering above her head still did not dissipate. Gritting her teeth, she knelt on both knees, her hands spread flat on the ground. "I, Kuburo, am willing to become the servant of the Divine Lord, to atone for my offense against the Divine Envoy." "A servant? I need a reason to accept you, and I also need a reason for you to willingly become my servant." This time, Huang Chen finally spoke. If she truly had to become a servant, it wouldn't be impossible to spare Kuburo's life. "Divine Lord, I am proficient in some low-level necromancy. I can assist you with many small tasks. They possess decent combat power, and also..." The soul fire in Kuburo's eyes trembled violently. "You must know my situation, right? A clone?" "That's right, I am merely a clone, but my soul is complete." Kuburo gritted her teeth. "Complete soul?" Huang Chen squinted, recalling an interesting acquaintance. "Soul deprivation? You say your name is Kuburo. What is your relationship with Kuburo and I?" "Kuburo and I, a beautiful and alluring necromancer." Although Huang Chen had never dealt with her in his past life, he had heard her name. Among the necromancers, aside from a few evil gods, she was the most powerful. If he remembered correctly, Kuburo and I seemed to have allied with the owner of the resurrection slate in his past life. Unexpectedly, after all this, he not only obtained the resurrection slate but also encountered a necromancer named Kuburo. Interesting, increasingly interesting. Upon hearing this name, Kuburo's body trembled. She is my sister. No, she is Kuburo. I am Kuburo and I. She deprived me of my soul, stuffed it into this body, and forged it into a clone. Later, she imprisoned me here, binding me to the soul fire basin, constantly extracting my soul to cultivate necromancy, but each time she would leave me a little, allowing me to absorb the necromantic aura here to strengthen the soul fire. She is simply a demon. The soul fire in Kuburo's eyes flickered incessantly, clearly etched with the pain of this experience. "I want to use the power of the Divine Lord to defeat my sister, to make her my clone, and imprison her in this lifeless necromantic graveyard. I want her to regret everything she did back then." Huang Chen smiled slightly, a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. "Not a bad reason, choose one that integrates with yourself." He opened his palm, and 5 crystals appeared. Kuburo stepped forward to examine them one by one, ultimately selecting the mustard mech. Huang Chen found this choice somewhat puzzling, but in the next moment, he understood. He saw Kuburo summon the mustard mech and open the door. In an instant, the nearby wandering undead creatures surged inside. The internal space of the mustard mech was vast, making it quite suitable for housing undead creatures. In the later stages, when the internal space of the mech could expand infinitely, it could be deployed at any time, and that would truly be a disaster for the undead. At that time, Kuburo alone could stand against a nation. For a necromancer, this was the best mech. Capturing the necromancer meant that Task 3 was equivalent to declaring failure. While Kuburo accommodated the undead creatures, Huang Chen wasted no time in destroying the remaining tombstones. Soon, all the tombstones were destroyed, and Huang Chen submitted the task. Task 1, destroy tombstones, easy, completed. Task 2, seal magic circle, medium, completed. Task 3, kill the necromancer's avatar, nightmare, completed. Seeing that Task 3 also showed as completed, Huang Chen was momentarily stunned. Does bringing Kuburo away count as giving the undead graveyard some peace? Regardless, completing the tasks was a good thing, meaning he would receive rewards again. The reward for Task 1 was a tombstone, a high-quality item that could be placed on land, generating a skeleton warrior or skeleton archer every day. Its combat power wasn't high, but it could be used for daily patrols, making it a rather interesting item. The reward for Task 2 was 10 magic stones. When crushed and used, a magic stone could immediately restore expended energy. Many times, a single magic stone often represented the outcome of a battle. Compared to the first 2 tasks, the reward for Task 3 was substantial. Name, talent scroll, quality, legendary, type, item, effect. Open the scroll to gain a legendary mech talent, Undead Kingdom, while awakening the corresponding mech. Note, ineffective for talents of legendary level and above. This was the real treasure. A single scroll could cultivate a legendary master. In the previous life, it was known that fewer than 20 people could awaken a legendary mech talent, which highlighted the importance of this scroll. At that moment, Huang Chen noticed Kuburo staring at the talent scroll in his hand with an extremely eager gaze. He felt a stir in his heart and asked, "Do you want this?" Master, this thing is very useful to me, it can enhance my undead magic talent. I want it, Kuburo said without much modesty. After thinking for a moment, Huang Chen tossed the talent scroll to her. After all, she was already under his control. Even if her strength increased, it would be equivalent to his own increase. The talent scroll was temporarily useless in his hands. If he rewarded it to his own people, their contributions weren't enough yet. If he sold it to others, no one could afford the price. Sometimes, having something too precious wasn't a good thing. Huang Chen clearly remembered when he was a child in boarding school, he brought a large fragrant pear from home and couldn't bear to eat it, thinking he would eat it when the holidays came. In the end, it spoiled. From that moment on, he understood that some things, no matter how bright and beautiful, even if they were in his hands, didn't necessarily belong to him. After receiving the talent scroll, Kuburo didn't open it, she just pressed it tightly against her forehead, and then her body trembled. An invisible energy surged wildly from the scroll, rushing into her body. As the energy flowed in, Huang Chen felt the connection between him and Kuburo strengthen a bit more. Moments later, Kuburo set down the scroll and reached out toward the empty space in the distance. Suddenly, the white bones on the ground began to move, quickly assembling into various grotesque undead creatures. Then, Kuburo softly muttered a few incantations, and the flames of souls ignited in the eye sockets of all the bones. Huang Chen was overjoyed at the sight. He hadn't expected Kuburo to be able to directly ignite the flames of souls, something only a top-tier necromancer could achieve. So, it means that Kuburo's previous aptitude was only exceptional, or perhaps even lower. After receiving the baptism of the talent scroll, her aptitude has suddenly risen to legendary level, allowing her to accomplish this. It seems handing the scroll over to her wasn't a bad deal after all. Just as he was thinking this, Kuburo handed the scroll back to him. Master, the text on this hasn't disappeared, it should be of some use to you. Kuburo had voluntarily become Huang Chen's servant, so she could also see what was indicated on the scroll. Hearing her say this, Huang Chen took the scroll and looked at it, stunned in place. The text on the scroll hadn't changed, but he could feel that its essence had vanished. This was a talent scroll that was merely superficial and completely useless. A thought crossed his mind, and he posted the talent scroll in the guild chat channel. The guild chat channel didn't require extra payment to activate. It would automatically appear once the number of participants reached a certain threshold. Initially, when there were only a few people, this feature had not been activated. It only appeared after Chu Shanha joined with his group. Seeing the introduction of the talent scroll in the chat channel, Huang Chen was so excited that he began to tremble slightly. Any item that entered the announcement or chat channel could be set to public or hidden. He chose to make it public. What truly excited him was that after the talent scroll entered the chat channel, the information still hadn't changed. This meant that others had no idea that this talent scroll had already been used. If that's the case, once the world channel and trading post open, I can sell it again. Hurting others for personal gain might bring joy, but if it harmed the interests of a certain island nation, everyone would probably cheer. Huang Chen was happy, and the guild channel was equally buzzing. President, is this real? Holy crap, a legendary talent, can I have it? You look like a legend. How could such a precious thing be given to you so easily? It definitely requires a high contribution. But looking at the description, it seems to involve necromancy. I'm afraid of ghosts. What should I do? Afraid of a ghost? With something this good, even if 10 female ghosts came, I could handle it all. If you don't want it, there are plenty of people who do. Is the person above serious? Wow, President, you're amazing. You brought out something so good. Wait, I think I've discovered a blind spot. What blind spot? Let's reason this out. If you got a talent scroll, what would you do? Of course, I'd use it immediately. Exactly, this kind of good thing. If I don't use it for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over. Normal people would think about using it right away, unless there are two types of people who would hold back. One type is someone who already has a legendary talent. And the other? Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they began to ask. Huang Chen was also interested, wanting to see what the person would say. The other type is someone with an existence even higher than legendary talent. Have you noticed? The president's strength has always been steadily above other forces. I suspect his talent is very likely mythic level. Hiss! The channel immediately fell into an eerie silence. Legendary talent was already an unattainable existence for them, let alone mythic level. Just as its name suggests, it was a myth. Seeing the man's guess, Huang Chen chuckled. His talent was not mythical but super divine. Work hard, and there will be bread. There will also be talent scrolls. After inputting a line of small text, Huang Chen and the others flashed and reappeared in their original positions. Beside him was the behind-the-scenes boss of the undead graveyard, Kuburo. Master, be careful, there's a dangerous aura nearby. Just as he caught his breath, Kyuburo's eyes became vigilant, looking toward the dense forest ahead. Little Ha also put down the bone in his mouth, lowered his head, and growled, his back fur standing on end. In the forest, the massive figure of a white tiger slowly emerged. Its powerful aura was almost tangible, causing the surrounding trees to rustle. The white tiger strode forward, accompanied by a group of uniquely moving creatures. Among them were humans, wild boars, giant lizards, and golden monkeys. Although they seemed to be moving, whether human or other creatures, they all had vacant expressions, as if their souls had been lost. Huang Chen looked intently and suddenly recognized a familiar figure among them. It was one of the two people he had let go that day. How did he end up here? To talk about this, one must mention Zheng Di. Compared to others, Zheng Di's Awaken mech was not very good, barely reaching an average level. Yet, this guy awakened an extremely useful mech talent, animal communication. As the name suggests, with this talent, he could communicate and interact with animals. It was precisely because of this talent that he connected with the white tiger and, with the support of other mutated creatures, established a foothold in Bai City, becoming the leader of a major gathering place. Now that Zheng Di was in trouble, the first thing he thought of was the powerful white tiger. The mountain lord he referred to was a flamboyant title the white tiger had given itself after learning about human myths. Recalling his curiosity, Huang Chen carefully observed the creatures before him, and a word inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Revenant. In legend, Mai Zhang, it is said, this is a revenant, a person eaten by a tiger, who is thus enslaved by the tiger. It means that a person eaten by a tiger has their soul enslaved, becoming a revenant. Revenants have no distinction between good and evil, and their vile character often lures people to be eaten by tigers, hence the term acting as a tiger's accomplice. If he guessed correctly, those creatures were all revenants formed after being eaten by this white tiger. How bold! You see the mountain lord and still don't kneel obediently, so the mountain lord can eat you. A white-collar revenant stepped forward, adjusting his glasses with a missing lens, speaking arrogantly. Huang Chen was instantly speechless. Is this the mountain lord? One might think it was a general. How bold, despicable lowly creatures, daring to be disrespectful to the master. Seeing the man's arrogance, Kyuburo immediately waved his hand, releasing a wave of necromantic energy. The moment the necromantic energy touched the white-collar revenant, it devoured all the remaining flesh and blood from his body. Then, a flame of soul ignited in the revenant's eye sockets. He knelt on one knee, his head bowed. I have seen the master. The necromantic energy did not stop. It extracted from the white-collar revenant and then entered the next revenant's body. This was a wild boar, which, after having all its flesh and blood devoured by the necromantic energy, also knelt on its forelegs, crawling before Huang Chen. In an instant, all the revenants knelt in unison, causing the white tiger's thick whiskers to tremble in anger. Just a little soul enslavement, and you dare to flaunt your pathetic knowledge in front of my esteemed master? Retracting the necromantic energy, Kyuburo scoffed. When it came to soul enslavement, her level was far superior to that of the white tiger before her. If Huang Chen had not given the order, she could have directly enslaved it and turned it into one of her henchmen. Master, what else do you need me to do? Having dealt with all the revenants, Kyuburo asked. Huang Chen said nothing and pointed at the pursuer she had turned into a skeleton. The energy from the resurrection slab poured out, continuously nurturing flesh and blood onto the bones. Upon seeing this scene, not only did the white tiger's eyes widen in shock, but even Kyuburo felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively lowering her head a bit more. She could turn the living into the dead, and she could also make the dead stand up again. But to completely resurrect a dead person like Huang Chen was simply impossible. Not to mention her, even the greatest beings proficient in necromancy could not achieve this step. Perhaps, this was truly a feat only a deity could accomplish. Huang Chen glanced at her and the white tiger, feeling satisfied yet secretly bleeding inside. To facilitate calculations, he had deliberately displayed the energy absorbed by the resurrection slab in percentage form. After killing all the undead creatures in the Great Necropolis, the energy within the resurrection slab had reached 27%. It seemed like a small amount, but in reality, it was enough for the Dawn Mecha to be resurrected 13 times. Unless the opponent's strength was far superior, it was already an invincible existence. However, to resurrect this person, the energy was directly halved. There was no way around it. Coming back to life was not a simple matter, especially since this person had first been eaten by the white tiger, enslaved in spirit, and then turned into an undead creature by Kyuburo. Just these 2 points consumed a considerable amount of energy. But Huang Chen was not wasting it for nothing. First, he wanted to know the reason this person appeared here. From the beginning, he noticed that the white tiger was unfamiliar with the surrounding environment, which meant it might have come from elsewhere, very likely drawn here by this person. Secondly, he understood that his intimidation towards Kyuburo was insufficient. The reason she showed submission might also be due to sensing the power of the End Stone, combined with her eagerness for revenge, which forced her to reluctantly acknowledge him as her master. A slight display of the resurrection slab's power would also make her wary. Of course, with the bug crystal recognizing its master, Kyuburo had no possibility of betrayal. Huang Chen was merely giving her a precautionary warning to avoid any unpleasantness later. The last point was that he wanted to analyze the power contained within the resurrection slab seriously. This power was somewhat like life energy, but different from it. After all, there was no life energy within undead creatures, yet the resurrection slab could still absorb it. After some observation, he finally discovered a clue. The resurrection slab absorbed a more essential form of energy, which was omnipresent, but contained more within living beings: spirituality. For some reason, a word suddenly popped into his mind. Energy is the foundation of everything. Only spirituality is the most fundamental mark that distinguishes different things. A glimmer of understanding rose in Huang Chen's heart. Someone once posed a question: if all the memories of a deceased person were copied into another cloned body, would the resurrected clone still count as the original person? He could finally provide an answer. No, because the spirituality of the deceased person had already dissipated, the clone did not possess the spirituality of the deceased. So no matter how real it seemed, it was another person. What the resurrection slab did was to retrieve and complete the spirituality for the corpse. This was the true meaning of resurrection, and it was precisely the existence that Kyuburo feared. With flesh and blood restored and spirituality returned, the person soon awakened. Upon seeing Huang Chen, he mumbled, "You really died too. Damn it, if it weren't for you, would I have let that tiger eat me? I think you should check whether you're really dead before saying anything." Huang Chen smiled and said no more. The person was taken aback, turned to look around, and suddenly felt a chill all over. There was no other reason. A large bug with bulging eyes was staring at him intently. "Oh my god, don't eat me, don't eat me." He fell to his knees with a thud, bowing his head like pounding garlic. The white tiger turned its head away, remaining silent, which left the man somewhat bewildered. Looking around again, he raised his palm and slapped himself hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the forest. Feeling the pain, the man slowly got up, touching his swollen, slightly reddened cheek, and then looked back at Huang Chen. What is going on? I just used a little trick to bring you back to life. Next, you answer my questions, understand? Understood. The man hurriedly nodded in response. Name: Wang Dandan. Huang Chen opened his mouth to speak, nearly forgetting the next question due to this name. Were you eaten by that tiger? I should have been eaten. It's all Zhao Zi's fault. If he hadn't abandoned me, I wouldn't have been eaten by that tiger. Wang Dandan glanced at the white tiger with some guilt, and upon seeing it make no move, he stammered. Alright, that big tiger is exceptionally powerful. Even if that guy Zhao Zi had taken care of you, you wouldn't have escaped. With the strength of the white tiger, it was clear that even if there were 20 more people, no one would escape. Letting Zhao Zi go was clearly intentional. Noticing Huang Chen looking at it, the white tiger licked its paw, but feeling that this might undermine its authority, it stopped and spat out a woman. The woman landed and said, "That guy hasn't bathed in many days, he smells too bad. I don't want to eat him." The ghost was the white tiger's eyes and ears, thus able to convey some messages. Hearing this reason, Wang Dandan nearly broke down. The reason he was eaten was because he hadn't taken a bath? Of course, there's another reason. I had an agreement with that kid Zhengdi. I must keep one of the people he sends. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Dandan felt a chill run through him. He had vaguely heard about the matters between Zheng Di and the white tiger and knew that Zheng Di had once sent someone to find the white tiger. But he thought that someone must have angered the white tiger to be eaten, and as long as he was careful, he shouldn't have too many problems. He never expected that he was not only there to convey a message but also to deliver takeout. This meant that at that time, either he or Zhao Zi had to die. Zheng Di truly had a cruel heart. So you came here to contact the white tiger to deal with me? Combining both answers, Huang Chen suddenly understood. Wang Dandan nodded, angrily saying, "It's all the leader's fault, ugh. It's all that bastard Zheng Di who made us do this. We were lurking in the villa area because Zheng Di discovered there was treasure there. Otherwise, why would we be hanging around in such a place?" Villa area? Huang Chen's gaze fell on Guan Xior. It should have been Guan Xior who, during her resurrection, caused the power of the revival stone to overflow, resulting in some anomalies. And these anomalies just happened to be seen by Zheng Di, which led to the subsequent events. No wonder he always felt like someone was biting at him like a mad dog. It turned out they had discovered some little secrets. Thinking of this, the smile on Huang Chen's face faded. Kyuburo, extract his soul. I need some memories. As you wish. Kyuburo reached out with one hand, and a special energy was extracted from Wang Dandan's body. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this special energy had facial features identical to his. After extracting Wang Dandan's soul, Kuburo began to absorb the memories within. Taking this opportunity, Huang Chen looked at the white tiger, his eyes bursting with killing intent. Having eaten so many people, he would never let the other go. The white tiger sensed the killing intent, its gaze fierce, like a knife slicing through the air. Human, leave now, and I, the Mountain Lord, can overlook your offense against me. As for that kid Zheng Di, I won't concern myself with him anymore. How about it? The female ghost spoke, her voice deep and no longer the crisp tone it had been before. Huang Chen did not waste words, he activated the Dawn Mecha, entering a state of maximum power. In the next moment, he slipped into the shadow space, his 8 long legs moving swiftly behind him. When he looked again, Huang Chen had already appeared above the white tiger's head. He grabbed a tuft of fur on the white tiger's head with one hand, while the other formed a fist, crashing down heavily. What kind of thing dares to call itself the Mountain Lord? Do you still dare to eat people? Do you still command ghosts? You were a protected animal before, but not anymore. A series of heavy punches fell, causing little actual damage but delivering a strong insult. The white tiger roared, its fur suddenly shifting towards a reddish hue. I will eat you. This time, it was not the ghost speaking, but the white tiger itself. As the words fell, its fur turned completely red. Shaking off Huang Chen's grip, it let out a roar and lunged at him. Huang Chen raised the blood-red serrated blade to block. The white tiger's massive fangs bit into the blood-red serration, producing a cracking sound as if it were about to disintegrate at any moment. The tiger, being the king of beasts, had its power amplified after mutation, strong enough to fight beyond its rank. Huang Chen discarded his weapon and charged directly into the white tiger's embrace. In the necropolis, he had regained much of his past life memories by consuming stones infused with soul energy. Among them was a powerful mecha combat technique called 6 Beast Seals. This was not an ordinary mecha combat technique. It was an absolute killing move refined from studying the attack patterns of powerful mutated creatures. Coupled with the mysterious energy infused into his limbs, it could unleash incredible might in an instant. 6 Beasts, Tiger Seal. One of Huang Chen's hands transformed into a claw, reaching for the white tiger's abdomen. If this move had been paired with claw-type modules, its power would have been even greater, but under his terrifying attributes, its strength was not weak at all. Slish! Even though the white tiger's skin was exceptionally tough, Huang Chen still managed to claw a bloody mark. Vivid red blood seeped out, quickly staining the area around them. The white tiger, in pain, turned to bite back. 6 Beasts, Snake Seal. Seeing this, Huang Chen's massive body instantly lowered, seeming to lack bones, and in the blink of an eye, he circled to the other side. Bear Seal. He raised both hands and slammed down with a thunderous crash. The white tiger was struck, staggering and collapsing to the ground, breaking 7 or 8 giant trees as thick as barrels. Tiger Claw, Snake Twist, Bear Slam, these were the most powerful and unpredictable moves in the 6 Beast Seals. If it weren't for the enhancement from the mysterious attributes, Huang Chen might not have been able to use this set of 6 Beast Seals at all. Taking advantage of the white tiger getting back up, he reached down to pick up the blood-red serration from the ground, and the spirit energy within him surged, instantly restoring it to new. Then he stepped forward, swinging the blade down at the softest part, the abdomen, which already bore a blood mark. Seeing that the white tiger still had a glimmer of life, he activated the revival stone, beginning to absorb spirit energy. Half a minute later, a kill notification popped up before him. Kill leader, Mountain Lord White Tiger, 4th rank, rewards, White Tiger Flesh *10, White Tiger Skin *8, White Tiger Bones *8, White Tiger Fangs *4, White Tiger Face Mask, Accessory Module, *1, Flesh, Skin, Bones, and Fangs were all 4th rank enhancement materials, each with different effects, but in terms of value, they certainly could not compare to the accessory module. Huang Chen picked up the White Tiger Face Mask and revealed its attributes. Name: White Tiger Face Mask. Quality: excellent. Type: Head Module. Effect 1. After equipping, Strength +2, Defense +5, Mystery +12. Effect 2. After equipping, releases a sinister aura that envelopes the mech, obscuring its form. Effect 3. After equipping, gains a sinister deterrent, instilling fear in enemies, reducing all attributes by 10%. Effect 4. Can absorb other auxiliary modules or corresponding materials for growth. All 4 effects are extremely practical. Just seeing this, Huang Chen recalled the plant communication and grievance mask he had obtained not long ago. The former came from a forest dungeon, while the latter was from a vengeful spirit in a hospital. Both head modules had special effects, but he had never used them, as they were destroyed in an explosion. After some thought, he revived the plant communication head module. The effects of the grievance mask overlapped somewhat with those of the White Tiger Face Mask, and the latter's effects were superior. He would still primarily rely on the White Tiger Face Mask. As for plant communication, this auxiliary module belonged to the support type. It could be left unused most of the time, but it was essential to have. Wearing the white tiger face mask, Wang Chen opened the attribute panel of the Dawn Mech. Name, Dawn Mech. Level, Tier 3, Strength, 149/300, Defense, 168/300, Agility, 154/300, Mystery, 15 out of 300. Recently, attribute growth has been a bit slow. I wonder how Li Niexing's research is going. Once I deal with Zheng Di, I'll head back immediately to enhance my attributes and prepare for the promotion to Tier 4, and also find an insect skilled in long-range attacks to develop a new type of mech. After a brief calculation in his mind, Wang Chen looked up at the others. With the white tiger dead, the vengeful spirit had fallen silent. Kuburo had finished absorbing Wang Danden's memories and was standing obediently, waiting for his next command. You two stay here for now. I'll go take care of Zheng Di. Don't run off. Oh, Jiang Zi, keep an eye on your best friend. After giving a special warning, Wang Chen left with Kuburo. Beaching, the Dean's gathering place. Zheng Di was still unaware that the Mountain Lord was dead, nor did he know that Huang Chen had learned from Wang Dandan that he was the true mastermind behind everything. At this moment, he was anxiously pacing back and forth, waiting for the vengeful spirit to arrive. He had been in this state for a whole day. Just then, a subordinate reported, "Boss, 2 people have come outside, claiming to be from the Mountain Lord." Mountain Lord? Zheng Di perked up, his hands trembling with excitement. Quick, bring them to me. No, where are they? I'll go greet them personally. Under normal circumstances, he would never lower himself like this, as his relationship with the Mountain Lord was more of a partnership. But now, the vengeful spirit that was coming was tied to the secret of resurrection. How could he not be excited? His subordinate did not dare to delay, leading Zheng Di to a pavilion. How has the Mountain Lord been lately? Zheng Di initially smiled, but when he saw Huang Chen's appearance, his smile froze, and he stood there in shock. Why you? How could you? How could you come here? Huang Chen chuckled. Mountain Lord, I just killed him. He said he was an old acquaintance of yours, so I came to take a look. Zheng Di was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body, but in an instant, he summoned his mech, then spread his wings and flew outside. He had observed and knew that Huang Chen did not have flying capabilities. As long as he flew fast enough, he could still escape. His movements were quick, but a wave of necromantic energy was even faster. Zheng Di had just lifted his foot when he was struck down. At this stage, most mechs lacked resistance to other energies, and a single Kuburo could almost wipe them out. To turn the situation around, it would take at least until the 4th mutation. If it weren't for Huang Chen accelerating this process, a foreign powerhouse like Kuburo would not have appeared at this moment. Failing to escape, Zheng Di instantly panicked. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. I won't trouble you again. He knelt on both knees, pleading in a mournful voice. Actually, I didn't want to take action against you, but who told you to know the secrets of the villa area? The villa area. Hearing this name, Zheng Di finally despaired. Of course, that's just one reason. Another is that you shouldn't collude with foreign tribes and harm your own kind. You are no longer worthy of being called human. Since you don't want to maintain your dignity, I'll help you with that. The blood-red serrated edge swiftly cut through Zheng Di's neck, ending his sinful life. The subordinates nearby were almost paralyzed with fear at this scene. If their legs hadn't gone weak from terror, they would have run far away at that moment. The farther, the better. After dealing with Zheng Di, Huang Chen felt no ripple in his heart. Except for a few rare geniuses, others were no longer his opponents. His main rivals were still among the foreign tribes. Let others elect a new leader. No matter what means you use, remember not to harm your own people, otherwise, we will all fall into a situation of isolation and helplessness. After saying this, Huang Chen left gracefully with Kuburo. The subordinates, having narrowly escaped with their lives, hurriedly shouted, "Not good, the leader has been killed, the leader has been killed." The loud voice instantly echoed throughout most of the Dean gathering place. By the time people arrived, they found that Huang Chen had already disappeared without a trace. Some clever individuals immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to seize the leader's position. They quickly sent trusted aides to start occupying Zheng Di's territory. The entire Dean gathering place was thrown into chaos. As for the instigator, he was already on his way back to Ning City. Walking the same path again was naturally much easier. It didn't take long for Huang Chen, along with Kuburo, Jiang Zi, and Guan Shuer, to arrive at his first stop, Baihu gathering place. Stop, you little brat! Dare to come here and steal again, and I'll break your hands. Not long after stepping onto the island in the lake, they saw a vendor grabbing a child's wrist, loudly scolding him. Others were not surprised by this. In fact, a few even wanted to help, clearly having been targeted by the child before. Wait, what's going on? Huang Chen stepped forward to ask. The vendor, interrupted suddenly, was somewhat displeased and was about to put on a fierce face, but upon realizing it was Huang Chen, his face immediately blossomed into a smile, resembling a chrysanthemum just blooming. "Ah, it's Lord Huang Chen. You've returned from my city?" the vendor said with a fawning expression. "You know me?" Huang Chen thought for a long time and realized he had no memory of the person before him. The vendor nodded repeatedly, then quickly shook his head. "Oh, who in Baihu gathering place doesn't know you?" Whether it was dealing with Zhao Lai and his son or killing that man-faced spider, we all remember. Hearing this, Huang Chen finally understood and smiled. "That's all in the past. What's going on with this child?" Speaking of the child, the vendor sighed deeply. "His name is Jiang Qi. He has been an orphan since childhood, living in the Yuanqing Welfare Institute. I heard that a very powerful mutated monster appeared in the Welfare Institute, and everyone else died. He was the only one who escaped. So that's how it is." Huang Chen opened the system shop and bought a food package, handing it to Jiang Qi. "Here, eat this first." Jiang Qi looked at Huang Chen, then at the vendor beside him, snatched it away, tore open the packaging, and began to gulp down the contents. The others could only see his throat moving continuously. The way he swallowed looked as if a monster was feasting. A medium food pack costs 100 energy points, which is about what I earn in a day. The vendor was quite envious but had no other thoughts. Just 100 energy points, after all, not enough to make him feel jealous. Moreover, since these 100 energy points came from Huang Chen, even if he had other ideas, he wouldn't dare show them. "Lord Huang Chen, this is just a temporary fix. Don't be fooled by how skinny this child is, he can eat a lot. With those food packs costing 1 point each, he needs at least 10 a day. It's not that I want to catch him, it's just that I can't feed him enough. You can ask him. I used to buy him food often." Jiang Qi neither nodded nor shook his head, clearly tacitly agreeing with the vendor's words. Huang Chen looked surprised. He had thought the vendor would be fierce and hard to deal with, but it turned out he had a kind heart. He took out 10 large beast soul stones and placed them on the vendor's table. "This is his food money from before. It should be enough, right? Just a little money, not even worth a single large beast soul stone. Lord Huang Chen, you should take it back." The vendor was indeed tempted but still said cheerfully, "Take it. If you encounter someone in need in the future, just lend a hand." Watching the vendor happily accept the large beast soul stones, Huang Chen bought another 10 food packs, placed them on the table, and turned to leave. As he walked, Huang Chen's thoughts drifted back to memories of his past life. If I remember correctly, the system update is just a couple of days away. At that time, a large number of products will be available, including the current divine item, the spatial teleportation array. When that happens, the true value of energy points will become apparent. A set of teleportation arrays costs 1 million energy points. Even I still have a gap of over 400,000. Once a set of spatial teleportation arrays is purchased, there will be a 3-month refresh period. It seems I need to think of a way. 3 months is enough time for many things to happen, even to determine the survival of a force. The first set of teleportation arrays in my past life was bought by Longting from the capital. With that set, Longting quickly gathered a large amount of enhancement materials and regained control over the situation in the Dragon Kingdom. Huang Chen didn't have such grand ambitions to control the entire Dragon Kingdom, but he had to ensure the safety of Dawn. For that, he must obtain the first set of spatial teleportation arrays. "Master, the child named Jiang Qi is following us." As he walked, he heard Kuburo's voice. Huang Chen turned around and immediately spotted the vigilant child. Looking again, he noticed Jiang Qi had nothing in his hands, wondering where the food he had just given him had gone. Thinking of a possibility, anger surged in Huang Chen's heart. They dared to rob even a child. He wanted to see who was so ruthless. "Jiang Zi, you share the same surname as him. Go ask him where the food went." Jiang Zi jogged over to Jiang Qi, squatted down, and began to inquire. Her petite figure and infectious smile made it hard for anyone to feel wary. Before long, Jiang Zi brought Jiang Qi to a few people. "President, he says you're very powerful, that everyone here is afraid of you and wants to follow you, calling you Big Brother. As for the food, he finished it all by himself. No one robbed him." Jiang Zi's expression was strange. She hadn't expected Jiang Qi to eat so much. That was enough food for more than 10 people. Enough for an ordinary person to last a month. How could it all be gone in such a short time? "You want to follow me? What's the reason?" The mecha still housed Xiao Ji and the other children, so taking in one more wasn't a problem, even if it meant more food. Moreover, this child named Jiang Qi must have a story, otherwise, he wouldn't have such a bizarre appetite. The stronger the mecha operator, the greater the consumption. If it were someone else, he wouldn't be surprised if they finished the food so quickly, but it definitely couldn't be this child before him. Unless he had already awakened his destined mech and raised it to at least the 2nd tier. But with such strength, how could he possibly steal food? I don't want to be bullied. Jiang Qi's gaze flickered, like a wounded kitten, yet it carried a stubbornness and hope. Huang Chen frowned slightly and stepped forward to pull back his long sleeves. The arms beneath were somewhat dirty, looking as if they hadn't been washed in a long time, but the dirt did nothing to conceal the scars above. Some scars seemed freshly formed, not yet fully healed. Others had already fallen off, revealing a patch of pink, tender flesh underneath. "Welfare home?" Huang Chen suddenly asked out of the blue. Although he had never been there, he understood it was likely not a good place. I eat a lot, but they don't let me eat my fill, and they always bully me." Jiang Qi lowered his head. His response was wooden, carrying a sense of helplessness as if he had seen through the world at a young age. Just then, he suddenly looked up, a flash of ferocity in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. "I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on either. I don't want to, but sometimes I can't control myself." Huang Chen did not react, but Jiang Qi was startled and hurriedly apologized. "It's fine, I know that's not you, it's just that you've unintentionally merged with something called thought spirit." "Thought spirit? What is that?" Guan Xior asked curiously. Even Kuburo perked up his ears. As a mage, she always held a fear of the knowledge passed down in the world. Human thoughts are intricate and ever-changing, roughly categorized into the 7 emotions and 6 desires: joy, anger, sorrow, contemplation, grief, fear, and surprise, along with the 6 desires of sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, and intention. His situation is quite complex, like a combination of the desire for taste and intention. To put it simply, it's a collection of the thought of wanting to eat. Originally, this collection wouldn't exist in the real world. At most, he would just be a bit gluttonous, and the impact wouldn't be too great. But since the disaster struck, mysterious forces have eroded the world, causing this thought to transform into a thought spirit, possessing some life characteristics. They attach themselves to people, which is why such strange changes occur. Huang Chen's explanation was very detailed and easy to understand, and the few of them quickly grasped the essence of thought spirits. "Since we know the reason, can't we help him expel it?" Guan Xior continued. "No, the thought spirit has already merged with his soul, intertwining them so that they cannot be separated. I currently lack the ability to separate them." Huang Chen shook his head. In his past life, thought spirits were also known as sticky spirits, meaning once they stuck to you, you couldn't escape unless you died completely. Even if you were revived, you would be entangled again. There are countless thoughts in the world, and as long as one is alive, one cannot avoid being disturbed by thoughts. It's simply unavoidable. Of course, if one were to turn into a complete idiot who understands nothing, or a robot devoid of any emotions, perhaps there would be hope of escape. The light in Jiang Qi's eyes dimmed. He had thought he could be saved, only to realize he would be entangled for a lifetime. Having a thought spirit isn't necessarily a bad thing. As long as you continuously satisfy its needs, you can gain extremely powerful feedback. Isn't it just about having more food? Our dawn can fully support that. Huang Chen spoke the truth. These harmless thought spirits were good spirits, much better than those that required killing to be satisfied. If he encountered such a thought spirit, he would definitely not hold back and would resolve it on the spot. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and the insect crystal reappeared. With the thought spirit attached, Jiang Qi no longer had any hope of awakening his destined mech, but the insect crystal could help him grow stronger. Moreover, with the mech formed from the insect crystal, Jiang Qi could support himself alone. After explaining the effects of different insect crystals, Huang Chen quietly waited for him to choose. The Tianyuan mustard seed mechs have already been selected, and now only the Giant God, Thunder Flash, Phantom Shadow, and Mother Spider mechs remain. It's uncertain which one he will choose. After some hesitation, Jiang Qi chose the Phantom Shadow mech. "Why did you choose this one?" Huang Chen casually asked. Jiang Zi, afraid of pain, chose the Tianyu mech. Kuburo, aiming to cultivate undead creatures, selected the mustard seed mech. Now that Jiang Qi has chosen the Phantom Shadow mech, he must have his own reasons. "I want to be a shadow that no one pays attention to," Jiang Qi replied earnestly. This answer surprised several of them, but they did not press further. "Alright, let's rest here at the White Lake gathering place for a few days. You can wander around, but don't cause any trouble," Huang Chen instructed after officially accepting Jiang Qi. Once they left, he opened the friend channel and pulled Guan Xilan, Chu Jiajin, and Luo Xiaoping into a temporary group chat. "How many energy points does Dawn have now?" "Currently, there are 631,128 points available for circulation," Guan Xilan replied shortly after. This number was not far from what Huang Chen had expected. It looked like a lot, but compared to the energy points needed to purchase a teleportation array, it was still quite lacking. This was still the profit made from low buying and high selling using low-tier material synthesis devices. Without that artifact, they could probably only accumulate up to 300,000 at most. Let's have everyone conserve their contribution points for now and not exchange for items in the guild warehouse. Then, contact other forces to sell those materials at a discount, converting everything into energy points, aiming to accumulate 1 million in the next couple of days. By city, Dawn Base. Upon seeing Huang Chen's message, Huan Xilan's expression tightened. Is something big about to happen? It was definitely not a small matter if Huang Chen was treating it so seriously. She feared she wasn't doing enough and wanted to clarify things. If we sell materials on a large scale, it could very likely cause panic among others, Xu Jiajun replied at that moment. He had actually noticed this group chat long ago, and the reason he hadn't chimed in was to downplay his influence. After all, Dawn had developed based on the foundation of the mountain river base. If he took too much power, it could easily provoke Huang Chen's wariness and suspicion. Even if Huang Chen didn't think about these matters, it was hard to guarantee that others wouldn't have their own ideas. If it weren't for Huang Chen saying that this matter was significant, he wouldn't have spoken up. Indeed, if they don't understand the situation, other forces might not be willing to take over these materials, Luo Shoping added. This is simple. Huang Chen had no intention of hiding his plans. Tell them I intend to purchase a set of spatial teleportation arrays that can perform long-distance teleportation, costing 1 million energy points. One end of the teleportation array will be in Ning City, and the other will be in another gathering place I discovered. By the way, different teleportation arrays can also establish teleportation connections, allowing travel to other regions. What? A teleportation array? The three were instantly stunned. Such a good thing actually existed? They quickly realized the benefits of having a teleportation array. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are essential parts of human life. They had temporarily solved the first three, and only the transportation aspect remained unresolved. Once they had a teleportation array, traveling would become much more convenient. Moreover, if Dawn could master the teleportation array, the benefits within it were simply unimaginable. It was like a chicken that lays golden eggs. No wonder Huang Chen was selling materials at a discount to gather funds. Knowing there was profit to be made, the three stopped wasting words and sprang into action. Just as they had anticipated, not only Dawn but the entire Ning City was thrown into chaos. At the University Alliance, a balding principal with a troubled expression found Ran Zijing, Yu Lang, and others. I heard you know Huang Chen. Can you try to contact Xu Guang and see what happened? Is he all ready? Don't worry, Principal. Huang Chen will be fine. Before the principal could finish, Yu Lang interjected. Yes, I guess Xu Guang's actions must have other meanings. Ran Zijing also supported Yu Lang. He was a friend of Huang Chen and certainly knew that Huang Chen was doing just fine. Besides, although Xu Guang was a bit chaotic right now, the management was as steady as a mountain, which indicated that it wasn't a big deal. The principal was just overly concerned. Principal, have you forgotten about the Ningqing base? If something really serious happened, they definitely wouldn't ignore it. We can just wait calmly. Xu Guang's recent price drop on enhancement materials is a great opportunity for us to strengthen our power. No matter what's happening outside, true strength comes from within. Don't you think? The principal's face flushed. He didn't expect to be schooled by a student. However, Ran Zijing was right about one thing. True strength comes from within. He no longer hesitated and instructed someone to purchase materials. With so many enhancement materials, it would be enough to elevate the overall strength of the University Alliance. The Ningqing base had already reached an agreement with Xu Guang. They understood that relying solely on themselves to purchase the teleportation array was unfeasible, so it was better to cooperate with Xu Guang first and then seek development. The only ones with grievances about the whole situation were the internal staff of the Xu Guang base. After all, only their exchanges were affected, and their interests were harmed. Some were dissatisfied and looked for opportunities to incite trouble. Luo Shopeng did not indulge them. He took this opportunity to deal with quite a few people. After his purge, the atmosphere within Shuguang became much clearer. At the same time, with a large amount of materials sold, Huang Chen's energy points reached a terrifying 1.5 million. 2 days later, a major system update occurred, and a special announcement appeared before everyone. The system mall has been updated. This time special items are Space Teleportation Array, 1 million energy points, Intermediate Body Enhancement Formula, 20,000 energy points, Space Belt, 10,000 energy points. Seeing the items updated in the system, Huang Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect there to be such good things inside. First was the Intermediate Body Enhancement Formula. This item was clearly part of the primary series and only cost 20,000 energy points, which could be considered a bargain. The space belt was also very good, with a space of 1,000 cubic meters, capable of storing quite a lot of things. Of course, the main dish of this update was still the Space Teleportation Array. Without hesitation, Huang Chen chose to purchase it. 1 million energy points instantly vanished, and at the same time, 2 silver-gray discs, resembling ice curling stones, appeared in Huang Chen's hands. This was the essence of the space teleportation array. All he needed to do was select a flat spot and throw the disc on it, and it would automatically expand into a space teleportation array. With the space teleportation array in hand, Huang Chen still had 500,000 energy points left. He bought another intermediate body enhancement formula for 20,000, and then purchased 20 space belts. A total of 30 space belts appeared in the mall, of which 10 had already been bought. If Huang Chen hadn't been prepared, he might have only been able to buy a few. 1 million energy points seemed like a lot, but there were also many who could take them out, especially the leaders of various factions. Buying a space belt was a piece of cake for them. After clearing out all the space belts, Huang Chen set his sights on other items, such as refined stones, which were also essential for the future and would hold their value. After spending all 1.5 million energy points, he finally closed the mall page with satisfaction. However, while he was happily buying, others felt as if they had eaten something unpleasant. The space teleportation array was fine, they couldn't afford it, and even if they bit their teeth, they still couldn't buy it. But the space belt is different. Gritting my teeth, I can still gather enough. Now, it's all gone, cleared out by someone. Which heartless bastard swept everything clean? My space belt. Exactly, just because you have money, you think you're something special? Why don't you give me 20,000 to spend? Ha, I'm lucky, I snatched a refined stone, 5,000 energy points each. Who wants it? Get lost. You're selling something that costs 1,000 energy points for 5,000? That's really heartless. No, I want it. Give it to me, I'll take it for 5,000 energy points. The crowd was in an uproar over a trivial item, but the high-ranking members of various factions remained silent, especially the forces from the capital. Inside the Longting base, Ji Changhong had just finished practicing a sword technique and was now wiping the sweat off his body with a towel. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned to the girl serving him and asked, "What new items did the system mall update today?" The girl was prepared for this and immediately replied, "A lot of good things appeared, like space equipment for storage, refined stones that increase mecha attribute limits, and a spatial array for regional teleportation." But, at this point, the girl didn't know how to continue. But what? Ji Changhong's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing in the world could move him. The girl knew Ji Changhong wasn't expressionless, he just rarely showed other emotions. After thinking for a moment, she said, "The price of the spatial teleportation array is 1 million energy points, and it was bought as soon as it appeared. There's also the space belt, the gun master was lucky enough to grab one, but the rest were bought by others. Even the most abundant refined stones, we didn't manage to buy many. The Longting base doesn't have a supreme leader, only 6 deputy leaders, each named after their weapon or habit. The gunmaster is skilled with guns, hence the title, while Ji Changhong is skilled with swords, hence the title Swordmaster. All bought out? These are all good items. They must be going crazy with anxiety." Ji Changhong, who usually loves practicing swordplay and doesn't care about other matters, could still understand the significance of these items for Longting. The intelligence department analyzed the purchasing patterns and believes that most of them were likely bought by the same person, who is in Ning City and seems to have some possible connection with the Snow Wolf base. The Beast Master is desperate for that space belt, he's almost gone mad thinking about it. If it weren't for the others holding him back, he might have already set off for Ning City. One person? Ji Changhong's expression finally showed some emotion. He looked at the girl in disbelief, a golden light suddenly shooting from his sharp eyes. "It should be one person. It is or it isn't. What do you mean by should be?" The sword master quickened his movements, then donned a white robe and hurriedly left. The girl was stunned to see the sword master lose his composure like this. But then she thought, even with Longting's strength, they couldn't buy everything. Where did that person get all those energy points? Longting Manor. Although it was late autumn, the greenery here remained vibrant, with emerald plants and colorful flowers reflecting each other, resembling a paradise on earth. Even more astonishing was the environment, which seemed to maintain a constant temperature, neither too cold nor too hot. If one looked closely, they would notice a flag planted at each corner of the manor, marking the territory to prevent terrain interference. However, in contrast to the beautiful environment, the buildings within the manor were filled with the sounds of arguments. "Damn it, that little gunner has flaunted his space belt in front of me more than once, saying he wants a piece of space equipment too." In the wooden hall, a bald man with a big beard and a muscular build, the knife master, shouted at the top of his lungs. All right, I'll let you borrow the little gun for a few days. That should be fine, right?" The strategist squinted slightly, gently stroking the armrest of the chair with a warm smile, like a university student untouched by the world's troubles. "I don't want that little thing. I heard someone bought other spatial belts, I'm going to find him and get a couple. The Blade Master slapped his thigh and was about to get up when he unexpectedly ran into the Sword Master arriving. The two exchanged glances and both snorted coldly. Everyone in Longting knew that the Blade Master and the Sword Master had a grudge. Although it wasn't a huge feud, they simply couldn't stand each other. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, the strategist quickly stood up and separated them. Calm down, everyone. We see each other often, there's no need to make things so tense. The strategist habitually tried to mediate, then turned to the Swordmaster. If this has caught your interest, it seems this matter is not simple. I am indeed very interested in that person. The Swordmaster replied honestly. Energy points don't just appear out of nowhere. Being able to produce so many proves the strength of the person behind it, one that even they in Longting cannot compare to. Don't rush. The Snow Wolf faction once sent someone out to look for other survivors. I heard one of them is named He Lizzie, who just returned from Ning City. Perhaps we can learn some news about Ning City from him. The strategist chuckled confidently. The Blade Master and the Sword Master had no objections. They trusted the strategist's intelligence-gathering abilities completely. Snow Wolf isn't far from us. I'll go ask around. The Blade Master said boldly, not taking the Snow Wolf faction seriously at all. In fact, the top forces in the capital had almost already excluded Snow Wolf from their ranks. The only reason they were still around was simply to fatten them up before the slaughter. The Gun Master and the Beast Master will be here soon. You can go together then. Speaking of the other two, the Blade Master suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Where has the Flame Master gone? I haven't seen her for a while, even I, old Dao, miss her. Maybe she left the capital to avoid you, the Sword Master retorted immediately. The 6 masters of Longting were the Blade Master, Gun Master, Sword Master, Strategist, Beast Master, and Flame Master. The Flame Master had an outstanding figure and appearance, plus her straightforward personality made her the target of intense pursuit from both the Blade Master and the Sword Master. The conflict between the two had thus intensified. Hearing the Sword Master's mockery, the Blade Master instantly stood up, his mech with black and yellow patterns automatically attaching itself. A faint king character could be seen on the forehead of the mech. The Sword Master also did not back down, his deep blue mech responding in kind. However, his mech resembled an atypical design, overall like a long sword floating in mid-air, exuding a formidable aura. The strategist smiled bitterly, once again standing between the two. Convincing these two was more difficult than planning a nightmare dungeon. Fortunately, at that moment, 2 more people approached, a man and a woman. The man was slightly older, with a somewhat dull gaze, appearing not very articulate, and a red lizard the size of an arm was crawling on his shoulder. The woman was younger, possibly just a high school student, with her hair tied in a ponytail. Although she wore a somewhat old-fashioned pair of black-framed glasses, it did nothing to hide the vitality and energy radiating from her. Old Dao, look at my spatial belt. As soon as they met, the Gun Master began to show off her spatial belt. She clenched her palm, and a bright silver long spear immediately appeared. Then she relaxed her grip, and the spear vanished again. Appear, disappear, appear, disappear. In just a few seconds, she demonstrated it several times. Can it hold living things? The Beast Master asked hoarsely. He had just happened to run into the Gun Master and hadn't had a chance to speak yet. If it could hold living things, then his treasures would have a good place to go, and his combat power would greatly increase. I can't, I've tried. Living things, even if you put them inside, will come out dead. The Gun Master flipped her palm, revealing a small snake in her hand. Sensing that the snake had lost its life force, the Beast Master silently lowered his head and stood aside, no longer speaking. The others knew his temperament and did not engage him in conversation. I say, little gun, why don't you let me have this space belt? In the future, if I find something good, you'll be the first to choose, how about that? The Knife Master looked increasingly fond of the space belt, unable to help himself. If the Gun Master were a boy, he would have snatched it away long ago. No way, no way. I have no place to put my things, and this is just right for me. How can you bear to take it from me? The Gun Master firmly rejected him, stepping back repeatedly. Helpless, the Knife Master turned to the strategist. He knew that the Gun Master listened most to the strategist, and if the strategist spoke, the Gun Master would definitely give it up. The strategist spread his hands. I can't do anything, but Fan Rijon might have a way. Right, I almost forgot the important matter. Let's go find him. Snow Wolf Base. Fan Rijon stood quietly in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the scenery outside. In the past, he could see endless streams of traffic, now he could see boundless greenery. However, with autumn approaching, that boundless greenery was beginning to turn yellow, as if signaling the end of life. Ding ding ding, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Fan Rijon did not turn around, still standing tall. Chief, Longtang is here. A subordinate opened the door and walked slowly to stand behind him, speaking in a low voice. How do they have the time to come here? Who's coming? Everyone except the Flame Master is here. He suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as lightning. The 5 masters are all here. What does this mean? Do they want to destroy the Snow Wolf today? After pondering for a while, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The Snow Wolf is a piece of fat meat. Everyone knows this. If they really wanted to take action against him, it couldn't just be Longting's side that came. He was likely safe today. With this thought, he straightened his clothes and followed his subordinate to the reception room. As soon as he entered, he indeed saw the 5 masters sitting in chairs waiting for him. Sorry, I was busy just now and kept you all waiting. He laughed heartily and took the main seat. As long as the Snow Wolf stood, this position was his. Chief Fan is too polite. It should be us who are interrupting. I heard that Chief Fan sent out quite a few people recently to look for other survivors or gathering places. I wonder how that turned out. The strategist squinted and smiled faintly, directly stating the purpose of their visit. Fan Rizhong was somewhat puzzled. He had indeed done this, and it wasn't a secret. It was normal for Longting to know. Moreover, the strategist was known for his cunning, and there were few things Longting could hide from him. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke. Indeed, this matter is true. Although the mutated creatures are quite tricky, everyone has awakened their own mechas, and with the country's early warning, the number of survivors is quite large. We have also initially established large-scale gathering places. Since the strategist is asking about this, could it be that you want to contact other places to restore social order? If that's the case, then it's just right for us Snow Wolves to handle it. Having work to do means having value means not being destroyed. Fan Rizhong understood this very well. That truly is a stroke of luck. By the way, the Gun Master has always dreamed of traveling to Ningqing. I wonder how things are over there. Has he Lizzie sent back any news? Ningcheng? He Lizzie? Hearing these two names, Fan Rizhong was suddenly startled. Could it be that the strategist already knows about the existence of the demon contract? A few thoughts flashed quickly through his mind, and he let out a long sigh, his expression troubled. I'm not sure about that either. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten there was such a person. He is a great contributor to the search for survivors. How could we forget? Why don't we contact Leader Fan right now and discuss the situation in Ning City? Fan Rizhong couldn't keep up with the strategist's train of thought and was completely bewildered. However, since it was a question about Ning City, as long as he didn't reveal the existence of the demon contract, everything else was negotiable. He sent a few messages to He Lizzie. These messages contained coded language, so he wasn't worried about He Lizzie spilling any secrets. Before long, He Lizzie indeed replied with some information about Ning City. Having obtained what he wanted, the strategist and the others no longer lingered and quickly left. Watching the backs of the departing figures, Fan Rizhong suddenly realized that their target was not him, but Ning City. Someone, go investigate what exactly happened in Ning City. Just leave it here. Cheng Taijun led Huang Chan and a few others to a giant tree with a diameter of 10 meters. The giant tree stood straight, its dark brown roots intertwined at the top, resembling a tangled mess. Fortunately, the space at the base of the roots was very flat, and no other plants were growing, making it quite clean. Another point was that the roots provided protection. The location was not only hidden but, if necessary, the sturdy roots could also withstand attacks. Just walking around the giant tree took them several minutes. This is indeed a nice place. Huang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Turning the island in the lake into a private area was his initial idea. With a surrounding body of water as a barrier, the safety and privacy here were far superior to Ning City. They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Now, the original Shan base, which is the area controlled by the Chu family, is the outermost region of Dawn. The abandoned buildings are home to some elites. This small island in the lake could just become the core area. In simple terms, other places belong to the outer gate, while the island in the lake belongs to the inner gate. As for the interior of the mustard Mecca, it is an even more core area, and in the entire Dawn, only a handful of people can enter. Cheng Taijun naturally knew about Huang Chen's plan to set up a teleportation array at the White Lake gathering place, but he did not stop him. Instead, he welcomed it. When life is threatened, everything else can be temporarily set aside. Moreover, he himself was not particularly attached to power. With this teleportation array, the safety of the White Lake gathering place would surely be greatly enhanced. He threw out a disc, which originally was the size of a head but quickly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a large disc with a diameter of 4 meters. Boom! The next second, the disc landed heavily on the ground. Name, Level 1 Space Teleportation Array, Quality, Epic, Type, Item, Effect. Can link with another teleportation array for transportation within a range of 3,000 kilometers. Each teleportation costs 1,000 energy points. can set 2 administrators, current administrators, 0. The space teleportation array also has levels, the higher the level, the farther the teleportation distance, and the consumption will correspondingly decrease. As for the administrators, Chang Tai-jun would definitely have a share. Once set up, Huang Chen briefly explained a few things and then took the others back to Ning City. He left alone, but on the way back, Huang Chen glanced at the composition of the team and found it somewhat tragic. A mutated dog that loves to eat roasted chicken. A pair of life and death best friends, loving and killing each other. A necromancer, with an uncertain species, looking human but not actually human. Even Jiang Qi, who seemed the most normal, carried a thought spirit. To say it was a thought spirit was an understatement, it was more like carrying a starving ghost. Then Huang Chen sadly discovered that Little Ha was already enough of an eater, and now there was another Jiang Qi who could eat even more than it. The food consumed by one person and one dog each day was almost equivalent to what he ate in a month. Thus, a group of people stumbled back to Ning City. From a distance, Huang Chen saw the tall and sturdy city walls ahead. On the walls were exaggeratedly designed giant crossbows, machine guns, and even 2 sci-fi-looking laser cannons. At the city gate below stood a group of people, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. It seems that during my time away, they have developed quite well. They even managed to build city walls. Huang Chen silently marveled. Since they could produce laboratory blueprints, it wouldn't be difficult to produce a few city wall blueprints as well. There was a large war dungeon around Ning City, where such city wall blueprints could potentially drop. As long as enough materials were collected, a solid city wall could be generated immediately. In his previous life, such city wall blueprints were very common, with varying quality, ranging from mud walls less than 3 meters high to the Sighing Wall, forged from legendary materials that even deities could not breach. Sturdy and durable city walls became the first line of defense protecting human settlements. The one currently used in Ning City was relatively low level among them, but even so, it was enough to withstand the attacks of second-tier beast tides. With this city wall, Ning City finally had the true capital to survive. Continuing forward, the faces of the crowd at the city gate gradually became clear. Boss, boss. Su Dehai ran over excitedly, initially wanting to give Huang Chen a big hug, but then remembered what Guan Xilan had said about his boss's changed status and the need to maintain a sense of propriety, so he extinguished the thought and stood respectfully in front of him. Not bad, not bad. Your strength has improved quite rapidly during this time. Feeling the overwhelming vitality emanating from Su Dehai, Huang Chen nodded. At this moment, several others also came over, including members of the Dawn Society and people sent from the Ning City base. Huang Chen even spotted a stranger among them. President, this is Principal Qian from the University Alliance, Luo Shouping introduced first. Since Huang Chen left, Guan Xilan had devoted herself to research, and external communications naturally fell to Luo Shouping. As for Chu Jiazhen, he generally did not speak unless it was a major matter. He understood the balance of power better than Huang Chen and was more willing to adhere to it. So it's Principal Qian, a pleasure to meet you. Huang Chen extended his hand with a bright smile. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, on the streets inside Ning City, a man in a gray hoodie with an unremarkable appearance mumbled, "Who are these people, making such a big fuss? The 3 major forces are all mobilized, and they are all people we usually don't see." Hearing his mumbling, the person next to him immediately put on a look of understanding. "You don't know this? The person standing in front of you is the president of the Dawn Society, the youngest colonel, the savior of Ning City, the first big shot to elevate a mech to the 4th tier. Tell me, isn't it only natural for so many people to come out to welcome him?" Seeing the man in disbelief, the person added, "By the way, that spatial teleportation array was most likely purchased by President Huang Chen. After all, besides him, no one else can produce 100 energy points at this stage." Hiss! The man's pupils trembled. Currently, Ning City was dominated by 3 forces: the Ning City base, the Dawn Society, and the University Alliance. Although the Ning City base appeared stronger on the surface, everyone understood that the most powerful was the Dawn Society. This person, as the president of the Dawn Society, held such a high military rank, plus a 4th-tier mech. How could that be possible? If it were just one of those, he could understand. After all, the leader of their Snow Wolf base also had a 4th-tier mech. But having so many attributes in one person, was that really reasonable? Just then, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quietly pulled down his hoodie. To his surprise, a familiar face appeared in the crowd. He Lizzie. It seemed that his status among this group was not low. He Lizzie had betrayed. A thought flashed through the man's mind, and he immediately sent a message to his superior. He had thought that Ningqing was just a small city, but now it seemed that the secrets here were deeply hidden. A group of high-ranking officials was toasting Huang Chen at a welcome banquet, while Jiang Zi and her best friend Guan Xior had nothing to do, so they followed Su Dahai to Torningcheng. The development here is much better than in Bicheng. It's hard to imagine this is an unknown third-tier city. Walking on the spacious and clean roads, Jiang Zi looked around. Everything here felt incredibly novel to her. Although she didn't understand the current situation in other cities, she could imagine that when the sudden changes occurred, many people would be caught off guard. Coupled with the constantly mutating creatures, in such chaotic times, just surviving was already a luxury. Not to mention that now, people not only had enough to eat and wear, but they even had the energy to build infrastructure. This is all thanks to my boss. Su Dahai puffed out his chest, his face showing pride. If it weren't for him dealing with all those powerful monsters around Ningxing, the development here would definitely be restricted everywhere. He had the foresight. Keep dreaming. I don't believe he could have such great abilities alone. It takes at least 2 months to get from here to Bicheng, and if there are delays, it could even take 3 months. Are you saying he was already that strong 3 months ago? Guan Xiao'er pouted slightly, clearly skeptical. People from Longwood don't lie to each other. My words, Su Dahai, carry weight here in Ningxing. How could I deceive you? As Su Dahai spoke, he noticed a young man walking towards them. Hello, my name is Le Zhengye, from Shangjing Longteng. Le Zhengye extended his hand, his eyes slightly curved, smiling warmly. Longteng? Upon hearing this name, Su Dahai's pupils suddenly constricted. Fortunately, he had grown quite a bit during this time and quickly retracted the unusual look in his eyes, extending his hand with a chuckle. So it's you, Lord Jing. It's really not easy to come to our little place. How are things over there? Not too good. There are many people in Shangjing, and many have mutated. We still haven't cleared that area of mutated blood corpses. Some have even become a threat, lurking outside the city, ready to attack at any moment. Lu Zhengye sighed slightly when talking about this. What Lord Jing? I'm just lucky to be alive. Those who aren't lucky have turned into blood corpses. It doesn't care where you're from. Su Dahai was smiling on the surface, but he had already contacted Luo Shouping. His mind wasn't sharp enough. It was better to leave this matter to Luo Shouping. On the other side, Luo Shouping had also learned about the arrival of people from Shangjing. As he processed the information, he quickly came up with 2 possibilities. One was He Lizzie, and the other was the system mall. If it was the snow wolf that came, it was likely related to Elizzy, but if it was Longting, then the other party must have come for the teleportation array or something else. Ningxing only conducted preliminary checks on outsiders and didn't care about the identities of those entering the city. Even if they did care, it would be of no use. In this environment, everyone had enough reason to betray Ningxing. It was just a matter of time and interests. Therefore, it was not surprising that there were people from Shangjing in Ningxing. A couple of days ago, the Dawn had been selling materials in bulk, and such actions couldn't escape the notice of the observant. The arrival of people from Shangjing was inevitable. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. You talk to him first and see what his intentions are. Upon seeing the message from Luo Shouping, Su Dahai felt a bit of a headache. He dreaded such brainy matters. Sighing like Le Zhengye, he decided to get straight to the point. Since you've come to me, there must be something you need to do. You're a guest from afar, so if there's anything you need, just say the word. If I can help, I'll definitely assist you. Lu Zhengye was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Su Dahai to be so straightforward. Soon after, a smile blossomed on his face again. I do have something I need your help with. The door slowly opened, and the noisy sounds inside immediately faded away. Lu Zhengye cursed Su Dahai under his breath for not being a good person, then steeled himself and walked into the room. I've met with the inspector, President Huang Chen, Principal Qian. After greeting everyone, sweat began to visibly stream down his forehead. There was no way around it. Those sitting here were either powerful figures or high-ranking members of various factions. Even though he came from the capital, he still felt quite humble in front of these big shots. Another fine young man has arrived. Someone, quickly arrange a chair, Fuan said with a smile. Thank you, Inspector, but I'd rather not sit. Le Zhengye quietly wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, standing awkwardly in place. Huang Chen, sitting next to Fuan, had already received the news and was fully aware of everything. In his previous life, he had no enmity with Longting and didn't genuinely want to embarrass Lu Zhengye here. He just wanted to gain the upper hand in the upcoming negotiations. There are no outsiders here, so just speak your mind. He finally spoke up, easing Lu Zhengye's embarrassment and warming the hearts of the others. Huang Chen didn't hide anything from them and treated them as his own. This was a sign of trust. President Huang Chen, then I'll speak plainly. Lu Zhengye organized his words. I wonder if you have any spare spatial belts or refined stones. Longting is willing to pay a high price for them. If there are other resources, Longting also looks forward to resource exchanges with Dawn. Different regions have their own characteristics, and the materials produced possess different attributes. For example, materials from frigid regions mostly enhance freezing power or frost resistance, and vice versa. Conducting material exchanges can greatly compensate for the deficiencies in certain capabilities of mechas. Upon hearing this, Fuan immediately looked at Principal Qian. The two exchanged a glance and instantly realized the substantial benefits involved. Refined stones are 10,000 energy points each. As for spatial belts, the first one is 100,000, the second one is 200,000, and each additional one increases by another 100,000 energy points. Wang Chen stated his premeditated demands. Hiss. Upon hearing this condition, not only Lu Zhenye but even Fuan and Principal Qian had their brows furrowed in disbelief. A refined stone is 5,000 energy points. Selling it for 10,000 is acceptable. A 100% profit is within their expectations. But what's with the spatial belt? Asking for 100,000 right off the bat, and it just keeps getting more expensive. 100,000 for one, that price is a bit high. Longting is an official organization, can't you lower it a bit? Fuan began to persuade. At this moment, he definitely had to lean towards Le Zhenya. After all, he was hoping to build a good relationship with Longting for more support. Principal Qian also spoke earnestly. With spatial belts, we can collect more materials and enhance humanity's overall strength. Hoarding too much for oneself is of no use, and besides, spatial equipment will definitely increase in number in the future. If we don't sell it now, we'll surely incur losses later. Huang Chen raised an eyebrow. It was understandable for Fuan to support Longting, but he didn't expect Principal Qian to speak up as well. Moreover, his prediction wasn't wrong. Spatial equipment would indeed increase in number, and prices would drop accordingly. But the future is the future, and the present is the present. He was hoarding materials and energy points to make a profit now. The effects of those resources in his hands would be even greater. 100,000 energy points is not a big deal for Longting. As for the material exchange, let Fu the inspector and Principal Qian handle it. Dawn is in agreement with them. Huang Chen did not respond to the two but added another remark. Having eaten meat himself, he should leave some soup for others. He didn't believe that once this condition was put forward, the two would still try to stop him. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the shock on Fuan and Principal Qian's faces immediately turned into smiles. The profits from the material exchange were not insignificant. At that moment, a man in a gray hoodie walked in at the door. Seeing so many people in the room, the hooded man was momentarily stunned. Although the hooded man was a bit dazed, he reacted faster than Lu Zhenye. He quickly calmed down, his gaze sweeping back and forth as if searching for prey. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned cold, and Fuan looked displeased. Today's protagonist was Huang Chen, and he couldn't intervene, otherwise, he would have ordered the man to leave by now. Hello, President Huang, I come from the Snow Wolf, one of the 7 major forces in Shangjing. You may not know us, but we. Alright, I don't know what you want from me? Huang Chen casually waved his hand, ruthlessly interrupting the man's words. Snow Wolf? It probably wouldn't be long before Snow Wolf became history. Faced with Longting, he still had the mood to negotiate a price. As for a force like Snow Wolf that was about to disappear, he didn't need to waste his energy on it. The hooded man felt anger rising in his heart but suppressed it. Continuing, I heard that President Huang gathered quite a few energy points before. With this system mall update, you must have bought a lot of things, right? Huang Chen quietly looked at him, remaining silent. Fuan and Principal Qian exchanged glances, leaning back in their chairs. Lu Zhengye, standing to the side, slightly curled his lips, revealing a faint smirk, looking at the hooded man as if he were a dead man. Some people from Shangjing believe they are inherently superior, thus looking down on people from other cities. Such individuals are not few, and they are mainly concentrated in Snow Wolf. To some extent, Snow Wolf has a stronger Shangjing gene, hence their combat power is also greater. But Shangjing does not belong solely to them. Aside from this group of Shangjing people, the vast majority do not have such bad habits. Lu Zhenye is considered half a Shangjing person, so when faced with Su Dahai's teasing, he merely smiled and did not delve deeper. After entering the room, he also displayed proper etiquette. Otherwise, Fuan wouldn't have offered him an extra chair. But the man before him was different. From the moment he entered, his overbearing demeanor, intent on suppressing everyone, was quite unpleasant. It would be strange if such an attitude could lead to good outcomes. Indeed, I bought quite a lot. If you want, we can negotiate. Huang Chen reiterated the same condition as before. 100,000? Impossible. President Huang must be out of his mind for money. We Snow Wolf can only offer 20,000 at most, and that's 20,000 per item. The hooded man outright rejected it. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhenye's alarm bells went off, and he quickly opened a private chat interface to roughly explain the current situation. In less than half a minute, a reply came back. 2 space belts, 20 refined stones, according to his price. Seeing this line of small text, he finally felt a bit relieved. Noticing Huang Chen's silence, the hooded man spoke again. President Huang, this price is quite sincere. After all, when you purchased it, it was only 11,000 per item. Now selling it to us, you not only can earn an extra 10,000 energy points but also win the friendship of our snow wolf, a twofold gain. By the way, there's something I think is necessary to remind you of. The city wall outside Ningxing is not sturdy enough to withstand the attacks of 4th-tier monsters. We Snow Wolf can provide you with better quality city wall blueprints. As soon as these 2 sentences were spoken, the atmosphere in the room could almost be described as having dropped to freezing point. Huang Chen discerned the underlying implication. It was clearly a threat against him. He chuckled lightly and turned to look at Lo Zhengye. Under the gaze of Huang Chen, Lo Zhengye immediately straightened his posture. For some reason, despite Huang Chen being the least experienced among this group, he felt that the core of this gathering should be him, and only him. No one else would do. What do you think? Huang Chen's tone was very gentle, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Lo Zhengye nodded vigorously. We agree, but we don't have many energy points, so for now, we can only purchase 2 spatial belts and 20 refined stones. Good, considering you're buying so much, I can give you 1 more refined stone, go ahead. Li Miexing could produce refined stones at a cost of only 1,000 energy points, so giving away 1 more was no big deal. As Lu Zhengye was about to leave, the hooded man immediately became displeased and blocked his way. Kid, these are the items we, the Snow Wolves, want to buy. If you want to buy them, you'll have to wait until we finish our transaction with President Huang. Seeing this ridiculous scene, Huang Chen shook his head helplessly. No wonder the Snow Wolves rose quickly in his past life, only to fall just as fast. If this was the kind of talent they had, Fan Rizhong would probably be driven to despair. President Huang, I have one more thing. Earlier, I saw an acquaintance in Ning City named He Lizzie. I wonder if President Huang knows him. Although he was asking, his demeanor clearly indicated that he knew Huang Chen was familiar with this person. I know him, I'll have him come to see you right away. Huang Chen signaled for someone nearby to call He Lizzie over. Upon hearing the name, Lo Zhengye, who was about to explode with anger, gradually calmed down. He had 2 main tasks for this trip. One was to attempt to purchase spatial belts and discuss material exchanges with Ning City, and the other was to investigate the main forces in Ning City and the whereabouts of He Lizzie. Before long, He Lizzie arrived. Upon seeing the hooded man's appearance, he was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe it. What's wrong? Do you know him? Huang Chen noticed the change and asked. I know him, he's Fan Rizhong's brother-in-law, very arrogant. He's caused quite a bit of trouble before. I heard from others that he even drugged a few young girls, and once during a fight, he pushed down someone's house. All these matters were smoothed over by Fan Rizhong. He Lizzie answered honestly. You're talking nonsense. Damn it, so you really betrayed my brother-in-law. You son of a bitch, ixx. The hooded man exploded in a fit of rage as if someone had stepped on his tail. Although he didn't admit it, everyone present was sharp enough to know there was truth to his words. Sensing that the situation was turning, the hooded man shouted loudly, summoning his mech, charging straight at Huang Chen. The mech's summoning took a bit of time. As long as he could control Huang Chen during that time, he would be able to leave Ning City safely. Due to the sudden turn of events, everyone present was caught off guard. In an instant, the hooded man's green mech had already reached Huang Chen. Bang! The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Huang Chen kicked out, actually forcing back the green mech, which was several times larger than him. He Lizzie reacted quickly, summoning his mech to shield Huang Chen. Before he could make a move, a gray energy suddenly surged into the interior of the green mech. The green mech then exploded, leaving only a spinning mech core in its place. This is... Lu Zhengye's pupils suddenly constricted, his gaze falling on the 2 women outside the door. One of them he recognized. She was a senior figure from the Dawn Society, with a very unique name, Guan Xilan. According to the intelligence provided by Longton, Guan Xilan did not possess such abilities. Therefore, this gray energy must belong to another person. Just as he was about to observe closely, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if they were being pricked by needles. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the urge to summon his mech, otherwise, it would have been troublesome this time. Anyone who dares to harm the master must die. Kuburo was surrounded by death energy, his aura chilling. Everyone present, except for Huang Chen, felt a wave of coldness rise in their hearts, leaving them in a daze. If it had been an ordinary person, they might have already fainted from the impact. Be a bit more polite to our guests, Kuburo. Huang Chen stopped her actions and looked up at Guan Xilan. It seems you have some good news to share with me. The research task is complete. If the president has time, he can come and take a look. Although Guan Xilan pretended to be indifferent, her immediate arrival here was enough to show her excitement and eagerness. Upon hearing this, Huang Chen instantly recalled his previous experiences. When he encountered Callisto in the weaving cave, the latter had bullied him for lacking long-range attack means, continuously using ice spikes to attack. After the battle ended, he had instructed Guan Xilan to find an insect skilled in long-range attacks and cultivate it. It seemed that they finally had results now. Fuan, a seasoned individual, stood up and said, "I originally wanted to host a welcoming banquet for President Huang, but it seems someone has spoiled the mood. Since President Huang has matters to attend to, let's postpone the banquet to next time, and we can celebrate properly then." "Alright, I thank everyone in advance." After sending a few people off, Huang Chen hurriedly followed Guan Xilan to the dedicated cultivation room. The cultivation room was located underground at the periphery of an abandoned building, excavated by Su Dahai. If it weren't for his ability to control soil, obtaining such an underground cultivation room would have required considerable effort and resources. As they descended a slope, 8 imposing guards appeared before a bright silver door. "You're starting to sound a bit like an evil scientist," Huang Chen teased with a smile. The insects in the cultivation room have undergone multiple rounds of breeding, and both their aggressiveness and survival capabilities far exceed those of outside insects. If there were no guards, once the insects inside escaped, it would pose a significant threat to Dawn. Having guards also helps prevent outside intrusions, Guan Xilan replied seriously. "Don't be so serious, all this research has made you less talkative." Huang Chen couldn't help but tease her again upon seeing her earnestness. I like research." Guan Xilan forced a smile, but her expression quickly turned cold again. Upon their arrival, the guards immediately opened the door, and after they entered, it was tightly closed behind them. The lighting inside the cultivation room was not dim. On both sides were densely packed rooms that had been hollowed out to resemble a prison. Inside the cells were not prisoners, but bizarrely shaped insects. Huang Chen even spotted a dung beetle the size of an ordinary car. "This dung beetle must be very strong, right?" he remarked instinctively. Giant dung beetle, its strength is comparable to a first-tier mech, with immense power capable of lifting nearly 10 tons, Guan Xilan glanced at it, and past data flooded her mind. It is indeed very strong, but relatively speaking, its strength is quite average. Huang Chen understood the implication of her words. A dung beetle can push objects weighing up to 1,141 times its own weight. This particular beetle weighed at least 500 kilograms, meaning it could push objects weighing 570,500 kilograms, or 570 tons. The golden cudgel weighs only 13,500 pounds, about 675 tons. A single dung beetle could push 84 golden cudgels, which was quite terrifying. When insects grow larger, their strength does not increase proportionally. After all, the evolution of life is an extremely complex process, and only the most exquisite structures can achieve maximum effect. The two continued onward. Along the way, Huang Chen also saw variants of the tiger beetle and the bagworm. These two types of insects are widely distributed and not uncommon, so it's not surprising to find them here. Unfortunately, the territory of the fire beetle is not here. Otherwise, it would be interesting to see what the mutated fire beetle looks like. Finally, the two arrived in a small room. Inside the room were transparent glass boxes, each containing various insects. "This is my research achievement, the flame gas beetle." Guan Xilan led Huang Chen to one of the glass boxes and pointed to an insect inside. Huang Chen looked over and saw a peculiar insect with a crimson head, a black abdomen, and 2 yellow spots. "Is this the flame gas beetle?" Noticing that it was being watched, the flame gas beetle quickly scurried back under a leaf, then raised its abdomen, aiming it at the two. Its prototype is the gas beetle, which has 2 types of glands that can produce phenol and hydrogen peroxide. When these 2 substances combine and are catalyzed by enzymes, they can instantly turn into a high-temperature venom, with a range that can exceed 300 times its body length. The hydrogen peroxide in its body, through enzymatic action, can also produce a large amount of yellow toxic benzoquinone, which can make even much larger creatures flee in the face of such an attack. I initially wanted to enhance its venom capabilities, but I made no progress. Later, I discovered that high temperature is also a form of attack, so I began researching this aspect, and unexpectedly, the results were surprisingly good this time. The current flame gas beetle has lost the ability to produce venom and toxic smoke, but the gas at its tail, after being pressurized, can form high-temperature flames, which can also be further pressurized and launched. In simple terms, it can create fireballs, which is why I named it the flame gas beetle. While introducing, Guan Xilan opened the largest glass box and pulled out a giant spider the size of a basin. Common carnivorous spider, fierce temperament, breeds quickly, used as experimental material in the breeding room. Saying this, she threw the carnivorous spider into the box with the flame gas beetle. Once the carnivorous spider entered the box, it began to patrol around, its fierce aura fully displayed. But the flame gas beetle was not to be trifled with. Sensing danger, it immediately turned its abdomen towards the spider. The size difference was vast. The flame gas beetle was only slightly larger than the golden-backed dung beetle Huangchen had eaten before, so it had no advantage against the basin-sized spider. Yet, it was the first to launch an attack. With a lift of its tail, fireballs the size of fists shot out, landing on the carnivorous spider. Crackle! The hairs on the spider immediately ignited, producing a sound like frying beans. Then, feeling the burning sensation, it darted around wildly, crashing into the glass box. For a moment, the glass box vanished, then suddenly reappeared. Phantom glass? Huangchen was not surprised. It seemed only phantom glass could have such an effect. Within just a few seconds, the body of the carnivorous spider curled up into a ball, devoid of life. The flame gas beetle climbed triumphantly onto the spider's body, beginning to enjoy its meal. The power is impressive. Find a quieter room and take this flame gas beetle over there. Yes. Guan Xilan picked up the glass box and left the breeding room. Before long, everything was ready. Huang Chen entered the room and grabbed the flame gas beetle. Startled, the flame gas beetle sprayed fireballs wildly, and a burning sensation immediately spread from his palm. Still within tolerable limits, if it weren't for my body being reinforced multiple times, I might not have been able to handle it. Having mentally prepared himself, Huang Chen took a bite out of the flame gas beetle's abdomen. Rich white juice immediately splattered out, flooding his mouth with protein. Fortunately, the fireballs were synthesized externally, otherwise, it would have been a bit too hot to eat. The flame gas-powered armor gene has been acquired, and modifications to the universal type mecha for second-tier insect soldiers are underway. Modification time, 5 days. 5 days is neither long nor short. Huang Chen didn't stay in the cultivation room. As soon as he stepped out the door, Li Miexing approached him. How's the research on the enhancement materials going? Li Miexing pulled out a list from the dusty pocket of his jacket and pointed to the names listed on it. These are the ones whose usage methods are already known, a total of 13 types. As for the others, I haven't figured them out yet. Seeing the names on the list, Huang Chen nodded. This speed isn't fast, but it can't be considered slow either. It's just average. Enhancement materials are like that. There's no rushing them. The Dawn Mecha, being a combination of 5 major mechas, sees a significant attribute increase with each tier upgrade. However, because of this, the quality and level of materials required to enhance the Dawn Mecha are even higher than those for ordinary 4th-tier mechas. This is also the reason why the factions in Beijing all have 4th-tier mechas, while Huang Chen remains at the 3rd tier. It's not that he doesn't want to enhance and upgrade, he simply lacks the materials. President, Li Miexing opened his mouth to speak but ultimately held back. If you have something to say, just say it. You don't seem like the type to beat around the bush. Li Miexing's face flushed, seemingly embarrassed to speak, but soon his expression turned resolute. Actually, there's someone who has made a significant contribution to understanding these materials. If she could conduct the research throughout, the quantity might even double. Oh, what's her name? Contributions deserve rewards. Upon hearing this, Huang Chen's expression brightened. This was exactly the kind of special talent he needed. He had to get to know her well. Her name is Xin Jiayan, but she's not one of us in the Dawn. She used to be a teacher? From the Higher Education Alliance? Huang Chen immediately thought of the Higher Education Alliance, one of the 3 major factions in Ning City. It's the place with the most teachers in the entire city. The Higher Education Alliance initially signed a support agreement among all teachers and higher-ups to unite for survival. Until the agreement is fulfilled, no one can leave, otherwise, they will face collective accountability. That's why Jiayan had to stay in the Higher Education Alliance, Li Miexing explained further. I see. Leave this matter to me, Huang Chen readily agreed, then began to size him up. You're already calling her Jiayan, which indicates a special relationship. Could it be that she's your new partner? Hearing the teasing, Li Miexing's face turned red. We have compatible values. It's fate. What a fate! I'll help you get your fate back right away. Huang Chen chuckled, thinking of how long it had been since he last saw Ran Zijing and the others, and decided to pay a visit to the Higher Education Alliance. Before leaving, he called Zhang Qi along. Due to spending many years in the welfare home, Zhang Qi's personality was exceptionally sensitive and suspicious, and he wasn't good at interacting with people. Perhaps it wasn't that he wasn't good at interacting with people, but rather that he wasn't good at interacting with normal people. Zhang Zi had a gentle personality, and although they shared the same surname, Zhang Qi, and he could never find common ground, instead, the lifeless Cubero made Zhang Qi feel more at ease. Huang Chen didn't know how to explain this phenomenon, but he thought of a suitable place for Zhang Qi. To get to the Higher Education Alliance, they would have to pass by Nanshan Prison. At that time, many soldiers were stationed at Nanshan Prison, and upon seeing Huang Chen arrive, they immediately let him through. A guard responsible for security also reminded Huang Chen that there was a mysterious faction nearby, advising him to be cautious. To this, Huang Chen smiled and said nothing. After all, that faction was one of the hidden pieces he had left behind. Once they were far from Nanshan Prison, a faint sense of connection gradually surged in his heart. The wooden puppet can only be used on first-tier beings. At that time, it parasitized one person, turning them into a monstrous existence. Although it can continuously grow stronger, it ultimately cannot match the rapid growth of mechs. It seems this group is still relatively honest and hasn't made a move against Mui. Following that faint sense, Huang Chen led Jiang Qi straight ahead. In fact, Mui had not been killed, but his current state was not good either. The increase in strength and territory had invisibly boosted the confidence of that group of criminals. They initially started with small-scale operations, hunting mutated creatures to barely sustain themselves. However, as their own strength continued to grow, coupled with the expanding range between them and Nanshan Prison, their ambitions began to swell. Many started to covet Muyi's position as the boss. If it weren't for Huang Chen's formidable reputation, they might have already taken action. Abandoned town. Mui held a spear, leaning against a massive marble slab. On the marble, the words "Obey the law" were faintly written in red paint. "You've been the boss for so long, it's time for us to take a turn, right?" Hu Yuan's body was hidden inside a hefty mech. Beside him were 5 similarly shaped mechs. Because of their resemblance to fat pigs, Hu Yuan named his mech the Fat Pig Mech. The Fat Pig Mech was not fast, nor was its attack high. Its only advantage was its tough skin and thick flesh, making it resistant to ordinary attacks. Despite Mui holding a spear, it wouldn't do anything to them. Betray the master, die. A red light flashed in Mui's eyes, and tender green vines began to sprout from all over his body. Those vines quickly transformed from tender green to deep gray, weaving a thick layer of vine armor around him. Another uninspired move. If that person were still here, I would definitely listen to you, but unfortunately, he has long gone to Bai City and hasn't returned yet. I estimate he is dead. Even if he isn't, he won't be back in a short time. Even if he is lucky enough to come back alive, after such a long time of neglect, he should have forgotten about us brothers. So, your existence is unnecessary. If he remembers us later, we can always say you were killed by a monster. It won't fall on us. Safe travels, Boss Mui. Hu Yuan stopped wasting words, and his originally hefty right arm suddenly transformed into a spiked club, smashing down towards Mui. Mui gripped the spear with both hands, raising it to block. Crack! Under the immense force, the spear broke with a snap, and the spiked club continued its momentum, crashing down onto Muyi's shoulder. A loud boom echoed. Half of Muyi's shoulder was directly smashed into a pile of fragments. Hu Yuan wore a sinister grin, kicking him away, then stepping on Muyi's head, repeatedly swinging the spiked club down. The others, witnessing this scene, erupted in excited cheers, as if venting their anger and violence. It's been so long since we last met, you all are quite lively. At that moment, an untimely voice rang out. Hu Yuan halted his actions and looked towards the source of the voice. Just one glance, and he felt his blood run cold, his hands and feet beginning to tingle. Master, spare me. I just wanted to practice with Boss Mui. Yes, practice, these are all accidents. Hu Yuan swallowed hard, barely finding an excuse. As soon as he finished speaking, beads of sweat the size of soybeans began to seep from his forehead, trickling down his cheeks like a dying poisonous snake. Since it's just practice, why are you so scared? Huang Chen walked straight past Hu Yuan, seeing the disheveled Mui. He hadn't expected his first puppet subordinate to end up like this, but fortunately, its mission had been completed, and naturally, someone would replace its position. Crack! Seeing Mui crawling towards him, Huang Chen stomped on its head, completely ending the life of this wooden puppet. The already quiet little town became so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Even the rustling insects paused their movements, as if welcoming the impending storm. At that moment, a dark, sharp spike appeared behind Hu Yuan. The crowd barely had time to gasp before the spike plunged down fiercely into the back of his neck. In the blink of an eye, the massive fat pig mech exploded into nothingness, and Hu Yuan fell to the ground, his pupils dilating to their maximum as he began to gasp for breath in a panic. Hoo-hoo-ha! For a moment, the only sound around was his heavy breathing, like that of a panting bull. Hu Yuan had no time to care about what others thought. He knew that in that instant, he had almost died. He never expected that the spike would ultimately hold back, only destroying his mech. It was truly a close call at the gates of hell. As he slowly calmed down, his dilated pupils suddenly constricted. In the air before him, a slender silver-gray figure holding a spike slowly emerged. Jiang Qi, the owner of the Phantom Mech, a second-tier mech. Nearly half a year had passed since the first round of mutations occurred. It was already an era where first-tier mechs were as common as dogs, and second-tier mechs were everywhere. On the way back from the White Lake gathering, Huang Chen had paused the food supply for Jiang Qi and Xiaoha. To fill their stomachs, the man and the dog had to run back and forth, taking down nearby mutated monsters. They truly started with just a dog, relying entirely on scavenging for equipment. The spike in his hand was obtained after he ambushed a swarm of mutated bees. Of course, if Huang Chen hadn't intervened, he would have certainly been stung to death by the swarming mutated bees. Even after being saved, he was still swollen like a 300-pound fat man, and it wasn't until the bee venom's effects weakened in the last couple of days that his body gradually returned to normal. Let me introduce you, this is your new boss. From now on, when I'm not around, all orders will be based on him. And one more thing, whoever can kill him will become the boss, just let me know. Huang Chen's voice echoed throughout the little town, though not loud, it reached everyone's ears. Kill this guy and become the boss? Everyone's thoughts instantly became lively. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Huang Chen smiled faintly. This requirement was proposed by Jiang Qi himself. He felt that the world was chaotic and lacked security. To live better, one must possess greater strength. Therefore, he planned to use these people's power to hone himself. Huang Chen naturally fully supported this idea. Everyone in Nanshan prison was a talent. If you didn't have some real skills, you really didn't qualify to enter. If Jiang Qi could grow up in such an environment, he would definitely achieve something in the future. Moreover, with the control of the insect crystal, Huang Chen wasn't worried at all that he would turn bad or be a threat to him. Isn't this just a real-life version of the Valley of Evil? At this moment, Hu Yuan regained his composure and directly knelt before Jiang Qi. I've met the boss, may I ask how to address you? Shadow. Jiang Qi coldly uttered a single word. Hu Yuan's body trembled slightly, and he quickly lowered his head. This new boss was not to be trifled with, he was definitely a tough character. But, that voice sounded a bit young. With Huang Chen present, no one else had any objections to Jiang Qi becoming the boss. Although Hu Yuan had narrowly escaped with his life, his status had fallen, and he had become an ordinary member. To climb back up, he could only earn merit again. Overall, the outcome was quite satisfactory for everyone. After spending a night in the abandoned town, the next morning, Huang Chen set off alone, continuing towards the direction of the Higher Education Alliance. After such a long period of development, the number of mutated creatures around had decreased significantly. On one hand, the elevation of others' mecha ranks had compressed the living space of the mutated creatures, but this was not necessarily a good thing. Mutated creatures also followed the principle of survival of the fittest. In other words, those that had died were the weakest and most incompetent of the mutated creatures. What remained were the true elites among them. On the other hand, the emergence of fourth-tier mutated creatures had brought about a clear sense of territory. They understood that humans were not easy targets and wisely chose to avoid conflict. Of course, this situation would not last long. The evolution of mutated creatures required endless energy, and humans needed the materials dropped by these creatures to complete their mecha upgrades. The relationship between the two was one of predator and prey. Moreover, the next round of mutations was imminent. When the evil energy filled the entire world, that would be the true arrival of hell. Thinking of this, Huang Chen suddenly laughed. In his previous life, humanity had no preparation, yet they had stubbornly survived until the end, even seizing a throne. The situation in this life was far better than the last. Humanity would surely be able to withstand the attacks from other races and regain dominance. After walking a short distance, a message suddenly flashed in his vision. Boss, help, help. Huang Chen opened it to see that the sender was Yu Lang. Where are you? Give me your location. The message was sent, but there was no reply for a long time. A strange feeling rose in Huang Chen's heart. He sent a message to Ran Zijing, but received no response either. There are two possibilities for not replying to messages: either they are in danger and can't respond, or they are restricted and unable to send messages. There were many ways to restrict private chat functions. The simplest was to knock someone out. Once unconscious, they certainly couldn't continue sending messages. A more advanced method would involve using certain formations or devices to directly cut off private chat functions. Currently, Yu Lang's situation seemed to fit the latter very well. Interesting, it seems the University Alliance isn't stable either. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Huang Chen entered the shadow space, using the unique terrain here to travel quickly. Before long, the headquarters of the University Alliance came into view. The headquarters was transformed from a second-tier university in Ningcheng. This school had no other advantages, but it covered a particularly large area. Even without expansion, it could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. Hey, stop. You must be from outside. If you want to go in, you need to register first. Seeing Huang Chen about to rush into the school, the guard knocked on the already twisted and deformed automatic gate to stop him. Huang Chen was taken aback, then walked towards the guard. The registration form is here. You need to fill in your name, affiliated force, and mecha rank. The guard tossed a black notebook at him, which was completely blank. Does it need to be this detailed? The name and affiliated force were one thing, but having to write down the mecha rank was a bit ridiculous. Nonsense! Inside the school are the school leaders, teachers, and students. What if you go in and do something bad? The guard's thin, messy eyebrows shot up, glaring fiercely at Huang Chen, then picked up a steaming thermos and took a big sip. Does everyone need to register, or just people from other forces? Ha, I say, you have so many questions, even more than the students. Of course, everyone needs to register, even the principal has to. A puff of white breath slowly escaped as the guard closed the lid of the shiny silver thermos and approached Huang Chen. Registration is just the first step, outsiders still need approval to enter. Young man, don't look at me like that, these are the new regulations just announced from above. I'm just following orders, the gatekeeper said. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a man wearing glasses and rushed past Huang Chen. Director Chen, you're here. Please come in, please come in. Director Chen adjusted his glasses and chuckled. Didn't they just announce that everyone must register to enter the campus? Yes, registration is required, but regulations are rigid. We need to apply them flexibly. We can't just follow the rules blindly, right? Ha ha ha, exactly. That's what we call exercising subjective initiative. By the way, Director Chen, did you encounter any danger on this trip? With nothing else to do, the gatekeeper asked. Most of the mutated creatures in the nearby area have been cleared out. The place I went to wasn't far, and I didn't encounter much danger on the way, Director Chen replied, suddenly noticing a familiar figure approaching quickly. The gatekeeper also saw the figure and smiled. Principal Chen is here. Maybe he's here to welcome you. Hearing this, Director Chen straightened up, full of spirit. At that moment, Huang Chen finished filling out his information and set down the black notebook. Young man, this isn't where you should be. Fill out your information and hurry back. It'll take at least 2 days for the approval, so come back in 2 days. The gatekeeper waved slightly, signaling Huang Chen to leave quickly. The leader was about to arrive, and he didn't want to affect his impression in front of the leader because of someone like Huang Chen. Director Chen frowned. This is a school. If there's nothing else, just leave. Both of them didn't want Huang Chen to stay. Huang Chen smiled. Don't be afraid. The person coming to pick me up will be here soon. With him vouching for me, you can rest assured. Isn't that nonsense? Director Chen adjusted his glasses again. The students don't have the guts. I'd like to see which teacher dares to openly defy the superior's notice. While they were talking, Principal Chen had already walked up to them. Hello, Principal Chen. I was just. Director Chen hurriedly stepped forward to speak. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Principal Chen waving his hand. Director Chen, we can talk later. I need to go welcome our distinguished guest first. Distinguished guest? Where did this distinguished guest come from? Just as Director Chen was filled with confusion, he saw Principal Chen approaching the young man with a beaming smile. This is the distinguished guest? What kind of identity does someone have to make Principal Chen smile so broadly? Watching the two leave, chatting and laughing, Director Chen still felt a bit dazed. Four tier. A terrified voice came from the entrance as someone rushed over and snatched the black notebook. Name, Huang Chen. Power, Dawn Society Mecha Tier, for he is the president of the Dawn Society, Huang Chen. Director Chen finally realized, feeling a bit slow on the uptake, that he had actually spoken to such a high-ranking leader. However, this time, the impression wasn't very good. It seemed he was done for. He wasn't the only one with this thought. The guard looked bitter, even raising his hand as if to slap his own face. It was all his fault for looking down on others. Had he known Huang Chen had this status, he wouldn't have just registered. He would have been eager to curry favor. Inside the Higher Education Alliance. At first, Huang Chen didn't feel anything unusual, but the further he walked, the more he sensed that the atmosphere here was off. Everyone's face looked lifeless, showing no signs of vitality. Are we still having early classes at 8? He asked without any preamble. Principal Chen was taken aback by the sudden question. After the apocalypse, the number of teachers has decreased significantly, and various basic infrastructures have been destroyed, making it impossible to conduct normal educational activities. Speaking of which, physical education teachers are quite popular now. All the students are exercising with them and learning some combat skills along the way. Not attending the early class and still harboring such resentment? Huang Chen found it somewhat amusing. Before the apocalypse, academic subjects were the most sought after, and physical education teachers were often on long-term sick leave. He never expected the situation to have reversed now. He then straightened his expression. The laws of the world have changed, and the foundations of other subjects no longer exist, but we humans still have our brilliant and splendid history. which we absolutely cannot forget. Especially in our dragon country, our history is long and profound. We must ensure that all students know and understand our history. Principal Qian was unsure why Huang Chen's reaction had suddenly become so intense and didn't know how to respond. Huang Chen wanted to say more, but a force beyond comprehension seemed to emerge again. It felt as if saying one more word would result in an invisible power strangling him. He clenched his fists, his eyes revealing boundless killing intent. If a race has no history, then its existence is utterly meaningless. Without history, there will be no future. He had previously witnessed the disappearance of a race called the Awaken. The Awaken people were physically strong and mentally resilient, practically the perfect war machine. Indeed, they conquered many civilizations, but in the end, they forgot their own history. Thus, overnight, the vast race vanished without a trace, leaving no record behind. Due to a warning from a special power, Huang Chen refrained from continuing and changed the subject. Principal Chen, I want you to help me find two students, one named Ran Zijing and the other Yulang. They were once trapped in Nanshan prison. You should have some impression of them, right? Upon hearing these names, Principal Qian's body stiffened, and then he forced a laugh. They went out to hunt mutated creatures. That shouldn't be the case. I sent them a message, and they didn't respond. Is something wrong? Huang Chen's gaze gradually sharpened. Maybe it's too far away, and they haven't received the message yet. Don't worry, when they come back, I will definitely give them a serious reprimand. Where exactly are they? Huang Chen's expression had completely turned cold. Something was off, everything felt wrong. He caught a whiff of the same scent he had detected in the weaving brocade cave. However, the smell here was faint, almost imperceptible. They just went out. Principal Qian was still trying to argue, but his panicked expression betrayed him. The more he moved, the stronger the nauseating smell became. Finally, Huang Chen noticed a clue, his gaze fixed on a semicircular building. That was the school's music hall, where the stench was most intense. Can evil energy infect? Huang Chen muttered to himself, unsure. Regardless of whether it was or not, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Principal Qian, that's your school's music hall, right? I want to go check it out. No, we can look at other places. Principal Chen outright denied it, then felt he had refused too decisively, so he turned to pull Huang Chen's arm, introducing him to other buildings. I'm not asking, I'm just telling you. Huang Chen shrugged off his arm. Principal Qian's face instantly darkened. President Huang, if you don't go, the Higher Education Alliance will still consider you a friend, and the doors here will always be open for you. If you insist on going in, then you can only be our enemy. No matter how strong you are or how much you've contributed to Ning City, do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Chen suddenly sensed several powerful auras nearby. Based on the life energy, he inferred that these auras belonged to operators of third-tier mechas. Moreover, these individuals have undergone physical enhancements, allowing their mechs to unleash even greater power. You can't threaten me. Although Huang Chen looked down on this, he felt a sense of joy. He actually hoped that the humans he encountered would be a bit stronger. Principal Qian stopped wasting words, and like a turtle, the dark green mech retreated quickly. At the same time, 8 mechs sprang out from the buildings on either side, surrounding Huang tightly. All 8 mechs were humanoid, with prominent sharp angles on their heads, clearly resembling bulls. President Huang, I know they are no match for you, but with so many people blocking your way, you probably won't be able to get through. The concert hall is related to one of our arrangements, and for now, we don't welcome you to visit. Once we finish what we need to do, you can visit however you like. How about that? Principal Qian advised again as he left the battlefield. The more he spoke, the more Huang Chen felt there was something wrong with that concert hall. If it didn't involve evil energy, he could just turn a blind eye. But now, he had to investigate thoroughly. The Dawn Mech's surface slowly revealed itself, and at the moment it fully formed, a terrifying and fierce white tiger mask covered its face. Thick black smoke spewed from the white tiger mask, instantly enveloping Huang Chen in a cloud of smoke. At the same time, not far away, Principal Qian suddenly felt his limbs go weak, as if he couldn't muster any strength. The aura of malice swirled, intimidating. The two effects operated simultaneously, making Huang Chen appear like a god or demon. However, that wasn't enough. He raised the blood-red serrated blade. Seeing the blood-red serrated blade, Principal Qian's mind shook, and his already weak limbs felt even more like mud, unable to bear any weight. The Dawn Mech was also a third-tier mech, so the blood-red serrated blade could only weaken those mech's attributes by 15%. Even so, it was enough to significantly reduce their combat power. Moreover, this attribute could stack with the white tiger mask. This meant that using both auxiliary modules together could weaken the opponent's attributes by 25%. Directly cutting a quarter off. The attribute cap for a third-tier mech is 100. Even if all 8 mechs reached their cap, they would only have 75 left. 75 attributes seemed high, but compared to the Dawn Mech's current attributes, it was like heaven and earth apart. The 3 main attributes of the Dawn Mech could even exceed 100%. Taking advantage of the 8 mechs not reacting, Huang Chen moved. He darted into the midst of the mechs like a ghost. Clang! Aiming at one mech, he swung the blood-red serrated blade. A powerful strike directly severed the bull horn on the mech's head. Then, he followed through with a downward slash, exploding a third-tier mech with a single blow. He withdrew the blade and blocked another mech's attack, kicking it. That mech immediately crashed heavily to the ground. A huge gash opened in its chest. The gash even revealed the operator's body inside. Altogether, focus on cooperative attacks. Principal Qian's voice rang out. The remaining 6 mechs hesitated for a moment but charged forward again. Huang Chen was unrelenting, taking down one after another, resolving all of them in less than 2 minutes. Cooperative attacks were indeed effective, but not against him. Without bothering to deal with Principal Qian, he transformed into a cloud of smoke and rushed straight to the concert hall. Concert hall. On the large stage, a group of people was tied up, including men, women, and children, all looking bewildered, seemingly trapped in some kind of illusion. Surrounding them was a set of red Russian nesting dolls arranged from largest to smallest. Strangely, each doll's eyes were fixed intently on the people bound on stage. In the front row of the audience seats below the stage, a portly middle-aged man gazed obsessively at the scene above. On either side of the man sat a woman, both dressed flamboyantly. Isn't it nice for perfect art to just quietly stay here, having whatever it wants? Why must we go out and fight those monsters? Suddenly, the man's voice began to echo in the concert hall. The woman beside him immediately curled up in his arms like a little cat upon hearing this. Some people are born to enjoy life, while others are destined to suffer. They are the ones who think about fighting with those monsters. Oh, the man chuckled, scratching the woman's cheek with his finger. Then tell me, am I destined for enjoyment or suffering? You, of course, are destined for enjoyment, the kind that will last a lifetime. Ha ha, well said, I love hearing that. The man laughed heartily, pulling another woman close and mumbling, what nonsense laws, what nonsense justice. At this time, a fist is the greatest law, the greatest justice. These people have always opposed me, saying I abuse my power for personal gain, wanting to strip me of my rights. What a joke! I've worked diligently for decades. Can't I enjoy myself? Does my enjoyment conflict with my work? The 2 women shook their heads repeatedly. No conflict. Enjoying is also for better work. The man felt elated, pointing at the matryoshka on stage. Don't underestimate this thing. As long as they are targeted by it for 3 consecutive days, they will have to listen to me from now on. I want everyone to know that the University Alliance has only one voice, and that is me. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the door of the concert hall was kicked open. With a kick, the figures on stage suddenly appeared before Huang Chen. As his gaze shifted downward, he suddenly trembled all over. The cursed matryoshka, so it all started from here. He murmured, his thoughts returning to his past life. This kind of matryoshka has the ability to create confusion. Its principle is to construct an illusory space inside the matryoshka, dragging a person's soul into it, and then creating an identical soul. This identical soul will completely obey the owner of the matryoshka. The danger of the matryoshka series is not great. As long as the matryoshka itself is destroyed, whether those trapped inside or those just beginning to be confused will awaken in a short time. What truly gives people headaches is that there are a large number of these matryoshkas, almost everywhere. The number of users is also considerable. Even if many are destroyed later, a large number of matryoshkas still exist. Of course, the matryoshka itself does not possess power. It just seems that this form of doll is particularly prone to attracting evil energy. If that were all, the world would only see some ambitious people using matryoshkas. But the matryoshka itself is a product of evil energy infection, and over time, users will also be infected by evil energy. It is precisely for this reason that the matryoshka series was called for pursuit and attack in the past life. The appearance of evil energy is becoming more frequent. It seems the 4th round of mutation is about to arrive. Although I don't remember the time from my past life, I experienced a week-long snowstorm, and the weather has been getting colder recently, so it seems it will come soon. All these thoughts flashed through his mind as Huang Chen walked into the concert hall, stepping onto the red carpet, heading straight for the stage. A guest has arrived. Do you think he is destined for enjoyment or suffering? The man slowly stood up, and with each step, a piece of mechanical armor attached to him. I don't know what kind of fate he has, but I know today I am destined to suffer. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark golden mech had already formed. The mech was covered in armor, resembling the armor of a warrior. The other 2 women also summoned their own mechs at this moment. They were slender, with long legs, and had a pair of long ears on their heads. Although it was unclear what the man's mech prototype was, the women's was easy to guess it was a rabbit. The rabbit mech was agile, its long legs leaping high, then coming down like a knife, striking with a speed that was almost blinding. Before the attack even landed, Huang Chen had already sensed the fierce gust of wind. He lightly tapped his foot and took a small step back. With just that one step, the rabbit mech's strike missed entirely. He reached out and grabbed the rabbit mech's long leg, forcefully slamming it down. With a loud crash, the rabbit mech was smashed directly into the ground. Another rabbit mech paused for a moment, stunned. In that instant of distraction, Huang Chen's hands formed a loose grip, and the blood-red serrated blade that had been stored in his spatial belt reappeared. Crack! Another slice exploded. The dark gold mech had already rushed to his side, and Huang Chen, unable to dodge in time, was violently knocked away, crashing into a row of seats. However, he stood up as if nothing had happened, his broad and powerful foot pressing against the first-level concrete step, and the mech shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Due to the excessive speed, the mech created a strong buzzing sound from the friction with the air. Clang! The blood-red serrated blade swung out but was blocked by a shield on the man's arm. The man's other hand transformed into a claw, each finger sharp and glinting with a cold light. He let out a low growl, charging straight for Huang Chen's abdomen. 8 spider-like long legs unfolded from behind Huang Chen, and his body tilted slightly backward, easily evading the claw's attack. The man's assault did not relent. At the same time, a viscous green energy began to seep from the surface of his mech. The green energy gathered more and more, quickly forming a bizarre and complex pattern. When the pattern appeared, Huang Chen felt as if his head had been struck hard by a hammer. He was horrified. If it weren't for his high mental resistance, that blow could have turned him into a fool. This must be the dark energy residing within the man, otherwise, it wouldn't have caused him such great harm. The revival slab within him trembled, quickly repairing the damage in his brain. Although he felt unwell, the man also seemed to be in poor condition, as if that last strike had drained most of his strength. Ha, no matter how powerful you are, you still lose to me. You were born to suffer, a worthless life. The man gasped for breath, and the armor on his arm quickly transformed into a massive cleaver, ready to deliver a final blow to Huang Chen. Just as the cleaver was about to fall, the black smoke around Huang Chen coalesced into the shape of a tiger, roaring loudly. Suffering and enjoyment are not for you to define. Huang Chen's figure vanished into the smoke, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the dark gold mech. I don't know if I'm enjoying life or suffering, but I know I can't stand your lofty demeanor. In a state of ultimate power, all attributes were pushed to their limits. Huang Chen aimed for the weak point of the dark gold mech and struck. The sharp serrated blade sliced through the man's mech, severing it. Boom! The mech dissipated, leaving only a mech core stain with a hint of green at the spot. This thing really is like a mangy dog, you can't shake it off. Huang Chen struck again, smashing the mech core in front of him. With the core destroyed, the power inside was completely absorbed by the revival slab. This is... Principal Qian's voice came from outside, filled with disbelief. Huang Chen looked up. The man's mech showed no other changes. It seemed that although it had been infected by dark energy, it wasn't severe. As long as the source of infection was cut off, it would soon return to normal. As for the source of infection, the man he had just dealt with counted as one, and the nesting doll on stage also counted as another. Seemingly sensing danger, the largest nesting doll slowly turned, staring at Huang Chen. Suddenly, it opened its wide mouth, revealing rows upon rows of densely packed teeth inside, as if warning and intimidating Huang Chen not to act rashly. Trash! Huang Chen ignored the threat of the nesting doll, stepped onto the stage with his knife, and began to chop the other nesting dolls into pieces, one after another. As for the largest one, he simply smashed it to the ground without even using his knife. All the nesting dolls shattered, and the evil energy and consciousness of the evil god attached to them tried to escape, but were captured by the revival stone tablet, transforming into the purest spiritual energy. Huang Chen was first stunned, then overjoyed. It was easy to deal with the nesting dolls, but eliminating the attached evil energy and consciousness was quite difficult. The heavy casualties during the 4th round of the mutated humans were precisely because there were no means to completely eradicate the evil energy. Even if they were killed, the enemy would slip away and continue their misdeeds elsewhere. He never expected the revival stone tablet to have such a wonderful use. Did that mean that if he gained the power to kill evil gods in the future, he could completely eliminate them? Thinking of this, Huang Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation in his heart. At this moment, the crowd, who had been confused by the nesting dolls, gradually began to awaken. They looked around in bewilderment, their expressions somewhat dazed. Huang Chen, big boss. Yu Lang's surprised voice broke the tranquility of the place. The cleanup work proceeded very smoothly. Without the influence of the evil god nesting dolls, everyone woke up, and aside from feeling a bit mentally fatigued, everything else was fine. Fortunately, Huang Chen also found the special talent Xinjiayan among this group of people. Moreover, after Ran Zijing's explanation, he finally understood what was going on. In fact, it was simple. The University Alliance was a coalition of major universities, containing both the youngest generation and a relatively older generation. The two groups had many ideological differences, which was an irreconcilable root problem. Young people were brave, full of passion for the unknown world, and loved to explore, while older individuals tended to be more cautious, or perhaps a bit afraid of death. At the beginning of the apocalypse, everyone still adhered to the established social order, but as time passed, the University Alliance gradually split into two factions. One was conservative, and the other was radical. At first, the conservatives held the dominant position, but as time went on, the radical faction grew increasingly powerful, prompting the conservatives to sense a crisis. The higher-ups of the schools began to restrict the power of the radicals, eventually leading to the current state of imprisonment. Conservatives? Daring to dabble with evil gods, I see them as radical conservatives. If they were all set free, the University Alliance might not even exist anymore. Huang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. After staying in the University Alliance for 2 days, he only left with Xin Jiayan once he saw them all getting back on track, returning to Dawn. With Xin Jiayan's addition, Li Miexing's research on enhancement materials accelerated dramatically. In just a week, he discovered 10 methods for using enhancement materials. Of course, that was a story for later. 2 days later, while teaching everyone mecha combat skills in an abandoned building, Huang Chen suddenly felt a jolt in his body. You all practice on your own for now, I'll come back later. If anyone dares to slack off, go face the punishment yourself. Huang Chen quickly left, turning to a pile of ruins behind him. A flash of light appeared before him, and a line of small text emerged. Flame gas mecha gene absorption complete. Second stage insect soldier universal mecha evolved into flame mecha form. A new mecha, flame mecha. Huang Chen's lips curled up as he casually opened the attribute page for the flame mecha. Name, Fire Flame Mecha Level, 2nd tier strength, 20 defense, 20 agility, 20 mystery, 20 exclusive modules, Heavenly Fire, Long Range, Heavenly Fire, Close Range, Heavenly Fire, Long Range switches the exclusive module to Long Range, shooting high-temperature fireballs from the palm or continuously releasing high-temperature fire columns. The power and duration are related to the mystery attribute. Heavenly Fire, Close Range switches the exclusive module to Close Range, allowing flames to attach to every part of the body. Attacking parts provide burning effects, while defensive parts offer weak physical defense and strong elemental defense effects. It seems like one module, but in reality, it consists of 2 modules, which can be further divided into 4 characteristics. He was astonished and immediately flashed out of this area, heading straight for the outskirts of the city. With such a powerful exclusive module, he definitely wanted to see its effects firsthand. Half an hour later, Huang Chen arrived outside the city and summoned the Dawn Mecha, just in time to encounter a mutated 2nd-tier rat. The rat was the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child, but its crimson eyes and the layer of black fur on its back indicated its extraordinary nature. It should be 2nd-tier elite. Distinguishing the level of monsters is not difficult. Ordinary monsters, aside from their numbers, have an unremarkable appearance. Leader-level creatures always have guards on standby. Once these 2 types are ruled out, what remains are basically deformed monsters born from multiple mutations or elite-level creatures. Just right to practice on you. The mutated rat saw Huang Chen and immediately darted over. After mutation, its claws had become indestructible weapons, easily tearing apart anything in its path. Even an iron gate felt like paper in its hands. If it caught him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Huang Chen raised his right hand, and a hollow suddenly appeared in his palm. Immediately, a heart-pounding power rapidly gestated within. Almost in an instant, a fireball shot out, directly smashing into the mutated rat. The mutated rat was violently hurled away, its body impaled on a protruding rebar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A piercing scream erupted, and before Huang Chen could approach to check, the scream weakened. Kill elite mutated rat, 2nd tier, reward, dirty rat skin *3, sharp rat claw *2, virus rat tooth *1. Seeing the rewards appearing before his eyes, Huang Chen's expression was strange. Although the fire flame mecha was also 2nd tier, the killing efficiency was too high, wasn't it? He had merely fired a single fireball, consuming only 2 points of energy. With such fireballs, he could fire off 50 in one go. He never expected that one would take down a mutated creature of the same tier. As he approached, he finally understood. The reason the mutated rat died so quickly was mainly due to 3 factors. First was the power of his fireball, second was being directly pierced by the sharp rebar. But these were not the main causes of death. The primary reason was the burning. The fireball he launched exploded, creating burning flames that were as difficult to eliminate as a festering sore. The mutated rat's fur was also an excellent combustible material. All these factors combined led to the mutated rat being incapacitated first, then ultimately burned to death. Picking up the dropped materials, Huang Chen continued his search. Soon, he discovered a nest of mutated wasps. These creatures were also quite powerful, nearly stinging Jiang Qi to death. It should be noted that at that time, Jiang Qi had the phantom mecha, yet he still couldn't escape the pursuit of the mutated wasps. In addition to their astonishing toxicity, the stingers of the mutated wasps were extremely terrifying. Some stingers could even pierce through mecha defenses, directly harming the mecha operator. Speaking of which, this nest of mutated wasps has been entrenched here for quite some time, causing great harm to the people of Ningxing, yet they have no good way to resolve it and can only set it aside for now. Huang Chen found a good position, raised his hands forward, revealing the opening in his palms. In an instant, a pillar of flame shot out, crossing over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, directly landing on the wasp nest that was as tall as 3 stories. Buzz buzz buzz. The buzzing sound filled the air. The surviving mutated wasps drilled out from the nest and immediately spotted Huang Chen, the uninvited guest. They raised their abdomens, exposing their stingers, and charged straight at Huang Chen. Huang Chen lifted his left hand, and the pillar of fire soared into the sky, directly burning off their wings. Crackle crackle. The air was filled with explosive sounds, and there was even a hint of roasted meat aroma. Without wings, the mutated wasps could only crawl on their legs. They couldn't break through Huang Chen's blockade even while flying, let alone crawling. Soon, the mutated wasps all turned into charred wasps. After clearing away the mutated wasps that faintly emitted the smell of roasted meat, Huang Chen strode into the nest. The inside of the nest looked relatively clean, but when he turned into a bee room and saw other mutated creatures stored inside, as well as 2 living people, his appreciation vanished in an instant. To keep the food fresh, both individuals had been injected with venom by the wasps, remaining in a state of unconsciousness. In this situation, even if they could wake up, they would likely become brain dead. Huang Chen sent the 2 on their way early to spare them further suffering. No mech core appeared. If the mech was not summoned and was broken, human death would not result in a mech core. As for the other mutated creatures, they were naturally collected as well. As Huang Chen ventured deeper, a hint of sweetness suddenly wafted up to his nose. Could it be honey? Logically, wasps shouldn't produce honey, right? Driven by curiosity, Huang Chen followed the direction of the sweet scent. Soon, a narrow opening appeared, just big enough for an adult to enter. The sweet aroma was emanating from inside. Huang Chen deactivated his mech and squeezed in. Buzz! As soon as he entered, a sharp stinger appeared before him. He instinctively tilted his head to dodge, only to discover that the one ambushing him was actually a dwarf mutated wasp. It was called a dwarf because its size was several times smaller than that of a normal mutated wasp. It was like comparing an adult to a baby. Perhaps that was why it was sent to guard this place. Thinking of this, Huang Chen threw a punch. His body, reinforced multiple times, sent the mutated wasp crashing into the wall of the bee room. It was only then that Huang Chen noticed a huge pit inside the bee room, filled with a viscous honey. He didn't ponder why the wasps would produce honey. That was meaningless. He simply walked up, bent down, and scooped a handful into his mouth. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of this honey, especially since he dared to eat mutated bugs raw. Moreover, his powerful physique gave him enough confidence. To his surprise, the honey was not unpleasant. Instead, it was sweet with a hint of freshness. It felt like tasting mint-flavored honey. Although it sounded strange sensorially, it was indeed quite good. It seems to have a strengthening effect on the body. Feeling a warmth spreading through his limbs, Huang Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately notified Su Dahai to bring people over to collect the honey here. Before long, Su Dahai arrived. "Boss, weren't you training? How did you end up here?" Su Dahai said casually as he squeezed into the bee room. "I brought you some good food, give it a try." Huang Chen handed him a bottle. The bottle was filled with honey. Su Dahai, without suspicion, took a big gulp straight from the bottle. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "This is good stuff. The taste is really not bad. It's good to drink, so hurry up and take it away as our guild's benefit. By the way, those who have never enhanced their bodies are prohibited from drinking it." After a brief reminder, Huang Chen turned and left. The long-range form of the fire module had been tested, and now it was time for the close range. After searching for a long time, Huang Chen finally found a suitable target to practice on. It appeared to be a mutated hippopotamus that had escaped from the zoo. Its originally smooth and tender skin was now covered in layers of hard armor, looking like a heavily armored knight. Its size was almost comparable to that of a light tank, and when it ran, the ground shook. "It's decided, it's you," Huang Chen shouted, flames igniting around him. At the same time, the blood-red serrated blade in his hand gradually became enveloped in a deep crimson flame. Whoosh! Sensing a creature provoking it, the mutated hippopotamus began to grunt loudly. It swung its tail, and clumps of black objects shot out. Is that poop? Huang Chen had been recalling what kind of moves a mutated hippopotamus might use, but upon seeing the flying feces, he completely lost his composure. Damn, this long-range attack seems stronger than my own. Thinking about how hippos are poop machines, he didn't expect it to be this prolific. To obscure the entire sky at once, that amount of feces must be at least 50 kilograms. After dodging a wave of poop attacks, Huang Chen gripped the hilt tightly and shot out. Swish! The flames sliced through the air, striking directly at the outer armor of the mutated hippopotamus. Ow! The mutated hippopotamus shook its head, resembling a heavy hammer, and charged straight at him. Huang Chen withdrew his blade and retreated. Strangely, a flame remained at the spot where he had just struck. The temperature of that flame seemed to be quite high, causing the mutated hippopotamus to dart around in pain. This was the burning effect of the fire module. Wanting to test the defensive effect again, he didn't expect the hippopotamus to take off running, eventually diving into the river and disappearing from sight. Huang Chen was left speechless. Forget it, I'll experiment later. Even though it was just a test of 3 items, the versatility of the fire module still exceeded Huang Chen's expectations. It could attack and defend, both at long and short range, just like the newly acquired flame mecha. The new mecha is activated, and now it's time to enhance it. After all, even if a second-tier mecha is strong, there is still a gap compared to other mechas. Moreover, the 4th round of mutations is about to arrive. The research on enhancement materials was going very smoothly. Xin Jiayan was indeed a special talent, possessing keen perception regarding these materials. Time quickly passed to half a month later. In an abandoned building, inside the mustard mecha. After the management by Guan Xilan and others, a gathering place had begun to take shape here. Although most of the structures were oilcloth tents, the safety of this place was beyond doubt. Moreover, it could eliminate the impact of disasters and allow the use of technological equipment, except for internet connectivity. The internal space is still small, but once it expands, we can consider setting up a local area network. That would be a good option, Huang Chen thought to himself, then found the enhancement room specially built for him and prepared to start the enhancement. Inside the enhancement room, the Dawn Mecha sat cross-legged. The twisted heart of the forest spirit can enhance strength and defense. The shadow stone from the ghost infant can improve mysterious attributes. The silk from the mutated spider, the enhanced bones from the skeleton warrior, the skin, bones, and teeth of the mutated white tiger. Huang Chen counted the materials placed around him and began the enhancement. These materials could enhance an ordinary 4th-tier mecha to 5th tier, but for him, they could at most increase some attributes of the Dawn mecha. As for advancing, it would likely take some time. Consume Twisted Tree Heart *1, Strength Attribute +2, Defense Attribute +1, Consuming Stone *1, Mysterious Attribute +1, Consume Tough Spider Silk *1, Defense Attribute +2. As each enhancement material was absorbed by the Dawn mecha, the values of its attributes soared rapidly. In just 1 hour, the top 3 attributes of the Dawn mecha broke through 200, and even the most difficult to enhance, the mysterious attribute, reached 89 points. However, this was not the limit. Some materials would take a long time to take effect. This enhancement lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, Huang Chen left the enhancement room. At this point, the attributes of his mecha had changed dramatically from when he first arrived. Name, Dawn Mecha, Level, Tier 3, Strength, 269/300, Defense, 264/300, Agility, 267/300, Mysterious, 103 out of 300. Not only the Dawn Mecha, but even the newly acquired Mother Spider Mecha and Fireblaze Mecha had also reached Tier 3. Now, Huang Chen's strength was at least more than twice as strong as before the enhancements. With his enhanced power, the next step was naturally to showcase it. Coincidentally, a Tier 4 dungeon appeared around Ning City, and 2 teams had already fallen within it. It would have been one thing if it were just that, but the area covered by the dungeon was continuously expanding, and if left unchecked, it would inevitably affect Ning City. Therefore, Huang Chen took on this task, intending to investigate the reason for the dungeon's expansion. Dungeon is about to begin. Welcome to the Otherworld. Current location, Flesh and Blood Fungal Carpet. Area, Outskirts. Difficulty, Hard. Description: a layer of fungal carpet made of flesh and blood has unknowingly covered every corner of the world. At every moment, living beings disappear in areas shrouded by the fungal carpet, while a strange creature begins to appear. Flesh and Blood Fungal Carpet? This dungeon is quite interesting. The specific tasks would take some time to be revealed, so taking this opportunity, Huang Chen quickly glanced at the dungeon introduction. First, the worldview here is that the Flesh and Blood Fungal Carpet covers many places, and wherever it covers, disappearances occur. This disappearance is likely due to living beings being devoured by the Flesh and Blood Fungal Carpet. becoming nutrients within it. As for the strange creature mentioned later, due to a lack of sufficient introduction, even Huang Chen could not decipher it. A flash of light appeared before him, and large swaths of strange material emerged. The ground was covered by a peculiar flesh and blood fungus, undulating and writhing like a living carpet. The color of the flesh and blood fungal carpet was dark red, with a viscous liquid on the surface, constantly emitting a pungent odor. At this moment, Huang Chen was standing on a patch of flesh and blood fungal carpet. As he lifted his foot slightly, the carpet seemed alive, firmly sticking to his foot, preventing him from moving. Restricting movement? No. At first, Huang Chen thought it was the sticky liquid on the flesh and blood fungal carpet that was holding his foot, making it difficult for him to move. But within just a few breaths, a faint red layer covered the feet of the Dawn Mecha. It seemed that if he stayed any longer, a flesh and blood fungal carpet would form there as well. He dared not linger and hurriedly began to move. Yet even so, he could not shake off the red assault. Meanwhile, the dungeon task finally appeared. Task 1. Investigate the origin of the flesh and blood fungal carpet. Easy. Task description. The appearance of the flesh and blood fungal carpet is not without trace. Please investigate its partial origins. Task objective. Find the underground research facility, library, and abandoned village, and gather information related to the flesh and blood fungal carpet. Task 2. Detected primary biological catalog. Corrected. Task 2. Investigate fungal species. Easy. Task description. The flesh and blood fungal carpet contains a variety of fungi. Please conduct a detailed investigation. Task objective. Record information on 5 types of fungi into the beginner's biological encyclopedia. Is that it? Just like that? Both tasks can be considered the simplest kind. Can such simple tasks trap 2 teams? Or is it that unpredictable changes will occur in the mid-stage of the dungeon? Seeing the 2 tasks marked as simple, Huang Chen not only did not relax but became even more cautious. Noticing the increasing amount of red gathering above his feet, he immediately switched to the fire flame mecha. In an instant, fine flames covered his entire body, as if he were wearing a garment made of fire. With the fire suit on, the red instantly dissipated. Opening the biological encyclopedia, a line of small text appeared. Sticky fungus, omnivorous, extremely strong reproductive ability, parasitizes by releasing a large number of spores. Clusters of spores appear red, and possess strong stickiness, capable of trapping running creatures. Once trapped, the sticky fungus will take advantage of the situation to invade and parasitize the entire body. Upon reading the introduction of the sticky fungus, Huang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. It turned out that the red he had seen earlier was actually the spores of the sticky fungus. No wonder it felt uncomfortable when it landed on him. Fortunately, he had activated the fire flame mecha this time. The high-temperature flames could kill all spores, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. The Dawn mecha had certain limitations in this environment, and before encountering any tricky enemies, Huang Chen decided to continue using the fire flame mecha to travel. It was also fortunate that the fire flame mecha had just reached the 3rd tier, greatly enhancing its attributes. Although it couldn't compare to the Dawn mecha, it was more than sufficient compared to ordinary mechas. Name: Fire Flame Mecha. Level: Tier 2, Strength, 78, Defense, 82, Agility, 89, Mystery, 49, Exclusive Modules, Heavenly Fire, Long Range, Heavenly Fire, Close Range. The attribute limit for a Tier 3 mecha is 100, and the attributes of the Fire Flame mecha could definitely be considered late-stage Tier 3. The consumption of the flame embodiment is not great. If I account for my energy recovery, I can probably last 3 days. Even in battle, I can hold out for a day. After calculating his consumption, Huang Chen wisely chose not to retract the flames. He glanced around, everything was covered in red. It seemed this was the territory of the sticky fungus, and it was distributed everywhere. Tasks 1 and 2 did not conflict. He could complete the collection of fungi types while searching for these places. With this in mind, Huang Chen strode forward towards the high-rise building covered in a carpet of flesh fungi. Libraries generally only appear in 2 places. One is public libraries within the city, and the other is libraries in universities. Either way, they are closely related to the city. As for research institutes and abandoned villages, perhaps only when he reached the library could he decipher them. After all, without information, searching aimlessly could take a month, and he might not find anything. The carpet of flesh fungi on the ground constantly undulated. Although there were no living creatures in sight throughout the city, Huang Chen still felt as if it were alive. This feeling sent a shiver down his spine. Just then, a blood shadow lunged at him. Huang Chen instinctively threw a punch. He didn't use much strength, but a piercing scream rang out. Following the sound, he saw a giant cat with its fur ignited by flames, rolling on the ground, covered in blood. Though called a giant cat, it was merely Huang Chen's perception. In reality, this giant cat had 2 heads, sharp teeth, and its occasionally protruding forked tongue resembled a snake's forked tongue. Soon, the giant cat extinguished the flames on its body, flipped over, and its hostile eyes continuously scrutinized Huang Chen. After circling a few times, seemingly wary of the flames on Huang Chen, the giant cat flicked its forked tongue and quickly disappeared into the sea of red. Strange, there are actually living creatures here, Huang Chen muttered, not thinking too much, and continued forward. In the following time, he encountered many creatures. Some were extremely aggressive, launching attacks as soon as they saw him. Others were completely uninterested in him, focused solely on devouring the blood and flesh fungi on the ground. These creatures ate quickly, and before long, they could clear a large area. Soon after, another wave of red floated into the area, beginning to take root and grow vigorously. Huang Chen found it interesting. Could it be that the surviving creatures here have formed some kind of symbiotic relationship with these fungi? He pondered while searching for traces of the library. However, he did not find the library. Instead, he found something even more valuable first. Help! Is anyone there? Please come save me. Hey, brother, you finally came. Hurry and get me out of this hellhole. A figure lay in a prison made of fungi. Upon noticing Huang Chen's arrival, the figure quickly got up and wailed loudly. Crack! With a punch, Huang Chen broke the fungal cage that bound the man, taking a small step back. The so-called instance world was actually just a corner of the real world. However, after each instance ended, a mysterious force would reset everything here. In certain special circumstances, a man could indeed stay here indefinitely. If the danger here was not too great, living here would not be a problem for him. Sometimes, Huang Chen even wondered if this was a kind of exchange. Humans entered the instance world to obtain enhancement materials and auxiliary modules, while the instance world could invade Blue Star. Originally, these two could coexist peacefully, but a pair of large hands forcibly squeezed them together. Of course, this was just his speculation when he was bored. Noticing Huang Chen's actions, the man immediately raised his hands. Don't be afraid, brother, we're one of us. Which faction are you from? We've lost so many people. The leader will definitely send someone strong over. I guess you must be from Dawn, right? Yes, I am from Dawn. Huang Chen nodded in acknowledgement and looked at the man. Where's your mech? It got blown up. It will probably take a few more hours to recover. There are just too many monsters here, and I got separated from the others in my squad. The man spread his hands and smiled wryly. My name is Sun Yuliang. You should know my name, right? Huang Chen recalled that this name was indeed on the list provided by Fuan, so he laughed. Sorry, you have to be careful when you're out. Sun Yuliang waved his hand, looking indifferent. It's fine. When our squad got scattered, I remember the others went this way. Since I'm still alive, they might be too. Let's hurry and save them. Alright. Huang Chen glanced at the beginner's biological encyclopedia and silently followed. Mimetic fungi, omnivorous, average reproductive ability, possesses collective mimetic ability. The more there are, the more realistic the mimicked objects become, possessing low intelligence, capable of simple deceptive behaviors using mimicked items. The two continued to advance into the city, and soon, a peculiar building appeared before them. Is this the library? Although the plaque above had long been covered by a blanket of blood and flesh fungi, Huang Chen still managed to deduce the words beneath from the general outline. He didn't expect to have stumbled upon it by accident, thanks to Sun Yuliang. Without him, it would have taken much longer to find this place. In the hall of the building, there were also two cages made of fungi, imprisoning people. Upon seeing Huang Chen and Sun Yuliang arrive, they cried out in unison. Old son, over here, come save me. What the hell are these things? Their voices were filled with despair, as if they had suffered great torment. Brother, hurry up and help them get untied. Sun Yuliang was extremely anxious, pacing around the cage. Huang Chen chuckled, I can save them, but who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, Sun Yuliang was clearly taken aback for a moment. My name is Sun Yuliang. At the same time, two other voices chimed in. My name is Sun Yuliang. My name is Sun Yuliang. The two people trapped in the fungal cage also claimed to be Sun Yuliang, but only Huang Chen knew that none of them were the real Sun Yuliang. The real Sun Yuliang was a rotund man. The three before him were actually mimetic fungi. This type of fungus could mimic forms but could not acquire memories, so it could only record what people said when they arrived here. It was quite a coincidence. Perhaps Sun Yuliang had introduced himself to someone else as Sun Yuliang, and this group of mimetic fungi had overheard it. When asked for their names, they immediately matched that string of characters and introduced themselves. As for the first thing the Sun Yuliang said, it was likely when he encountered the second team, mistaking them for the Dawn. Then this fake Sun Yuliang used that line to deceive himself. If he agreed, then Sun Yuliang would fall silent. If he said he wasn't from Dawn, there would definitely be a second line waiting for him. Mimetic fungi, this must be the strange creature mentioned in the introduction. The three people, derived from the fungi, had no awareness of the errors in their words, simply repeating that they were Sun Yuliang over and over. Huang Chen, feeling annoyed, raised his hand and released 3 fireballs. After a crackling burn, the 3 turned to a pile of ash, scattered on the ground. Weaker than first-tier creatures, simply pitiful, he muttered, making his way up the stairs to the second floor. As soon as he pushed the door open, 3 figures appeared before him, exactly the 3 Sun Yuliangs he had just killed. My name is Sun Yuliang. They mumbled that name, grabbing chairs or hefty books to throw at Huang Chen. He easily dodged and stepped forward, resolving them all with a single strike. This time their strength is comparable to first-tier creatures, but still weak. After checking the second floor and not finding what he was looking for, Huang Chen continued upward. My name is Sun Yuliang. Just as he reached the 3rd floor, the door at the stairway opened. 3 Sun Yuliangs walked out together, startling Huang Chen slightly. After that, every floor he ascended, 3 people would emerge shouting that they were Sun Yuliang. Huang Chen was almost driven to madness by the repetition. He finally reached the top floor, and the annoying self-introductions finally ceased. However, standing before him was a bizarre creature that resembled a mech but was a strange hybrid. Even mechs want to imitate, they really have brains. Though he teased, Huang Chen took it seriously in his heart. He noticed that with each floor he ascended, the strength of the 3 Sun Yuliangs increased. On the previous floor, almost every Sun Yuliang had the strength of a 4th-tier creature, forcing him to don the Dawn Mech. No wonder 2 teams had suffered losses in this dungeon. And this was just one type of blood and flesh fungus. Sticky fungi, mimetic fungi. Who knew how many types of fungi were here besides these 2? If each was this bizarre, it would be difficult for him to break through. Conversely, if this place did not expand outward, it would be a great training ground. The environment here should be quite suitable for Guan Xilan to study her own talents. Once I figure out the reason for this place's continuous expansion, I'll let her in. Regaining his focus, Huang Chen looked at the mech creature before him. The overall image of the mech creature resembled a goat, with a pair of large curved horns atop its head. Unlike the goat mecha that Huang Chen had seen before, the one before him, while able to cover most of its body, still had a small part of its black form exposed. Through the gaps, he could see the smooth muscle lines on that body. It was precisely because of these lines that the mecha looked so out of place. Combined with the horns on its head, an image of a demon clad in a semi-open mecha suddenly flashed in Huang Chen's mind. Yes, that was the feeling. Huang Chen turned his head and looked outside through a gap in the window. Outside, everything was a fiery red. The undulating fungal carpet looked more like waves at that moment. But what kind of terrain would produce red waves? Magma. The more he looked, the more he realized that the back and forth undulating fungal carpet resembled flowing magma. Huang Chen was startled and alarmed. The mimicry ability of the mimic fungi was not a mere figment of imagination. It could only mimic creatures it had previously encountered. Could it be that these mimic fungi had truly seen a demon? From this perspective, he arrived at an even bolder hypothesis. This instance was actually connected to a corner of the hellish world? The magic circle of the necropolis was linked to the world of the undead, so it wasn't impossible for this place to be the front line of hell. At that moment, the mecha monster finally launched its attack, thrusting a trident spear fiercely towards him. Huang Chen quickly retreated. The trident spear slammed down into the spot where he had just stood. Boom! The floor was struck hard, collapsing layer by layer. Fortunately, although the fungi devoured everything visible, they also reinforced the building to an incredible degree. Otherwise, that spear could have smashed straight from the top floor to the basement. Considering that their battle might damage the information related to the flesh and blood fungal carpet, Huang Chen leaped out through the window and landed outside. Affected by gravity, the Dawn mecha plummeted rapidly. Just then, 8 slender spider legs extended from behind Huang Chen, deeply embedding themselves into the writhing flesh and blood fungal carpet. His form stabilized instantly, clinging to the side of the building like Spider-Man. The mecha monster roared and jumped out from the breach. Although it lacked the spider legs that could stabilize its form, it was itself a conglomerate of mimic fungi, rooted in the same source as the entire building. As long as the fungal carpet was there, it could stand firmly, while its speed and recovery abilities reached their peak. The trident spear fell again, and the two began to fight on the side of the building. The fungal carpet rolled and surged with energy. In just a few seconds, the entire building was reduced to ruins by the two. Huang Chen landed on the ground, one hand holding a knife, the other striking a strange pose. Indeed, fighting on the ground felt much more comfortable. Extreme state, 6 beasts, bear paw. The strength of the bear's paw was immense. It was said that a single slap could knock a person's head off. This bear paw technique was inspired by the bear's method of attack. With the extreme state activated, Huang Chen's strength attribute had already surpassed 400 points. The limit attribute of a 4th tier mecha was 500. And this strike could almost severely injure most 4th tier monsters. Moreover, the mecha monster before him had its power significantly reduced after the dual weakening from the blood-red serrated and white tiger face armor. The bear paw came crashing down, causing the mecha monster's body to sway. The mimic fungi that composed the mecha monster fell away in a flurry, only to quickly replenish themselves. Huang Chen didn't think too much. The blade traced a semicircle, and using inertia, he swung out another strike. This blow cleaved the mecha monster in half. The mecha monster did not die from this. From its two halves, something resembling strands of flesh continuously emerged. Those strands intertwined, seemingly trying to rejoin the two halves into one. You still won't die from this? Huang Chen's heart was filled with resentment as he quickly switched back to the Fireflame mecha, spreading his hands wide. In an instant, fireball shot out, striking heavily against the still healing body of the monster mecha. 1 ball, 2 balls, 3 balls, 4 balls. He fired over 50 in a row, until the sky was ablaze, consuming everything around. Only when the mecha monster, deprived of other mimetic fungi, finally fell down unwillingly, turning into a pile of ashes, did he receive the notification, kill mimetic mecha, gain, unknown flesh *2. Ha, finally dealt with it. Let's see what secrets are hidden here. Huang Chen thought little of it and casually collected the 2 pieces of unknown flesh. He glanced at the dilapidated library, too lazy to climb the stairs again, and instead used his spider legs to insert into the wall, jumping upward continuously. Soon, he reached the top floor. The damage here was not severe, and before long, he found a silver box. The silver box was made of some special metal, and the fungi had not tainted it at all, which was why he could find it immediately. Opening the box, he discovered a parchment scroll inside. Upon seeing the text on the parchment, Huang Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Universal language. The content was quite simple. In summary, it described how an underground archaeological team accidentally discovered a massive underground passage, which was subsequently sealed off by the military. Scientists from a research institute entered the passage for study and brought out a type of fungus called ram. The ram fungus had an extremely high level of activity and was not picky about food. Initially, the scientists intended for the ram fungus to handle household waste and industrial refuse, but unexpectedly, the ram fungus possessed a low level of intelligence. All previous research conducted by the scientists was a facade. After coming into contact with a large amount of food, the ram fungus began to reproduce rapidly and develop different forms. The content abruptly ended here. Although incomplete, it allowed Huang Chen to piece together a rough idea. Flipping over the parchment, he found a line of small text indicating an address. It seems this should be the location of that research institute. He casually tossed the box into his spatial belt and stood up, heading in the direction of the research institute. The owner of the parchment likely did not anticipate the rapid reproduction rate of the ram fungus. If he followed the address provided, he would surely be unable to find it. Fortunately, based on the content of the parchment, he could roughly deduce the location of the research institute. When the time came, he could send the spider mecha to search around, and that should suffice. 2 hours later, Huang Chen appeared before a mountain completely covered in fungi. The research institute was located somewhere within this mountain, inside a hollowed-out section. Huang Chen switched to the mother spider mecha and began to produce offspring. The mysterious attributes of the mother spider mecha were already formidable, and he had specifically enhanced this aspect. Although it was a Tier 3 mecha, the mysterious attributes of the mother spider mecha were nearly comparable to the Dawn mecha, reaching an astonishing 100 points. 1 point could create 1 spider mecha, so 100 points meant 100 of them. With all 100 spider mechas deployed, the scene was already quite spectacular. If the mysterious attributes of the mother spider mecha were even higher, reaching 1,000 or 10,000 points, the spectacle would surely be even more shocking. While the spider mechas were out scouting for information, Huang Chen opened the beginner's biological encyclopedia to check the 2 special fungi he had just encountered. Hallucinogenic fungus, carnivorous, emits gas with hallucinogenic effects, causing any creature entering its territory to fall into a hallucination. The hallucinogenic fungus takes this opportunity to sow spores on the creature's body, which will parasitize within the creature, feeding on it until it is completely consumed, at which point it will fall to the ground, take root, and wait for the next creature to arrive. The swamp fungi, scavengers, can transform most terrains into a muddy state similar to a swamp, using this special terrain to restrict biological activity, completely trapping them before absorption. Both types of fungi are extremely dangerous, especially the former, which nearly plunged Huang Chen into an illusion. Fortunately, his mysterious attributes were high enough to withstand the illusion's assault, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After closing the basic biological encyclopedia, he began to examine the two unknown pieces of flesh. Name, unknown flesh quality, ordinary type, material effect, after integrating into the mech, significantly enhances strength and mysterious attributes? Clearly just ordinary quality, yet the effect is so outstanding. It seems these two pieces of flesh have an extraordinary origin. Suddenly, Huang Chen frowned. The sub-spider mechs had suffered significant losses, and the damage was relatively concentrated. Something unusual must be afoot. Could it be that they've found it? He stood up and rushed toward the mysterious location. Upon reaching the back of the mountain, he could vaguely see some fragments of the sub-spider mechs. Huang Chen did not act recklessly. Instead, he called back the other sub-spider mechs to scout ahead. Of the 100 sub-spider mechs he had previously manufactured, fewer than 20 remained. Over 30 had vanished in this area, while more than 50 had lost contact elsewhere. It was obvious that those fungi were behind it. Before long, 2 sub-spider mechs returned to his side. Without hesitation, he sent them to scout. At first, everything seemed fine, but when the sub-spider mechs came into contact with a deep red fungal carpet area, an explosion suddenly occurred. He sent another one, and the same thing happened. The mech exploded without warning upon touching a deep red area. Although it seemed a bit strange, Huang Chen had already guessed the principle behind it. Fine spores infiltrate every crevice of the mech, leading to an explosion in the end? Looking at the tragic state of the sub-spider mechs before him, Huang Chen couldn't help but think of living organisms. No organism is an absolutely smooth surface. They must be covered with a large number of spores. When these spores explode, boom! The organism is blown into countless fragments, blood spraying everywhere. The scene is truly horrifying. Huang Chen did not approach. He switched to the fire mech and extended his palms. Whoosh! 2 fire dragons surged from his palms, viciously devouring everything in front of him, including the deep red fungal-covered area. The life force of this fungus seemed more resilient than in other places. The high-temperature flames burned continuously for 10 minutes before the branches finally curled up. Seeing that his energy was running low, and the fire columns had shrunk, Huang Chen quickly took out a magic stone and crushed it. In an instant, energy surged into his body, and the fire column, which was originally the thickness of an adult's thigh, suddenly expanded to the size of a water barrel. This time, the deep red fungus finally could no longer hold on. The previously curled branches suddenly spread out, turning into a pile of ash. Explosive fungus, omnivorous, spore shells contain a layer of explosive material, can explode upon impact, can chain react. The more spores, the greater the explosive power. Task 2. Investigate fungal types. Simple, completed, submit immediately? If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely choose to submit at this point, but Huang Chen directly chose to refuse. The fungi evolved from the ram fungi could not possibly be limited to just these. Collection tasks have a characteristic that the more collected, the more generous the final rewards. Besides, there were still many places he hadn't explored, so there was no need to submit for now. After dealing with the explosive fungi at the entrance, 3 more sub-spider mechs arrived by his side. With them leading the way, Huang Chen slowly followed behind. This time, no unexpected incidents occurred. The spider mech of the 3-stage platform advanced steadily and soon found a special button beneath a pile of ashes. The button was somewhat twisted and deformed due to the high temperature, but fortunately, it was still functional. Pressing the button, a silver door inexplicably appeared. This material resembles that suitcase. Comparing it with the suitcase, it was indeed the same material. Huang Chen became interested and began to examine the properties of this material. It's a bit soft, has good ductility, even stronger than gold, with a bright silver surface, and shows no signs of oxidation. Wait a minute, he suddenly gasped. Energy can actually be transmitted through this metal, and with minimal loss. Combining the various characteristics of this material, 2 words slowly emerged in his mind. Secret silver. From any angle, this material resembled the legendary secret silver. Huang Chen stroked the smooth surface of the secret silver, his heart in turmoil. In his impression, this material should only appear in the late apocalypse. It couldn't possibly exist now. Could it be that his rebirth caused some changes in this world? Like the butterfly effect, he initially didn't notice, but as time passed, these changes would grow larger. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking further. Power cannot be deceived. No matter how the world changes, as long as one is strong, one can be fearless. Pushing the door open, Huang Chen's movements were fluid. He had expected the research facility to be overrun with fungi, perhaps even having developed some kind of monster. But once he entered, he found everything here to be very clean, as if someone had just finished cleaning. So, this fungus cannot attach to the surface of secret silver, right? Remembering the suitcase in the library that wasn't covered in fungus, and recalling the pristine white door he had just seen, Huang Chen pondered. Ding! Suddenly, the bright silver door behind him closed, followed by countless stones falling, blocking the entire entrance. If an ordinary person had come in, they would definitely be at a loss in such a situation, but I'm different. Huang Chen chuckled lightly, switching to the mother spider mech, then took out a magic stone and crushed it. The energy within the magic stone surged into him, wildly replenishing his energy. MP +1, MP +1, MP +1, MP +1. If this were a game, a string of characters would surely appear above his head. In less than a few seconds, his energy had already restored to its limit. To make it easier to view, Huang Chen directly added a line under the mech's mysterious attributes. Energy, 500, 1 point/min. This attribute did not actually appear on the attribute panel but was a mapping in his brain. With this attribute, he could have a clearer grasp of himself during battles. The values inside were also very simple and easy to understand. 100 points of mysterious attributes converted to energy equals 500 points, with the latter indicating the recovery time, which is 1 point of energy recovered per minute. After completing the mapping, Huang Chen began to manufacture the spider mechs. With so many stones, it would take a lot of effort to clear them. He had no time to waste here, so he could only let the spider mechs do the work while he continued to explore forward. Soon, 20 spider mechs appeared. It wasn't that Huang Chen didn't want to continue manufacturing, but the environment here was limited, and 20 spider mechs were already sufficient. The equipment inside the research facility mostly looked strange, different from what he had seen in movies and television before. He didn't understand these and was too lazy to fiddle with them. Better to leave it to Guan Xilan. After violently breaking open a large door, an exceptionally spacious hall appeared before him. In the center of the hall was a glass display case, which was already filled with a bizarre red substance. Ram fungus. Before Huang Chen could act, he saw the ram fungus in the display case gathering together and waving at him. He smiled gently and waved back. Ignoring the writhing mass of red fungi, Huang Chen's gaze searched around and soon discovered a silver suitcase. Inside the suitcase was another roll of parchment. This time, the information was minimal, merely describing the characteristics of the ram fungi, and then mentioning a location. That location was a certain village, which was also the front line for cultivating ram fungi. It seems a great battle is about to begin. Huang Chen put away the suitcase. The case was made of mithril, a top-quality material for enhancing mechs. Of course, since mithril only existed in the dungeon, the relevant information would only appear when he left the dungeon. He then immediately switched back to the fireflame mech. Boom! A fireball shattered the glass display case. In an instant, the red fungi inside transformed into a bat and swooped down violently. The ram fungi could shapeshift to attack, as mentioned in the parchment. Huang Chen destroyed the counter out of concern that the ram fungi might escape and cause chaos. It should be noted that the changes in the entire dungeon world were caused by a portion of the ram fungi. If these ram fungi were to escape, who knows what would happen? He even suspected that the expansion of the dungeon world was related to these fungi, with the source lying in them. Facing the aggressive fungal bat, Huang Chen waved his hand again. This time, a pillar of flame began to emerge from his palm. The moment the flame pillar made contact with the fungal bat, it wrapped around it tightly. The fungal bat tried to escape, but the flame pillar clung to it like a parasite. Before long, the fungal bat dissipated completely. Ram fungi, the beginner's biological encyclopedia, had no other information, just a name. Seeing this, Huang Chen was not surprised. After all, it was just a beginner's encyclopedia, and it was normal not to have names for many creatures. After checking around and confirming there were no omissions, Huang Chen returned to the previous entrance. It had been mostly cleared, and the silver-white door had appeared. Huang Chen carefully manipulated the flame pillar, transforming it into a beam of light to cut the mithril door and the surrounding parts. Such a large piece of mithril, once divided, would be enough for several mechs. It would be a shame not to take it. If it weren't for the lack of time, he would have loved to dismantle other parts to take with him. I guess this research facility is a one-time deal. No one will ever receive this task again. Huang Chen retraced his steps, passing by the library once more. The abandoned village and the research facility were in opposite directions, and along with the library, these three places were all on the same line. Seeing the library, he suddenly had a thought. The task of investigating the origin of the flesh fungi blanket was rated as simple, but if he was struggling so much, how could anyone else complete it? The difficulty of this task was almost on par with nightmare level, wasn't it? Had he overlooked some information? Huang Chen began to recall all his previous memories. The research facility was fine. The library was also fine. The mimetic fungi and the sticky fungi were fine too, until he remembered the task description. Wait! Huang Chen's body jolted. The task description said there was a strange creature here, but I assumed that the mimetic fungi constructed Sun Yuliang was that strange creature. What if that strange creature isn't the mimetic fungi? Huang Chen's first reaction was that he was in some kind of predicament, but he quickly realized that if he could be so easily drawn into an illusion without realizing it, he would have been gone long ago. It's not an illusion, something has influenced my judgment. There are invisible hands behind me, guiding me into the city, leading me to meet Sun Yuliang, clashing with the mech monsters, and then entering the research facility. Logically, I shouldn't have been in these places. Realizing this, Huang Chen looked around and indeed found something different. The space not far away seemed a bit distorted, as if something was hidden inside. What is it? Come out! A fireball shot out. The area rippled like water breaking apart, shaking violently. Then, a humanoid creature with only one arm and one leg screeched and fled into the distance. Huang Chen quickly pursued. Despite having only one leg, the creature hopped away at a surprising speed. Huang Chen switched back to the Dawn Mech and barely managed to catch up with the help of the eight-legged spider. The distance between them continued to close, and upon seeing the creature's true form, Huang Chen was momentarily stunned. It was a little demon. Don't think that little demons are merely products of books or movies. In reality, they are born in certain worlds. When humans engage in related thoughts, their brains inadvertently receive fragments from other worlds, revealing the true appearance of certain creatures. They like to call this process a flash of inspiration, but some monsters or demons actually have prototypes. Although the little demon is small, its strength is enough to contend with a 6th-tier mech. This little demon, missing an arm and a leg, had significantly reduced power. It probably thought it was strong enough, which influenced its thinking, leading it to recklessly confront those powerful fungi. Indeed, it was a treacherous and cunning race. If it weren't for the mission prompt, I might have already fallen into its trap. Seeing Huang Chen chase after it, the little demon squealed in panic. Spare me, spare me. I mean no harm. It stopped fleeing and turned to crawl on the ground. I am willing to serve you as my master. Trust me, I am the best helper. I can. Before it could finish, a blade of light cut through, ending its wicked life. Little demons are selfish, despicable, and power-hungry, just like the people of the island nation. Once they discover a stronger presence, they will betray without hesitation. There's no need to take in such trash, Huang Chen muttered to himself. He could accept Kubero but not the little demon, and that was the reason. It was a ticking time bomb. Who knows when it might bite back? It's better to send it to hell early. Besides, it was still a high-tier creature, and Huang Chen hadn't expected it to be so fragile that he could kill it with one strike. Then Huang Chen realized something. He had actually killed a 6th-tier monster. How generous would the rewards be? Kill the little demon, 6th tier, rewards, little demon flesh *10, refined stone *5, abyssal breath *4, hell sharpening stone, item, *3, hell fungi seed, item, *2, deception mask, attached module, *1, good things are always saved for last, and he was the first to open the information about the little demon flesh. Wait, isn't this the unknown flesh I dropped earlier? Huang Chen took out the unknown flesh and found that both its appearance and taste were identical. Just as he was puzzled, the information about the unknown flesh changed and eventually turned into little demon flesh. Name, little demon flesh, quality, ordinary, type, material, effect, flesh and blood from the little demon species, greatly enhances strength and mysterious attributes when integrated into a mech. Holding the little demon flesh, Huang Chen faintly felt a hint of desire emanating from the Dawn Mech. Could it really be able to devour it directly? The next second, the piece of flesh in his hand actually vanished. Consume small demon meat *1, strength +10, mystique +5 hiss. It really works. Seeing the increased attributes, Huang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. After absorbing 2 more pieces of small demon meat, the Dawn Mecha gained 20 points in strength and 10 points in mystique. It wasn't that Huang Chen didn't want to absorb more, but his strength attribute was nearly at its limit. Further absorption would only increase his mystique attribute, which felt somewhat wasteful. Opening the attribute panel of the Dawn Mecha, the information leaped out. Name, Dawn Mecha level, Tier 3 strength, 299/300 defense, 264/300 agility, 267/300 mystique, 113/300 energy, 565, 1 point/min. The first 3 tiers are all about laying the foundation. The true power only begins to reveal itself from Tier 4 onwards. But, Huang Chen took a deep breath and slammed his palm hard against a nearby building covered in fungi. Boom! The powerful shockwave instantly blew away all the fungi near his palm, and as for the building, it was now swaying precariously. If it weren't for the fungi pulling at each other, it might have already collapsed. A single palm could shatter a building, and this was just a fraction of the Tier 4 mecha's power. The first 3 tiers are foundational, with most combat focused on punches and kicks, making the attack methods rather singular. Once you reach Tier 4, the probability of auxiliary modules appearing increases, and combined with the development of one's own talents, the attack methods in this stage become quite flashy. It isn't until Tier 6, when the mecha spirit is born, that the attack techniques return to being more ordinary. Withdrawing his hand, Huang Chen murmured softly. In fact, just by combining with the 8-legged spider, he could develop numerous combat methods. Not to mention there were other auxiliary modules. After dealing with the small demon, that feeling of being influenced finally disappeared. He didn't head to the abandoned village but instead retraced his steps. Soon, Huang Chen found a small military base amidst a pile of sticky fungi. Various unknown weapons were placed here, completely covered by the sticky fungi. Only by peeling away the outer layer could one see the true appearance inside. Initially, he didn't think much of it until he spotted an electronic device that was still operational, realizing it was something unusual. The electronic device seemed to be surrounded by a mysterious force field that prevented the growth and reproduction of the sticky fungi. Fortunately, this force field had no effect on him. Stepping into the force field, Huang Chen looked at the screen of the electronic device. The screen was densely packed with marked locations, including the library, research institute, and abandoned village. Clicking on one at random, a line of small text appeared. Subsequently, the task indicated that he had completed 1/3 of it. So this is the completion point for task 1. What a scam! What should have been a simple task turned out to require him to run so far, almost getting himself into trouble. The 3 locations unfolded in sequence, and task 1 was completed. After clicking submit, he received a bottle of lubricant, which, when applied to the mecha's surface, would grant an agility +3 effect. The reward was barely worth it. If it were Tier 1, this reward wouldn't even compare to a few agility blood cores. However, considering the difficulty, Huang Chen accepted it without complaint. It was a simple task. What more could he ask for? After applying it, the agility attribute of the Dawn Mecha rose to 270. There was probably enough lubricant left for 2 more applications, which made Huang Chen feel a bit better. Rounded up, that was equivalent to agility +9. A profit. After a short rest, Huang Chen continued towards the abandoned village. The task was completed, but the reason for the dungeon's expansion had yet to be investigated. A premonition told him that all secrets were hidden within that village used for cultivating the lamb fungi. No, perhaps it wasn't just cultivation. That place might very well be the origin of the lamb fungi. Huang Chen slipped into the shadows and headed straight for the abandoned village. Without the disturbance of those fungi, he moved quickly this time. Before long, layers of phantoms appeared before him. Seeing those phantoms, Huang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Each layer of phantom represented a layer of fungal carpet. With so many layers of phantoms stacked together, the number of fungi here was unimaginable. Ending the void concealment state, large clusters of fungi appeared before his eyes, looking like a bunch of moldy oranges gathered together. Switching back to the fire mech, 2 massive columns of flame erupted. As energy was rapidly consumed, the voice of the basic biological encyclopedia echoed in his ears. Using the high-temperature flames, Huang Chen slowly advanced into the village. However, while the high-temperature flames were powerful, they only burned away the outermost layer. The inner layers remained untouched, showing no fear of the flames, as if they had developed fire resistance. Huang Chen no longer wasted energy, pulling out the blood-red serrated blade, and directly cut through any obstacles in his path. After traversing about 500 meters, he paused. In the empty space before him, strange humanoid sculptures stood silently, and behind those sculptures was a massive, multicolored semicircular light sphere. The light sphere constantly emitted some unknown substance, and once the spores in the air came into contact with that substance, they would rapidly reproduce. In the blink of an eye, a large cluster of fungi could appear. Those fungal clusters fell to the ground, squeezing the living space. Other fungi were forced to move outward. The more the substance spewed forth, the more fungi there were, and the area covered by fungi naturally continued to expand outward. This is already the core area. It seems that as long as we destroy that light sphere or stop it from emitting outward, we can solve the problem of the constantly expanding dungeon. Huang Chen entered the shadow space to see what that light sphere really was. To his surprise, when he entered, the location of the light sphere turned out to be a void. Ending the void concealment state, he thought for a moment and decided to send a few cannon fodder to test it out. 5 spider mechs were created and quickly crawled toward the light sphere. Suddenly, those humanoid sculptures sprang to life and attacked the spider mechs. They were supposed to be ordinary villagers or soldiers and researchers stationed here. Such beings posed no threat to the spider mechs, but the strange layer of fungi covering them seemed to enhance their physical abilities. Huang Chen witnessed a spider mech surrounded by numerous humanoid sculptures being beaten down in less than 10 seconds, turning into a pile of scrap. In an instant, all the spider mechs were destroyed. The humanoid sculptures, having lost their target, fell back into a state of stillness. I need to deal with these troubles first. Huang Chen charged forward with his blade. The humanoid sculptures dealt with the spider mechs as if they were chopping vegetables, and he dealt with those humanoid sculptures in the same manner. Before long, all the humanoid sculptures were chopped into pieces. After eliminating the outer guards, Huang Chen released the spider mechs again. Seeing the spider mechs enter the light sphere, he felt a jolt. There's actually a spatial rift here? No one knew what lay on the other side of the spatial rift until they stepped inside. It was highly likely to be the boundless expanse of the universe, a lifeless place of exile, with a very small chance of connecting to another world. In a sense, the dungeon was like a series of controllable spatial rifts connecting Blue Star to another world. Combining this with the little demon he encountered earlier, Huang Chen deduced a plausible possibility. The spatial rift connected to the hell dimension, coincidentally appearing near a little demon. The little demon was sucked into this world, and in the process, it was severely injured, losing an arm and a leg. The level of the hell dimension is far higher than that of this world. Once the aura from within erupted, it infected the nearby fungi. Later, these fungi were discovered by researchers and named ram fungi. The ram fungi, which proliferated from the hellish aura, exhibited extremely strong reproductive and aggressive traits. Even more terrifying was that it possessed a certain level of intelligence. After deceiving the researchers, it took root and sprouted in this world, continuously accumulating power, ultimately destroying the entire world. The mech monster encountered in the library was actually a creature created by the ram fungi absorbing the blood of a little demon. This monster was born with the ability to mimic. Upon seeing other people's mechs, it developed the desire to imitate, resulting in a bizarre hybrid of a mech monster. This explains why killing the mech monster dropped chunks of little demon flesh, as they originated from the same source. The little demon, severely injured, could not stop the spread of the ram fungi, so it thought of using itself to explore those places. Perhaps its goal was not to send itself to death, but to find out where the spatial rift was and conveniently clear the surrounding fungi, allowing it to absorb the hellish aura and recover from its injuries. It did not expect to be detected and killed in advance. So, the next task is to fill this rift and prevent the hellish aura from continuing to spew forth? Task 3, fill the spatial rift, purgatory. Task description: a spatial rift has opened a connection between this world and the hell world, and the hellish aura has begun to spread wildly. Task objective: find suitable spatial materials to fill the spatial rift. Task 3 appeared before and just in time, but Huang Chen fell into hesitation. The difficulty of a purgatory level task was high, and once completed, the rewards would surely be abundant. However, to fill the spatial rift, materials with spatial properties were necessary. If it were the late apocalypse, he would naturally have plenty and could fill it easily. But now, he did have things with spatial properties on him, but he hesitated on whether to use them here. After a long while, Huang Chen let out a long breath. The strength level of the hell dimension is too high. We absolutely cannot make contact with Blue Star at this moment. This spatial rift must be filled. Gritting his teeth, he took out 10 spatial belts. Previously, during a major update in the shop, he had bought 20, keeping one for himself, selling 2 to Long Tang, and giving the remaining 7 to Guan Xilan, Su Dahai, Li Miexing, and others. Now, he only had these 10 left. Indeed, the spatial belts were made from materials with spatial properties. Although using them here felt a bit wasteful, it was still a necessary measure. The filling process was very simple. He just needed to throw the spatial belts into the light sphere, and they would automatically find the spatial rift and fill it. 1, 2, 3. Until he threw in 7 spatial belts, the area covered by the light sphere began to shrink. Clearly, the spatial rift had been successfully filled. Task 3, fill the spatial rift, purgatory, completed, reward. Just as the pleasant notification sounded, Huang Chen hadn't even had time to check when he suddenly noticed a monster with a horn, black-red skin, and wearing a white lab coat appear before him. Foolish creature, you have closed the door to the higher world. You are the sinner of the entire civilization, and I will kill you. The horned monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and suddenly spat out a fireball. The fireball burned fiercely in the air, emitting a large amount of black smoke. Bang! The Dawn Mech took a hit, and its durability immediately dropped by 3 points. It actually broke through the defense. Huang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted as he squinted at the horned monster before him. A demon? No, just a humanoid species infected by the hellish aura. Drawing on his past life experience, he could see through the true nature of the monster at a glance. If a complete demon were to appear, it would definitely be teleported away immediately. Fortunately, it was just a counterfeit, so dealing with it shouldn't be a problem. Your world has turned into this ghastly state, and you still want to connect with the hell dimension? You really don't know how to live. Seeing the white lab coat on the other person, Huang Chen suspected he might be one of the researchers who discovered the Tim fungus. However, while others were studying fungi, only he had glimpsed the power represented by the ram fungus. What do you know? I am leading the entire world towards a higher state. This is an essential part of evolution. But you have closed the passage to the higher world, blocking our civilization's advancement. I will fight you to the death. The unicorn monster roared loudly. Huang Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with such a brainless creature. He pulled out the blood-red sawtooth and slashed. Clang! Although the unicorn monster couldn't dodge, its tough skin surprisingly blocked the blow. TSK, it seems the blood-red sawtooth is gradually falling behind my strength. What a pity, that King's deterrent effect is quite good. If only I could transfer it to another weapon. The reason Huang Chen hadn't switched weapons yet was that the effect of the blood-red sawtooth was excellent, truly top-notch. Some weapons seemed to have higher lethality than the blood-red sawtooth, but their overall attributes were far inferior. The unicorn monster, seeing the blood-red sawtooth coming, was initially a bit afraid, but after blocking the blow, it couldn't help but cheer. I've already accepted the transformation of the higher world. Your trash weapon can't hurt me at all. Fool! Huang Chen realized that the unicorn monster was indeed tough and hard to break through, but its combat experience was almost zero, making it nothing more than a live target. He put away the blood-red sawtooth and changed his stance. 6 beasts, bear seal. How could he let such a live target go easily? It was perfect for practicing his mecha combat skills. Thud! The unicorn monster was slapped away by Huang Chen, then staggered to its feet. Don't waste your effort. You can't defeat me even with a weapon, let alone barehanded. 6 beasts, tiger seal. 6 beasts, snake seal. 6 beasts, crane seal. 6 beasts, monkey seal. 6 beasts, dragon seal. A set of 6 beast seals was unleashed, causing the unicorn monster to stagger back, baring its teeth in pain. A black blood, resembling oil, began to seep from its chest. Don't kill me. I forgive your mistakes. We can reopen the door to the higher world and complete the evolution of life. The unicorn monster secretly wiped the blood from its chest and shouted loudly. Kill half-demon, 5th stage, gain, demon blood *10, demon horn, item, *1, demon blood can increase defense, while the demon horn can summon a minor demon. Minor demons are also a type of demon, but they have the lowest bloodline rank and are usually used as cannon fodder. Yet even so, they possess strength comparable to 4th stage beings. The unicorn monster claimed that the Hell Dimension was a higher world, and it was not wrong at all. It was just that it had taken the wrong path. A weak nation has no diplomacy. A feeble world has no voice in the face of a higher world, just like the current blue star. A certain mysterious existence can change the rules of the entire world with just a thought, causing countless deaths. Even those who survive must constantly guard against the dangers that may come. The spatial rift was filled, and Huang Chen no longer lingered, directly choosing to end the instance. Outside, Guan Xilan and Su Dahai were anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Huang Chen appear, they quickly rushed over. Boss, is the problem solved? Su Dahai, seeing that Huang Chen was fine, spoke eagerly. Huang Chen noticed Fuan was also there and frowned. It has been resolved, but the cost was quite high. Fuan immediately understood the meaning of these words and stepped forward to say, whatever the loss is, President Huang can bring it up, and I will definitely find a way to help you resolve it. Upon hearing this, Huang Chen's expression turned strange. I invested 10 spatial belts. How do you plan to resolve this? Gah! Fuan nearly fainted at the words. Previously, selling 2 spatial belts to Long Tang was worth 300,000 energy points. 10 spatial belts would be enough to bankrupt Ningchang. President Huang must be joking, right? His tone was somewhat shaky for the first time. The guards behind him widened their eyes in shock. It was the first time they had seen the inspection envoy in such a predicament. I'm not joking. This instance has developed a spatial rift connecting to another world. Thanks to that world, the power of the instance has been continuously increasing, which is why there is a trend of expansion. To seal that rift, I had no choice but to do this, Huang Chen said firmly. Although he only used 7 belts, Ning Cheng still couldn't afford it, so whether it was 7 or 10, the nature of the situation was essentially the same. This time, Ning Cheng's base and the University Alliance owed him a significant favor, and that was the key. As for the spatial equipment, it was no big deal to wait a few more days. After all, the system mall would eventually update. On behalf of Ning Cheng, I thank President Huan for his understanding and for protecting Ning Cheng. Fuan quickly took his leave. He was quite shaken by Huang Chen's words. Several million energy points were not something one could just throw away without feeling a pang of regret. But thinking it over, after all, it was for the protection of Ning Cheng, so it was somewhat worth it. After he left, Huang Chen casually opened the spatial belt. Before the instance ended, he submitted task 2. At that time, He was in a hurry to exit the instance and didn't have time to check. The reward for Task 2 was a pair of oddly shaped gloves. The lower half of the gloves was made of soft leather, while the upper half had 5 short tubes. The tubes were hollow, seemingly able to hold some other items. Name, Spore Gloves. Quality, excellent. Type, Upper Limb Module. Effect 1, the soft leather provides decent comfort while also offering basic defense, defense plus 5. Effect 2, Spore Impact. The short tubes on the gloves can automatically generate spores, with spore attributes divided into binding, explosion, corrosion, surveillance, and parasitism. Description, fire away, but don't forget to charge it. Seeing the effects of the spore gloves, Huang Chen's eyes lit up. The bonus from Effect 1 was decent, but Effect 2 was a bit special. The 5 short tubes represented 5 different types of spores. The first 3 could be understood literally, which was fairly standard, but the last 2 surprised Huang Chen. He summoned the Fire Flame Mecha and equipped the spore gloves. A small action left everyone around him stunned. A new mecha. The crowd exchanged glances, increasingly awed by Huang Chen's strength. There was no other reason. They still hadn't found a way to obtain a second mecha. Huang Chen ignored the thoughts of others. As energy surged, the 5 short tubes were fully charged. The first short tube. A large mass of spores dispersed and instantly adhered to a broken tree. This is binding. Huang Chen began to experiment with the second type. A dense swarm of red spores flew out, squeezing into the broken tree. Boom! The next second, the broken tree exploded violently, turning into a pile of indistinguishable debris. The explosion power is quite good. Now to test the third type. Dark green spores emitted a sickly green smoke upon contact with an object. In an instant, a tree as thick as an adult's waist was completely corroded. Huang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he moved his hand slightly. A red spore the size of a half-fist flew out and rooted itself in a large tree. The red spore began to split, growing an organ resembling an eye from within. At the same time, a small circular screen appeared in Huang Chen's eyes, and it was exactly what he had seen in the red spore's field of vision. Only one last parasitism remained. Huang Chen's gaze swept over to Guan Xilan. There's an experiment that requires you to try it out. Without a word, Guan Xilan stood in front of Huang Chen. Raising her hand, a black microspore flew out and landed on her shoulder. Then, the microspore began to absorb Guan Xilan's flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the size of a baby's arm. This was still under Huang Chen's control of the microspore's growth speed. Otherwise, it could have absorbed her completely in an instant. Guan Xilan's face turned pale, but she held back her voice. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what Huang Chen was doing. Boss, what are you? Only Su Dehai, with a stiff resolve, stepped forward, wanting to say something nice for Guan Xilan. You've worked hard during this time. Catch this, it's your reward. Huang Chen took off the spore gloves and handed them to Guan Xilan. Guan Xilan suddenly froze. The experiment had taken place right before everyone's eyes, and she naturally understood the value of these gloves. She had thought she had offended Huang Chen somehow, but unexpectedly received such a good item. Upon opening it, she was even more astonished, her mouth agape. Huang Chen took the opportunity to pull off the spore on her shoulder and then used the energy from the revival stone tablet to heal her injuries. In just a few seconds, Guan Xilan's complexion returned to a healthy red. Not only that, but the wrinkles on her face had smoothed out considerably, and the few strands of white hair on her head had turned black. Everyone was once again shocked. This method was far beyond their understanding. During this time, do not be slack, strive to improve your strength as much as possible. Having done all this, Huang Chen glanced at everyone and warned, Boss, is something about to happen? Seeing that Guan Xilan was not only fine but also rewarded, Su Dehai immediately felt relieved and then asked without a care, the greatest crisis is about to arrive. If you cannot improve your strength, in case of danger, even I won't be able to save you. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Huang Chen shook his head, focusing his attention on the final task reward. Name, Stone of Transfer. Quality, Epic Type, Item Effect, temporarily stores one effect of an attached module, which can be transferred to another attached module. The same effect can only be transferred once, and the same attached module can be transferred a maximum of 3 times. This effect is quite interesting. Huang Chen instantly understood the use of the Stone of Transfer. In other words, if he found a more powerful weapon, he could transfer the King's deterrent effect from the blood-red serrated weapon to it. The only downside was that it could only be used once, and the same module could only be transferred 3 times. But upon careful thought, it made sense. If it could truly stack effects without limit, then this Stone of Transfer would probably have to be of the same level as the End Stone Tablet. The Stone of Transfer was not needed for now, but its effect was undeniable. It was just waiting for him to find a suitable weapon, and that would be when it came into play. At that moment, Guan Xilan joyfully ran to Huang Chen's side. President, the items you asked me to collect, I've gathered them all. Saying this, she handed Huang Chen a list. Nanocarbon fiber *100, superalloy *150, phantom glass *70, energy crystal *50, level 1 liquid metal *50. This is the materials needed to construct a micro-laboratory? Huang Chen glanced at it and immediately recalled its purpose. That's right. Originally, these materials were still missing a small part, but after establishing the teleportation array at the White Lake gathering place, they were quickly gathered. I see. Didn't I already give you the blueprints? Choose a place and just use it directly, but make sure to leave enough space. If it weren't for Guan Xilan's reminder, Huang Chen would have really forgotten about this matter. In fact, he was also collecting relevant materials, just not very comprehensively. But this is fine, the micro-laboratory belongs to the building, and over time it will suffer damage, so the materials he collected can just be used for repairs. I've found a place. Do you want to take a look, President? Guan Xilan's eyes sparkled with hope. Sure. Just message me privately when the time comes. The micro-laboratory was crucial for his future mecha modifications, so it was worth paying attention to. Not long after, 2 days later, Guan Xilan moved all the materials to an underground space and then invited Huang Chen to come. Huang Chen initially planned to go directly, but after thinking it over, he decided to bring Kuburo along. After all, Kuburo had already recognized him as her master, and with the insect crystal control, he wasn't worried about her betraying him. Her necromancy was currently a dimensional strike. If she could combine necromancy with the insect race, it might give rise to some good varieties. Moreover, she could summon skeletons to act as assistants. Guan Xilan was somewhat surprised by Kuburo's inclusion. This mysterious woman had been holed up in her room since she killed that man from the snow wolf last time. Huang Chen didn't elaborate much, just instructed others not to disturb her. Until now, Guan Xilan only knew that this woman was not simple, but nothing else. Let me introduce you, this is Kuburo. If you've read any novels, you should be familiar with her identity. She is a necromancer. Oh, at first, Guan Xilan didn't react, but soon her eyes widened. Huh? A necromancer? Isn't that a profession that only appears in novels or movies? Kuburo said nothing more and raised her hand to release a wave of necromantic energy. The necromantic energy fell to the ground, forming a halo. The next second, a skeleton crawled out from the halo and knelt before Huang Chen with a thud. Seeing such an absurd scene, Guan Xilan rubbed her cheeks with both hands, forcing herself to accept it. If this had happened before the apocalypse, just seeing this skeleton would have scared her half to death. But now, if Huang Chen said a deity had descended, she would believe it without reason. Guan Xilan, my chief assistant, she is very important to me. Huang Chen introduced Guan Xilan to Kuburo. Hearing such a serious introduction, Kuburo lowered her proud head and habitually greeted, "May death accompany you always." Is she cursing herself to die early? Guan Xilan thought to herself. Don't overthink it, she is a necromancer, and death is just a part of her daily life. What she means is to wish you a hearty meal every day. Huang Chen knew this wasn't a good phrase, but she was a necromancer, accepting and embracing death if he wished her a long life. Wouldn't that be a curse? After the two greeted each other, they were considered acquainted. Guan Xilan then wasted no time, took out the blueprint for the micro-laboratory, and unfolded it. The blueprint emitted light continuously in mid-air, and in the blink of an eye, some semi-real, semi-virtual lines appeared before them. Subsequently, the prepared materials transformed into flowing substances, filling in the lines. The more they filled, the more solid the lines became. Before long, a 100 square meter micro-laboratory appeared before the three of them. The micro-laboratory was equipped with some basic research instruments and could be used normally. For example, microscopes, gas chromatographs, oscillators, biochemical incubators, biological safety cabinets. Seeing so many instruments, Guan Xilan was extremely excited. The variety of instruments here is only slightly less than the laboratory I used to frequent. It can fully support research work. Not just she, but Kuburo was equally excited. Don't be fooled by her being a necromancer. In reality, every mage is a scholar. She also needed a specialized environment to construct spell models, cultivate skeleton quality, or research new types of spells. Although the equipment here had a sci-fi style, it posed no challenge for a necromancer. She only needed to send out a ghost to learn how to use it, then directly absorb the ghost's memories to operate it. Leaving the mini-laboratory, Huang Chen sought out Luo Shopping again. If you discover any new dungeons in the future, remember to report to me. Some dungeons contained great secrets, and only those who entered first had the chance to unveil them. The forest spirits encountered in the Green Hell, Kuburo in the Necropolis, the little demons in the Flesh Fungus Blanket Dungeon, and the spatial rifts. It was better to have some information in hand than to rely on others. Luo Shopping didn't know Huang Chen's intentions, He thought he was afraid of his subordinates suffering heavy casualties while exploring dungeons, so he decided to venture out himself to pave the way for everyone. Filled with admiration, he spoke up, "There is indeed a new dungeon. The exploration team hasn't had the chance to go yet." The exploration team was the relatively stronger group in Dawn, equipped with the best auxiliary modules and the finest supply of tools. Their task was to conquer dungeons, write strategies, and assist others in clearing dungeons. No need to trouble them, just take me there. The new dungeon didn't bring Huang Chen much surprise, but there were quite a few high-level materials inside. After casually creating a simple strategy, he remembered that the chat channel was about to undergo a major update in the past few days. Currently, the chat channel only had private messages and regional chat. This update would open up World Chat. At the same time, a new feature would be added, World Auction. Each person would have the right to list an item once a month, and that item had to be at least of epic quality. Once listed, the information about the item would be visible to the entire world, and bidding would commence. At that time, all of humanity would compete fiercely over a treasure. It didn't take long. Just 5 days later, several messages appeared before everyone. Chat system updated. Regional chat speaking limit. Each person can send 10 messages per day. After 10 messages, each additional message requires a 10-minute cooldown. Private chat limit. Unlimited chatting within the regional scope. In different regions, each person can send 5 messages per day to the same person. Each 1,000 energy points allows for 1 additional message. World Chat function activated. World Auction function activated. In World Chat, each person can send 1 message per day. Each 1,000 energy points allows for 1 additional message. After 10 chats, each 10,000 energy points allows for 1 additional message. World Auction can list items of epic quality or above. Each person can list once a month. World Chat nicknames standardized, using code plus country format. Please confirm your title as soon as possible. Seeing these familiar lines, Huang Chen chuckled. Prophet. He initially wanted to use the title of Yellow Emperor, but thought it too ostentatious. Using Prophet as a title would better explain why he knew so much. Nickname confirmed, Prophet Dragon Country. Just as Huang Chen calmly chose his name, the whole world had already gone wild. The World Chat channel was instantly flooded with messages. "Oh my god, I didn't expect there to be so many people besides our White Eagle country. Our Divine Cow country has the strongest combat power in the world. This little disaster is nothing to us. With troops from 19 countries stationed, we have already restored social order and will soon counterattack these monsters to establish the most powerful nation." Even though only 1 message could be sent, the fervor above far exceeded Huang Chen's expectations. Everyone was chatting happily, and no one paid attention to the world auction. Huang Chen had already seen this in his previous life, so he didn't feel much turmoil in his heart. The most important thing for him right now was to advance to the 4th tier. After all, he hadn't used the materials like the small demon meat and demon blood yet. Only by increasing the mecha's attribute limit could he continue to strengthen it. If I can't temporarily raise it to the 4th tier, I'll have to use the refining stones. Refining stones could also increase the mecha's attribute limit, but they had a tolerance. The more you used, the worse the enhancement effect became, and it was also related to the mecha's attributes. The higher the mecha's attributes, the higher the limit after refining. He had planned to use them only when he reached the limit of the 4th tier, but it seemed he had to do it earlier than expected. With a clear goal, Huang Chen found Li Miexing. This guy had been busy testing the usage of enhancement materials with Xin Jiayan lately. Although they hadn't gone out to fight, by helping others enhance their mechas and selling refining stones, they were still making a fortune. If it weren't for the massive consumption of testing materials, the two of them might have already become the richest in Ningxing. "President, you're here. I was just looking for you." Upon seeing Huang Chen, Li Miexing immediately ran over with a fist-sized stone in hand. The surface of the fist was covered in runes, looking somewhat similar to a refining stone, but with more runes that appeared more exquisite. "Is this an enhancement refining stone?" Huang Chen was taken aback and said. In his previous life, Li Miexing had only developed this thing 2 years later. He didn't expect it to come out so quickly in this life. As expected, it can't escape the president's eyes. "This is my recent invention. Calling it an enhancement refining stone is not wrong," Li Miexing said cheerfully. He didn't like dealing with people and preferred to quietly ponder things by himself. In the past, he was alone, which was inefficient. But as the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes the work easier. Now with Xin Jiayan around, his efficiency had skyrocketed, and inspiration was bursting forth at all times. Because of this, the enhancement refining stone had been released so early. Not bad, not bad, this is a good thing." Huang Chen's eyes lit up. Just right, he could use the refining stones to increase the mecha's limit now, and when he reached the 4th tier, he could use the enhancement refining stones to continue raising the limit, which wouldn't affect the mecha's development at all. He didn't hesitate and directly stated his intention. Soon, Li Miexing brought out 42 refining stones. These were all his stock. Even selling them to the system mall would be worth 42,000 energy points, making them solid currency. Huang Chen didn't let him suffer a loss. He first took out a spatial belt and then gave him 1,000 contribution points. Although Li Miexing already had one, spatial belts were scarce within the Dawn organization, so he wouldn't have trouble selling it. He could also keep it for Xin Jiayan to use. Contribution points could be exchanged for items in the guild warehouse, worth about 10,000 energy points. Li Miexing was overjoyed with this transaction, and Huang Chen felt it was a great deal as well. After consuming all the refining stones, the limit of the Dawn Mecha was raised. Name, Dawn Mecha level, Tier 3 Strength, 299/351 Defense, 264/349 Agility, 267/337 Mystery, 113/314 Energy, 565, 1 point min, consumed 5 small demon meat pieces, strength plus 50, mystery attribute plus 25. Then consumed 10 portions of demon blood, defense plus 10, agility plus 10, mystery plus 10. As a result, all 4 major attributes changed. Strength, 349/351 defense, 274/349 agility, 277/337 mystery, 123/314 energy, 615, 1 point min. Seeing these attributes, Huang Chen still felt somewhat dissatisfied. I still need to level up, otherwise, the limitations are too great. Although mechs can be upgraded with materials, they still face the challenge of leveling up. Otherwise, just stacking all the blood cores extracted from everyone might even create a 6th or 7th tier mech. If more materials were available, even a divine level mech could be easily manufactured. Of course, this divine mech would only have the attributes of a god. Its overall strength would still be far inferior to that of a true deity. Closing the panel, Huang Chen slowly exhaled. This was just the Dawn mech. The Mother Spider mech and the Fireflame mech also needed to be upgraded. The more insectoid genes he devoured in the future, the more mechs he could modify, and the more resources he would consume. The insectoid sovereign talent was simply terrifying. Gathering his thoughts, Huang Chen stopped overthinking. He opened the chat channel again, and after a long period of fermentation, there were significantly fewer people talking. At the same time, some interesting items began to appear in the world auction. After browsing, his gaze fell on an exaggeratedly shaped black horse-slaying sword. Name, Cold Moon, Quality, Epic, Type, Upper Limb Module, Effect 1, Evil Power. Wielding this sword will make you feel an endless surge of power flowing from your body, but at the same time, you will become addicted to this power and fall into madness. The longer you use it, the stronger the madness effect becomes, until you are completely insane. Power plus 30, Defense plus 8, Agility plus 8, Mystery plus 6, Effect 2, Cold Moon. The blade contains an attack named Cold Moon, which can be unleashed once for every 100 energy consumed. Effect 3, Self-Repair, can absorb moonlight essence, has self-repair capabilities, and will accelerate this process when placed with other materials. Effect 4, Sharp Effect, can break through most defenses. Description: it once achieved great military feats on the battlefield, but was lost in a great war. Grasp it, do not retreat, target the horse's leg, and slash. The 4 effects of Cold Moon were all quite impressive, especially the first one, which boosted all 4 attributes. No wonder it was an epic level treasure. The only downside might be the negative effects brought by the evil power. The seller likely had reservations about this as well, but Huang Chen knew that such negative effects could actually be exempted. Just like him, if his mental strength was strong enough, the duration of using Cold Moon would also increase. Mental strength is an invisible data that does not appear on personal panels. However, the stronger a person's will and body, the stronger their mental strength would be. If one practiced a certain secret method to train their mental strength, it would also increase accordingly. Currently, the strongest mental strength in Dawn was Kuburo, followed by himself. Using Cold Moon was not a significant burden for him. Even if his mental strength was insufficient, he could use the revival slate to recover, so this sword was practically tailor-made for him. If he added the special effect of the blood-colored serration, the value of this sword would increase accordingly. Even if he no longer needed it in the future, he could still sell it for a good price. But 50,000 energy points, what a ripoff! Huang Chen sneered and stopped paying attention. If there really was a fool willing to pay that price, he had nothing to say. Items in the world auction would be displayed for 3 days. If no one bid after 3 days, they would be automatically removed. He planned to wait and see. If no one bid after 3 days, he would leave a message. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a scroll-like item, a talent scroll. After such a long time, the information on the scroll had not changed, but Huang Chen could clearly sense that the essence inside had long since disappeared. It felt like he had once seen someone receive a bottle of Mao Tai liquor. The label and information were real, but the liquor inside had long been drained through a pinhole-sized hole. Now this is a good item. Huang Chen smiled lightly and called over Luo Shouping. President, you were looking for me. Luo Shouping stood respectfully in front of Huang Chen. Last time when Longting sent someone, it seemed like their name was Le Zhanye. Right, Le Zhanye, you should have him as a friend, right? President, I have him as a friend. That's good. A glint flashed in Huang Chen's eyes. Have him help me pass a message to the strategist. A good item will appear at the world auction soon, and tell them not to bid. There aren't many who can afford to bid on a talent scroll. He intended to use this to trick others, but he couldn't trick his own people. As for whether this would expose his identity, he could say that from the moment he chose the prophet as his codename, he never intended to hide. A prophet unknown to the world, could they still be called a prophet? Yes. Luo Shouping was confused, not knowing who the strategist was, but he still firmly executed the order. On the other side, in the capital, in a certain dungeon, Xiaolo, I'll hold them off from the front, you attack from behind. Okay, leave it to me. Lu Zhanye circled behind the monster. Just as he was about to attack, a message suddenly flashed in his eyes. Upon reading the content of the message, he was momentarily stunned. What the hell, Xiaolo, why are you dazed? Hurry up and make your move. Hearing this reprimand, Lu Zhanye immediately snapped back to reality and thrust his spear into the monster's body. The kill notification sounded, but he had no mind to pay attention. You scared me to death, Xiaolo. What was that just now? Can you afford to be dazed in the middle of a battle? Lu Zhanye had no time to respond and immediately submitted the task. Sorry, I have something to discuss with the strategist. Let's pause the dungeon here. Sai, Xiao Luyu. Before he could finish, Lu Zhanye's figure disappeared from the dungeon. At the Longting base, Lu Zhanye saw the strategist once again. Not just the strategist, but everyone was there except for the Quiet Beast Master and Flame Master. The strategist had long hair and wore a robe, smiling with squinted eyes. What news has Dawn brought? Reporting to the strategist, President Dawn said that a good item will appear at the world auction soon and told us not to bid. Oh, why not let us bid? I want to see what this good item is. The gun master was intrigued, raising his head to speak. Lu Zhanye couldn't decipher what this meant and stood silently to the side. Whether we bid or not is not up to him. If a good item is put up, it will definitely be bid on. The knife master chuckled, intentionally or unintentionally revealing his spatial belt. Seeing this, the gun master also patted his spatial belt. Watching the two compete verbally, the strategist helplessly rubbed his forehead. Fortunately, they were just sparring with words. If it came to blows, he would really have a headache. The sword master slightly curled his lips but said nothing. If it were a good sword, he would definitely persuade everyone to bid. If not, then forget it, he wasn't interested. Alright, let's wait here for a while and see what he puts up for auction. I'm very curious about what he has to offer. The strategist gestured for everyone to wait patiently. After about 5 or 6 minutes, something refreshed at the world auction. Name, talent scroll, quality, legendary, type, item, effect. Open the scroll to gain the legendary mech talent, Undead Kingdom, and simultaneously awaken the corresponding mech. Note, ineffective for talents of legendary level and above. Boom. Everyone stood up in unison. Even the sword master was so shocked he couldn't speak. A legendary mech talent, simultaneously awakening the corresponding mech. What is this? This is the foundation of a great power. We must bid on this, such a good item must be bid on. The knife master couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Hearing this, the sword master shot him an annoyed glance. Let's see the price first. You couldn't even afford it if you sold your spatial belt. A few people then realized there was an auction price and looked down. 3 million energy points. This price was both high and low. It was high because the entire Longting couldn't gather that much money. It was low because compared to a legendary mech talent, this amount was nothing at all. TSK, 3 million, should we go for it? The gunner's eyes were blazing with desire. After all, even she only had an epic level talent. No, we shouldn't get involved in this. The strategist seemed to think of something and immediately voiced his opposition. Such a precious item, displayed so openly, made the strategist sense a trap right away. Plus, with Huang Chen's prior warning, even if he was tempted, he would force himself to hold back. Why not get involved? It would be a shame to miss out on such a good item. The blade master looked eager. This isn't a good item, it's a knife whose target is unknown. Knowing he had no chance of obtaining it, the strategist's excited heart finally calmed down. However, his calmness didn't mean others were calm. A frenzy erupted worldwide. Everyone was discussing this legendary level item. For many, even an extraordinary mech talent could make one a guest of honor among major factions. If it were epic level, at least it would be the leader of a powerful faction. Higher level mech talents were merely a thought, they had never seen one. At this moment, with such a powerful legendary mech talent before them, it would be a lie to say they weren't excited. What? It's actually legendary level. Everyone, the time has come to show your loyalty to the organization. The more energy points you contribute, the higher your position. Such a good item should belong to us. The Dragon Kingdom is stealing from our country. So what if it's a legendary mech talent? We also have legendary mech talents, and we have more than the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is being overt. They are using this item to harm world peace. I suggest we hand this item over to our White Eagle Nation for management. Messages popped up one after another, but without exception, no one could afford the price. Faced with Hanyu, people were unwilling to spend money, feeling it wasn't worth the price. But when it came to the talent scroll, everyone didn't have that much money, so they could only watch. Just as everyone was still observing, a person with the codename Big Face Cat bid 3.05 million energy points. 3 million was the base price, with each bid increasing by 50,000 until the auction time ended, and the highest bidder would win. Soon, someone else bid 3.1 million. As time went on, more and more people began to bid high, and by evening, the price of the talent scroll had already surpassed 4 million. It seems there are still many rich people. Huang Chen didn't expect that a talent scroll could attract so many wealthy individuals. This was right after the system mall had just updated, and everyone had made a big purchase. If it weren't for that shopping spree, there would definitely be quite a few who could come up with this amount of money. I remember someone awakened as a golden toad mech, which can automatically produce energy points every day. If paired with some doubling talent, producing over 10 million energy points a day would be no problem at all. Compared to them, I'm still too poor, he murmured. Mechs and mech talents are two different concepts. They can complement each other and also restrict each other, all depending on luck. Just like the Flame Queen, her mech could unleash flames, and her mech talent was flame amplification. Even if it was only extraordinary level, when paired with a mech, it could still demonstrate powerful destructive capability. The next day, Hanyu still went unnoticed, but the bidding for the talent scroll was heated. However, everyone was just enjoying the excitement. The price hadn't increased much. Over 4 million energy points, and some small countries might not even be able to gather that much with all their might. Those still bidding are either exceptionally talented individuals, or representatives of the state, or some ancient organizations that have always existed. Only they have the capability to make such purchases. The reason Huang Chen sent someone to remind Long Teng was that he feared they might go all in and exhaust their resources to buy this worthless item. The next day passed smoothly. On the third day, the competition for the talent scroll reached a fever pitch, with many organizations bringing out their most prized possessions to participate in the global auction. This was the moment Huang Chen had been waiting for. After browsing, he indeed discovered several good treasures. At other times, these organizations would never reveal their trump cards, but now they had no choice. They were like gamblers blinded by greed, determined to secure this talent scroll at any cost. Watching them continue to fight over it, Huang Chen found the owner of the Cold Moon and left a message. The item is good, but the price is a bit high. 100,000 energy points is a fair price. After leaving the message, he realized that the owner of Cold Moon was actually in the same area as him, so he simply sent a friend request. The friend request was quickly accepted. 100,000 is too low. I worked hard to get this. It should be at least 300,000. A message popped up. Huang Chen smiled. Legendary items are only 3 million. Your knife is merely epic grade and has a negative trait, so it's not worth that much. If it didn't have that negative trait, I could offer 300,000. Now, how about 130,000? 130,000. In a cave, a beautiful woman with a fiery figure saw the price Huang Chen offered and was so furious that flames seemed to erupt from her head. This was not an exaggeration. There was indeed a flame shooting out from above her. You think you can buy my knife for 130,000? Put. After thinking for a moment, she sent another message. 130,000 is too low. This knife has no durability. Even if you don't use it later, you can still sell it. The lowest is 250,000. Seeing this price, Huang Chen found himself in another tug-of-war. The two chatted for a long time, ultimately settling on a price of 180,000. As for the transaction method, it naturally went through the system mall, with the woman selling and designating Huang Chen as the sole buyer. The transaction went very smoothly. After a wave of fluctuations, a 3-meter-long giant cleaver appeared in Huang Chen's hands, while the woman's panel showed an increase of 180,000 energy points. You're quite wealthy. I'll come to you when I have good stuff in the future. Wait, your name is Huang Chen, the president of the Dawn Society? The woman suddenly recalled Huang Chen's identity and exclaimed in surprise. Huang Chen chuckled, that's me. Suddenly, his pupils constricted slightly. The name on the opposite side was actually Yen Taihua. There aren't many with that name, and the most famous among them is the Flame Queen. The world knows her title, but few know she has such a down-to-earth nickname. If it weren't for Huang Chen's good relationship with her in his past life, he wouldn't have known this name. It should just be a coincidence. The Flame Queen used to enjoy playing Plants vs. Zombies, with the codename Spicy Pepper. I remember the opposite codename is Ice Archer. Huang Chen stopped thinking further. Even if Ice Archer also belonged to Plants vs. Zombies. In the cave, as soon as Yen Taihua received the money, she went to the system mall to buy a large number of healing items. Sister, I've checked the surroundings, it's very safe here. You can rest easy. A girl walked in from outside and said softly, "Phew, that's good." Yen Taihua relaxed her heart, then stared at the girl with an unhappy expression. My talent is fire, Spicy Pepper should belong to me. Why did you take it from me? The girl raised her head and smiled sweetly. Who told you to give me such an ugly code name as Ice Archer? I'd rather be called Spicy Pepper. I'm your sister, you have to listen to me. Yen Tiahua's anger ignited once more, but the girl merely exhaled, causing the flames to shrink away. Our parents have been divorced for so many years. You've always lived in the capital, and I've always lived in Ningxing. Calling you sister is just to give you face, otherwise, I'd call you by your full name, Yen Taihua. I'm going to fight you. Yen Tiahua's eyes blazed with fire as she pinned the girl down. The girl's face was covered in frost, showing no fear of Yen Tiahua's provocation. After a while of playful scuffling, Yen Taihua finally relented, her heart still racing as she said, "Fortunately, that guy named Huang Chen saved Ningxing, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to our deceased parents. Yeah, he's a really good person." The girl looked at her with admiration. After finishing the trade with Hanyue, and while the auction was still ongoing, Huang Chen planned to take a stroll around the dungeon, but unexpectedly, Guan Xilan approached him. "President, I think my mecha talent has changed a bit." He remained silent, quietly watching as Guan Xilan demonstrated. With a slight lift of her finger, a cluster of fist-sized fungi emerged from the soil below. I only discovered this in the past couple of days. Even without summoning a mecha, I can still use my mecha talent, Guan Xilan said softly. She had tentatively asked others and even consulted Kuburo, but no one knew what was going on. Out of options, Guan Xilan sought Huang Chen to see if he had any insights. The mecha is an extension of one's own power. It's not that only the mecha can unleash your mecha talent. It merely provides a convenient channel. If you have a good synergy, you can still utilize it without summoning a mecha. After hearing Huang Chen's explanation, Guan Xilan was still a bit confused. So, doesn't that mean you can get stronger without a mecha? That is indeed possible, but it would be like working twice as hard for half the result. For example, it's like you injected superhuman serum and immediately became very powerful, but some people stubbornly choose the oldest methods to train their bodies and hone their skills. The mecha is the superhuman serum, while not using a mecha is like those fools who are lost in their own worlds. Of course, there are exceptions where some people's mechas possess attributes stronger than the person, but those are just rare cases. If it were a time of peace, I wouldn't say much about such choices, but now, those who don't quickly get stronger without a mecha are fools. Huang Chen slightly curled his lip. Also, people like you who can use mecha talent without a mecha are extremely rare. I originally thought it would take you some time to discover this, but I didn't expect you to complete it so quickly. It seems that the Flesh and Blood Fungus dungeon gave you quite a boost. Indeed, in that kind of environment, one can better appreciate the mysteries of their own talent. Guan Xilan nodded in agreement, then asked, "President, do you have any requirements for the direction of our upcoming research?" Huang Chen fell into thought upon hearing this. The feather of mutation had been completely destroyed in the last explosion, and he hadn't yet used the revival stone to restore it. It seemed that he still lacked some capabilities for aerial combat. Speaking of aerial combat, the first thing that came to his mind was the dragonfly. Dragonflies fly at incredible speeds and can change direction at will, performing rapid flips and other dangerous maneuvers. At the same time, dragonflies are fierce hunters, with no lack of aggression. Millions of years ago, dragonflies had wingspans that could reach 71 centimeters, making them the largest known insects in the world. This seemed like a good choice, but now that winter had arrived, where could he find dragonflies? After pondering for a moment, he finally voiced his requirements. The original intention behind creating his faction was for better development. There was no reason to do everything himself. He thought Guan Xilan would feel troubled, but to his surprise, she looked delighted. "No problem, I'll find a way to solve this." Before leaving, she turned around and said, "To be honest, sometimes I feel like you don't act like a leader." What kind of leader gets personally involved in everything? Not like a leader? Huang Chen smiled. He never wanted to be a leader because that position was too high, too devoid of human warmth. The Dawn Mecha summoned forth, and a 3-meter-long broadsword suddenly appeared in his previously empty hand. Name, Cold Moon Quality, Epic type, upper limb module effect 1, evil power. Grasping this sword, you will feel an endless surge of power flowing from your body, but at the same time, you will become addicted to this power and fall into madness. The longer you use it, the stronger the madness effect becomes, until you are completely insane. Power plus 30, defense plus 8, agility plus 8, mystery plus 6 effect 2, Cold Moon. The blade contains an attack named Cold Moon, which can be unleashed once for every 100 energy consumed. Effect 3, self-repair. It can absorb moonlight essence and has self-repair capabilities. When placed with other materials, this process will accelerate. Effect 4, sharpness effect. It can break through most defenses. Effect 5, King's Weapon. It carries an invisible deterrent, reducing the attributes of enemies below its rank by 40%, those of equal rank by 15%, and those above its rank by 5%. Description: this is a weapon of kings, having achieved great feats on the battlefield, ultimately lost in a great war. Grasp it, do not retreat, aim for the horse's leg, and slash. The attributes of Cold Moon had not changed much, just an additional effect and some alterations in the description. But Huang Qin could feel that the newly enhanced Cold Moon was significantly more powerful than before. If I could transfer 2 more effects, I wonder if it would turn into a legendary grade module. The quality of auxiliary modules was not fixed. They could be strengthened through other means. If it could really become a legendary weapon, the value of Cold Moon would surely skyrocket to a terrifying level. Cold Moon was retracted, and the Dawn Mecha flickered, disappearing from its spot, only raising a bit of dust. Why can't you sell it to me? I told you, your permissions are insufficient. You can only purchase fine quality. Didn't you say I could make up the price difference with energy points? You can make up the difference, but healing herbs are in high demand lately. If you want to buy them, the price has to go up by half. Half? I think you're just trying to make more money. Buy it or not, there are plenty of people who will. Hurry up and leave, don't linger here. As Huang Qin stepped into the outer camp of Dawn, he heard a commotion. Following the sound, a small grocery store came into view. It was called a grocery store because it sold everything: enhancement materials, low-quality items, auxiliary modules, and even a few blueprints. Seeing the grocery store reminded him of his past life. Back then, he hadn't entered the beast arena yet, and his strength was weak. He earned little money each day, and when he saved enough, he would go to the grocery store to buy a second-hand auxiliary module that someone else had exchanged, loading it onto his mecha. This way, he gradually accumulated strength, advancing from the first tier to the second, and from the second to the third. Due to lack of funds, he faced many difficulties. At that time, he even thought about becoming a grocery store owner in the future. Returning to the present, listening to the conversation between the girl and the shopkeeper, he quickly understood the situation. The girl wanted to buy herbs but lacked the permissions, so she tried to make up the price difference with energy points, but the shopkeeper wanted to charge an extra half, which explained the argument. Noticing the sun-holding emblem on the girl, Huang Qin stepped forward. This emblem was designed by him. At the bottom, it is pitch black, revealing ripples of water, while in the center, a hand lifts the sun. The pitch-black ripples symbolize the Black Sea, signifying the sun's descent here, later to be lifted by a hand, bringing dawn to the world. Wearing this emblem indicates that the girl is a person of dawn. Since she is one of their own, she should not be subjected to unreasonable difficulties. Since there is this regulation, let's follow the rules, Huang Qin said in a deep voice. What does it have to do with you? The shopkeeper cursed, not recognizing the identity of the person before him at all. It was not surprising. Huang Qin rarely showed himself, and most who knew him were high-ranking members of various factions. As for ordinary people, they had no chance to meet him. Moreover, he had just wandered around by city, so even fewer people recognized his appearance. Are you sure I have to pay an extra half the price to buy it from you? The girl asked again. Yes, if you don't believe me, go ask other shops, they are all the same, not just me, the boss said, raising his head, showing no regard for the girl. At that moment, a glint of cunning flashed in the girl's eyes. She picked up a black oval stone and waved it in front of the boss. A premium-grade sound recording stone, capable of clearly recording all surrounding sounds, similar to a voice recorder. I've already informed the Dawn supervisory team about this. I wonder how they will punish you. You. The boss's face changed at first, then he laughed. Who reported it? A team of supervisory personnel in black uniforms walked in, each carrying a badge with the Dawn emblem. It was me. He violated the regulations by selling healing herbs at a high price. This is the evidence, the girl said, handing the sound recording stone to the team leader. Seeing this, Huang Qin shook his head. He could see at a glance that there was something fishy between the team leader and the boss. The girl was clever but lacked a bit of flexibility. Is this true? The team leader took the sound recording stone and squeezed it hard. The oval stone immediately broke in half. Oh no, the contents inside should be inaudible now. prepare your evidence next time. The team leader slammed the sound recording stone on the shop's counter and was about to leave. The onlookers shook their heads. Although they knew the team leader had destroyed the evidence, they felt helpless. To everyone's surprise, the girl called out to the team leader and took out another oval stone. This is the real sound recording stone, listen. A segment of arguing erupted, capturing the conversation between the girl and the shopkeeper, including Huang Chen's words. Everyone formed a circle, waiting to see how the team leader would handle it. You actually dared to use a fake to fool me. Arrest her and interrogate her properly. I suspect she is a spy sent by another faction. The team members behind him immediately surrounded the girl, ready to apprehend her. The girl's expression momentarily panicked. She seemed not to expect the team leader to be so shameless as to accuse her in public. At that moment, Huang Chen stepped forward. The team leader found him familiar but couldn't recall immediately, so he shouted, "This is none of your business. Hurry up and leave, or I'll have you arrested too. Sometimes I really wish those mutated creatures would eat you bunch of dogs. Maybe your brains would become a little less stupid." Huang Chen's cold voice rang out, instantly shocking everyone around. Who was this person, daring to speak to the Dawn supervisory team like that? To achieve success is to benefit the world. In poverty, one should cultivate oneself. Standing out at this moment is truly unwise. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, that's the Dawn supervisory team. We can't afford to provoke them. I think such people are rare. The apocalypse is the apocalypse. But when a person loses their morals, that's scarier than the apocalypse. Alas, that said, living is the most important thing. I hope this young man will be okay. The crowd murmured, some wanting to step up to help Huang Chen, but were firmly held back by those around them. Dawn was already the largest force in Ning City. Offending them would surely lead to dire consequences in the future. Huang Chen had no interest in playing any hidden identity games with the boss and immediately contacted Luo Shopping to come over. At that moment, Luo Shopping happened to be at the base. Upon learning that Huang Chen wanted him to come, he rushed over quickly, even summoning his mech directly. A minute later, he appeared in the grocery store. "President, you called for me." Seeing so many people present, his heart skipped a beat, and he hurried to Huang Chen's side, respectfully saying, "President." The crowd was taken aback. It seemed there was only one president of Dawn, right? He is Huang Chen. Suddenly, a voice in the crowd revealed Huang Chen's identity. With a bang, everyone erupted. They hadn't expected Huang Chen to appear here. Huang Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down, then looked at the girl. "I wonder if you can show us the recording in your hand again?" The girl nodded excitedly, touching the recording stone in her hand. Hearing the content inside, a fierce light flashed in Luo Shopping's eyes. If it weren't for so many people here, he would have wanted to slap that boss and captain to death. They wanted to court death themselves, but they couldn't drag him down with them. "President, don't worry, I will investigate immediately and ensure that this situation never happens again. Then I'll leave this matter to you," Huang Chen said lightly, about to leave. "Please wait a moment, President. Although this request is quite presumptuous, could you please save my sister?" Seeing Huang Chen not respond, the girl anxiously added, "I can offer appropriate compensation, but I need a little time." Huang Chen turned around, somewhat curious. "There should be medical mechs in the base. Why not find them? My sister's injury is quite special, and she is currently trapped in a place and can't get away." Then fine, I'll go with you to take a look. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Moreover, he felt this girl was very clever. She might achieve something in the future, so helping her now would be like investing early. The two left the Dawn base, each summoning their mechs to travel. The girl's mech was entirely white, exuding a bone-chilling cold. At least an exceptional level talent. Huang Chen was somewhat surprised. He had thought that Ning City only had an Honghai as an exceptional level, but it turned out there was another one. Since it was exceptional level, her strength should not be weak. It seemed her sister's injury was indeed unusual, or else she wouldn't have been forced into such a situation. "By the way, I haven't asked your name." On the way, Huang Chen asked. "My name is Li Xiaoye, and my sister's name is Yin Taihua." Upon hearing this answer, Huang Chen was stunned. "Another Yin Taihua? Your sister's code name wouldn't be Fiery Pepper, would it?" "No," Yin Xiaoye firmly rejected. "That's good." Huang Chen thought it was just a coincidence. "I am Fiery Pepper, and my sister is Ice Archer, the one who sold you the Cold Moon before." Boom! Huang Chen was completely dumbfounded. "Good for you, Fiery Pepper Yin Taihua. I didn't expect you to be called Ice Archer in this life. Since she was the Flame Queen, she had to be saved, otherwise, wouldn't he be missing a great helper in the future?" Li Xiaoye trusted Huang Chen very much. On the day the 4th-tier blood corpses attacked Ning City, she had hidden in an inconspicuous corner and witnessed the entire battlefield. In that situation, Huang Chen was still unafraid of danger, stepping up to protect everyone in Ning City, which was enough to prove he was not a bad person. It was precisely for this reason that she chose to seek help from Huang Chen. Huang Chen didn't know Li Xiaoya's thoughts, but he couldn't help but ask, "How did you and your sister come up with such strange codenames?" Speaking of this, Li Xiaoya looked a bit embarrassed. "It's all my sister's idea. She insisted that I use Frost Archer as my codename. Who would come up with such a tasteless name?" "Your sister," Huang Chen silently complained. "She also wanted to name it Spicy Chili, but I didn't want her to succeed, so I took it first." Li Xiaoya's face showed a hint of pride. "So that's how it is." Huang Chen couldn't help but fall into thought. In his previous life, he had never heard Yan Taihua mention that she had a younger sister. Considering the incident with the 4th-tier blood corpse destroying the city, it seemed that Li Xiaoya also perished in that battle. This life is different, because he had killed the 4th-tier blood corpse. Ning City was not destroyed, and that was how Yan Taihua found Ning City, even changing her codename. Spicy Chili became Frost Archer. Interesting. The two of them were quick, and soon they reached a small mountain near Ning City. Li Xiaoya found a slightly protruding boulder on the bare stone wall, and after a series of knocks, the boulder shifted to the right, revealing a dark entrance. Although the entrance was dim, it was not cold. Instead, it exuded a warmth. As they entered the cave, the boulder closed behind them, and darkness enveloped them. "Sister, I'm back." Li Xiaoya took out a light stick and walked deeper inside. Huang Chen followed closely behind her. "Sister, sister, Yan Taihua." Li Xiaoya called out several times, and when there was no response, she immediately quickened her pace. After running a few hundred meters, a voluptuous woman appeared before them. She was half leaning against the stone behind her, her hair disheveled, her lips pale, and an unbearable wave of heat radiated from her body. The heat was so intense that the nearby rubble showed signs of melting. Seeing this, Li Xiaoya exhaled a breath of cold air that swirled around her, then braved the heat to approach. When she reached Yan Tiahua's side, she bent down and exhaled cold air again, seemingly trying to dispel the heat. Half an hour later, the mech dissipated, and Li Xiaoya's face turned pale. In contrast, although there was still heat around Yan Taihua, the situation had improved significantly. I had another episode?" Yan Taihua murmured as she slowly regained consciousness. "Fortunately, I came back in time, otherwise, you would have burned to death." Li Xiaoya nodded. "Hey, how can you say that? You would have burned to death," Yan Taihua instinctively retorted, only to realize that there was another person in the cave. "Who did you bring? He looks quite handsome." She said this, but her expression became unusually guarded. "You don't need to be so wary of me. We know each other well." Yan Taihua, no, more accurately, it should be Yan Xiaohua. Yan Taihua was taken aback, and even Li Xiaoya was stunned at that moment. She widened her eyes and looked at Huang Chen. How do you know that name?" Yan Taihua is her formal name, while Yan Xiaohua is her nickname, which hasn't been used in a long time. How could Huang Chen possibly know? "Li Xiaoya, what have you said?" Compared to Yan Taihua, the name Yan Xiaohua was even harder to accept. The former could still call herself a strong woman, while the latter was simply too rustic. Yan Taihua was about to get angry, but her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. "Let's not get hung up on names. Your condition doesn't seem too good." Huang Chen stepped forward and supported her. The astonishing heat seeped through Yan Tiahua's skin into her body. He frowned. If it weren't for his body having undergone multiple enhancements, this heat might have directly cooked his internal organs. "Be careful." Li Xiaoya's expression changed, and she hurriedly reminded him. "Don't worry, this level of heat is nothing to me." Huang Chen lowered his head, carefully observing Yan Tiahua's condition. Her body continuously emitted a rolling heat, with large patches of patterns resembling lava slowly writhing across her skin. What a powerful fire poison! Some of the flames contained toxicity, and Yan Tiahua's body had been permeated by the fire poison, which was why she had become like this. Fire poison? Li Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with hope. "President, you have a way to save her, right?" Huang Chen remained silent, slowly channeling the power of the revival stone into Yan Tiahua's body. Yan Tiahua's condition immediately improved. Not only did her complexion become rosy, but the heat waves around her also diminished significantly. Seeing this, Li Xiaoya finally relaxed her tightly clenched fists. "Thank you. Whatever you want, as long as it's within my ability, I can fulfill it." Feeling her strength returning, Yan Tiahua's guard lowered considerably. "Don't celebrate too early. I've only helped you regain some vitality. This fire poison is like a maggot in the bone, continuously spreading and growing by consuming your physical and mental strength. To completely cure it, you either have to eliminate it entirely or integrate it with yourself." Huang Chen hadn't expected the fire poison to be so troublesome. Even the revival stone was helpless against it. It wasn't that the revival stone was useless, but rather that it wasn't skilled in this area. Hearing his words, the two sisters fell silent. "Where did you contract this fire poison?" he asked again. If he knew the source, perhaps he could tackle it from the root. Tier 4 Dungeon, Volcanic Forest. Yin Taihua did not hide it. First, he called her by her nickname, then helped her regain vitality, and her sister's attitude. All these factors combined led her to feel more curiosity than wariness towards Huang Chen. Volcanic Forest? Huang Chen was taken aback and sent a message to Luo Xiaoping. Soon, some relevant information was sent back. The volcanic forest had nearly killed a large number of Tier 3 mechas that entered, which was why it was rated as Tier 4. Just like its name, this dungeon was filled with volcanoes, densely packed like a forest. Even more terrifying was that these volcanoes erupted unpredictably. If one was unlucky enough to encounter a volcanic eruption, the entire mecha could melt. Because of this, not many people ventured there. Only a few with slightly higher fire resistance would choose to take their chances. Given the dungeon's unique terrain, it was normal for Yin Taihua to take a stroll there. It was just unfortunate that she contracted the fire poison. Huang Chen stood up and glanced at the time for the world auction, realizing there were only 2 hours left. How about this? I have some matters to attend to today, but tomorrow I'll go with you to that dungeon to see if we can find a solution. As for you two, he paused for a moment, will you follow me back to Dawn, or stay in this cave? In the end, the two did not leave, and only Huang Chen returned alone. Whether it was due to the stimulation from the snow wolf, Ning City's defenses had strengthened during this time. In some areas, one could even see high walls made of steel, filled with various attack devices. Moreover, the guards at the entrance had become much stricter than before. To enter Ning City, one had to present a residence permit. If one was a stranger, they needed a resident of Ning City with a residence permit to vouch for them. Just before entering the city, a message suddenly flashed in Huang Chen's eyes, accompanied by an introduction to an item. President, an interesting auction item has come up in the world auction. Luo Xiaoping name, single-use teleportation array, 3/3, quality, epic type, item effect. Can set up to 3 different coordinates, under normal circumstances, can ignore spatial distance and teleport to the specified coordinates. An epic level teleportation array. Huang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately entered the world auction. It was then that he noticed a note below the teleportation array. The auction for this item will end in 2 hours. The longest auction in the world lasts 3 days, while there is no limit on the shortest duration. But this time, he revealed a smile of success. It seems the auction time for the talent scroll is approaching, and everyone is getting anxious. Although this epic-level single-person teleportation array has many restrictions, it can only be used 3 times and can only record 3 coordinates, it does not limit the distance. For him, it is worth its weight in gold, even more valuable than the talent scroll itself. If nothing dazzling appears before him, securing this spatial teleportation array wouldn't be a bad outcome. Currently, the final auction price for the talent scroll has reached 5 million. If it weren't for the lack of energy points, Huang Chen believed its price would have doubled. Not to mention now, even 10 years later, it would still hold significant value. The appearance of the spatial teleportation array has clearly stimulated many people. The world auction has seen a succession of over a dozen epic-level items, including props, materials, auxiliary modules, and even a talent scroll. However, this talent scroll only grants an epic-level talent and does not come with a matching mech, making it far less valuable than Huang Chen's. Those wanting to bid have gone mad, and so have the others. They thought everyone's development should be about the same, but while they were still fighting over excellent-level items, others already possessed epic-level treasures. Although they did not participate in this feast, they felt an inexplicable shock. Time passed little by little until the last 30 minutes. The current highest bidder was codenamed Mike the Old Duck, from the White Eagle Nation, with 571 million energy points, plus an epic-level lower limb auxiliary module. The second place was named Taiji Tiger, from the Stick Nation, with 542 million energy points, plus that single-person spatial teleportation array. As for the others, although their bids were not low, they were far behind the two. Huang Chen glanced around and found that the price of the spatial teleportation array had soared to 500,000. This price seemed low to others, but to him, it was definitely a big profit. However, Dawn currently could not gather that much money. He still needed to borrow from someone. As for the borrowing target, it was naturally the Ningxing official. At the Ningxing base, in Fu Wen's office. Borrow money? Fu Wen's expression was strange. Dawn was a big player, and Huang Chen, as the president of Dawn, actually came to borrow money from him? I bought the teleportation array and some other things recently, so I'm out of money. You know, Lord Inspector, Dawn is poor. Stop, don't say it like that. I'm not used to it. How much do you want to borrow? Not much, just lend me 500,000 for now. What? Fu Wen suddenly stood up, speechless. This isn't borrowing money. You're clearly trying to empty my pockets. Huang Chen smiled calmly. He knew how much money the Ningxing base had. Not to mention 500,000, even 1 million could be taken out. Just lend it for a while, I can use this as interest, okay? He took out the blood-colored sawtooth and placed it on the table. Losing one effect, the quality of the blood-colored sawtooth dropped from epic to extraordinary. But even so, it was still a divine weapon. Fuan picked it up and his expression softened considerably. 500,000 is indeed a bit much, this. Huang Chen raised his hand to interrupt what he was about to say. Inspector Fu, I'm about to go to the capital. You know, the resources around Ningqing are limited and can't support me. Fuan nodded. High-level mechs are strong, but their consumption is indeed large. Huang Chen left, which was actually a good thing for other mechs, and it could also limit Dawn's development, killing two birds with one stone. I won't hide it from you, the reason I'm borrowing money is to buy that teleportation array first. Besides, I believe you've received news and know who the owner of the talent scroll is, right? You don't have to worry about me not paying you back. Fuan's face turned red. Huang Chen was about to become a super rich person with over 500 million energy points, so there was no need to worry about him not being able to pay it back. However, borrowing money and repaying it were two different matters, and this distinction had to be made clear. There are 3 coordinates, and I will keep one in Ning City. Unless there is a city-destroying level of danger here, I won't easily return. How about that? Huang Chen said with an indifferent expression. If it weren't for the foundation of Dawn being here, he wouldn't bother talking nonsense with Fuan. If you don't agree, then I'll have to go to the University Alliance and try my luck. Seeing Huang Chen about to leave, Fuan quickly stopped him. 50,000 energy points, right? I'll gather it for you right away. The military acted quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Huang Chen had an additional 50,000 energy points in his hands. After waiting a while, only 2 minutes remained until the auction ended. It's time to make a move. The spatial teleportation array had a minimum bid increase of 10,000, and Huang Chen raised it 10 times in a row, directly reaching 600,000, successfully securing it. On the other side, the Taiji Tiger, having obtained 600,000 energy points, was overjoyed and immediately raised the price of the talent scroll to 6 million. But Mike the old duck showed no fear and immediately followed with a bid. In world auctions, there was no such thing as false reporting. Being able to call out that price meant he could afford it. The Blade Master's beard trembled slightly. My goodness, 610,000, they have so many energy points. Who do you think will end up with this talent scroll? The strategist chuckled. I don't know who it will fall to, but I can be sure someone is going to be unlucky. Why? The gun master asked curiously. Because this may not be an opportunity, but a trap. As soon as the words left his mouth, the auction ended, and the Taiji Tiger successfully bid for the talent scroll at a high price of 640,000. The entire chat channel fell silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting in unison for the Taiji Tiger to report the results. Half a minute later, 5 words appeared on the world channel. Prophet, you should die. Upon seeing these 5 words, the strategist's smile widened. Fool. Since he had been deceived, there was no need to speak it out loud. Perhaps someone would still be wary. Now, saying it out loud only made it clear to everyone that he had gained nothing, right? But soon, his smile vanished, and his expression turned serious. Is the prophet really a prophet in the literal sense? This might be an extremely terrifying opponent. In the Stick Nation, at the Fushan shelter, the Taiji Tiger kicked apart a tattered skeleton monster, his face twisted in anger. Just moments ago, he had spent all the energy points of the shelter and sold off all his assets at a low price. In the end, he borrowed a considerable amount at a high price from other forces, barely scraping together 5 million. If it weren't for his good luck in discovering that single-person spatial teleportation array, this talent scroll might not have fallen into his hands. He spent so much and bore such a heavy cost for what? Wasn't it just for that legendary mech talent and the corresponding mech? But after using it, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Insufficient internal energy, legendary talent degrades to excellent talent upgrade, you awaken mech talent, skeleton lord, excellent, original talent, undead king, legendary, you have obtained your life mech, skeleton lord special type, 4th stage, the drop from legendary to excellent, from undead king to skeleton lord, left him so frustrated he felt like spitting blood. The key was that he originally had an excellent talent, leaning towards a strong attack type. Now, he had turned from a warrior into a summoner. The summoned creatures were even more useless, unable to kill even a first-stage creature, and he had to spend a lot of resources to cultivate them. Just as he was in a rage, the forces he had borrowed money from began to come knocking. They borrowed money, considering the future potential of Taiji Tiger. Just now, when Taiji Tiger made that remark, the clever ones immediately guessed he had been tricked. If he had been tricked, the energy points he lent out were very likely to be unrecoverable. That's why their actions were so swift. It was like finance, all consequences were borne by the slowest runner. But Taiji Tiger had spent all his money on the talent scrolls, leaving no extra funds to repay debts. The surging crowd directly stripped all the auxiliary modules off his mech, not just him, but even the modules on his body were all taken away. With the auxiliary modules gone, others began to haul away various items. "Hey, put down my toilet." Taiji Tiger initially resigned himself, but when he saw his toilet being taken away, he immediately burst into tears. But others had no time to pity him and kicked him aside. Soon, the vast shelter was left barren, like a beggar's camp. "This is fine, at least they won't come asking me for money anymore." Taiji Tiger, who had been in despair, quickly became happy again. The junk in the camp wasn't worth much anyway, take it if they want, as long as he was still around. He could restore the glory of Taiji Tiger. What he lost, he would definitely reclaim. "Oh, right, Lord Taiji Tiger, please sign here." One person took out a patterned white paper, clearly stating that Taiji Tiger would work for everyone for 10 years, and during that time, all earnings, except for essential living needs, would belong to everyone. Upon seeing this clause, Taiji Tiger was so frightened that his mech dissipated, and he fainted. Putting aside Taiji Tiger's misfortunes, early the next morning, Huang Chen arrived at the cave and found the Yen Taihua sisters. With her vitality restored, today's Yen Taihua was exceptionally radiant, subtly exuding a hint of the former Flame Queen's aura, leaving Huang Chen stunned. "Do I look good?" Yen Taihua giggled, her voice soft. Huang Chen shivered, coming back to his senses, and stifled a laugh. With a voice like that, it must be tiring. Yen Taihua didn't respond, but she was sure Huang Chen was very familiar with her. It felt as if they were long-lost friends. Yet, she had no memory of such a person and was certain this was their first meeting. Where did this sense of familiarity come from? "You're a prophet, right? Do you really have the ability to foresee the future?" She raised an eyebrow, suspicious. "Maybe, I know a lot, but there's also much I don't know." Huang Chen didn't dwell on this question. The reason the World Channel used code names was to weaken the impact of names, preventing some evil gods from casting curses through names in the future. For example, if Yen Taihua were cursed using the names Flame Queen or Yen Taihua, the effect would be minimal. The former was a nickname given by everyone, while the latter was a name she had changed to. Only the nickname given to her by her parents before they divorced, Yen Xiaohua, was her true lifeline. Such names were referred to as true names. Even if names were duplicated, as long as it was clear who it was, one could directly curse from afar, which was quite strange. Huang Chen had no such worries. In his previous life, he had given himself dozens of nicknames, and in the end, he didn't even know which codes were his. Later, he directly hid his true name. Apart from himself, even his closest ones didn't know his true name. In this life, Huang Chen was a code name, and Prophet was also a code name. As for his true name, he had no intention of mentioning it to anyone. Even those higher dimensional demons observing him from outside this world would not be able to learn it. The copy is about to begin. Welcome to the other world. Current location, volcanic forest area. Periphery difficulty, hard description. A meteorite carrying powerful fire elemental energy has fallen onto this once peaceful land. The impact of the meteorite triggered violent geological changes, causing numerous volcanoes to rise in this area, forming the current volcanic forest, with thick smoke forever shrouding the sky in a dark red haze. Quest 1, Flame Poison Lizard, easy. Quest description: the Flame Poison Lizard is a unique lizard that lives in the volcanic forest. They are fierce and can spit toxic flames. Quest objective: kill 10 Flame Poison Lizards. The more you kill, the greater the rewards, with a maximum of 100. Quest 2, Elemental Imbalance, hard. Quest description: the fire element has taken over everything in this realm, disrupting the operation of the original elements. Please find the cause and resolve the issue. Quest objective: find and successfully activate the 4 elemental pillars of water, wind, earth, and fire. 2 quests, 1 easy, 1 hard. Huang Chen and Yen Taihua had expressionless faces. Li Xiaoye was surveying her surroundings, frowning. Her mech was related to ice, and she really disliked this environment. The Flame Poison Lizard, could it be the toxic flames it spits? Seeing the quest description, she instinctively asked. It shouldn't be. The Flame Poison Lizard doesn't have that kind of power, Huang Chen decisively refuted. If the Flame Poison Lizard from the easy quest had such power, then the volcanic forest wouldn't be a tier 4 dungeon, it would at least have to be tier 5 or 6. Li Xiaoye thought the same and silently exhaled a breath of cold air that swirled around her. She shouldn't have asked such a question. Perhaps the overly hot environment here was causing her thoughts to be somewhat unclear. Be careful, the environment here might not be right, Huang Chen said in a low voice. Just like Li Xiaoye, he felt that something was off. After checking around, they didn't find anything unusual for the time being. Huang Chen instructed Yen Taihua to lead the way, retracing the route she had taken before. The trio's first stop was a volcanic crater with a diameter of about 50 meters. There was a small path leading down from the crater. There's a type of volcanic stone here that can enhance the fire resistance of mechs, Yen Taihua said as she led Huang Chen to the bottom. Li Xiaoye stayed at the crater and didn't come down. 1. She disliked the environment below. 2. She was wary of potential attacks from the surroundings. This was an active volcano, and if someone were to fire a shot and blow up the crater, the two of them would surely be melted by the high-temperature magma, leaving no trace behind. As they made their way down, Huang Chen felt the internal temperature of the Dawn Mech gradually rising. Currently, it was about 30 degrees. They were already at the bottom, just 10 meters away from the boiling magma. Look, it's this kind of volcanic stone. Yen Taihua broke off a piece and handed it over. Name, low-level volcanic stone quality, ordinary type, material effect. When used for mech enhancement, it can slightly increase fire resistance. This effect needs to accumulate to a certain level to be displayed. Ordinary level enhancement materials aren't very valuable, but the fire resistance attribute is a good thing. Huang Chen returned the volcanic stone to Yen Taihua. A couple of pieces of volcanic stone wouldn't have much effect. If they could figure out the dangers here and then let the Dawn members come over to mine, that would be efficient. Mining alone was too slow and not worth it. After staying for 2 minutes and confirming that he felt no discomfort, the two returned to the top. Just as they emerged from the crater, they saw a flame-poison lizard clad in red armor opening its mouth wide, spewing dark red toxic flames outward. Huang Chen walked up, ignoring the threat of the flame-poison lizard, and grasped its neck firmly. Beneath the lizard's neck hung 2 meat tumors the size of goose eggs, filled with a jelly-like substance. The poison flame was synthesized from this jelly-like material. After trying to sense the power of the poison flame, he shook his head slightly. This flame was indeed toxic, but not very powerful. Even a second-tier mech could easily withstand it. Clearly, it could not be the culprit that poisoned Yen Taihua. With another option ruled out, the three continued forward. They dealt with any flame-poison lizards they encountered along the way, and before long, the mission was easily completed. Not knowing how far they had walked, Li Xiaoye crushed a red honeycomb-like rock by the roadside with her foot, her voice filled with anger. Have we really not found anything after all this time? Hearing this, Huang Chen furrowed his brows again and looked at Yen Taihua, who was also looking back at him. Li Xiaoye, something's off with you, very off. Yen Taihua finally spoke up. What's off? It's already a big deal that I came with you to tackle this dungeon. What more do you want from me? Li Xiaoye retorted without realizing anything was wrong. Seeing her like this, Huang Chen had a guess. Perhaps her mech is related to ice, making it more susceptible to influence in this environment. The reason we haven't noticed anything is that our mechs have high fire resistance, causing us to subconsciously overlook the oddities. After a pause, Huang Chen added, since we entered the dungeon, her emotions have become irritable and volatile, and even her thinking has been affected. But we haven't come into contact with anything else. I suspect that this environment is filled with some substance or aura that can influence our brains, or rather, our minds. Yen Taihua was taken aback and murmured, I just felt something was off with her. I didn't think so much. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Xiaoye's expression also grew serious. Indeed, ever since entering this dungeon, her mind had been in disarray, unable to calm down. She had thought it was a conflict between the environment and her mech's attributes and hadn't paid it much mind. Now that she thought about it, this was highly abnormal. Even if there was a problem, it could only be with the mech. It was impossible for her to have an issue. Thinking of this, she focused her mind, exhaling a breath of cold air that spread around her body. Surprisingly, the cold air fluctuated erratically, as if an invisible pair of hands were stirring it chaotically. Something is influencing us, and it's everywhere. Huang Chen chuckled upon hearing this. Looks like this dungeon is not simple. By the way, do you know the different divisions of the dungeon area? I know, the dungeon is divided into 3 main areas: the periphery, the interior, and the core. The closer you get to the core area, the more dangerous it becomes, Yen Taihua answered quickly. Not bad, not bad, you've learned to answer first. Li Xiaoye's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Little girl, wait until I get back to deal with you. A ball of red flame burst forth from Yen Taihua's palm, her tone fierce. Huang Chen looked at the two who were joking around, his expression filled with emotion. He remembered that in his past life, the Flame Queen was incredibly aloof, making it hard for ordinary people to approach her. How was she acting like a clown in this life? Perhaps it was because her sister was still alive that she felt so relaxed. He gestured for the two to quiet down and began to explain. The 3 main areas are a general classification, but there is another area above this, known as the inner world, which is another layer of space hidden within the dungeon. It and the dungeon space are interdependent. If the connection between the two is not strong, the inner world could potentially influence the dungeon space. In reality, Dungeons with an inner world are extremely rare, and even if encountered, many people would only consider them hidden dungeons, not thinking about other aspects at all. If it weren't for his memories from his past life, he wouldn't have realized the existence of the inner world here. The inner world? Mutually complementary? Li Xiaoye seemed to have thought of something. I remember reading some novels where they interpret the real world as the world of order and the inner world as the world of chaos. Is it this chaos that has influenced me? With a protective chill surrounding her, Li Xiaoye's sharp intellect regained its footing. That's both right and wrong. The rules of the inner world are not chaos, but rather disorder. Beauty is also ugliness, and ugliness is also beauty. Death is not an end, but a rebirth. In her past life, people had conducted extensive research on the inner world, and one of the most convincing theories was the theory of divine fall. This theory posits that the inner world was created by deities, and when the deities fell, the world did not dissipate but instead attached itself to other worlds, thus forming the inner world. It was like a small bubble attaching to a larger bubble. Huang Chen had no interest in exploring the secrets of the inner world. The urgent matter was to resolve the fire poison afflicting Yin Taihua. I just remembered, Yin Taihua suddenly exclaimed. The final boss in the volcanic forest was a lava giant turtle. After it saw me, it kept mumbling something. At that time, I was anxious to leave the instance, so I burned it to death. It was not surprising, this was her style. Huang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of hot air. The problem might have arisen from that lava giant turtle. Let's go check it out. Boom! A pillar of crimson flame shot into the sky, and the boundless black ash directly obscured the area within hundreds of meters. Those who witnessed this scene in the volcanic forest were all shaken. In the face of such natural power, even though they were clad in mechs, they still felt fear deep within. Huang Chen also saw this spectacle. He felt no fear, all he had was a yearning for power. The world-destroying attacks from his past life were far more powerful than this. If Blue Star had not expanded, it would probably have been reduced to a pile of space debris in just a couple of days. Following Yin Taihua, the group arrived at the central volcano. This volcano was the largest, and the temperature of the magma inside was even higher. I hope that lava giant turtle is still inside. Huang Chen muttered to himself. If that lava giant turtle was also a one-time deal, that would be troublesome. Alright, let's jump down. At the volcano's mouth, Yin Taihua said fearlessly. Jump down? From here? Li Xiaoye tiptoed to look down, her body swaying dangerously close to the edge. It is said that when a person stands at a height and looks down, they can't help but want to jump. If she hadn't reacted in time, she might have already jumped. Huang Chen also took a look. The temperature up here doesn't seem that high. That's right. Yin Taihua pointed at the layer of rolling red material below. Look closely, this isn't magma, it's a cloud formed from volcanic ash. Below the cloud is solid ground, so don't worry, I won't harm you too. Saying this, she leaped down directly. Huang Chen was speechless but jumped down without hesitation as well. He believed Yin Taihua wouldn't harm him. Moreover, even if there was magma below, the power stored in the revival stone slab would be enough for him to swim for a while. With both of them jumping, Li Xiaoye naturally had no reason not to jump. She closed her eyes and fell heavily. Boom! 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 3 muffled sounds echoed in succession. See, I told you it would be fine. Yin Taihua said triumphantly, then her gaze shifted, and a giant turtle was suddenly revealed, crawling in the magma. You're back again. Have you made up your mind this time? The giant turtle's voice rang out, but to Yin Tiahua's ears, it was just a meaningless buzzing sound. She hadn't learned the universal language, so it was normal for her not to understand. Huang Chen walked up to the giant turtle and asked, "What do you want her to do?" The giant turtle looked down at Huang Chen, a flicker of surprise passing through its crimson pupils. If it weren't for her, you would also be a good choice. But fate is like this, my master has already chosen her. My master? Only one type of person can use such a title. You are a servant of the gods, selecting agents for the divine? The giant turtle nodded slightly, acknowledging. The so-called divine agents are actually individuals chosen by powerful deities who cannot conveniently appear in the blue star, appointing someone to act as their representative. The number of divine agents is scarce, but each possesses great strength. Flame. Is your master the goddess of flames, Mephistopheles? There are many deities related to flames, but most hold lower ranks. Only a few deities are of higher status, and among them, only Mephistopheles prefers to present herself in a female form. You know a lot, human, the giant turtle slowly spoke. I see she seems to not understand my words. Please convey my message. In return, I will grant you a nice gift. That sounds good. Huang Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this giant turtle to be so accommodating and even prepare a gift for him. He turned to Yin Taihua. This lava giant turtle is a servant of the flame goddess Mephistopheles. It wants you to become her agent on the blue star. Yen Taihua was taken aback. She recognized every word in that sentence, but combined, it gave her a sense of unfamiliarity. Deity, agent. She even suspected that Huang Chen had watched too many movies. What are the benefits and obligations of becoming an agent? Li Xiaoye was quicker to think and asked. The benefit is that you can receive the blessings of the deity, and your mecha talent and strength will greatly increase. After saying this, Huang Chen paused for a moment. Could it be that the Flame Queen in his past life only gained immense power after receiving the blessings of the deity? No wonder those with exceptional talents could become formidable figures. It turns out that on the surface they were exceptional, but behind the scenes, they might have reached mythical levels. Coming back to his senses, he continued to explain, the obligations are also simple. You need to help the deity deal with some troublesome matters. It's a double-edged sword. What if I refuse or can't complete it? Then, of course, the divine power on you will be revoked, and a new agent will be chosen, just like hiring. If you don't do well, you change people. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yen Taihua pondered for a moment, then looked at Huang Chen. Do you think this is a good thing? Huang Chen knew her character and slowly replied, it's not a bad thing. After all, who can predict what tomorrow holds? Well said, then I will become the agent. After all, I used to work for someone else, now it's just a bigger boss. Seeing Yen Taihua agree, Huang Chen immediately relayed the message to the lava giant turtle. The power of my master is deeply hidden in this space. Accepting my master's inheritance will take a long time. If you can't wait, I can send you away. With the agreement reached, the tone of the lava giant turtle finally softened a bit. The status of a divine agent is equivalent to that of a divine servant, except one is a long-term worker, and the other is a short-term worker. Because of this, it granted Huang Chen and the others the most basic respect. No problem, but I have one more thing to ask. Where does the fire poison on her come from? Huang Chen did not forget the most important matter of this trip. I asked my master if she wanted to become an agent, but she attacked me, so it is only natural for her to bear the fire poison. Great, this is a petty old turtle. Understanding the reason, the fire poison on Yen Taihua completely dissipated. She would stay here to accept the inheritance, while Huang Chen and Li Xiaoye would temporarily leave. As they were about to leave, Huang Chen realized one more thing. The influence exerted on Li Xiaoye was likely also the work of this old turtle. But it wasn't targeting just her, it was aimed at everyone who entered the volcanic forest. It was just that her mecha talent and attributes were mutually exclusive, causing a more severe reaction. As for the inner world, perhaps it was a certain unfortunate flame deity, used for related inheritance after being dealt with by Mephistopheles. Task 1, Flame Poison Lizard, easy, completed. Task 2, Elemental Imbalance, hard, completed. Task 2 is also completed. Leaving the dungeon, a few messages flashed in Huang Chen's eyes. Not only was Task 2 completed, but Task 1 was also completed at the highest level. The reward for Task 1 was 10 flame crystals, of excellent quality, which could enhance the flame resistance of the mecha and also increase the attack strength of flame attributes. These 10 flame crystals were naturally reserved for the flame mecha. The reward for Task 2 was an excellent level auxiliary module, shaped like a crystal ball, capable of launching attacks in the forms of water, wind, earth, and fire. Huang Chen had no need for it, so he tossed it into the guild warehouse. Back at dawn, he summoned the flame mecha and began the enhancement. Strength, defense, agility, and mystique were the basic enhancements, and there were many other areas that could be enhanced on top of that. Different focuses would lead to different strengths in the mecha, and thus different combat methods would emerge. What he needed to do now was to improve the fire resistance attribute of the Dawn mecha to reduce the weakening of his strength in special terrains. The usage method of the flame crystals was the same as that of volcanic stones. They had to be treated with low temperatures to make them brittle inside, then smashed into powder with a large hammer, and filled into the gaps of the mecha. Most people might think that once the flame crystals shattered, they lost their effectiveness. But this was precisely how they were meant to be used. How to utilize enhancement materials is the guarantee for a great power to pass down through generations. All 10 flame crystals were turned into powder and filled into every gap of the Dawn mecha. Although the visible attributes did not change, Huang Chen knew that the Dawn mecha had indeed become different from before. With the enhancement complete, Huang Chen called for Luo Xiaoping, Chu Jiazhen, and even Guan Xilan and Su Dahai to join them. I'm going to the capital. Once everyone had gathered, Huang Chen spoke first. He was definitely going to the capital. It was just that various matters had delayed him until now. Now that the Dawn mecha had advanced to the 4th tier of difficulty, if he didn't go soon, he would fall behind others. Hearing this, the others were not too surprised. After all, Huang Chen had planned this from the beginning, and they had long been mentally prepared. Uncle Chu, I might be gone for a long time, please take good care of Dawn. Huang Chen looked at Chu Jiazhen and said gently. Chu Jiazhen had been nurtured by him, and now he could be said to be the strength behind Dawn. Although he didn't manage things much, he had both prestige and power. Don't worry, Dawn's development is already on the right track. As long as we keep going in that direction, there won't be any major problems. But the environment in the capital is complex, so you must be extra careful. Huang Chen nodded and then looked at Luo Xiaopeng. His attitude towards this newly appointed vice president was not as good. Has the issue with the grocery store been resolved? Luo Xiaopeng lowered his head. The owner has been expelled from Dawn, and the supervisor's identity has been revoked. As for the others, they have all received corresponding punishments. There could be no bad apples, otherwise, it would affect the unity of the entire force. Although Luo Xiaopeng had not noticed it before, once he knew, he showed no mercy in dealing with it. Of course, the main reason was that those people had affected his evaluation in front of Huang Chen. He understood this president more deeply than anyone else, mysterious, powerful, and cold-blooded. To others, Huang Chen appeared warm and generous, like a university student just leaving campus. But Luo Xiaopeng could see the bloodshed hidden behind Huang Chen. Powerful, capable of slaughter, and able to conceal that slaughter. Faced with such a person, he would not even harbor a trace of rebellious thought, which is why he willingly lowered his stance and obeyed Huang Chen's orders. Well, after I leave, the matters in the capital will be up to you. By the way, I remember that the mecha you awaken doesn't seem very powerful, right? The reason Luo Xiaopeng rose to a high position was due to his outstanding management skills, which had little to do with mechas. Yes, Luo Xiaopeng was first taken aback, then his expression became excited, his features coming alive all at once. His own mecha was indeed lacking, and because of this, he had often been the subject of gossip. Although he didn't care much, hearing it repeatedly eventually made him somewhat impatient. Coupled with the rapid mutation of other creatures, he urgently needed powerful strength to protect himself. I've been watching your work. Here, rewards and punishments are clear-cut. You can choose one. Huang Chen spread his hands, revealing 4 differently colored insect crystals in his palms. The 4 crystals were the Giant God, Thunder Flash, Mother Spider, and Fire Flame. Luo Xiaopeng stepped forward and picked one up, his eyes immediately widening. At the same time, his fear of Huang Chen grew even stronger. If Huang Chen could so easily produce such mechas, how powerful must his own mecha be? After a brief contemplation, he chose the Mother Spider mecha. The Mother Spider mecha was primarily supportive, but the young spider mecha could perform a variety of tasks, with a wide range of applications. Huang Chen had many mechas, and he hadn't put much thought into their development. They were merely used for reconnaissance or intelligence gathering, which made the Mother Spider mecha seem less impressive. In reality, with a slight change in approach, it could be quite lethal. For example, the young spider mecha could carry a large explosive charge and detonate it directly in a pile of monsters. Or it could infiltrate the bodies of those gigantic monsters and slowly release toxins to achieve a lethal effect. These were all ways to enhance lethality. It could be said that, in some respects, the Mother Spider mecha was even more versatile than the Dawn mecha. Huang Chen found Luo Xiaopeng's choice reasonable. The only thing that frustrated him was that the Giant God mecha had been with him for so long, and its exclusive module was quite powerful. Why had no one chosen it? Seeing Luo Xiaopeng acquire such a formidable mecha, the other 3 had indifferent expressions. On one hand, this was what Luo Xiaopeng deserved, and they didn't envy him. On the other hand, their own mechas were not bad either. If it came down to it, they wouldn't necessarily lose to the Mother Spider mecha. Not to mention them, even Huang Chen felt that a single mecha wasn't absolutely dominant. What truly made him formidable was his talent as the insect race ruler. The micro-laboratory was located underground in Ning City, and Guan Xilan naturally couldn't leave. As for Su Dahai, "Boss, I want to go to the capital with you," Su Dahai said immediately upon seeing Huang Chen look at him. "So eager? That's not like you? Aren't you quite laid back?" Huang Chen laughed. "Well, mainly because I have nothing to do here. If I go to the capital with you, I can at least have some errands to run." Su Dahai's face showed bitterness. If it were peacetime, he wouldn't mind just passing the days, but now times had changed. Counting it up, both he and Guan Xilan were veteran figures of Dawn. Guan Xilan now controlled the laboratory. Although she didn't participate in other matters, everyone knew her weight in Huang Chen's eyes. Even if Luo Xiaopeng had surpassed him in prestige, he was still considered a so-called veteran. If he didn't do something soon, he might be pushed out. "No problem, then you can come with me," Huang Chen readily agreed. With Su Dahai, this lively character, the journey should not be too boring. After giving a few simple instructions, Huang Chen took out the single-person teleportation array and recorded a location coordinate. Once Ning City faced a city-destroying crisis, he would immediately teleport back using this coordinate. This way, even if he was in the capital, he wouldn't have to worry about Ning City's safety. The next day, Huang Chen left Ning City quietly with Su Dahai. Not long after leaving the Ning City area, he sensed Jiang Qi's phantom mecha. But since the other party did not reveal themselves, he did not point it out. Jiang Qi had been escorting him until they had walked about 500 kilometers before he returned. "Boss, it seems like there are people ahead." Su Dahai, unaware that someone had been following him, pointed ahead and shouted. Without Su Dahai's reminder, Huang Chen had already seen two people walking in front of him. Judging by their direction, they also seemed to be heading to the capital. Unfortunately, they were too far away to see their strength clearly. "Boss, should we go talk to them?" Su Dahai was a bit eager. "No need, let's just follow them. If you run over, you might scare them away." In the wilderness, danger came not only from various mutated creatures but also from people. One should not harbor malicious intent, but one must always be wary of others. Charging in recklessly would surely make the other party flee. Ahead of them, two mechas, one large and one small, were moving side by side. If they were just traveling without fighting, the energy required to maintain their mecha forms was negligible. Unlike in a gathering place, in the perilous wilderness, the two mechas dared not underestimate their surroundings. "Brother, the two mechas behind us haven't caught up, but it seems like they have been following us." A soft female voice came from the petite mecha, delicate and weak, suggesting that its owner was likely a cute little girl. "Let them follow, maybe their destination is the same as ours." Xia Hao turned to look back, and after confirming there was enough space to react, his racing heart relaxed slightly. Brother, what do you think about Mom and Dad?" The girl changed the subject. "Don't worry, they'll be fine." Xia Hao felt anxious but still offered some comfort. The four mechas moved quickly through the boundless wilderness, one in front and one behind. Xia Hao's strength was indeed impressive. Several times when danger arose, Huang Chen was ready to help, but he managed to turn the tables at the last moment. Along the way, his survival and combat experience were rapidly improving. He even mastered the first version of mecha combat techniques he had previously announced through battles with different creatures. One day, Su Dahai suddenly became puzzled. "Boss, something's not right, that guy seems to have stopped, and the distance between us is getting closer." Huang Chen looked into the distance and noticed that the two small black figures were indeed not getting farther away but were becoming clearer. "They didn't run back because they encountered danger, did they?" Su Dahai said with a smile. Huang Chen nodded slightly. It was indeed a possibility. Soon, the large and small mechas appeared before them. "President? Vice President Su?" Xia Hao never expected that the two great figures following him were these two. He was also a member of Dawn. Although he didn't recognize the faces of the higher-ups, he was very familiar with their mechas. The moment he saw the two mechas behind him, he recognized them. "So it's our people." Su Dahai smiled. "What happened? Weren't you ahead the whole time? Why did you come back?" At the mention of this, Xia Hao's voice involuntarily trembled. "Fro, from the front, there is a strange wall, a bizarre meat wall made of flesh and blood." "Meat wall?" Su Dahai was taken aback, unable to imagine the concept. Huang Chen frowned, thinking of a possibility. "Let's go, we'll go with you to take a look." The group accelerated forward. After an unknown amount of time, a massive red wall suddenly appeared in the distance, spanning the heavens and the earth, seemingly cutting the entire world in half. The wall was incredibly tall. Even from a distance, they could only look up in awe. It was only then that Su Dahai realized what the meat wall Xia Hao had mentioned was. "What the hell is this?" Su Dahai, who prided himself on his newfound courage, still felt a shiver run through him upon seeing the red wall. If it weren't for Huang Chen being right beside him, he would have run far away by now. "President, the strange meat wall I mentioned is this one. From a distance, it looks like a red wall, but in reality, it is made up of the corpses of various creatures." Thinking of the scene he had seen earlier, Xia Hao couldn't help but tremble. "So terrifying, it's all corpses, all. President, will we also become part of it?" Crack! Before Xia Hao could finish his sentence, Huang Chen knocked him to the ground with a punch. Su Dahai was shocked, and the little girl following Xia Hao was also startled. She didn't bother to scold him and hurriedly went to help Xia Hao up. "You, why did you hit my brother?" After helping him up, she couldn't contain her anger and questioned loudly. Even Su Dahai was somewhat confused by the punch. That is the wall of despair. Anyone who sees it up close, whether human or other creatures, will be driven by despair to willingly merge into it. If you don't want your brother to become one of them, then behave yourself, Huang Chen explained. Fortunately, his mental strength is strong enough to walk out of the influence of the wall of despair. Otherwise, you two would be wailing on it right now. Hearing his words, the girl was startled. Xiahao also reacted at this moment. He had felt a chaotic confusion in his mind earlier, indeed feeling a loss of control. Thank you, President, for saving my life. Xiaoyu, hurry up and apologize to the President. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were saving my brother. Xiaoyu immediately apologized. It's fine. You two seem to be heading to the capital, right? Huang Chen waved his hand, signaling them not to take it to heart. My parents are working in the capital. After the apocalypse happened, I couldn't contact them, so I was planning to go see. Speaking of this, Xiaohao's mood became somewhat low, not to mention whether his parents had turned into blood corpses. Even if they hadn't, after such a long time, it was uncertain whether they were alive or dead. President, since this wall of despair is so strange, how do we get past it? Thinking of his sister still being beside him, he instantly perked up. He must not show this expression in front of his family. Although the wall of despair is powerful, there is a way around it. For the next part of the journey, we will walk backward. As long as we don't stare at the wall of despair for too long, we won't be affected. The cause of the wall of despair was a mystery even in the previous life. In the later stages of the apocalypse, various walls of despair occupied a large part of the territory, greatly hindering people's travel. Until one day, someone discovered that walking backward through the wall of despair would not result in any effects. From then on, the wall of despair became a landmark, a topic of conversation during meals. Su Dehai believed Huang Chen without a doubt. Even though he was scared to the point of trembling, he still walked toward the wall of despair. Fortunately, the influence of the wall of despair was vast, and all living things around it were absorbed into its body, so even walking backward, they wouldn't encounter danger. Xiahao and Xiaoyu also chose to trust Huang Chen. Thus, the four of them walked backward toward the wall of despair. Just after walking a short distance, a piercing wail echoed in their ears, mixed with some cries for help. Boss, it seems someone is calling for help, Su Dehai said after listening for a moment. Someone is calling. Are you curious? Huang Chen's lips curled into a wicked smile. Su Dehai first nodded, then shook his head vigorously. If you're curious, you can look back for a moment, but only for a moment. After you look, turn back immediately, or I'll kick you out. I won't look, I promise I won't look, Su Dehai vowed to Huang Chen. After walking for a while, he chuckled and suddenly turned his head to take a look. A quick glance made Su Dehai so frightened that he immediately reverted to his mech form. Did you see it? Huang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Every year, there are always those who refuse to believe in the supernatural, wanting to see what the wall of despair looks like, which eventually developed into a gambling game known as the Despair Gamble. This gamble is more akin to a test of courage minigame. People prepare energy points in advance, and if someone can avoid having nightmares after seeing the wall of despair, they are deemed courageous and can win all the energy points. In his past life, the number of people who could win this game was few and far between. If it weren't for Huang Chen being trapped in the arena for many years, he might not have won either. In that battle, he directly earned over 1 million energy points, instantly becoming wealthy. Su Dehai nodded with a hint of lingering fear. Recalling the scene he had just witnessed, his face turned pale. The towering, massive city wall was made up of the corpses of various creatures, with parts of some creatures visibly tails, heads, limbs, and even many humans, half of their bodies protruding, their hands grasping aimlessly. The sounds of wailing, pain, and cries for help were all emitted by them. One could imagine it as a tall building with people leaning out of the windows, their hands flailing wildly. If there were only one or two, it might be bearable. But what if there were hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands doing the same? Su Dehai shivered. He had a premonition that he would definitely have nightmares tonight. The coverage of the wall of despair was extremely vast. The four of them had walked all day and still hadn't reached it. At night, the group rested with their backs to the wall of despair. Boss, I need to take care of a personal matter. Su Dehai clutched his stomach and pointed into the distance. Go ahead, just remember to stay far away. All right. Su Dehai sprinted forward, quickly running a few hundred meters to a large tree. This should be about right. He released his mech form and prepared to relieve himself. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he hastily pulled up his pants. Boss, do you need to go to the bathroom too? From the shadow in front of him, Huang Chen's figure slowly emerged, stepping forward. Hearing this, Huang Chen shook his head. Su Dehai was puzzled but couldn't hold it any longer, so he changed direction. To his surprise, Huang Chen not only didn't leave but instead stepped back in front of him again. Boss, please don't do this. I'm not used to someone watching me while I go. Su Dehai's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat helpless. Huang Chen ignored him and kept getting closer. At that moment, a beam of moonlight fell on him, illuminating a face twisted to the extreme. Su Dehai's breath caught in his throat, his heart racing. In the moonlight, Huang Chen's body was not whole but rather pieced together from various parts, stitched together with thick black lines. It looked less like a person and more like an oversized humanoid doll. "Wow!" Su Dahai exclaimed, even forcing back the urgent need to urinate. The earthy-colored mech instantly attached itself to his body. He had no time to back away and could only lower his head and charge forward. As long as he didn't see the wall of despair, he would be fine, so he just wouldn't look. He didn't know how far he had dashed when a pair of strong hands suddenly stopped him. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, don't stop me!" He instinctively screamed, drawing his lightsaber and swinging it wildly. Huang Chen frowned, grabbing Su Dahai's hands and pinning him down. "Calm down, it's me." Hearing that familiar voice, Su Dahai dared to open his eyes. Upon seeing the Dawn mech, he completely slumped down. "Boss, just now I saw. Under extreme fright, a person can become incoherent, and Su Dahai was in such a state. "Did you see me or Xia Hao and his sister? Each of our bodies was stitched together with black lines?" "Yes, that's it." At this moment, Xia Hao and Xia Yun also leaned in to take a closer look. "There are no stitching marks, this is Vice President Su." Xia Hao's voice trembled with fear. They had just seen Su Dahai, whose body was stitched together. If Huang Chen hadn't been there, they probably wouldn't be in a much better situation than Su Dahai now. "Don't worry, it should be that the wall of despair has absorbed too many creatures, their spirits and emotions mixed together, forming a new kind of monster." Before Huang Chen finished speaking, he saw another version of himself appear before him, playing tricks. The Dawn mecha switched to the Flame mecha, and a fireball was launched. The fireball grew larger in the air and finally crashed onto the Huang Chen with a loud bang. A piercing scream erupted, causing the other three to instinctively cover their ears. In an instant, the flames dissipated, and Huang Chen turned into a pile of ashes. "Ha! No kill notification?" Huang Chen's expression turned serious. This meant there was an even more powerful manipulator behind it. "We can't stay here any longer. We need to leave quickly." People still knew too little about the Wall of Despair, and Huang Chen had no idea what would happen next. The immediate plan was to cross the Wall of Despair as soon as possible and get away from this strange place. The group quickly set off, their eyes scanning the distance, turning their backs to the Wall of Despair. Not far along, another Huang Chen appeared before them. Its appearance was the same as Huang Chen's, and logically, it should be the handsome type, but the black lines on its face ruined that beauty, making it even more eerie. Huang Chen was puzzled. He knew some monsters had the ability to mimic, but he had always been inside the mecha and had never revealed his true form, so how could he be imitated? Moreover, he looked towards the shadows not far away, where Su Dahai, Xia Hao, and Xia Yun were standing. Gradually, one by one, the mimics stepped out. They didn't speak, just closely followed the four, their eyes strange. What is this?" Su Dahai felt a chill run down his spine, utterly baffled. Huang Chen didn't answer. He was encountering such a bizarre situation for the first time as well. The Wall of Despair was getting closer. Even with their backs turned, they could smell the pungent scent of blood and hear the wails of countless creatures. Suddenly, those mimics that had been closely following them moved. They screeched and lunged forward, seemingly wanting to tear the mechas apart. Seeking death. Huang Chen raised his palms, revealing his palms, and fireballs shot out one after another. The fist-sized fireballs zipped through the air, crashing into each mimic. Flames erupted, and in an instant, all the mimics vanished. After eliminating all the enemies, Huang Chen felt no joy. He raised his palm slightly, and a slight sense of stagnation came over him. "It's as if my palm isn't my own." This feeling was very faint. If it weren't for his keen perception, he might have overlooked it. In a daze, another batch of mimics emerged from the shadows. These guys just won't stop coming. Human fear comes from the unknown. But now Su Dahai was no longer afraid of these things. He raised both hands, and hundreds of dense spikes sprouted from the ground. Then these spikes flew into the air, turning their tips towards the mimics. Those mimics looked intimidating, but their actual combat power was average and could be easily eliminated. "Now they should all be dead, right?" Su Dahai said triumphantly. Unbeknownst to them, over 100 imitators emerged from the Wall of Despair behind them, falling to the ground like ripe fruit. Moreover, it seemed that there were fewer black lines on their bodies. Another wave? Looking at the dense crowd of imitators before him, Su Dahai's frequency of creating spikes had quickened. Whoosh! The spikes shot out, piercing through one imitator's body. Su Dahai was momentarily stunned and muttered softly, "Why do these guys feel a bit sturdier than before? I could take down two with one shot earlier. Have you noticed? It seems like there are fewer black lines on them?" Xia Yun's soft voice chimed in. "Oh, it does seem like there are fewer?" Prompted by her, Su Dahai finally noticed this anomaly. Earth prison. He clasped his hands together, and a prison appeared underground, trapping one Su-Dahai securely inside. After dealing with the other imitators, the four approached to inspect. Compared to the imitators they had encountered before, this one had several fewer black lines around its neck, and its facial features were more animated, unlike the previous ones that appeared stiff. The physical strength and agility have significantly improved compared to the last batch. One could say this imitation is progressing towards success, Huang Chen said solemnly. The other three felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing this. If all these black lines disappeared, who could distinguish whether they were truly themselves? There might be two reasons for this situation. One is that since we stepped into the area of the Wall of Despair, we have been imitated by something. The other is that when we kill these imitators, the next batch automatically updates, continuously improving. Huang Chen shared his speculation. Besides these 2 points, he had one very bold hypothesis that he did not voice. That is, once an imitator becomes a true human, the person being imitated might become a puppet with thoughts. Su-Dahai, when you attacked just now, did you feel your movements were a bit stiff? Huang Chen suddenly asked. He urgently needed to verify his guess. Now that you mention it, it does feel a bit off, like I'm wearing a thick coat, and my movements are somewhat restricted. Su-Dahai tried moving his arm and found his movements a bit rigid. What about you two? Did you feel any effects? Huang Chen turned to look at the Xia siblings. The two were bouncing around, not noticing anything unusual. From now on, we can't kill those imitators. We should focus on control and leave the area covered by the Wall of Despair as soon as possible. The three understood the urgency of the situation and did not object. They had no idea how long they had been walking when a sticky sensation came from behind. At the same time, the number of imitators before them had grown to the point that it could be described as an ocean. Seeing Huang Chen and the others backed against the Wall of Despair, all the imitators surged forward like crazed zombies. Earth Wall! Su-Dahai shouted, pouring energy into his palms. In the blink of an eye, a 6-meter-high earth wall appeared before the four. The emergence of the wall temporarily blocked the attackers. But before they could catch their breath, an imitator fell with a thud right in front of them, convulsed a few times, and then lay still. The group exchanged strange glances. Su-Dahai suddenly shivered. It fell to its death on its own. It has nothing to do with me. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of imitators surged out from the top of the wall like zombies breaking through a barricade. Grab my arm, close your eyes, and let's charge back together. Huang Chen shouted, spreading his arms wide. Su-Dahai grabbed one, while Xia Hao and Xia Yun grabbed the other. The four mechas drilled into the flesh wall like a drill bit. At the same time, within the flesh wall, a lifeless corpse suddenly moved its fingers. Suddenly, it sat up from a pile of flesh and blood, its tattered white mask instantly turning yellow. Accompanied by a series of incomprehensible sounds, it looked up to determine the direction and then crawled towards where Huang Chen and the others were. Pop! Huang Chen and the others finally squeezed out from the Wall of Despair. Ignoring the stench of blood and the chunks of flesh stuck to them, they ran out without looking back. Without the need to walk backward, their speed was almost like flying. Just then, a figure wearing a yellow mask blocked their way. It stared at the four of them, quickly writhing its body like a boiling puddle, and in the blink of an eye, split into 3 bodies. The 4 bodies wriggled again, transforming into the appearances of Huang Chen and his companions. So what if you can turn into us? If you have the ability, show me a mech. Su-Dahai scoffed at this. Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, 4 beams of blood-red light flashed, and 4 identical mechs appeared before them. Su-Dahai, it can even imitate mechs. This monster is a bit formidable. Stop talking nonsense, let's quickly deal with it and get out of here. Huang Chen stepped forward, and as he ran, an exaggeratedly styled broadsword appeared in his hand. The sword was named Cold Moon, and this was the first battle. Approaching the Dawn mech, he leaped high and swung the large sword down forcefully. Clang! Just as the blade was about to strike, the Dawn mech also produced a Cold Moon in its hand, firmly blocking Huang Chen's sword. Fake is always fake. Huang Chen sneered, activating the effect transferred from the blood-red serration, directly weakening the Dawn mech's overall attributes. Then he took 2 steps back and slipped into the shadow space. The shadow space belonged to another realm. The Dawn mech couldn't even find it, let alone imitate it. At this moment, the other 3 also engaged with their corresponding mechs. Once they started fighting, they realized that the mech was only a rough imitation. At most, it had greater speed and strength than them, but lacked the ability of exclusive modules and other auxiliary modules. Of course, it might also be that the observation time was too short. Given more time, it might truly imitate some essence. As the grayish-white scenery faded, Huang Chen appeared behind the Dawn mech and slashed out. The Cold Moon had a built-in sharp effect, cutting through the Dawn mech's back defense. Huang Chen focused his gaze and saw that inside the mech was not a mechanical structure, but a mass of constantly twisting flesh and blood, the material similar to that of the Wall of Despair. This meant that this monster was actually a derivative of the Wall of Despair. He created some distance and swung his sword in the void. A crescent-like blade of light emerged, directly striking that mass of flesh. The blade was incredibly sharp, leaving the mass of flesh in disarray. The dawn mech immediately erupted with a violent buzzing sound, a layer of bloodlight appearing on its body. If that doesn't kill it, then I'll come again. Inside the mech, Huang Chen's expression was slightly deranged. He held the sword with both hands, his figure flashing, and reappeared above the dawn mech. Then, the giant broadsword, carrying an unmatched might, slashed down decisively. A line of blood appeared, and the dawn mech split in two. After eliminating the enemy, Huang Chen looked up at the other three. Su Dahai was a bit timid, but after so many battles and with his careful guidance, his strength was not lacking at all. At this moment, he had firmly suppressed the mech that was imitating him. Winning was just a matter of time. Compared to him, Xiaohao's combat experience was not rich, but he was bold and fought fiercely. Even with serious injuries, he still maintained a steady upper hand. The only one at a disadvantage was Xiaohao's sister, Xia Yun. Perhaps it was because Xiaohao had protected her so well that every move Xia Yun made revealed her innocence. Huang Chen was about to intervene but was met with refusal. "President, I want to handle this myself." Xia Yun's soft voice rang out, carrying an unprecedented determination. She was not a useless person who needed her brother's protection. She wanted to experience this cruel world from her own perspective. Huang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly and stepped aside. If everyone refused to give up and did not back down, no race could destroy the will of humanity. 2 minutes later, Su Dahai directly used a lightsaber to slice off half of his opponent's head, achieving victory. Another 2 minutes passed, and Xiaohao sacrificed an arm to successfully thrust a spear into the monster's body. At this point, only Xia Yun and the mech that imitated her remained on the battlefield. Xia Yun used to be weak, she would scream at the sight of a caterpillar, but now, watching his sister fight, Xiaohao's voice was bitter. Su Dahai patted his shoulder. "Just let her be. Every cub needs to grow up. When I was at the zoo, the cubs that were neglected by their parents adapted better to the outside world, while those that were spoiled usually didn't survive long." Xiaohao's expression turned strange upon hearing this. Although it was meant to be comforting, it felt quite off. Die. On the battlefield, Xia Yun raised her weapon with both hands. It was a giant black-purple shield, large enough to cover half of her body. Holding the giant shield, she swung it down like a book, striking forcefully. Die. Like swatting flies, the giant shield came crashing down, kicking up clouds of dust. "Your sister's strength attribute isn't weak." Huang Chen felt a chill run down his spine, exclaiming, "Such a large shield must weigh a lot. For an ordinary person, lifting it would require great effort, yet Xia Yun wielded it with ease, striking with such ferocity. It shouldn't be weak." Xiaohao also didn't expect his sister to be so violent when she unleashed her power, sending a shiver down his spine. She was weak as a child and often drank traditional Chinese medicine. "I didn't expect that after the apocalypse, her body would be significantly strengthened." Traditional Chinese medicine? Huang Chen's expression turned peculiar. There are many strange things that can be included in traditional Chinese medicine. Could it be that Xia Yun had eaten something unusual that awakened an incredible mech talent? Thinking of this, he recalled a mech from his past life that struck fear into him. That mech came from the divine Cow Nation, calling itself the Holy Mech, but those who had seen it referred to it as the Poop Mech. Its ability was to create foul-smelling, poop-colored projectiles for attack, which could take both liquid and solid forms. Initially, the Poop Mech was merely disgusting, with average attack power. However, it managed to kill a demigod with obsessive-compulsive disorder, thus gaining fame in battle. Regaining his focus, he looked back at the arena. With continuous strikes from the giant shield, the shield used by the imitation mech finally shattered. After another blow, it was reduced to a shapeless mass of flesh. Xia Yun paused for a moment, dropped the shield, and began to cry. Xiaohao hurried over to comfort her. Just as Huang Chen was about to speak, the previously dead mech fragments began to writhe again. Undead? He felt a surge of caution. Unexpectedly, after a moment of writhing, the blood and flesh shot out a red light. The red light gathered together, transforming into the shape of a mask. The mask was entirely white, with two thick black lines running vertically down the center. Huang Chen focused his gaze, and information about the mask emerged. Name, broken mask, white, quality, legendary, type, item, effect, wearing it can summon the imitator legion, which can mimic most living beings. As time passes, the degree of imitation can deepen continuously. Note, this mask has other effects, and a second mask must be found to unlock them. A series of items, or legendary level. Series items are not uncommon. For example, if you obtain a pair of scissors, you might be required to find a bottle of shampoo and a hairdryer to complete the haircutting series. Generally speaking, items in a series tend to be of better quality and have better effects. Huang Chen did not expect that the broken mask before him would actually be of legendary quality. This indicated that once collected, he was very likely to obtain a myth-level item. At this moment, Su Dahai and the others also saw the effects of the mask. Xia Hao immediately grabbed Xia Yun's hand and said, "I just want to go to the capital to find my parents. I don't want anything else." Su Dahai chuckled, "You saved my life, so of course, I won't compete with you for things. Besides, how could you forget me when there are good things?" Since they had all said so, Huang Chen was not polite and directly put away the broken mask. "If you encounter trouble in the future, remember to contact me or others." This was directed at Xia Hao. "No problem." Rather than carrying a meaningless broken mask, it was more practical to exchange it for Huang Chen's promise. Xia Hao was very clear about this. At this point, the sky was beginning to brighten slightly, and everyone unanimously decided to leave the area of the Wall of Despair before resting properly. Unexpectedly, just after walking a short distance, a small human gathering appeared before them. Outside the town, Mechs occasionally passed by, looking heavily guarded. "Boss, should we go in and take a look?" Su Dahai asked after observing from a distance. "I'm afraid it's not up to us whether we want to go or not. They've sent someone to invite us." As soon as Huang Chen's voice fell, 6 mechs of different colors appeared in their line of sight. Judging solely by their aura, these mechs were at least tier 3. It should be noted that tier 3 mechs can be considered the top tier power of a faction at this stage. Not to mention in such a remote place, even in the capital, their numbers are few. The sudden deployment of 6 tier 3 mechs made the strength of this human gathering terrifyingly strong. "Friends, we have no hostility towards outsiders. If you wish to learn about our gathering, please do so in our company. If not, then please leave," the leading mech said in a deep voice as they approached. "In company?" Huang Chen glanced at the 6 mechs and chuckled. "If you don't mind the trouble, of course, you can." To show his sincerity, Huang Chen even removed his mech form on the spot. Indeed, this action immediately relaxed the 6 mechs considerably. "It's rare to meet someone as reasonable as you. If possible, I would like to invite you to join our gathering. My name is Zheng Tianhao. You look young, you should still be in school, right? You can call me Brother Hao." A hearty laugh came from within the leading mech. But laughter aside, he still remained cautious and vigilant towards Huang Chen and the others. They soon arrived at the entrance of the gathering. Even without the assistance of mechs, Huang Chen's speed was still not slow. He kept up closely behind everyone without falling behind. This made Zhang Tianhao feel puzzled, unable to grasp his background. "We are about to enter the gathering. Please remove your mechs, friends, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings." It seemed that the gathering had given Zhang Tianhao courage, as he only removed his mech form at this point, staring sharply at Su Dahai and the others. After noticing that Huang Chen did not react, Su Dahai also followed suit and removed his mech. With the two of them having removed their mechs, Xia Hao and Xia Yun naturally had no objections. Xia Hao had an ordinary appearance, slightly tanned skin, but the muscle contours on his body were clearly visible. Xia Yun's appearance was exceptionally striking, exuding a delicate charm reminiscent of the southern water towns, a stark contrast to the previous imitators. The moment Zheng Tianhao laid eyes on Xia Yun, he was momentarily dazzled, but quickly reined in his emotions. Although he concealed it swiftly, it did not escape Huang Chen's notice. The apocalypse had arrived, and social order had collapsed. Places like the Baihu gathering point were considered fortunate, while many others were rife with darkness. Some established harems, capturing people for their own pleasure. Others reveled in power, deriving satisfaction from commanding others. There were even those who took pleasure in torture and wantonly unleashed their inner desires. This was the apocalypse. In the early days, people could still restrain themselves somewhat, but as time passed and they realized that rebuilding social order was impossible, the demons within them began to emerge. Everyone removed their mechs and stepped through the gates of the gathering point. Before entering, Huang Chen had deliberately observed the external defenses of this gathering point. Despite being a small human settlement, its level of defense was surprisingly on par with that of the Ningqing base. This piqued his curiosity about the gathering point before him. "Damn it, hurry up and get the money. If anyone can't come up with 500 energy points, get the hell out," a harsh voice rang out. Following the sound, a bald man with tattoos on his arms was loudly reprimanding a group of people. The operation of the gathering point requires energy points to maintain. It's unavoidable to collect money from them. They used to pay taxes, and now they pay energy points. It's essentially the same, but some people just refuse to pay, wanting to freeload off the safety here. Zhang Tianhao was unimpressed. "I heard him say 500 energy points. How does that work?" Su Dahai casually asked, noticing Huang Chen's glance. "We're not heartless. Adults pay 500, children 200, paid monthly. Just think, if you casually hunt a few monsters, won't you have that much money? Upon hearing this figure, Su Dahai's mouth twitched. Ningcheng also collected energy points, but only as transaction fees. This meant that as long as no transactions were made, no money was owed. Of course, private transactions were beyond anyone's control. However, private trades lacked official protection, so most people would trade within the city and willingly pay. Compared to this gathering point, Su Dahai felt like a good Samaritan. Currently, a first-tier monster was worth about 60 to 70 points. If calculated at 70 energy points, to stay for a month, one would need to hunt at least 8 first-tier monsters. It didn't seem like much, but most of these people had first-tier mechs with low enhancement levels. For them, any monster could be a life-or-death adversary. Just imagine having to face 8 life-and-death battles each month to qualify to stay here. It was no wonder they couldn't come up with energy points. After wandering around, apart from Huang Chen, the other 3 wore heavy expressions. They had been so well protected in Ningxing that they had no idea what the gathering points outside were like. Now, seeing it with their own eyes, they felt as if the world was collapsing. Can't handle it already? In a small room, Huang Chen looked at the 3, who were fuming, and smiled. Boss, they're inhumane. How can they exploit others like this? Su Dahai, kind-hearted, spoke up immediately. The Xia siblings, though silent, clearly shared the same sentiment. Just wait and see, there's more interesting stuff coming. Huang Chen glanced at an inconspicuous corner. At that moment, a greenish smoke was billowing out from a hole in the corner. Your perception is quite sharp, but unfortunately, from the moment you stepped through the door of this gathering place, I had already poisoned you. How do you feel now? Is your body weak, your attention scattered, unable to summon your mecha at all? Zhang Tianhao pushed the door open, followed by 2 others. As soon as he entered the room, his lewd gaze was no longer concealed, fixating directly on Xia Yun. Xia Yun's face turned pale with fear. Xia Hao tried to shield Xia Yun, his eyes burning with anger. You newborns, if you have the guts, come at your father. Su Dahai spat and cursed loudly. You talk too much, go, cut out his tongue for me. Zhang Tianhao sneered. One of his lackeys pulled out a dagger from his waist and approached Su Dahai. Cutting out tongues was something he often did. Don't worry, brother Hao, my skills are not to be underestimated. He won't make a sound, the lackey said confidently. Just as the lackey was about to pull out Su Dahai's tongue and strike, Huang Chen sighed helplessly. Why do you trust your poison so much? He quickly stood up, seemingly unaffected. So what? My men detected that you're just a 3rd-tier mecha. You're the only one here, but I have 8. If you know what's good for you, join us, and I'll share everything I have with you. If you need anything, I'll get it for you. What do you say? Zhang Tianhao said, unafraid, stroking his buzz cut with a smile. The conditions are good, but unfortunately, what I want, you can't provide. Huang Chen stopped wasting words and summoned the Dawn Mecha. Damn, giving face and not taking it. Zhang Tianhao quickly retreated while summoning his own mecha. The 2 lackeys also reacted swiftly, their dark gray mechas materializing from thin air and quickly attaching to them. At that moment, Huang Chen moved. 6 beasts bear seal. His large palm struck directly against the already formed mechas of the 2 lackeys. Both were 3rd-tier mechas, but they couldn't withstand even a single blow and disintegrated into light. Zhang Tianhao's expression changed drastically as he roared, Aren't you a 3rd-tier mecha? He didn't know that, by tier, the Dawn mecha was indeed 3rd tier, but in terms of attributes, it was far superior even among 4th-tier mechas. Bang! Zhang Tianhao's mecha, along with an iron door, flew straight out and crashed heavily to the ground. The onlookers were stunned by the scene. Someone dares to touch Brother Hao, go take him down. Fortunately, someone quickly reacted, summoning their mecha and charging into the room. Bang! 3 seconds later, another mecha flew out, mimicking Zhang Tianhao's posture. Huang Chen stepped out of the room, scanning the chaotic crowd, and said in a deep voice, Get someone who can take charge. Soon, a plump man was pushed forward by the crowd. Brother, hello, I can take charge. The fat man glanced at Zhang Tianhao lying on the ground and stammered. Go find all of Zhang Tianhao's trusted subordinates, not a single one can be missing. Hurry up, I'll give you half an hour. Huang Chen's demeanor shifted from gentle to exceptionally forceful. Half an hour, this. The fat man broke out in a cold sweat, his speech faltering. Seeing Huang Chen ignore him, he sighed deeply and jogged away. While he gathered the others, Huang Chen began to consider what to do next. These people couldn't be let go just like that, but he also couldn't waste them carelessly. After thinking it over, he came up with a good idea. Although the fat man was plump, he moved quickly, and before long, he had gathered more than 20 people. Seeing Zhang Tianhao lying on the ground, a few hot-tempered ones immediately wanted to take action but were stopped by the fat man. Brother, I've brought everyone you wanted. The fat man approached Huang Chen, bowing low and speaking respectfully. Dog day, Huang Fei, you sold me out like this? Seeing this, Zhang Tianhao leaned against the wall and cursed angrily. Huang Fei's oily face twitched, but he said nothing. Give him a few slaps. He could pretend to be deaf and mute, but Huang Chen couldn't. After all, he also had the surname Huang. Huang Fei hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Zhang Tianhao, squatted down, and extended his palm. Slap, slap, slap. 3 slaps landed on the same cheek, and Zhang Tianhao's right face immediately swelled up like it had a bun stuffed in it. Huang Hui, oh, your ancestor, oh. Zhang Tianhao continued to curse, his voice echoing around. The little brothers who had been held down by Huang Fei could no longer control themselves, each summoning their mechas and charging at Huang Chen. 6 Beasts Dragon Seal. Huang Chen didn't summon the cold moon. Dealing with these trash didn't require a weapon. The bear seal was powerful and heavy, emphasizing a slap, while the dragon seal was all about twisting strength. In just a few moves, he used the twisting force to break all their arms. In an instant, cries of anguish filled the air. Those around saw this, some were scared, some were terrified, but more felt resentment, relief, and a shared enmity. They never expected that the usually high and mighty Zhang Tianhao and his brothers would also have a day of being dealt with. But soon, these emotions turned into the deepest terror. They saw Huang Chen merely raise his hand slightly, and those people's appearances aged at an unbelievable speed. In just a few seconds, the originally strong Zhang Tianhao transformed into a middle-aged man with half-white hair. The other subordinates also had half-white hair, and the wrinkles on their faces were clearly visible. What was happening? They could accept Huang Chen killing Zhang Tianhao and the others, but they couldn't accept such a bizarre method, relying on power to do evil, depriving you of 30 years of life. Huang Chen's cold voice rang out, like a cold wind blowing from the snowy mountains, chilling the hearts of everyone present. He certainly wouldn't use such advanced magic to take away life, but it was completely fine to absorb some of Zhang Tianhao and the others' vitality and spirit through the revival stone. This bizarre scene completely terrified Zhang Tianhao. He wept and knelt before Huang Chen, begging him to return his life. Huang Chen ignored his pleas and looked directly at the fat Huang Fei. Huang Fei quickly knelt down. Big brother, although I manage things, I haven't done anything bad. If I want to live, I can only listen to them. Huang Chen knew he was probably telling the truth. After all, the way the others looked at him wasn't filled with hatred. This gathering place doesn't have rich resources, and the number of people isn't large. How could they possibly support 8 third-tier mechas? Zhang Tianhao had been punished and would likely be more honest in the future. Huang Chen didn't dwell on this matter and turned to ask about something else. Huang Fei hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. I don't know much about it, but I accidentally heard Zhang Tianhao mention that they have a very powerful force supporting them, seemingly in the capital, called the Snow Wolf. As he explained, he carefully observed Huang Chen's expression. Snow Wolf? Huang Chen fell into deep thought. In his previous life, the Snow Wolf base was broken through by other forces, and the chief leader, Fan Rizhong, went missing. It seemed that he not only survived but might have used this gathering place to develop again. This is the cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. Amidst his emotions, Huang Chen couldn't help but smile a little. He had already recruited He Lizzie, made a demon contract, and killed Fan Rizhong's brother-in-law. One could say there was no possibility of reconciliation between him and Fan Rizhong. Unexpectedly, this time he had directly cut off his escape route. Fan Rizhong, oh Fan Rizhong, if you hadn't provoked me, I might have spared your life. If you insist on being blind, then I can only send you on your way early. The matter of the gathering place hadn't been dealt with for long. Regarding Zhang Tianhao's predicament, everyone else unanimously cheered. They had long had enough of oppression and were eager for him to die quickly. After a moment of intimidation, Huang Fei wouldn't entertain any other thoughts for the time being. Bidding farewell to the gathering place, the 4 set off on their journey once more. To the capital. Fan Rizhong stood before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, his expression complex. 2 days prior, he had learned of Zhang Tianhao's situation. This left him feeling a twinge of passivity and anger. The backup plan he had left behind was inadvertently exposed, making his situation even more precarious. Fortunately, he had prepared another identity, which was his true backup. However, the matter of Zhang Tianhao could not be brushed aside lightly. Huang Chen must die. Fan Rizhong, you come out here, you heartless one. My brother is dead, and you can't even catch the murderer who killed him. Are you even human? Sister-in-law, the boss is busy with work. Let's not go in. Busy with what work? My brother is dead. He must give me an explanation. At that moment, a quarrel erupted outside the door. He turned around, his eyes revealing determination. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open, and immediately, a flamboyantly dressed woman barged in. Big brother, the younger brother looked helpless. It's fine, you go out first. Fan Rizhong waved his hand, signaling the younger brother to leave. Fan Rizhong, my brother was killed, and you're hiding here like a turtle? The woman questioned fiercely, completely oblivious to the fact that Fan Rizhong's gaze was slowly turning cold. If it weren't for my dad feeling sorry for you back then and giving you a hand, you'd still be a brick mover on a construction site. Don't think that just because your status is different now, you can forget this. Think carefully, all of this was given to you by my dad. Even if my dad is dead, as long as I speak, no one will listen to you. Do you believe it? Of course I believe it. Don't worry, my wife, I will definitely avenge my brother. I swear, how about that? Fan Rizhong stepped forward, embracing the woman and resting his face against her neck, speaking softly. That's more like it. The woman wanted to say more, but her face suddenly turned a shade of purple, and then she collapsed. Fan Rizhong supported the woman, his expression unchanged, murmuring, if it were in the past, I would definitely love you well, but the world is different now. Boss, we must be approaching the capital, right? After crossing a mountain, Su Dahai excitedly pointed to a dense cluster of buildings ahead. After walking for over a month, they could finally rest properly. But hope was often dashed. Even upon seeing the buildings, it took the four of them until the next day to reach the city wall entrance of the capital. Before the apocalypse, there were no city walls surrounding the capital. Now, to fend off the beast tide that could erupt at any moment or the hordes of monsters in the wild, several major forces had to use walls to encircle the entire city. Similar to Ning City, the capital also required a pass, and the requirements were even stricter. Please walk through this door and follow me to apply for a pass. Noticing that Huang Chen and the others did not have passes, a girl in uniform and wearing a mask stepped out, guiding the four to a doorframe less than 2 meters high. Rest assured, this door will not pose any harm to you. It merely checks for viruses or other dangerous items on you, the girl explained. Huang Chen knew the details of this door. Its primary function was to determine whether those passing through were indeed human. They walked through easily, and a green light lit up on the doorframe. The three followed closely behind, and their lights also turned green. Good. Now please follow me for a simple registration. Seeing the green lights, the girl's attitude became friendlier than before. The lack of strict checks was unavoidable. Previously, a monster had disguised itself as a human and entered the city, causing significant damage. Until now, the city might still be hiding that kind of monster known as the imposter. The registration window was just a simple small table, on which sat a device resembling a printer. After inputting basic information, the printer would spit out a round coin, which served as the pass to enter the capital. The coin bore a QR code, ensuring that no one's information would be duplicated. Name, origin, mecha rank. By the way, the mecha rank is related to the benefits after entering the city. You can choose not to disclose it, but then you won't be able to enjoy the benefits within the city, the girl reminded. Huang Chen nodded to indicate he understood. Huang Chen, from Ning City, 3rd tier mecha. Skillfully reporting his identity, Huang Chen waited for the girl to proceed. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his name, the girl suddenly froze. After a slight hesitation, she slowly spoke, Mr. Huang Chen, you may need to resolve your personal matters before you can enter the city. Afraid Huang Chen wouldn't understand, she added, the Snow Wolf base has issued a warrant for your arrest. This warrant has been jointly released by all forces in the capital, and until it is lifted, we have the right to refuse you entry. Although it was a refusal, her attitude was very gentle, as if the warrant didn't exist at all. I see. I wonder how I can lift the warrant. Huang Chen had anticipated this and smiled calmly. Unless the issuer withdraws it, or, the girl paused again, or the issuer dies, the warrant will automatically become void. So, if I eliminate the Snow Wolf, I can enter the city? Before the girl could respond, another voice rang out. Eliminate the Snow Wolf? You think too highly of yourself. The crowd at the city gates suddenly parted. Aside from clearing the monsters that had infiltrated the city, the capital prohibited the appearance of mechas, which was a default agreement reached by all forces, and even Fan Rizhong dared not disobey. He had no choice but to issue a warrant, planning to kill Huang Chen outside the city. I promised my wife that I would avenge her brother. Huang Chen, remember to tell her when you get down there that I've taken care of this for her. Fan Rizhong approached, carrying a dark iron rod. He came alone, and people could sense a feeling of a fallen hero's powerlessness emanating from him. I'm not familiar with your wife. You should go down and apologize to her yourself. Huang Chen replied. The onlookers were shocked and took a few steps back. In recent years, there had been almost no one who could force Fan Rizhong to take action personally. This was the first person to dare speak to him like that. Let's change places to avoid involving others. Huang Chen looked around, showing no sign of fear. All right. Fan Rizhong didn't waste words and headed straight for a small hill in the distance. At the Tinglong base, A huge translucent screen hovered in front of the strategist. The images displayed were of the events that had occurred at the city gate. Not only the visuals but even the sounds were equally clear. As expected, this Huang Chen is even younger than we imagined, truly formidable. The strategist propped his face with one hand, his eyes slightly squinted. Is this the guy who tricked me out of so many energy points? Seeing Huang Chen reminded the Blade Master of the space belt incident. If it weren't for Huang Chen clearing out the space belt, why would he have to spend such a high price to buy it? Quick, 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 the battle is about to start. Who do you think will win? The gunmaster, who loved to watch the excitement, stared intently at the screen, excitedly asking. Fan Rizhong is at least a 4th-tier mecha. Even if he doesn't win, he should be able to hold his own, right? The sword master, who had been silent, finally spoke. He was very interested in this top-tier battle. This guy can live so comfortably in the capital. He's not simple at all. If Huang Chen isn't careful, he might suffer a big loss. The Blade Master, who had a rivalry with the Sword Master, immediately concluded that Fan Rizhong could win. The Beast Master was even more silent than the Sword Master, simply holding his fiery red lizard without saying a word. I actually think Huang Chen can win, but it will take a bit more effort. The strategist suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on the large screen in front of him. On a small mountain outside the capital, the upcoming battle attracted a lot of attention. The foot of the mountain was currently surrounded by various mechas. Like the gunmaster, they were all watching the outcome of this battle. Look, it's about to start. Suddenly, someone pointed at the mountaintop and exclaimed. At the summit, Fan Rizhong gripped one end of an iron rod with both hands, swinging it in a half-circle through the air and then smashing it down with a whistling force. Huang Chen took 2 steps back, gently avoiding it. Boom! The giant iron rod struck the ground, and a powerful shockwave swept out, scattering the white clouds that enveloped the mountain peak. Though the difference between the 4th and 3rd tiers seemed slight, their power was worlds apart. This strike, while hitting the mountain, felt more like it struck the hearts of the onlookers. Huang Chen didn't expect the might of this blow to be so fierce. Unfortunately, the force was too dispersed, making its impact more about show than power. Take this blade. He stepped forward, the cold moon appearing in his hand. In his past life, he loved using blades. Although his skill hadn't reached perfection, he was already adept at controlling it, never wasting an ounce of strength. This might seem simple, but it was the result of surviving countless beast tides. This blade looks just like the one I would cut. Someone was puzzled, not understanding why Huang Chen would deliver such an unremarkable strike. But at the Tinglong base, both the Blade Master and the Sword Master stood up simultaneously, their eyes filled with disbelief and deep envy. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the essence. The two had been practitioners before the apocalypse, so they could immediately recognize the intricacies of Huang Chen's strike. Even more astonishing was that this strike was delivered by a massive mecha. Compared to cutting it by hand, this was far more difficult. At the very least, before Huang Chen executed this strike, they had never considered using a mecha in such a way. I remember he seemed to have announced a set of mecha combat techniques. Suddenly, the Sword Master seemed to recall something. He had previously looked down on so-called mecha combat techniques. Now, it seemed necessary to study them thoroughly. Moreover, mechas and martial arts could indeed be combined. In the footage, facing Huang Chen's incoming strike, Fan Rizhong did not retreat. In an instant, his figure changed rapidly, and over 20 mecha phantoms appeared around him. Is it a mecha talent or an auxiliary module? After a moment of thought, Huang Chen struck down. Crack! One mecha phantom shattered into a burst of light waves. Fake! He realized this in his heart and continued his downward strike. At this moment, retracting the blade would require even more effort. The moment the cold moon made contact with the ground, it tore a massive crack over 10 meters long, resembling an abyss. Huang Chen didn't use all his strength for this strike, but he exerted about 80%. If I activated the extreme state, this strike should be able to reach over 100 meters. He stood with his blade retracted, his eyes slightly squinted, looking at the mecha phantoms surrounding him. As the leader of the Snow Wolves, Fan Rizhong might not match him in major attributes, but in the diversity of auxiliary modules, he was not lacking at all. If one were to compare, he currently had only 3 auxiliary modules: the head module, White Tiger Mask, the upper limb module, Cold Moon, and the torso module, Eight-Legged Spider. As for the auxiliary modules he had obtained earlier, due to their limited attribute bonuses and the energy required to restore them using revival stone tablets, he had not restored them. Noticing Huang Chen was distracted, Fan Rizhong immediately sprang into action. More than 20 mechas simultaneously swung their staffs, sweeping in like a sudden storm. Most people would be helpless in such a situation, forced to endure, but Huang Chen spread his 8 legs behind him, leaping out of the encirclement like a small jumping spider. Bang! Huang Chen landed, his 8 legs firmly planted in the ground, standing tall. In their first encounter, neither side gained an advantage. 4th tier, I need to level up quickly. The current limitation on Huang Chen's strength was the tier of his mecha. Dawn was at the 3rd tier, and both the Mother Spider mecha and the Fire Flame mecha had also reached the 3rd tier. If he didn't level up soon, his growth rate would slow down. If he could elevate to the 4th tier early, his attributes would be at least 30% higher than they were now. With such a significant attribute difference, even without auxiliary modules, he could directly crush Fan Rizhong. His gaze passed over Fan Rizhong and looked towards the capital city behind him, a faint smile appearing on his face. He couldn't appear too powerful, nor could he hide too much. The former would make people wary, while the latter would lead to underestimation. As expected of the great leader of the Snow Wolves, truly extraordinary. In that case, I have no choice but to use my trump card, Huang Chen said loudly, intentionally letting others hear. Regardless of whether they believed him or not, he certainly did. The effects of the cold moon activated, and for a moment, Huang Chen's expression took on a hint of madness. At the same time, a plume of black smoke slowly billowed from the white tiger mask, enveloping his entire body. The cold moon could weaken attributes, and the white tiger mask could do the same. The only regret was that the two could not stack. The cold moon had to activate first. Otherwise, if the two auxiliary modules combined, even a 4th-tier mecha's attributes could be reduced to nothing. Fan Rizhong naturally sensed the change in the mecha, and that feeling of helpless weakness once again filled him with fear. He hadn't felt this way in over a decade. Gritting his teeth, the originally dark iron rod in his hand transformed into a bright red color, with a faint flame flickering on it. The flames danced in the wind, creating a scorching heat wave. Raising the iron rod, the red flames formed an endless phantom in the void. Flame prison rod. The phantom slashed down, as if intending to split the entire mountain apart. Facing the incoming shadow of the rod, Huang Chen's expression grew slightly serious. I didn't expect someone to comprehend this level already. The world's development has indeed changed from my previous life. In his past life, various flashy schools of thought eventually evolved into 3 main schools: martial arts mecha, sorcery mecha, and pure blood mecha. Martial arts mecha, as the name suggests, is about honing one's skills through various methods and refining combat abilities. Though it may seem simple with just punches and kicks, it can combine with one's energy to unleash incredible power, just like Fan Rizhong now. Sorcery mecha refers to combat schools primarily based on sorcery. These mechas focus on defense while being able to draw magic arrays or master various spells. Whether it be magic, witchcraft, or any other mysterious matters, they fall under this category. Pure blood mecha refers to combat through the combination of different auxiliary modules. Unlike the previous 2 schools, they focus on auxiliary modules while also possessing some advantages of both martial arts mecha and sorcery mecha, resulting in a versatile combat style with strong adaptability to environments. However, pure blood mecha has a characteristic: the disparity in combat power is immense. To enhance combat power, one must change auxiliary modules. High-quality auxiliary modules are quite valuable and also require significant maintenance costs. Thus, the pure blood mecha school is also known as the pay-to-win warriors. The more one invests, the stronger the mecha becomes. Logically, the prototype of this school should only begin to take shape after the 4th round of mutations, yet Fan Rizhong had already comprehended this point now. Sure enough, those who can become leaders of great powers are not easy to deal with. Fan Rizhong could understand this, and perhaps the Sword Master and Blade Master of the Tinglong also realized it. After all, they were once disciples of some mysterious family. As for the Gun Master, Huang Chen's eye twitched, and he stopped thinking further. These thoughts seemed numerous, but in reality, they flashed through Huang Chen's mind like lightning. When he looked up again, the massive shadow of the flaming staff was about to descend. He no longer hesitated and slashed out 5 strikes in quick succession. Effect 2, Cold Moon. The blade stores an attack named Cold Moon, which can be unleashed once for every 100 energy consumed. 5 crescent-shaped blade lights were slashed out in succession. Due to the speed of the strikes, those 5 attacks appeared as one. The next second, the crescent collided with the flaming staff shadow. Buzz! The onlookers only felt a flash of white before a buzzing sound filled their ears. The powerful impact temporarily deafened them. It took a good 10 seconds before someone, still shaken, asked who had one. But immediately after, that person's words got stuck in their throat. The once slightly pointed hilltop now looked as if a layer had been forcefully shaved off, revealing a massive platform beneath. On the platform, Fan Rizhong's mech was nowhere to be seen. In contrast, Huang Chen, although supporting himself with the long knife, appeared to be in decent condition. Who lost and who won was already clear. Oh ho, it really is Huang Chen who won. Inside the Tinglong base, the gun master leaped from her seat, her eyes shining. Compared to the rough Fan Rizhong, she was more hopeful for Huang Chen's victory. The strategist smiled slightly on the surface, seemingly proud of his insight, but in his heart, his evaluation of Huang Chen rose significantly. He thought Huang Chen would win through a tough battle with various tactics. He didn't expect that the two had only exchanged 2 moves in total. The Sword Master and Blade Master also remained silent. They didn't believe Huang Chen could win, but the facts were right in front of them, leaving them speechless. A local snake has left, and unexpectedly, another river dragon has come. Interesting. The strategist chuckled, looking at the cheering gunmaster. Since President Huang has just arrived, we should give him a warm welcome. You handle this matter. The gun master was momentarily stunned. She glanced at the strategist, whose eyes were slightly narrowed, then at the sword master and blade master, who were at odds with each other, and finally thought of the taciturn beast master and the distant flame master. It seemed she was the only one acting normally. But shouldn't this kind of thing be handled by someone else? They are not qualified. To defeat Fan Rizhong so quickly is something even we few could hardly achieve. For strong individuals, the utmost respect must be given, the strategist explained. As a strong individual, such respect was indeed warranted. The gunmaster had nothing to say and muttered softly, I still have to go back and put on makeup, how annoying. Everyone thought Huang Chen had killed Fan Rizhong and taken his mech core, but only Huang Chen knew that Fan Rizhong was not dead, because he had not received a kill notification. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Indeed, one must not underestimate anyone. Although Fan Rizhong was not dead, he was severely injured and would be unable to move for a while. In such an apocalyptic world, prolonged inactivity meant falling behind. Falling behind meant getting beaten. The threat posed by Fan Rizhong was almost negligible. Huang Chen's next enemies mainly came from the major powers in the capital, as well as the surrounding dungeons, and the impending 4th wave of mutations. Facing the complex gazes of the crowd, Huang Chen returned to the city gate and found that girl. The wanted notice is gone now, right? Ah, yes. The girl nodded in a panic, handing over a coated round coin. As for Su Dahai and the others, they had long been waiting for Huang Chen with the coin in hand. Showing the coin, the 4 finally stepped into the capital city. President, Vice President Su, we need to find our parents, so we can't follow you anymore. Xia Hao's purpose was very clear, to find his parents. After a brief farewell to the two, he took Xia Yun and left. Just as they walked away, a girl in a goose yellow down jacket, with exquisite makeup, approached them. My name is. Never mind, the name isn't important. You can call me the Gunmaster. It sounds quite powerful. The Gunmaster of Longting? Su Dahai exclaimed. Long before, during the battle between Huang Chen and Fan Rizhong, he had learned about the general distribution of power in the capital city through the onlookers. The 7 major forces of the capital, now it had become 6. Among the 6 forces, Longting was the strongest. The strongest within Longting was the 6 masters, and even among the 6 masters, the Gunmaster ranked at the top. There were rumors that no one had ever seen the Gunmaster in action because those who had were all dead. Everyone only knew that the Gunmaster possessed extraordinary marksmanship, but no one knew the specifics. Don't be so surprised, calm down, I'm here to invite you to be guests at Longting. What do you think? A personal invitation from the Gunmaster, are you tempted? The Gunmaster flashed a sweet smile, leaving Su Dahai momentarily stunned. Visiting isn't urgent, there will be plenty of opportunities to interact later. Huang Chen walked straight past the Gunmaster. The Gunmaster was the most unpredictable among the 6 masters of Longting. He didn't want to have too much to do with this girl. Su Dahai snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed behind. Watching the two leave like that, the Gunmaster buried her hands in her hair and began to frantically mess it up. Not going? Then my makeup was for nothing. So annoying. After wandering around the city for a while, the two felt a bit tired. Boss, where are we going next? Su Dahai felt that this city was incredibly unfamiliar. If it were before, he could have booked a hotel or stayed at an inn. Now, he truly felt alone, with no one he knew around. Of course, we need to find a place to settle down. Huang Chen saw a shop that was up for rent and walked in. Mr. Huang Chen, are you planning to rent this shop? The owner was in the store and immediately greeted Huang Chen warmly. You know my boss? Su Dahai's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, Mr. Huang Chen defeated the Snow Wolf leader Fan Rizhong. His might is unmatched. This news has spread throughout the city. Who doesn't know Mr. Huang Chen now? The shop owner had a flattering expression, looking just like a scheming businessman. This shop can do business downstairs and has living space upstairs, right? Huang Chen had anticipated this and wasn't surprised, calmly asking. That's right, the upstairs is also for rent, so the rent is a bit higher. How much for a month? 2,000 energy points a month, with a minimum 6-month lease, and you need to pay for 3 months upfront. If Mr. Huang Chen wants to rent it, I will leave all the furniture upstairs. you just need to prepare your own bedding. The shop owner immediately stated his conditions. That's a bit expensive, but I won't haggle. Su Dahai, transfer him 6,000. Huang Chen nodded. The location of this shop was good. Just a few dozen meters away was the bustling area of the capital, a perfect blend of liveliness and tranquility, making it great for both living and business. After the transaction, the shop owner left with a beaming smile and the contract. Huang Chen instructed Su Dahai to take down the shop's sign and then pulled out a wooden board from his spatial belt. With the fire flame mecha attached, using his burning fingers, he wrote the 4 large characters Dawn Pawnshop on the board. Come on, hang it up. Upon hearing this, Su Dahai immediately scampered off to borrow a ladder from a nearby shop and hung it up. Boss, why not call it an auction house? The name pawnshop is too old-fashioned. After confirming that the sign was straight, Su Dahai began to grumble. We only have a small shop. What do you mean by auction house? Pawnbroker sounds better. Alright, if you like it. With the sign confirmed, the next step was to find someone to renovate the shop. Huang Chen didn't need to worry about this. He lacked many things, but not money. As long as there were energy points, building another floor wouldn't be a problem. The reason for opening a pawnshop was that it required little effort and didn't need much inventory, just money was enough. This was something Huang Chen could easily manage. Moreover, with a pawnshop, if anyone had something special, Huang Chen would know about it right away. With the memories of his past life, he could easily take advantage of this trade. Thus, the Dawn Pawnshop quietly opened. Due to his previous dazzling achievements, even without any promotion, the people in the capital were aware of the pawnshop's existence. No one dared to come and cause trouble, and of course, no one came to pawn anything. Everyone seemed to be watching. Huang Chen didn't mind. While guarding the pawnshop, he had Su Dahai buy materials needed for leveling up. The capital truly lived up to its name, with all kinds of enhancement materials available. In just half a month, he had acquired nearly half of the materials needed to advance to the 4th tier. One day, a young boy rushed into the pawnshop. I want to pawn this. The boy was holding a small iron ball covered in blue stripes, looking flustered. You can pawn it, but let me make it clear first. I don't want anything that's stolen or taken by force. Huang Chen said lightly, reclining in a rocking chair. No, this is my dad's. The boy immediately retorted. Oh, where's your dad? If you pawn his stuff, aren't you afraid he'll come back and hit you? My dad. He died. Mom said he died and went far away, and he'll never come back. A low sobbing sound followed. Huang Chen stood up and slowly walked in front of the boy. Don't cry. Have you ever seen your dad cry? No. Then that's right. Don't cry. You'll be able to see your dad soon. Really? The boy wiped his tears with the back of his hand and raised the small iron ball. My mom is sick, and I need to buy medicine. They want energy points, but I don't have any. I only have this. It's what my dad left for me. Only then did Huang Chen see the true nature of the iron ball. He took it and looked closely, revealing a few lines of small text. Name, micro-robot, welcoming type, quality, excellent, type, item, effect. After providing corresponding energy, it can perform welcoming services and automatically record visitor information. This little iron ball is quite interesting. I can take this. I'll give you 2,000 energy points. Saying this, Huang Chen took out 2 shining silver stones from his spatial belt. These stones, also known as energy stones, were priced at 1,000 energy points in the system mall, whether for purchase or sale. Thus, they were treated as equivalent to energy points. With this, you can buy medicine. If anyone asks where the money came from, just say it was given to you by the owner of the Dawn Pawnshop, understand? Huang Chen specifically reminded him, worried that the energy stones might be snatched away. I understand. Thank you, shopkeeper brother. The boy reluctantly set down the small iron ball and left in a hurry. Huang Chen shook his head and purchased an energy crystal, inserting it into a slot on the iron ball. Charging complete. Number 9278X welcoming robot at your service. A bright light flashed on the large iron ball, and then a pair of mechanical arms sprouted, hovering in midair. The name is too ugly. From now on, you'll be called Little Dawn. Received, name corrected to Little Dawn. Huang Chen wasn't very interested in such low-intelligence machines. After renaming it, he let it stay aside. The pawnshop of Dawn usually doesn't have many visitors. The reason for this visit was partly for leisure and partly to help that little boy. Moreover, this was his first transaction since opening the shop, so he had to treat it with care. Not long after the boy left, a girl with a single ponytail walked in. Strange, usually there's no one here, and now another person comes in just like that, Huang Chen said as he stood up, noticing the iron gauntlet on the girl's hand, momentarily taken aback. A knight? The most noticeable feature of the knight organization is that they wear parts of knight armor. He had a relatively good perception of this organization. The term saint is most fitting to describe the knights. They are benevolent but not pedantic, embodying both saintliness and the practice of killing. However, he found it odd and couldn't understand why a knight would suddenly seek him out. Perhaps it was an accident. "May I ask what you would like to pawn?" Huang Chen smiled slightly, expressing goodwill. "May I ask what you would like to pawn?" A nearby welcoming robot quickly flew out, startling the ponytailed girl. "I'm not here to pawn anything. Didn't you just take something from a little boy and give him 2 energy stones?" Coming back to her senses, the ponytailed girl's expression darkened. "That's right, what he pawned is the very thing in front of you. 2,000 energy points is quite fair." "I'm not talking about that." The ponytailed girl took a deep breath, seemingly realizing her emotions were off. "I'm sorry, Mr. Huang Chen, I come from the Knights, and you should know us." That little boy's father was also a member of the Knights, and back then he died at the hands of that mutated monster while trying to save me. Since he saved your life, why didn't you help his mother when she was seriously ill, and instead came to blame me? Huang Chen's gaze was indifferent, because that kind of illness is incurable. His mother has been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. To spare him the pain, we took his mother away, lying that we would sell him medicine when he had energy points. As the ponytailed girl spoke, her eyes reddened slightly. So that's how it is. Understanding the context, Huang Chen also grasped the reason for the girl's anger. If the boy couldn't get the medicine when he had the money, it would be yet another deception for him. So, his mother is still alive? Can you take me to see her? Huang Chen sighed. He couldn't help everyone, but he could assist those in front of him if he had the ability. This is possible. The girl was somewhat surprised, not expecting Huang Chen to intervene in this matter. The shop was still open, after all, there was nothing in it. Following the girl, Huang Chen arrived in front of a dilapidated building. Assessing the rundown structure, he wrinkled his nose. "I don't like the smell here." The girl looked a bit embarrassed. "The environment is a bit poor, but it's very quiet, suitable for patients to recover." "No, I'm not talking about the environment." Huang Chen rubbed his nose. He caught a whiff of that nauseating scent of the evil god's energy again. Without further ado, the two entered the old building and made their way to the 3rd floor. The smell was even stronger here, making Huang Chen want to cover his nose. The girl didn't smell anything unusual and thought Huang Chen was just a bit of a neat freak. Pushing the door open, they entered a living room. The furniture in the living room had all been removed, and in the center were 6 beds, each occupied by a patient so emaciated that their bones were clearly visible. Upon seeing someone enter, they didn't even have the strength to rise, merely weakly lifting their arms, which quickly fell back down. Huang Chen noticed that each person was secured with iron chains. Not to mention a person, even a fierce tiger couldn't break free. Half a month ago, they started experiencing insomnia and weakness all over their bodies. Some even contemplated self-harm, their personalities becoming extremely violent. "We had no choice but to tie them up here, which is also why I didn't want little Ku to see his mother," the girl with the ponytail explained. "I can cure their illness, but I have one request." "Go ahead, as long as it's not too difficult, I'll agree to it," Huang Chen replied, appreciating the knight's straightforwardness. He continued without hesitation, "I need you to help me gather some enhancement materials, and I'll pay according to market price." Aside from Su Dahai, he had no one else to rely on, and his channels were naturally not as extensive as those of a powerful force like the knights. With their support, he should be able to complete the mecha upgrade quickly. The ponytailed girl wasted no time and immediately began contacting the knight's higher-ups. "No problem, we can agree, but there is one condition. If a similar situation arises in the future, we hope you will lend a hand." "Sure." Huang Chen didn't expect this trip to bring an unexpected benefit. The illnesses of the few were not serious. It was merely an invasion of the energy from the evil god. A little power from the revival stone could easily cure them. If the price offered by the knights was high enough, it wouldn't be a problem to make them lively and energetic right away.